Chapter 1: The Godly Rich Instant Kill System. Late at night, Magic City. Today, June 24th, can be said to be the most unforgettable day for Joe Fan. The company where he was interning directly fired him for a bizarre reason, and also notified the school, asking his teacher to come and pick him up, and everyone in the school knew about it. Immediately afterwards, Yang Yun, my girlfriend of 3 years in college, called me and broke up with me directly on the phone. Joe Fan, let's break up. The news that you were fired from your internship company has spread all over the school. I'm sorry, I'm from a small town too. I have to find a way to stay in the Magic City. I don't have the time and energy to start all over again with you. Yang Yun's words seemed to still echo in his ears. For the past 3 years, he not only had to maintain his tuition and living expenses, but also had to find ways to make her happy. At most times, Joe Fan worked 4 part-time jobs at the same time. He was busy until the early morning every day and had to get up before 7 in the morning to prepare for class. Yang Yun works so hard because she wants to buy bags, cosmetics, eat steak, and go shopping. But all I got in return for 2 years of hard work was a simple breakup phone call. Joe Fan was completely heartbroken. He got himself drunk and planned to buy a ticket back home the next day and never come out again. Cough. After lying in bed for a while, Joe Fan's throat felt very dry. He got up, turned on the light, poured himself a glass of water and drank it, and then he felt better. Sitting back on the bed, Joe Fan clearly felt something blocking his way. He took out his mobile phone and the screen lit up, showing a notification message. Huh? After seeing the screen of his mobile phone, Joe Fan rubbed his eyes. The notification showed that the app was successfully bound. Joe Fan curiously clicked on the screen of his mobile phone and entered this app that appeared inexplicably with some confusion. Ding. System binding. System binding successful. The only host for life is Joe Fan. This system is an instant kill system. It cannot be destroyed, cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, and is unique for life. A string of strange electronic synthesized sounds rang in Joe Fan's mind, and then he felt a slight pain in the palm of his hand holding the phone. Joe Fan hurriedly threw the strange mobile phone onto the bed, put his palm in front of his eyes and looked at it. It seemed as if the palm of his hand was pricked by something. There was a small hole the size of a needle hole, and blood was oozing out of it. After simply wiping it with paper, Joe Fan hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. However, after checking carefully for a long time, he did not find any bloodstains on the back cover. Shaking his head and not thinking too much about it, Joe Fan turned the phone over, then rubbed his eyes and moved closer. Oh my God! No way? The app has been opened, but what is displayed on it makes Joe Fan curse. Bugatti Veyron convertible, original price 26 million, limited time flash sale price 260 renminbi. Patek Philippe RAF 6002 star moon tourbillon, original price 24.99 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 249 renminbi. A 288 square meter duplex suite on the top floor of Building 8 in Jing'an Community, Modu. Original price, 16.88 million renminbi. Now on sale for a limited time, 168 renminbi. The simple interface only shows 3 items that look a bit like Taobao product displays, but each item is worth more than 10 million. What a ripoff! Buying a supercar for less than 300? The model is pretty good. Joe Fan curled his lips and smiled, wondering which idiot made this phone and was trying to fool people. Just when Joe Fan wanted to throw away the broken phone, his hand shook unconsciously and he remembered the inexplicable voice that just appeared. What was it? System? Joe Fan blinked his eyes. He was a little confused after drinking, but as a contemporary college student, he still knew the golden fingers of online novels and the standard features of time travelers. How about giving it a try? Joe Fan muttered something, then picked up his phone and started operating it. If you ask how to choose among these 3 things, that is nonsense. Men must have a sports car. The deduction was successful and the goods have been shipped. As soon as he clicked on it, Joe Fan received a notification message from the bank on his mobile phone, saying that the deduction of 299 was successful and the current balance was 2,088. Fuck. Joe Fan cursed and looked at his phone again. The window of the sports car had dimmed. He clearly didn't link his card, but the money was directly deducted? But after waiting for a long time, Joe Fan still didn't get the so-called goods. He was sure that he was cheated. After the alcohol took effect, he fell into a deep sleep and put his mobile phone on the small cabinet beside the bed. He slept until noon the next day. Joe Fan was woken up by the ringing of the phone while he was in a daze. Looking at the caller ID, it was squad leader Lin Hai calling. Joe Fan wanted to not answer the call, but after hesitating for a while, he finally pressed the answer button. Joe Fan, remember not to be late tonight. The graduation party is the highlight. Okay, remember to come. I still need to call and inform others. By the way, it's best to find a female companion, you know. Beep. Before Joe Fan could say anything, squad leader Lin Hai laughed strangely and hung up the phone. Joe Fan put down the phone and sighed. What was coming could not be avoided. As for Lin Hai, their relationship had always been ordinary during their 4 years in college, so he did not think much about hanging up the phone. What made Joe Fan a little melancholy was the graduation party that Lin Hai mentioned on the phone. It was scheduled long ago. If he hadn't broken up and been fired during the internship, Joe Fan would have gone happily, but now he felt a little conflicted. After thinking for a long time, Joe Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't know when a small square box appeared on the bedside table. It had black letters on a red background and an exaggerated B shape. Joe Fan, who had always been a sports car enthusiast, naturally recognized that it was the car key of Bugatti. At the same time, there was a green book and a document bag under the car keys. Joe Fan flipped through them casually and was a little dazed. After a while, I realized that not only did I have to go to the party, but I also had to do it as high profile as possible to give Yang Yun a slap in the face. After figuring it out, Joe Fan took a quick shower, put on a set of sportswear, put it on, and then hurriedly picked up his car keys and that magical Nokia and went out. Before reaching the entrance of the alley, Joe Fan saw a group of people pointing and talking not far away. After walking over, he realized that these people were talking about his car. Wow, a Lamborghini. Bullshit, this is a Bugatti Veyron, worth at least several million. What the hell is a Lamborghini? Get lost, you country bumpkin. This is a convertible Bugatti Veyron, worth tens of millions. It's something money can't buy. Hiss. Listening to the sounds of exclamations and gasps coming from his ears, Joe Fan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, in this society, only money can bring happiness. After finally squeezing into the crowd of onlookers, Joe Fan couldn't help scratching his head as he looked at the scene in front of him. A beautiful woman with revealing clothes and a good figure was leaning on the front of the car, ignoring the onlookers and posing for selfies. Ahem, excuse me, please make way. After waiting for a while, seeing that the girl was still taking pictures, Joe Fan couldn't help but walk forward, coughed dryly, and gave her a reminder. Who are you? What's it to you if I take pictures of my boyfriend's car? Get out of the way. Don't block me from taking selfies and posting them on WeChat Moments. The beautiful woman who took the selfie looked at Joe Fan with a look of disgust, waved her hand as if to shoo away a fly and said, Chapter 2 School Beauty Su Chian. After the people around heard this, many women had envy in their eyes, while the men looked at Joe Chian with gloating. Want to bet? This guy will definitely come up and ask for the phone number. Tisk, he's not the first one. To be honest, this beauty has a great figure. Hey, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Aren't we talking about that car? Maybe this guy meant that the car was his? Didn't you hear him ask the beautiful lady to move aside? Ha, if this car was his, I'd do a handstand and shit on it. Everyone around was talking about it, but most of them were laughing at Joe Fan. I have to say that this beauty is still of average appearance. The most outstanding feature is her pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings, which are particularly eye-catching. But Joe Fan was busy attending a party at that time, so how could he have the time to ask people to take a selfie with him? Excuse me, please move aside, I need to leave. This time, while Joe Fan was talking, he took out the key of the Bugatti from his pocket and pressed it. The headlights suddenly flashed. When the people around saw this, they seemed to be strangled by something, and the scene became eerily quiet. The beautiful woman taking the selfie was also stunned. She almost couldn't hold the phone steady and dropped it. She quickly stood up, caught it in a panic, and walked 2 steps to the side. Joe Fan didn't even look at her, he just pulled the car and got in. Wait a minute. Brother, can I have your phone number? Just when Joe Fan wanted to close the door, the beautiful woman who had just walked to the side came over with her waist and hips swaying, and asked with a sweet smile. Sorry, I don't have a cell phone. Joe Fan raised the corner of his mouth, then he pulled down the car door, fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, and the 8-liter 16-cylinder 4-turbocharged engine started up immediately, with a low roaring sound. The people around came to their senses at this moment and hurriedly made way for them, but the beautiful woman was still unwilling to give up and kept patting the car window and saying something. Zhou Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He turned the steering wheel, raised the convertible top, and then gently stepped on the accelerator. The cool Bugatti started up immediately. As the low engine sound faded away, the people present came to their senses. They looked at each other, and then dispersed, each one walking faster than the other. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just embarrassing, especially for the guy who said he wanted to do a handstand and poop. He just wished his parents hadn't given him 2 more legs. Snort! Just wait for me, you can't escape from my grasp. After everyone had left, the beautiful woman who had asked Zhou Fan for his phone number but failed stomped her feet and muttered something. Zhou Fan didn't care about those things at the moment. After coming out of the alley, he was completely immersed in the pleasure brought by the Bugatti Veyron. What does it mean to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.5 seconds and from 200 km/h in 7.3 seconds? Just press the accelerator lightly and you will feel a huge push on your back. Unfortunately, this is the main road in Shanghai and there is serious traffic jam, so I can't run it at full speed. Even so, Zhou Fan received countless glances. This car was too eye-catching. Moreover, the vehicles around him were almost all more than 10 meters away from Zhou Fan. No car dared to cross the line, not even a Ferrari. Those who can afford a Ferrari are all knowledgeable people. They naturally understand that a Ferrari only costs a few million, which is at most enough to buy a wheel of a Bugatti. The place Zhou Fan rented was a bit far from the party venue, and there were traffic jams from time to time on the road. It took him almost 2 hours to get there. The party was held at the Bund, a place with extremely high land prices in Shanghai. Zhou Xian drove into the parking lot under the gaze of countless people. To be honest, this sportswear was really a bit cheap. Wang Bin. Could you please stop pestering me? Xiao, I really like you. I've been pursuing you for so long, why don't you understand? What do you like about me? Can I change my career? You must give me an explanation today. What exactly do you dislike about me? Zhou Fan had just parked the car when he heard a particularly melodramatic conversation nearby and couldn't help but turn his head to look. At the edge of the parking lot, a slim girl was standing there holding a book, looking like a lotus flower emerging from water. However, her innocent look was somewhat destroyed by the look on her face as if she was about to cry. Zhou Fan knew her, or rather, almost everyone at Magic City University knew her, Su Chian, who was known as the commoner school beauty. Opposite Su Chian was a young man holding a bunch of roses and wearing Givenchy casual clothes. He was holding Su Chian's arm and kept saying something. This person is also a celebrity at Shanghai University, Wang Bin. Although he is from another place, it is said that his family is very wealthy. When he came to Shanghai to study, his family actually bought him a house and a car. Just as Zhou Fan looked over, Wang Bin seemed to be angry and grabbed Su Chian and prepared to pull her into his arms. Seeing this, Zhou Fan couldn't help it. He took a few steps forward, pushed Wang Bin directly, and protected Su Chian behind him. Fuck! Who the hell are you? Are you blind? How dare you touch me? Wang Bin staggered after being pushed and stared at Zhou Fan with a bad face, and threw the rose in his hand at him. After working part-time outside for several years, Zhou Fan didn't get anything else, but he got a strong physique. Although he looked thin, he was the kind of person who looked thin when dressed and had muscles when undressed. He just slightly turned his body to avoid it. I don't care what you want to do, get out of here right now. Zhou Fan's eyes narrowed. He was a bit taller than Wang Bin. Wang Bin, who was about to roll up his sleeves and take action, suddenly lost his momentum. I am Wang Bin. Boy, I'm warning you not to meddle in other people's business, or you'll be in big trouble. Wang Bin refused to show weakness and threatened with his neck stiff. Oh? Then you try it. Zhou Fan clenched his fists, shook his head, and had a grim smile on his face. He was bullying Wang Bin because he was alone here and he would definitely not be able to beat him if they fought. Just wait for me, I'll remember you. Seeing that Zhou Fan was really going to take action, Wang Bin said something harsh and rushed into the parking lot. Then an Audi A8 drove out. Boy, leave your name. The Audi A8 stopped beside Zhou Xian and the other man. After the window was rolled down, Wang Bin leaned out and asked a question. Zhou Fan. After casually saying his name, Zhou Fan grabbed Su Chian behind him and turned to leave. For some reason, Su Chian did not struggle to break free. Looking at the two people's backs as they walked away, Wang Bin's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. After a while, he stepped on the accelerator hard, and the A8 immediately rushed out. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows with some disdain. So what if it was an A8? A car worth $1 million or so was not enough for him to even afford a wheel of his Bugatti. Chapter 3 When did you hook up with her? Thank you. But, can you let me go first? Zhou Fan took Su Chian away for a long time before the girl's weak voice was heard. Oh, sorry. Zhou Fan was startled and quickly let go of Su Chian's hand and scratched his head. Puff. Seeing Zhou Fan like this, Su Chian couldn't help laughing. As if realizing that something was wrong, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Su Chian was at least 1.7 meters tall. She wore a white dress with a strip of cloth of the same color tied around her waist, which made her look even slimmer. She was holding 2 books in front of her chest, which could not hide the bulge in her breasts, making her look particularly proud. In the evening sunshine, Zhou Fan couldn't help but be stunned by Su Chian's giggling look with her hands covering her mouth. She was indeed the common school beauty known for her purity. Hello? Still looking? Su Chian laughed for a while, then felt something was wrong. She realized Zhou Fan looked like a pig, and couldn't help but shake his hand. Zhou Fan came back to his senses and smiled embarrassedly, and the situation suddenly became awkward. Thank you for today. Your name is Zhou Fan, right? In the end, it was Su Chian who spoke first and started to ask a topic. Kindness. By the way, what's going on with Wang Bin? Zhou Fan nodded and asked again. He has been pestering me almost every day since he met me. I've told him many times, but it still happens. I just finished my part-time job and Wang Bin blocked my way. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. At this point, Su Chian couldn't help but pat her chest in fear. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said anxiously, "It's over. You've offended Wang Bin. You're bound to suffer. What should we do now?" Seeing the worry on Su Chian's face, Zhou Fan couldn't help but smile, then said, "It's okay, I've already graduated anyway, I'm not afraid of him. Even if I haven't graduated yet, I'm not afraid of him now." Zhou Fan added a sentence in his mind, but didn't say it out loud, otherwise he would be suspected of showing off. Then I'll treat you to a meal. Thank you for helping me out. After hearing this, Su Chian's worries subsided. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before speaking. No need to eat, I have a senior year graduation party tonight. Damn it. Zhou Xian waved his hand, but then his expression changed. He had forgotten one very important thing. The squad leader said he needed a female companion for the graduation party, and he was planning to go and slap him in the face, but where could he find a female companion at this time? What's wrong? Su Chian blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" After hearing this, Zhou Xian, who was a little annoyed, couldn't help but look at Su Chian. He had an idea in mind and said tentatively, "It's about the party. They said it's best to bring a female companion. We can just skip dinner. If you go with me and be my female companion, we'll be even. How about it?" Su Chian opened her mouth, her pretty face a little confused, but then she thought of Zhou Fan's tall figure blocking her way just now, and nodded slightly. "Well, let's go." Seeing Su Chian agreed, Zhou Fan immediately laughed, and then the two of them walked side by side towards a Western restaurant not far away. After coming in, Zhou Fan curled his lips with a look of disdain. They hadn't even officially entered society yet, but they had to hold a business cocktail party and even booked a Western restaurant to turn it into a banquet hall. Moreover, most people inside were well dressed, with men wearing suits and ties and women all in evening gowns. Zhou Fan and Su Chian's clothes made them stand out from the crowd. However, neither of them cared much about it. They just found a place to sit down and ate the fruits and food in front of them. Zhou Fan was really hungry after not eating for a day. But just after he sat down for a while, 2 figures came in front of him. "Hey, isn't this the guy who got fired from his internship?" "Oh, right, Zhou Fan. TSK, you came here in just sportswear. If you had asked me to wear one earlier, I would have brought you a suit." At this moment, an inappropriate voice sounded. Zhou Fan looked up and was stunned. The person who spoke was Qi Lin, a famous rich second generation in the class. Qi Industrial was owned by his family. Next to Qi Lin was the figure that Zhou Lingfan had been dreaming about for 2 years. She was wearing a black backless dress, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and holding Qi Lin's arm with the other. Who else could it be but Yang Yun? Just when Zhou Fan was looking at Yang Yun in a daze, Su Chian, who was sitting next to him, suddenly came over with a grape in her hand and looked at him with a cunning look. At this moment, Qilin and the others also noticed Su Chian's presence and were a little stunned. TSK, you're lucky. I didn't expect you to find the famous school beauty Su as your female companion. Qilin gritted his teeth, his tone filled with jealousy and a hint of envy. Who wouldn't covet a school beauty? Especially a rich second generation like them. Compared to Su Chian, Yang Yun beside Qilin was far inferior even when she was wearing an evening gown. Zhou Fan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Before Zhou Fan could say anything, Yang Yun suddenly spoke up, and what she said completely overturned his three views. What the hell did this mean? Explain. When did you hook up with this bitch? Yang Yun's face was full of frost, and she looked like a young wife who caught her husband having an affair. However, in Zhou Fan's eyes, she looked so funny. Zhou Fan didn't get angry but laughed instead. He slowly stood up. Su Chian beside him also stood up and put her arm around his arm, as if to declare her sovereignty. It seems like we have broken up, right? You were the one who brought it up first. We broke up last night, and today you're hooking up with Qilin. What's going on? Are you trying to marry into a wealthy family and fulfill your dream of settling down in the Magic City? Zhou Fan sneered and didn't give Yang Yun any face at all. You. Yang Yun seemed to have been exposed. She pointed at Zhou Fan but was speechless. I'm warning you, watch your words. Don't think I can't deal with you now that you've graduated. As long as you're still in the Magic City, I can crush you to death at any time like a reptile. Qilin's face also darkened. In this situation, slapping Yang Yun in the face would be slapping him, Qilin, in the face, wouldn't it? Oh. You picked up something I've used for 2 or 3 years, and you have the nerve to keep it with you and maintain it so well? Zhou Fan chuckled, but what he said made the two of them furious, especially Yang Yun. If she hadn't been concerned about her face, she would have pounced on him with bared fangs and claws in another situation. You're quite good at talking, but do you know why you were fired during your internship? I'm telling you, it was my fault. The anger on Qilin's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at Zhou Fan and said something with a smile, and then a playful look appeared on his face. Chapter 4 Refreshing Cognition. Say it again. Zhou Fan was completely furious, staring at Qilin intently, his eyes almost spitting fire. Listen carefully then, Qilin laughed and said slowly, actually, this was all her idea. Your girlfriend has wanted to break up with you for a long time, but she couldn't find a good opportunity. Also, we've been together for over half a year, and since we're graduating soon, I'm giving you a big graduation gift. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ha ha. After Qilin finished speaking, he burst into laughter and looked at Zhou Fan as if he was a clown. Qilin's laughter also attracted many people to look over, and some people who came to watch the fun gradually gathered around. Mr. Qi, why bother with this country bumpkin? He doesn't even have a suit to attend the party. It's not worth it. That's right, Master Qi will inherit Qi's business soon after graduation, so please take good care of him then. Shanxian has a really good eye. She told me long ago that Zhou Fan is just a pauper. It would be great if she kicked him out sooner. Gradually, many people began to point fingers and talk, belittling Zhou Fan and fawning over Qilin in their words and deeds. Graduation is coming soon, and many people choose to stay in Shanghai, so naturally they have to hold on to Qilin. Zhou Fan looked at the classmates around him who were once familiar to him, listening to their sarcasm and ridicule, with almost no emotion in his heart. Hey, what are you all doing here? Zhou Fan, I've been looking for you for a long time. I saw a super cool car in the parking lot. Can you guess what it is? At this moment, an inopportune voice was heard, and then a round figure squeezed into the crowd. The suit on his body looked particularly awkward, and people couldn't help but worry that it would be torn at the next moment. Fatty. Seeing the person coming, Zhou Fan smiled. This fat guy could be said to be his only best friend. He was a native of Shanghai and his family had a house and a car, but in Shanghai, he was at most well off. The fat guy's name is also festive, Lu Daji. He has a carefree personality. During the 4 years of college, Zhou Fan has had the best relationship with him. Let me tell you, I just saw a Bugatti outside. It's a convertible, and I've never seen one even in the Magic City. Holy shit, just thinking about it makes me excited. Lu Daji obviously didn't realize what was going on and kept talking carelessly. Hearing Lu Daji's words, Zhou Fan's smile deepened, and he blinked and said, Fatty, do you want to open it? Ha? Lu Daji was obviously stunned for a moment, and asked uncertainly, what did you say? Zhou Fan was too lazy to repeat himself, so he took out the car keys from his pocket and threw them over, saying casually, drive it over here for me, there's no point staying in this shabby place. Listen everyone, Zhou Fan doesn't even have a suit, and now he's talking about driving a Bugatti over here. Isn't that funny? Ha ha. The car keys fell into Lu Daji's arms. The fat man was dumbfounded. After checking them over and over again, he made sure that they were not a lighter or anything else, and then he ran out. Bugatti convertible? Zhou Fan, there should be a limit to your bragging, right? Even if he were to rent it, I'm afraid no one would be willing to rent it to him. Qilin watched this farce-like scene and almost laughed to tears. He bent over and almost fell to the ground. Everyone around burst into laughter, while Yang Yun's face was full of disgust, as if she was blaming herself for the past 3 years for falling for such a scumbag. Su Chian was the only one present in the room. However, she walked up to Zhou Fan at this moment, gently took his arm, and said nothing. Feeling the warmth on his arm, Zhou Fan looked around and said softly, let's go out and wait. As he spoke, Zhou Fan walked out. Although Qilin and the others were laughing, they still followed out, wanting to see how long Zhou Fan could hold on. Just after arriving at the party and standing outside for a while, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance, and then a black lightning accompanied by a harsh engine sound stopped at the door. After the car door opened, Lu Daji squeezed out with great effort, trotted to Zhou Fan, his face covered in sweat from excitement. Holy crap! That's awesome! This really is your car. Zhou San, I'm telling you in advance, you have to let me enjoy it more in the future. That feeling of pushing my back, TSK. Lu Daji spoke with endless praise and then handed the key back. At this time, the laughter and ridicule around disappeared, and only Lu Daji's excited voice remained at the door. Zhou Fan took the key and turned to look at the classmates who came out to watch the fun. Everyone who looked at him couldn't help but lower their head, with a burning feeling on their face. As for Qilin, Zhou Fan has plenty of ways to deal with him. Now that he has the system, it is only a matter of time. Not wanting to bother with these guys who were destined to be strangers, Zhou Fan took Su Chian to the passenger seat of the Bugatti, opened the door for her, and then walked around the front of the car and back. Zhou Fan, wait. At this moment, a dramatic scene occurred. Yang Yun actually ran down from the steps at the door and blocked Zhou Fan. Have you been lying to me all along? Are you a hidden rich second generation? Did you pretend to be poor before because it was a test from your family? Now that you've graduated, you don't have to keep a low profile anymore? Yes, that must be the case. Zhou Fan, we've been together for 3 years, and I've always loved you. You feel the same way, right? After Yang Yun stopped Zhou Fan, she kept talking and nodding from time to time. Zhou Fan almost believed what she said. It was like he was getting to know his ex-girlfriend again. Leaning against the car door, Zhou Fan just watched Yang Yun perform. After a while, seeing that she didn't say anything and just looked at him pitifully, he finally said, I'll give you a word of advice. A bitch deserves a dog. It's forever. We're all adults now, and we have to be responsible for our own actions. After saying this with a half smile, Zhou Fan got into the car and drove away with Su Chian, without a trace of nostalgia on his face. Yang Yun chased for a few steps and finally squatted down weakly. The classmates who were dressed in fancy clothes all felt a burning sensation on their faces, and Qilin's face was even uglier. Yes, Qilin, I still have Qilin. Suddenly, Yang Yun seemed to remember something. She stood up and hurriedly wiped her tears. With a smile on her face, she walked towards Qilin at the door. Get lost. You stinky bitch, you're so unlucky. But before Yang Yun could say anything, Qilin waved his sleeves with a look of disgust, turned around and left, not even attending the party. Qilin, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that you would take me to meet your father after graduation? Zhou Fan and I are done, you know that. Yang Yun was stunned and screamed hysterically on the spot. She looked so embarrassed. This scene completely refreshed the cognition of the students attending the party. They all looked at Yang Yun with contempt. Chapter 5 Retribution in this life. Zhou Fan drove his Bugatti to take Su Chian back home, left her contact information, and then returned to his rental house. Although he looked very happy just now, after all, they had been together for 3 years, so Zhou Fan felt a little regretful for a moment. After sitting on the bed for a while, Zhou Fan took out his mobile phone and reopened the app, only to see that the products on it had changed again. 51% of the shares of Cheese Industrial in Modu, originally priced at 4 billion, now at a limited time flash sale price of 400 renminbi. Unit 1, Building A, Thompson 1, original price 75 million, limited time flash sale price, 288 renminbi. Purely handmade custom suit, original price 800,000, limited time flash sale price 8 renminbi. Zhou Fan was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding how this system gave discounts. No matter how much the price was, it could be discounted to a few hundred yuan, or even a few yuan, as if it was a complete bargain. Cheese industry? Retribution in this life? After coming back to his senses, Zhou Fan's eyes lit up. Isn't this the company owned by Qi Lin's family? This is definitely karma in this life. After muttering this, Zhou Fan touched his chin and without hesitation spent $400 to buy it. He also bought the other two items at the same time. This time Zhou Fan knew where the things sold by the system came from. After a while, a stack of documents, a large black box, and a red book appeared out of thin air on Zhou Fan's bed. Zhou Fan picked it up and took a look. The red book was the property certificate of Tangshan, the box contained a suit, and the pile of documents were contracts for acquiring shares. System, what if these things are discovered? Zhou Fan was a little nervous. So many things appeared out of nowhere. If someone were to investigate, how would he explain it clearly? Who knows, by then Zhou Fan might be captured and taken to some secret place and become a guinea pig. Host, rest assured, the origins of these products are crystal clear, no one can find out. Perhaps sensing Zhou Fan's worry, the system's voice sounded softly, giving him a reassurance. Call. Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there were no hidden dangers. But then, Zhou Fan became a little worried. He looked at the bank card deduction information and saw that there was more than 1,000 yuan left on it. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. He drives a luxury sports car, wears a custom-made suit, lives in Thompson, but has a bank balance of just over 1,000 yuan. Who the hell would believe this? Shaking his head and not wanting to think too much, Zhou Fan took a quick shower and fell asleep. Tomorrow he planned to go to Cheese Industrial to take over the business and put on a big show. Zhou Fan didn't sleep very well that day. He had a sweet dream. In the dream, he owned countless industries, threw out hundreds of billions of dollars with a wave of his hand, and built a huge business empire. After waking up, Zhou Fan grinned. With the system, this beautiful dream might actually come true? After washing up, Zhou Fan put on the suit he had bought last night. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. His skin was bronzed due to working part-time for a long time, and his resolute facial features made him look like a completely different person. Afterwards, Zhou Fan drove his Bugatti directly and followed the navigation to Cheese Industrial. After parking the car in the building's parking lot, Zhou Fan went directly to the front desk. He smiled at the receptionist at Cheese Industrial and said calmly, "Hello, I'm here to check the share information." When Zhou Fan arrived, the chairman's office in the building was filled with smoke, and Qi Lin and his father Qi Tianhao were sitting opposite each other. "Dad, please smoke less." Seeing Qi Tianhao smoking one cigarette after another, Qi Lin couldn't help but speak out. It would be fine if the old man died of smoking, but the company has not been handed over to him yet. "It's okay, Xiaolin, maybe the Qi family will have to change their name." Qi Tianhao took a deep puff of cigarette inside. "Change your name? What are you talking about, Dad?" Qi Lin stared. What a joke. Qi Industry was founded by their Qi family. How could it still be related to the Qi family after changing the name? I'm not kidding. Last night, someone suddenly took action and bought up most of Cheese Industrial's retail shares overnight. That mysterious person now holds over 51% of the shares. It's my fault for being greedy. I wanted to expand quickly, raise funds, and dilute Cheese Industrial's shares. I wanted to take the opportunity to kick out some small shareholders, but who knew that someone would take advantage of me? Sigh. Qi Tianhao frowned tightly. Originally, his controlling stake had been stable at more than 51%, but he had diluted his shares. Before he had time to increase the capital recovery, someone took action and got there first. Then, what should we do then? Qi Lin was a little confused. Does this mean that the family's nearly 10 billion worth of assets is about to change hands? Let's wait and see. If that mysterious man really wants to take control of cheese industry, he should come and take it over and kick me out of the chairman position. I can only hope that he is just investing. Qi Tianhao has no choice now. He can't afford to offend the person who mobilized billions of funds to grab 51% of the shares overnight. Besides, he doesn't have that much money to fight for it. Bite. At this moment, the office phone suddenly rang. After Qi Tianhao picked up the phone, his expression changed drastically. After a long while, he said lightly, "Please ask him to come in." After hanging up the phone, Qi Tianhao straightened his clothes, looked at his son, and said with a forced smile, "Come with me to greet this important person." Then, the father and son stood up and walked to the door of the large office, where they waited quietly. What Zhou Fan was wearing now was not the sportswear from yesterday, but a handmade suit. People working at the front desk usually judge people by their appearance, so they naturally have good eyesight and called to report it immediately. Then the receptionist took Zhou Fan upstairs in a special elevator. She was feeling lucky that she had good eyesight and the chairman actually wanted to meet this young man in person. "Sir, this way please." The elevator stopped on the 28th floor, and the lady at the front desk led the way in front, looking very polite. After turning a corner, Zhou Fan saw two figures standing in the distance. One was a middle-aged man and the other was the familiar Qilin. "Mr. Zhou, right? I've heard a lot about you." Qi Tianhao was an experienced man. He greeted Zhou Fan from a distance and extended his hand. Zhou Fan smiled and also extended his hand to shake hands with him, but his eyes were on Qilin. At this moment, Qilin's face was particularly wonderful, alternating between red and white, and finally his body was shaking slightly, his eyes full of disbelief. "Qilin, long time no see." The smile on Zhou Fan's lips became more and more intense. He felt very happy and comfortable in his heart. Qi Tianhao held Zhou Fan's hand, then looked at his son. After a long pause, he murmured, "Shaolin, do you know Mr. Zhou?" "Yes, why not? We were classmates for 4 years in college. We just met yesterday, and Mr. Qi gave me a huge surprise, didn't he?" Zhou Fan gritted his teeth, and the smile on his lips changed a little. Qilin was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 6 Delaying Time. Upon hearing this, Qi Tian grabbed Zhou Fan's hand and shook it, saying with a smile, "I never thought Mr. Zhou and Shaolin were classmates. This is truly fate. Shaolin, you really need to learn from Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou looks young and promising, yet he's already worrying about the family so early." Qi Tian instinctively thought that Zhou Fan must be from a very powerful background, otherwise, at his current age, he would not have mobilized billions of funds to directly acquire so many shares of the Qi Group. Zhou Fan had a half smile on his face and pulled his hand back without leaving a trace. He was about to say something, but Qi Tian grabbed his arm and said as he walked towards the office, "Come on, Mr. Zhou, let's talk inside. As for who, forget it, Xiaotian, go get me the 2 taels of De Hong Pao I have left." Seeing this, Zhou Fan didn't say anything more. Instead, he followed Qi Tian into his luxurious chairman's office. Qilin had come in earlier and opened the inner room. It seemed that he was going in to get some tea. As soon as he entered the inner room, Qilin hammered the wall next to him hard. Fortunately, the sound insulation was good, and Zhou Fan and the other person outside did not hear any noise. After a while, Qilin put down his fist helplessly, resigned himself to his fate and found a small bag of dahongpo. He gritted his teeth, opened the door and walked out. "Really? You always drag your feet when I ask you to do something. You have no sense at all." Qi Tian did not sit behind his desk, but sat on the guest sofa with Zhou Fan. When he saw Qilin coming out, he scolded him. Zhou Fan was sitting on the sofa with a smiling expression on his face, which made Qilin feel a little nervous, but fortunately he shifted his gaze after a while. "Director Qi, let's get down to business first. Take a look at the documents I brought. If there are no problems, call a meeting of the directors." After Zhou Fan withdrew his gaze from Qilin, he placed the file bag he had been holding on the coffee table and pushed it over. "This." Qi Tian's smile froze for a moment, and then he said, "Mr. Zhou, you see, our directors are usually very busy and can't spare the time for a while." "Oh? It's okay, we can also have a video conference via phone." Zhou Fan understood what Qi Tian meant. He just wanted to delay him first and buy some time. As for how to control it, it was very simple for a businessman who had built such a huge business as the Qi Group. At this moment, Qi Tian had already brewed tea and poured it for Zhou Fan and the other two in a very awkward manner. He also sat beside them, but with his head lowered. "Mr. Zhou, there's no problem with the documents, but the board of directors' affairs can't be handled right now. Some of our directors are still abroad, and there's a time difference, so..." Qi Tian spoke again, saying that it was impossible to convene this board meeting, at least not now. "Zhou Fan, tell me, what do I have to do to get you to let our company go? Draw a line." Before Zhou Fan could speak, Qilin, who had been keeping his head down and saying nothing, suddenly raised his head. However, what he said stunned Qi Tian. Shaolin, what are you doing? Only then did Chi Tian realize that things were not what he had imagined. Zhou Fan had come prepared, and the fundamental reason was actually his son. Mr. Chi, are you familiar with Yangshan Technology? Originally, I was doing an internship there, but your good son had dinner with the boss of Yangshan Technology, and the next day I was fired during my internship. The reason was that I was not dressed properly, hee hee. Zhou Fan spoke lightly, and smiled self-deprecatingly at the end. This bang. Unfilial son, why don't you apologize to Mr. Zhou? Chi Tian's reaction was even more intense than Zhou Fan had imagined. He actually raised his hand and slapped Chi Lin in the face. The angle and strength were so strong that Zhou Fan felt pain just by looking at it. Dad, you actually hit me? Chi Lin covered his face with his hands, his expression showing some doubt about life, and he looked dazed. Chairman, here's a document I need you to sign. Just then, a young girl in a professional hip skirt stood at the door and spoke cautiously. Let's talk later. Can't you see I'm busy? No, beautiful lady, let me see what document is that. Chi Tian turned his head to look at the door and scolded. The girl was about to go out when Zhou Fan spoke immediately. Chairman. The young girl was now a little embarrassed. After looking at Chi Tian, she turned to look at Zhou Fan. For a moment, she couldn't figure out the identity of the young man with a frown on his face. Bring it here. Zhou Fan said that Chi Tian would not offend him at this critical moment because of the trivial matter in front of him. The girl then handed the documents over, then immediately turned around and walked out, as if she was hiding from something. The document came into Zhou Fan's hands. After opening it, he shook his head and laughed. Director Chi, I don't think there's any need to sign this document. Hearing this, Chi Tian's face turned slightly grim. He took the document handed over by Zhou Fan and nodded, saying, since Mr. Zhou doesn't agree, then let's just drop the matter and not sign the document. This document is nothing else but Chi Group's appointment of Chi Lin as the manager of the Public Relations Department. However, now that Zhou Fan is here, it is obviously impossible. Dad, why? Chi Lin also saw the things on the document at this moment, and he exclaimed in surprise when he couldn't recognize it. It was his own company, but now he couldn't even get a manager position. What kind of thing was this? No reason, because I don't agree. Don't forget, I am the actual chairman of the Chi Group now. Zhou Fan sneered, then continued, didn't you kick me out of my internship? Well, now you don't have any chance in the Chi Group. Zhou Fan, don't be so arrogant. Chi Group belongs to us, so what if you hold a lot of shares now? Let me tell you, the board meeting didn't take place, and my dad is still. Chi Lin revealed his true face, stood up and almost pointed his finger at Zhou Fan's nose, shouting hysterically. Sit down. Zhou Fan had a blank expression on his face, but Chi Tianqing pushed him back. He then forced a smile and looked at Zhou Fan and said, don't take Xiaolin's words to heart. Don't worry, he won't join the Chi Group. However, I still need to prepare for the board of directors and try to call all the directors back. Chi Tian had a smile on his face. The most important thing now was to stabilize Zhou Fan first, and then think of a solution. How long will that take? Zhou Fan raised his eyelids and said lightly. 1 month. No. Half a month. The board meeting will be held on time in half a month, and someone will notify you, Mr. Zhou. Seeing Zhou Fan relax, Chi Tian hurriedly made a promise. Chapter 7 Systems Surprise Gift Pack. After hearing this, Zhou Fan slowly stood up, straightened his suit, and nodded, okay, I'll wait for half a month, but... As he spoke, Zhou Fan turned his gaze to Chi Lin and deliberately stopped in the middle of his speech. How could a shrewd person like Chi Tian not see through Zhou Fan's intentions? He immediately slapped Chi Lin on the head and said angrily, asshole, apologize to Mr. Zhou right now. I'll put you in solitary confinement for a month when I get back, so you don't cause trouble for me every day. Chi Lin's face was filled with reluctance, but at this point he could only slowly stand up, lowering his head and whispering, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. I was blind to his true potential before. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Although the apology was spoken hesitantly, Zhou Fan felt very happy after hearing it. After a light chuckle, he bent down to pick up the contract document on the coffee table and walked straight to the door. Chi Tian was a much more mature person. Seeing this, he followed Zhou Fan to the office door, called the girl who had just delivered the documents, and watched Zhou Fan leave. Chi Lin clenched his fists tightly, his face extremely gloomy. He felt that he had lost all his face in half his life today, and the key point was that it happened in front of Zhou Fan, and he was even the instigator. Dad. What do you mean? After Zhou Fan left, Qilin finally couldn't help it and started roaring in the office. If you want to achieve great things, the first thing you need to learn is to be flexible. Showing off your talents is not a good thing. After Su Chian came back, he spoke lightly. I don't care, I'm going to kill this guy, I have to kill him. Qilin covered his slightly swollen cheeks, gritted his teeth and uttered these words word by word. Why rush? Let's get back absolute control first. Then we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. When we first met him today, I thought he was some old fox, but he turned out to be a young boy. He doesn't seem to know anything, and he just has some money at home and is just messing around. Su Chian lit a cigar, then as if he had thought of something, he continued, we still have to find a way to investigate. If Zhou Fan really has some powerful background, we'll be in trouble. He doesn't have any background whatsoever. He's just a poor kid from the countryside. He's been working part-time for 4 years in college, and even his girlfriend looks down on him. Qilin sneered at this time. To be honest, in the 4 years of college, he never discovered that Zhou Fan was a hidden rich second generation. There must be something wrong. Don't worry about it for now. I'll go talk to your uncles. Find someone to investigate Zhou Fan from birth to now. Find out how many times he wet the bed as a child. Su Chian's eyes flashed, and he already had a plan in mind. On the one hand, he would check Zhou Fan's background, and on the other hand, he would contact some directors. When the Qi group was first established, many of the old men followed Su Chian to conquer the world. Now he could only borrow their shares. Wait until the shares are concentrated, then invest some money to dilute the stock price. During this period, as long as we keep it secret from Zhou Fan, we can regain the initiative. While the father and son were discussing how to deal with the situation, Yang Cheng had already returned to the Bugatti, took out his mobile phone, and skillfully opened the app, ready to see what goodies he had exchanged for today. Surprise gift package, limited time purchase rebate. Click to start the timer. The host can get a 10-fold rebate on shopping within 1 hour. To Zhou Fan's surprise, the item on the app was not the previous showcase product, but something that looked like a red envelope with an explanatory text below. Zhou Fan was not stupid either. He immediately understood what this thing meant and checked his balance immediately. Dear user, your current balance is 1,389 renminbi. Depend on. After seeing the text message from the bank, Zhou Fan couldn't help but curse, the capital was too little. After a while, Zhou Fan gritted his teeth. It was better to have something than nothing. If he could get a 10-fold return on the 1,000 yuan, he would at least make around 10,000 yuan. If he continued to spend. Thinking of this, Zhou Fan grinned, immediately started the Bugatti, and drove out of the parking lot with the engine roaring. Arriving near Wanda Plaza in Shanghai, Zhou Fan found a place to park his car, and then walked into a tobacco shop nearby that looked pretty good. The first step is to spend the money in the card first, and then after the cashback comes back, go to Wanda and go shopping. Boss, give me a cigarette. After entering the door, Zhou Fan shouted to the boss behind the counter. Hey, bro, what kind of cigarettes do you want? The boss was a middle-aged woman who stood up and asked. This question really stumped Zhou Fan. He didn't smoke on a daily basis and didn't have the spare money to buy something that would smoke. He scratched his head and said, just give me one that's over 1,000 yuan. I'll give it to someone. Then let's take Dao Yu Tai Blue. This cigarette is smooth to smoke and looks classy. It'll make you look very impressive when you take it out. As the boss spoke, he took a pack of blue cigarettes from the shelf behind him and handed it over. Zhou Fan didn't look closely. After taking it, he asked directly, how much? Not expensive, 12,000. The boss grinned. From Zhou Fan's attire, one could tell that he was a wealthy man. Swipe the card. Zhou Fan clicked his tongue in his heart, but he took out his bank card without hesitation. No matter how reluctant he was to spend the money, he had to spend it. Of course, before swiping the card, he made sure to claim the activities in the app first. After paying with the card, Zhou Fan walked out of the store with a cigarette under his arm, feeling a little excited. After a while, a new message came from his mobile phone, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Ding, congratulations to the host, you spent 1,200 renminbi during the event and received a 10-fold cashback. Dear customer, your bank card with the last digit 7347 has received 12,000 renminbi. The current balance is... Call. After seeing the text message and hearing the prompt tone, Zhou Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This 1,000 yuan was all his fortune. Although the system generally would not have problems, there was always the possibility of something going wrong. Now that the money has arrived, Zhou Fan glanced at the remaining time of the system activity. There were about 53 minutes left, so he didn't delay any longer and walked into the Wanda Plaza diagonally opposite. Ding, congratulations to the host, you spent 3,500 renminbi during the event. Ding, congratulations to the host, you spent 24888 RMB during the event. Zhou Fan started his shopping spree as soon as he entered. He stayed in each store for about 10 minutes, basically buying things according to the upper limit of the balance in his bank card. Soon his hands were full of bags, from clothes to jewelry. As long as the price was right, he would buy everything. When Zhou Fan walked out of the last store at the end of the street, the balance on his bank card had soared to more than 3 million. Chapter 8 Unlocking a $10 million fortune. After all this shopping spree, Zhou Fan looked at the countdown again. There were about 10 minutes left, which meant he could make one more purchase and increase his net worth to tens of millions. Looking around, Zhou Fan's eyes were fixed on the Patek Philippe not far away, and he walked over without hesitation. As a man, besides loving cars, watches are naturally the most important thing. Welcome, sir. As soon as he entered the door, a salesperson came forward, bowed slightly and greeted him, then took the package from Zhou Fan's hand and placed it in a special place for observation. Sir, do you have an appointment? After putting the things away, the sales lady took Zhou Fan into a place that looked like a lounge, brought him a cup of coffee, and then asked. When Zhou Fan entered here, he didn't feel like he was walking into a store, but rather like he was back home. The surrounding decoration was also in European style, with sofas and home decorations everywhere. No, I just want to buy a few watches at the last minute. Just take me to see them. Zhou Fan didn't touch the coffee and spoke directly to the sales lady. Now it is proven that time is money, and it is hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, follow me. The sales lady was polite and took Zhou Fan to another large room. In the middle of the room was a rectangular glass display case, and on the right were several recessed windows. In the display cabinets and windows, there are many Patek Philippe watches of various types, which are exquisite and luxurious under the light. Zhou Fan was not the only one looking at watches here. There was also another salesperson who was introducing watches to a couple. The man looked a bit bald and was at least 40 years old, while the woman was dressed youthfully and beautifully, no more than 25 years old, and spoke in a coquettish voice. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was a bit subtle. However, Zhou Fan didn't have the mind to think about those things. He listened carefully to the sales lady's introduction. Sir, look, this one is the 5167A001, priced at 168,800 yuan, with a luminous display, all stainless steel, and an automatic mechanical watch. Zhou Fan took a look and shook his head. It's cheap. Is there anything more expensive? This watch is only worth over 100,000 yuan, which obviously does not meet Zhou Fan's expectations, and he doesn't have much time left. Then sir, please take a look at this one, 5,981 R, priced at 640,000. Is there anything over $1 million? Preferably over 2 million. The sales lady had just introduced another model when Zhou Fan interrupted her directly. Brother Jun, look, this guy is so arrogant, he actually wants to see more than 2 million. The sales lady was stunned for a moment, and then the young girl in the couple looking at watches next to her spoke and pointed at Zhou Fan. The middle-aged man called Brother Jun frowned, secretly pulled the girl, then looked at Zhou Fan and smiled apologetically. Those who can consume here are either rich or noble, so there is no need to mock or make enemies. Besides, Brother Jun can tell at a glance that the suit Zhou Fan is wearing is of extraordinary value. Zhou Fan didn't take the girl's words to heart. He was in a hurry at the moment. The salesgirl also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly took Zhou Fan to the other side. Excuse me, sir. Take a look at this one, the 5271P, priced at 2.6 million. It's a manual mechanical watch made of 950 platinum and inlaid with 58 elongated diamonds. The sales lady pointed to a watch in the window and introduced it. Zhou Fan immediately fell in love with this one, with its alternating black and white colors and sparkling diamonds. He immediately said, "This is it." Swipe the card. The sales lady was stunned for a moment, obviously surprised by Zhou Fan. This was probably the first person she had met since she started working here who decided to spend more than 2 million to buy a watch without even taking a closer look. What are you standing there for? Swipe your card. Zhou Fan waved the bank card in front of the salesgirl, which made her come back to her senses. Excuse me, sir, I'll go get your things and swipe your card. The sales lady first apologized, then took the bank card with both hands and trotted out. This deal was successful, and her commission was almost equal to a month's salary. Brother June, I want this one, it's only 430,000. Shaoli, change it. This one is good. Don't you like white? It will definitely look good with your skin. Just when Joe Fan was bored, he heard the voices of the couple next to him and couldn't help but turn his head to look. The girl named Shelly took a fancy to a white gold diamond watch with a blue strap, but Jungo thought it was too expensive and was only willing to buy another one that cost about 100,000 yuan. At Patek Philippe, a watch that costs more than 100,000 yuan is only considered entry-level. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to buy $1 million watch? Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go buy it. What a country bumpkin. He bought a Patek Philippe worth millions. Ugh. Jun Ji's words obviously made Shirley very unhappy. She turned her head and saw Joe Fan. She became angry and spoke without thinking. As soon as these words came out, Joe Fan's face turned a little ugly. Even Jungo felt embarrassed. This spendthrift woman should not be brought out. Sorry, little brother, this woman is stupid and can't talk, please don't mind it. Brother June was obviously very experienced and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. What do you mean? You're actually speaking for an outsider? I just want a watch, right? It's fine if you don't want to buy it, but now you're being mean to me. I've been with you for half a year. Shelley's expression changed drastically when she heard that. She looked like she was about to cry. She acted pitiful to gain sympathy, which really opened Joe Fan's eyes. Bang! Shut up. Don't even think about it. If you keep making trouble, get out of here. Brother June actually waved his hand and slapped Shirley in the face, gritting his teeth and saying angrily that anyone who could afford a handmade suit could very likely buy a watch worth 2 million, and he was unwilling to offend such a person, especially a young person, as who knows, there might be a family behind them that dominated the Magic City. Sir, you need to sign this. Just when Jungo was scolding Shelley, the previous salesperson came back and handed the receipt after swiping the card to Joe Fan. It was obvious that the payment had been completed. Joe Fan picked up the pen, signed his name, and ignored the couple for the time being. Ding, congratulations to the host, you spent 2.6 million within the limited time and received a rebate of 26 million. At the same time, text messages from the bank arrived almost at the same time. With the experience of the previous times, Joe Fan counted them and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. From now on, he was worth tens of millions. Then the sales lady opened the window, took out the platinum diamond watch worth 2.6 million, and put it on Joe Fan. Xiaoli was slapped hard by Jungo and scolded. In addition, Joe Fan really paid for the watch, so she dared not say a word. Chapter 9 Shinjun. Little brother, it's all my fault for not disciplining you properly. I've really caused you trouble. At this moment, Brother June also came over with a smile on his face. He glanced at the watch on Joe Fan's hand, and became more and more convinced that his previous feeling was correct. Joe Fan had an extraordinary background. Brother, a woman like this is just like you can summon her and dismiss her at will. If you are not satisfied with her, then just change her. Joe Fan was not a pushover, so he spoke calmly. Brother, you're right, do you hear me? Get out of here now. Brother June was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, turned around and directly sentenced the young girl named Shelley to death. Brother June, please don't, you know I can't live without you. Sir, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being mean. I apologize to you. Please say something good for me. I don't want the 430,000 yuan one anymore. I want. No, I won't buy it, Jungu. Can I not buy it? This time Shelley really cried. In fact, she had always been supported by Jungu. If she was kicked out, where would she find the next Jungu and live the luxurious life she has now? But Jungu ignored Shelley's words. He just thought what Joe Fan said, as long as you have money, you can get any kind of girl. Joe Fan even ignored Shelley's request. We are all adults and should learn to be responsible for our own actions. Little brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Shinjun. I own a 5-star hotel in Shanghai. I wonder where you are from. Brother June pushed Shelley away and didn't care that she fell to the ground. He turned to look at Joe Fan. Joe Fan, a homeless man. Joe Fan shrugged and gave his name simply and directly. Brother Joe is really humorous. Jun laughed, but in his heart he kept thinking about what he had heard of the Zhou family, trying to find out Zhou Fan's identity, but he couldn't come up with any result. Well, brother Zhou, please do me a favor and come to my hotel. Consider it my apology for what happened today. Let's be friends. Jun then spoke again and naturally invited Zhou Fan to have lunch together. It was almost time for lunch now. Ding ling ling. Zhou Fan was about to speak when the phone in his pocket rang. After saying sorry, he walked to the side and answered it. Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is the property management department of Thompson 1. Are you free this afternoon? Could you please come over? The call was from Thompson Epine. Zhou Fan was just thinking of going over to see his house, so he agreed over the phone. Sorry, brother Shin, I have something to do this afternoon. Let's get together next time. After hanging up the phone and walking back, Zhou Fan shook his phone and shrugged. Okay, Magic City Grand Hotel, you can come over anytime, just call me when you're ready. Jun laughed heartily, then exchanged contact information with Zhou Fan and told him the address without forcing him. Okay, I'll be leaving first. I'll contact you later. Zhou Fan nodded, then turned around and walked out without even looking at Shelley, who was still crying on the ground. The Patek Philippe sales lady even helped Zhou Fan carry all the bags to the car. When she saw the Bugatti, the sales lady couldn't help but look shocked. But just when she was hesitating whether to ask for contact information, Zhou Fan had already stepped on the accelerator and left. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly on the spot. Tangshan Epine has always been known as a place where wealthy people live. Any property here costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan, so ordinary people basically don't have to hope to afford it. This is the kind of thing that if you don't have it when you are born, you can forget about it in this life. When Zhou Fan arrived outside Thompson 1, he encountered an embarrassing situation. As a place where wealthy people live, the security and property management here must be strict to the point of being harsh. Therefore, even though he drove a Bugatti worth tens of millions, he still couldn't get in. Sir, I'm really sorry. If you're not the owner of this place, or if you've contacted your friend, I can't let you in. Zhou Fan's car was stopped by security. No matter how he explained, it was useless, and the other party's attitude was impeccable. In desperation, Zhou Fan could only dial the number that had called him before, which was a local landline number. Hello, Dingsheng Property, who are you? My name is Zhou Fan, and now I'm at Thompson first floor, but unfortunately I can't get in. Excuse me, are you the owner? Yeah, didn't you ask me to come here? Sorry, I checked the system and didn't find any property in Thompson first floor under Zhou Fan's name. Hello. A sweet female voice answered the phone. At first, she was quite respectful and enthusiastic, but later she became cold and finally hung up Zhou Fan's phone. At that moment, inside Dingsheng Property, a stunning woman with a ponytail and black-framed glasses stood up from her workstation, looked at another girl approaching, and said calmly, Xiao-sun, I got a call for you. They say it's from the owner of this place, but there's no information about him in the system. Please check it later. Also, don't use the property management phone for personal purposes. There are always some internet celebrities trying to sneak in. The beautiful woman who was speaking was the manager of Dingsheng Property, named Suya. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very capable. Even many of the owners of Thompson Epine were envious of her. Okay, Manager Su. Xiao-sun was holding a document in his arms. He nodded hurriedly and took the manager's words to heart. By the way, Manager Su, did the caller mention a name? Just when Suya nodded and wanted to leave, Xiao-sun seemed to remember something and asked in a low voice. I think his name is something like Zhou. Yes. Zhou Fan. Suya thought for a moment and said a name. Ah. Manager Su, he really is our owner, living in Unit 1, Building A. He just bought it, so I haven't had time to enter it into the system yet. Xiao-sun covered his mouth and suddenly remembered the phone call he had made before. This. Suya suddenly felt a headache. Building A, number 1, this place is not something that ordinary people can buy. Not only do you need to be rich, but you also need to be qualified. But who can be blamed for this? It was just a coincidence. I'm going to the gate now. Please call the duty office immediately. I hope they'll be easy to talk to. Sigh. Suya rubbed her forehead. This was the only remedy she could do now. If she didn't handle it properly, she would lose her job. At this time, Zhou Fan was glaring at the two security guards at the gate. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, turned back to the car and took out the red book. Look, I've got the title deed. Now I can finally prove it. Zhou Fan thought of the property ownership certificate for Thompson Epine. Unfortunately, the two security guards didn't even look at it. One of them said indifferently, "This trick has been used before. It can be bought from telephone poles for a little money." Zhou Fan was speechless for a moment. Someone actually forged the property certificate of Thompson Epine? Chapter 10 Beautiful Manager. Looking at the two security guards in front of him with expressions that said, "I wonder what tricks you can play," Zhou Fan suddenly felt that the property certificate in his hand was not so interesting. This feeling of not being able to return home is really overwhelming. We see people like you several times a day. I advise you to stay where you are. You are just an eyesore to all these owners coming and going. It's really pitiful for someone who rents a luxury car and forges ID just to take a photo with Thompson Epine. Zhou Fan also didn't understand what was going on. If the real estate certificate was useless, then what could be useful? How about I make another call? I must have forgotten it just now. Who knows, maybe I'll remember it now. Zhou Fan believed in the instant kill system. What he had in his hands now proved the existence of this system. The Chi Group could obtain a 51% controlling stake, so there was no possibility of anything going wrong here. Wake up, the system doesn't have your name, which means it doesn't have your house. Look, do you see the opposite side? It's Tang Chen, the second grade one. It's hard to say where your house is. The security guard grabbed Zhou Fan and pointed at the commercial housing opposite. There are always some poor people around the places where rich people gather who want to emulate the lives of the rich, just like they are trying to quench their thirst by looking at a plum. Zhou Fan was helpless because this security guard was stubborn and wouldn't budge at all. The luxury car was here and the property certificate was here, so he should at least agree to his request, right? Not even a single phone call allowed. Okay, you asked me to go back. I will definitely complain to you when I get back. Zhou Fan didn't plan to waste time here. He might have to ask the people here to go back when he got back. The security guard still looked indifferent, ready to watch Zhou Fan leave. Suya walked out of the building and saw a man chatting with the security guard from a distance. She unconsciously quickened her pace, and her high heels made a clicking sound. Seeing Zhou Fan turning around to leave, he became anxious. The people in Building A, number 1, were not owners who could be easily provoked. "Mr. Zhou, please stay." Zhou Fan subconsciously turned around and saw a beautiful woman in high heels running towards him. He had seen many such scenes in his dreams. The woman was wearing a professional suit, and her black wrap skirt outlined her perfect and seductive curves. She might have run too fast, breathing rapidly, and her chest was heaving violently, which made Zhou Fan's blood boil. "What's wrong?" Zhou Fan spoke lightly, trying hard to make his voice sound normal. Suya was a little surprised and a little pressured to see that the first-class occupant of Building A was such a young man, as it was even harder to talk to a young man. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I was a little confused just now. Due to a system issue, I didn't enter Mr. Zhou's name in time, which led to this embarrassing situation. I hope you can forgive me." After saying that, Suya bowed solemnly to Zhou Fan. The majestic career line made Zhou Fan dizzy. Zhou Fan didn't say anything, and Suya didn't dare to stand up. The security guard standing by naturally recognized the beauty in front of him. She was the property manager of Thompson Epine and a famous beauty in the property company. And the man in front of me turned out to be the owner. Seeing that Zhou Fan didn't say anything, Suyaju's waist was really painful, so she straightened up while talking. "I'm Suya, the property manager of Thompson 1. We're very sorry about what happened this time." As the spring scenery in the garden disappeared from his sight, Zhou Fan was quickly summoned back to his position by him. "Well, I just said that my property deed is different from the one on the telephone pole. Since you are so sincere, I will let it go." Zhou Fan shook the property certificate in his hand, and the two security guards immediately lowered their heads, not even daring to look at each other. Looking at this scene, Suya guessed that the two security guards must have said something to Zhou Fan. "Mr. Zhou, I've indeed wasted a lot of your time just now. Shall we go in?" Seeing that Zhou Fan didn't seem to want to blame her, Suya immediately introduced Zhou Fan to Room 1, Building A. The house Zhou Fan originally lived in was a small, dilapidated house, which was almost a dangerous building compared to this villa. "Mr. Zhou, Building A, Unit 1 is a detached duplex villa. Not only does it have its own garden, but there's also an artificial lake behind it. It also has a gym, a swimming pool, and a private cinema. They're all top-notch and fully equipped. If I were not satisfied, I would be extremely satisfied. It is completely different from my own rental house. I immediately decided to move in today. Mr. Zhou Fan, I'll go check you in. You can look around and tell me if you're not satisfied with anything. Zhou Fan nodded, and Suya turned to go through the check-in procedures. He also toured the villa leisurely. Not only is the scenery unique, but there is also such a sexy property manager, which is an extra bonus. Afterwards, Zhou Fan added Suya's contact information. Room 1, Building A was a big customer and should be received personally by the property manager. Now that I have a new house, I have to go back to my own place and clean it up. After driving the Bugatti Veyron out of the exclusive underground garage, Zhou Fan arrived at the bustling downtown area and stopped next to an old demolished house. The price of such a house was so low that Zhou Fan doubted his life. However, he was leaving home today and he had nothing to pack. The only valuable thing was the broken laptop he bought when he was a freshman. The things inside cannot be thrown away, so they must be taken away. When Zhou Fan came out with his computer, he heard a quarrel coming from the next door to the next door. Curiosity drove me to turn my head subconsciously, but I unexpectedly saw an acquaintance, the school beauty Su Chian. The second protagonist is the landlord whom he has hated so much for the past 4 years but has had to treat like a grandfather. At this time, he was scolding Su Chian with a belly as big as if he was pregnant, and the fat on his belly was almost hitting Su Chian's face. Counting today's payment, you've already owed 3 months' rent. How long do you want to delay it? The landlord's voice was as loud as a bomb, and Zhou Fan could hear it clearly from a long distance away. Su Chian was so scared that she was almost sweating. She pleaded pitifully, "My salary will be paid the day after tomorrow. Please give me 2 more days. I will pay the overdue rent immediately after I get paid." With both tuition and living expenses to pay, Su Chian had no choice but to default on rent, which led to the current situation. The landlord narrowed his eyes in an obscene manner, his saliva almost dripping onto the ground. Looking at Su Chian's tight figure, he wished he could dig out his eyeballs and stick them on her. Su Chian, these female college students have a lot of capital nowadays. You have to make good use of it. If you make good use of it, you don't have to work so hard. As he said this, his eyes lingered on Su Chian's proud body with a meaningful look. Su Chian was a little confused at first, but when she saw that look, no matter how dumb she was, she knew what the landlord meant. She grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly and wanted to slap him hard in the face. But you won't find such low housing prices anywhere else. Seeing this, Zhou Fan stepped forward decisively and protected Su Chian behind him. "Hey, landlord, you're instigating a girl to commit a crime, aren't you?" The landlord was a little confused when he saw Zhou Fan suddenly come out. When did this kid become so nosy? "Boy, I advise you to stay away from me, otherwise you will get into trouble," he warned Zhou Fan fiercely. "You fat guy still want to bully Su Chian. If I don't stand up, wouldn't that be a bit too bullying?" Zhou Fan shrugged nonchalantly. He was afraid of him before, but not now. "Zhou Fan, you don't want to live like this anymore? Why are you trying to learn from the movie about heroes saving beauties? What's the matter? You're a poor bastard, but you still want to eat swan meat and want to share a piece of the pie with me?" The landlord mocked Zhou Fan in various ways. How dare this brat show up here? Apart from Su Chian, the one who owes him the most rent is Zhou Fan. He was so magnanimous as to take them in, yet they still dare to yell at him here. Zhou Fan couldn't hold back any longer and threw a punch he had been wanting to throw for a long time. Chapter 11, Paying Off the Rent. The landlord turned his head to the side. He didn't expect that Zhou Fan would dare to fight with him. The landlord could smell the blood in his mouth and started cursing at Zhou Fan. When the fat man became fierce, he looked really ferocious. Su Chian unconsciously hid behind Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan threw the punch he had wanted to throw for the past 4 years. This shameless landlord relied on his status to bully these poor tenants, borrowing stuffing from them to make dumplings and coffee from them. He had long wanted to beat up that treacherous landlord, and today he finally got his wish. After throwing a punch, Zhou Fan calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket. When the landlord saw Zhou Fan holding out a cigarette, his face darkened and he stiffened his neck and snorted coldly, "You slapped me and you expect me to give you something sweet? Do you think I'll let you go?" Zhou Fan, who was halfway through lighting a cigarette, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, saying that the landlord was thinking too much. He just wanted to smoke one to relax. In an instant, Zhou Fan began to be surrounded by smoke. You. The landlord was so angry at Joe Fan that he was speechless. You mess with me. Don't even think about surviving in this downtown area. I'll make you homeless. He was so angry that he shouted this sentence while his bloated body was shaking. Joe Fan slowly blew out a smoke ring, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Then I really have to thank you. I just can't stay here any longer. The landlord's eyes widened. Wasn't this guy saving money to provide for his girlfriend's food, drink, and entertainment? This was the cheapest house here. Could it be that his girlfriend broke up with him? You're a jerk, you must have been dumped. You don't have to live here anymore. But you have to pay the 5 months rent you owe. If you can't pay, get down on your knees and apologize. The landlord was sure that Joe Fan couldn't possibly come up with $1,200. He could guess how poor this guy was. Su Chian thought Joe Fan had gotten into this fight with the landlord because of her, but didn't Joe Fan drive a Bugatti Veyron? And he actually rented the same place as her. Su Chian for 3 months, I for 6 months, a total of $1,800. I'll give you 3 times as much to wake you up, you fat pig. Joe Fan said this, and directly transferred 5,400 yuan via mobile phone, and pulled Su Chian away from the downtown area. The landlord couldn't believe that Joe Fan really took out so much money, but he was unwilling to let Su Chian go like that, so he hurriedly followed him out cursing, intending to make things difficult for the two of them. But I saw a Bugatti Veyron supercar parked outside, which looked out of place in the downtown area. At this time, Joe Fan put the luggage in the car, and Su Chian had already gotten into the sports car. When the landlord wanted to speak, the supercar sped away, and even the taillights could not be seen, leaving behind a group of people who had never seen the world pointing and talking at the location where the supercar had just been. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. I've never seen a sports car like this in my life. We can't even afford a Santana here, so we can only dream of seeing a car like this. Why does the person driving the car look so much like Joe Fan? You're still dreaming, aren't you? Joe Fan can't even afford a photo of a luxury car like this. It must be the rich man that woman hooked up with who came to pick him up. The people around were talking about it, and only the landlord was left standing there with a sullen face. Joe Fan, this kid, has turned over a new leaf. I gradually regretted why I didn't see this hidden dark horse when I lived with him. Su Chian was sitting in the supercar, and even though it was her second time, the atmosphere was still a little tense. This is the second time Joe Fan has stepped forward to help me solve a crisis. Joe Fan felt a little embarrassed. He had brought the girl out like this. It was definitely impossible for him to go back. But he made the girl homeless. I guess I can't go back to that place. After all, this incident was caused by me. I'll stay in the hotel tonight. Hearing Joe Fan say this, Su Chian looked up suddenly. When a man tells a woman that they will stay in a hotel tonight, it is inevitable that people will think of that kind of scene. Joe Fan realized something was wrong right after he finished speaking, and quickly added, "No, you are staying in the hotel by yourself. I can't let you sleep on the street." Su Chian was just startled just now, and knew that Joe Fan was not that kind of person. "No, this is my own business. How can I bother you again? Thank you very much for what you did today." Joe Fan naturally knew that Su Chian probably didn't even have enough money to stay in a small hotel. She couldn't even afford the 200 yuan rent, so how could she find a place to live? Don't be so formal. After all, I love helping beautiful women. I'm worried about leaving you out here alone. We'll talk about the future later. Su Chian did not refuse this time. After all, if Joe Fan really left her on the road, she might have to spend the night on the street. The murder case that appeared in the news broadcast had already gone through Su Chian's mind. She was so scared that she had no choice but to accept Joe Fan's kindness. Joe Fan drove the Bugatti to the Imperial Hotel and took Su Chian's luggage to the hotel to check in. When he arrived at the front desk and was about to take out his ID card to book a deluxe room, Su Chian directly refused and only chose a king-size bedroom. She could live in such a poor environment in a rental house, so there was no need for her to stay in a deluxe room. Joe Fan couldn't persuade Su Chian, so he could only do as Su Chian said. Because of Su Chian's beauty and proud figure, she attracted the attention of many men after entering the hotel. The hotel manager was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, but when he saw Su Chian, his eyes lit up. It's hard to say whether these two people are a couple. After asking the front desk, I found out that the woman was checking in alone. This is a great opportunity. Joe Fan took the luggage and took Su Chian to the room. When they entered the room, it turned out to be a round bedroom. He remembered it seemed to be a double room, but this was different and a bit strange. Didn't we want a room with a king-size bed? Why are we consummating the marriage now? The hotel manager was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, "There are no king-size rooms left. The front desk staff made a mistake, so we changed to this round bedroom. However, this round bed is very large and can also be used as a king-size room." The Dihao Hotel is a big hotel in Shanghai. Could it make such a ridiculous mistake? Okay, you can go now. Zhou Fan did not pursue the matter but drove the hotel manager away. The hotel manager returned to his office with a lewd smile on his face and turned on his computer eagerly. "Thank you for coming today. You should go and get busy too," Su Chian said to Zhou Fan with a blushing face. "No, there's no rush." Zhou Fan looked around as if he was looking for something. This scared Su Chian again. She thought Zhou Fan would show his vicious side as soon as they arrived at the hotel, but when she looked at Zhou Fan, she found that Zhou Fan's eyes were not on her at all. "What are you looking for? Did you lose something?" Su Chian didn't understand what Zhou Fan was looking for, so she blindly followed him. Zhou Fan set his sights on the bathroom and finally found a pinhole camera in a hidden corner where bathrobes were placed. He immediately pulled the thing out. Su Chian waited shyly outside, thinking that Zhou Fan had gone into the bathroom. She walked in only after no sound was heard. When she saw what Zhou Fan was holding in his hand, she was confused at first, then she suddenly realized what was going on and covered her mouth with her hand. If Zhou Fan didn't take out the pinhole camera, then when she took a shower tonight, wouldn't she? Just thinking about it makes me feel a chill. You're really good. So obscene. Zhou Fan didn't expect that such a thing would happen in such a big hotel. Fortunately, he was careful. At this moment, the hotel manager turned on his computer and opened the software expertly, only to find that everything was dark. Could it be that something was blocking it? Or was it broken? Thinking of Su Chian's impressive figure. "No, I have to go check it out." Walking from the office to Su Chian's room, the hotel manager fantasized about the plot of a hungry young woman. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. Chapter 12 Unique Brain Circuits. In the room, two people sat on a large round bed. There should have been an ambiguous atmosphere, but there was an indescribable seriousness. Before Zhou Fan could make the call to the front desk, a man, the hotel manager, appeared at the door of the room. The hotel manager thought Zhou Fan had left long ago and thought he came here to see pictures of beauties emerging from their baths, but seeing a man was really a real eyesore. But the hotel manager came at the right time, and this matter must be related to him. Just because he led them directly to this room, we can conclude that this hotel manager is definitely up to something and is taking advantage of his position to do things worse than beasts. "What's the matter? If I didn't invite you, what are you doing here?" Zhou Fan spoke calmly and put the pinhole camera behind him. He wanted to see what excuse this idiot could come up with. "I remember there was some problem with the bathroom in this room. I came to see if it's fixed." The hotel manager said this and went into the bathroom without caring whether Zhou Fan and the others agreed or not. "Are you here to check if there's anything wrong with the bathroom, or to make sure there's something wrong with your camera?" Zhou Fan raised his head and his voice was extremely angry. The hotel manager paused as he pushed open the bathroom door and said with an awkward smile, "Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. I hid the pinhole camera very secretly, how could anyone find it in such a short time? It must not be this matter, I just need to pretend to be deaf and dumb." "You really don't know what I'm talking about? It's so obvious, how could they possibly believe it? I really don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing as how you're doing, the bathroom should be fine. I'll be leaving first." The hotel manager suddenly felt that it was not advisable to stay here for long. This was the first time he had failed in all the things he had done, so of course he had to escape. "Want to run? You are the hotel manager, where can you run to?" Zhou Fan warned the figure who was about to escape. Su Chian was stunned. She had just thought that some other customers had placed it there. A hotel manager with such a high position should not do such a disgusting thing. But, it was true, Zhou Fan guessed it all right. The hotel manager calmed down after being yelled at by Zhou Fan. If he ran away like this, and the two of them used evidence to tell others about him, how could he have a chance to escape? If I put it another way, it would probably be different. The hotel manager stopped shrinking back and straightened his back. "What's the matter? What can I do? What can you do to me?" The hotel manager's scowling expression made Zhou Fan feel nauseous. You are so arrogant to do such a thing. You are too arrogant. So what? I'm the hotel manager. If I say it wasn't me, but I caught you two installing a hidden camera, will they believe you or me? After saying this, the hotel manager had a proud expression as if he had won the game, but after calming down, he was no longer as panicked as before. Zhou Fan almost vomited blood after hearing this. This guy's ability to put things on people's heads was incredible. But he wasn't a pushover either. Whatever you say is what it is. I'll call the police and arrest you. Then you'll know what it means to get what you deserve. Ha, same logic. Why should they believe you? I called the police first and caught the thief. What can you do to me? Su Chian was so angry at the scoundrel in front of her. It was the first time she had met such a shameless person. The landlord even had the aura of a good person in front of him. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a hotel manager. Zhou Fan said this very coldly, his phone in his hand recording the audio all the time. You have to use your brain to deal with this kind of scoundrel. Sorry, it's the hotel manager who can really do whatever he wants. The hotel manager is so arrogant that his nose is almost pointing to the sky. He was getting bored after showing off to the hotel staff and bullying them every day, and the appearance of these two people was just the right time to relieve his boredom. I'm the hotel manager. We're different. You two can't even afford a decent room. You can only live in a shabby king-size room. If it weren't for me, how would you be able to live in a room with a round bed? I advise you to just swallow your anger and bear it, or else you'll get yourself into trouble. Don't blame me for not warning you. At this moment, the hotel manager spoke with confidence and threatened Zhou Fan and the other man. Do you think I'll get into trouble? Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows coldly. Just now he seemed to have remembered someone, and a name flashed through his mind. Of course. If I say you installed this pinhole camera, then you installed it. Get out of here tonight. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have you arrested. The hotel manager is getting worse and worse, and now he is even performing a show to kick people out. Call your leader here. I want to talk to him. He remembered that the Emperor Hotel was under Shinjun's name. If he hadn't helped with the move today, he would probably be drinking with Shinjun in the Emperor Hotel. Still thinking of looking for a leader? Don't dream. This whole hotel belongs to us. No need to look for a leader. What I say is what I say. If I tell you to get out, you have to get out. If I find out that you're talking nonsense outside, I'll have to find someone to beat you up. The hotel manager spoke more and more arrogantly, as if he had become the boss of the hotel and his word was final. Su Chian couldn't bear it anymore. Isn't this bullying? How could there be such a hotel manager? He has no manners at all. Zhou Fan raised his hand and signaled Su Chian to calm down. Have you ever heard of retribution in this life? People like him who brag and cheat like that will definitely end up in a miserable situation. Zhou Fan was talking seriously to Su Chian, and Su Chian couldn't help but nodded. The hotel manager may not know that his end is near and is still lost in fantasy. Okay, since you don't want to go to your boss, then I will contact him myself. If I contact you personally, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Zhou Fan shook the phone in his hand and looked at the hotel manager. You? And you contacted me personally? Our chairman is so busy that he can't even take care of my cousin. How can he let a fool like you contact her? What are you daydreaming about? The hotel manager didn't believe that Zhou Fan could call Shinjun. He was obviously a small fry who could only afford a double room. How could he know the big boss? Okay, you said it, and you won't regret it. Oh, if you can get the boss here, I'll chew the wires connected to the wall, and I'll even drink urine while standing upside down. The hotel manager spoke arrogantly. Zhou Fan's temperament didn't seem like someone who could get to know a big boss. It's okay to pretend to fool others, but it's impossible to fool him. Zhou Fan made a phone call, and the phone was quickly picked up after just one beep. Mr. Zhou, do you still have time to call me? Well, I'm at your Imperial Hotel now. If you're free, come over. Room number is 338B. Zhou Fan went straight to the point without exchanging pleasantries with Shinjun. Okay, I'm free. I'll be right there. Shinjun was originally going to the Imperial Hotel to check the market situation and was already on his way, but from Zhou Fan's tone, it seemed that things were not going well. After hanging up the phone, Shinjun sped up and drove towards the Dihao Hotel. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan thought the hotel manager would be scared for a bit, but he heard him burst out laughing. "You're such a jerk. You're bragging and even hiring someone to act out the whole thing. What did our boss say? Did he say, 'What the hell are you talking about, you idiot?'" Zhou Fan frowned slightly. He was indeed a simpleton with a strange way of thinking. Chapter 13, Dismissal of the Hotel Manager. Just as the hotel manager was mercilessly mocking Zhou Fan, Shinjun's car had already driven into the parking lot. Zhou Fan suddenly became interested when he saw the arrogant hotel manager, and suddenly wanted to experience the pleasure of getting slapped in the face. "You don't believe I know your boss?" "Of course. Our boss isn't even familiar with someone like me. How can you be familiar with him?" The hotel manager expressed contempt for Zhou Fan's deliberate questioning. "Okay, let's make a bet. If I can really find Shinjun, you kneel down and say, 'Dad, I was wrong 10 times. How about that? And you have to apologize to her too." Zhou Fan pointed at Su Chian behind him. Seeing Zhou Fan's gaze, Su Chian was a little moved. The hotel manager thought that Shinjun was very familiar with his cousin and they were very honest with each other. He couldn't even find Shinjun, so how could this kid who hadn't even grown all his hair yet be able to call Shinjun? What a joke. "Okay, I promise you, but if you don't call our boss, that woman will have to show me for free." The hotel manager looked past Zhou Fan and looked at Su Chian, who was sitting on the bed. Zhou Fan wanted to stretch out his leg to kick him, but he held back. "Okay. But she is my woman after all. Doing this is inhumane. I'll add one more thing. If I win, you strip naked and shout in the hall that you are not a human being." When the hotel manager heard Zhou Fan agreed, he nodded and agreed. He didn't care about what he said, and his whole heart was on the sexy woman in the bed. He had been watching her secretly for so long, and now he could finally watch her openly, and it was such a beautiful woman. How could he not be excited? Although Su Chian knew that Zhou Fan would never betray her, she was still a little scared. However, Zhou Fan quickly leaned over and spoke into her ear. "Don't be afraid, I'm very confident. I'm just trying to vent your anger. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss." After saying that, he sat leisurely on the bed. All that was left was to wait for Shinjun to come and deal with the hotel manager. After a while, the hotel manager became impatient and agitated. "I think you're just stalling for time. I don't care. You lose. Leave this woman to me." Before Zhou Fan could say anything, a familiar voice came from outside the door. "What's winning or losing? Why is it so lively?" Shinjun wasted some time parking his car, and as soon as he arrived at the door of 338B, he heard voices talking. The hotel manager froze in place as if struck by lightning, not daring to look back. He silently prayed in his heart that the voice was just similar to Shinjun's. As soon as Zhou Fan heard the sound, he knew that the real show was about to begin. He stood up and patted the hotel manager's shoulder sympathetically. "Alan? Why are you here too?" Shinjun was a little surprised to see Alin when he entered the room. Shouldn't he be busy inspecting the hotel at this time? Why was he here? Inside, Alan was speechless. He didn't expect that Shinjun would just happen to walk here. It must be because the door was not closed and he happened to see him here, so he came in. "There was a problem with the bathroom in this room, so I came to take a look. The problem has been fixed now, so please don't worry about it." After saying this, Alan wanted to pull Shinjun away. But Shinjun pushed his hand away without leaving a trace, which made him very embarrassed. "Mr. Zhou, you said you had something to do this morning, but you came to my humble home this evening. Why didn't you tell me before you came? I could have received you personally." Shinjia had a flattering smile on his face, and when he saw the beautiful woman behind Zhou Fan, he instantly understood why Zhou Fan was suddenly called away in the morning. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he would be there whenever he called. "Well, now is not the time to talk about this. I have a problem here that I want you to deal with." Zhou Fan looked at the hotel manager who was about to escape, and quickly brought the topic to this point, preventing the hotel manager from escaping. "You said, as long as I can do it, I can solve any problem for you." Shinjun wanted to make friends with Zhou Fan and agreed immediately. "It's not a big deal. I just discovered this when I was spending the night with my woman," Zhou Fan said as he took out a pinhole camera from his pocket. At first, Shinjun was confused and didn't know what was going on. But when he saw what Joe Fan had in his hand, he looked at Alan, who was standing next to him with his head almost buried in his crotch. The situation has probably never been clearer than it is now. You did this? Shinjia grabbed the camera and threw it at Alin, his voice was so angry. At this time, the hotel manager still had a lucky mentality. No. It wasn't me. I dealt with it as soon as Mr. Joe found out. Maybe it was due to some misunderstanding, which is why Mr. Joe thought so. After saying this, he swallowed hard. This man really knows the boss, and judging from Shinjun's appearance, he is definitely kneeling down to lick his boss. What did I just do? I really hit a wall. Shinjun naturally knew what kind of person Alan was. He had discovered it once before, but Alan knelt down and promised him that it would not happen again. But how could Joe Fan possibly make things difficult for his hotel manager? It must be Alan who caused trouble first, so Joe Fan called him over. Shinjun ignored the trembling Alin and said to Joe Fan, "Mr. Joe, look at this. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not managing you well enough. You encountered this as soon as you came in. I even argued with you to come. This is just a slap in my face." He was smiling at Joe Fan 1 second, but his face turned as black as charcoal the next second when he looked at Alin. "You're fired. Get the hell away from me. If I see you again, I'll beat you to death." He had tried so hard to make friends with Joe Fan, but this guy ruined all his efforts with the camera. How could he not be furious? "Brother-in-law, please don't, just for my cousin's sake, give me another chance." At this moment, Alan no longer cared about calling the Shin family boss, he also called his cousin-in-law. Joe Fan then realized that the two people had this kind of relationship. No wonder the hotel manager just said that, he is the leader, and the Dihao Hotel is almost like their family. Get lost. Your cousin was kicked out by me a long time ago. You two should get lost too. Both of you are bringing bad luck to me. Shinjun shook his sleeves, feeling that these two siblings might be stumbling blocks in his career. In the morning, Shioli ridiculed Joe Fan without any tact, and in the evening, the cousin did not give up and staged a Mission Impossible drama for him. Lin was stunned. How could he not know that his cousin had been dumped? He was originally a relative of a wealthy family, and if his cousin was dumped, he would definitely not be able to stay in his position as hotel manager. I was about to leave the room in despair. Wait. Joe Fan saw that the man was about to leave, but he couldn't do that because he hadn't fulfilled the bet he made. Although this naughty kid was already miserable, Joe Fan still felt that he could be even more miserable. Shinjun was stunned. Could it be that Joe Fan wanted to investigate this matter further? Then, could he still realize his plan? Alan thought what was going on. Looking at Joe Fan, he saw Joe Fan lifting his collar and revealing a meaningful smile. Although this guy has a strange way of thinking, he is not a fool. After being reminded, he naturally remembered the bet they made just now. He was very reluctant to fulfill his promise, but the person Shinjun was trying to curry favor with must be someone he couldn't afford to offend. He gritted his teeth, said sorry to Su Chian, and started to take off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, which was his last bit of dignity, and then ran out. Shinjun was stunned for a moment. Was this child so shocked that he became stupid? I'm not human. I'm not human. I'm not human. Alan's roaring voice came from outside the door. Seeing Shinjun's confused face, Joe Fan sat down calmly. It's a small problem, don't panic. Chapter 14, killing 100 million bonds in seconds. Shinjun was a little confused. Was Alin hit or something? Now all he could think about was the echo of Alin in the hotel lobby. Sorry, I have to go take care of something now. I'll be back soon. Mr. Zhou, please wait for me. Joe Fan waved his hand and told him to go quickly. At this time, Alan was running wildly in the lobby in a thin pair of boxer shorts, which made Shinjun very upset. Many guests in the hotel heard the noise and walked out of their rooms to watch this exciting scene. What's going on? Is this guy an exhibitionist? Is he sick? What is he yelling about? The people downstairs looked at the hotel manager with disgust. This hotel has a good reputation online, so how could something like this happen? Shinjun suddenly ran up and grabbed Alan. What are you doing? I fired you, and you're causing trouble and ruining the atmosphere of the hotel? Shinjun naturally thought that Alan's behavior was deliberate revenge. Let me go. This is what I should have done. Alan didn't want to do it either, but the man in the room could even order someone like Shinjun around. If he didn't fulfill his promise, he might be taken to court. The hotel staff around were staring at what was happening in front of them in amazement. What are you still waiting for? Throw him out right now. Shinjun was in a dilemma. These two siblings were always causing him trouble. At this time, Zhou Fan was sitting on the bedboard, and Su Chian didn't know what to do. You should take a rest first and wait for Shinjun to come back to deal with it. Zhou Fan saw Su Chian awkwardly sitting and standing, and it looked awkward to him. Su Chian nodded, but she couldn't adapt at all with Zhou Fan here. On the contrary, Zhou Fan sat on the bed contentedly, took out his invincible mobile phone, clicked on the flash sale app, and the flash sale product inside turned out to be a 100 million bond issued by Guangda Bank. Guangda Bank's 100 million renminbi bond, flash sale price 99 renminbi, limited time sale until midnight. No way, a 100 million yuan bond is only 99 renminbi? Buy it. I have to buy it. I have to buy it even if I have to spend money. What else more, I don't have to spend money. This is really the pace of reaching the peak of life. Su Chian looked at Zhou Fan holding his phone and laughing at the screen, feeling a little strange. Could it be that he had a girlfriend? When a man laughs at his phone, he's probably talking to the woman he likes. Zhou Fan, what's so funny? Tell me and share it with me. Ha? Nothing much, just browsing Taobao. Nothing interesting. Shinjun should be back soon. Zhou Fan rubbed his cheeks, which were cramped from laughing, and made up an excuse to get away with it. Su Qian's expression was gloomy, but she soon returned to normal. Zhou Fan is such an outstanding man, so he must have no shortage of beauties like her around him. Speak of Chow Chow, Chow Chow appears. Shinjun walked in from outside with a smile on his face. Oh, sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Zhou. I really didn't hire the right person. This guy is Xiuli's cousin, and he does a lot of dirty things every day. I just turned a blind eye. But since you've offended Mr. Zhou, you've committed an unforgivable sin. I've already kicked you out, so you better calm down. Shinjun had a flattering look on his face, but he couldn't let Zhou Fan get so angry. It's okay, I'm not such a stingy person. Rich people should be more generous so that they can show their perfection. How about this, I'll change it for you into a luxury suite. You can stay there as long as you want, and you don't have to pay. Shinjun also noticed that Zhou Fan didn't seem to be very familiar with this girl and was still a little restrained. A man as rich as Zhou Fan must have to stay in a luxurious room. The person who lives in this king-size room must have given it to this beautiful lady. Zhou Fan nodded and did not refuse. It just so happened that Su Qian's placement issue was a bit tricky, and Shinjun's actions undoubtedly solved the problem. Why not? Shinjun was very excited when he saw Zhou Fan agreed. Then I'll take you there and check you in. It's getting late, and I'm sure Mr. Zhou must be hungry. Let me, as your host, treat you to a good meal. Please give me some face, Mr. Zhou. After Shinjun mentioned this, my stomach really started to growl. Okay, that saves me a lot of trouble. Zhou Fan naturally wouldn't be polite to Shinjun. After arranging Su Qian's accommodation, Shinjun led them to a private room. This room is the most luxurious room in the entire Grand Hotel, and it is the only one suitable for inviting Zhou Fan to dinner. Shinjun ordered the waiter outside the door that even if the emperor came, he must be stopped outside and must not disturb Mr. Zhou from eating. Su Chian sat down somewhat embarrassedly. It was obvious that the other person wanted to curry favor with Zhou Fan, and she was just joining in the fun. I didn't want to come at first, but Shinjun said that having one more person wouldn't make any difference, not to mention that he was Zhou Fan's friend, so it was his honor. Su Chian couldn't refuse Shinjun's nice words, and Zhou Fan also said that it was just a meal and not to worry too much, so she followed him. Since it's Big Brother Shin who's treating, I'll just follow the host's wishes. Big Brother Shin, please order the dishes. Zhou Fan didn't know what to eat, but Shinjun was the owner of this hotel, so he must know everything. Okay, I'll do it then. Shinjun was so excited when Zhou Fan called him Brother Shin that he took the menu and ordered all the expensive dishes such as abalone, bird's nest, and other delicacies from land and sea. Shinjun guessed that Zhou Fan was a hidden rich second generation or a low-key big shot in Shanghai. If Zhou Fan treated him as a friend, his career would surely rise sharply. Halfway through eating. Mr. Zhou. Just call me Zhou Fan. Mr. Zhou sounds quite old. Okay, Zhou Fan. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to our hotel? You really treat me like an outsider. Shinjun tried his best to improve his relationship with Zhou Fan. By relying on Zhou Fan, he could enjoy the shade. As they were talking, there was a sudden noise outside the door, and then the door was kicked open with a bang. Under the astonished gaze of Shinjun and Su Chian, a young man walked in. Someone else dares to use my private room. A young man who wanted to wear a shamat hairstyle appeared at the door with a bunch of friends, looking arrogant. When Shinjun saw the person coming, his face was very stiff. Chu Jia only comes out once a month, so why did he come today? He quickly stood up and pulled Chu Jia. Child, there is a big guest in the private room today, why don't you change to another one? Impossible. If anyone wants to leave, he should leave. I, the young master, will never leave. Chu Jia was in a bad mood when he came. I don't know who the hell had a Bugatti parked right in front of the hotel, and my own shabby little Ferrari was parked right next to it. The gap was so big that he was laughed at by his friends. When he entered the hotel, he found that his private room was occupied by someone else. Of course, he was not convinced. Sweat was oozing from Shinjun's forehead, and he wiped it vigorously with his sleeve. This situation was really unexpected. Zhou Fan didn't know this young man and didn't know who he was. Chu Jia. Go back first. I'll apologize to you as soon as I'm done greeting my friends. No way. How dare you kick me out? My dad is the president of Guangda Bank. Don't you want to open your hotel anymore? If you do, throw this man out. Chu Jia shook his colorful hair, venting all his anger today on this unlucky guy. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. Oh, what a coincidence. There is only one Guangda Bank in Shanghai, and this kid's father happens to be the president of Guangda Bank. The mouse has kicked the iron plate, so today he can only reluctantly teach him a lesson. Is your father the president of Guangda Bank? Zhou Fan spoke calmly, also to confirm it again. Chu Jia's pride was written all over his face, all he needed was a loudspeaker to shout it out. Yes, my dad is the president of Guangda Bank. So, are you scared? If you mess with me, I'll kill you. You'll just have to accept your fate. Chu Jia boasted, and his friends behind him whistled and cheered for Chu Jia. Are you always so arrogant when you brag? What's the matter? You're just arrogant. If you don't get out of here, our family will definitely not lend money to the Grand Hotel again. Let this hotel go bankrupt. Zhou Fan burst out laughing. It's like you own the bank. Yes, it's ours. If it's not mine, could it be yours? After saying that, he pointed at Zhou Fan and laughed. It was just that Shinjun invited him to dinner, but he really thought he was a great guy. What a coincidence. I happen to have 100 million worth of bonds in Guangda Bank. Zhou Fan spoke calmly, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet, followed by the sound of Chu Jia laughing. I'm so scared. It's because you're such a boaster that Shinjun, that idiot, invited you to dinner. If you have 100 million in bonds, then I have 10 billion in savings. After saying that, he and his friends behind him burst into laughter, imitating Zhou Fan's tone and what he had just said, stamping their feet with laughter. You're such a fucking idiot, you little brat. Let me tell you. There's a huge gap between dreams and wishful thinking. This is fucking hilarious. Faced with Chu Jia's ridicule, Zhou Fan did not panic. He shrugged indifferently and took out his mobile phone silently. The phone number of the president of Guangda Bank automatically appeared in the mobile phone. After the call was connected, a flattering voice came from the other side. Boss Zhou, do you have time to call me? The bank sold 100 million worth of bonds this afternoon. We didn't see the buyer's face, and only the name and contact information were left in the record. When he answered the phone and saw the number, he was so scared that he almost spilled the Maojian tea in his hand. I won't buy the 100 million worth of bonds. Zhou Fan said this calmly without any explanation. Ha? Boss Zhou, you can't be drunk, right? Why don't you buy it just because you say you don't want to buy it? Chapter 15 slapped Chu Jia in the face. He hadn't even met the key client, and yet his first words were about returning 100 million in bonds? 100 million in bonds? It took decades to find someone so generous. You even blamed your son for losing the 100 million bond order. Your son told me he wanted to kill me. What? This rebellious son only knows how to cause trouble for me. Boss Zhou, give him your phone number and I'll teach him a lesson. Ha, a lecture over the phone? This lecture didn't sound like enough to tickle Chu Jia. Chu Jia, who was listening happily on the side, almost turned purple in the face when he heard Zhou Fan talking. Are you acting all the way? Get out of here right now. And you even pretended to call my dad. You've blown all your bullshit. Su Chian naturally thought that Zhou Fan was pretending. Who was his father? How could someone like him have his contact information and even want to fire him? Your father wants to talk to you. Zhou Fan handed over the phone. My dad is talking to me on the phone? Ha, are you still kidding yourself? Su Chian took the phone with a big laugh. He was about to answer it and scold the person on the other end for daring to pretend to be his father, making him feel embarrassed and ashamed. Shin Jun's eyes also fell on the phone. Did Zhou Fan really have the contact information of the president of Guangda Bank? And 100 million bonds? You little bastard? I earn money for you to spend, why are you causing me trouble outside? As soon as Su Chian picked up the phone, he heard an angry voice from the other end. The phone almost slipped out of his hand. He hurriedly grabbed the phone, his face full of disbelief. Dad? Tell me, you could pick on anyone else, but the big boss. Are you afraid that your father's old bones are not enough for you to mess with? Do you know what 100 million bonds mean? Hurry! Apologize to me immediately and make Boss Joe satisfied. Su Chian was unwilling to accept this. He never expected that this kid who hadn't even grown all his hair could actually have 100 million in bonds at Guangda Bank. He knelt on the ground with a bang and handed the phone to Zhou Fan. When Zhou Fan took the phone, Shu Yi's attitude immediately changed. Boss, it's all my fault for not raising my son well. I'll definitely deal with him when he comes back. But wasn't the recovery of the 100 million bonds a bit too hasty? Is it hasty? I don't think it's hasty. Whether these 100 million bonds belong to your company depends on your attitude. Shu Yi understood immediately. This kid Su Chian must be able to understand what people say. He must know what to do with the 100 million bonds. He is not stupid. Su Chian fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. I'm sorry, I was so short-sighted. Please forgive me. Shame. It's so shameful. He couldn't stand up or get up, and a group of friends behind him were laughing at him. Go away. Next time you act cool, open your eyes. Su Chian gritted his teeth, stood up and ran out, and his friends naturally followed him out. Shin Jun was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhou Fan, at such a young age, actually owned 100 million worth of bonds in Guangda Bank. Zhou Fan, you are really young and promising. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Let's eat. Just treat it as a small episode. Shin Jun no longer dared to speak. It was already very good that Zhou Fan did not hold him accountable, and this also made him more determined to make friends with him. When Su Chian looked at Zhou Fan again, the curiosity in her eyes became even stronger. He used to be a famous bootlicker in the school, working every day to earn money for his girlfriend, but now in the past 3 days, it's as if he won the lottery, and he suddenly became rich, even richer than the rich. If I win the lottery, how many times would it be multiplied? After dinner, Zhou Fan returned to his big villa. Although the decoration could be described as luxurious, apart from the basic daily necessities, it did not seem like a house where anyone lived at all. I should buy some furniture tomorrow. Why does my house still feel so dark and gloomy when I get home? I was lying in bed and opened the flash sale app, and the software was promoting an activity that offered 10 times the red envelope cashback when buying furniture. Buy furniture to activate the red envelope. Limited to 24 hours. Even this flash sale app probably can't stand the quietness here. He also asked me to buy furniture, but what does a grown man know about furniture? I'm more likely to buy a roll of toilet paper. I suddenly remembered that when I first moved to Thompson, the beautiful manager kept saying that I could call her if I had any questions. That was perfect. Zhou Fan picked up his phone and found the contact information Suya had left for him last time. As for Suya, her phone kept ringing all day long, and she answered every one of them. Clients of Tangchen Yiping either invite her to dinner or shopping. I really don't know if she is a property manager or a professional companion. But if it is not a serious matter, I will refuse it. Looking at the 4 big words building a number 1 displayed on her phone, Suya naturally thought of the man who could drive a Bugatti and still keep a low profile. Hello, Mr. Zhou? Hearing the cold voice coming from the other end of the phone, Zhou Fan unconsciously felt that the surroundings seemed to be even colder, and directly invited the person on the other end of the phone. I want to buy some furniture for my house tomorrow, but I'm a grown man and I'm not very good at choosing. If you're not busy, could you help me look at some furniture tomorrow? Suya listened to Zhou Fan and wondered if he wanted to go shopping with her. But using the excuse of buying furniture was too silly. However, he was a customer of number 1, Building A, Thompson 1, and there were some unpleasantness when he first moved in, so Suya did not refuse. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of Thompson Epine tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan washed up and fell directly onto the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Suya arrived at the Magic City Furniture City and found out that Zhou Fan was really just buying furniture and had no other thoughts. Because. Manager Su, do you think this furniture looks good? Zhou Fan was gesturing and pointing at a set of Wan Wali tables and chairs. Suya could only laugh dryly on the side. Are all men so bad at matching their looks? Building A, Unit 1, is a large duplex villa with a more European style, so Wan Wali wood is not really suitable. Ah, that's right. Zhou Fan thought about it and felt that it was indeed a bit out of place. Although Wan Wali furniture was good, putting it in the villa would be like a country bumpkin coming to the city. Suya remembered the decoration style of Zhou Fan's house and picked out some furniture that matched the style. Looking at the furniture Suya selected, the price was neither expensive nor cheap. However, Zhou Fan still felt that it was not enough, far from enough. Miss? Do you have any expensive furniture? I don't want anything too cheap. Zhou Fan saw the staff member next to him and asked humbly. As soon as these words came out, Suya was stunned. She said yesterday that Zhou Fan was a rich and low-key person, so just pretend she didn't say it. The staff were naturally happy. Although he wasn't dressed well, he might be a hidden rich man. Chapter 16, Too Cheap. Okay, sir, this is the Columna Temporis indoor floor clock, priced at 500,000 yuan. Its Chinese translation is Time Memorial. This watch is a masterpiece produced by the century-old German clock company Erwin Sadler, which is ranked number 1 in the world. It can be said to be the Rolls-Royce of the watch industry. Sadler's precision pendulum clocks can even achieve a deviation of just 1 second per month. After hearing this, Suya's cold and beautiful face was filled with disdain. What kind of watch could be so expensive? Wouldn't it be nice to buy one worth a few thousand? Why spend 500,000 on a clock? Okay. This is it. Do you have anything more expensive? Zhou Fan thought the idea sounded good, so he bought the watch without any hesitation, leaving Suya stunned. It seems that Zhou Fan is not low-key, he is just stupid. In order to prevent Zhou Fan from wasting so much money, Suya randomly picked out a beautiful crystal chandelier. This one, I think it's pretty good. This crystal chandelier can't possibly be more expensive than that 500,000 watch, right? It was rare for Zhou Fan to see Suya so liking something, and he was just thinking of buying it no matter how much it cost. Honey, I love this crystal chandelier. Please buy it for me and add a crystal chandelier to our villa. A charming woman, holding a man's arm, pointed at the crystal chandelier that Suya had just pointed out and spoke in a delicate voice. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. The man immediately became interested when he saw Zhou Fan. Okay, buy it. Salesperson. I want to buy this. Last time, Zhou Fan took Su Chian away in front of him, and today he must embarrass her. However, Zhou Fan seemed to have forgotten that the man in front of him was Wang Bin, whom he had met once before. Suya frowned and looked at the man and woman who suddenly appeared. They were the first ones to see the crystal chandelier. Miss, we saw this crystal chandelier first come, first served. You should look at something else. Although Suya's tone was gentle, her words were uncompromising. Humph. So what? I like it, so I'll buy it. You won't have a villa to put it in if you buy it. You might as well let me buy it. The woman sneered and looked at Zhou Fan next to Suya with disdain. Who knows where he is moving bricks, so why would he need a crystal chandelier? Please, don't be so unreasonable. Although Suya had seen many people with such low quality, she was still very angry. Humph, who's trying to reason with you? Don't be so naive. What's the point? I'll take whatever you have. These days, money reigns supreme. Wang Bin hugged the woman beside him and sneered at Zhou Fan with disdain. The clerk next to me was a little embarrassed. This Swarovski crystal chandelier is our store's newest product. We haven't set a price yet, but the lowest price has been decided at 900,000. After the clerk finished speaking, the three people's eyes almost fell to the ground in shock. Suya was even more surprised. A crystal chandelier in this furniture store costs 900,000? They are really here to rob people. What? 900,000? Wang Bin couldn't believe his ears. This was almost a month's pocket money for him. Yes, sir, this is a crystal chandelier that took 3 years to design by a famous Italian designer, so it's very commemorative. What's wrong? Didn't you tell me you were rich? Can't you buy it? The woman was unhappy. The other party was not surprised that he was moving bricks, so why should he be surprised? Buy it. Buy it. It's only 900,000. Wang Bin gritted his teeth and agreed. Zhou Fan was still here. He had to buy it and embarrass him. Zhou Fan spoke calmly at this time. Didn't you say the price is 900,000? I'll round it up to 1 million. Sell it to me. Suya was stunned. Was this kid really a fool? Everyone else was bargaining, but he was still raising the price? Wang Bin was also stunned. How could a kid wearing cheap street stall clothes offer 1 million? You're crazy about the money, right? 1 million? Just you? As Wang Bin spoke, he walked up to Zhou Fan and tugged at his shirt with disdain, grabbing it with disgust. With your level, you might not even be able to buy a clock worth 9,999 yuan. You shouldn't brag like that. As he spoke, he pulled the woman next to him and laughed until he was out of breath. Suya thought about Zhou Fan's house in Thompson, plus the Bugatti Veyron convertible sports car, and guessed that Zhou Fan said this if he could really come up with 1 million to buy this crystal chandelier. But isn't this such a waste? Zhou Fan, this crystal chandelier isn't very nice either. Since they want to buy it, let them have it. As soon as Suya said this, Wang Bin was filled with contempt and wanted to spit in Zhou Fan's face. Your girlfriend has already found a way out for you. If it were me, I would have just walked out of here with my tail between my legs. People like you don't know how Su Chian fell in love with you. Speaking of Su Chian, Wang Bin felt even more unwilling. Su Chian actually left him and went away with this big talking man. I'm not willing to give in. I'm not willing to give in. Suya didn't care what Wang Bin said, she just hoped Zhou Fan wouldn't be stupid and really spend 1 million. Zhou Fan didn't care. He came here to buy furniture just for the price. He finally came across one that was worth over 100 million yuan. How could he let it go? It's okay, it's only 1 million. Besides, it's something you like, so of course I have to buy it. Zhou Fan patted Suya's shoulder and said comfortingly. Suya was stunned. A man would spend 1 million just because she casually said she liked him. Why are you still pretending? Do you think 1 million is just talk? You can't even earn 1 million in your entire life working. Wang Bin was still chattering and mocking Zhou Fan, and the woman next to him was occasionally echoing him. She didn't even bother to pay attention to such a poor guy, it was such a waste of her precious shopping time. Zhou Fan ignored Wang Bin, it was just a dog barking, just slapping him in the face was enough. Please pay for this with my previous purchases. Pay by card. Zhou Fan directly gave a black card to the clerk who was standing there in a daze. The upper limit of this card should be a bit higher. Wang Bin looked disdainful. Is there really 1 million in the card? If the card balance runs out soon, I'll see how you'll save yourself. He muttered something, but his eyes were still on the card. Yes, sir. The total price of the goods is 2.6 million. Okay, I think you can deliver it to my house. This is my address. And I'll also send that Swarovski crystal chandelier. Zhou Fan thought for a long time but still didn't know where Suya's house was. Then he turned to look at Suya, who was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Where is your home? Room 2345, 23rd floor, Building 13, Thompson F. Suya said it subconsciously. She had worked in Thompson for 6 years. If she couldn't even get a house in Thompson, she would be too incompetent. However, Building F is not even close to Building A, it is almost the worst, but it is still much more expensive than other houses. Okay. Then send the crystal chandelier to me, room 2345, 23rd floor, Building 13, Thompson 1. Chapter 17 Encounter at the jewelry store? Suya was shocked again. Aren't you going to buy some furniture? Why give it to me? To be honest, I already have a chandelier at home. It's pretty good. If you like it, I'll give it to you. I don't need this one either. Zhou Fan's words sounded to Suya as if he was saying, I don't need that 1 million. The stunned woman instantly became unhappy, stomped her feet and pulled her arm out of Wang Bin's arms. You can't even come up with 1 million? Why should you give it to them? At this time, Zhou Fan had already waved to Wang Bin and left the furniture store with Suya. With new and old grudges added together, Wang Bin felt that his anger was about to reach his throat. The woman next to him was still chattering because another woman had taken away her beloved thing. Get lost. I can't come up with $1 million. I don't want to give you a single cent. Get as far away as you can, you fucking bark. Wang Bin said this while looking at Zhou Fan's direction fiercely. Isn't it just a little money? Who doesn't have $1 million? I'll make him pay next time I see him. Suya looked at the extremely luxurious Swarovski crystal chandelier in her home, which instantly decorated her little house with extraordinary nobility. I'm afraid no one would believe her if she told them that she had a chandelier worth 1 million yuan in her house. Is Zhou Fan simply rich, or is he willing to spend money on himself? Suya lay in bed thinking for a long time, and became even more curious about this mysterious young rich man. Zhou Fan was also very happy when he returned home. He earned more than 20 million just by buying furniture today. Cool. The chief father and son did not live as carefree and happy a life as Zhou Fan. The helper who was about to wear out his shoes transferred all the personnel information of the company that held shares. There were still 3 days left before the agreed time for Zhou Fan to hold the board meeting, and they only held 31% of the shares, which they had borrowed at a high price from his family members in the company. Shaolin, this company owns 2% of our cheese industrial shares. Although it's not as much as Zhou Fan's 51%, every bit counts. He just didn't believe that Zhou Fan was so powerful that he couldn't lose any of the 51% in his hands. They knocked on the door and it was Jay Cho they were looking for who opened it. As soon as the door opened, 2 people had flattering smiles on their faces. Jay. As soon as he called a name, the person who opened the door saw that it was Qi Tianhao and was about to close the door, but Qi Tianhao immediately grabbed the door. Mr. J, we're here to discuss acquiring the 2% stake you hold. Stop dreaming. I don't have any shares left. Go find someone else. As he said this, he was about to close the door. Qi Lin couldn't bear it any longer. The company hadn't even changed its chairman yet. How dare this old man treat his father like this? I'm here to talk to you today just to give you face. Why are you so proud? It's not like I won't pay you. Qi Lin was young and hot-tempered, and he spoke out before Qi Tianhao could stop him. Zhou Qiang sneered. Although 2% was small, he was still a person of some status in cheese industry. My 2% is not much, but they gave me 40 million. How much can you give me? Then he slammed the door shut. The 2 men stood at the door in a daze, and then Qi Lin started cursing. Zhou Fan is crazy. He actually spent 40 million to buy 2% of the shares? They were planning to charge 1.5 million for every 1%, but Zhou Fan actually spent 40 million directly. I didn't see him so arrogant when I was in school. Stop talking and go find the minority shareholders. Who knows? Maybe Zhou Fan, the minority shareholder, is still unwilling to make a move. It seems that we need to increase our investment in this acquisition. The chief father and son borrowed 100 million yuan from Guangda Bank to acquire shares. They used various means to acquire shares in an attempt to dilute the company's stock price and increase the shares in their hands. But no matter how they acquire, Zhou Fan always maintains absolute control of 51%. And all this is naturally thanks to the system. Dad, what should we do? We can't really just give cheese industrial away like this, right? Qi Lin didn't expect that Zhou Fan, who looked like a stupid and poor guy, would actually spend such a huge amount of money to acquire cheese industrial. Qi Tianhao grabbed his hair and said bitterly, what else can we do? In this state, we can only wait for the shareholders' meeting. Let that brat take advantage of us. It has to be said that Zhou Fan's most comfortable moment is when he is lying on the bed and concentrating on browsing his phone. The flash sale app also updates its products frequently. Limited time flash sale of 1 kilogram of diamonds, flash sale price 1 renminbi. Looking at today's flash sale items, Zhou Fan was stunned. Diamonds were being sold by the pound? And for only 1 renminbi? Buy. Zhou Fan's fingers tapped the screen nimbly, and he was not far from reaching the peak of his life. The item has been shipped. Villa number 1, Building A, Thompson 1 has everything you need, including an incredibly large safe room that looks like a safe magnified 100 times. I have a pound of diamonds and I don't have anywhere to put them. Whenever I meet a beautiful girl, I will give one to her. This flash sale app is simply a tool for showing off. Zhou Fan's phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Zhou, we're from Magic City Jewelry. The 1 pound of diamonds you purchased is ready to arrive in our warehouse. Do you have time to pick them up tomorrow? Of course, we can also deliver to your door. Although a pound of diamonds is not much, it is considered their annual sales. If they regret it, all the money will be wasted. They have to urge someone to come and pick it up quickly. No, I can pick it up tomorrow. Zhou Fan was thinking of contacting Lu Daji tomorrow. This guy hasn't contacted him once since graduation, so what's with him calling him a good brother? If I weren't buying furniture today, I would have gone to Lu Daji's house no matter what. The next day, Zhou Fan slept until noon before getting up from the comfortable waterbed and picking out a relatively ordinary piece of clothing from the closet. It wasn't a big occasion, so there was no need to wear a suit worth millions, and he really wanted to keep a low profile. Driving the Bugatti at high speed towards the Magic City jewelry store. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the jewelry store, I saw Su Chian, whom I hadn't seen for some time. Su Chian was wearing a white dress that made her waist look slender, and her graceful back simply fascinated thousands of boys. Fortunately, Zhou Fan had developed resistance, otherwise he would probably have a nosebleed. Zhou Fan, why are you here? Su Chian was also surprised to see Zhou Fan. She actually met Zhou Fan in a jewelry store. Her little face blushed unconsciously. I ordered something here and came to pick it up. What about you? Buying jewelry? Zhou Fan looked at Su Chian and saw that she seemed to be circling in front of the counter for a long time. He didn't know whether she didn't find anything she liked or thought the price was too expensive. My cousin is getting married soon, and I'm thinking of buying her a gift. But the jewelry here is too expensive. All the money I saved for so long is gone in an instant, not even half of what I had. It's really a dilemma. Looking at Su Chian's eyes, Zhou Fan was sure that she must think the price was too high. It seemed that it was his turn to make an appearance. Just as I was thinking of how to speak without embarrassing Su Chian, a man and a woman came towards me. The man had a big belly and a classic Mediterranean hairstyle. His oily hair was so shiny that even Zhou Fan felt it was a bit dazzling under the light. The woman next to him was more attractive. She had short, delicate hair and wore a red strapless miniskirt. Her cleavage almost reached her pointed chin, but Zhou Fan was afraid that the powder on her face would fall to the ground. Hey, who was it? Isn't this our school beauty? Wu Shui? What a coincidence. Su Chian looked at the woman in front of her and thought carefully for a long time before she remembered who she was. She was wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup. She thought about it for a long time. The change was too big. Chapter 18, Falling in Love at First Kiss. Why, are you picking out jewelry with your boyfriend? Wu Shui looked at Zhou Fan with disdain. His shoes were from a street stall and his clothes were from Taobao. It was obvious that he was a pauper. Thinking of this, she straightened her chest and pushed the man next to her forward. This is my boyfriend, a successful businessman in Shanghai. He's here to look at jewelry today too. He's determined to buy me something worth over 100,000. Men also proudly hold women on their arms and do not refute what they say. Su Chian swallowed her saliva with a sense of inferiority. Others bought jewelry worth 1 million, but she felt bad about spending just over 10,000. Then you guys pick. I won't bother you anymore. Humph. I thought a beauty like you could find any kind of man. You're really wasting your time as the school beauty. I wonder where your boyfriend got his job selling things on the street. He's wearing all these cheap clothes. Wu Shui snorted coldly. Su Chian was so pure when she was in school that none of them could reach her. God let her meet such a down-and-out Su Chian here, he must want her to severely humiliate her. He isn't my boyfriend, he's just my friend. Su Chian lowered her head and spoke weakly. It didn't matter if she was criticized, but Zhou Fan had nothing to do with her, and she felt really embarrassed to drag him into this. Oh, you feel embarrassed now? And you said this man is not your boyfriend. Do you think you can fool me? Wu Shui naturally didn't believe it. She thought Su Chian must be anxious to distance herself from this man because she thought he was too embarrassing. He's really not my boyfriend. Su Chian explained weakly, but it seemed that no matter how she explained, Wu Shui would think that Zhou Fan was her boyfriend. Zhou Fan gave him an apologetic look, as they had just met by chance and gotten him into this kind of trouble. Honey, look at how big this diamond is. Can you buy me this diamond necklace? Wu Shui coquettishly shook the arm of the man next to her, rubbing her body against his arm and fiddling with her slender waist. The man looked very proud and quickly agreed, "Okay. I'll buy you whatever you want, baby." Wu Shui looked at Su Chian with her chin raised proudly. This is the gap between people. Just go with your poor bastard. Wu Shui was feeling proud when a staff member hurried out and took away the diamond necklace. Maybe I was in too much of a hurry and didn't even notice the young people surrounding the necklace. Hey! Why are you taking it? My husband wanted to buy it for me. Wu Shui saw that the diamond was about to be taken away and hurriedly stopped it. The staff looked apologetic. Sorry, miss, this diamond has been bought and is not for sale now. What? You're putting it here if you don't want to sell it? Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I don't have money? I'll give you 300,000 and put it down. Wu Shui said arrogantly. Her dear had promised her, and such a big diamond. The only person who could match it was herself. Excuse me, Mississippi. This diamond ring costs 1 million. I'm afraid these 300,000. The staff was also a little embarrassed, but anyone who knows about diamonds should be able to see that this diamond necklace is very valuable and is already considered relatively cheap in this series. What? 1 million? Why don't you just go and rob it? When Wu Shui heard this number, she immediately shouted in surprise, saying that he had no manners at all and acted like a country bumpkin. The staff were very embarrassed because they clearly picked this at random, but it seemed like they were forced to buy it. I'm sorry, miss. If you had nothing else to do, I would have taken this necklace away. The customer is in urgent need of it. But the manager said very seriously that the price would be reached only if the necklace was included, and it was exactly 1 pound of diamonds. There can't be any surprises. Wu Shui was unwilling to accept this. This made it seem as if she had no money, and she instantly lost face in front of Su Chian. I'll buy it for 1 million. What do you think? You're putting it here to sell. If you don't sell it to me, I'll complain to you. Wu Shui started to act unreasonably and grabbed the staff to prevent them from leaving the staff in a dilemma. Even the pot-bellied man had sweat on his forehead. He could afford to buy a diamond worth hundreds of thousands, but only a fool would spend 1 million to buy one for his lover. Shuer, just let them take it. After all, they bought it first. No, I want it. If you don't buy it for me, you can handle our relationship. Wu Shui pinched her waist and turned her face away so as not to look at the man. When the man was in a dilemma, a fat woman in professional attire came out. What's wrong with you? What took you so long to get the necklace? As soon as the woman came out, she shouted at the clerk who had just arrived. Manager, there's a customer here who insists on spending 1 million to buy it, and I don't know what to do. The clerk felt very aggrieved. She had only been working in this job for a short time when she encountered such a thing. Of course, she didn't know what to do. Zhou Fan heard that the woman was the manager, and thought that the person who called yesterday was also the manager, so he asked, "You must be the manager, right? How is the preparation of the pound of diamonds I bought going?" After Zhou Fan finished speaking, the air around him suddenly became still. Wu Shui burst into laughter, and her tears blurred her eyeliner. You big idiot. Diamonds are sold by carat, but you actually bought them by kilogram? This is ridiculous. If you can buy a kilogram of diamonds, my jewelry store can buy them all, but you are just a boastful loser. How disgusting. After saying that, he started laughing again. Su Chian didn't laugh, but she didn't quite understand why Zhou Fan said that. The manager was a little confused when he heard what Zhou Fan said. The man in front of him was dressed very unkemply. Was he really their big client who bought a pound of diamonds? You called me last night and asked me to pick it up today. This is the call record. The manager took a look and found that it was actually their big customer Zhou Fan. Ah. I'm so sorry, sir. We've already prepared your bricks and stones. Go get the box and make sure nothing goes wrong this time. He ordered the clerk next to him to bring up a pound of diamonds, push it in front of Zhou Fan, and then put the necklace in it. These are a pound of diamonds. The certificates and quality inspection documents are all inside. The quality is guaranteed to be first class. The manager smiled apologetically and said that such a big customer might come to their jewelry store again next time, which would be a real honor for them. Wu Shui's jaw dropped. She had never seen so many diamonds in her life. They were so dazzling that they blinded her eyes. Su Chian was also shocked and stood there. There were so many diamonds. Zhou Fan ignored the looks of others and said calmly, "Are there any rings that are neither too expensive nor too cheap?" Yes, yes, sir, this one is perfect for a wedding ring. The manager took out a box and inside it lay a huge diamond ring. Zhou Fan took it out and handed it to Su Chian. Isn't your cousin getting married? Give this to her. You can see I have so many diamonds and I don't know who to give them to. Keep it. Su Chian was suddenly moved. She was heartbroken over the diamond worth 10,000 yuan just now, but Zhou Fan actually gave her such a big diamond ring. Zhou Fan wasn't finished yet, so he took the necklace and handed it to Wu Shui. Wu Shui immediately became happy. It seemed that her beauty still outshone all the other beauties. Zhou Fan chuckled, sorry, this necklace has become mine. Then he took it back when Wu Shui reached out. Wu Shui's face was full of embarrassment. She stomped her feet and pulled the man away angrily. Zhou Fan and Su Chian were the only ones left in front of the jewelry counter. Zhou Fan looked at Su Chian, his eyes turned, and he smiled and said, this necklace is most beautiful only when you wear it. As he said this, he put the diamond necklace around her neck with his own hands. Looking at the diamond sparkling on her chest, Su Chian's heart almost melted. She leaned forward slightly and kissed Zhou Fan directly on the face. Chapter 19, Collecting Evidence. I didn't kiss you because you gave me diamonds, I kissed you because I wanted to thank you. Then her face turned red all the way to her neck, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhou Fan. Looking at Su Chian's shy appearance, Zhou Fan's heart was moved. The kiss of a beautiful woman is so fragrant. Zhou Fan returned home and lay on the bed. Thinking of the sweet kiss Su Chian gave him today, he felt his heart beating fast. Suddenly realizing that his current expression was not what a billionaire should show, he immediately stopped it, but he was still excited inside. Who knows, maybe he could get closer to Su Chian in the future. However, Xi's industrial shareholders meeting seems to be about to begin. Although the system has firmly grasped the absolute controlling stake of 51% on his side, the Qi father and son are not freeloaders. Since they have fought for it in the past half-month, they will definitely achieve something. Is there any way to deal with those two people directly? Suddenly the system's voice appeared in Zhou Fan's mind. We can find the accountant of Qi's industrial and catch Qi and his son. Zhou Fan was delighted and asked, can you provide the contact information of the accountant at Qi's industrial? It's a bit too awesome to know whatever you want to know. Second sale app products have been updated. Oh? With a one-hit kill, who can compete with it? Zhou Fan immediately opened the flash sale app. Qi's industrial accounting basic information flash sale for 1 cent for a limited time. 1 cent. So cheap. Zhou Fan naturally bought it. This was the key to subduing the Qi father and son, not to mention that it cost only a penny. After knowing the contact information, Zhou Fan called it directly. After all, the Qi father and son were probably trying their best to find a way to deal with him, so he couldn't let them down. Hello? Who is it? Zheng Tong was enjoying a massage and bath in his villa, tasting an expensive bottle of 1982 Lafite given to him by someone, when he unexpectedly heard the phone ring. He remembered that his cell phone was turned off, and he was a little grumpy when he picked up the phone. He hated people who called him so late at night. I'm Zhou Fan. What? Zhou Fan. He. Zheng Tong slipped and fell into the bathtub, and the 1982 Lafite splashed directly into the water. Zhou Fan was a little confused on the other end of the phone. Is this a new way of greeting? Zheng Tong struggled to drink a sip of bathwater before sitting up from the tub. Wasn't Zhou Fan the big boss who was going to acquire Qi's industrial? Why was he calling him now? What? What does Boss Zhou mean by calling? He wiped the water droplets from his face, took a deep breath, and spoke in a calm tone. There are still 3 days until the shareholders' meeting. At this time, Accountant Zhang, you should know best what I want to do, right? Zhou Fan didn't say it directly, to see if Zheng Tong was willing to cooperate. So what? I'm just a small accountant in the company. I write whatever I'm asked to write. The rest of the time I just do my job. I don't know anything else. Zhou Fan kept shaking his head on the other end of the phone. This attitude clearly showed that he was unwilling to cooperate. But it's also true that Zheng Tong and Qi Tianhao have been working together for so long, benefiting each other and helping each other. How could they be destroyed by just one word from him? What method can be used to make Zheng Tong cooperate and hand over Qi Tianhao's handle? The 4 big words coercion and inducement flew past Zhou Fan's eyes. Although Zhou Fan had no money before, he had learned some business tricks from novels. It was a bit too easy to threaten people, especially over the phone. Action. I was able to acquire Cheese Industrial in a short period of time and gain absolute control of 51% of Cheese Industrial. You should be aware of how powerful I am. Zhou Fan instantly retracted his nonchalant tone and replaced it with a deep, low voice that sounded like a warning. Zheng Tong naturally knew that it was him who scared Qi Tianhao so much that he almost lost his formation. But he still gritted his teeth and said nothing. Since I can contact you, I can naturally contact other people in the company. You don't betray Qi Tianhao, which shows that you are very loyal. However, there are still many people in the company lining up to betray Qi Tianhao. Zheng Tong hesitated. Zhou Fan already had absolute control of 51% of the shares. It would be extremely easy for him to secretly manipulate a few small employees and shareholders. When Qi Tianhao falls, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't cry and beg me to let you go. There was still silence in response to him. Besides, the current situation is almost very clear. I just want Qi Tianhao to be completely defeated. If you promise me, you will naturally get the benefits. As for how much benefit he would give, Zhou Fan didn't think about it. The most important thing now was to capture Zheng Tong. It was obvious that Zheng Tong had received a lot of benefits from Qi Tianhao, and he didn't seem interested in Zhou Fan's suggestion of giving him benefits. The plot of the TV series suddenly flashed through Zhou Fan's mind. By the way, I remember you have a daughter who's in kindergarten. Zhou Fan was just imitating what was said in the TV series, but he didn't expect the other party to react so strongly. Don't touch my daughter. I'll give you all the evidence Qi Tianhao has against me. As long as you can successfully trip Qi Tianhao up, you can keep a place for me in the future. He is not stupid. The possibility of Qi Tianhao not falling is too small now. This is the most correct thing to do now. And Zhou Fan was able to acquire Cheese Industrial, which means he must be a man of means. What if he sets his sights on my daughter? I dare not even think about it. Okay, since you've turned back, I won't hold you responsible. You can rest assured. I want to hand the things over to you personally. I usually lock these evidences in a safe. If they are deciphered by some hackers, I will have no chance to stay in this circle. Zheng Tong said in a deep voice. Zhou Fan was a little shocked. This sounded like a lot of stuff. No wonder Qi Tianhao was so rich. Okay, then come to number 1, Building A, Thompson 1. I'll notify the security guard. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Tong quickly packed up his things, carefully wrapped them with documents, sealed them with sealing wax to ensure they would not fall, and then drove to Thompson Epine. When Zhou Fan heard the doorbell, he knew that the evidence that could kill Qi Tianhao had arrived. He opened the door and looked at the bloated man with gold-rimmed glasses standing at the door. Wouldn't you like to come in and sit down? Zhou Fan invited him. After all, it would be inhumane not to invite guests to come in for a drink. No need for that. Please keep your word, Mr. Zhou. I'll give you the things. I won't stay any longer. Zheng Tong was afraid of being seen by others, so he delivered the things and got in the car and left. However, he still sighed in his heart that Zhou Fan must be a rich man to be able to live in Thompson Epine. I hope my decision today is the right one. Chapter 20 General Meeting of Shareholders. Zhou Fan closed the door and felt that the documents in his hand were particularly heavy. The survival of Qi and his son depended on this. I was really curious about what was in the bag. When I opened it, I found that in addition to documents and bills, there were also audio and photos. Zhou Fan was surprised when the voice in his mind sounded again. Their strength is too weak. I suggest contacting the investigation bureau to bring down the Qi father and son. After hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Fan thought that this was indeed the case. What if they got angry and embarrassed when the negotiation failed? Zhou Fan quickly contacted the investigation bureau. The efficiency of the Magic City Bureau has always been very fast and they got a reply within one working day. At this time, the Qi father and son had used up all the loans they could, but it still did not cover the shares held by Zhou Fan. Dad, we're still a long way behind Zhou Fan. We can't really let Cheese Industrial change hands like this, right? Qi Lin has been rich for so many years, he would rather die than become poor. Shut up, there's only 1 day left until the shareholders' meeting. What else can we do? We owe so much money and can't get Cheese Industrial back. We're all finished. Qi Tianhao sat at home with a worried look on his face, and his wrinkles increased a lot overnight. If you hadn't provoked Zhou Fan, how could we have ended up in this situation today? They thought they could find a solution within 15 days, but they didn't expect Zhou Fan to be so powerful. Not only was he willing to spend a lot of money to buy the company's shares, but he was also unwilling to let go. It is even difficult to dilute shares. Qilin slammed his fist on the table. He never thought Zhou Fan would become so powerful. He didn't believe in any melodramatic stories about having to spend $1 billion to inherit the family fortune. But now they not only have no money but also no people, and they are sure to lose tomorrow's shareholders' meeting. Qilin rubbed his head and searched for anyone who might be able to help him. At this point, he could probably only look for someone who had a grudge against Zhou Fan. As long as he could survive the shareholders' meeting, he would be successful. Suddenly, I thought of that person. Dad. I know who to look for. Since even the devil can't find anyone to lean on, I have another person in mind. He became a little excited when he thought of this person. That person had said in public that he would not let Zhou Fan have an easy time, so he would definitely agree if he asked him for help. Who? Qi Tianhao didn't expect that Qilin could actually think of someone at this time. Wang Bin. Wang Bin was lying leisurely at home. Ever since Zhou Fan had annoyed him at the furniture store last time, he had been thinking about how to fight back. Zhou Fan, who has a little money, is embarrassed in front of women again and again. He can't bear this loss. What's more, even though his family background is from outside the area, it doesn't prove that he is afraid of people from the Magic City. After receiving the call, he was not interested in what was being said at first, but when Zhou Fan was mentioned, he instantly became interested. He just wanted to borrow money. It's difficult to borrow anything from yourself, except money. What's more, it's Qi's Industrial. If Qilin can really successfully throw Zhou Fan out of Qi's Industrial, then Zhou Fan will definitely be smashed to pieces, and he will also be able to make friends with a big company like Qi's Industrial. Then wouldn't it be like wanting to be happy if he continued to stay in Shanghai? Okay, I agree to lend you the money, any amount is fine. But I only want one thing, and that is to torture Zhou Fan to death. Qilin held the phone, a calculating smile on his face. Don't worry, I know this better than you. After the two reached an agreement, they successfully cooperated. It was on this day that Qilin, with the money Wang Bin borrowed from his family, approached Zhou Fan's share, reaching 47%. The next day, the shareholders' meeting was held as scheduled. Zhou Fan came to Qi's Industrial again and entered the meeting room. The information he checked showed that he should be the 10th shareholder of Qi's Industrial, but now there seemed to be only 6. Qi Tianhao, wearing a well-fitting suit, sat directly in the chairman's seat. Zhou Fan didn't care and just picked a seat to sit down. Qi Tianhao sneered. They had made every possible preparation today. If the negotiations failed, Zhou Fan would be like walking into a wolf's den, and there would be no return. Force him to submit. Zhou Fan looked towards the support behind him, sitting at the conference table, relaxed and happy, without any panic. Now Qilin behind Qi Tianhao was so angry that his teeth were itching and he wanted to throw a chair at him. Okay, since Mr. Zhou is here, let's get started. Let me be frank. I don't agree with the proposal to change the board members. Zhou Fan said nothing. Qi Tianhao continued to talk to himself. Since Mr. Zhou has no objection, let's make a decision as a board of directors. Please raise your hands if you agree that I will continue to serve as chairman. The other directors looked at each other in bewilderment. The 8 of them together only held 2% of the shares. How should they make this decision now? The final decision was that 5 agreed and 3 disagreed. Mr. Zhou, there are 10 members on the board of directors. 2 abstained, so 5/8 agreed. There should be no objection. Unexpectedly, it went so smoothly. Even though Zhou Fan held an absolute controlling stake of 51%, he could not control the decisions of other shareholders. This guy must be some naive rich second generation who doesn't even understand the significance of holding a 51% controlling stake, yet he still wants to fight with him. Qilin looked down at Zhou Fan, determined to see him crying and begging for mercy. Qi Tianhao was about to make the decision when Zhou Fan moved. Who said I don't have any objections? Since everyone agrees on so much, why not take a look at these and then make a decision? Besides, the shares I hold should be able to directly determine whether you stay or go, right? Zhou Fan threw the information he got from Zheng Tong onto the table, and some small shareholders took it out to look at it curiously. Qi Tianhao didn't understand what it was at the time, but when he saw the photo, his face turned completely pale. I immediately understood that Zheng Tong must have betrayed me. Didn't they say that these things would never see the light of day again? Why were they here? The other shareholders were also shocked. These pages actually included irrefutable evidence of Su Chian and his son evading taxes and exploiting workers. Su Chian looked very unhappy. It seemed that he had to use his last resort. Besides, he didn't care about these small shareholders at all. You think you can pull me down like this? You're too naive. I don't see how you can get out of this alone. Su Chian clapped his hands arrogantly. The people he arranged were outside. Once they forced Zhou Fan to surrender, everything would be over. A group of people in uniform pushed the door open and came in. Su Chian was a little confused. These were not the people he had arranged. Looking at Zhou Fan again, he had a bad feeling. Zhou Fan held his chin with both hands, with a confident expression. Do you think I'm so stupid as to confront you with all this evidence without asking for help? The uniformed personnel who came in had a serious face and glanced around. Which of you are Su Chian and Qi Lin? We are from the Investigation Bureau. Someone has provided evidence proving that you are suspected of tax evasion and exploitation of workers. Please come back with us immediately and cooperate with the investigation. Chapter 21 Extraordinary. The Qi family father and son were taken away, and the board of directors fell silent instantly. Looking at Zhou Fan wearing a well-fitting suit, his fingers tapping slowly on the armrest of the chair, he looked like he was planning something, not like a child at all, but rather like a shrewd and calculating person. Among the 5 people who agreed that Su Chian would continue to serve as chairman, 4 were related to the Qi family, and the other one was naturally like-minded with the Qi family. At this time, they were the most panicked people in the board of directors. The father and son of the Qi family were taken away for investigation, and it was possible that they, the close associates of the Qi family, would be dealt with next. Everyone's eyes were darting around, but no one was looking at Zhou Fan. No one dared to speak, for fear of being the first to be shot. Zhou Fan looked at these panicked people calmly. Without Su Chian, even if they were leaderless, they probably wouldn't cause any trouble. Okay, the board of directors has decided what to do today. Since Chairman Qi has stepped down, I, the shareholder who owns 51% of the shares, should become the chairman of Qi's Industrial, right? Do you have any objections? The shareholders looked at each other, no one dared to speak. If they expressed any objections, there was no doubt that they would be the next target. Since you're all silent, I'll take it as your tacit agreement. From today on, I'm the chairman of Qi's Industrial. As for the name of Qi's Industrial, you don't have to leave it. I'll let you know when I've made up my mind. Let's go. Zhou Fan waved his hands while sitting on the chair, but everyone still sat there quietly and didn't dare to move. The 8 of them only held 2% of the shares in total, and if they were told not to breathe, they wouldn't dare to breathe. Zhou Fan didn't care. He just jumped out of his chair, stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Should it be a young man? He immediately brought out the people from the Investigation Bureau. So scary. A man who looked like a boss quickly wiped the sweat that was about to drip from his forehead with the sleeve of his suit. That's right. I thought young people wouldn't be able to withstand such a scene, but I didn't expect it to start so ruthlessly. I don't know how we'll be able to survive in the future. The 5 people immediately gave up their plans for their future. They shouldn't have believed Su Chian's words at that time and said that it was foolproof. They were simply blindly arrogant. As soon as the board meeting ended, the secretary who was taking minutes rushed to the tea room with his notes, as if he had heard some big news. What is the tea room? It is the place with the most gossip and information in the entire company. Do you know? The people from the Investigation Bureau just came. They took Chairman Qi and the young master away. The secretary's facial expression was particularly exaggerated, as if he was frightened by something. What? Chairman Qi has been taken away. What's going on? This is unbelievable. The employees of the company nearby heard the news in disbelief while drinking tea. It's the company's new chairman, someone named Zhou Fan, I think. He's incredibly mysterious and holds a 51% controlling stake in the company. He was the one who called in the Investigation Bureau. He also produced a lot of evidence of Chairman Qi's crimes during the meeting. The secretary's words sounded so miraculous that it was as if he were reliving what had just happened in the conference room. Oh my God. Things have really changed. Things have really changed at Qi's Industrial. I don't know if it will affect us employees. I've only been in the company for a month and I don't want to be fired. What's Qi's Industrial? I guess they should change their name to Zhou's Industrial now. Let's take it one step at a time. I can't control the affairs of the company's top management. We just need to do our best. The people in the tea room dispersed, but rumors of the company's new chairman being ruthless and killing people without blinking an eye began to spread. However, except for the young secretary, no one had ever seen what this big boss looked like. Because the chief father and son were unable to repay the bank's debt, the only 47% of shares they held were forced to be auctioned off by the bank at a very low price. Therefore, these 47% shares have become a hot commodity that investors in Shanghai are vying for. After all, if you spend some money to buy a little, you will become a shareholder of Qi Industrial. This matter immediately became a hot topic in Shanghai. Wang Bin, who was lying in the small villa, naturally heard the news and almost spit out a mouthful of red wine. He had spent so much money to lend to the Qi family father and son. The two of them promised that they would definitely trip Zhou Fan and give him a severe lesson. Now not only is Zhou Fan fine, but the Qi father and son have been taken back by the investigation bureau for investigation. Who knows how dark the future will be? Wouldn't it be like my money wasted in vain? Moreover, the share auction has become known to everyone. Even my hometown should have heard about it. How should I explain it? His hands were clenched into fists. This kid Zhou Fan was a little clever. If he hadn't called the investigation bureau, he might be paralyzed in some hospital now. The cell phone suddenly rang, and Wang Bin was startled. When he looked at the caller ID, it turned out to be his father who lived out of town. Dad. Wang Bin said cautiously. Last time you mentioned lending money to people to buy stocks. If it succeeded, it would definitely kill two birds with one stone in terms of power and financial resources. How are things going now? Wang Bin's father's voice was as cold as water. He must have known the news from the Magic City. Dad, I don't know why this happened. I didn't know the chief father and son had done something illegal. Wang Bin hurriedly explained, trying his best to clear himself of responsibility. I sent you to the Demon City so you could develop well there, but you kept getting me into trouble. Now come home right now. Reflect on your actions. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Bin to speak. Wang Bin has been afraid of his father since he was a child. He did not dare to object to his father's proposal at all. He packed up his things and drove straight home. But the hatred with Zhou Fan is definitely unresolved. Zhou Fan returned to Thompson first class. With the help of the systems channels, he had just taken all the shares of the Qi family and their son into his pocket. He is now the company's largest shareholder, and the entire company will be controlled by him alone, so the company's name must be more domineering. It's called extraordinary. It not only contains one's own name, but also expresses one's ambition. Become an extraordinary entrepreneur. However, when I applied to change the company name, I found out that the name had already been registered. Sure enough, all the good names were taken by pigs. With a try-it attitude, Zhou Fan called out the system. System, can trademarks be killed instantly? Ding. The company name is Fifan, the original price is 10 million renminbi, now it's included in the flash sale mall, special price 1 renminbi. Wow. As expected of a system, if I have money, all the good names belong to me. Brilliant. Chapter 22, Canteen Incident. Zhou Fan officially took over Fifan Industrial, and on the first day he took over, he discovered that the company had a large number of employees' wages in arrears. Such a thing actually happened in such a big company. It seems that the Qi father and son really made a living in the company by using the title of chairman. Even so, there are still surprisingly many employees. Even if the wages are not paid, the company will probably find some high-sounding excuses to retain the employees. However, now that the company is taken over by Zhou Fan, he can't do such a thing. Zhou Fan called the secretary, a female secretary, young and cute, probably the type that Shi Tianhao liked, but she looked at everything stupidly and seemed to have no brains, just a face. Go check the company's payroll and settle the wages of all employees who are owed wages. Zhou Fan said calmly, what's the point of wanting to retain talents by not paying them wages? The female secretary was a little confused. Chairman, do you want to fire them? In the secretary's impression, only those who were fired would be eligible for salary settlement. Of course, those are all junior employees, and the salaries of the company's senior management are still paid regularly every month. Zhou Fan frowned. This secretary was indeed too stupid to understand what he was saying. Wasn't what he said clear enough? He would have to change a secretary then. I said they should be paid their wages, and I didn't mention firing them. Don't you understand? Zhou Fan had no good impression of people who were just a vase, and suddenly Su Chian's figure appeared in his mind. Su Chian is not only good looking, but also works several part-time jobs to earn money. This is what a good girl should be like. Then there's Thompson's property manager, who is truly beautiful, smart, and capable. And then there's this innocent female secretary. Okay, I understand, Chairman. The female secretary immediately felt a little aggrieved. The previous chairman would never even yell at her, but this chairman now was really too fierce. Zhou Fan waved his hand without saying anything, telling her to get back to work. But then he remembered something and took out a folder from the table. Wait, distribute this document. From now on, all employees' salaries will increase. As for the increase amount, it's marked in the folders of each position. Just distribute it. Zhou Fan was also afraid that the secretary couldn't even handle such a task, but he didn't have a thorough understanding of the company and didn't know how many departments it had. It would be better to let the secretary issue it for the time being. The secretary went out with the folder in her hand, feeling aggrieved. Zhou Fan sat on the chair and shook his head. If he had to face such a secretary all day long, he would be pissed to death sooner or later. The secretary walked out with a folder in her hand, looking aggrieved, and ran into the company's business manager head-on. What's wrong? Are you feeling so aggrieved? The man was dressed neatly in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a gentleman. Ah, it's okay. The new chairman asked me to send down the salary increase documents. The secretary immediately told Zhou Fan what he had told her. What? A pay raise? Zhao Yi was a little surprised. The company had been in arrears with wages and hadn't had a salary increase for several years, and they were actually going to increase wages today? Yes, Manager Zhao, I still need to notify those who haven't received their wages to do so. I won't say more for now. The secretary wiped her tears and was about to leave. Ah, then go and notify those who haven't received their wages to do so. It's almost lunchtime, so I'll help you distribute this document. Is that really possible? Thank you, sir. The young secretary was still thinking about going to the newly opened afternoon tea shop downstairs during her lunch break, but she didn't expect that she would suddenly have a job. Now she has someone to help her, and she is very happy. What's there to thank me for? Go quickly, you'll be late for lunch soon. Zhao Yi gently took the documents from the secretary and watched the secretary walk away. Humph, what about a raise? Those losers are incompetent and eat everything they have. They don't deserve a raise. Zhao Yi took the folder and distributed it, but when it reached the business department, none of it was distributed. These are all his subordinates. They are like trash and he has to deal with everything. They don't deserve a salary increase. Everyone in the company was happy about the salary increase, except for the business department, which was immersed in a depressing atmosphere. But Zhao Yi is the son of the deputy general manager. If you mess with him, not only will you not get your salary, you won't even get the job. So everyone can only swallow the bitter water in their stomachs. Today is the day for salary increase. Zhao Yi looked at the amount of money in his salary card increasing rapidly and couldn't stop smiling. I didn't expect these losers to get such a big raise. Looks like they'll have to spend even more on drinks at the bar. Zhao Yi had a smug look on his face, while the people around him were angry but dared not say a word. They really didn't know why he was assigned to this department in the first place. Zhou Fan planned to stay in the company for lunch during his lunch break, so he could get to know the company's facilities and working environment. I had just gotten my meal and sat down in an empty seat when a discordant sound suddenly appeared in the quiet cafeteria. A girl was squatting on the ground, with a fallen dinner plate lying beside her and a man with gold-rimmed glasses standing in front of her. Zhao Yi looked at the voluptuous woman squatting on the ground and said coldly, "Don't you have eyes? You've only been here for a month and you're thinking of rebelling?" Li Rui was startled. When she turned around, she bumped into the business manager of her department and her food spilled all over the floor. "I'm sorry, boss. I really didn't mean it." Zhao Yi faced the exploitation and oppression within the department, and even the fraudulent collection of salary increases, but they chose to remain silent. But he still refused to let them go. Zhou Fan frowned as he watched, walked over to the bystander, and asked with pretended curiosity, "What's going on?" What else could it be? The business manager is bullying people and women again. I heard that Zhao Yi collected all the salary increases this time, and none of them dared to complain. How miserable. The people around him didn't even look at Zhou Fan and talked about gossip. Hearing this, Zhou Fan was shocked. In such a big company, there were actually such villains who deceived their superiors and bullied their subordinates. Even the thickest tree would be crushed by them. Get down on your knees and lick my shoes clean. Otherwise, it's not just about not getting paid, you have to get out of the company. Zhao Yi looked polite, but spoke extremely vulgar words. Li Rui had no choice. Although she was helpless, there were too few people who could earn this salary now. If she missed it, she might never get it again. So no matter how reluctant she was, she could only bow to the evil forces. Don't kneel. Chapter 23 Recruiting people in this way. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Fan in surprise, and they were full of admiration for this unfamiliar face. He might be the only one in the company who dares to speak to Zhao Yi like this. I really want to shout, young man, you are so brave. Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows in disdain and glanced at Zhou Fan with his chin raised. Who are you? Go back where you came from. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this, especially in front of so many people, so he naturally cannot be timid. Zhou Fan helped up the still dazed Li Rui and pulled her behind him. Why do you bully others? As soon as Zhou Fan finished speaking, Zhao Yi burst into laughter, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were clearly visible. Why? Do you know who I am? I think you just don't want to work in the company anymore. Zhao Yi looked at Zhou Fan's chest. He didn't have a badge and was still a company employee, so he must be new and hadn't been assigned any work yet. It was really great that he provoked him as soon as he entered the company. Li Rui also pulled Zhou Fan. It would be a real sin if she caused this man to lose his job. Don't worry about me. I'll kneel down if I want to. I've suffered this kind of injustice many times. This time won't make a difference. Li Rui gritted her teeth and was about to push Zhou Fan away and continue kneeling. I'm the chairman of the company. I won't let you kneel. Let's see who dares to object. Zhou Fan's aura was somewhat different from before, probably because he had attended a high-level shareholders meeting. With just one sentence, the atmosphere in the room instantly quieted down. But, you? And the chairman? Do you think we can just let you impersonate him since we've never met him? Zhao Yi thought it was ridiculous. Although the chairman was a mysterious rich man who showed up suddenly and he had never seen his true appearance, it was impossible for him to be a stinky boy who hadn't even grown all his hair yet. I don't know if you're pretending or not, but I do know you're the business manager, right? Then you're fired. Zhou Fan didn't care that they doubted his identity. He couldn't hide his identity anyway, and this man would definitely be fired by him. You want to fire me? Go back to sleep. You never know in your dreams. My godfather is the vice chairman. If you dare to mess with me, you'll be finished with this company. Do you understand that? Zhao Yi had a cold and hard face. This new guy probably didn't know his background yet. Zhou Fan sneered. He didn't know who the vice chairman was, but based on the vice chairman's position with a mosaic face and 0 shares, he could easily control him. If the vice chairman dares to abuse his power for personal gain and corrupt you, he will be fired along with you. Zhao Yi felt that the man in front of him was too arrogant. A newcomer actually wanted to fire the vice president. Do you really think you're the chairman? Get him down and throw him out of the company. Zhao Yi randomly pointed at a few people from their department, and the rest did not dare to resist at all, but just moved slowly. They naturally knew who was right and who was wrong in a matter. The young secretary arrived late and ran over with a stack of documents. Chairman, this is the information you requested. What is it? The young secretary looked breathlessly at the group of people gathered around her, but fortunately she had sharp eyes and spotted the chairman in the crowd at a glance. Although he is a newly appointed chairman, he stands out for his height. Zhao Yi was stunned and grabbed her arm in surprise. What are you talking about? Who are you calling the chairman? Open your eyes and look, there is no chairman here. The young secretary was frightened by Zhao Yi and immediately began to feel aggrieved. She shook off Zhao Yi's hand and moved closer to Zhou Fan. He is our new chairman, Chairman Zhou Fan. What's wrong? After the secretary finished speaking, the people around her immediately changed their attitude. They had just been like spectators in the front row, but now they had become like professionals accompanying the leader on an inspection tour. Li Rui was also stunned. She had never expected that this young man, even younger than herself, was actually the chairman of the company, not even the vice chairman. Really young and promising. Chairman. The people around immediately shouted respectfully, "This is simply a plot from a TV drama." The chairman specially went incognito for inspection. Chairman. How could this be possible? How could this be the chairman? Zhao Yi's face was filled with disbelief. Someone who knows how many years younger than him was actually the chairman. The company had previously said that the new chairman was ruthless, so how could it be the person in front of him? It's confirmed now, right? You're fired. Go to HR to get your pay and get out. Our company doesn't need people like you. Zhou Fan's words made the people around him excited, especially the people in Zhao Yi's department. No. My godfather is the vice president, how can you open it just like that? Zhao Yi struggled. Yes, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. That vice president has also opened his business. Everyone was petrified. The vice chairman fired him with ease. That was a bit too awesome, class. Zhou Fan took the information from the secretary. I'll notify HR soon. You can leave after receiving your salary. I don't want to see you in the company this afternoon, no? You too. Zhou Fan said that it was not good to hold the information behind Zhao Yi and Li Rue, he still had things to do. What a delay. Li Rue originally wanted to thank Zhou Fan, but he was a young and promising boss after all, so she decided to forget it. The crowd dispersed in a noisy manner, leaving Zhao Yi standing there helplessly and furiously. Zhou Fan took the information back to the office. It turned out that cheese industry was engaged in food processing, mainly producing convenience foods, such as potato chips and instant noodles. After years of accumulation, the company has gained some fame in the industry. However, the food industry has been highly competitive in recent years, and profits have become increasingly slim. If it continues like this, the company will sooner or later go bankrupt. After learning about this situation, Zhou Fan had an idea and came up with a clever idea. He plans to expand his business, establish an internet company, and boost sales of his food products. Zhou Fan acted immediately and soon posted a recruitment advertisement for Fifan Technology on the internet, offering very generous remuneration. The basic annual salary of 200,000 yuan and free accommodation for employees are very attractive to a large number of college students who have difficulty finding jobs. However, there is an additional condition for participating in the interview, which is that you must collect all the cards and the potato chips and instant noodles produced by Fifan. All college students who study in Shanghai want to stay there after graduation. But in Shanghai, where housing prices are prohibitively high, it is hard to find a company that offers free accommodation. Therefore, after the recruitment information was released, the potato chips and instant noodles produced by Fifan Industrial quickly became popular among a wave of graduating college students. Looking at the company's increasing sales performance, Zhou Fan touched his chin, feeling quite proud. Potato chips and instant noodles are cheap and last a long time, so it's worth it. And if I win the lottery, I'll get a good job opportunity. If I can't find a job, I'll probably buy some and give it a try, right? I really am a little business genius. Chapter 24 Recruiting Secretary. Zhou Fan sat in the office, looking at the young secretary, feeling uncomfortable. Of course he had to fire that young secretary. He was going to be the top man in the Magic City in the future, so the secretary beside him had to be someone with great responsibilities and abilities. Besides, he didn't like her type. Zhou Fan called his secretary over, who was very nervous. She had seen the new chairman's methods, firing anyone at will. I know you were the secretary of the previous chairman, and he liked me but not me, so do you understand what I mean? However, I still feel a little reluctant to directly tell this girl to fire her from her position. Therefore, Zhou Fan had already applied for a transfer for her and transferred her to the secretary of the human resources manager. Today's scene was purely a notification. I know, chairman. I saw the transfer notice. I will do my best as the HR manager and secretary. Although Dong Ning was nervous, it was just a transfer after all, not a dismissal. Chairman Zhou must have done his best for her. Well, I'd appreciate your understanding. But before I transfer, please help me with one thing. Send this document out. I need to find a secretary. The interview starts tomorrow and will last for 3 days. I'll be the only interviewer. Zhou Fan handed over a document and Dong Ning quickly took it. Don't worry, Chairman. I will definitely handle this matter well. With that, she left the office in her high heels. Zhou Fan slumped in the chair. Without anyone around, he didn't need to maintain a serious attitude. After the news got out, everyone in the company started to get excited. With such a young and promising chairman, who wouldn't want to be his secretary? The minds of newbies in the workplace are filled with brainless plots like office romance and the domineering boss falling in love with me. Stop daydreaming. Chairman Zhou is definitely looking for someone who graduated from a prestigious university, and she's definitely a beautiful woman. If he even dislikes a little beauty like Dongning, what chance do you have? Stop daydreaming and pack up and get ready for the meeting. When the marketing director came to have tea, he saw this group of young people gathered in the tea room discussing Zhou. The staff were shocked. Got it, director. The interview for the chairman's secretary will begin soon. Such a good position is what all female college students are trying their best to get. Philippe Industrial. That's one of the top companies in Shanghai. After becoming the chairman's secretary, you'll definitely stay in Shanghai. Who knows, you might even become a successful senior white-collar worker in the future. Who wouldn't dream of that? On the first day of the interview, the company's threshold was almost flattened. Zhou Fan sat in the interviewer's seat, with the seat next to him empty. It was enough for him to interview alone. After all, he was the one who was going to choose a secretary. The staff were busy organizing outside and conducting one-on-one interviews. The reception room was almost entirely filled with beauties of all kinds, with all kinds of styles. It was like all the beauties in the world gathered together. A woman wearing a black uniform with only a black base shirt underneath and with a strong cleavage is jaw-dropping. She seemed very confident, standing with her long legs crossed, casually admiring her new manicure. A short-haired beauty next to her was constantly applying powder to touch up her makeup, which was so exquisite that it couldn't be more exquisite. The entire reception room was filled with the scent of a mixture of high-end perfumes, and compared with the scene before him, it was simply bustling. In the corner, a woman wearing a black uniform with a short hip skirt and black stockings wrapped around her slender long legs looked exceptionally calm. She has a neat ponytail and wears thick black framed glasses, giving people an intellectual and quiet feeling. At this moment, she was looking at the information intently, pushing the frame from time to time. She was obviously not of the same kind as the colorful women present and seemed a little out of place. People who stand out will soon be discovered. The woman with big breasts and sexy waist looks at the woman in the corner with disdain. Isn't Philippe Industrial a big company? How come a country bumpkin from the countryside is qualified for an interview? This is simply lowering my status. The woman sneered in a shrill voice. Su Chian pushed his glasses again, looked at everyone with a confused expression, then lowered his head to continue reading the information, completely ignoring the looks from those around him. How dare you ignore me? The woman bit her red lips angrily, but since this was an interview venue, she would have to teach this clown who polluted her vision a lesson. Lu Zhen, who is Lu Zhen? You come first. After receiving the notification that Zhou Fan's interview had begun, the staff immediately shouted towards the reception room according to the list. The woman with a slender waist just now stood up immediately. Me. I'm here. Then she glared at Su Chian with disdain while wearing high heels, and followed the staff into the chairman's office. As soon as I saw Zhou Fan, I immediately had an idea in my mind. The chairman is not a middle-aged bald greasy uncle. What's going on with this handsome appearance? Sitting in the interview chair, Lu Zhen began to show her charm, trying to arouse Zhou Fan's interest. The interview list is with Zhou Fan. He has seen the appearance of these people before. Although they are good-looking, after having met Su Chian and Suya, he has become immune to ordinary beauties. Let's get started. Introduce yourself and why you're applying for this position at the company. Zhou Fan placed the materials on the table and spoke in a calm tone. Lu Zhen immediately began to talk eloquently, bragging about his academic qualifications and work experience. Okay. Go ahead, I'll let you know when the next result comes out. Zhou Fan simply waved his hands. Does this woman have ADHD? She keeps swaying back and forth. Lu Zhen puffed out her chest proudly and walked out of the office confidently. Everyone in the reception room immediately turned their eyes to her. The chairman is very satisfied with me, the secretary position will definitely be mine. Lu Zhen sat aside with great confidence, and had already begun to fantasize about becoming the chairman's wife in the future. Everyone was speculating that although Lu Zhen was indeed good-looking, they couldn't just decide on her. Next, Lu Yu. Next, Zhou Ji. Next, Zhao Ruo. Next, Chu Yan. As soon as Chu Yan heard her name, she stood up quickly. This was the third job she had found after graduation, and she had to pass the interview. Zhou Fan was aesthetically fatigued in the office and discussed with the system whether it could directly give him a beautiful secretary with many talents and extraordinary abilities. But the system refused. Zhou Fan could only stare at the door with his big eyes. As a man, he was almost traumatized by women's breasts. The next one to come in would definitely have big breasts. Squeak. When Su Chian pushed the door open, he saw Zhou Fan sitting in a chair in a very depressed state. Finally, he had a new taste in Zhou Fan and immediately became serious. Please take a seat. Su Chian sat down awkwardly, wringing his hands nervously. Chapter 25 Secretary Su Chian. Zhou Fan was stunned. What kind of people were found for him? The first few didn't look like they were applying for secretary positions, but more like they were looking for marriage partners. They were simply disgusting. This time, this character looks timid and shy, so how could she possibly be his secretary? Zhou Fan was so disappointed that he didn't even bother to go through the formalities and handed the list of questions in front of him to Su Chian. Come on, just answer the questions here. Just answer as many of the 20 questions as you like. This is only the first day of the job application, and it would be a bit too greedy to want to find a secretary today. Su Chian read the words above honestly, and Zhou Fan listened with one ear and ignored them with the other. Even big bosses have headaches sometimes. Su Chian had just read question 15 when Zhou Fan's phone suddenly rang. Wait a moment, I'll take a call. When I turned on my phone, it turned out to be Lu Daji, whom I hadn't contacted for a long time. I was shocked at first and then answered the call. It's been so long since you graduated and you only called me. Zhou Fan tried to speak as quietly as possible. After all, this was an interview, and it was not appropriate for him, the interviewer, to answer the phone during the interview. While talking on the phone, Zhou Fan secretly glanced at Su Chian, who was interviewing. She was looking at the questions in her hand very quietly, without saying a word, and she was not even curious about what he said. Hey, I came home after graduation. My mom took me to the temple to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures for a few days. How are you? How are you doing recently? I'm a little busy right now. I'll come see you in a few days and we can talk in detail. Zhou Fan felt that it was pointless to say more on the phone, as it was definitely impossible to explain it in a few words. Okay. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan stretched his shoulders and looked at Su Chian. Where were we talking about? Through his observation just now, Zhou Fan felt that this girl was actually quite good. At least she was not curious about anything. Okay, stop talking. Tell it again from the beginning. I want to listen. Although Zhou Fan was a bit rude, Su Chian had no complaints at all. She began to read out the information Zhou Fan had just given her word for word, including what she had just said. After all the questions were asked, Su Chian blushed and closed his mouth, too embarrassed to say anything else. Zhou Fan was shocked. Su Chian just spoke without any script. You can't recite all the questions by heart, right? He took great pains to come up with this question, and there is no copy of it on the internet. Su Chian nodded gently. Seeing Zhou Fan's puzzled expression, he quickly explained, I've had a photographic memory since I was a child, so I can remember almost every punctuation mark in something I've read once. So, after reading this information, I can naturally repeat it. Su Chian stood up straight and was extremely confident when he spoke, but after he finished speaking, he seemed like a different person, either blushing or looking around. He is such a coward. Zhou Fan then looked at Su Chian carefully. She seemed to be a great beauty as well, but unlike the glamorous beauties, her beauty was particularly low-key. He also has an amazingly good temper and a photographic memory. Just now, when I heard her introduce herself, it seemed that she was a top student who graduated from Showdown University. I can't find it even with a lantern. Okay, it's you. From now on, you'll be my secretary. Go out and tell them that the interviews are over today. The people on the list can be assigned other positions in the company. Zhou Fan waved his sleeves at Su Chian and asked her to give orders according to his opinion. Not only was he hired immediately, but he also immediately became the secretary to issue notices. Although Su Chian was surprised, this was definitely a good thing for him. It will never be the same as before. Su Chian walked out nervously with the documents in his hand. Everyone looked over at him again. This woman had obviously been in the office longer than the others. Only Lu Jin was disdainful. The chairman must have chosen her, not that country bumpkin. Su Chian mustered up his courage and spoke as calmly as possible. The chairman said that I have been decided to be the secretary today. The people on the list can stay in the company and will be trained as models for the company's publicity in the future. Su Chian finished it in one breath, and then his face turned red again. Lu Xun heard that she was on the list. She was not the chairman's secretary but a company promotional model. Why? That's fake. You bad woman, you didn't do that on your own? Lu Xun was the first to object. How was her figure and appearance not better than Chu Yan's? Could it be that after being in the office for so long, the chairman had been taking advantage of her? That's not the case. The decision was made by the chairman. It's up to you whether to stay or go. Chu Chian quickly waved his hands to explain. Ha! You've been in this office for so long, who knows if you used some unconventional means to get this position? Lu Xun looked at Chu Chian with disgust, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. The others didn't dare to speak, because Chu Chian was now the chairman's secretary after all. If they offended her now, how would they live in the future? However, their eyes were still curious when they looked at Chu Chian. Chu Chian didn't expect that someone would misunderstand her like this. She was already a little timid, and when she saw everyone's eyes were on her, she became even more nervous and her face blushed. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Fan walked out of the office. He had originally planned to take a day off today, but he heard these words as soon as he walked out the door. Even people who didn't attend the interview could only praise Zhou Fan for being a promising young man when they saw him for the first time. What? You have some ideas? I said Chu Chian is a secretary, so what are the unspoken rules? Do you know them well? Zhou Fan glanced at Chu Chian in front of him. Your work is done. Go home and get ready for work tomorrow. Also, anyone on the list who wants to stay can stay, and those who don't want to stay won't be forced to stay. After Zhou Fan finished speaking, he asked the staff to take those who decided to stay to the studio, and then left the company. The rest of the people naturally all chose to stay. Although Lu Xun was not satisfied with the result, it was something that almost everyone in Magic City now agreed that Fifan Industrial's salary was high. Having a job at Fifan Industrial, even if it's just cleaning lady, you'll never have to worry about food and clothing. Who would be so stupid as to give up this opportunity to be a model? Before leaving, Lu Xun gave Chu Chian a fierce look. As long as she stayed here, there was a possibility that she would become the chairman's secretary. Chu Chian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he had a job. Zhou Fan randomly found a place to eat. If Thompson didn't forbid takeout, he would have ordered something worth several $100s. When he got home and opened the flash sale app, the activities inside shocked him again. 200x cash back on amusement park activities, limited to 48 hours. This time, you can really make money by eating, drinking, and having fun. Chapter 26, Hotel Entrance. Since you can get 200x cash back on amusement park purchases. Of course, the most expensive amusement park is the best. The most expensive amusement park in Shanghai is, of course, Disneyland. But Zhou Fan used his own little universe to think about it. They were either with friends or lovers. If he was alone at that time, he might end up being fed dog food no matter what he played. When he thought that he might be surrounded by young couples, his heart ached inexplicably and he clenched his fists and slapped his thighs. Who doesn't have a beautiful woman? I'm so pissed. Zhou Fan was really pissed off at himself, so he decided to bring a companion with him, and this companion naturally fell on Su Chian, with whom he had had close contact. He still remembers the taste of that sweet kiss in his mind. With Su Chian involved, he might become the kind of person who feeds others dog food. Thinking of this, he immediately started to act, not caring how tiring his work was on weekdays. The thought of going to the amusement park with Su Chian instantly swept away his fatigue. I found Su Chian's number, cleared my throat and called her. Hello? Su Chian's soft voice came from the other end of the phone, and Zhou Fan immediately controlled his pounding heart. Su Chian, my friend has 2 tickets to Disneyland. He gave them to me for some reason. I thought it would be a bit of a waste, so I wanted to ask if you are free tomorrow? Su Chian was stunned. Does this mean he wants to go on a date with her? The shop where she works happens to be closed for the day tomorrow, and since she no longer has the pressure of rent, her life has been much more relaxed recently. After thinking about it, Zhou Fan also helped her a lot. Okay. I have the day off tomorrow, so I have time. Besides, it has been a long time since I went to the amusement park. Okay. I'll pick you up at the Grand Hotel tomorrow. Zhou Fan hung up the phone excitedly. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. This system activity was simply a godlike assist. The next morning, Joe Fan drove his cool Bugatti to the door of Holly. I also want to keep a low profile. But he was so poor that he only had a Bugatti. He quickly entered the hotel and called Su Chian when he was almost there. As soon as Joe Fan entered the hotel, he saw Su Chian walking out in a white long dress. Because she was going to have a good time today, she specially found a pair of white shoes. Joe Fan instantly felt the spring breeze blowing on his face. This was probably what it meant to be as beautiful as a fairy. Su Chian trotted over, panting. Have you been here for a long time? I came down as soon as you called me. Unfortunately, the hotel is too high. No, let's go. Joe Fan was smiling and preparing to take Su Chian away when suddenly a teasing voice sounded from behind him. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this my good Su Chian? Why are you in this hotel? Are you here to get a room with a man? Joe Fan frowned and turned around, and a man in a white suit walked out of the elevator. Dang Fu? Su Chian looked embarrassed when she saw the person coming. She didn't expect to meet Deng Fu in this place. Deng Fu put his hands in his suit pockets and looked at Joe Fan. Are you being taken care of by this man who's wearing something hard to describe? It seems like the situation is similar. Put. Su Chian, I think you are blind. After having me, how can you still be attracted to a man like this? Deng Fu's eyebrows danced as he spoke, his face full of disbelief. Deng Fu. Watch what you say. I have nothing to do with you. Su Chian said in a low voice with a cold face that before Wang Bin came to disturb her at school, it was Deng Fu who had always been pestering her. It was only later that he seemed to have stopped harassing Su Chian after being called back to the company by his parents. Now, they unexpectedly met in this way. Humph. You think I want anything to do with you? I'm disgusted that you found a man like this. How could I possibly fall for you? I'm blind. Deng Fu showed a very disdainful expression towards Joe Fan. Although the two people are in the same school, one is the top student in the school and the other is the bottom student in the school. The two people had never met before. Joe Fan directly protected Su Chian behind him and spoke in a cold voice. Do you know why Su Chian didn't choose you? Because a toad is destined not to eat swan meat. Pohaha, are you talking about yourself again? You're that big toad, disgusting enough to make me want to vomit. Choice? Are you comparing yourself to me? What the hell are you qualified to do? Thinking that the woman he once pursued was with this man, he was furious. If the girl he once pursued didn't want to be with him, she would deserve to live out her life alone. What qualifications? Just because Su Chian chose me and not you. Joe Fan responded calmly, which made Deng Fu's face look even more vicious. Deng Fu was so angry that he laughed instead, his eyes full of disdain. Heh, I just finished a business deal with the owner of this hotel. Believe it or not, I can kick you two out of the Grand Hotel with just one phone call. The owner of the Grand Hotel? It's been a while. Why are you silent? Are you scared or awakened? Joe Fan listened to Deng Fu's words and curled the corners of his mouth in sarcasm. Are you sure the hotel owner will throw me out? Nonsense, it's just a matter of a word from me. Deng Fu thought that since he had just won the business, Shinjun should probably give him some face, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Shinjun hurried out of the elevator and saw Joe Fan head on, his eyes lit up with joy. He walked towards them with big strides. See? You're coming for me. Now beg me and I'll consider not throwing you out. Deng Fu looked at Shinjun confidently, that person must be coming towards him. Joe Fan. When did you come? You didn't even tell me you were coming. Don't you consider me, Shinjun, as your brother? Shinjun ignored Deng Fu and patted Joe Fan on the shoulder. No, I just picked up Su Chian to go out and play today. If this guy hadn't dragged me here, you probably wouldn't have seen me. Joe Fan intentionally reminded Shinjun that there was someone next to him, and only then did Shinjun notice Deng Fu next to him. What's going on? Boss Deng, what's this? Shinjun was a little confused. He didn't know what had happened. He looked at Deng Fu and asked him to give him an explanation. Inside. This plain-looking guy turned out to be Shinjun's brother. Wasn't this a real problem? How could he explain this? He couldn't say it, so I helped him. He said he was going to throw Su Chian and me out of the hotel together, and that you would definitely stand on his side. Zhou Fan repeated Deng Fu's meaning indifferently. What? No way, how could I possibly stand on his side? Shen Jun waved his hands quickly, then said to Deng Fu with a gloomy face, I think we need to reconsider our cooperation. Don't! Deng Fu looked at the situation and couldn't accept it for a moment. The business he had just secured was gone just like that. Chapter 27 interview begins. Deng Fu was still in a daze. This Zhou Fan actually snatched Su Chian away and ruined his business. Doesn't this man know Shen Jun? He thinks he's a big shot? His family has some status in Shanghai. Killing Zhou Fan would be easy. While Deng Fu was stunned, Zhou Fan had already pulled Su Chian into the car. I'm sorry it's so late because of me. Disneyland in Shanghai is very popular. After being delayed for so long, I guess I will have to wait in line for a long time before I can get in. That's fine. This kind of scum deserves a good lesson. Let's go. It's not a bad idea to wait in line for a while. There's nothing else to do anyway. Zhou Fan said as he started the Bugatti and quickly drove towards Disneyland in Shanghai. I don't know if it was because God favored them or if they were just lucky, but they were able to enter the venue without waiting in line for long. You can play the amusement facilities directly without having to queue. Zhou Fan felt a little unsteady after riding the pirate ship, but Su Chian seemed to be in high spirits. Pull Zhou Fan to ride the rotating honey jar. No, isn't this a game for girls to lead children? It's too embarrassing for a grown man like me to sit on it. Zhou Fan walked to the side and refused to go up. He didn't want to accept such a silly and cute project. He didn't want to accept it. Su Chian looked very hurt. I don't have any children, I only brought you alone. If you don't play with me, I'll probably be sitting there alone. If that's the case, I'd rather not play. Although Su Chian said this, her eyes were still fixed on the honey jar, as if she had lost her soul. Zhou Fan had no choice, he softened his heart. In front of the beautiful woman, his damn pride as a man should be crushed to ashes. Su Chian happily pulled Zhou Fan onto the honey jar and kept spinning it, while Zhou Fan bought a hat and covered his face so that no one could see it. After finally finishing this entertainment facility, Zhou Fan suddenly stopped being timid. I found a restaurant that looked delicious and walked in. I still had to take care of lunch. Just looking at the menu, although it is expensive, it is not outrageously expensive. Even if it is 200 times more, it is not that much. Su Chian looked at the dazed Zhou Fan, automatically filtering out the brilliance of Zhou Fan owning a Bugatti Veyron and a pound of diamonds. He took out his wallet very considerately. I can treat you this meal. After all, you've made me very happy today. I should thank you very much. Looking at Su Chian's serious face, Zhou Fan just felt funny. He didn't think it was expensive, but rather too cheap. How can I let you pay for dinner with a girl? Zhou Fan called the waiter and pointed to the most expensive dishes on the menu. This, there are more than this price range, I want them all. The calm look seemed to be natural. The waiter immediately took note and walked down with the menu. Su Chian looked at the amount of food they had ordered. Even if she rushed to pay the bill, she estimated that her empty wallet would be of no use. We ordered so much food, can we finish it? Su Chian felt a little sorry for the money. How much would this cost? Zhou Fan waved his hand, it's okay, just take a bite each. You can earn more money this way. Su Chian didn't say anything. She looked at the food being served one after another and her worries disappeared instantly. She was sure she could finish it all because it was so delicious. After the two of them had eaten their fill, they went to play at the entertainment facilities in the afternoon. It's just that the Ferris wheel has not been open to the public, which is a small regret for the two of them today. But we have decided to wait until the Ferris wheel opens and then go ride it again. Zhou Fan only sent Su Chian downstairs of the Grand Hotel. After all, entering a girl's room late at night did not seem like a gentleman's behavior. Although Zhou Fan has never considered himself a gentleman, the habits he has developed over a long period of time still make him choose to be reserved. I had a lot of fun today, thank you. You are tired too, so go back early. Su Chian said with a blushing face. Zhou Fan nodded. This romantic moment was a bit like the feeling of sending his girlfriend back to the dormitory in college. At this time, Su Chian should hold on to his shoulders and kiss him on the face. But seeing Su Chian's feet seem to be standing still, Zhou Fan knew that a kiss was impossible. Okay. Then I'll go back first, you go to bed early. Zhou Fan drove away. Su Chian watched him for a long time until he could no longer see the car before going upstairs. The next morning, when Zhou Fan arrived at the company, he saw his new secretary Chu Yan and was almost unable to react. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered that this was the secretary he appointed yesterday. She had already come to work today and her workstation was in the reception room outside Zhou Fan's office. "Hello, Chairman Zhou." This was Chu Yan's first time serving as a secretary in such a high position, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, fearing that he would be fired again because of his previous carelessness. Zhou Fan nodded, then realized that the news of the potato chip and instant noodle collection card had been released for a long time, so he ordered, "Go and get me the information on the company's food sales." "Well, Chairman Zhou, I saw it this morning when I was handing over my work, and I have memorized it. If you don't mind, can I repeat it to you?" Chu Yan blushed slightly and put forward his idea. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. This secretary with a photographic memory was really amazing. "Sure, then come into the office and report to me." Chu Yan followed Zhou Fan into the chairman's office, and after Zhou Fan sat down, he began to report. Just like reading out the names of dishes, a large amount of text and numerical information was reported smoothly. At first, he was a little surprised at Chu Yan's ability, but soon Zhou Fan calmed down and began to listen to the reported information. "That should be all. Do you have any questions?" Although he reported the financial information for 10 minutes in one breath, Chu Yan looked very comfortable with it. However, when she saw Zhou Fan's admiring look, her cheeks instantly turned red. "Pa pa pa." Zhou Fan laughed and clapped his hands. "Amazing, awesome. Yesterday, when I heard you say you had a photographic memory, I was a little skeptical, but today I really believe it." Hearing Zhou Fan's praise, Chu Yan's face turned even redder, and he waved his hands repeatedly and said, "They are just some small things, not worthy of your praise." "Ha ha ha, it's okay. You can be more confident in the future. After all, you are my secretary, Zhou Fan." After teasing the shy beautiful secretary, Zhou Fan began to think about the company's affairs. Sales of the company-branded potato chips are almost done, and it looks like this year's graduating class is really putting in a lot of effort into collecting the cards. In this case, we can start the next stage of the task. Great. Very good. Now we can start recruiting. Tell the HR department to take care of this. Be sure to check their cards during the interviews to make sure no one is trying to take advantage of the situation. There are too many counterfeiting technologies nowadays. Some people may choose to forge directly because they are too lazy to collect information. Such people must not be accepted. The first requirement for the employees he wants to recruit is honesty. Chapter 28 Interview Requirements. Recruitment will start soon, and those holding bags with cards are almost all graduates from major universities in Shanghai. Although the way they got the interview opportunity this time is very unique, having this opportunity is to give them hope. "Hey, I heard. This boss is from our school, and he just graduated. Doesn't that mean he's my senior? I wonder if there's a backdoor or something." A sturdy young man with a calculating look on his face. If he can really get along well with the boss, his future will be limitless. When the interview started, a group of newly graduated college students in the reception room immediately sat up straight. Some of them were so nervous that sweat could be seen on their foreheads. This time, Zhou Fan is not the only interviewer. After Zhou Fan finished selecting his secretary last time, he summed up this experience, and having someone next to him can help him share the burden. There were 5 interviewers sitting behind the long conference table. Zhou Fan was naturally the one sitting in the middle. The first one on the left was the Human Resources Director, and the second one was the Marketing Director. The first one on the right is the new Deputy General Manager, a man Zhou Fan felt was suitable for this position after careful observation. The second one is Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan tried to procrastinate but was unable to shirk the interviewer's task, in her own words, she was the one who had just been interviewed, and it was really unfair for her to interview others. Zhou Fan didn't care. As his secretary, Chu Yan should have the responsibility to get to know the employees who were about to enter the company in advance. With her photographic memory, she probably knew what kind of people they were and what their personalities were like. When the time came to hire them, it would naturally be easy for her. Zhou Fan sat upright, acting like a chairman. In addition to testing professional skills, this interview naturally has another particularly important item, which Zhou Fan specially reminded him of in advance. No matter what else he forgot, he must not forget to ask this. "Okay, sir, could you please tell us what your beliefs are? Why are you here for this interview?" The HR director, with her neat short hair, was the first to ask a question. These people all had to go through her to enter the company, so naturally she had to consider them carefully. Well, I just want to make a difference. Work hard and bring honor to the company. Joe Fan rolled his eyes. He hadn't even been accepted to work for the company yet, and he was already threatening to work hard to bring honor to the company. This was a bit too unrealistic. It was so fake. After confirming Joe Fan's intention, the HR director told him to go back and wait for news. The man stood up and left without stopping or even bowing. Is this the kind of upbringing he needs to bring honor to the company? Joe Fan shook his head secretly. This was how the first person was. He hoped that the people below would not let him down. Ma'am, may I ask why you are here for this interview? I just want to find a job that allows me to stay in the Magic City. Joe Fan nodded. This little girl must be telling the truth. If he gave her a job opportunity, she would definitely work hard for the company. If you keep asking like this, everyone may understand that Fiefan Industrial will definitely not hire inferior people. Therefore, almost everyone who interviewed in this interview had qualified professional skills, the only difference was between good and better. Although this made Joe Fan very happy, when he examined their beliefs, the endless messy excuses really surprised him. The salary here is high. I'm the only man in my family. I came here to earn money to support my family. Of course I want to work hard, become a white-collar woman, and improve my quality of life. I'm here to support my girlfriend. She's been with me since college, and I can't let her suffer anymore. Of course, these are all standard statements. No matter what their reasons are, they are more sincere than ordinary people, and they all have the obsession to stay here, which will definitely play a good role in the development of the company. Of course, there were also some weird statements that made Joe Fan feel overwhelmed. What about starting from the grassroots and working hard to become a boss? He is the boss now, so what should I do? As for those who have devoted themselves to the company, Taishu really cannot consider these now. The good and the bad are all intertwined together, making Joe Fan unable to take it lightly at all. Finally, it was time for the lunch break. With fewer sounds in his ears, Joe Fan felt that it was particularly wonderful. The worries of a successful person were just like this. Chairman Joe, I have memorized all the people who meet your requirements. If Chairman Joe needs anything, you can ask me and I will quickly find an employee who matches them. Chu Yen did not leave during lunch break. Looking at Joe Fan, who was already slumped in the chair, he reported on his morning work. Well, you did very well. But you don't have to work too hard. Go eat quickly. You have a tough battle to fight in the afternoon. Joe Fan waved his hand and told Chu Yen to hurry up and eat. He had never been as tired as he was today. The last interview for recruiting a secretary was arranged very casually and only lasted for one morning. And after all the candidates were beautiful women. This time we are recruiting grassroots staff of the company, so we naturally cannot be too casual. After a while, Joe Fan heard footsteps again and thought Chu Yen had come again. He was so angry that he wanted to throw the sign with his name on the table at her, but she was a girl. So he patiently asked, "Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to take a lunch break?" When Joe Fan looked up, he saw the face of a strange man. He was startled and almost jumped up from his chair. "Who are you?" Lu, who was also startled. He originally wanted to see if there was anyone else inside, and thought it would be even better if he could run into the chairman. "Are you Chairman Joe? I'm here for an interview today. I saw they all went out for lunch, and Chairman Joe was here alone, so I thought I'd come and chat with him." He was still thinking about the fact that Joe Fan was his senior. If he could successfully please Joe Fan through this chat, then he would definitely have a good chance of getting the interview in the afternoon. Oh. Fuck you. Can't you see I'm exhausted? But after all, he now represents the entire Fiefan Industrial, so he still understands this etiquette. "Chairman Joe, I heard that you graduated from Magic City University?" Lu Hu asked directly and tentatively. "Oh, yes, it is. I didn't expect that there are people who specialize in researching the university he graduated from. It's really a bit surprising. I wonder if it's intentional." "That's such a coincidence, Chairman Joe. I also graduated from Magic City University. You're a year older than me, right? What a coincidence. I actually got an interview at your company. It's like I have a connection." Lu Hu acted very familiar and took out a cigarette from his pocket. "Does the chairman smoke?" Zhou Fan frowned and instantly felt that the man in front of him had a bad conscience. This was not caring about him at all, he was trying to get in through the back door. No smoking in the office. Zhou Fan waved his hand, and Lu Hu had to put the cigarette back awkwardly, but he had no intention of giving up at all. How many people want to have this kind of relationship with the chairman but never get the chance? They're alumni. If they're even closer, they're classmates. Chapter 29 Old Classmates. Listening to the other party's various attempts to get close to each other and his self-praise, Zhou Fan almost kicked this muscular man out. Even if his professional skills were pretty good, he was not a decent person if he always tried to get in through the back door. However, because of his identity as the chairman, Zhou Fan could only ask the security guard to throw out Lu Hu, who was talking about the two of them being equals in running the company together. Zhou Fan? What's going on? Weren't we having a nice chat? What do these security guards mean? Lu Hu was just immersed in his own fantasy, but these security guards pulled him out of his fantasy. I'm the chairman of Fifan Industrial now. You should call me Chairman Zhou. Besides, you're such a good talker and have such great ambitions. Our company really can't accommodate you. You should go to another company. Lu Hu smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Zhou, that's nothing. Although I have talent, I'm willing to stay in Fifan Industrial. Just give me a general manager position. Zhou Fan wanted to kick the man out. There were not many people in the world who were so blindly confident. You have such a character that our company can't tolerate you. You two go ask him to leave and take back his card. It's a waste of our company card to give it to someone like him. Zhou Fan couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he just waved his hands and stopped looking at Lu Hu. Calling him by that name sounds quite domineering, but why would he do such a brainless thing? Only then did Lu Hu realize that things did not seem to be developing as he had expected, and he frantically made excuses while being dragged away by the bodyguards. However, no matter how Lu Hu shouted, Zhou Fan ignored him. It was just that his nap was indeed disturbed by Lu Hu. This matter quickly spread among those who came for the interview in the afternoon, so everyone knew that the interviewer, Chairman Zhou, was impartial and fair, and everyone was extremely nervous. The interview in the afternoon went smoothly, but Zhou Fan's eyelids were drooping and he couldn't remember anything the interviewer said. After the recruitment was over, Chu Yan handed the list of candidates to Zhou Fan, and those who were hesitant during the interview and didn't even dare to tell the truth were naturally eliminated. Chairman Zhou, this is the list of people who can successfully join the company. Are there any points that you are dissatisfied with? Zhou Fan shook his head. He only knew the ones from the morning. He was not familiar with any of the names from the afternoon. Naturally, he was not dissatisfied. Xu Yan has already started notifying everyone who has successfully interviewed that they can come to work in the company next Monday. When he got off work, Zhou Fan was extremely energetic, probably because he had slept for a long time in the afternoon. Just when Zhou Fan was thinking about what to eat in the evening, he suddenly received a call. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Hello? Zhou Fan? A calm male voice asked tentatively on the other side of the phone. For a moment, Zhou Fan only felt that the man's voice sounded familiar, but he still couldn't remember it. Asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "I'm Wu Ziyu." The other party was afraid that Zhou Fan had completely forgotten him in the past few years, so he quickly explained, "Brother, do you still remember me? I'm Wu Ziyu, who joined the army after graduating from high school. Now that I'm discharged from the army, I want to contact you, my best friend from high school." In fact, even if Wu Ziyu didn't explain, Zhou Fan already knew who was on the phone when he heard Wu Ziyu's name. Thinking of their friendship in high school, Zhou Fan felt a little emotional. Everyone in high school had almost forgotten about it. But Wu Ziyu was the one he would never forget. "Of course I remember you. I remembered it immediately when you just said your name." "Humph, you've got some conscience, kid. It's no wonder I've been thinking about you since we were in the army. How about we get together?" Wu Ziyu asked tentatively. After all, he hadn't seen Zhou Fan for many years and didn't know how he was doing now. It would be a bit embarrassing if he was busy. Fortunately, Zhou Fan's cell phone number had not been changed since high school, which made it easy for him to contact Zhou Fan. "Sure. That's inevitable. Just tell me the location and I'll come find you right away." Zhou Fan naturally wanted to go. He hadn't seen his brother since he joined the army. He had made him cry when he joined the army. "We have to have a good get-together this time. Wu Ziyu arranged to meet at a snack stand not far from the high school. They often liked to eat there back then, but 5 years had passed and the snack stand had become much cleaner. Okay, you go first, I'll be there soon. Zhou Fan had no worries and drove his Bugatti straight to the snack stand that Wu Ziyu mentioned. As soon as I parked the car, I saw a strong man sitting at the very edge of the snack stand. Wu Ziyu! Zhou Fan shouted, and sure enough, the muscular man turned around. He looked similar to the impression Zhou Fan had of him, except that he had a scar on his face, and his skin, tanned by wind and sun, had become a healthier wheat color. Fuck! You look a lot more handsome after not seeing you for a few years. Wu Ziyu was also very excited and quickly stood up to greet him. Don't praise me, I'll get carried away. Aren't you handsome too? You're definitely the type of macho guy that the ladies like. Zhou Fan said jokingly that as a grown man, he wanted to pinch the muscles all over the body. Wu Ziyu suddenly caught sight of the BMW 5 Series behind Zhou Fan and was stunned. What have you been doing these past few years? How could you drive such a nice car? The BMW 5 Series was parked next to the Bugatti. Wu Ziyu would never have thought that the Bugatti was Zhou Fan's, it was the top-notch BMW 5 Series. When they were in high school, the two of them squatted at the school gate and watched the cars passing by. They were so envious that they insisted that they must buy a car when they grew up. I didn't expect Zhou Fan to achieve it so quickly, and it was a famous brand BMW. Oh, it's nothing. I just opened a small company and made some money. Let's eat first. I came here on an empty stomach to see you. Zhou Fan thought that Wu Ziyu was well informed in the army and didn't think Bugatti was that great, so he didn't care. But he came here on an empty stomach at night, and he hadn't eaten at this kind of roadside stall for a long time, so just smelling the aroma made him drool. Wu Ziyu didn't bother with the BMW 5 Series. He pulled Zhou Fan to sit down quickly and ordered all the street barbecue dishes. I also ordered a few bottles of beer and soju. After placing the order, Wu Ziyu felt a little embarrassed and asked, "You're so rich, so I guess you've been drinking red wine all the time?" Zhou Fan waved his hands. Hey, don't say that to me. I really haven't had much red wine before. It's so tiring. I still feel better after drinking wine like this. Chapter 30 Military Training Instructor. The old classmates were extremely happy to see each other. After 3 rounds of drinks, although neither of them was drunk, they began to talk about their life insights with the help of the alcohol in their bodies. Before, you liked the class beauty, and I chased her to ask you out. She was so scared that she cried and refused to play with you. Now I think about it, it was really stupid. Zhou Fan was thinking back, and suddenly remembered many embarrassing things about Wu Ziyu. He had to bring them out quickly to embarrass him. Ha! Have you forgotten that you went to the bathroom without toilet paper? You squatted there for a long time, and I was the first one to notice you weren't back. I thought you fell into the toilet, so I brought you some toilet paper. You're the more embarrassing one, okay? Zhou Fan blushed. Wu Ziyu could actually remember such a small thing. What kind of memory was this? He, a man who was about to reach the pinnacle of his life, would have countless stains from now on. The two of them clinked their glasses passionately again. You have no idea how hard it was for me in the army. I tried my best to excel, and I even wanted to desert several times. But after much thought, I persevered. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Wu Ziyu was holding a beer bottle, looking dazed, as if he had flown back to the painful days when he first joined the army. Zhou Fan suddenly remembered the days when he was bullied at school, and under the influence of alcohol, he began to sigh. What's that? My girlfriend of 4 years ran away when I graduated from college. I didn't say anything. Even if my ex-girlfriend knelt on the ground and changed her mind now, I wouldn't care. Zhou Fan drank another full glass of wine as he spoke. What 4 years of bullshit love? Just let it go away as soon as possible. Money makes the world go round, but without it you can't even move an inch. That's the reality. A poor man is worse than a ghost, and weak tea is worse than water. The world is just like that. I've finally understood this. Zhou Fan's expression was gloomy. When he saw that his girlfriend could abandon the relationship of 4 years and turn to the arms of a rich young man, he finally understood that in this society, if you don't have money, you will be hurt by others. Wu Ziyu, however, could not quite understand Zhou Fan's pain. When I was in the army, my life wasn't as complicated as yours. I was filled with camaraderie and made friends with many people who were fighting hard for their beliefs. That feeling was truly magical. Zhou Fan was lost in thought as he watched Wu Ziyu speak. Wu Ziyu pointed at the scratch on his face, which was neither big nor small, but was very obvious. This scar is from a combat exercise when a comrade accidentally dropped a grenade at my feet. I was holding him and falling into the sandbags to avoid it, and the shell scratched me. But I don't regret it. If I had to go through it again, I would still make the same choice, even if it meant I could lose my life. Pfft, so stupid, this idiot-like person couldn't be you. After hearing this, Zhou Fan burst into laughter. Wu Ziyu also laughed. After all, in today's society, it is difficult for anyone to believe in such sincere feelings. As Zhou Fan was laughing, he suddenly had an idea. Wu Ziyu had just been released from the army and had nothing to do. Why don't I invite Wu Ziyu to my company to be a military training instructor? Nowadays, college students can exercise their bodies through military training when they first enter college. During the remaining 4 years of school, many college students will develop bad habits. Among those people he had just recruited, there must be many such people. If Wu Ziyu could eliminate their lazy consciousness, it would definitely be a good idea. Once he had an idea, Zhou Fan did not hesitate to propose it directly to Wu Ziyu. Since you, my old classmate, have just been discharged from the army, why don't you come to my company and serve as my military training instructor? Wu Ziyu raised his eyebrows, and when he heard the word instructor, he sobered up instantly. What military training instructor? I've only heard of military training at the beginning of university. How can I also need it when joining a company? Of course, our company must be unique. Otherwise, I'd have to find someone else. Besides, I can't trust anyone else. Only my old classmates are reliable. Zhou Fan looked at Wu Ziyu, hoping he would agree quickly, and then said, "Don't worry, as long as you do a good job, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Wu Ziyu looked at Zhou Fan's sincere eyes, and thought of his parents who worked hard at home, and agreed, "Okay, since you were so thoughtful, then I will help you. When you tell me to go to work, I will go." Zhou Fan nodded hurriedly. "Monday, let's go on Monday." The two looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Wu Ziyu suddenly noticed a person acting suspiciously next to Zhou Fan's luxury sports car. "Zhou Fan, is your car okay? Why did I see someone sneaking around there?" Wu Ziyu quickly reminded Zhou Fan, as if he was afraid that something might happen. "Oh, it's okay. He can't steal it even if he wants to without the key. Just let him take a look." Zhou Fan didn't care and didn't even look at it. After all, the most important thing now was to have dinner with his brothers. However, Wu Ziyu was obviously too righteous to tolerate it. "That won't do. He's a bad guy, and you can't tell what he might have done. Just wait, I'll be back soon." Wu Ziyu stood up and walked towards the BMW 5 Series. Zhou Fan shook his head when he saw this. Wu Ziyu was still the same as before, always willing to help others when he saw injustice. "Hey! What are you doing sneaking around like that?" Wu Ziyu shouted at the man, and the sneaky man was frightened by him and almost ran away. However, looking at what Zhou Fan and the other man were wearing, they didn't look like the owners of a BMW 5 Series at all. I guess he is someone who sees injustice. "Why are you yelling? This is my car. Shouldn't I be here?" Zhou Fan and the other man were stunned. He was just pretending to be stupid in front of the car owner. He didn't know where he got the courage from. "It's your car, and you're being so sneaky, it's so suspicious." Wu Ziyu crossed his arms and looked at the man in amusement, wondering what else he could come up with. "Me? I can't find my keys, okay? Where can I go to cool off? Get away from me, I don't need you to meddle in my business." The gangster-looking guy started cursing at Wu Ziyu and rolled up his sleeves to reveal his non-mainstream tattoo. "I'm not meddling in other people's business. I'm getting rid of this evil for the people." Wu Ziyu said this and ran straight towards the gangster. Before the gangster could react, he realized that he was so strong and the man in front of him was no better. If they were to fight, he would definitely win. The little thug thought so and immediately rushed forward, but he was wrong. Not only did he fail to win, but he was also quickly thrown onto the car. "Don't move, Zhou Fan, call the police. This guy must be taken to the police station." Zhou Fan shook his head. This kid was as upright as ever. But what was the point of showing off for someone else's car? "Little brother, I was wrong, please forgive me, I didn't do anything." The boy felt a little aggrieved, he really didn't do anything. Chapter 31, Awkward Misunderstanding. Wu Ziyu held the gangster tightly. After all, he was a soldier, so he had to protect the safety of his good friend's car. Hey, hey, hey! Who are you? What are you doing next to my car? Get out of the way. A man and a woman walked out of the hotel next to the snack stand. The man with a greasy face was particularly reflective under the streetlight, and he started scolding Zhou Fan and the others. Wu Ziyu was stunned. This was already the third owner of a BMW 5 Series after Zhou Fan. What was going on? The BMW 5 Series was a good car, but it wasn't so popular, was it? What? Zhou Fan, shouldn't this be your car? Wu Ziyu looked at Zhou Fan in confusion and innocence. The man who was hugging the woman opposite saw that both of them were wearing shabby cheap clothes, and thought that there would be an opportunity for them to show off. It was also a good opportunity to take a good look at the beautiful woman next to him and make up for the embarrassment and unpleasantness that had just happened in the room and on the bed. What do you mean it's your car? Do you think a good car is yours? With the way you're dressed, forget about a BMW 5 Series. You can't even afford a crappy tricycle. Get away from my car. If you get it dirty, you'll have to wash it. The man waved at the three people in disgust. The gangster got anxious. You're not the fucking owner of the car, why are you holding me hostage? Let me go. Wu Ziyu was stunned and subconsciously let go of the gangster. The little gangster ran away quickly. He didn't steal anything today and still suffered such humiliation. The man proudly showed off his chest in front of the woman next to him, looking like a rich man. Wow, you're so handsome, darling. You really have such a stylish look. Although this man is not good in some aspects, he is still good in terms of money. You can take the money given by this man and give it to other boys, so that other boys can fulfill your regrets. The woman was so happy that she had her own little plans in mind. Zhou Fan. What's wrong with you? This car doesn't belong to you. Wu Ziyu was also embarrassed. This kid actually treated him like this as soon as they met. You don't have money, so what? I don't look down on you. I, your brother, have a skill and can definitely support you. We don't even care about this BMW 5 Series. Wu Ziyu said this and retreated to Zhou Fan's side, thinking that Zhou Fan didn't want him to look down on him. Zhou Fan was speechless. What a coincidence! Before he could explain, the greasy-faced man was eager to highlight himself. You two are such an eyesore, don't you know my baby wasn't scratched? If you don't have money, just take the fucking bus. Why are you looking for fun here? After the man finished speaking, he hugged the woman and staggered towards the BMW 5 Series. What's wrong with owning a BMW 5 Series? Are you so awesome? My brother will definitely drive a car more expensive than yours in the future. What are you so proud of? Wu Ziyu stood up to speak up for Zhou Fan, but he just blocked Zhou Fan's words of explanation. Pfft, more expensive than me? A train? Ha ha ha, you've accomplished nothing yet still dream. If you could drive a car as nice as mine, I'd eat shit. As soon as I walked over, I noticed the Bugatti next to me and my eyes were full of surprise. How is it? Your BMW 5 Series is just like this, right? Zhou Fan naturally saw the man's astonished look. Naturally, the man was dissatisfied with Zhou Fan. What? My car is not yours anymore? Do you still want the Bugatti next to you to be yours? Are you still dreaming of a bright future? The man sneered at Zhou Fan. Then you might be disappointed. I really don't deserve this BMW 5 Series. After Zhou Fan finished speaking, Wu Ziyu pushed him. You little brat. Are you stupid? How could you say such spineless words? Wu Ziyu looked disappointed. The man also looked very proud. I haven't finished what I'm saying, but this Bugatti is really mine. The man was about to say something sarcastic when he saw Zhou Fan take out a car key and press it lightly. A pleasant voice sounded from beside him. This Bugatti is really yours? The man was stunned. It turned out that there were many masters among the people. What else do you think? Could it be yours? Come on, brother, I'll take you home. Wu Ziyu's home was originally in Shanghai, and Zhou Fan was the poor one who came from outside the city. At this time, Wu Ziyu didn't react. This kid was not driving a BMW 5 Series but a Bugatti Veyron. How could he not be surprised? The kid who hadn't even grown all his hair back then, now he can even drive a Bugatti. Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu got into the car, leaving the man staring at the back of the Bugatti in a daze. "You little bastard. You drove a Bugatti without telling me. You made me so embarrassed." After he realized what was happening, Wu Ziyu wanted to beat Zhou Fan up. "You didn't ask, but I have to say, you have great skills." Zhou Fan said jokingly that Wu Ziyu had been in the army for so many years and his skills had really improved a lot. "Of course, otherwise why would I join the army? Okay, I'll send it back to you. Don't forget to come on Monday." When Zhou Fan returned home and opened his phone, he found that the flash sale app had launched a long-term promotion for Haolaoban. You can get a 99% return on the benefits you give to your employees. Give them the benefits now. No matter how you look at it, this feels like a kind of cultivation. Moreover, Zhou Fan has worked in many jobs before and knows that a boss who is willing to pay will naturally gain the loyalty of his employees, not to mention that the consumption is almost cheap. However, you can't give too much at once. You have to give it little by little to keep employees hopeful. This is the only way to retain their hearts. So Zhou Fan called Su Chian and told him to arrange the military training for the new employees as soon as they arrived tomorrow, and those who didn't want to stay could leave. The next morning, Wu Ziyu came to Fifan Industrial according to the address given by Zhou Fan. He was so surprised that there was nothing to be surprised about. Zhou Fan actually opened such a big company. "When you start working at our company, you will undergo a month-long military training, and Instructor Wu will be the one to lead you." After Chu Yan finished his introduction, Wu Ziyu bowed politely. Everyone was puzzled. They were all college graduates, so why did they still need military training? Xu Yan continued, "During this period, Chairman Zhou will give each of you a subsidy of 200 yuan per day. If anyone can't hold on, they can leave directly." When I heard there was a subsidy of 200 yuan a day, I definitely decided to do it. Everyone cheered immediately. Wu Ziyu was once again amazed. 200 per person per day for so many people, how much would that be, and on top of his high salary? Really rich. Zhou Fan, on his part, was planning to buy an office building in the city center to serve as the office space for Fifan Technology. "Where can I find houses for sale?" Zhou Fan thought of Shinjun, who ran a hotel and should be familiar with real estate. "Just call. Mr. Zhou, it's rare that I have time to think about my brother." Shinjun's phone was picked up not long after it rang. "I just have something to ask Brother Shin." Zhou Fan went straight to the point. "Just tell me. I'll tell you everything I know." "Brother Shin, do you know where there's an office building for sale in the city center?" "Office building?" Shinjun thought for a while. "Ah, indeed there is. I remember that there seems to be an office building in the city center that is about to be completed and will be auctioned soon. It should be in the Mingtian Hotel in the city center." "Okay, thank you, Brother Shin, I understand." "What are you thanking me for?" "Brother, your business is my business. I'll go with you when the time comes." Chapter 32 Demon City Giant. "Thank you so much, brother." Zhou Fan naturally did not refuse. With someone like Shinjun who understood the big shots in Shanghai accompanying him, it would definitely be easy for him to win the bid for the office building. On the day the auction started, Zhou Fan drove a Bugatti to the Grand Hotel to pick up Shinjun, and then the two began to discuss the auction in the car. A newly completed office building in the city center is definitely one that everyone is vying for. So you have to be mentally prepared. Shinjun said, although he knew Zhou Fan should not be short of money, but an entire office building is no joke. Without financial strength, then don't even think about it. Zhou Fan drove the car skillfully. Although he didn't look at Shinjun, he still made a relieved expression. "Brother Shin, don't worry about this. Everything is according to my plan. Just watch carefully after we enter the venue." Why is Zhou Fan so confident? Of course, the system has launched a new activity, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Auction flash sale, you only need to pay 1% of the funds to obtain the auction items. In other words, if Zhou Fan can control the price to buy this office building at 2 billion, he only needs to pay 20 million. He will definitely be confident about such a cost-effective deal. The location of this auction is quite unique. It is actually the most luxurious underground venue in Shanghai. Looking at the cars in the parking lot, Zhou Fan knew that many important people must have come this time. Although there is no car more luxurious than this one, cars worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions are very common. After entering the venue with Shinjun and receiving the number 55 from the staff, Zhou Fan randomly chose a seat near the back of the midfield and sat down. He still prefers to keep a low profile. After we sat down, the venue was almost full. Although there was only one office building in the city center being auctioned, there were no less than 100 people and the venue was full. This has proven the importance of this office building in the minds of business tycoons. Shinjun looked at a big bald man in a suit sitting diagonally in front of him, who was shining brightly under the lights in the venue. Joe Fan, did you see that bald guy? Shinjun pointed and signaled Joe Fan to look in that direction. Joe Fan turned his head and saw a shiny bald head. I see. Brother Shin, the venue suddenly feels much brighter. Joe Fan said with great emotion, could it be that after achieving success in his career, he didn't want to be bald in middle age so he simply shaved off all his hair? Don't underestimate that bald guy. He's one of the biggest names in the Magic City internet industry, specializing in online games. He's here because he's probably thinking about expanding his company. Joe Fan nodded. After hearing Shinjun say that this person was a giant in an internet company, he actually took a few more glances at him and memorized his appearance. Who knows, he might meet him at work in the future. Joe Fan, are you looking at that cool woman in a professional suit? Don't underestimate her because she's a woman. She's actually the general manager of a famous financial company in Shanghai. She once made a fortune in a single day. I didn't expect she'd be interested in this office building, too. Joe Fan continued to look over there. She looked really cool. This was probably the demeanor of a strong woman in the workplace. After a while, Shinjun had introduced almost everyone in the venue, except those who arrived later. Joe Fan also gained some knowledge. It turned out that bringing Shinjun here had many benefits. Having someone who was knowledgeable in business around could really help him understand a lot of people. Joe Fan sat on the side of the left aisle. After a while, a fat man sat down on the right aisle. He looked so wealthy, as if he was a big shot in Shanghai. Joe Fan naturally noticed this man at a glance and was immediately attracted to him. Seeing that Shinjun was still looking at the person in front, he hurriedly poked him. Brother Shen, can you help me take a look at this important person in the aisle next to me? He seems a bit arrogant. When Joe Fan was talking to Shinjun, the bloated man next to him had already crossed his legs, picked up the red wine prepared next to him and tasted it, looking at the people around him with disdain. After taking a look, Shinjun had some doubts, and after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly remembered. This person is the boss of an internet company, but he's not particularly prominent in Shanghai, so I didn't remember him just now. After Shinjun remembered, he immediately explained to Joe Fan. I thought you were so powerful when you were so arrogant. All right. Joe Fan took another look, but he didn't expect to be caught on the spot. The bloated man looked around and unexpectedly made eye contact with Joe Fan. The man looked at Joe Fan. He didn't have a single brand name on him, and his wrist was also empty. What are you looking at? If you look any further, you'll only be able to see the brand name on me. He didn't know how such a poor person got in. Did the staff let anyone in? He looked at Joe Fan with disdain, wondering where this person came from and sneaked in to gain some experience. However, he came here today just for this office building in the city center, so he didn't have time to care about this person who sneaked in. Joe Fan raised his eyebrows. Oh, I don't care whether it's a famous brand or not. I came here today just for the office building. But, you? You want to buy an office building? You can't even afford a copybook. What kind of ability do you have? Joe Fan didn't argue with him. After all, the winner of the office building would be revealed soon, so there was no need to argue with him here. Seeing that Joe Fan ignored him, the bloated man thought that Joe Fan was in the wrong and felt embarrassed, so he raised his voice and spoke sarcastically. I will definitely buy this office building. When my company is successfully established, you can come to my company and I will give you a job as a toilet cleaner. After all, we can just be considered strangers. Everyone around looked at Joe Fan strangely. Anyone who attended an auction wearing casual clothes was probably just there to join in the fun. Joe Fan didn't care. No matter how the people around him looked at him, in the end he would be the one to get the office building, which would surprise them all. Let them look forward to it with good wishes. Don't listen to them, they don't understand. We just need to do our best this time. After all, it's not easy to photograph an office building in the city center. If we can't, I know of plenty of office buildings in other places. Shinjun was afraid that Joe Fan, who was so young, would be too impulsive due to their provocation, but Joe Fan's expression was surprisingly calm. Of course, what does it matter if others have money? He has the system to help him, so any amount of money is not too expensive for him. He is determined to get the office building. Chapter 33 Auction. With the hostess announcement, the auction officially begins. So everyone is sitting on edge, afraid of missing out. If you miss this opportunity to buy an office building in the city center, who knows how much more effort you will have to put in to buy another one. The bloated man waved the number 72 on his hand towards Joe Fan, then looked away with disdain and looked at the host. He couldn't take it lightly either. I believe everyone is aware that this office building has attracted widespread attention from the outside world even when it was under construction. I wonder who will be the owner of such a luxurious office building today. I declare that the auction begins now. The starting price is 100 million renminbi. The minimum bid will increase in increments of 100 renminbi. After the host quickly finished his opening remarks, he began to announce the starting price. After all, these were all business tycoons, and wasting someone's time for their treasure could cost tens of millions for just 1 minute. 150 million. Okay, number 2, 150 million per round. Is there a higher price? Shinjun immediately introduced him to Joe Fan. This number 2 is the general manager of H Network, one of the internet giants. Don't be fooled by his youth, it took him less than 10 years to become one of these giants. His strength is obvious to all. Joe Fan didn't plan to start asking for a price up front. After all, with so many awesome people around, even if he asked for a price up front, it would only be to help the venue raise the price of the office building. By the time the introduction was over, the price of the office building had risen from 150 million to 380 million. The bidding was very fierce, but Joe Fan still held down his number plate and listened calmly to Shinjun's introduction. This CEO worth 380 million shouldn't be underestimated. His position in the Magic City's financial district is incredibly important. The bloated man who looked down on Joe Fan just now looked at Joe Fan's behavior of looking around with disdain. It turned out that he just came to join in the fun because he couldn't afford the money. I'll give you 500 million. The man raised the number 72 in his hand, which scared Joe Fan. Although the man looked fat, he was very confident. Since the man asked for a price, Joe Fan decided to play with him. Okay. 500 million RMB per round. Any bidders? The host said excitedly that he had seen many people's eager eyes and felt that the price would definitely not stop there. 500 and 100. After Joe Fan finished shouting, the entire venue fell silent. Although the host said that the minimum increase would be 100 yuan, he didn't expect anyone to actually increase the amount by 100 yuan. The host smiled awkwardly and then shouted. Number 55, 501 million renminbi per round. Is there any increase in price? Joe Fan didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. If he could get this office building, wouldn't it be nice to get an extra $100? It wouldn't be a loss. The fat man next to him had a look of disdain on his face. He felt embarrassed for the man who dared to ask for 100 yuan for nothing. 518 million. Okay, number 2, 518 million per time. Joe Fan looked over and didn't expect that the man had already started the second round of bidding. When Shinjun saw this, he quickly shook his head. I think this boss has a feeling of determination to win. This was also Shinjun's intuition. This man was decisive and ruthless in the business battlefield. It was just an office building. If he wanted to get it, he would definitely get it. Tisk, brother, you don't believe I can get the office building even if I raise the price by 100? Why don't you trust me? Joe Fan chuckled and asked back. No. Of course I believe you, brother. But the other party is obviously well prepared. Brother, please don't be too impulsive. Shinjun immediately explained to Joe Fan that although he knew Joe Fan was rich, this office building was worth at least 700 million yuan, and he was not sure whether Joe Fan had that much money. Anyway, he didn't. 540 million. 597.2 million. 600 million. The strong woman that Shinjun introduced to him at the beginning finally spoke, and the second half of the auction was filled with the giants among the giants in Magic City. Auctions also require brains. If you blindly bid without thinking, the price of the item will only get higher and higher, even higher than its original price. It's almost time to take action now. 650 million. A man who looked like a CEO shouted quickly. If the secretary next to him hadn't told him to bid later, he would have wanted to bid first. 700 million. Number 2 asked for the price again. It was estimated that the auction was almost over and the price of the goods had reached its ceiling. Only a few people were bidding. 750 million. The bloated man continued to speak, saying that he thought the office building was worth about this price, and raising the price any further would be risky. 750 million and 100. Joe Fan put down the sign in his hand. He was going to suppress this arrogant-looking man and make him do whatever he wanted. The bloated man looked at Joe Fan with disdain. Did this man have no shame, or was he just too thick-skinned? He actually mentioned such a price multiple times. Joe Fan met his gaze and shrugged, not caring at all. 800 million. The boss shouted again. 850 million. As soon as the sign for number 2 fell, the sign for the strong woman was raised again. 900 million. This is the highest price she can afford, and this office building is probably worth this price. No one spoke. Joe Fan glanced at the bloated man and signaled him to continue asking for the price. The bloated man snorted coldly and didn't look at Joe Fan. Okay, if you don't want it, I'll take it. 1 billion. The entire venue was shocked. The first person to increase the number by 100 million was the guy who had said 100 twice before. He clenched the number 2 sign several times and finally stopped raising it. The price of 1 billion for this office building was no longer worth it, and he could not let the company take this risk again. The strong woman also put the sign aside, indicating that she would not continue to ask for money. The boss ignored the secretary's attempts to stop him. 1 billion and 50 million. No one can steal his limelight or his office. 1 billion and 60 million. Joe Fan spoke calmly. He didn't expect that there would still be fools who would raise the price after the price was capped. 1 billion 70 million. The boss once again ignored the secretary's attempts to stop him and raised the sign without thinking. The secretary next to him couldn't bear to watch. Their base price this time was 900 million, but they didn't expect the boss to quote 1.7 billion. A total loss of 170 million. I don't know how long it will take to earn it back. 1.1 billion. Joe Fan really didn't want to waste time on this. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to go back and visit the people in the company? The boss wanted to raise the price, but was immediately pulled down by the secretary next to him. Boss. Our target price is 900 million. Now that we have this person to take it over for us, let's not raise the price. Besides, we don't know what the final outcome will be if we switch to the internet, and we can't guarantee that we can make back our money. Chapter 34 Military Training begins. Although the boss is rich and powerful, he is too impulsive. If he had not always been by the boss's side, the boss probably would not be in his current situation. Didn't you persuade me to switch to the internet? Why are you asking me to give up now? The boss was a little unhappy. Why did the secretary do whatever he said? He was even more arrogant than him. No, boss, although the office buildings in the city center are nice, you absolutely can't take pictures of them without adequate preparation. Besides, there are so many other great places. The boss had no choice but to grow increasingly annoyed with Joe Fan. I've never seen this man in Shanghai's celebrity circles. I guess he's just a startup. He relied on his wealth and brainless behavior to take this office building away from me. Okay. 1.1 billion once. 1.1 billion twice. 1.1 billion 3 times. Deal. The host excitedly knocked down the hammer, indicating that the auction was over. Some people's faces were full of regret, while others looked indifferent. Anyway, they were not qualified to bid after the second price was called, and it had nothing to do with them who won the office building. After the show, the company's CEO walked towards Joe Fan. He wanted to warn this young man, who looked like he hadn't even grown all his hair yet, that there would be serious consequences for trying to snatch things from him. Shinjun didn't expect that Joe Fan would be so generous and easily take out 1.1 billion. Although he was shocked, he saw the boss coming over and hurriedly reminded Joe Fan. This guy is the CEO of a major company in Shanghai, one that's transitioned from manufacturing to the internet. He's well known for his wealth and power in the industry. You'd better be careful. I think you've already messed with him. After Shinjun finished speaking, the boss had already walked up to Joe Fan with his secretary, looking him up and down with disdain. People like him can be found in large numbers on the street, yet they could come up with 1.1 billion. Boy, do you know what will happen if you challenge me? The boss looked fierce, thinking that Joe Fan was a child who could not be frightened. Isn't this auction all about the highest bidder? I really don't understand what you're saying, boss. I'm not challenging you. Zhou Fan folded his hands to express his disagreement with the boss. Humph. Do you think you'll have an easier time in the Demon City if you provoke me? Whether it's easy or not, we'll talk about it later. We'll just have to wait and see. Zhou Fan was fearless. I have a system, who should I be afraid of? He also had the confidence to run his company better than this middle-aged, balding uncle. Snort. Before the boss could say anything, the staff came over. Sir, please follow me to the backstage to complete the subsequent procedures. Boss, I won't accompany you anymore. Zhou Fan waved his hand casually and took Shinjun and the staff to the backstage to complete the handover procedures for the office. The boss was furious. He even blamed the secretary beside him. The thing he never lacked the most was money. He didn't expect that he would be pressured by someone else because of money today. That brat. Humph. Next time we meet, I won't let him be as proud as he is today. I have to teach him a lesson. Let's go. When Zhou Fan was driving Shinjun back, Shinjun asked the question in his mind. 1.1 billion seems a bit expensive for this office building. Shinjun originally just wanted to remind Zhou Fan that he might be at a disadvantage, but Zhou Fan didn't mind. That's fine. All I want is that office building in the city center. It's not easy to find one in this location, not to mention the low price. My reserve price is 2 billion. Zhou Fan was certainly not bragging, and the low price he mentioned was certainly not referring to 1.1 billion, but the price after the system discount. Buying a top-notch office building in Shanghai for more than 10 million is simply perfect. Shinjun was speechless. This Zhou Fan was really rich. Even 1.1 billion could be called a low price by him. He was too narrow-minded. By the way, brother, thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't recognize so many of the big names in Shanghai. It just so happens that the new employees in my company are about to have military training, so let them stay at your hotel for the time being. With so many employees, Shinjun has found a big business. Shinjun was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. But what about military training for employees? I've never heard of any company requiring military training before starting work. Thank you so much, brother. You're really creative in giving your employees military training. Of course. You have to be in good physical condition to work for me. Why does it sound like they're planning to exploit their employees? Ha ha ha. If you say so, then so be it. With all preparations completed, the new employees of Fifan Technology are about to officially begin their military training. Zhou Fan had nothing to do these days, so he decided to go and see how the employees who had undergone military training under Wu Ziyu were doing now. Although the sun in Shanghai is not scorching at this time of year, the air is still a bit stuffy. This military training environment is surprisingly similar to the memories of my freshman year. In addition, Wu Ziyu was an outstanding member in the army, so he naturally took things like military training seriously, which made the company's new employees so miserable that they wanted to give up. But I just kept thinking about the 200 yuan subsidy every day, so I had to grit my teeth and persevere. Zhou Fan wore sunglasses today, and his bodyguard brought 2 chilled watermelons and a parasol as they arrived at the military training ground for employees. I put down the recliner and ate watermelon while watching the employees standing at attention. Seeing the boss coming, everyone immediately became more serious, but Wu Ziyu ignored Zhou Fan and focused on training his employees. Your body is crooked. Your hands are not flat. Hey, look up. Life as a boss is so boring. Zhou Fan spat out a mouthful of watermelon seeds and sighed deeply. If looks could become reality, Zhou Fan would have been shot into a sieve by dozens of super rays. Stand in horse stance for another 5 minutes, then you can rest for 10 minutes. When everyone heard that they had to do horse stance, they immediately started complaining, but since Zhou Fan was there, they didn't feel comfortable complaining too much, so they immediately started doing horse stance according to Wu Ziyu's instructions. Zhou Fan chuckled and walked up to Wu Ziyu with a piece of watermelon. Brother, want a piece? Wu Ziyu was quite principled. He waved his hand and said, no need. I'll keep the food warm with them. Go eat over there and don't disturb the morale of the troops here. The employees nodded in agreement and had to do horse stance while watching others eat the juicy watermelon. It really hurt them a lot. Zhou Fan looked at Wu Ziyu with a look that said, you are a great man. That's great. I was absolutely right to hire you as our instructor." Then he shouted to the sweaty employees in front of him, "Whoever does the horse stance best, I'll give you watermelon and a day off." Chapter 35, The Boss's Eyes Are Sharp. Joe Fan is also trying to motivate them. It is not a good idea to always torture them. Only when they have a goal can they be motivated. They are all college graduates, and they would definitely not mind eating watermelon on a normal day. But in this environment, a watermelon is really attractive. Wu Ziyu didn't stop him and said, "Yes. Those who have completed the task well can take a day off." After Wu Ziyu finished speaking, the graduates began to do horse stance even more desperately. Wu Ziyu walked up to a boy and said as softly, "This horse stance is very basic. You're doing a great job. Both the angle and the strength. Report to the instructor, I was an outstanding military training student during the school's military training, so I can do the horse stance." The boy's face also turned red with embarrassment, not sure if it was because of the heat or because he was embarrassed. When Joe Fan heard this, he immediately walked over and gave his watermelon to the boy. "May I have your name?" Reporting to the chairman, "My name is Peng Xiafeng." Joe Fan nodded, "Good. You look very energetic. You can go back and have a day off tomorrow." Unexpectedly, the boy did not stand up. "No need. Chairman. Military training is to train us. It's useless for me to take a day off. This piece of watermelon should be given to the instructor. He works harder than us." The boy said with full energy that although the watermelon was delicious, he felt embarrassed to eat it with so many people watching him. "Well, that's great. I'll remember you. Practice well." Joe Fan really approved of Peng Xiafeng. He looked energetic and positive. Peng Xiafeng was praised, which naturally attracted a lot of envy from people. He didn't expect that he would win the chairman's appreciation after only one day of inspection. He was indeed a scheming man. An equally young boy imitated the movements of Peng Xiafeng, who had just been praised, and took a horse stance. The purpose is naturally to get Wu Ziyu's praise and then stand out in front of the chairman. Wu Ziyu walked up to the boy and frowned. Everyone's horse stance will have some variations in angle, height, and posture due to their height and body shape. However, although the man in front of him did it exactly the same as the previous person, the angle, height, and posture were not quite standard. "You." As soon as Wu Ziyu said a word, the man immediately stood up and took a break while the instructor was praising him. "Instructor, you don't need to give me a holiday. Military training can strengthen our willpower. I am willing to stay and continue the training. The chairman's watermelon doesn't need to be given to me. Just give it to the instructor." The man raised his head proudly, waiting for the chairman's praise. Wu Ziyu's face was full of black lines. It was too obvious that the boy in front of him wanted to get Joe Fan's attention. "No. I mean, what you're doing is not standard. Don't just imitate others. Didn't I teach you just now?" The boy looked embarrassed. He was clearly doing what that boy was doing, so why was he being criticized? I immediately thought that boy must have gotten in through the back door and was acquainted with the instructor or the chairman. Don't try to imitate others. Just be yourself. Keep doing your horse stance. Wu Ziyu said this and jumped over the person he had just met. Joe Fan walked up to him and took a look. He was a very energetic young man, but he seemed to be a little serious about what he wanted to show. But he didn't say much, and continued to patrol forward with his hands behind his back. Isn't it just a back door? What's there to be proud of? I can still do well even without the back door. Although the boy's voice was very low, Joe Fan still heard it and immediately frowned. It's just that I'm having a good time today and I don't want to make the atmosphere too serious. You. Joe Fan turned back and looked at the boy who had just spoken. The boy's eyes lit up immediately. Could it be that the chairman also thought he was a promising talent? You just wasted time doing horse stance, don't forget to make up for it. After saying that, Joe Fan followed Wu Ziyu's steps while walking and eating watermelon, which could be regarded as a punishment for the boy. As a boss, you naturally have sharp eyes. The boy stamped his feet in anger. What the hell is going on? When all the employees were going to rest, only this boy was a little late, but no one would leave the company because of such a small matter. Working here is something that outsiders can't get in even if they try their best. It would be stupid to leave so impulsively. After a day of military training, Joe Fan drove back to Thompson 1. When passing by the property, he suddenly discovered that Suya, the property manager of Thompson 1, had not seen her for a long time. He was really confused. When I arrived at the guard's place and asked the guard, I found out that Suya's father was diagnosed with a serious illness a few days ago, and Suya was raising money everywhere. She has already sold her house in Tangchenipin. Although she got a good price, her father's medical expenses are too expensive. She is probably trying to find a solution now. When Zhou Fan heard this, he immediately became interested. After all, Suya usually took care of his house. Now that she needed help, he should lend a helping hand. I found Suya's contact information and called her. The call was picked up after a while, and her voice sounded a little tired. Zhou Fan? Did something happen to your house? Sorry, I'm on leave now. If you have any problems, please contact the other people in the property management team. I've already talked to them. Although her family had suddenly undergone a major change, Suya's professional qualities that she had developed over a long period of time allowed her to cheer up and face the owner's problems in the first place. I asked the guard about your family's situation. I'm really sorry, but regarding your uncle's serious illness, I wanted to say that I could help you. Suya was stunned on the other end of the phone. Although she knew that Zhou Fan was rich, her father's illness was very difficult and would require at least several million in medical expenses. How could she feel comfortable doing that? Zhou Fan smiled gently and continued, "You've helped me a lot, and now that you're in trouble, it's only natural for me to lend a hand." Zhou Fan said it lightly, but he was still worried that Suya was under pressure. Suya was naturally touched. After she sold the house in Tangchenipin, she took the Schroeder crystal chandelier back to her father's home in the countryside, not only because she couldn't sell it, but also because she was reluctant to part with it. But if she asked Zhou Fan to help her again, she would feel that she owed him too much. Besides, their relationship could only be considered that of a property manager and a homeowner. Although they had bought furniture together, they could not be considered friends. Not to mention. Suya glanced at the man opposite and refused Zhou Fan on the other end of the phone. "No, I can't trouble you too much, and I've already thought of a solution." Chapter 36, Buying Love with Money. The man sitting opposite me wore gold-rimmed glasses but still didn't give off a gentlemanly vibe. Instead, he looked like a science and engineering guy. As soon as I heard Suya's voice on the other end of the phone, combined with what Suya said, I naturally thought that there was a man on the other end of the phone. "Suya, that person on the other end of the phone can't be a man. If you beg me, I will naturally help you. That man is definitely not as capable as me. Can he really invite you to dinner at Michelin restaurant? You have to figure it out." The man pushed his glasses, crossed his arms, and his eyes were still wandering around Suya. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it must not be snatched away by other men. Suya was startled and quickly covered the receiver of her phone, fearing that Wang Xi's words would reach Zhou Fan's ears through the phone. "Don't worry, I've already figured out a solution. Just hang up." Then, without waiting for Zhou Fan to speak, Suya hung up the phone. "Humph, you're quite sensible. No one else can help you except someone like me who is wealthy, talented, and likes you so much." Wang Xi was very satisfied when he saw Suya hang up the phone directly. Suya clenched her hands tightly under the table, but she had to endure it for her father. "I know that. Okay, let's not talk too much. I'll pay for your father's medical treatment." "That's absolutely fine. I can pay any amount. The last thing I lack is money. But, the relative condition is that you must marry me." Wang Xi proudly stated his conditions, and Suya was shocked. The man in front of me, named Wang Xi, bought a house in Building C of Thompson 1 in recent years, and got to know the property manager Suya, but later sold the house in Thompson 1 for some reason. After that, he kept pestering Suya and sending her gifts on various holidays. He was definitely an avid pursuer. This time, Suya's father was seriously ill, and Wang Xi didn't know where he got the first-hand information. He said he could give money to help Suya through this difficult time, but he didn't expect the condition was to marry him. Zhou Fan was a little confused when the call was hung up. Finally, he clearly heard the man's voice, although it was very vague, but he still heard the key words. Suya was now begging this man, and the two of them should be having dinner at the Michelin restaurant. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune to threaten a woman is simply not something a man can do. Fortunately, Michelin is not far from Tangchenipin, and with the speed of the Bugatti, it will only take about 10 minutes. The two of them should have just started. Zhou Fan picked up the car keys and prepared to smooth things over for Suya, letting the man see what it means that there are always people better than you. Suya was silent. She had worked so hard for so long, wanting to marry someone she could rely on and someone she liked, but now she had to agree to marry the man in front of her like this. Seeing that Suya was still a little hesitant, Wang Si immediately threatened her with her father's illness. I think you should make a decision quickly. After all, you can wait, but your father can't. He's still waiting for me to pay for his medical treatment. You can't let your father's life be put at risk because of your hesitation. Suya was able to sell the house in Tangshaniping, and now he still appears here, so he is a filial son. By saying this, he obviously grasped Suya's weakness. Sure enough, Suya immediately showed an embarrassment on her face when she heard it. Her father's condition really did not allow her to delay it any longer. Okay. I promise you. But you have to save my dad first. We can get married after my dad is out of danger. I can't let my father still be wandering at the gates of hell while I'm having a grand wedding. Okay. We can hold off on the wedding, but we have to get the certificate. Wang Si nodded and rolled his eyes. He thought that Suya would agree to any excessive request he made now. In the past, he always followed Suya like a dog, but now he also wants to experience the feeling of being chased by his beloved woman. Suya's face paled. She hadn't expected Wang Si to be so shameless as to just get the marriage certificate straight away, wanting to save on even the wedding. However, marrying this kind of person for this kind of thing without having a wedding was exactly what she wanted. Okay, I promise. Before Suya uttered the last word, Zhou Fan's figure suddenly appeared in her sight. Could it be such a coincidence? This is such obvious taking advantage of someone's misfortune, I can't stand it any longer. Zhou Fan walked quickly to Suya's side, but did not choose to sit down. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Looking at the man who suddenly appeared, Wang Si's face suddenly became gloomy. He wondered which one of Suya's admirers he was. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the man you told me on the phone about not having money to eat at this Michelin restaurant. Just call me Zhou Fan. Bah! Who wants to hear your name? Who comes to the Michelin restaurant dressed in such rags? You're almost a waste. Don't bother me. Get out of here right now. Zhou Fan shook his head indifferently. I don't know if I'm useless or not, but today I'm going to smash your little plans to pieces. After saying that, he spoke to Suya very calmly. There's no need to waste time with this kind of person. Why make things difficult for yourself? I already said I can help you. As he said this, he took out a card. This was the card with the lowest deposit he currently had, which was 3 million. Here you go. It should help you with your current situation. Wang Si was about to succeed, but unexpectedly, Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. How could he let it go? You stinky boy, you want to die. What does our marriage talk have to do with you? Suya doesn't care about your little money. I am the man who can give Suya whatever she wants, the man she can rely on. What's the point of talking about marriage? This is love you bought with money. What's the difference between that and forcibly abducting a woman? Wang Si calmed down and looked at Zhou Fan, who was dressed in ordinary clothes and had a face like a gigolo. How could he possibly come up with so much money? Suya, do you think this man is being so arrogant right now because he's doing it for your own good? What if he chases me away? You still won't be able to pay me. When that happens, you'll be desperate. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't help you. You better think it over. Don't do anything rash and regret it. Zhou Fan listened to Wang Si's words from the side, and his mouth twitched. This was such an obvious threat. He started to get angry as soon as he got anxious. It was really embarrassing for a man. Suya didn't know what to do. She was really moved by Zhou Fan's actions. At least she wouldn't be threatened by such a despicable person. However, she had accepted too many benefits from Zhou Fan. How should she repay him? Chapter 37: Buying a computer. Zhou Fan didn't care, and didn't even think about it in terms of emotions. Even if it was Wu Ziyu or Lu Daji, he would do the same no matter which of his friends got into trouble. He just regards Suya as his friend, so he will naturally lend a helping hand when his friend is in trouble. Brother, do you see that car at the door? Zhou Fan calmly pointed through the window at the Bugatti Veyron parked on the side of the road. Don't be so friendly with me. What's the matter? You don't want to say that the car is yours? Wang Si looked in the direction Zhou Fan pointed, and saw the Bugatti Veyron, which always attracted a lot of onlookers wherever it went, and asked with a questioning look on his face. That's right. The difference in strength between us is already obvious. Zhou Fan didn't feel proud at all, he just wanted the idiot in front of him to realize his mistakes sooner. Ah, you're so fucking funny. How dare you brag about such a thing? If there was a rocket at the door, would you brag and say it's yours? Suya, this idiot, what else can he do besides bragging? I guess there is no money in that card at all, you need to think carefully about it. Wang Si's face was full of pride, while Zhou Fan looked like a fool. He didn't even dare to brag about how awesome he was. Can anyone drive a Bugatti? Suya couldn't bear to hear Wang Si talking about her friend like that. Just as she was about to angrily stop Wang Si, Zhou Fan took out the key from his pocket and shook it. Put. If it were me, I'd steal the keys to my Ferrari, BMW, or whatever. That's how trustworthy it is. If this fire starter could actually start a car, I'd rip my head off and let you kick it in the face. Wang Si still didn't believe it. Zhou Fan shook his head helplessly, waved his hand to call the waiter, and took out a few red banknotes from his wallet. Go move the car at the door forward. This angle is really an eyesore. The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the red banknotes. He took the car keys and walked out. After a while, Wang Si saw the waiter drive the car forward about a meter and then stopped, and then got out of the car. Sir, that car is a Bugatti, right? It's amazing. Thank you, sir. I'll just take 200. After saying that, he stuffed the remaining money back into Zhou Fan's pocket. He wanted to let a waiter like him drive a Bugatti once in his life. He didn't need money anymore. Zhou Fan didn't refuse and put the money back into his wallet, looking at the stunned Wang Si. I don't want your head. After all, I'm not that perverted. But I hope you can get out of here as soon as possible. Wang Si suffered a loss, after all, he was the one who said first that he would take off his head and let Zhou Fan kick it like a ball. Humph. You really don't know what's good for you. Suya, even if you come back and beg me, I won't help you. As he said this, he stood up, made a clattering sound on the stool, and left angrily. Watching Wang Si leave the house, Zhou Fan was in a good mood. He felt like he was teaching the scum a lesson on behalf of the people. Zhou Fan, thank you. Suya was very touched. If Zhou Fan hadn't come today, she would probably have agreed to Wang Si's unreasonable request. Don't thank me. I'm always so loyal to my friends. Zhou Fan scratched his head, feeling quite touched by the beautiful woman's gaze. I will return this money to you later. No rush, just pay me back when you have money. Eat more of this meal, or it will be wasted. I'll go pay the bill. Suya looked at Zhou Fan's back, stretched out her hand to keep him and said, let's eat together, but she opened her mouth but still couldn't say anything. The next morning, Zhou Fan drove to the computer city in Shanghai. FIFA Technology is about to be held, so naturally we need to purchase various work equipment. Zhou Fan looked at the brand logos of various models outside the computer city with great anticipation in his heart. I only had one broken laptop during my 4 years in college and had no money to replace it. Now that I have money, of course I want to buy all of them with top-notch configurations. Zhou Fan strode straight in. He was also a young man, and computers had a natural appeal to boys. After entering the computer city, Zhou Fan was shocked by the scene inside. There were all kinds of computers, and computers of all prices could be found. It has all the functions of a desktop and laptop. A desktop computer usually consists of two main parts, a host computer and a monitor, as well as other accessories such as speakers, mouse, keyboard, etc. There are also all-in-one computers that integrate the host computer and monitor together. After all, Zhou Fan was going to use extraordinary technology, so he had to buy a good computer. It's just that I actually ran into an acquaintance in such a big place like Shanghai. Li Jiqiang, Zhou Fan's college classmate, is well known for his computer skills and is extremely passionate about computers. Maybe it was because his family had some money, so even though he was a peaceful person, he had the hateful corner of his mouth of a rich man. When he was in school, he often mocked Zhou Fan because of money. Oh my, who was that? Isn't that Zhou Fan? Why is he still in Shanghai after graduating from university? Wasn't he fired from his internship company? How is he still doing? Li Jiqiang naturally came to buy a new computer for himself, as the one he was using now was a bit outdated. What else am I supposed to do here? Buy a computer, of course. Zhou Fan didn't care about Li Jiqiang's provocation. After all, if he had to quarrel with everyone he disliked, he would definitely be exhausted both physically and mentally for the whole day. Buy a computer? You can afford to buy a computer here. But it's true, your broken computer really needs to be replaced. This one is perfect for you. At around 5,000 yuan, it's definitely better than your crappy one. Before Zhou Fan could say anything, Li Jiqiang started talking to himself while pointing at a computer. This is also suitable for you. It's easy to use even if you don't have much money. 5,000 yuan. If you don't have that much money, I will take pity on you and give you 1,000 yuan for the sake of our schoolmates. Zhou Fan nodded, as if he was thinking seriously. Okay, although it's a little, but since you insist on giving me $1,000, I can't let you down. Ah? Li Jiqiang's face was full of confusion. He is belittling and mocking Zhou Fan. Doesn't he feel anything? Could it be that after being at the bottom of society for so long, he has become numb to insults from others? 1,000 yuan is not enough? I think you are crazy about money. You should be happy to meet a good person like me. Li Jiqiang held up his nostrils, as if Zhou Fan should kneel down and lick his shoes to thank him for helping him. Well, it's not that I'm crazy about the money, it's just that there's really not enough. As soon as Zhou Fan finished speaking, a staff member in black uniform came up to him in high heels, holding a long list, and interrupted what Li Jiqiang wanted to say. Sir, these are the 500 computers and accessories you purchased from our store. Here's the list. If you have no problem, you can sign. Chapter 38 Looking for decoration. The woman took the bill and handed it to Zhou Fan. Yeah, okay. Zhou Fan didn't pay much attention to the price. This computer was carefully selected by him, and he would buy it no matter how much it cost. This was the most basic facility he bought, and he would supplement it when FIFA technology grew stronger. What? 500 units? That's fake, right? Li Jiqiang was stunned. When Zhou Fan was in school, he was reluctant to replace his 4,000 or 5,000 yuan computer. Now he was buying 500 computers at once? It was unbelievable. Unable to believe it, Li Jiqiang snatched the order from Zhou Fan's hand, and his eyes immediately widened. So much money? These aren't computers that cost 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, each one costs tens of thousands. 500 computers actually cost tens of millions. Oh, right, this gentleman said he'd pay 1,000 for me. I'm paying 1,000 less, and he'll pay it all later. Here's the card, go ahead and swipe it. Zhou Fan calmly told the waiter about Li Jiqiang's provocative offer to give him 1,000 yuan. The waiter's eyes immediately shifted to Li Jiqiang. Sir? What do you think? Li Jiqiang had no choice but to nod, but the look in the waiter's eyes made him want to curse. He's already spent over 10 million yuan on 500 computers, so what's the difference between him and me? But if I don't agree, I won't even be able to give him the 1,000 yuan. And I'll be looked down upon. Anyway, no matter what, it's embarrassing. When has he ever been insulted like this? Once the goods are ready, just deliver them to the destination. The waiter nodded quickly, this is a big customer. After Zhou Fan walked quite a distance, he turned to Li Jiqiang and asked, Sir, what computer do you want to buy? You need to pay the 1,000 yuan just now. What are you buying? Just spend $1,000. I'm not buying anything. Li Jiqiang held the card tightly in his hand and walked out angrily. Today was so embarrassing that he was shaking with anger and wanted to tear Zhou Fan in half. Before Zhou Fan even walked out of the computer city, he saw the esports equipment in the computer city. One of his few hobbies in college is watching esports games. The competition between the two sides makes his blood boil every time he sees it. I immediately decided to buy some more equipment for esports competitions. After buying the computer, Zhou Fan felt very relieved. The next step was to look for a decoration company to renovate the office building. This can't be like a computer. He must compare prices from different stores. After all, the name of his company is FIFA, so naturally he wants to have a unique decoration style. The commercial street in Shanghai is like this. After you find a store, there are several of the same type. Zhou Fan drove for a while before he got out of the computer city. Finally, the decoration company building directly attracted Zhou Fan's attention. The style of a decoration company must have certain characteristics to attract customers' attention. This is how Zhou Fan was attracted to the decoration company. There was more than one decoration company in this building, one after another. Even though every company was busy, when they saw Zhou Fan coming up, people from several companies came out to greet him. No matter what kind of order it is, they want to get it. Sir, come to our company. Our company will design a decoration style that satisfies you according to your requirements. Sir, our company has always been a model company among decoration companies. If you trust us, we will give you a lifetime of surprises. Before Zhou Fan had time to speak, a group of employees began to introduce their company very politely. But among those who were trying hard to attract business, there was one person who was different from these excited faces. Don't get too excited, this might not be a big client. Liang Chao immediately recognized the man without a single brand name on him. His university classmate, Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was shocked. Meeting two college classmates in one day, could it be that they had made an appointment? Did they both want to cause trouble for him on the same day? And judging by Liang Chao's expression, he didn't look like someone who could say anything nice. I know this guy. He was such a loser in school. His girlfriend of 4 years ran off with a rich second-generation guy. How can someone like him be a big shot? I advise everyone. Get ready for your work, don't let yourself get too disappointed. All the graduating students knew that Qi Lin had dumped Zhou Fan's girlfriend, although they didn't know why Qi Lin's family got into trouble in the end. But everyone still used the green grassland that was put on Zhou Fan's head as a funny point to discuss with friends. How could this kind of garbage be a big business? Maybe he just wandered around the streets and ended up here. After all, Liang Chao and their company are rivals, so it is not ruled out that he used some trickery to get them away, and then took the client privately. As competitors, they were on high alert and no one was willing to move even a step away. Zhou Fan took out the floor plan and interior structure of the office building from his pocket. He even printed out several copies just to compare prices from 3 different stores. Unexpectedly, these 3 stores were all gathered together, saving him an extra trip. Today I'm bringing you a renovation project for an office building in the city center. It covers an area of 12,000 square meters, with a construction area of 52,000 square meters. Who among you thinks your company is up to the task? After Zhou Fan finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a moment. Although they all took the structural diagram from Zhou Fan's hand politely, the secret rivalry could still be seen on their faces. Zhou Fan. Just leave it to our company. After all, we're from the same school. I definitely understand you better than these strangers. Liang Chao was stunned. The much talked about downtown office building had been sold for 1.1 billion yuan a few days prior. He hadn't expected the buyer to be Zhou Fan. Although it was unbelievable, the truth was right in front of him. No matter what was said just now, he just went up to him with a thick face. We're not familiar with each other. Zhou Fan's cold words immediately froze Liang Chao's hand that was about to take the list, and the expressions of the people around him looked at him as if something was wrong. Just now you were calling him a loser. Now that you hear his project is big, you're begging him for cooperation. How can there be such shameless people? Yeah, no matter what, you can't talk about someone's past in front of so many people. Everyone has a past. You don't know how to respect other people's privacy at all. Humph. He might have made that up just to keep the client for himself. How can there be such uneducated people in our renovation industry? Everyone began to feel dissatisfied with Liang Chao. It would have been fine if you just left, but now you are trying to steal their business. Who wouldn't want to get this big deal of office building decoration in the city center? Not only will they get paid well, but they will also be proud to say in the future that they decorated the building. Chapter 39 Anchor Liu. Liang Chao was too embarrassed to take him down, and when he wanted to turn around and leave, Zhou Fan directly put the layout map in his hand. The office decoration matter cannot be messed up. Liang Chao is certainly annoying, but it is unnecessary to miss out on a good design company because of him. This office building in the city center is entirely occupied by internet companies. I hope you can help me design a space that combines high technology with natural scenery. Do you understand? We can definitely do it. Leave it to us, don't worry. The people from several decoration companies nearby also nodded frequently. It was easy to talk about whether it was possible or not. They would always come up with some ideas after going back to study. Now all they had to do was agree not to miss out on this business. Okay, then I'll give you some time to study the plan yourself. Then I'll choose the decoration company I'm most satisfied with to cooperate with. Is that okay? The decoration companies all agreed that for such a big business, they must compete based on their strength, which is fair. Liang Chao was silent and didn't dare to say anything. He had just insulted Zhou Fan, and it was already good enough that he was willing to give him this opportunity again. If he went back and found out that everyone around him had projects but he didn't, he would definitely fire him. After Zhou Fan finished dealing with the decoration company's issues, he felt relieved. He hoped that when he came to pick up the results, these decoration companies could design plans that suited his ideas. Zhou Fan walked downstairs slowly, and admired the way these decoration companies were decorating their own company. However, as soon as he went out, he found a female anchor holding a selfie stick and filming next to his car. Zhou Fan was no longer surprised by this kind of thing. Apart from himself, the person who was most familiar with this Bugatti was probably the female internet celebrity and anchor. There are always some images of license plates with mosaics posted online, but Zhou Fan doesn't care much about them. After all, they haven't caused him any unnecessary trouble. But the slender white legs and the white bubble skirt in front of him almost blinded Zhou Fan's eyes under the glaring streetlights. Her curly hair was scattered behind her, and from where Zhou Fan was standing, he could only see her delicate profile, like a porcelain doll. Unlike other vain female anchors, this woman did not sit on the Bugatti to shoot, but kept a certain distance from the car, as if she wanted to distance herself from the car. Zhou Fan was really curious. He wanted to take a picture of the car but also wanted to keep a distance from it. He was so curious that he stood at the door of the decoration company for a while to see what this woman was doing. Because it was evening, there were not many people on the road. The female anchor turned up the volume of the live broadcast room on her mobile phone to the maximum. Zhou Fan could hear the woman's voice when he listened carefully. Don't be too curious about this kind of car. It's only driven by rich people. We can just feast our eyes on it. Oh, this is already pretty close. If I get any closer, they'll probably think I'm the owner of this car. That's really not a good thing. Let's go after feasting our eyes. It was probably something that made things difficult for the female anchor in the live broadcast room, and the woman's face was filled with embarrassment. We're serious female anchors. Why would we want to be with rich men? Besides, don't the cute girls in the live studio know this? Those who drive luxury cars probably rent them for thousands of dollars a day. Even if it's not rented, the owner must be a middle-aged, bald, greasy, Mediterranean uncle. A lovely female anchor like me is definitely not worthy of him. The saliva in Luyu's mouth was almost dry, and she wanted to persuade her friends in the live broadcast room to stop making trouble. What about standing there and hanging out with rich people? It's really too much trouble. After Luyu finished speaking, she looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. Miss Lu. Look behind you. A middle-aged, bald, greasy, Mediterranean-looking man is coming towards you. Oh my God. Boss. This guy doesn't look like he's Mediterranean. He's so handsome. Why does he look so much like Song Chongji? Hurry up and find a rich guy. However, some people who had just entered the live broadcast room expressed their incomprehension of the situation and tapped their fingers frantically on the keyboard. What a ripoff. They rented a Bugatti, and even the actors were acting so cliched. Then he left the live broadcast room angrily. Luyu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and turned back awkwardly. Sure enough, a middle-aged, bald, greasy Mediterranean uncle who looked like Song Chongji appeared behind her. Luyu hiccuped in fright. How could this person walk so quietly? He must be a pervert. Zhou Fan had been standing nearby for quite a while. He didn't expect that the female anchor in front of him was so engrossed in the live broadcast that she didn't even notice his presence while reading the comments. Zhou Fan naturally also saw the various comments from netizens in the live broadcast room and thought that this female anchor was really interesting. Although she didn't want to take photos with the luxury car, netizens forced her to do so. She felt like she was being forced to do the job, so I decided to tease her. A sugar daddy? Too bad I'm not Mediterranean. I actually imagined him as the Mediterranean Sea. I'm so sick. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just trying to comfort the little cuties in my livestream room during the broadcast. I didn't mean to cause you any harm. Lu Yu was very embarrassed. Being called a bald Mediterranean by a woman, no man could accept it. Host, quickly increase your WeChat ID. You might become a young mistress in the future. Host, a rich man has taken a fancy to you. Go to the hotel tonight and continue broadcasting to us. Luyu looked at the various noises in the live broadcast room and quickly said, Sorry, darlings, today's live broadcast ends here. I have some personal matters to attend to. Click. Live broadcast closed. Sir, I'm sorry. Lu Yu bowed directly. Someone who can drive a Bugatti must be very ruthless. She was definitely provoked. Zhou Fan almost laughed out loud. It was really interesting that this guy was so serious when he came out to be a host. Please add me on WeChat. If I suffer mental damage from this in the future, I will contact you. Ha? Why does it feel like this is a scam? The military training for new employees in the company has also ended, and next Monday will be the time for employees to officially start work. Zhou Fan has asked Su Chian to give orders to all employees to have a day off, and it will be a paid holiday. Afterwards, there will be a dinner for everyone to put a perfect end to the military training. The new employees naturally shouted Chairman Zhou's great slogans. They completely forgot that the suffering they had endured these days was inflicted on them by Zhou Fan in disguise. The hotel Zhou Fan booked was naturally his brother Shinjun's hotel. After all, the staff had given it 100% positive reviews after they had dined there last time. It could also bring in some business for Shinjun. Zhou Fan, Wu Ziyu and Shinjun were chatting in a private room, while the employees in the next room started talking. Wow, this chairman is not only capable. He doesn't do anything by the rules. The owner of such a great hotel knows our chairman. I feel like he's the real boss of this company. That's right. Even during our military training, we're still getting 200 yuan a day in benefits. I don't think there are many bosses this good in this huge city. I'm sure the benefits in the future will be amazing. Yeah. Following the chairman is like getting the best deal. And I heard he recently won an office building downtown at an auction. I guess that will be our headquarters from now on. Oh my god, is this true? Just thinking about working in such a luxurious place in the future, I'd be happy even if I didn't get paid. The employees were talking one after another, and each of them was expressing their admiration for Zhou Fan and their happiness at having a good boss. The door of their private room was open, and even with the air conditioner on, it was still a bit hot, so they simply opened the door to get some fresh air. They came together to start a new company, but not everyone in the world is so lucky. The door of the private room opposite was also wide open, but the situation inside was a little different from theirs. Everyone had a mournful look on their face, with the word sadness written all over their faces. Not a single sound could be heard around the table. Chapter 40 Company Party. They are also a company in Shanghai, but now they don't deserve a name because they are gathered here today to have a farewell dinner. The people from Zhou Fan's company across the street were so happy, which directly caused their dissatisfaction. However, they all endured it secretly because they still had to finish the farewell dinner properly. Zhou Fan and Shinjun were having a great chat. Brother! You really brought me a lot of business. Shinjun was naturally very happy to see Zhou Fan again. We're brothers, and your hotel is great. My employees want to come back for another meal, too. Wu Ziyu nodded on the side. He had eaten it once and it was indeed delicious. Hey! I'm giving you 20% off this time, and the drinks are free. Thank you, brother. I'm going back with Wu Ziyu first. My employees are waiting for me. Okay. Just wait a minute, I'll have the staff bring your food up right away. Then I'll trouble you, brother. Zhou Fan brought Wu Ziyu out of the private room. Sure, Zhou Fan. I didn't know you and the boss were so close the last time we came for dinner. Wu Ziyu said to Zhou Fan with great admiration. Of course. Just eat it without worry. Okay, I won't be polite with you. The drinks will be free later and I need to drink more. Wu Ziyu said with a smile, looking forward to the meal soon. The employees who were talking about it all stopped talking when Zhou Fan arrived. Although the boss was nice, he also used violence when punishing them during military training. Everyone, don't be too formal. From now on, you'll be comrades working together. Remember, you've all stood out among the elite of Shanghai. You'll all be part of the world's largest internet company in the future. After Wu Ziyu sat down, Zhou Fan expressed his attitude. After all, if the employees were on the right track, the company would develop smoothly. Okay. We all listened to the boss. Peng Xiefeng took the lead in supporting them. He was the one who respected the boss and instructor the most here. Although Lu Yuan, who was punished, still had some barriers in his heart, he also shouted a few words under the influence of this atmosphere. After the dishes were served, the employees were as eager as wolves. After all, the military training these days was so hard, and it had been a long time since they had a chance to eat and drink so casually like this. After drinking too much, the newly graduated college employees who were more fun-loving at school started to drunkenly clamor for playing games. Games like Truth or Dare instantly brought people closer together. Joe Fan's happiness in the private room greatly stimulated the people in the room opposite. They were sitting quietly in the room but could hear everything clearly. It was a newly opened company. They were celebrating before coming to the company, and they had a lot of drinks. After working hard in Shanghai for so many years, they finally had to pack up and go back home. It was even more uncomfortable to hear the laughter in Joe Fan's private room. One of the men stood up with a bottle of wine and walked into Joe Fan's private room. It was just that Joe Fan and his group were having so much fun that they didn't notice him at all. The man threw the bottle down. The bustling private room suddenly became quiet. Could you guys keep your voices down? You're not the only ones having dinner here. What's wrong with starting a company? What's so exciting about it? It'll all fail sooner or later. Joe Fan's passion stimulated him to a great extent, and coupled with the wine he had drunk, he wanted to teach these people who had just started out to start a company a little lesson. This action made all the men on both sides stand up, and the women were also mostly awake. It felt like a fight between people in society. Wu Ziyu didn't react at all and just continued drinking. He thought Joe Fan would definitely find a way to deal with it. Joe Fan was sitting on the side, next to the man who came to cause trouble. Seeing that people on both sides were so excited, he immediately stood up. This is a celebration before the company's opening, and he can't let others spoil the fun. If a fight breaks out, he always feels that Wu Ziyu alone will be enough. He was stunned by Wu Ziyu's skill when he showed his willingness to help others in front of him last time. Brother! There's no need to make such a fuss. Let's just keep our voices down. Calm down. I don't want to cause any trouble for our company. After all, it was in Shinjun's hotel, and Joe Fan didn't want to make a big deal out of it. But the man thought Joe Fan was afraid of him, and immediately said arrogantly, "If you make any more noise, I will teach you a lesson." The man's arrogant look undoubtedly aroused the young men present who had drunk a little and were still full of passion. They naturally understood their boss's decision to take a step back, but they really couldn't stand the man's arrogant attitude. Zhang Shang stood up immediately, picked up a wine bottle and threw it at the doorframe. In school, he was a man of the final say, so how could he be bullied after entering society? Who the hell are you calling a naughty kid? Your company is failing and going bankrupt, so why are you taking it out on me, your dad? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhang Shang's decision to step forward was actually what most of the male employees present thought. Of course, they couldn't swallow their anger when being bullied by others. A bloody murder caused by a wine bottle broke out immediately. Joe Fan also felt that these hot-blooded kids were being bullied like this, and there was almost no possibility of them taking a step back. Seeing everyone in the opposite room standing up, Joe Fan was not afraid at all. Okay. Let's just treat it as a good start for them. Just be careful not to get hurt. Before Joe Fan could finish his words, he was stopped by Wu Ziyu. You guys should eat and drink. As their instructor, I'm naturally responsible for any mistakes they make. You guys play first, and I'll take care of it. Wu Ziyu walked out very confidently. Coach! Everyone shouted, their eyes red, because the other party was holding a bottle of wine. But after a while, they found that their worries were completely unnecessary. Wu Ziyu easily knocked these drunken middle-aged uncles to the ground. There were no injuries on his face, but he was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Oh my God, the instructor is so cool. No wonder the boss hired him to teach us. He's so ruthless. He's really handsome, but my idol is still the chairman. Money is the most important thing. Joe Fan hadn't intended to let Wu Ziyu fight alone, but he had only knocked down 2 people, and the remaining dozen or so were easily defeated by him. He has the demeanor of a god of war. You hit people, I'm going to call the police to arrest you. The man who started the trouble first sat on the ground in pain, completely forgetting that he was the one who started it first. However, Joe Fan had sent a message to Shinjun as soon as the man entered the door. When Shinjun got the news and rushed over, he was shocked to see such a grand scene. This kid Joe Fan was not only powerful, but also had a strong ability to cause trouble. Brother, what's going on? Looking at this scene, no one on Joe Fan's side fell down, but all the people on the opposite side fell down, and the women in the box were holding their mobile phones, ready to call the police. Brother, we were just a little louder over here, and this man, yes, it was him. Chapter 41 Brainstorming. Joe Fan pointed at the leading man and said, "He took a bottle and smashed it right in front of us, saying he was going to teach us a lesson. My employees were all hot-blooded and energetic, and you know what happened next, but they were just too inexperienced and got beaten up by Wu Ziyu." After hearing this, Shinjun looked at the man seriously. "Sir, you guys are causing trouble in this hotel. Do you want to just settle it privately, or do you want me to ask the Bureau of Investigation to handle it? Are you blind? We were the ones who got beaten more. Call the police. We have to call the police. There are surveillance cameras here and I want them to go to jail and pay us for our losses." The man roared angrily, looking at Joe Fan and Wu Ziyu with a murderous look as if he wanted to tear them apart. "Sorry, unfortunately, the 2 private rooms in our hotel are no longer working. I guess all the surveillance data is gone. I think they're pretty badly injured." The man was stunned. "Are you kidding me? I see the monitors are all flashing red, which means they're all working properly. And they're not the ones getting hurt. It's clearly us who are getting hurt. If I say it's broken, it's broken." The man had no choice. The 2 of them were clearly in cahoots, and he could only suffer in silence. Didn't they just say they could settle it privately? It should just be a small compensation. Then we won't call the police. Let's settle it privately. How do we do that? The men who were beaten stood up from the ground, but kept a distance from Joe Fan and Wu Ziyu, fearing that they would be beaten again. "Privately, that's easy. Just pack up your things, pay the bill and leave." Shinjun expressed his idea of settling the matter privately without any embarrassment. Joe Fan was about to give Shinjun a 666. This series of amazing moves really stunned him. "Fuck, you want us to just leave like this? Are you planning to compensate us for something? Our people have also suffered quite a few injuries, such as brain hemorrhages, concussions, and stress reactions. We're definitely going to have to pay a lot of money." Joe Fan naturally understood what Shinjun meant, and then Shinjun said, "Isn't it just a scam? Haven't you seen pigs run before?" The man hesitated. Although he was unwilling, he could not explain this matter clearly, and it was they who took the initiative to find it. Okay, that's it. It's so damn unlucky. Let's go." Not only did the company go bankrupt, but I also got beaten up. I definitely didn't check the almanac before going out today. The annoying people finally left, and the employees once again admired Joe Fan and Wu Ziyu. Such a boss is really great. Okay, enjoy yourselves. This kind of thing shouldn't happen again. Eat as much as you want. I'm the boss of our hotel." Shinjun patted Joe Fan on the shoulder and said very generously, "Thank you very much, brother." Joe Fan also laughed. "Don't be polite, eat quickly, or the food will get cold and taste bad." Shinjun nodded and continued to busy himself with his own things. He originally thought that after this incident, his mood for eating would definitely not be as good as before. But they forgot that they were all young people. After the passionate scene just now, they were even more excited. They ordered more wine to toast Joe Fan and the others. Joe Fan has been drinking since he was a kid, so he has a good alcohol tolerance. These young people were almost drunk, but they still couldn't get him drunk. Before the banquet ended, Joe Fan reminded them that no one was allowed to be late for work tomorrow, and anyone who was late would have their salary deducted. Then he called a car to send them home one by one. The next day, Joe Fan got up very early. Today was his first official day at work at Fifin Technology, and he had to set a good example. When I arrived at the company and asked Su Chian, I found out that none of his employees were late. Everyone was so drunk yesterday, but they were still able to go to work on time today. Joe Fan was very satisfied. I guess they are as excited as he is now. Su Chian, go and give the order. Go to the conference room for a meeting in half an hour. Su Chian pushed her glasses, and the thick glasses blocked half of the light in her eyes. Okay, Chairman. Su Chian came to the office of the new employee and called softly. The chairman said the meeting will be in half an hour, so get ready. Hearing Su Chian's voice, dozens of pairs of eyes from the employees looked at her, which made her face turn red. Secretary, do we need to prepare anything? We're both new to work and have never attended a meeting like this before. Jiang Shang had seen this woman with thick glasses during an interview. She was among the interviewers, and because she was dressed rather tacky, he took a second look at her. Su Chian felt even more embarrassed. He glanced at Zhang Sheng in panic and remembered that this person was the boy who had said that he would earn money to support his girlfriend. Just prepare a notebook and pen. The conference room is equipped with computers. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave. Su Chian already felt her face burning. She had just graduated, and it was really embarrassing to be called sister. Another person wanted to call the secretary, but was stopped by others. The secretary is busy. Besides, we only have half an hour, so get ready and don't delay her work. Everyone then let Su Chian out. When she got outside, she was breathing heavily. When would she be able to change her habit of getting nervous when there were so many people around? When everyone arrived at the meeting room, they arrived 10 minutes early because they wanted to adapt to the studio environment in advance. Unexpectedly, the chairman was already sitting there. When Zhou Fan came to the conference room and sat down, he was filled with emotion. The last time he sat here, the company was still in the hands of the Qi family, but today it is called Fifan Industrial. Looking at the employees who came, Zhou Fan was very satisfied with the desire for the future in their eyes. It seemed that he had indeed recruited a group of people who were unwilling to be ordinary. But since I said the meeting would start in half an hour, even if everyone is present, the meeting must start on time. The concept of punctuality must be implemented. It is not okay to start early, and it is even worse to start late. The time finally came. Zhou Fan sat up straight and cleared his throat. This action made all the employees serious. Today is our first meeting for Fifan Technology. Since we are transitioning from manufacturing to internet companies, the purpose of this meeting is to listen to everyone's suggestions and work together to discuss the business direction of Fifan Technology. Zhou Fan got straight to the point. He wasn't used to painting a rosy picture and giving people some inspirational speeches before a meeting. All the employees were very excited. Shouldn't these things be discussed with the company's top management? Calling them to this meeting would make them feel that they were valued. Naturally, everyone racked their brains to come up with some good suggestions for the company. Someone immediately stood up and spoke. Chairman, I think the gaming platform is great. Nowadays, people of all ages love playing games. They're not only educational but also relaxing. I think it will definitely be a hit. Before Zhou Fan could refute, someone else stood up and refuted it first. While the gaming platform in Shanghai is large and many companies are developing games on it, the users are controlled by certain businesses. The market is already controlled by Wang Zhirongyao and Ping Jingying. I think there is still very little scope for development. This is exactly what Zhou Fan was thinking. Although the gaming platform is wide, it may not necessarily achieve the desired effect. What about e-commerce platforms? People are now using their mobile phones to shop, and they are not restricted by time or space. The prospects are very bright. A girl took the initiative to speak up and said that many of her classmates had already entered this e-commerce platform and seemed to be making a lot of money. Zhou Fan nodded. That's a good idea. Does anyone have any different ideas? If you think about the company's future development and have more than one, it will be easier to implement more suggestions. Chapter 42 Market Research. Zhou Fan naturally kept the idea of the e-commerce platform in mind, and Su Chian sat next to Zhou Fan and was responsible for taking notes of the meeting. Some search engines should be widely popular in the market now, and they are very easy for us who major in computer science, software, and big data. Zhang Sheng suggested that he had also made 1 or 2 low-quality engines in school, but the quality was really not up to standard, but it was already pretty good for a college student. Now that I am with so many outstanding people, it will definitely be more perfect. Zhou Fan continued to nod, thinking that these college graduates from prestigious universities were smart and had many ideas. Su Chian looked at Zhou Fan, and Zhou Fan only needed to nod to record all his ideas in the meeting minutes. People keep raising opinions, including some video platforms, entertainment, security software, etc. Zhou Fan felt that these were all good reminders, but since the company was just starting out, it was natural to take things slowly and could only choose the more perfect suggestions from these good ones. Let's put it this way. I want to create a video platform specifically for young people, and our major is more suitable for this platform. All the employees nodded in agreement. The video platform specifically targeting young people has not yet been fully developed in Shanghai. This is definitely a big nut to crack. Okay, then our company will develop a video platform. The platform will be called Extraordinary Video. Good. What a great video. You're such a flatterer. What a simple name. But the boss's idea is really good. Yes, I believe I can achieve good results. The employees in the meeting were all filled with anticipation for this extraordinary video. Their first time working was to witness the rise of a platform, so how could they not be excited? Okay, since everyone has decided, let's use this meeting to divide the work. The computer science majors will start writing the application and perfect this video platform as soon as possible. Once it's completed and I'm satisfied with it, we can release it to the market. Zhou Fan whispered with Chu Yan beside him for a while and nodded slightly. Pang Xiafeng, this is your major, right? Then you'll be the head of the programming team. You'll lead the team on this matter. Pang Xiafeng immediately stood up as if he had been given a mission in danger. Chairman, I will definitely do my best. Well, and Zhang Sheng, you will be the leader of the marketing team in the future, responsible for market research. Zhang Sheng immediately became serious. Okay, Chairman. I promise to complete the task. Okay, then the meeting is over. Zhang Sheng, please submit the action report on the market research in Shanghai in 3 days. After the meeting, everyone was led to the studio and started working under Chu Yan's arrangement. Zhang Sheng was also very motivated. He must complete the tasks assigned to him by the chairman seriously. Zhou Fan called Su Chian after get off work. Su Chian worked so many jobs and always had excellent grades in school. She must have some unique insights into the direction of video platforms compared to others. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Su Chian's gentle and clear voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, and Zhou Fan felt so comfortable listening to it. I'm planning to create a video platform for young people soon, and I'd like to ask for your opinion. My opinion? Su Chian was a little confused. She didn't study this major when she was in school, so why should she listen to her opinion? But since Zhou Fan asked, she naturally had to think carefully before answering. Well, I usually like to look at cute pets, beautiful clothes, and various job search tutorials. Su Chian expressed her views based on her status as an urban woman and a recent college graduate, and suddenly she felt like she was giving a speech at school. So I talked a lot without realizing it, and when I realized it, the call had already lasted half an hour. Zhou Fan was the big boss of the company. The other party might just want to listen to his opinion during a few minutes of break, but he talked for half an hour and his face turned red immediately. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought of a lot all at once and said too much. Did I take up too much of your time? Zhou Fan was listening to Su Chian's thoughts very seriously and nodding frequently on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, Su Chian stopped and looked a little surprised. That's okay, I'll spend the rest of the day listening to your opinions. After all, I need to listen to a wide range of opinions to be effective for the company's development. Zhou Fan scratched his head embarrassedly, thinking that he might have disturbed Su Chian's normal life. Ah. But after I understood your idea, I really benefited a lot. You go ahead and do your work. Sorry for the trouble. Zhou Fan felt embarrassed and added sorry for the trouble at the end, making the relationship between the two people seem like strangers who were still a little familiar. Fine. Zhou Fan hung up the phone and didn't think about Su Chian anymore. Instead, he thought about what Su Chian had told him. The number of female users on the video platform is indeed greater than that of male users. This can indeed be used as a direction for development. After a good sleep at home, Zhang Sheng lived up to everyone's expectations the next day and presented the plan he had revised repeatedly after staying up late. Zhou Fan nodded with the plan in his hand. As Chu Yan said, he was right to believe in Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng was an elite student in the school. Although Chu Yan spoke incoherently, he still fully expressed one of Zhang Sheng's excellence. It seems that it is true. The plan is to follow Zhang Sheng's plan, to separate a group from the market team to conduct market research, while the other group will enter the university town to conduct random spot checks and surveys. University towns are the fresh blood of Shanghai's future. They have so many fantastic ideas, more than anywhere else in Shanghai. Zhang Sheng obviously grasped this characteristic and made this proposal. Zhou Fan had nothing to do with the company, so naturally he joined the random inspection and survey of the university town. He had been away from the campus for a long time, so it would be nice to go back and feel the atmosphere of the university town again. And when his employees walked in, it was like fish returning to the sea, just like students. After walking for a while, Zhou Fan suddenly saw a girl with a ponytail, delicate makeup, and red sportswear sitting on the side of the road. She seemed to be sitting on the side of the road because she was tired. Her appearance was not clear, but Zhou Fan felt that girls like her might have some strange and imaginative ideas. Zhou Fan walked straight over. "Classmate, I'm doing market research for our company and I'd like to ask for your opinion." As soon as the girl looked up, Zhou Fan felt amazed. Her clear eyes were very smart, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her straight nose. Her thin lips were smeared with a bean paste-colored lipstick of an unknown brand, and her lip beads sparkled in the sunlight shining through the leaves. The girl brushed away her 2 sideburns with her hands, looking puzzled. However, this kind of thing seemed to be very common in university towns. "What do you want to research?" "I'm a kind-hearted person, so I'll tell you everything I know." Lin Yan looked at the man in front of her. She thought he was a college student who came to chat with her and asked for her contact information, but it seemed that was not the case, because the man's eyes were full of seriousness. It seemed like she was just working hard and the selection was made unintentionally. "I just want to know your opinion on the current video platform in Shanghai, or your own insights. Don't worry too much, just say whatever you want to say." Chapter 43, Research Results. Zhou Fan was a little nervous about being asked this question by a stranger, so he comforted Lin Yan not to worry too much. "I'm not nervous. If you ask me that, I do have some ideas." I accidentally clicked on a video, and then I kept getting the same video that I didn't want to watch. Some videos have very few views but are of high quality. It's a shame that they can't be recommended so more people can see them." Zhou Fan didn't expect that the girl in front of him had such great insights into the video platform. She almost told him all the various problems she had encountered on the video platform. After talking about the shortcomings, she also seriously talked about the advantages of the video platform. She spoke so eloquently that Zhou Fan thought she was an expert in video platform operations. He sat down and had a good chat with Lin Yan for a long time. It was indeed very beneficial for Zhou Fan. It made him realize that there are some problems on the video platform that are not noticed but do exist. Although solving these problems is troublesome, they will definitely be popular among young people once they are solved. They chatted like this for most of the day without realizing it. Zhou Fan also bought 2 bottles of water from a roadside store and handed them to Lin Yan. Lin Yan took it without hesitation. She was indeed a little thirsty after talking too much. Zhou Fan saw that it was getting late and thought he should go back to the company for a meeting to summarize the results of this random survey, but Lin Yan did get along well with him. "Let's add each other on WeChat. I can chat about this matter casually." "Okay." Lin Yan did not refuse. She smiled sweetly, took out her mobile phone and showed her QR code. After the employees of Fifan Technology returned to the company, although it was already very late, Zhou Fan still felt that they should hold a meeting while it was still hot, so that it would be more effective. Naturally, the programming team could leave work normally, and only the marketing team led by Jiang Sheng needed to stay for a meeting. However, because it was the first day at work, everyone was excited and no one complained. Perhaps it was because they had received military training before going to work, they did not feel tired at all. Zhou Fan sat in the middle of the conference room. Xu Yan naturally still sat next to Zhou Fan to take notes of the meeting, but just like usual, he didn't say a word and just kept taking notes. "Please present the results of your random research today. They will be incorporated into the meeting minutes tomorrow and sent to the programming team." After Zhou Fan finished speaking, the entire conference room became lively, so Zhou Fan adopted the method of raising his hand before speaking. Jiang Sheng was the first to raise his hand to answer. After all, he really got a lot of suggestions that would help the company's development in the university town today. Video platforms actually have the potential to leverage increasingly mature AI technologies to better address both the non-personalized and personalized recommendation issues. This is the conclusion I reached after my research today. Zhou Fan nodded. Judging from the current level of development in Shanghai, artificial intelligence is no longer a novelty. There is definitely room for development when combining artificial intelligence with video platforms. "That's great, Xu Yan, write down everything team leader Jiang Sheng said." Xu Yan nodded hurriedly and pushed his black-framed glasses. He seemed to have thought that the people attending the meeting had their eyes on his face. Even without looking up, his face immediately turned red. After Jiang Sheng finished his speech, someone else quickly raised their hand. "During my research, I discovered that video platforms' copyright protection is somewhat inadequate, a common complaint among many video creators. I thought, since I studied this area in college, blockchain technology could be used to achieve more convenient and low-cost content copyright protection. I think this is very useful." Zhou Fan looked over and saw a tall boy. The person who seemed to be competing to drink with him last time seemed to be called Gu Feng. After confirming this with Chu Yan, he immediately agreed. Indeed, I have also investigated this point. Chu Yan, please remember it. Chu Yan kept taking notes with his ballpoint pen because all the suggestions from these employees were very good and they were obviously the result of hard work and dedication. I also found some opinions from college students. By connecting a large number of smart devices, the application scenarios of short videos can be greatly enriched, and the industry will have more room for imagination. After listening to the whole thing, Zhou Fan suddenly realized that these views were almost completely different from Lin Yan's, except that Lin Yan expressed them in plain words. Lin Yan is a girl with her own ideas. Fortunately, I got WeChat today. I might be able to give him some good suggestions when I investigate something in the future. As for the remaining points that Lin Yan did not cover, Su Chian cleverly complimented them. These two women are really. The meeting was over, and they all left with reluctance to leave. They felt that they had recruited a group of great employees, and their hard work over the past few days was well worth it. Xu Yan followed Zhou Fan with a notebook in her arms, waiting for the chairman to give her any more instructions before leaving get off work. Xu Yan, have you noticed the current operating conditions of Fifan Industrial recently? When thinking about the interview, Zhou Fan realized that he had used this good opportunity to give Fifan Industrial a big boost in its operations. Xu Yan pushed his glasses again and thought for a while. Chairman, I did notice the marketing situation of our Fifan Industrial today, but it seems a little pessimistic. Xu Yan's voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself, but Zhou Fan was close enough to hear it clearly. What do you mean by not optimistic? Summarize for me everything you saw. I have indeed put all my thoughts on Fifan technology in the past few days. After all, this company was built by me. Fifan Industrial was taken over by the chief father and son. Based on the operations at the time of my interview, I was unable to solve any major problems. Xu Yan rubbed his hair gently and slowly told Zhou Fan the data he had seen in a disjointed manner. Because Fifan Industrial's main products now are fast food and convenience foods such as potato chips and instant noodles, and the last interview caused a short-term increase in sales volume. But since the company interviews were over, no one was collecting cards anymore, so sales naturally declined. Xu Yan's voice gradually became lower as she spoke. She had seen on TV dramas that when company CEOs heard that their company's performance had declined, they would throw their hands in anger and then yell at their secretaries. She was afraid that Zhou Fan would treat her the same way as in the TV series. Oh, is that so? Fine then. You can go home now and I'll be leaving too. I'll figure out a way to handle this. Speak louder next time, or I'll have to consider buying you a loudspeaker. In that case, you'll have to pay for it yourself. Zhou Fan nodded and said with a smile. When Xu Yan heard Zhou Fan's words, his heart beat like thunder and his ears turned red. Although people always tell her that she speaks in a soft voice, there is really nothing that can be done about it. That's just her personality, and no matter how hard she tried, it's still difficult to change. Zhou Fan drove back to Thompson and saw that the flowers in the flower bed in the front garden seemed to have been replaced. I once casually mentioned to Suya that I really didn't like the flowers at the door and it would be more economical to plant grapevines instead. Zhou Fan just said it casually at the time, because Tangchenipin is a duplex villa with a European style, and it is really inappropriate to plant some grapevines at the door. Now Suya should have asked someone to make the grapevines into a plant that can be appreciated like a work of art, and it also makes it look high-end. Zhou Fan scratched his head. She could remember anything he said casually. But Zhou Fan immediately shook his head, thinking that he was thinking too much, probably because he hadn't been busy in the past few days. Also because of work, he almost goes to bed as soon as he gets home recently, gets up, tidies up, and goes to the company. Today, he saw the pleasing grapevines and was in a good mood. He lay on the luxurious waterbed and opened the flash sale app. Chapter 44 Lottery Marketing. Although the system still appeared in his mind from time to time and said something like that. The system instant kill function had not been opened for a long time. When Zhou Fan realized this problem, he beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. It feels like I have lost tens of billions. Sure enough, the products on the flash sale app have been refurbished. A 250 square meter luxury apartment on the top floor of Building D, Thompson, originally priced at 45 million renminbi, now available for a flash sale price of 45 renminbi. A 7-day trip to a small Hawaiian island is originally priced at 40 renminbi, but now it's priced at 40 cents. The original price of the affordable Ferrari Portofino is 2.43 million renminbi, and the flash sale price is 24.3 million renminbi. It seems that all the products updated this time are useless to Zhou Fan, but it would be a pity not to buy them immediately. Tangchen Ipin Building D. I live in Building A, so I probably don't have the chance to live in Building D. My company is currently in operation, so how can I possibly go on a luxurious 7-day tour to the Hawaiian island? This Ferrari is pretty good and can be driven interchangeably with the Bugatti, but the price difference is indeed too big. However, Zhou Fan still took pictures of them all without hesitation. It's not a big deal to have too many things, because they will come in handy eventually. Looking at the big red house deed, travel ticket, and key with a horse logo that suddenly appeared on his desk. Suddenly, an idea came to Zhou Fan's mind. Since these things are redundant for him, why not give them to others? Thinking of this, Zhou Fan put the things into the safe. He had already thought of the meaning of them appearing in his hands. The next day, Zhou Fan got up early again because he seemed to have thought of a way to improve FIFA Industrial's performance in a sustainable way. Su Chian was already sitting outside the chairman's office, dealing with issues that a secretary should handle. Come to my office. Zhou Fan spoke directly to Su Chian, then walked quickly into the office. A plan had already clearly emerged in his mind. Su Chian was starting to get a little nervous. Every time she was fired, her boss would tap her desk and say, "Come to my office." How could she not be nervous when the same scene happened again? Honestly, her legs felt a little weak. She pushed her glasses, adjusted her professional attire and hip skirt, then pushed the door open and followed Zhou Fan in. She also wanted to say that she could work harder and try her best to correct all the things that the chairman was not satisfied with. However, before Su Chian made up his mind to speak, Zhou Fan knocked on the table. "Come here and stand there so you can hear me, or do I have to get a megaphone?" Zhou Fan looked at Su Chian, who was leaning against the door, his face full of black lines, as if he was going to eat her. Su Chian moved over slowly, but was still too embarrassed to say anything. "I asked you to come here to tell you something." Su Chian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Zhou Fan say this. "Please make a report about what I've said and send it to the marketing department. I've already figured out how to deal with the decline in illegal business performance. We can do a lottery marketing campaign. That is, put a scratch card inside the potato chips, and the winner can get a prize of varying sizes." Zhou Fan remembered that when he was a child he liked to get another pack of instant noodles. It felt so good to buy one pack and get 2 packs. It's just that the products made by their company are now targeted at teenagers, adults, and middle-aged people, so tricks like giving children another pack, probably 1 have much effect. Although Su Chian spoke softly and stammered for a while and couldn't make sense, Zhou Fan still recognized his action. After talking for a while, Su Chian took out a notebook and wrote down everything Zhou Fan said. In Su Chian's opinion, what Zhou Fan naturally had to do was to write something like "another pack" or "thank you for your patronage" on the scratch card. But we need to give the winning prizes something a little fancy. After all, many products on the market now use this method. In order to stand out among the dazzling array of products, we must come up with some novel prizes. Zhou Fan crossed his legs unconsciously. He was now telling Su Chian his thoughts bit by bit. Su Chian pushed her glasses up on her nose again. This was what she was worried about just now, but the chairman looked so confident, as if he had already thought of a solution. "What I want is to reduce the probability of winning, or in other words, the prizes for each potato chip launched on the market will be gradually increased from small to large. This will firstly ensure the sales of our products, and secondly, it will not require too much investment." Su Chian nodded hurriedly, having turned into an emotionless nodding machine. Zhou Fan didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about what to say next. Su Chian tried to speak. "Boss, then what is our prize?" Su Chian finally managed to express what he had been holding back by saying these words, and he immediately felt much better. "The ultimate grand prize is a luxury apartment at Thompson 1, the second prize is a Ferrari, and the third prize is a luxurious 7-day trip to Hawaii. 99% of the products are set up as a thank you for your patronage, and the 4th to 10th prizes are divided into cash prizes of varying values. Just tell the marketing department that these rewards can only be released in batches from large to small. This way, sales will last longer." Su Chian stopped waving the pen. He had some questions and couldn't help but ask. "Boss, are Thompson Ipin and Ferrari luxury models? The worst house in Tangchen Ipin, especially in Building F, costs nearly 10 million. Ferrari is a luxury car, not to mention how expensive it is. How can you possibly make back all the investment? You will lose everything." "Ah, of course not a model. I don't even have any use for the penthouse apartment in Building D of Thompson 1, or the Ferrari Portofino. It's just right to donate them to the company. Those were all flash sales on flash sale apps. They didn't cost much money, so you definitely won't lose money. Moreover, Joe Fan is confident that such prizes will definitely receive a good response when put into the market. You can even earn back the actual value of the prize. Chu Yen was stunned and completely dumbfounded. Thompson Epine is useless. Ferrari is no use. She had never seen such a generous person in her life. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she was almost moved to tears. The boss actually donated such a luxurious house and car for the company. What a good boss. Okay, that's all. When you have an idea, I'll call you in. Go organize it into a document and distribute it. Also, have the marketing manager write me a 5,000-word self-criticism. If he can't, he'll be fired. I don't know what to do about the declining product sales. Chu Yen nodded immediately, went out to compile it into a document and sent it out, and told the marketing manager exactly what Joe Fan had said, but his tone naturally changed from tough to timid. But how could the marketing manager be afraid? He'd witnessed Chairman Joe fire the former vice chairman. Besides, it was indeed his fault, so even if it was 5,000 words, he wouldn't complain. While writing, I was sighing that the boss was both generous and smart. Such a big investment will definitely have a huge response as long as it is launched on the market. Chapter 45 Making an Advertisement. After receiving the review from the marketing department, Joe Fan held a meeting with the marketing department to decide whether to use video or advertising for the promotion. After all, if an award like this is too good to be true, he won't believe it's real. Only by increasing exposure and making the public believe that it is true will people actually buy it. Chairman, I think we should focus on the video platform. After all, didn't our company switch to the internet and establish FIFA technology? If the two are combined, it will definitely work out very well. The people in the marketing department were meeting with the chairman for the first time, so naturally they wanted to show off in front of Joe Fan. Joe Fan thought that this was indeed something that could be considered, but FIFA technology was still in its infancy, while FIFA Industrial's potato chip products were already active in the public eye. I'm afraid it won't achieve the desired effect. Marketing manager Uxian thought about it and replied, Chairman, I think we can find some celebrities and internet celebrities to do the advertising. After all, they are public figures and the public will accept them quickly. As soon as Uxian finished speaking, he immediately changed his words as if he had thought of something. No, we should find some internet celebrities to do the advertising. After all, celebrities are high up in the world and can't be reached by the public, so the expected effect may not be achieved. Internet celebrities often do live broadcasts and interact with netizens. As long as we find a blogger with a large fan base, it will definitely be effective. Joe Fan couldn't help but nod after hearing this. Anyone who could become the marketing manager must be a person with ideas. However, when it comes to finding someone who does live streaming to shoot commercials, he couldn't help but think of Lu Yu. When he first met Lu Yu, she was doing a live broadcast, and she was very loving and nice when interacting with her fans. In this aspect, fans should be able to meet the requirements. Okay, then let's use this method. Find an anchor or internet celebrity to promote the event. As for the guy, I think we should just use a random person. After all, it's easy to get out of character when it comes to lottery tickets even if we use a big star or anchor. So, I happen to know a female anchor. I'll help you guys find someone who's passable. After the meeting, Joe Fan returned to the office, took out his mobile phone and found Lu Yu's WeChat number. It feels too abrupt to get straight to the point. Suddenly I remembered that when I asked for her WeChat, I told her that if I suffered any mental damage, I should contact her immediately. So I sent a message like this, I'm the car owner who asked you for your WeChat the other day. I have something I want to discuss with you. Lu Yu had just finished her live broadcast. She was wearing a bathrobe and taking a milk bath. She had a cartoon headband on her head. Her little face was slightly red because of the bath. Holding the phone in my hand, I suddenly saw a message from my contact who was marked as the owner of the Bugatti. Seeing Joe Fan say this, he was immediately shocked. He had been worried for many days, but he didn't expect that a message would actually be sent on WeChat. I still remember what Joe Fan said, if you feel mentally distressed, go to her. Is he here to ask her for money? Sir? What do you mean? I've already solemnly apologized to you for what happened last time, why are you still? After seeing this reply, Joe Fan knew that this girl must be overthinking it. Ms. Lu Yu, you misunderstood. I really want to discuss cooperation with you. I am the chairman of Philippe Industrial. I contacted you this time to discuss having you shoot a commercial. Looking for me? To shoot a commercial? Philippe Industry? Lu Yu was a little confused by these key words. She had heard of Philippe Industrial before. It was a large industrial company. I'm just an anchor, why don't you find a celebrity to shoot a commercial? Lu Yu suddenly wondered if she was being targeted by a bad guy. If she was deceived, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because we want to make this advertisement more down to earth, and you seem to have a lot of fans when we met last time, so we thought of you. Don't worry, you can come directly to Philippe Industrial for an interview. Zhou Fan explained, fearing that the other party might have some concerns. Lu Yu thought about it and felt that there should be no danger in going to Philippe Industrial. After all, it was a big company, and this advertising opportunity was also a good opportunity for her. Okay. Then I'll go tomorrow and we'll discuss it. I'll agree if the conditions are right. Zhou Fan felt relieved when he saw Lu Yu giving in. Now that the actors have been confirmed, the next step is to find a media company with a good reputation in the industry to produce the film. As for the script for the commercial, Zhou Fan came up with it based on his own emotional experiences. The commercial tells the story of a couple who aren't doing very well financially. They don't have a car or an apartment, and their mother-in-law keeps them at bay. Then, feeling incredibly sad, they buy a bag of our company's potato chips, only to find a penthouse apartment in Thompson Heights hidden in the chips, leading to their successful marriage. The male passerby found by the marketing department was not chosen casually. He was a handsome and tall student majoring in film and television. Lu Yu nodded. This was indeed very realistic and similar to the content of her usual live broadcasts. They were also down-to-earth things. Her fans will probably be very happy to see this. The two of them were ready and got straight to the point. Perhaps because both of them were extremely good-looking, the shooting of the advertisement went smoothly. While Zhou Fan was taking a break, he walked to Lu Yu's side. Don't feel too much pressure, just be yourself, just like doing a live broadcast. The commercial was a success, with the key message at the end being people who truly love each other shouldn't be separated by reality. Extraordinary potato chips. Then there are the scratch card rewards. First prize Thompson EP luxury apartment. The second prize is a BMW. Third prize, round the world trip tickets for 2. It can be said that everyone's efforts were not in vain. As soon as the advertisement came out, the sales of Philippe potato chips skyrocketed because the huge rewards were so tempting, and the male and female protagonists were very close to life. Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief after finally improving Philippe Industrial's performance. The decoration design of Philippe Technology Company is still under design. Now that such a long time has passed, the design should have been finalized. If there is no design result, people probably won't take this project seriously, so it's better not to use it. I drove to the decoration company again, full of expectations, hoping to get the design I wanted today. Walked into a decoration company I visited a few days ago. I was a client for the renovation design of an office building downtown a few days ago. The design drawing should be out by now, right? Zhou Fan knocked on the door and immediately a company staff came out to introduce Zhou Fan. However, the person who first took over the project recognized Zhou Fan immediately. Sir, here. The man dragged Zhou Fan into the interior of the company, which seemed to be a meeting room. Decoration companies are generally not very large, and it is quite an idea to have a meeting room inside. Sir, we've already completed the design project you requested. Our chief designer designed the interior design for you, a minimalist European and American high-tech style. Chapter 46 Finalize the plan. After entering the conference room, Zhou Fan saw a man wearing sunglasses and a well-tailored suit, sitting upright at the end of the table. Wearing sunglasses indoors, what does it look like? It doesn't matter what the person is like, what matters most is whether the design is good or not. I spent a long time working on this design overnight. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhao Chang said with confidence. Okay, then show it to me first. If I like it, we can naturally cooperate. Zhou Fan politely extended his hand and motioned Zhao Chang to take out the composition and decoration design drawings. Zhao Chang took out the design drawing, handed it to Zhou Fan proudly, and then explained it. The high-tech style is so noble that it is natural to match it with the simple European and American style. The European and American style focuses on the three-dimensional sense and sense of space of the entire decoration, which will not make the whole style appear heavy. When combined with the high-tech style, all shortcomings will be reduced or even disappear. Zhao Chang proudly introduced his design drawings. He was the backbone of the company. Everyone would be interested in his designs. Zhou Fan frowned and looked at the drawings again and again. The design was indeed good, but it obviously went against the technological style he had mentioned at the beginning. This design you made doesn't seem to meet my requirements. I meant to use other styles to match the technological style, rather than using the technological style to match other styles. Zhao Chang looked at Zhou Fan as if he was an outsider. Mr. Zhou, right? You're not a designer, so you don't understand. Only in this way can the technological style be brought to its fullest potential. You have to trust the aesthetic taste of me, an international design master. International design master? Zhou Fan had indeed never heard of the name Zhao Chang, and he didn't want to delve into it. Then my aesthetics may differ from your company's, so let's forget about the cooperation. Sorry. Zhou Fan said this and stood up and left. Mr. Zhou, think about it. I'm a well-known designer. The decoration will definitely be unique. Zhao Chang stood up angrily and tried to persuade Zhou Fan to stay. The company really needed this order. He thought he would definitely get it. Zhou Fan waved and went to the second house. Zhou Fan liked the overall decoration style of the second company and suddenly had great hopes for this company. The only difference from the previous company is that this company doesn't have too many people, only about 20 or so. When they saw Zhou Fan coming in, someone recognized him without him introducing him. Mr. Zhou. We've already designed your design. Please move over. The female employee politely took Zhou Fan into the company. There was a man dressed very casually and wearing thick glasses, who seemed to be marking something on a notebook. This is our company's designer, Zhang Yang. You can talk to him directly. Mr. Zhou Fan, here are our designs. We considered your desire to create a smart, cool, and technological style, but if it were all just that, it would be too rigid, so we went with a pastoral style. The pastoral style is our strongest point in interior design, and it will definitely flow naturally into the technological style. Take a look first. Zhang Yang took out a thick stack of design drawings, and the top one was clearly Zhou Fan's office decoration. When it first came into Zhou Fan's hands, although there was not much color, the composition alone gave Zhou Fan a strong visual impact. Our interior design uses high-tech technology to present pastoral scenery, giving you a sense of the warmth of nature amidst the cold and hard feeling of technology. It is a contradictory interweaving of high-end and down-to-earth styles. Zhou Fan listened to what Zhang Yang said and integrated the design drawings in his hand. It seemed that the decoration looked like it had already appeared before his eyes. I immediately decided to choose this company. Okay, then let's sign the contract. I'm very satisfied with your design. I'll have my secretary deliver the contract later. Your company will be responsible for the renovation of one floor. It'd be best if it's done quickly, preferably within 10 days. Zhou Fan said that Fifan Technology needed to quickly enter the operational stage and could not let the office location lag behind. Zhang Yang was a little confused. After all, they were just trying out the concept of mixing the pastoral style with the high-tech style decoration. Unexpectedly, the boss really liked it at first sight. Okay. There will definitely be no problem within 10 days. Zhang Yang can be very sure that because the people in their company are absolutely united, they will only advance the completion time of the project and will never delay it. Okay, then it's settled. Just use the latest pollution-free materials for the renovations. Don't worry about the money. Zhang Yang nodded heavily. They valued the absolute trust of their customers the most and would definitely produce good results. Fifan Technology was about to start operations. Zhou Fan originally wanted to hold a meeting to discuss how to run the place where Fifan Technology started well, but suddenly he thought of the girl he met last time in the university town. Thinking that Lin Yan seems to be very good at giving suggestions, I might as well ask her on WeChat now, and then go to the meeting after considering her opinions. It might be of great help. After finding Lin Yan's number, think of the question and send it directly. If you want to build a new video platform, how should you attract people in the beginning? Zhou Fan didn't hesitate and directly threw out the issue that was bothering him and asked him to prepare for the meeting. Thinking of how she spoke so eloquently last time, he guessed that the answer this time would not disappoint him. Lin Yan was watching a TV series when she saw the message from Zhou Fan on her phone. She rested her chin on her fingertips, thought for a moment, and replied, I should make some original videos of my own to attract more traffic. Click and send. I thought that the man I met in the university town that day should be quite smart, so he shouldn't need to explain this sentence myself, right? After all, there are too many imitation videos now, and the public is somewhat aesthetically fatigued. Only innovation and originality can easily catch people's attention. Zhou Fan thought this was a really good idea. It seemed that Lin Yan could always give him different surprises. She was a smart girl. It's a good idea indeed. I'll find someone to discuss it with later, and I should be able to come up with some good ideas. Then I wish you success. Lin Yan smiled lightly and continued watching the plot. The programming team and marketing team of Phifan Technology are all present. This is an important meeting concerning the development of Phifan Technology. Do you have any good ideas for making our new platform more attractive and able to capture traffic? Zhou Fan threw out the question. They were all young men and women, so they would definitely have some brilliant ideas. Chairman, I think we should make some short videos about current events. In these short videos, the video publisher is often at the scene, showing the scene of the sudden hot event from a first-person perspective while dubbing the introduction. This type of short video can directly show the news scene, is very simple to produce and publish, and has the effect of viral spread. I think it is relatively attractive to people's attention, but this type of video is not likely to attract the attention of young people. When a person expresses his opinion, he also points out the disadvantages. It can also be a life story video that shows the daily work and life of people in different professions, such as farmers picking fruit, power workers climbing power grids, and chefs teaching cooking. We can also design some plot points, such as a sudden marriage proposal, to resonate with the audience. Zhou Fan nodded in agreement with what they said. They had indeed grown a lot since they first joined the company. So, what's the most important thing for any type of video? What's essential for the long-term development of the video platform industry? Chapter 47 The most important thing is originality. Chairman? Could it be that the content you want to emphasize is originality? Peng Xiefeng rubbed his chin with his hand. He thought about it for a long time before coming up with this word. Originality is indeed a critical factor on the video platform. That's right. It's originality. Only by sticking to originality can we create our own unique characteristics. Moreover, we not only protect the original works of creators, but also launch our own original videos. Naturally, no one could raise any objection. The chairman's idea was indeed good and could ensure the normal development of the video platform. Chairman, just us? We're all science and engineering guys, so we can handle any kind of technological or innovation, but asking us to write a script is really too much of a stretch. When I was in school, the most painful thing was writing an 800-word essay. Zhang Shang was the first to point out the difficulty. They were all science and engineering majors, so how could they write a story full of blood and tears? Zhou Fan naturally didn't count on them. It was enough for them to strictly control the technology of the video platform and actively invest in it. As for those who needed to write scripts, he naturally had a way to do it. Of course I know your shortcomings, and I won't lock you up in a small darkroom and ask you to write a script. I already have an idea about the script. Now that the original video department has been officially established, we absolutely cannot be without anyone. You are not suitable, so the only option is to recruit. Yeah. Isn't it enough to just hire someone who can write scripts? The chairman is truly amazing. He solved this problem in one go, and he didn't have to embarrass us at all. It's the best of both worlds. That's right. We're looking for some screenwriters, directors, and video editors to fill the staff shortage in the original video department. Of course we'll listen to the chairman. And this method is a good one. We have no objection. Zhang Shang was the first to agree. Of course he had to agree to such a good suggestion, especially since it was the chairman's suggestion. This suggestion was immediately implemented. Su Chian posted a job advertisement, widely recruiting talented people in the fields of screenwriters, directors, and video editors. Food and accommodation are provided, and the salary is generous. Please print your resume and fill out the form within the company before entering the interview venue. On the day of the formal interview, the number of interviewers increased from 5 to 7, which naturally included the leaders of the two groups, so that all the company employees participated. The staff were receiving people who came for interviews in the company's internal reception room. The staff were almost overwhelmed by these people. There were even unkempt people appearing in the reception room. Literati probably all have some personality. But there is no way. The chairman has issued an order that no matter who the person is, as long as they have an application form and resume, they will be allowed to interview. This is a world of difference in treatment from the last interview. This time it's really a bit eye-catching. After the preparation process, the interview started at 10 a.m. The first person who came in was a little fat boy. The reason he was a little fat boy was that he was not yet as fat as a ball. Hello everyone, my name is Ma Wei. I'm a webtoon artist, and my works are serialized on various websites. My drawing style is hilarious and cheerful. Joe Fan suddenly had some doubts. His comics were serialized on all major websites, so why did he come to their company for an interview? As if he knew what Joe Fan was thinking, Ma Wei told him the reason for coming for the interview. I want to walk in the sunshine and stop being a parasite at home, otherwise I will gain more than 10 pounds. So, I came to their company just to lose weight. What a humble existence. But he is a comics master, and he is in the direction of hilarious comedy, so he must stay. Even if such a person is useless in the original video department, he can probably be a happy pill. Okay, that's enough. You can go down first and have a rest. Joe Fan waved to Ma Wei, and Ma Wei bounced out of the meeting room. The second person looked more normal, but she seemed frail. She was a woman, but she turned out to be a man. My name is Hu Liao, and I'm a screenwriter. I just haven't made my debut for a TV series yet. My writing style tends to be flowery, and I always feel that those beautiful words can also be used to describe men. It seems that she is not convinced by the words that surround men, such as careless, rude, and violent. Joe Fan was stunned. He didn't look down on this effeminate man. What's wrong with being effeminate? He was also a person with his own ideas. No one was worthy of blaming him. But this name, Hu Liao, can't be unlucky. Never mind. What superstition is this? Joe Fan's tone unconsciously softened when facing Hu Liao. Go to the reception room and wait. You'll be notified of the results by the end of the afternoon. Joe Fan was still confident that he could definitely keep him. After all, with such a unique perspective, who knows, he might become a refreshing figure in the original video department. During this period, there was naturally a person who had just graduated from college and wanted to seize the opportunity of this low interview threshold. Joe Fan did not reject him all at once, but just selected people with excellent professional skills and correct values. My name is Nye Yuan. My father's last name is Nye and my mother's last name is Yuan, so my name is Nye Yuan. Joe Fan's eyebrows jumped, and he wanted to ask whether this child was his parents' biological child. He was afraid that he was picked up from the trash can. Although the name is bad, the child is actually excellent. I've won first place in various photography competitions, video editing competitions, and other competitions. Nye Yuan was extremely confident when he spoke, and he even felt as if the spotlight of the whole world was on him. But as soon as he finished speaking, his tone became soft. I came here for an interview because I want to turn my hobby into a job. I want to constantly improve and change myself through work. Although the child spoke in a very official manner, it was obvious that he was very serious and there was no sense of showing off when he mentioned those awards. Joe Fan was very satisfied with this child. Apart from his personality, he actually had similarities with Chu Yen. My name is Yin Xiao. As one of the vast majority of female compatriots, I dream for them, dreams they dare not dream of. I prefer writing about love. CEOs, lawyers, writers, psychologists, engineers. Any elite person can become the male protagonist in my novel. As for the female protagonist, I can only say frankly that it's always me. This is one of the few girls who has the loudest voice and is the most suitable for daydreaming. However, it is very suitable for making original videos that little girls like, so I naturally have to keep it. It is indeed a surprise at the moment. My name is Han Feiyu. I feel like I have always been a combination of Han Fei and Hanyu, so I always like to pay attention to history. I feel like I live for history. I have many historical articles posted on various forums in Shanghai. The reason I come here is to let more people understand history. Normally, people who study history should be old ladies and old men wearing reading glasses. But this 1.8 meter tall young man with a fair complexion, Joe Fan didn't think that this guy had any relationship with the two brothers Han Fei and Hanyu. However, such a unique skill must be recruited. My name is Zhou Qi. Hey, we don't allow minors to interview here, how did you sneak in? When Zhou Qi showed up, Jiang Sheng was immediately shocked. How dare he confess to a minor? Mainly because his father had been punished for this matter, so when he encountered such a minor, he would be the first to object. Come on. Just because I'm shorter makes me a minor? I'm 19. I'm an adult. You're so insulting. From Joe Fan's perspective, the child was only about 1.65 meters tall, and looked almost the same as a high school student. Moreover, his dressing style, especially the blue windbreaker, looked like he had walked out of a movie. Sorry, this kid's eyesight might not be very good. Please continue with the introduction. Joe Fan quickly apologized. He really wanted to know what other special abilities this kid had. As for me, I prefer to write high-tech articles about science fiction and the future. I'm like a person who traveled from the future. I've published many books. And they're all bestsellers. I came here naturally to express my ideas in a different way. Joe Fan is so proud of this little brother. Don't look at his small appearance, he will definitely achieve great things. It fits perfectly with their high-tech theme of extraordinary technology, and they can definitely grow in height. My name is Liang Jun. I'm a rising star in Shanghai. Because I don't have any supporters, I can't show what I want to show. I want to use this platform to show myself. There were a lot of weirdos who came for the interview, and Joe Fan kept them all, except for those with really outrageous and outdated ideas. The original video department recruited a total of 24 people, covering almost every field. Joe Fan has already instructed that no matter what happens in the outside world or to others, just create freely, write your own things, and shoot your own things. Chapter 48, Borrowing Money Late at Night. Joe Fan returned to the Thompson community alone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been very busy for the company these days. Lying on the bed, fiddling with my phone and browsing various short video apps, 2 hours had passed before I realized it, and it was almost early morning. I can't help but sigh that the short video industry is indeed very attractive to people of my age group, but all major platforms have already established a firm foothold in this market, and it is not so easy to knock them off the throne. My stomach couldn't help but growl. Damn it! This mansion is great in every way except that it's too big, and they don't even allow takeout. As a result, Joe Fan could only prepare some Fiefin instant noodles from his company at home. Pour hot water into the bucket, and the aroma will fill the air within 3 or 4 minutes. Homemade instant noodles are so delicious. It's funny to say, before I had the system, I also ate instant noodles for a living. At that time, I felt that eating too much of this stuff was like chewing wax. However, in recent days, I have been eating it in big restaurants. Now, occasionally having a bowl of instant noodles does feel special. As expected, with more money and more choices, life will become richer, which further strengthened Joe Fan's determination to make money. Slurp. Why doesn't this smell good? Joe Fan was obviously a little disappointed with the taste of the instant noodles, but while he was cooking the noodles, his phone vibrated twice. Another day passed and the system was refreshed. Joe Fan quickly reached for his phone to check it. Limited time sale. 16% stake in Dongyin, market capitalization 80 billion renminbi, flash sale price 22 million. Limited time offer for 1 hour. Wow! This is the most expensive thing Joe Fan has seen in a while, but even if you convert it into cash, it's still a steal. However, he only has about 18 million yuan in liquid funds now, most of which has to be put into the company's operations. He can't short the entire company and enjoy it by himself. By then, everyone in the company will be drowning in saliva. I never thought that even with cheats, there would be times when I didn't have enough money. Who should I borrow from? The first person I thought of was the old toolman Shinjun. Hey, it's so late, what instructions does Mr. Zhou have? Shinjun had obviously just woken up and got up. If it wasn't Joe Fan on the other end of the phone, he would have started cursing. After all, I'm not young anymore, I really can't endure it. I'm sorry to say this, Mr. Shin, but I'm suddenly short of liquidity, so I wanted to borrow some money from you. It's a small matter. As long as you ask me, I will do my best to help you. Joe Fan was very happy. It was easier to get things done with friends. Well, it'll probably be around 4 or 5 million. Not only will I pay it back in full, I'll also give you 1 point of momentum shares. But hurry up. If you can't get it together within an hour, I won't need it. Shinjun had a headache for a moment. He didn't know much about shares and didn't know how much they were worth. But the key point was that he only had 5 or 6 million in liquid funds. He owned a 5-star hotel and it was the off-season, so his income was really not much. But think about it, Zhou Fan drives a Bugatti Veyron and lives in the Tangcheniping community. He can come to borrow money from me. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to make Zhou Fan owe me a favor. Finally, Shin Jun gritted his teeth and said, "It's no big deal. Send me your card number and I'll transfer 5 million yuan to you right away." Shin Jun hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking and called his finance department. "Xiao Lu. Don't talk nonsense to me. I'll give you a card number. No matter what method you use, transfer the current 5 million, no, 5.5 million to this account within half an hour." But. Poor Xiao Lu was hung up before he could say a word, leaving him no room to speak. Xiao Lu then made several calls to several accountants who managed the accounts. After all, it is quite troublesome for ordinary people to handle large cash flows, not to mention that it is early in the morning. Zhou Fan was eating his instant noodles and potato chips alone, happily browsing his phone, as if nothing had happened, completely unaware of how many sleeping families his phone call had woken up. 20 minutes later, small amounts of cash were transferred into Zhou Fan's account one after another. Only then did he realize how convenient it was to use the system's card recently. Here we come. Click to buy. With just a click, the 22 million renminbi in his account evaporated. It didn't feel real at all, which made Zhou Fan a little dazed. He had never used 10,000 as a unit in his life, and just now he lost more than 20 million with just a little effort. Looking at the extra stack of contracts on the bed, I don't know how much profit this thing can bring. He just threw the contract aside and fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Fan is sleeping well. Zhang Daming on the other end was so upset that his head was about to explode. All 4 of his cell phones were almost blown up overnight. Boss. Fei Entertainment sold 5% of its shares to a man named Zhou Fan. Cine Consortium also unconditionally transferred 9% of its shares to Zhou Fan. Even the 1% of the scattered shares on the market. Did it flow into the hands of Zhou Fan? There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone before someone said, "My goodness, my own board of directors changed completely overnight, and someone suddenly became the second largest shareholder. If it was a small company, it would be okay, but my company is a popular short video entertainment company with a market value of nearly 80 billion renminbi. Who on earth could have done this?" Zhou Fan seemed to have popped out of nowhere. The entire company had never seen Zhou Fan. Even the Cine Consortium, whose shares were acquired, was confused. They claimed that they had never seen this mysterious rich man and did not even have his contact information. Their shares were acquired by someone else. There are a lot more insomniacs this night. After transferring the money, Shin Jun couldn't sleep and started searching the internet for details about Dongyin shares. After all, it was created by Zhou Fan, so it must be something extraordinary. But even though I was mentally prepared, I still took out the quick-acting heart pills from the bedside and took 2 in a row before I felt better. I almost died. Market value of 80 billion renminbi. What a joke. Doesn't the 1% stake that Zhou Fan just promised me be worth 800 million? This is not the most exciting thing. The mysterious person who appeared all over the search screen is making a crazy move to acquire shares of Dongyin. Wow, thank goodness I didn't sleep, I ate such a big melon. Who is this mysterious person in the front row? I was woken up by a phone call. It seems the acquisition was made in the name of an individual named Zhou. However, this comment was deleted by the administrator just a few seconds after it was posted. Dian, farewell, comrade. Goodbye. Shin Jun also saw the comment clearly. The surname was Zhou. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his back. Who else could this be but Zhou Fan? How could this be such a coincidence? Chapter 49 Everyone here is garbage. Zhou Fan woke up feeling refreshed. He had dreamed of Su Chian. The sight of Su Chian's pure figure running in the sea of flowers was so beautiful. With a slight morning reaction, I went straight to wash up. While I was brushing my teeth, I heard my phone beeping non-stop, which was very annoying. Zhou Fan took the phone and looked at it. Wow. I've never seen this before, 158 missed calls, I must have slept so soundly. This didn't even wake me up, which is really awesome. While I was scratching my head, another phone call came in. Hey, Mr. Zhou, a group of people came to the company and said they want to see you. They have blocked the door to the company. Please come over quickly. After hearing this, Zhou Fan also remembered the shares he bought last night. He picked up the contract that was thrown on the ground and stepped on twice by him, and drove over there quickly. The Bugatti Veyron is really fast. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.5 seconds. Although it is fast, you still need to obey traffic rules and drive as fast as possible within the regulations. If the people waiting at the company's door knew about this, they would be shocked. Nearly 12.8 billion yuan in transactions in one night, and you didn't take the time to come and take a look? The Bugatti Veyron also slowly stopped in front of the gate of Thief & Company within half an hour. The people coming in are considered upper-class people. When you see this car, how can you not guess who was sitting in it? They quickly lined up one by one, as if they were welcoming a big star. He skillfully handed the key to the parking attendant at the front desk and led a large group of people to the meeting room. Hey, you guys aren't all trying to get in here, are you? Our place is small and can't hold so many people. Zhou Fan meant that Thief & Company's conference hall was not big enough to accommodate so many people, so some people had to wait outside. But it sounded quite different to these people's ears. Could it be that they think some of us are not qualified? That's true. The other party is a mysterious person who spent tens of billions of dollars to acquire the company overnight. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get in. That's right, Secretary Xiao, you won't come in with me. For a while, the boss advised the secretary not to go in. The secretary told the boss some things to pay attention to. After some selection, only 7 of the 20 or so people who were supposed to squeeze in came in. You must be Mr. Zhou, right? We're from Fei Entertainment. Last night you acquired 5% of Dongnin's shares from us. I wonder if you still remember. To be honest, no, I haven't had a dream that left a lasting impression on me. Zhou Fan thought so in his heart, but he said something else. Well, there's still a little bit. What's wrong? Zhou Fan pushed the problem back to the other party, saying that he had acquired the business through the app system and was not clear about many details. Talking more would only expose the truth. Then can you give us a reasonable explanation for this acquisition? The acquisition of a large number of shares is a huge blow to Fei Entertainment. After all, the market value of Dongnin is still steadily increasing, and breaking 100 billion is just around the corner. And I hope you can give a reasonable explanation for the 9% of my Cine consortium. Both big companies were counting on Motion, the golden goose, to make more money. But overnight, not only were the golden eggs gone, but the goose was also killed and made into soup. How could they not be anxious? Although Zhou Fan looked indifferent, he was also very confused. How could I have known that there would be so many things? When he accidentally saw Chu Yan glancing into the conference room again, a plan immediately came to his mind. Ignoring other people's gazes, he pulled Chu Yan, who was standing innocently at the door, in. Chu Yan, a graduate, had never seen such a scene before. Everyone in charge seemed like a big boss, with a powerful and majestic aura. Don't worry, everyone here is trash, don't be afraid. Zhou Fan whispered a few words in Chu Yan's ear, which immediately boosted Chu Yan's confidence. What? It turned out that they were all low-quality people who came to ask the boss for an explanation. Chu Yan picked up a thick stack of contracts and read them while muttering to himself. There are no loopholes in this acquisition contract. We don't need to provide any evidence. Fei Entertainment voluntarily gave up its shares. Why should our boss give a reason? And there's a complete set of agreements between the two companies, including the industrial and commercial changes, the signatures of the legal representative, and the signatures and seals of the company. I wonder what brings you here. This is true. The two companies are also confused. Their shares were bought by others overnight. They are always dissatisfied, but all the documents are complete, which really gives everyone a headache. But after legal procedures, according to the law, all 16% of Dongyin Short Video's shares will be transferred to our boss Zhou Fan. If you don't have any other excuses, please go back. Chu Yan had already started to ask the guests to leave, but there was still a representative of individual shareholders who burst into tears on the spot. Mr. Zhou, no, Grandpa Zhou. I, Liang, beg you to give me back my 0.21% stake. I'm counting on this for my retirement. Buying another new star business is incredibly difficult. This guy surnamed Liang has good vision. He invested in Dongyin before it developed. He has lived comfortably for most of his life relying on this piece of delicious steamed bun. He doesn't want to give up this piece of meat at all. It's not that Zhou Fan doesn't want to return it to him, but if this precedent is set, everyone will think that he is a soft persimmon, and it will be too difficult to deal with various threats at that time. It was only then that Zhou Fan realized that his company's security was too poor. If he had an elite security guard, this group of people would not have gathered together to make fun of him. Alright. I'm sure you all understand what my secretary said. The shares are now in my name. You all should be more sensible and stop causing me trouble. I hope you won't try to block my small company a second time. Otherwise, I won't let you leave so easily. The company has no water supply today, so we won't have tea. Please go back. How could such a large company cut off the water supply? This was a lie. They were clearly trying to get us out, but it was difficult not to leave. If they called the police, we'd be detained for making a scene on their property. Most people began to walk towards the gate with their secretaries and followers. Only one person walked slowly towards Zhou Fan. She is a graceful and elegant lady with a sexy and pure face. I didn't realize there was such a beautiful lady when I was hiding behind the crowd. Hello, you can just call me Abby. I'm the personal assistant to Zhang Daming, the CEO of Dongyin. This is our CEO's personal business card with his personal phone number on it. Zhou Fan casually took the business card and looked at Abby with a smile. Do you have your personal business card, beautiful lady? Chapter 50 Extraordinary Entertainment. Boss Zhou, you're such a joke. How could a big shot like you, with all your connections, need someone like me? But it is true that although Abby has a slender figure and attractive long legs, her face can only be described as about 8.56. If compared with the pure school beauty like Su Chian, she is still a little bit inferior. Despite saying that, Abby still pulled out a black and gold personal business card from her chest and handed it over. Abby said that she had everything, but she was very happy in her heart. Others didn't know how terrifying it was to acquire 16% of Motion shares overnight, but how could she not know? How many department members had to be woken up overnight, and how many legal teams had to fight for him to accomplish this feat in an instant? Being teased by such a powerful figure is in itself a recognition of one's own charm. Being in the top social circle, most women will pursue their own charm. Mr. Wang must be a big shot to have a personal assistant as beautiful as Abby. I must meet her later. Zhou Fan was actually still a little elated. He hadn't done anything, everything was done for him by the Miaoma app, so he didn't quite understand why Abby wanted to get close to him. In fact, it's not just Abby now. If Zhou Fan hadn't driven out the large group of people outside, they would probably have surrounded him and handed him their business cards. Since the other party is so powerful, why not make friends instead of enemies? Then I'll go down first. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Zhou. The last sentence was whispered in Zhou Fan's ear, and the fragrance of orchids made Zhou Fan's hair stand on end. What a witch! Xu Yan, let's go. Seeing that most people had left, Zhou Fan led Xu Yan out. The two people passing by the hall also stopped for a while. There were still quite a few people in the group standing sparsely at the door, and they refused to leave no matter how the two security guards tried to drive them away. A hint of displeasure flashed across Zhou Fan's face. Xu Yan, do you have any thoughts after seeing this scene? Zhou Fan did not express his thoughts directly, but pushed them to Xu Yan. This is a skill that a big boss should have. Something cannot be said directly, and it must be said to the point. Whether the subordinates can do it well depends on the wisdom of the subordinates. Otherwise, if a major decision goes wrong, you can only blame yourself in the end. On the contrary, if you say that it is your subordinates' lack of understanding, you will not be blamed. Xu Yan looked at the crowd below who were still somewhat agitated. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, selecting security guards should have been my job. I shouldn't have asked you to give me the advice personally. Xu Yan came up and admitted her mistake, regardless of whether it was her job or not. Since Zhou Fan took the initiative to say it, it was not a big deal. If she took the initiative to admit her mistake, there was still room for correction. If she shamelessly tried to shift the blame now, it would not be good to leave a bad impression on Zhou Fan. Well, we'll start with a public audition. The selection will be based on punching power. Only those who can reach 90% of Wu Ziyu's punching power will be considered qualified. There are only 100 candidates for the audition, and it's first come, first served. Salary is not a problem. Wow, I've seen all kinds of strength from Wu Ziyu before. One punch can hit an adult. It's 90% of his. However, Xu Yan didn't dare to say much. He agreed repeatedly and started to get busy. Of course, Zhou Fan was not idle either. He contacted a luxury business bus to take his short video creation department staff to the new work area. This marked the official start of FIFA entertainment. The creative team members are either fat otakus or recent graduates. How could they have ever seen the market like this? Wow! This computer specs. It's going to be amazing. The fat otaku roared loudly, and many computer enthusiasts rushed over and started playing with the computer. A computer that costs 20,000 yuan, how can it be bad? Zhou Fan muttered in his heart, if it weren't for these 500 computers, he wouldn't have to borrow money last night. When I thought of this, I remembered that I hadn't thanked Shinjun yet. Zhou Fan raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. Everyone around was as well behaved as a group of babies, eagerly waiting for Zhou Fan to speak. Ahem, there are only a few of you here, only about a dozen, but we're looking for technical editors. All of this is left too. Everyone is looking forward to it, as recruiting is an important position that affects how far the team can develop in the future. Lu Yuan, who was originally feeling very disappointed, suddenly raised his head in surprise. He originally thought that he was called here just to do odd jobs, but he didn't expect that Mr. Zhou actually valued him so much. The difference in height caused Lu Yuan to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Although Lu Yuan is a bit pretentious, he knows when to act and when to retreat. Most importantly, he knows how to judge people. Therefore, the responsibility of recruiting for FIFA entertainment is now handed over to you. Zhou Fan had a smile on his face, but he didn't know how much of it was true. But Lu Yuan was deeply moved by what he heard. He felt that he had finally met his mentor. He secretly swore in his heart, I, Lu Yuan, will follow Mr. Zhou all my life, even if it means being his dog. Of course Zhou Fan didn't know what was going on in Lu Yuan's mind, but he only knew a few of the many people there were, so in the end he could only hand it over to Lu Yuan, who he had some impression of. Several more positions were arranged, and it was stipulated that after 1 month, all positions would be abolished and the results would be decided by voting by everyone. This shocked everyone. How could there be such a transparent promotion system? Or was this society just that beautiful? Everyone admired Zhou Fan, and Zhou Fan also felt that it was really easy to be a hands-off boss. The previous interviews almost made him faint. As a person with a system, do I have to be a high-ranking corporate slave every day? By the way, I'll be checking your results in 3 months. You need to have at least 10 accounts with over 1 million followers. Yes. Yes. We at FIFA Entertainment will definitely complete the mission. Yes. The members of FIFA Entertainment will definitely not embarrass President Zhou. After eating so many sweet dates, the little mouths naturally became rounder and they kept saying yes, but $10 million accounts are no joke. Can they really be completed in 3 months? In fact, these dozen people were also unsure. Zhou Fan drove the Bugatti with one hand, slowly strolling on the street. His destination was naturally Shinjun's 5-star hotel. Shinjun should first thank the person who borrowed 5.5 million yesterday. Although he cannot pay the money back now, as a friend, he should thank him in person. Carrying all the gazes along the way, Zhou Fan finally staggered to the gate of Shinjun Hotel. As soon as I got out of the car, I noticed something was not quite right inside. A tall woman, with a decent appearance, about 70 centimeters or above, but she was wearing extremely revealing clothes, the kind that made her legs look like they were about to pop out. The tall woman pointed at Shinjun's nose and started scolding him. This made Zhou Fan frown. His good mood for the day was really ruined by this woman. Chapter 51 What about internet celebrities? He pushed open the door and coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. When the tall woman saw the handsome Zhou Fan in a suit, her expression changed drastically. She put on a flattering smile, as if she was seducing him. Zhou Fan shivered from head to toe, and then from toe to head. It was really disgusting. The tall woman's expression changed when she saw the disgust on Zhou Fan's face. Who are you? You're staring at me like that. Do you know who I am? Zhou Fan ignored the woman and slapped her in the face. The tall woman was stunned. Was he really unaware or was he pretending not to know? She was Shangwan Nana, an internet celebrity with 5 million followers on Douyin. The 2 sturdy security guards around Shangwan Nana stood in front of Zhou Fan. You kid, do you really want to die? How dare you hit my Shangwan Nana? I think this kid deserves a beating. Beat him. The 2 of them sang in unison and were about to attack Zhou Fan. But at this moment, a pair of dark and powerful hands directly grabbed the fists of the 2 men. Wu Ziyu. Wu Ziyu was naturally called by Zhou Fan on the road to have a meal together. How could one have a meal and drink without his brothers? Although the two bodyguards were strong, compared with Wu Ziyu, they were just fat pigs that had eaten 2 more pounds of meat. Wu Ziyu threw him and he knocked over 2 tables before falling to the ground. This frightened Shangguan Nana so much that her face turned pale. I'm telling you. I'm a huge internet celebrity with 5 million followers. If you hit me again, I'll expose you online. I'll expose you online. Wow, he revealed his identity right away. How did this country boy become an internet celebrity? Brother Shen, are you okay? What happened? Tell me. Zhou Fan ignored Shangguan Nana and asked Shenjun directly what happened. Shenjun had just come back to his senses from the heroic sight of Wu Ziyu knocking down 2 big men. Oh. This lady wants to dine here, but doesn't want to pay. She even wants to take pictures of our kitchen, saying it's some kind of promotion for us. Zhou Fan was really excited now. He just thought that the waiter in Shenjun's hotel had done something wrong, but it turned out that he was eating and drinking for free. Seeing that her affair was exposed, Shangguan Nana not only did not feel embarrassed, but also became arrogant. I'm a big internet celebrity with 5 million followers, so I'm eating here to give you a favor. Do you know how much traffic my 5 million followers bring? How much revenue it can bring to your crappy hotel? Don't be ignorant of your own limitations. I just ate for free, so what? Will the traffic I bring to you in the future be worth less than the cost of this meal? After all these speeches, it seemed as if Shenjun owed her something. Are internet celebrities so arrogant nowadays? Hey, which platform are you from? Don't tell me your traffic is fake. Country bumpkin, I'm from Douyin. Buying followers on Douyin will get you banned. I earned this through my own hard work. There was a pause in the middle of his speech, and I don't know why. But Zhou Fan didn't care about him. He really couldn't control other platforms, but when it came to dynamic music, Wait for me to call your boss. As soon as Zhou Fan finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and started dialing numbers on Zhang Daming's business card. Why are you acting so arrogant? Can't you be more practical? If you kneel down now and compensate me with hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'll consider. Shangguan Nana said a lot, but seeing that no one was listening, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou Fan. Who is this Zhou Fan? Could he really know Mr. Zhang? I even shook hands with him when I was awarded Rookie of the Year. If that matter were to be discovered. Zhang Daming was still sorting out the share transfer contract documents with several secretaries when suddenly the inner pocket of his suit vibrated. The 4 secretaries around him were also perceptive and quickly left the room and closed the door. Hello? Hey, let me guess, you are the mysterious Mr. Zhou. I guess so, but this time I'm not here to get to know you. We can meet privately later when we have time. This confused Zhang Daming. The person who called was not someone he knew, but I am the biggest boss in our company. Zhang Daming is a man who has seen the world and his mind works very quickly. If he is not here to get to know him, then something must be wrong. If he comes to see a boss like him, then he must have been humiliated by his subordinates and is here to ask for an explanation. The short video industry is rising too fast now, and there are a lot of internet celebrities with millions of followers. Some arrogant people will inevitably offend people they shouldn't. What's the matter, Mr. Zhou? Zhang Daming also lowered his posture. The other party had considerable power, so he had better be careful. Nothing much, just asking if Shangguan Nana is from your area. When Zhang Daming heard Zhou Fan calling out names, he quickly waved his hand, called all the secretaries in, and covered the receivers. Hurry up and find out who Shangguan Nana is, quick. Turning around, another gentle voice said, Shangguan Nana, right? Give me some time to take a look. Shangguan Nana was very happy during this period. I thought he was so cool, but it turns out he's just a loser pretending to make a phone call to scare himself away. Hey, I'm not leaving today. I want to see how long this crappy phone call of yours will last. I thought so in my heart, and pulled out a chair and crossed my legs arrogantly, ready to see how long Zhou Fan's phone call could last. Everyone in the dynamic audio company started to panic. Although there weren't that many internet celebrities with millions of fans, it would still be extremely troublesome to find them. But it is a big company with a market value of hundreds of billions, and its efficiency is extremely fast. Immediately, a stack of information and a USB flash drive were handed to Zhang Daming. Oh. You mean the Shangguan Nana who got 5 million? Her real name is Li Tsuehua, right? There are quite a lot of people with that name here, so it's a bit difficult to find her. Zhou Fan hung up the phone. Your name is Li Tsuihua, right? Looking at Shangwan Nana's stunned face, Zhou Fan knew he was right. Yes, this person was making a scene at my friend's restaurant, trying to eat and freeload, and even attack me. Mr. Zhang, you decide what to do with me. After that, he didn't even give Zhang Daming a chance to explain and just hung up. Zhang Daming was so shocked. This bitch could have offended anyone else, but she chose to offend the second largest shareholder of her company. You must be an old man who eats arsenic and thinks his life is too long. The more I look at Shangwan Nana's information, the more wrong it seems. She gained 2 million followers in just 2 or 3 days. It is definitely impossible that she increased her followers by cheating. I guess there must be a technical team that modified her data for her. After Zhang Daming made a phone call, the entire company started running for Shangwan Nana alone. Shangwan Nana, who was sitting there with a smug look on her face, suddenly had her cell phone ring. Shangwan Nana knew that something bad was going to happen. Chapter 52 Ambiguity. Shangwan Nana took the phone tremblingly. Shangwan Nana, right? Because you are suspected of tampering with the company's fan data, please return to the nearest Dongyin branch immediately to cooperate with the investigation. If you admit your mistake sincerely, we will settle the matter privately with you. Shangwan Nana felt so miserable. She thought it was just because of her high profile, and at worst she would just be scolded by her superiors, but she didn't expect that her fan data would be directly checked. I met the technical team leader by chance at the rookie carnival. Under the temptation of his millions of fans, I let him play with me a few times. I didn't expect that the person in front of me would reveal my true identity with just one phone call. Suddenly, my whole body went limp, my vision went dark, and I passed out. The 2 bodyguards just got up and didn't know what had happened. They hurriedly helped Shangwan Nana up and rushed to the hospital. These days, the forest is so big that you can find all kinds of birds. Right, Brother Shen? Shen Jun had not yet recovered from Shangwan Nana's reaction, and his body trembled slightly when Zhou Fan slapped him. Mr. Zhou, who are you? She's a real internet celebrity with 5 million followers. You crushed her with just one phone call. Zhou Fan scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. He couldn't just say that I had a flash sale app, and I borrowed money from you to buy shares last night, and I knew nothing about it. If you don't know how to answer, then just keep quiet, pretend to be profound, let him guess for himself, and we pretend to be experts. Without saying a word, he pulled the 2 of them into a small private room. By the way, Su Chian is still in the penthouse suite today. Do you want to call her down for a drink? Zhou Fan became more energetic when Su Chian was mentioned. He still remembered clearly the dream he had early in the morning. You can yell, but you're not allowed to persuade her to drink. Okay. In a blink of an eye, several people gathered at a table, forgetting the bad luck that had just happened. Su Chian, you didn't see it just now, but Zhou Fan just picked up the phone like that. Wow, you're so handsome. Yeah, one phone call scared that stupid internet celebrity to death. Ha ha ha. It really made me die of laughter. Zhou Fan scratched his head. In fact, he did nothing. He should thank Wu Ziyu. If he hadn't intervened in time to help him block those 2 punches, his face would have been bruised. Hey! What are you talking about, Ziyu? Brother, I want to thank you for blocking that punch for me. It's a small matter, come and go. I also want to thank Brother Shen for lending me 5.5 million last night, no, early this morning. It's a small matter. But I did check, and I really can't accept that 1 point of shares. Mr. Zhou, you are so kind, I will be very satisfied if you return 6 million. They drank a lot during lunch. Zhou Fan felt like the world was spinning. It was rare to feel so happy. Before he knew it, he was in Su Chian's soft arms. The last thing he saw was the gentle figure of Su Chian. Zhou Fan was mumbling something, but not only did Su Chian not hear it clearly, even Zhou Fan didn't know what he said. After calling 2 male waiters, we finally settled these people in different rooms. I don't know what he was thinking, but he just had someone drag Zhou Fan into his room. The big soft bed on the top floor was so comfortable that I tossed and turned for nearly 3 hours before I woke up slowly. Where's my suit? Oh my god, my shirt is gone too, no way. Fortunately, Nene is still here. Looking at Zhou Fan's panicked expression, Su Chian couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you panicking? I won't eat you. Looking at the smiling Su Chian, Zhou Fan knew that he had been fooled by Su Chian. Someone must have helped him take off his clothes, and Su Chian was waiting for this moment to laugh at him. Wow! I'm so angry, little lady, watch out. Zhou Fan also disregarded his gentlemanly manners and rushed towards Su Chian naked. Su Chian didn't stand firmly and fell down with Zhou Fan. Fortunately, there was a valuable wool blanket on the ground, so Su Chian didn't bump into anything. But they are too close. Zhou Fan could already feel Su Chian's rising body temperature, and waves of soft fragrance filled his heart. No! Zhou Fan, you are a grown man, you can't think about those dirty things. Zhou Fan just supported himself on the floor, only a finger's distance away from Su Chian, and slowly calmed down the restlessness in his body. Ding dong! A voice that Zhou Fan was extremely familiar with broke the ambiguity. Read a text message. Su Chian's pretty face also turned red. Zhou Fan touched the phone on the bedside. It was the first time that he was so annoyed by this flash sale app. Why didn't you come earlier or later? I'm having an affair with a beautiful woman, and you come to bother me. Limited time sale. Magic City Sea Amusement Park, market price 320 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 32,000 renminbi, limited time 8 hours. The Magic City Sea Amusement Park Hotel, market price 68 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 6,800 renminbi, limited time 8 hours. Ultrasonic Nanomolecular Structure Synthesis Method 1, market price, limited time flash sale price 0 renminbi and 10 cents, limited to 8 hours. The first two are acceptable, but what the hell is the third one? Or infinity? Is this thing really that valuable? Never mind, it's only worth a dime in front of me, just treat it as something I picked up on the street. Buy all three. Qian, let's go to the Magic City Sea Amusement Park tonight. It's already past 3 in the afternoon, let's go tomorrow. Hey! It's okay. I have a hotel. We can stay there for one night and then have fun tomorrow. Su Chian was so shy. She had to wear a swimsuit at the sea amusement park. I remember that I wore it once before and was almost scolded to death by my best friends. She said that her thing was so big, why did she wear such revealing clothes? In the end, she could only put on her coat and watch them play. Since then, Su Chian has been wearing loose clothes to hide her figure to avoid being criticized again. When Su Chian thought that Zhou Fan might dislike her figure, she was a little reluctant to go. But since others have invited me, it would be difficult for me to refuse. Of course Zhou Fan didn't know what Su Chian was thinking, so he said goodbye and said he would go back to pack up first. Of course, he couldn't just pack up. The proof of his assets was probably at his bedside, especially that ultra-nanosynthesis technology, which made him a little interested and he wanted to see what it was. Of course, you can't drive after drinking, so you find a designated driver. Zhou Fan enjoyed the driver's high-quality service and also came up with the idea of finding a full-time driver. The designated driver took Zhou Fan from the passenger seat to the door, and Zhou Fan generously gave him 100 yuan as a tip on the app. Zhou Fan was still a little shaky, but finally he slowly walked to the head of his bed. Sure enough, there were 2 stacks of contracts, but what caught Zhou Fan's attention more was a black box. Chapter 53 Come over here. He went forward to play with it for a while, and found out it was a 5 terabytes mobile hard drive. Wow, it was the first time Zhou Fan had seen such a big hard drive. Driven by curiosity, Zhou Fan carefully unplugged the network cable before connecting the mobile hard drive to his newly bought computer. It is safer to keep this priceless treasure away from the internet. Who knows if there is anyone who can discover this information in such a vast internet? It is also better to take precautions before it happens. This 20,000 yuan computer can be said to have the best configuration on the market, but it still seems a bit difficult to open a hard drive. Data loading, 1%. It was stuck there for a long time. It took several minutes before he finally moved. Data loading, 1.01%. Zhou Fan directly pulled the hard drive out of the computer. What the hell is this? Is he making fun of himself? It will take forever for you to open it. Zhou Fan grabbed his 2 acquisition contracts, a change of clothes, and a pair of very simple swimming trunks and called a designated driver again. Hey, it's you again. The person who came was the designated driver who took him home. I didn't pay much attention to him just now, but now it seems that this man looks very upright, with a professional smile on his face. He looks quite handsome in a small suit. He is a middle-aged man. Yes, sir. I didn't walk far when I received your order. I was also very surprised. The middle-aged man talked more along the way, probably because of the 100 yuan tip. The middle-aged man spoke very politely. After chatting along the way, I learned that the middle-aged man was called He Xiaoyuan. He had 2 children at home and their life was barely enough to make ends meet. His children were also preparing to take the college entrance examination. Every family has its own problems. Finally, Zhou Fan tentatively asked him if he was willing to be a full-time driver, but it seemed that the other party was very short of money. He said that in addition to driving, he also had to sort express deliveries at night and deliver express deliveries at lunch and dinner time, so he declined. But Zhou Fan still added his contact information. He could just hire him back with a high salary. What was the big deal? He paid double the money and asked He Xiaoyuan to wait for him a little longer, saying that he was going to the Magic City Sea amusement park again, and then he went to pick up Su Chian. As soon as he went upstairs, Zhou Fan was dumbfounded. Why did Su Chian bring so many things? We'll just be gone for a day or two. No. We can stay as long as you want. You're the best. He. Su Chian used her hands to act coquettishly towards Zhou Fan. Set off. As soon as the two got in the car, Zhou Fan gave an order and the car was like a cannonball, with the tail wing stretching into a long line and heading straight for the sea amusement park. Uncle He, please keep this 1,000. I'm sorry that running so far will disrupt your part-time job tonight. This made He Xiaoyuan very embarrassed. He felt extremely ashamed. He had earned more than 2,000 yuan from Zhou Fan in that day, which was more than he had earned in 3 days, and it was easy. He couldn't help but have some ideas. Wow, are we staying in this hotel? It looks so luxurious. That's all. I don't feel that great. You're the only one who knows how to pretend, huh? Could it be that this is also under your name? You're so disgusted with it. Hey, that is true, but Zhou Fan didn't explain anything. Some things will only reduce the sense of surprise if you say too much. It's better not to say anything and wait for others to discover it themselves. That is a surprise. The luggage was taken by a handsome waiter, and the two walked to the front desk side by side. Please show your ID and reservation receipt. Reserve? Zhou Fan then remembered that these commercial hotels near the scenic area must be booked in advance. Well, how about this, see if there's any room available, and I'll triple the price. Just be flexible. The receptionist's face instantly drooped. She had seen this kind of person many times, at least 8 times a day. Sir, if you don't have a reservation, please go back and make one before visiting. Thank you for your cooperation. The lady at the front desk looked annoyed and was ready to chase away Zhou Fan, the rich second generation. It was obvious that he was a rich second generation who used his parents' money to show off. I want to see how you save face in front of your girlfriend today. This kind of thing is also a kind of fun in the boring front desk job. Watching others lose face is really a very enjoyable thing. Su Chian was also very sensible. She walked up and held Zhou Fan's wrist. Let's come back in a few days. I'm free anyway. The more sensible Su Chian was, the more Zhou Fan couldn't bring himself to leave like that. I excitedly pulled the beautiful girl over here, and you want me to go back in shame? Zhou Fan said amiably for the last time, how about this? I'll reserve your luxury box on the top floor for a week. What do you think? The receptionist shook her head and didn't listen to Zhou Fan's words at all. Hey, I can't hear you. What can you do to me? If you want to make an appointment, go back and call yourself. You all come to bother me with everything, but I'm not your babysitter. Seeing the receptionist shaking her head and sorting out the receipts like a goose, Zhou Fan became indifferent. What's your manager's phone number? The receptionist's expression changed, but she still told him that even if he complained, the manager would at most scold her. Given her relationship with him, the worst that could happen would be another night of trouble. Hello? Who are you? An impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. I'll give you 5 minutes. Come over here to the hotel lobby. My last name is Shou, by the way. Then he hung up the phone. The manager was also confused. What business do you have with me, Joe? You are not the owner of this land. But who is the owner? The slightly overweight manager was flipping through the new documents on the table. Owner of Magic City Sea Amusement Park and surrounding resort hotels, Zhou Fan. FCK me. The fat manager glanced at the time and saw that 3 minutes had passed. He ran like crazy all the way, at what could be described as the fastest speed in his life. Just when the 5 minutes were about to end, a ball of flesh actually rolled to Joe Fan's feet and had to struggle to stand up. Seeing that the manager still had a smile on his face despite having fallen hard, the receptionist couldn't help but feel nervous. Who was this Joe and why did the manager rush over in such a hurry? Mr. Zhou, no, Mr. Zhou, why did you come to inspect in person? You should have told me in advance. Looking at the face covered with red marks, Joe Fan also smiled. Ah, didn't I just acquire this? I brought my girlfriend over to take a look. Is this the hotel owner? The receptionist almost turned her back and said, why didn't you say it earlier? Why are you keeping it to yourself? But even if Joe Fan had said it before, with her personality, she would probably just sneer at him and call him a daydreamer. However, the receptionist still puffed out her chest, thinking that she was doing her job according to the rules and had done nothing wrong. Even if he was the boss, she was not afraid of him. Boss Joe, if you're dissatisfied with anything, please tell me and I'll criticize them later. The fat manager rubbed his hands together, looking very righteous, as if the whole hotel was in good order because of him. Everything was pretty good, but your front desk service is not that good. Chapter 54, Clear Rewards and Punishments. The fat manager quickly glared at the girl at the front desk, his eyes seemed to say, this is over, wait and see how I deal with you. Then he turned around and rubbed his hands and smiled. Mr. Zhou, you've always lived in a mansion, so you don't know about hotels. It's really hard for us to give you a room at a commercial hotel without a reservation. They're also following the rules. How about you just let them go and treat them like a fart? Joe Fan chuckled as if he had expected the manager to say that. Of course I know you have to make a reservation to stay, but this penthouse suite doesn't seem to be included. I remember it being a same-day reservation, but it only takes a week. Am I right? The manager was stunned for a moment, it seemed that there really was such a rule. The rooms on the top floor were priced extremely high and were specially designed for family gatherings of some big bosses. They were afraid that the group would be unhappy because they didn't book a room when they came here, so they designed the room specifically to extort money from them. The top floor costs 30,000 renminbi a day, and the minimum stay is 7 days, which is 210,000 renminbi. Even for those rich kids, it would be a bit painful to live there. The receptionist was shaking her head and didn't take what I said into consideration. Now when she thinks about it, she really wants to slap herself. Why was she shaking her head for no reason? This. The fat manager was now speechless and his face drooped. However, Joe Fan patted his shoulder with a warm look on his face. It's just a small matter. Why are you all so nervous? Come on. Smile. The fat manager also showed a professional fake smile, which was really uglier than crying. The boss called him over, how could he really be fine? Okay, I've noticed. You're the manager, you and that woman, get out now. Joe Fan pointed at the handsome young man carrying his large amount of luggage. The waiter who carried my bag was also shocked. How could I become the manager when I was just standing there as a bystander? Everything seems so hazy and unreal. Alright, the front desk will change shifts, and the overtime pay will be doubled. Everyone, hurry up. When she heard that the overtime pay would be doubled, the receptionist who was taking a break in the back immediately pushed the woman away and ignored her as if she didn't know her. The manager reluctantly took off his coat, which symbolized his managerial status, and handed it to the handsome young man. Joe Fan put it on him personally. Oh, it fits you well. You look like a good manager. What's your name? Joe Fan took the newly promoted manager in Su Chian, who looked incredulous, and walked towards the elevator. My name is Shen Tianming. The answer was very concise. Although he was carrying several pieces of luggage, he was not slow at all. This made Joe Fan admire it greatly. It was indeed a good material. It was rare to be so calm and composed after such an overnight success. Okay, just send it here. You just took office and there are many things to deal with. Go ahead and get busy. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Shen Tianming bowed slightly, then slowly took the special elevator down. Wow! This hotel really belongs to you. Why does it feel like you have so many businesses, while I, for one, have nothing? As soon as the outsiders left, Su Chian finally took Joe Fan's hand and started acting coquettishly. Oh? Then if you marry me, won't all this be yours? Joe Fan looked at Su Chian, whose eyes were full of admiration, and teased her. Humph, who wants to marry you? This made Su Chian very embarrassed. She gently hit Zhou Fan's forearm a few times, looking so shy. If you don't marry me, I have so many suitors, I'm not sure how long I can hold out. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chian quickly threw herself into Zhou Fan's arms and hugged him tightly. By the way, why did you fire that fat manager and make that waiter the manager? Su Chian, who left Zhou Fan's strong arms, changed the subject intentionally or unintentionally. If you want to know, come here. Although Su Chian snorted, she still pecked Zhou Fan on the face obediently. It's very simple. He came in without asking any questions and just came to help us carry our luggage. That's what seriousness means. We were arguing with the front desk clerk, but he remained calm, carrying his luggage without any impatience. This was his state of mind. I think it's hard for a kid with such a mindset and who works so hard to be a good manager. Then I think the fat manager is okay. Zhou Fan scratched Su Chian's little pink nose. Do you think you can speak up for a subordinate like me if he's scolded? Even if he's not at all wrong, he can only apologize first and not let the boss lose face. That's what a subordinate should do, understand? After Zhou Fan's nonsense, Su Chian really felt that she understood something, and there were even more stars of admiration in her eyes. The two of them started to pack up. This was a large suite that took up an entire floor. Although it is neat and clean, it is too big. Wow, Zhou Fan, there's a swimming pool here. It's so high up, how does the water get up here? Su Chian scratched her little head and thought seriously. You're so stupid, where do you think your bath water comes from? He patted Su Chian's silly head lightly, and then buried Su Chian in Zhou Fan's arms with grievance. I was busy drinking at noon and didn't eat much. If you want something to eat, I'll ask the hotel to bring it up. Su Chian fell into Zhou Fan's arms and whispered that anything was fine. Zhou Fan couldn't hear what she said after that because it was too soft. Hello, receptionist? 2 fillets for the penthouse suite, medium rare, 1 with rose salt, please. Thank you. 2 more, 2 cokes, please. Just as he was about to order some champagne or something, Su Chian pinched the soft flesh on his waist 180 degrees, and Zhou Fan's face was almost deformed. That's about right. I can't drink at noon, so I can't touch it at night. Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's drink some fat otaku happy water. The 2 steaks were served quickly, and were brought to Zhou Fan's door with a sizzling sound. The two of them leaned against the 270-degree fully open floor-to-ceiling window and ate steak. Just when Zhou Fan felt that something was missing, the fireworks from the sea amusement park outside shot straight into the sky and bloomed before their eyes, as if they were within reach. Zhou Fan hugged Su Chian, who looked very satisfied, and glanced at the new text message on his mobile phone. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your promotion. I have no way to repay you, so I offer you fireworks. Just a few words showed that Shen Tianming had put a lot of thought into it. The fireworks lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Su Chian fell softly into Zhou Fan's arms. Su Chian slept soundly, smelling Zhou Fan's masculine scent all night long. He would smile foolishly from time to time, and I don't know what he was dreaming about. Lazy pig, it's already 9 o'clock. If you don't get up, you're going to get spanked. Su Chian turned over, glared at Zhou Fan fiercely, stuck out her tongue, and got back into bed. Zhou Fan smiled helplessly and went to wash up first. A deep shower early in the morning makes people feel relaxed. It was almost 9:30, and I felt even more helpless looking at Su Chian, who was still in bed. Such a large private room has an open kitchen, and there are simple ingredients in the small freezer, which is more than enough to make breakfast. In less than 10 minutes, a simple breakfast of delicious bacon and eggs is ready. Su Chian moved in the quilt and finally showed her head again. Hurry up, eat first. I still have to go to the next door to hand over the paperwork. I'll wait for you downstairs. After saying that, Zhou Fan put on his casual sportswear and went out. Su Chian looked at the breakfast on the bedside table, and her confused mind finally reacted. Next door? Could it be that this sea amusement park is also his? Chapter 55, Undercurrent. Su Chian used to think that she had already thought highly of Zhou Fan, thinking that he was a self-reliant rich second-generation type, but now it seems that his every move and gesture shows that of a super-rich man. I leaned against the window and ate my meal slowly. I was so focused on the fireworks in Zhou Fan last night that I didn't really take a look at the scenery of the sea amusement park. Although it was not much different from the last time I visited Disneyland, the giant Ferris wheel there was even bigger than the one at Disneyland. I don't know if I'll have the chance to sit here this time. Su Chian also began to pack her luggage. She was wearing a plain dress and didn't need much embellishment to stand out from the crowd. After Zhou Fan went out, he went to explain the matters concerning the acquisition of the Sea Amusement Park. While waiting for Su Chian, he took a look at today's flash sale products. Bertram Yacht, market value 4.5 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 45 renminbi, limited to 3 hours. A box of oxygen lozenges, market value, limited time flash sale price 8 renminbi, limited to 3 hours. 1 cubic system space 1, market value, limited time flash sale price 30 million renminbi, limited time 12 minutes. Wow, ever since that nano thing came out yesterday, there are more and more things whose market value cannot be seen. However, it is probably not a system problem. It is probably just that it has not been invented in today's society, so the market value cannot be shown. It should be shown in the future. However, the system space really made Zhou Fan itchy and curious, so he clicked to buy it first. Ding, the system space binding is successful. This made Zhou Fan completely confused. What was that noise? Why did it feel like everything was making noises? Was he having tinnitus? Ding, please meditate quietly and the space will open. Zhou Fan just did as he was told, and he saw a large illusory space, which was empty and contained nothing. Zhou Fan clicked to buy the yacht and oxygen lozenges, and only then did the difference become apparent. A box of white packaged medicine, a stack of documents and a bunch of keys suddenly appeared in my mind, as if I could just reach out and get them. He stretched out his hand and the stack of documents appeared in his hand. After a closer look, he found it was at the Shanghai Haihe shipyard. He put the document back, called the contact number on it, and told him to deliver it to the dock of Shanghai Sea Amusement Park at noon. The person on the other end of the phone nodded repeatedly, fearing that the big boss who paid for the yacht in full would be unhappy. Who should I call? Su Chian only wore light makeup, a white dress and white high heels, exuding a pure and intellectual beauty. Zhou Fan swallowed his saliva to lubricate his dry throat before speaking. Nothing, I bought a yacht and will be there at noon. You're spending money again. I have a feeling you'd rather buy the whole lot than play with me. Su Chian's pouting little mouth is so adorable. If there wasn't someone watching, I would want to hug her and kiss her. Let us go. The boss naturally has his advantages. There is no need to queue up to use the employee passage. Seeing that it was just 10 o'clock and there was already a long queue at the entrance of the amusement park, I couldn't help but laugh. Just when Zhou Fan and Su Chian were being affectionate with each other, Wang Chusher, the representative of the Wang Group, approached Zhang Daming, the president of Danin. Can you give me a reasonable explanation for why someone bypassed me and became the second largest shareholder of your company? The teacup in Zhang Daming's hand was also shaking slightly as he was brewing what to say. The person sitting opposite is the representative of Wang Group. The Wang Group is one of the few large conglomerates in the whole of China. This kind of conglomerate has money. They can be found in almost all of the top companies on the market. You really have to think twice before speaking to them. Well, that mysterious Zhou Fan is truly beyond our company's expectations. Who knew he could complete such a massive operation overnight, and then the next day, he could be working at a third-rate company like nothing happened? It's truly bizarre. Oh? So you're just going to let the Wang Group suffer this loss? We agreed to give them 90 million in startup capital in exchange for 15% of the shares, which would have allowed us to secure our position as the second largest shareholder. Now you can't even give us an explanation? Zhang Daming was really about to cry. Who knew that the two families would voluntarily give up their shares and transfer them to others? He would not transfer his thriving industry to anyone. Now you ask me, what explanation can I give you? The solution is easy. How about you give us 2 more points to the Wang Group and we'll put this matter to rest? In fact, Zhang Daming only had 20 points of shares in his hands, most of which were distributed to his brothers and colleagues who started the business with him. Originally, he, together with the Wang Group, the two companies that had previously given up their shares, and a representative of individual shareholders, held exactly 51% of the shares and constituted the board of directors. But now it has been messed up by Zhou Fan, who suddenly appeared. If Zhang Daming gives up his 2 points, and if the Wang Group uses its financial resources to buy up scattered shares, it is really possible that I will be eliminated. By then, it may not be me who is sitting here. Boss Wang, this is serious. It has nothing to do with my company. You're asking me for 2 percentage points for nothing. Do you think that's appropriate? When he thought that half of his life's work might be in vain, Zhang Daming finally stood up. Alright, you're getting cocky now. Wait until I'm done with that Zhou guy, and then you'll see how I'm going to destroy your Danin. Knowing that the negotiation had failed, Wang Chusher seemed to have not taken Zheng Daming seriously at all. In front of the boss of the other company, he said that he would destroy an emerging industry company. How rampant! Zhou Fan. Come quickly, there's a breath-holding competition here. Su Chian waved her hand and called Zhou Fan over. Is the breath-holding competition really that fun? Let's give our warmest applause to our world champion breath-holding champion, Su Jiayue. He broke the Guinness World Record last year with an amazing time of 25 minutes and 12 seconds. The crowd applauded loudly, and Su Chian also clapped her hands. Zhou Fan felt uncomfortable. Any man would feel jealous when seeing the girl he liked clapping for others. Zhou Fan, let's go sign up and have some fun too, hee. Zhou Fan was dragged by Su Chian and signed up without knowing what was going on. Registered contestants, please go to the locker room and change into your swimsuits. This competition will determine how long you can hold your breath in the ocean. Zhou Fan changed really quickly. In no time, he was left with only his swimming trunks. His muscular and somewhat healthy wheat-colored body attracted the attention of many girls. Tisk, what's so great about that? I'll definitely be better than him after 2 or 3 months of training. Just blow hard. Look at your fat body. It would take you 3 to 5 years to scrape off a pound of oil a day. Naturally, there are some sour people who would say some sour words, but they were also refuted by their female companions. Zhou Fan accidentally glanced in the direction of the simple changing shed that Su Chian had just entered, and his eyes instantly turned cold. In just a few steps, he came behind a wretched man holding a camera. Is it beautiful? Chapter 56 The Wretched Villain. Fuck. This scared the man, as he was an event photographer who came with Su Jiayue. He said he was an event photographer, but in fact he was helping Su Jiayue find prey for tonight. He accidentally saw Su Chian, such a top pure beauty, so he took a high-powered camera and wanted to aim at the gap to see what was going on. He was doing something wrong, and after being frightened by Zhou Fan, he lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm working? Seeing that he was still being stubborn, Zhou Fan snatched the camera from his chest. He opened the camera history, and sure enough, all the pictures were of key parts, which made Zhou Fan's veins pop out. The right fist hit the wretched man in the face, breaking the camera strap and attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, look! Someone is beating someone up here. I'm just a photographer. There's nothing wrong with taking pictures of beautiful women for publicity, but this guy came up and hit me. The wretched man lying on the ground with blood foaming at his mouth didn't give up and wanted to drown this bad boy who came out of nowhere with the crowd's saliva. The wretched man bet that Zhou Fan wouldn't show the contents to others. If the girls' private photos were made public, it would only hurt the girls who were accidentally photographed. Zhou Fan really didn't dare to do that. The things in the camera were really shameful. Besides, as long as he was a man, he couldn't make a girl's private photos public. The two of them were in a stalemate, and more people gathered around them, surrounding them in 3 layers. Isn't the person on the ground the personal photographer who came here with Su Jiayue? How come he was beaten so badly? Ah. Maybe he got mad because he took a picture of his goddess. Ha ha ha. It's really funny to be a dog licker. That's right, he's just a country bumpkin with well-developed limbs. He licks a goddess and treats her like a treasure. Many times people really do subconsciously speak up for some vulnerable groups, just like now, no one asked what happened before they started criticizing Zhou Fan. Hey little brother, let's talk it over. Why don't you just return the camera to him and ask him to delete the photos? The person who spoke was a handsome guy who was slightly shorter than Zhou Fan, but more robust, with handsome eyebrows, straight nose and sunny face. Wow! Look! Su Jiayue, it's that handsome breath-holding champion. Really? He's really handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. As soon as this handsome guy stood out, all the girls in the crowd became excited and started gossiping. Zhou Fan directly took out the memory card from the camera, which made the wretched man feel distressed. It contained his 3 years of private collection. He threw the camera on the sand, returned it to the wretched man, and walked away. Passing by Su Jiayue, Zhou Fan simply whispered, "Keep your dog under control. If I catch it again, I'll beat up the owner too." Although Su Jiayue still had that sunny and warm smile on her face, her teeth were clenched and she just stared at Zhou Fan as he left. When the people around saw that there were no more melons to eat, they all dispersed. I told you to be more low-key, but you took my words as bullshit. Brother Su, I was really careful. I picked all the beauties to suit your taste. Who knew that guy would be so aggressive and hit me right away? Useless piece of shit, if there's no new chick in my bed tonight, I'm going to castrate you. The wretched man nodded repeatedly and went back to his work. Joe Fan stood in front of Su Chian's locker room. He didn't know what Su Chian was doing in there and why she hadn't come out for so long. Oh, why can't I wear it? Joe Fan took a look inside, stepped forward, hugged Su Chian and closed the door. Hey, what are you doing? There are people outside. Su Chian was very embarrassed, but her voice was as soft as a mosquito. How can you show this to others? You think it's ugly too. Su Chian looked lost, remembering how she had been laughed at before. Today she mustered up the courage to take out her old swimsuit and put it on, but she didn't expect that the size was too small, and it took her a long time to put it on. What's ugly? If you go out wearing this, everyone will look at you. Do you want to see me jealous? Joe Fan said this very seriously. Okay, baby, put on your coat. If you want to show me, let's go back to the penthouse suite and let me enjoy it. Who wants to show you? Having said that, she still put on a loose coat obediently, revealing only her snow-white and smooth calves, which was another kind of cuteness. This beauty is the type that attracts people's attention no matter what she wears. Joe Fan was frantically trying to calm his breath. He didn't want to walk out standing, otherwise he would be embarrassed. All players are in place. During the time when the two were flirting, the competition was about to begin. Joe Fan had almost calmed down, so he pulled Su Chian towards the competition waters. Now, let me explain the rules. Everyone, stay in this safe area and keep your heads underwater. The last one to emerge will get to reserve the entire Ferris wheel for tonight. Joe Fan became excited when he heard about the reward. If you talk about money, will he be short of it? Even if you drop some luxury goods on the ground, Joe Fan may not even lift his eyelids to take a look. But the exclusive use of the Ferris wheel is something he must get. If you ask why, Joe Fan looked at the box of medicine in the system space with his own eyes, because I have a plug-in. If you can't hold on any longer, please get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll choke on the water and it won't be very comfortable. Relatives nearby, please rest assured. We have professional lifeguards here, and even medical equipment is on the shore. We will ensure the safety of all participants. The host on the stage repeated these words over and over again, comforting the families on shore and inspiring the contestants underwater. Su Chian went down to get some water and came up in about 10 or 20 seconds. Most people only lasted less than a minute, and some who performed better lasted 3 or 4 minutes. But soon, there were only 2 people left in the middle of the water. One is Su Jiayue, and the other one is only known to Su Chian, and that is Joe Fan, because he has not come out of the water yet. Wow, contestant number 8 doesn't have to hold on any longer. Our professional breath-holding contestant is just here to warm up the crowd. You're already in first place. Our contestant number 8 is very determined and seems to be planning to challenge our Guinness World Record breaker Su Jiayue. Both of them look like they still have plenty of energy left. Contestant Su Jiayue even said hello to us underwater. You know, performing exercises underwater consumes a lot of oxygen. Oh? Our contestant number 8 is here, is he swimming? Chapter 57 Sweet Honey. Underwater photographers were chasing after him one after another to take pictures. Boy, were you an oxygen tube in your previous life? Not only is there no breathing, but it's also so fast? Su Jiayue opened her eyes underwater and looked at this horrifying scene. About 8 minutes had passed. Although she still had strength left, she could not hold on for much longer. You have to know that to break the Guinness World Record, he had to breathe pure oxygen for half an hour. His lungs were full of pure oxygen so he could last that long. Now he can only last 4 or 5 minutes. The person in front of me can actually swim? Are you a mermaid? Thinking underwater also consumes a lot of oxygen. This shock made Su Jiayue breathless, and a mouthful of bitter and salty seawater entered his nose and mouth. Ah! Our contestant Su Jiayue seems to have choked on water. Don't worry, our lifeguard. There's also a lifeguard. Just now, the lifeguard went to chase Joe Fan with a camera, and now he has no strength left and is lying on the shore to recover. The more Su Jiayue struggled, the more seawater he choked into his trachea. Due to holding his breath for a long time, his desire for oxygen made him forget how to save himself and he just focused on slapping the water. Oh? Our contestant number 8 is very competitive and swam over. Su Jiayue has been rescued. Medical staff, come quickly, don't just stand there. People don't want to just stand there. It's really ironic that a person who holds the Guinness World Record choked on water and had to rely on a little brother to rescue him. Zhou Fan, how are you so amazing? I didn't know you could hold your breath for so long. You have a great lung capacity. He, it's nothing. I used to be a lifeguard at a swimming pool, so I'm a bit awesome. The people around all sighed that there are many masters among the people. This time, the Guinness contestant was in trouble. He wanted to show off, but was slapped in the face by a young man who used to be a lifeguard. Su Jiayue had also received professional training. He only choked a few times. He had choked a lot during training before, and he recovered quickly. He just looked very embarrassed, with some bloodshot eyes from struggling. He glanced at Zhou Fan who had rescued him, but instead of showing any gratitude, he was filled with anger. Isn't this the same guy who beat up his men earlier? And now he's ruining his plans. And that's his girlfriend? How can she still be so innocent? The more Su Jiayue looked at Zhou Fan, the angrier he became. He had come here originally to show off and have some fun with two pretty girls for a few days, but now everything was disrupted by Zhou Fan. She pushed away the medical staff who was measuring her heart rate, dragged the obscene man who had just taken the photo, and disappeared into the crowd. What? Su Jiayue is quite handsome, how can he not afford to lose? That's right, that guy just now seemed to have caught the voyeur photographer. I think he's so handsome. Look at that girl, she's so beautiful. If you didn't have a head, people would think you were Nez's unhatched fleshball. The crowd around started talking again. The direction of public opinion changed so quickly. Amidst everyone's envious gazes, Zhou Fan received the ticket for the Ferris wheel, which made some young couples extremely envious. The little girl kept saying, "Look at others," and the boy could only feel helpless and wished he was the reincarnation of a carp spirit. More young couples were upset. They had come to the sea amusement park to see the giant Ferris wheel, and many of them had prepared rings and were waiting to propose on it. It seemed that all this would be ruined. Su Chian stood on the stage, pulled Zhou Fan's hand and whispered a few words. Zhou Fan gave Su Chian a doting look and said loudly, "Tonight, my dear and I will only take one Ferris wheel ride. Anyone who wants to go should get in line early." Suddenly there was a buzz of excitement below. What are you waiting for? Go and line up for your little baby. It's only 10 p.m. now, and many boys have already started to flock to the Ferris wheel to line up. The original ticket price for the Ferris wheel is over 1,000 yuan, and you may not even get a seat. Now that someone has reserved the whole place, why don't you line up early? Wow, who's so grand and ostentatious, bringing in a yacht? He's so arrogant, he really thinks this place is his home. The man said this, but his eyes were full of envy. If you want to drive in, you must have it first. Can you afford it? Zhou Fan pushed through the crowded crowd and pulled Su Chian towards the yacht. You really bought it. Well, what else? Don't you think the beach is too crowded? It's so spacious in here. This yacht is not an ordinary small yacht. The large platform on it can be used to hold a party. It does seem a bit empty for the two of them. It would be great if there were a few more beauties to have a party together, but Zhou Fan only dared to complain in his heart. If he really said it out loud, Su Chian would skin him alive. Now that there was no one around, Su Chian finally took off her coat. It was sunny and her whole body was stuffy. She was covered in sweet sweat. Her already snow-white skin and the crystal sweat beads made her really unable to stop. Pervert, don't smell it. Damn it, you big pervert. When Su Chian saw Zhou Fan taking a deep breath with that ecstatic expression on his face, she was so angry that she went up and twisted the soft flesh. Oh, Aunt. I can't help it, I can't help it. Please forgive me. Su Chian looked at Zhou Fan's distorted face, then let go of her hand with heartache. Good opportunity. Watch out, little lady. Zhou Fan turned over and pushed Su Chian into the small room of the yacht. The atmosphere was very ambiguous. Can't. Su Chian's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, her face was red all the way to her neck, and bloodshot was faintly visible on her pale pink cheeks. She really looked like a peach waiting to be picked, so tempting that it made one's throat dry. Zhou Fan looked at the shy Su Chian and nodded silently. As soon as Su Chian relaxed her heartstrings, his hot lips attacked her. After a long kiss, Su Chian almost suffocated. She pushed Zhou Fan away in shame and walked onto the deck, fanning herself with the sea breeze to cool her burning face. Zhou Fan held his coat in front of Su Chian. "Didn't I tell you to put it on? I don't want anyone to see. Is it really that beautiful?" Zhou Fan scratched his head and nodded slightly. Su Chian squeezed her hands together, and a white color whiter than snow suddenly expanded, as if it was about to burst out, but was instantly covered by a coat. Su Chian made a face. Zhou Fan finally reacted. "How dare you tease me, your brother, you little girl?" But he also gently held Su Chian and leaned against the railing, feeling the gentle sea breeze and her soft breathing. Time passed so quickly, and the giant Ferris wheel began to turn. There were only Zhou Fan and Su Chian on the entire Ferris wheel. The two of them snuggled together and kissed passionately. Zhou Fan also felt the sweetness of love for the first time. After playing with Su Chian for 7 days, Zhou Fan was ready to clean up his mind and get down to business. During this period, most of the items on the flash sale app system were luxury goods that were not worth mentioning and were no longer of much value to Zhou Fan, except for a mysterious lottery ticket. However, he still bought a pink Ferrari 488 for Su Chian, which has a reasonable market value, about 5 million, as well as some skirts and other items. Su Chian repeatedly refused to accept it, but after Zhou Fan's constant persuasion and threats over the past few days, she finally accepted it. Chapter 58 Another order. There is also Yi Xiaoyuan, who was finally poached by Zhou Fan with a high salary of 50,000 yuan per month. Unexpectedly, he used to be a rally car driver, but he made a mistake in his early years and became a father too early, so he had to give up due to family reasons. "Let's go, have you had fun these days? Happy? Here's the key to your room. You all know Uncle He's location, right? Send Su Chian back to clean up first. I have something else to do." Su Chian felt like she was dreaming. Zhou Fan stuffed a stack of property transfer certificates and a key into her hand. It was obviously a villa, otherwise why would she need a key? Looking at the speeding pink Ferrari, Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief and made a phone call. "Oh wow, Mr. Zhou, you finally showed up. I'm almost annoyed to death by the people from the Wang Group. Please come over here, I'm begging you on my knees." Alright, got it. It's just a small matter, why rush? What's the big deal? One of China's top 10 financial groups is looking for trouble now. I've been dealing with him for 7 days and he's already drained everything. If Zhou Fan doesn't come back, the Wang Group might really eat me up. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan did not delay and drove the Bugatti Veyron that Uncle He brought back to Qinghai City. Qinghai City is more than 100 kilometers away from Shanghai, but with the speed of Bugatti Veyron, Zhou Fan arrived at the headquarters of Dongyin Company in less than an hour. Qinghai City, Shanghai and Binzhou City form China's economic golden triangle. They are all major commercial cities with numerous high-rise buildings, and the Dongyin building does not stand out among them. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw a middle-aged man with a graying haircut leading a group of people in suits coming towards me. Anyone who can drive a Bugatti Veyron is not an ordinary person. Even if Zhang Daming didn't know him, he knew with his businessman's intuition that this person was Zhou Fan. "We are truly honored to have Mr. Zhou here." Okay, stop being so polite. I don't like this. Zhang Daming sighed inwardly. Rich people nowadays really have different personalities and are very difficult to please. But he is now your second largest shareholder, so you can only indulge him. "Mr. Zhou, please. Please." A team of men in suits and tall beauties, their movements were so coordinated, much better than those unruly young people in his company. Surrounded by a group of people, he did not go to the conference room or the reception room, but went straight to the chairman's office of Zhang Daming. After driving away the welcoming team, Zhang Daming's face finally fell. "Mr. Zhou, you don't know that last time you grabbed 16% of our company's shares, directly becoming our second largest shareholder. This made the Wang Group, which originally had ample say, very angry." "Oh? But I bought it with my own ability. What does it have to do with me if he's angry?" Zhou Fan, a recent college graduate, naturally didn't understand how deep the quagmire of the business world was, but he pretended to be indifferent, as if he didn't care about the Wang Group at all. "It's true that I can't say I'm to blame for this, but the Wang Group was squeezed out by you, and its position on the board of directors has plummeted. Now, they're frantically trying to expand their own shares. It turns out that he has tracked down all the brothers who started the business with me, using both threats and inducements. He now holds a 6 percentage point stake. If the Wang Group really buys it out, I don't know what will happen to this emerging industry." Zhang Daming felt a pang of heartache. Dong Yin was the result of half his life's hard work. If someone else took the chairman's position and gave random orders, his company would be in jeopardy. You called me all the way here just to buy my shares? Zhou Fan is not a fool. If others try to persuade you with emotion and reason, and play the victim, they must be after something from you. Zhang Daming's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded frantically like a child seeing candy. You're dreaming. Whatever comes into my hands is mine. It doesn't matter to me who becomes the chairman of your company. As long as I make money, that's all I need. Goodbye. After saying that, he stood up from the leather sofa in Zhang Daming's office and prepared to go out. Mr. Zhou, please slow down. The Wang Group has always been narrow-minded. If I hadn't been unable to borrow the initial capital, I wouldn't have turned to them. You forced them to mobilize a large amount of manpower and resources to consolidate their position in our company. Do you really think they'll let you go like this? So what do you think about me being your chairman? Zhou Fan turned around and asked this question. Zhang Daming didn't know what to say for a moment. You can't buy shares of such a big company just because you want to. Moreover, the later you go, the harder it is to buy. The Wang Group spent a huge amount of money this time, but only managed to control 6% of the shares, and it is only in the negotiation stage, so it is still some distance away from actually getting them. But this unruly young man in front of him had previously acquired 16% of the shares overnight. Could he really do it again? As for me, I'm quite lazy and don't like to be busy. Even if I become the largest shareholder, I still don't like your position as chairman. This sentence shocked Zhang Daming. If you say Zhang Daming doesn't believe it, then the previous miracle makes him a little nervous. If you say he believes it, then the stock price of Dong Yin has been driven up so high by the Wang Group, and he feels it is uncertain. Just be at peace with your job as chairman. With me here, your position won't fall. Zhou Fan patted Zhang Daming on the shoulder, like a father who was giving a lecture to a father who had done something wrong and didn't know what to do. Zhou Fan opened the office door and suddenly turned around and asked a question. Is there any place in Shanghai City hiring a personal assistant? Just walk 500 meters north along this road. It's Yudelton International Headhunting Company. Shanghai is the only branch in the Golden Delta, but the fees are not cheap. Okay, wait and get busy, I won't bother you anymore. Zhang Daming kept sighing, wondering what his position couldn't be shaken. If the Wang Group's shares were signed, he really wouldn't know where to cry. Zhou Fan walked out of the office door and finally took out his mobile phone. He opened the flash sale app, and there was only one coupon in it. Second order coupon. Anyone who purchases this coupon can select non-unique items from historical shopping records to purchase again. Warehouse remaining, 1. I didn't expect to use it so soon. I found the record of my previous share purchase and clicked to use it. Zhou Fan's net worth has doubled recently, and he already has 200 million in liquid funds. He just took away this small amount of money without any hesitation. However, it was only then that he remembered that he had not yet repaid Shinjun the 5.5 million, so he transferred another 10 million to Shinjun's account. Since he had helped him in the past, of course he had to pay him back double. What's more, he had also shirked the shares he had promised him, so he couldn't let others suffer. Chapter 59 Home-cooked taste. Then he didn't care what was going to happen here anymore and drove the Bugatti Veyron to the Yudelton International Headhunting Company. It is worthy of being a top international headhunting company. The interior decoration is so luxurious. My previous decoration was just like a child's mud painting. Shaking his head, he walked into the lobby, where the service was very attentive. A saleswoman there also walked towards Zhou Fan with a professional smile. Hello, sir, what's your name? Oh, no need to be so polite, my last name is Zhou. The young lady's slender hands quickly recorded something on the tablet in her hands, and she kept talking. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Do you have your International Finance Black Card with you? I'll be happy to arrange for a receptionist to assist you. International Financial Black Card? Zhou Fan was confused. There were many black credit cards used for domestic shopping. He also had a few, but they were definitely not his. The young lady still had a smile on her face. Many bosses were like this. They just came to take a look because they heard of U.S. reputation. In fact, not many of them really wanted to hire people. But occasionally there are some rich people who are not short of money and come here to find a capable secretary. Those who can come here are all confident and cannot show any dissatisfaction on the surface. Look, Mr. Zhou, we're an international headhunting company. Our cash flow is international, and every penny you pay must be recorded in our headquarters accounts. So, I suggest you follow me and apply for an entry-level black card with red stripes. What do you think? As the young lady spoke, she took out the tablet in her hand and took out the detailed instructions of the International Financial Black Card and handed it to Joe Fan. Okay, let's do as you say. Joe Fan himself didn't quite understand, so naturally he had to do what the young lady said and followed the saleswoman to a closed counter. Shaolin, there's a gentleman here who wants to apply for a black card with red stripes. Could you please help him receive him? Mr. Zhou, this is the temporary application point for the International Finance Black Card. If you have any questions, the standard salesperson on the road will answer them for you. If there's nothing else, I'll go down first. Joe Fan was so confused by all the official rhetoric. A pretty head appeared from behind the closed counter, wearing the standard light makeup here, and looked very friendly. Hello, this is Mr. Zhou, right? Please show me your relevant documents and the account opening amount of 50 million. Although Joe Fan's face showed no emotion, his heart was in turmoil. 50 million to open an account? What kind of card is this? I heard it's only the entry level, right? If it goes up, how much will it cost? Excuse me, how much does it cost to upgrade this card to the next level? Mr. Zhou, to move up, you need to have proof of clean cash flow from a multinational company and a sufficient balance on your card. We can't handle this service right now, so please forgive me. I also need all your fingerprints, irises, blood type, and DNA samples. Please go to the data room to my right to collect them. My goodness, I just came here to find a personal secretary, and I spent 50 million, but I still have to run around everywhere. But what can I do? This is their rule. After a series of tedious procedures, Joe Fa finally got a black card with red stripes. Joe Fan actually didn't know what this meant. It meant that he had actually surpassed 99% of the people on the entire Earth. Many people had never even heard of the existence of a global financial black card, let alone owning one. He showed his black card with red stripes to a salesperson, and he was assigned a young man with blonde hair and white skin. He was finally a little more lively and no longer spoke those clichés. Mr. Zhou, just call me William. What kind of talent do you want to pick? Although he doesn't seem to be of Chinese descent, his fluent Chinese is indeed very standard. I just want to find a personal secretary who knows a lot about finance. As soon as he finished speaking, William pushed the tablet in front of Zhou Fan. You can pick anyone you like. Anyone you see here is guaranteed to have a PhD in finance, and their monthly salary ranges from 30,000 to 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Zhou Fan took a deep breath. The lowest offer was 30,000. It was indeed an international headhunting company. They were really bold in asking such a price. However, anyone who graduated from a finance department and could be noticed by this headhunting company must be an extraordinary person. Then you should screen them again. Look for candidates with 2 years of work experience and a monthly salary of 50,000. Preferably, they should be native Chinese speakers. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to communicate with them. From a quick look, I can see that there are people of all races. It's not that Joe Fan is discriminatory against skin color, it's just that his foreign language skills are really not good. It would be funny to spend money to hire someone who can't speak Chinese. After such a selection, there are only about 20 people left. This Jiang Tan, well, she has a double PhD in finance and sociology, and worked as a travel secretary for a Fortune 100 company for 2.5 years. That's her. After another complicated procedure, we finally learned that Jiang Tan would arrive in Shanghai in 3 days and was now in the United States. Is there housekeeping here? Joe Fan seemed to remember something and asked. Yes, but there's no selection space. You can only fill in your address, and then a housekeeper will come to your home. You will also need to pay for the housekeeper's food, clothing, and accommodation yourself. Joe Fan waved his hand and signed another housekeeping contract with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Joe Fan arrived at the Thompson Epine community. Not long after he lay down, a phone call came in. It was a gentle female voice. Mr. Zhou, right? I'm your housekeeper, Aunt Zhang. Please notify the security guard. Joe Fan hurried to the door and saw an elderly lady with a warm smile standing at the entrance of the community carrying a few bags of food. Aunt Zhang, why did you spend your own money to bring the ingredients here? Isn't this a waste of money for you? It's okay, I'll carry it. I still have plenty of energy. I'll do it. After a lot of trouble, Zhou Fan finally had some hot food other than instant noodles in this mansion. Add to that the rice cooked by Aunt Zhang, it was so fragrant. There were 3 home-cooked dishes in total, and Zhou Fan didn't even let go of the oil on the plate, pouring the rice on it and eating it cleanly. Eat slowly, there will be plenty of opportunities to eat later. That being said, Zhou Fan really missed the taste of home-cooked food. He hadn't eaten home-cooked meals for a long time since he came to the Magic City. While Zhou Fan was having dinner, everyone in Dongyin Company and Wang Group was in an uproar. Zhang Daming didn't really believe what Zhou Fan said at first, until his secretary handed him several notices of change of share ownership. Then he suddenly realized that President Zhou was really a man with great connections. Chapter 60 Making Trouble. According to the current situation, 13 billion was enough to take it before, but now it is estimated that nearly 20 billion in cash flow and a terrifyingly large legal department are needed to take a 16% stake so quickly. Even if someone from the Wang Group wanted to do this, they would have to think carefully about it. It seemed like Zhou Fan was just doing this because he was impatient and felt sorry for himself because of his few complaints. Zhou Fan's handsome figure instantly rose to an incomparable level in Zhang Daming's heart. According to what Zhou Fan said, he would not compete with him for the position of chairman. Then this man was the savior of his company. If he hadn't taken lightning action, he would really become a pawn of the Wang Group. Inside a simple and elegant tea house, Wang Chushi, the representative of the Wang Group, looked at the documents in his hand and the apology messages on his mobile phone, and the veins on his forehead bulged. It was this Zhou Fan again. I hadn't seen him in front of his company these past few days. I thought he had sensed that I was going to take action against him and had gone back to his hometown to hide. Unexpectedly, he popped up again and acquired 16% of Dongyin's shares. Moreover, all the shares that he had worked so hard to set up and were going to acquire in a few days were taken away by Zhou Fan. How could Wang Chushi not be angry? After all, he was the representative of the Wang Group, but he was repeatedly defeated by a little-known young man. This really frustrated his extremely strong self-confidence. No, I must see Zhou Fan today no matter what. I'll surround your crappy company and see if you show up. Old Lu. Find 20 good men. Go to Fifen Instant Noodle Company now and block its front and back doors. It's best if this doesn't lead to the Wang Group being the cause of this. If that Zhou Fan shows up, bring him to my tea house immediately. After one phone call, Wang Chushi's face finally looked much better. Old Lu had been his employee for more than 10 years. He knew what he was going to say just by looking at his butt. Wang Chushi was very confident in having Old Lu do the job. Now all we have to do is wait for Zhou Fan to be brought here. In just over 10 minutes, more than 20 little hooligans had gathered in a dark alley in the Magic City. All of them were strong and looked like they were not someone to be trifled with. Listen carefully. Just surround them. Don't start vandalism. If they try to drive you away, you can't start vandalism. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. We're all familiar with this matter. Just wait and see, this shabby company's reputation will be reduced to ashes in no time. Brothers, let's go. A group of hooligans also dispersed and moved towards the Fifen Company. Seeing that the main gate had been almost blocked, there was finally a look of joy in Lao Lu's eyes. He was very familiar with the current situation. Wang Chushi would only use this trick when he was extremely angry. If I couldn't handle this matter well and ran into Wang Chushi's gun, my little head would be doomed. Old Lu didn't think that just because he had followed Wang Chushi for so many years, that man would let him go out of his mind out of friendship. On the contrary, based on his understanding of Wang Chushi, he was being very kind by not pinning some charges on himself and sending himself to jail for a few years. 20 thugs, all with unfriendly faces, surrounded the Fifen Company, causing many passers-by to stay away. Even some people who were going to the Fifen Company to discuss cooperation had to bypass it and leave directly. Xu Yan, who was staying in the company, was dragged directly to the company lobby. Looking at the thugs with unfriendly faces outside, his face turned ashen. But then he remembered something and made a phone call, not to Zhou Fan, but to the newly appointed security captain, Wu Ziyu. After auditions over the past few days and selection by Wu Ziyu, we finally have a security team of 23 people. However, Fifen Company has always been calm. This afternoon, only 2 people were left standing guard at the door, and the others were engaged in training. After receiving Xu Yan's call, Wu Ziyu led a team of security guards to the company. In just a few minutes, the situation changed again. 20 or so standard security guards surrounded the gangsters. Now they had nowhere to run and dared not go in. The security guards had also received proper training and knew not to hit people. Instead, they linked elbows with each other to form a human wall, trapping the troublemakers inside. I'm telling you. Don't mess around. No one is messing around, just mind your own business. Some of the gangsters could no longer bear this powerful aura and began to say some harsh words to give themselves courage, but their legs were still trembling. But the towering wall of people in front of them was very oppressive. Their dark skin and strong muscles made the throats of these gangsters feel slightly dry. Ah! Finally, a small gangster couldn't stand this tense atmosphere anymore. He usually pretended to be tough by relying on the power of others, but now he was surrounded by real strong men. He was really scared and ruthless. He forgot what he had said before and started to fight first. The shrill roar of this little gangster also ignited the timid hearts of most gangsters. They roared together and rushed towards the security team to give themselves courage. It would be difficult to deal with you if you didn't take action, but now you are the one taking the initiative. The security guards caught the hooligans one by one like catching chickens. No matter how much nonsense the hooligans said, they did not let go. In a blink of an eye, all the hooligans were subdued, regardless of whether they had just appeared or not. You better be careful. We have a powerful backer. If you dare, we'll be sent to jail. The gang leader hadn't said a few words when Wu Ziyu covered his mouth. Wu Ziyu's unintentional action did prevent Wang Chusher and Zhou Fan from falling out. If he had allowed the gangster to shout out on the spot that he was sent by the Wang group, not only would everyone be in trouble, but the Wang group might also have directly fallen out with Zhou Fan. Soon, more than 20 thugs who were causing trouble were detained by the police who arrived, and Wu Ziyu followed the police to recount what had happened. Zhou Fan only found out about this incident after the farce ended. His good mood after having a full meal was completely shattered by this incident. But he didn't take it to heart. He really didn't have the ability to confront the Wang group head-on. He only relied on the instant kill app system. His strength and power were not enough to fight against the Wang group. So the best solution now is to continue doing your own thing and act as if nothing happened. Let the people of Wang group guess for themselves. They can't find anything on them anyway. But the more they can't find out, the more they dare not take action. They will only think that you have a terrifying background and have hidden your background so deeply. Old Lu was naturally not caught, so he had to go back and report in person. Boss Wang, this time it was my fault. I will definitely repent. I've already found out who Zhou Fan's parents are, and they're in Chilean County. I'll gather some men and kidnap them right now. Let's see if he shows up. Chapter 61 New Arrivals. Old Lu was sweating profusely. In fact, he was not very sure about the matter of Zhou Fan's parents. How could such a mysterious person allow his family to be found so easily by him? But if he didn't say something nice now, his life would probably be over. Kidnap? Are you tired of living? We're a legitimate group. If you come up with any more stupid ideas, get out. Besides, Zhou Fan is quite capable. Do you think the two you found are definitely the ones? Even if it is, I don't think now is the time to break off relations with the other side. This method is truly frightening. Even if the entire consortium was put into operation, I don't know if it could achieve the level he has now. But you should plant spies near that old man now, just in case. When old Lu heard that he still had work to do, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like he had saved his life. When old Lu left the tea house, the teacup in Wang Chushi's hand made a series of unbearable noises. He was obviously extremely angry. He had been slapped in the face by Zhou Fan time and time again, and now he had never even seen the other party. He was really angry. Dad! Why didn't you come see me first when you came back? Another young man came in, and it turned out to be Wang Bin, who had met Zhou Fan a few times. Binner, I'm really busy. I have a few meetings at headquarters and need to go back. I'm leaving soon, so I wanted to see you. When Wang Chusher saw his son, a long-lost warmth finally showed on his face. Wang Chusher guessed that he could only dote on his own son in such a doting way. After all, his mother passed away early, and Wang Chusher always felt that he owed him something. He gave in to him in everything, even cleaning up his mess a lot for him. Wang Bin looked unhappy when he heard that his father was leaving again after just seeing him. All right, my dear Binner, I don't need this little money anymore. Just use it to start a small company in Shanghai and hone your skills. In 2 years, I'll bring you to Sinew City. What's so good about that place? It's just a bunch of old guys, very boring. What old man? Every one of them is a CEO worth hundreds of millions. Although the economy of Shanghai is developing well, it is still the economic and financial heart of China. If you follow Dad there for a few years, you can compete for the position of representative of Wang Group in the future. Wang Bin knew that his father was doing this for his own good, so he took the bank card and nodded silently. Zhou Fan had just finished talking to Chu Yan on the phone when his doorbell rang. Zhou Fan was not a big shot with a wide circle of friends, and he didn't know many people. He guessed that it was Suya. As soon as I opened the door, as expected, Suya, who looked haggard, was standing at the door, holding a bank card in her hand and a bag of gift boxes with unknown contents. Come in and sit down. Why do you look so haggard? Zhou Fan invited Suya to the living room, and Aunt Zhang also brought over a cup of glucose water. Suya took a sip, smiled kindly at Aunt Zhang, and then spoke. My father was recently found to have been secretly poisoned. It was a chronic poison that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow. Now his blood-forming function has declined, and he can only rely on a blood exchange machine to prolong his life. He only has a few months left. As soon as she said this, Suya burst into tears. She was really fragile now. She was the only daughter in the family and her mother was a wealthy woman. Everything that could be sold in the family had been sold. If it weren't for Zhou Fan's 3 million, her family would have been broken up long ago. Only in front of Zhou Fan did she dare to cry loudly. She didn't dare to cry in front of her mother. Her mother was weak and now she had to support the family by herself. She cried in Zhou Fan's arms for a long time, her eyes were slightly swollen, and then she stopped and looked at Zhou Fan with embarrassment. Zhou Fan had a gentle expression on his face. How could he possibly push away a wounded woman crying in his arms? Even though his handmade suit was covered in tear stains, he didn't show any sign of blaming her. This is 500,000 yuan. I will definitely pay back the rest later. Zhou Fan pushed the bank card back and shook his head slightly. No need. I know you're strong-willed and don't want to owe anyone anything, but I don't need to be that anyone. If you really want to pay me back, then you should take good care of your father first and wait until everything is settled. If you need money, just tell me. I don't need money right now, and I'm not sure I can give you anything else. That's not right. We just met by chance, and you're lending me so much. Zhou Fan patted Suya's head and ignored her words. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who thinks I'm doing you a favor just because I lend you money. Don't get hung up on this. Oh, and do you want to stay for dinner? My new Aunt Zhang cooks delicious meals. Seeing the sincerity in Zhou Fan's eyes, Suya felt embarrassed to insist any longer. In fact, the 500,000 yuan was just a loan she had scraped together. 3 million yuan was already an unattainable figure for her. Aunt Zhang, please buy some delicious food tonight, preferably an old hen. Look at Su Yaxu's, let's take advantage of her and have a good meal together. Suya felt that Zhou Fan was more and more gentle. After dinner, Zhou Fan learned that the poison Suya's father was infected with could not be cured with current medical capabilities. The doctor said that there was another radical treatment method, but as an experimental subject, the risk of failure was very high. Suya could no longer bear the pressure, so she refused. Zhou Fan asked Uncle He to send Suya back to her temporary residence. He lay alone in the room, chatting with Su Chian on the phone. Su Chian had been busy all day and had only finished cleaning a small part of the house. Su Chian also revealed to Zhou Fan her idea of taking the postgraduate entrance examination. It's good to take the postgraduate entrance examination. You can never have too high an academic qualification. With Zhou Fan's encouragement, Su Chian plans to prepare for postgraduate studies this year. Zhou Fan felt a little disappointed. Su Chian had her own goal of taking the postgraduate entrance examination, but he himself had no goals since he got the system. Although he had money and a longer-term vision, he also became more blind. The phone dinged. New products are available on the flash sale app. North Ice Research Institute and its research team, market value, 6,000 billion renminbi, limited time flash sale price, 600 million renminbi, limited to 24 hours. Ultra Nano Resonance Research Instrument Blueprint 1, market value, limited time flash sale price, 700 million renminbi, limited time, 24 hours. One set of Ultra Micro Nanoscale Protein Analyzer, market value, limited time flash sale price 300 million renminbi, limited to 24 hours. Zhou Fan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This price was still a fucking instant sell? Chapter 62, Busy Zhang Daming. But if you think about it carefully, just for one member of the research institute, if you want to train an elite research institute staff member, the initial investment will be around 500 million yuan. A group has at least 7 or 8 people, and a research institute has at least a dozen different groups. This does not include regular salary and benefits, and it will cost 4 billion yuan. With his 600 million yuan, not only can all team members be classified as his employees, but he can also build a research institute. If this is considered expensive, if the world's richest people knew about it, they would probably laugh at Zhou Fan to death. This is almost given away for free. However, the second blueprint was a bit too much. It wasn't even a complete machine, but it was actually 100 million more expensive than the entire research institute and the research team. Zhou Fan couldn't help but doubt whether it was worth the price. However, what troubled Zhou Fan more was not whether it was worth the price, but that he did not have so much money now. He could not ask Shinjun for it again this time. Even if the other party sold his underwear, he probably could not come up with 100 million. After a moment of silence, he thought of Zhang Daming. That guy was thinking about the shares. If we ask him for some, he will probably thank us in return. Take action when you think of it. Zhou Fan called Zhang Daming's private phone. Zhang Daming was still cleaning up the mess of the 16 percentage points of shares Zhou Fan had acquired today, but as soon as he received Zhou Fan's call, he immediately stopped all the busy employees. Hey, Mr. Zhou, it's so late, what do you want to talk to me about? After all, he has helped me maintain my position in the company, and now he is the largest shareholder of the company. Of course, I have to be more humble when speaking. If you want to be arrogant, you can only be arrogant to your subordinates. Now his status is much higher than mine. Nothing, just wanted to tell you about the shares. When Zhang Daming heard Zhou Fan mention the shares again, his heart sank to the bottom. This guy wouldn't go back on his word, would he? If this guy wanted to convene a board meeting and then use his own outrageous means to kick him out of the chairman's position, Zhang Daming felt that it was not impossible. Hey, are you listening? Zhang Daming didn't respond, so Zhou Fan said something casually. This scared Zhang Daming, who was distracted. He thought he was going to be criticized, so he nodded repeatedly. Nothing, it's just that now I think about it, I already have 32% of the shares. Good man, he is really taking advantage of his large shares to make fun of me. The temperament of this rich man is really hard to figure out. He said before that I can rest assured, but now he wants to kick me out. I was wondering if it was too much. I'll give you 6 percentage points, so we both get the same. You can still handle all the company's affairs, and I'll be a hands-off manager. What do you say? What? What does it mean to give yourself 6 points? It was clearly the literal meaning, but Zhang Daming took him more than 10 seconds to think about it before he finally understood it. This rich man wants to give me shares. Shares are something that the more people have, the less likely they are to let go. Many people would love to own 51% of a company's shares so that no matter how turbulent the company is, they will definitely be theirs. Others who want to snatch them can only pray that they live longer than them. Is there such a good thing in the world? And is there such a fool? Okay. Just name a price and we'll get it done for you within 3 days. Impossible. 16 hours and 5 billion. I can't wait any longer. I should be asleep too. You should go to bed early. After that, there was the sound of the phone being hung up. 16 hours, 5 billion yuan. This is indeed a little lower than the current market price of 6 percentage points, but where the hell can you expect me to get so much money in these 16 hours? Going to bed early? If you hadn't called, you might have finished your little things and gone to bed by yourself, but now you call me like this. Well, there are more people suffering from insomnia tonight. Hey! Mr. Li, I'm the CEO of Donyin, Zhang Daming. I just want to know if I can get the 90 million yuan advertising fee paid in advance. Yes, the company's cash flow is a bit difficult now. Mr. Pan, right? I'm Zhang Daming. I've been thinking about the cooperation we discussed before, and I think I have a feasible plan. It's about the money. Yes, I need to deposit it into the account first. Zhou Fan was sleeping soundly with his arms and legs spread out. Zhang Daming and several of his close associates were busy from evening until after 10 in the morning, and everyone was almost exhausted. A group of people with messy hair gathered around the conference table, making phone calls one after another. Now Zhang Daming wished he had a few more mouths so that he could talk business with several partners at the same time. Zhang Daming collected all the accounts that needed to be collected and all the advertising agencies that could and could not accept them. In addition to all the current cash flow of Dongyin, he also took out his own pocket and sold his own precious car to a friend who had been coveting him. Only then did he manage to scrape together 5 billion yuan. Zhang Daming, the CEO of a company with a market value of nearly 100 billion yuan, never thought that there would be a day when he would have to worry about money. Mr. Zhou, you're awake. No, I was woken by you. Zhou Fan's lazy voice was heard, and it was obvious that he was still sunk in the soft big bed. He, young people have good sleep quality. I've collected the money, and look at these shares. Oh, no rush. If you trust me, just send it to my International Finance Black Card. The procedure is simpler there, and I'll send you the card number later. Regarding the share transfer, I'll discuss it with you guys when my personal secretary arrives in the next couple of days. What do you think? You fucking. Zhang Daming cursed Zhou Fan in his heart. You're not even ready yet. Why do you want me to prepare 5 billion in these 10 hours? Oh, is that so? Then I won't disturb your rest. Then Zhang Daming hung up the phone angrily. Zhou Fan was woken up by Zhang Daming's call and he was no longer sleepy. After washing up, Aunt Zhang had already prepared hot rice porridge and simple meals. Since you didn't have breakfast, just eat more rice porridge. Don't get a stomachache. My old man suffered a lot from stomachache. Zhou Fan nodded and drank the porridge with a pout. It tastes delicious. It tastes like home. Zhou Fan drank 3 bowls straight away. The annoyance of being woken up by Zhang Daming was also swept away. I just picked up my phone to send a message to Su Chian, but when I thought about her preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, I put it down again. She has to work hard now, and not everyone is like me, who can get paid every day without doing anything. Although Zhang Daming cursed Zhou Fan in his heart, he still obediently transferred the 5 billion yuan. You see, just sleep and eat, and the money will come to you. Chapter 63, The Long Road to Money. I happily placed 3 purchase orders, but only 3 items appeared in the system space. A 16G USB flash drive, a work tag with blue stripes, and a small instrument. The USB flash drive is probably a blueprint, the small instrument is an ultra-micro nanoscale protein analyzer, and the work tag is the proof of ownership of the entire institute? I had to go through all sorts of paperwork to buy an apartment before, but they didn't even bother to provide a contract for this expensive one? Finally, let us take a look at the introduction of the North Ice Research Institute. It turned out to be a research institute that has cooperated with various countries. It is located in the permafrost of the far north and is dedicated to the research and development of ultra-fine nanomaterials. The previous nanoceramics and nano-tempered films were first developed there. Moreover, it is located in an area without any national territorial jurisdiction, which is why it can cooperate with various countries. The person who founded this research institute has always been a mystery. The people working there are scientific research elites from all over the world. They only know that the person who transfers money into their own account every year and who has the blue-striped authority card in the office on the second floor is the temporary boss here. Seeing this, Zhou Fan's scalp went numb. He was just impulsive last night and never thought that this research institute was so cruel. If he had known earlier, he would have thought twice before buying it. Otherwise, who knows whether he would be targeted by some terrorist organizations because he became the boss of this research institute. But horror is only a small part of it, what's more is curiosity. What exactly is this research institute like? It's so mysterious and built on the permafrost. Do you want to buy a private jet and go over there to take a look? We did it right away. We went back to the bedroom and put the previous mobile hard drive into the system space, then drove to the International Financial Black Card Service Point in Shanghai. This is what I heard from Qinghai City before. It is said that there will be international financial black card service points in every place, where card patterns can be upgraded, and high-value items can be purchased and sold. Let's buy a private jet. When I arrived at the International Financial Black Card Service Point, it was indeed deserted, but it still had that luxurious decoration. Every time I saw the golden card on the wall of the hall, I always felt that it was made of real gold. Hello, please show me your International Financial Black Card so I can arrange for the corresponding receptionist for you. It was the same old rhetoric again. Zhou Fan's ears were almost calloused. He showed his black card in fingerprint and iris. This time it was a dark-skinned girl with blue eyes. Hello, do you want to upgrade your card pattern or purchase items? I'm going to buy a private jet. Okay, we have a single pilot plane here. You need to show your pilot's license. Or, for your safety, a long-distance private plane must be equipped with a corresponding pilot. May talked a lot, recommending models and stating precautions. Zhou Fan's little brain was almost listening to it, and he wished his personal secretary would come earlier. Speaking of personal secretaries. By the way, can the personal secretary I hired earlier arrive at the Magic City airport on the plane this afternoon? Okay, I'll help you find out where your assistant is now in the corresponding private jet. After some more operations on the tablet, I finally got the news. You're in luck. Your personal assistant is waiting for your connecting flight in Japan. There's a Legacy 650 private jet at the Japanese airport with a range of approximately 7,200 kilometers. It costs 190 million, and including the private jet company's maintenance, it'll cost around 200 million. Zhou Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had it, money would still be a problem, right? Okay, that's it. Tell the assistant to get on the plane and fly here immediately. In just the time it takes for others to have afternoon tea, Zhou Fan has already spent 1.9 billion yuan. Who would dare to believe this? Since your spending has reached 1 billion yuan, and the balance on your card is over 2 billion yuan, we have upgraded your card to a black card with yellow stripes. Please keep it safe. When the black card came into Zhou Fan's hand, the red lines on it had turned into yellow lines. According to the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, he had already upgraded 2 levels. What is your upgrade mechanism? Only cardholders who spend 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and so on, and whose balance on the card is more than twice the amount of their spending, can upgrade to the next color. Cardholders are advised not to be competitive and spend rationally. 100 million, 1 billion, 1 billion? So, what about Z1, what's the cost of 10 trillion? If you want me to spend like crazy, I need that much money. Zhou Fan put away the sullen look on his face and left this place of trouble. This is a quagmire. I don't know if there is anyone in the world who holds the purple pattern. Zhou Fan feels horrified just thinking about it. He spent 10 trillion and there are still 20 trillion in the card. Even if all of it were divided equally among all Chinese people, each person would still get more than 10,000. What kind of concept is this? Zhou Fan thought about it and felt like he was still a scumbag. I drove a Bugatti Veyron to the largest airport in Shanghai, showed my identity, and finally sat down in the VIP lounge. Browsing the hot news. Hashtag a mysterious Chinese person / Donin's shares by 32 percentage points in his personal name. Hashtag. I originally thought that things in this circle would not be on the hot searches of entertainment hotspots. After all, most people neither understand nor care about this kind of thing. Only those who are in this circle would care more. But this time the response was huge. Not only did it make it into the top 3 trending searches, but the number of reposts and comments also exceeded 3 million. Wow, 32 percentage points, how much did that buy them for? Not many, just a few hundred small goals. I just dreamed about them. Wow, who is this mysterious person? Is there really no one who can tell me? I want to find him to support me. I wish Shanglo's business will be prosperous. I hope you can achieve your small goal soon. Looking at the comments from this group of stupid netizens, Zhou Fan realized that he seemed to be one of them before, but why was he getting further and further on the road to becoming a rich man? Time flies when I check my phone. It is already past 5 o'clock. Looking through the glass window in the hall, I see an airplane with a particularly eye-catching shape landing. Wow! In this day and age, there are still rich people buying private jets. These things are really expensive. I remember Brother Wang bought one before, and the private maintenance almost made him lose his pants. Ha ha ha. You still remember this kind of shit. Zhou Fan was not the only one in the VIP lounge. There were also a few middle-aged men who looked more calm, and a few rich second-generation boys who talked a lot. Chapter 64 Jiang Tan. Before, Zhou Fan didn't pay much attention to the voices of these 3 young people because he was wearing headphones, but seeing the impatience on the faces of several middle-aged men, it seemed that they were annoyed by the noise of these young people. What the hell are you looking at? He's dressed like a migrant worker. VIP room regulations are really getting lax these days. They let people like him in. Zhou Fan's suit was covered with tear stains from Suya's crying yesterday, so Aunt Zhang took it to be dry cleaned. He just put on a sweatshirt casually, which was indeed very simple. Okay, stop bothering with that piece of crap, it's you. The young man who was originally sitting in the seat was wearing a baseball cap, which covered most of his face. He was also playing with his mobile phone with his head down. Neither of them recognized each other, but now they looked at each other and recognized each other at a glance. Oh, what bad luck! I even ran into you here. Your name is Wang Bin, right? Zhou Fan really didn't think of Wang Bin's name at the first moment. He was really busy recently and almost forgot about such an insignificant person. If he hadn't harassed Su Chian before, Zhou Fan wouldn't have remembered this person. You bastard! Don't act so high and mighty in front of me. I'm telling you, my dad's gone now, and I'm going out with my friends for a few days. Don't try to make things difficult for me now. Zhou Fan looked at him as if he was stupid. He didn't do anything, but he was just barking like a dog. It was really bad luck. Oh, your name is Zhou Fan. I remember now. It's a familiar name. But when I come back, I'd better find out that you and Su Chian have broken up, otherwise I will skin you alive. Wang Bin's words really touched Zhou Fan's anger. If he had just kept biting the air, Zhou Fan would have ignored him. Now that he mentioned Su Chian again, Zhou Fan clenched his fists. If you dare to say Su Chian's name again, I will not let you leave this VIP room. TSK TSK TSK. If I remember correctly, you're Yan Yan's bootlicker. Why the hell do you care if I call her by her name or not? Wang Bin was really looking for death, repeatedly touching Zhou Fan's reverse scale. Seeing that there were already people waiting at the VIP boarding area, Zhou Fan didn't care and punched Wang Bin directly in the face. Zhou Fan did not neglect his physical exercise. This punch directly bent Wang Bin's nose. Blood gushed out of Wang Bin's nose and could not be stopped. Looking at Wang Bin twisted on the ground, Zhou Fan felt so happy. Although it was cheap to yell back when a dog barked at you, it felt really good to kill the dog with one punch. Without paying any attention to Wang Bin twisting on the ground, he walked straight towards the private jet assistant. Brother Wang, that guy is on a private jet, why are you picking a fight with him? A man saw the direction Zhou Fan was going and said helplessly. When the other person saw Zhou Fan boarding the private plane, he unconsciously moved a little further away from Wang Bin. Although Wang Bin was a rich second generation, he could not afford a private plane. Zhou Fan's status immediately surpassed Wang Bin. If he comes back in the future, will he beat me and Wang Bin together because of this incident? Seeing the two followers seeming to distance themselves, Wang Bin pushed them away, covered his nose, and walked out of the airport without caring about the blood dripping. Wang Bin was also furious, but he was more surprised. During the few days that his father came, he heard Uncle Lu keep saying that his father was busy with Zhou Fan's affairs. At first, he thought they had the same name, but he didn't expect that this kid now had a private jet. Well, I really can't afford to offend him openly now, but if I can't offend him openly, can't I do it in private? When it comes to playing dirty, Wang Bin has never been afraid of anyone. Zhou Fan washed the blood off his hands. A simple meal had been prepared on the Legacy 650, and a dignified beauty was sitting under the gentle light. She could really be called a beauty. Zhou Fan had seen her old photos on his tablet before, which were considered pretty good. But he didn't expect her to be so stunning in person, with waterfall-like black hair and big eyes that seemed to hide a mysterious starry sky. The other person's pink lips moved slightly, and a pleasant voice sounded. You must be Mr. Zhou. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Tan. Please take care of me in the future. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tan was so tall when he stood up that he almost reached Zhou Fan's nose. He was probably about 1.74 meters tall. Why do you say that? I'm the one who's causing you so much trouble. I'm a lazy person, so you'll have to do a lot of things for me from now on. Zhou Fan gently squeezed Jiang Tan's outstretched right hand as a handshake, and gestured for her to sit down and not be restrained. The two chatted while eating a simple meal. Mr. Zhou, where are you going this time? Do you need me to follow you? We're heading to the frozen tundra of the far north. I've already sent the coordinates to the pilot. You'll stay in Shanghai for now. I'll take care of my companies and the Dongyin shares. Have you prepared your down jacket or something? Jiang Tan mentioned this very considerately. Because Zhou Fan was only wearing a thin sports shirt, Zhou Fan was stunned, and the chicken in his hand instantly lost its flavor. What the hell is wrong with me? I'm going to the tundra and wearing a small sweatshirt. Do I think I've lived too long? I heard that even in summer there the temperature is still below 10 degrees Celsius, and at night it can drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius. If the cabin door were to open, it would probably become a popsicle. It's okay, I prepared it, but it's more feminine. If you don't mind, you can wear mine first. Zhang Tan's smile is really beautiful, like the brightest star in the distant night sky, which makes people intoxicated. Zhou Fan swallowed his saliva foolishly, muttering to himself, "We are colleagues, we are colleagues, we are colleagues." He drank a few gulps of ice water to break away from some bad illusions. What kind of company is Mr. Zhou running? I need to make some preparations. This made Zhou Fan speechless again. His original intention of finding an accompanying assistant was to push all the trivial matters out of his way, but he only had an amusement park, a hotel, a research institute and 2 small companies under his name. My responsibilities are quite complex, and they will get even more complicated in the future. There will be a lot of trivial matters, so just be mentally prepared for this. This time it was Zhang Tan's turn to be surprised. In her opinion, people who could buy such a private jet were usually leaders in a certain industry. If they were to dabble in many industries, they would lack the energy and would not be able to do anything well. Even if they could do it well, it would be impossible for them to achieve such success at such a young age. After this analysis, Zhou Fan has been labeled as the only son of the big group in Zhang Tan's mind. If Zhou Fan knew that Zhang Tan thought of him this way, he would kill himself with a piece of tofu. After all, these assets were earned by his own hard work. After finishing the simple meal and giving a brief account of all his company matters, Zhang Tan took his luggage and left the airport. She's been busy these days. Zhou Fan actually felt a little guilty. Is it really a good thing to keep such a stunningly beautiful woman so busy? Chapter 65 Falcon Team. However, when he saw the elegant pink down jacket in his hand, 3 black lines appeared on Zhou Fan's forehead. What? The work I assigned to her wasn't that much. Zhang Tan, such an intellectual beauty, actually only had a pink down jacket. Zhou Fan had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't just go there and freeze. Fortunately, Zhang Tan was considerate and prepared a few hot packs, which were enough to keep Zhou Fan going until he got to the research institute. The plane took off, from slightly bumpy to stable. This was the first time Zhou Fan had been on a plane since he was born. My eardrums were still a little swollen, but after a few sips of champagne I quickly got used to it. Zhou Fan gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep on the chair in the cabin. But the more Zhou Fan slept, the colder he felt. Finally, he was woken up by the cold. He looked outside the plane and saw that there was already icy fog curling up. Zhou Fan shivered with cold. What else can I do? Put on that pink down jacket. Put on the hot pack too. As soon as I put on the thermal 2-piece suit, my body finally stopped shivering and my body temperature began to rise. Mr. Zhou, we've received a warning from the front. We need to land in front and cannot fly any further. If we fly any further, we will be attacked by anti-aircraft weapons. Didn't I tell them I was the owner of that land? I told them, but they didn't seem to believe me. Let's land now. Alright, let's land first. Don't let us get shot down from the sky. That would be a disaster. Zhou Fan's face looked unhappy. He didn't expect that this mission would fail. He even reported that he had an experiment card, but he was still warned. According to the pilot, this place is still more than 10 kilometers away from the coordinates, and walking there in this cold weather would be fatal. As soon as the plane landed, Zhou Fan felt his body temperature drop again, and his calves below the neck began to feel numb. Looking out of the plane window, several black jeeps drove over quickly and completely surrounded Zhou Fan's plane. A small group of armed men in white ghillie uniforms got off the jeep. Zhou Fan then remembered that the flash sale app system seemed to include only the scientific research team. Then who was in charge of this security? Zhou Fan's heart began to beat fast, wondering if he had ended up in a den of thieves. But even though he was scared, his face was frozen and he couldn't show any fear. He might as well go out and find out what was going on. As soon as the cabin door was opened, a freezing wind rushed in, making Zhou Fan's legs tremble. But with the enemy at the gate, he, as the commander-in-chief, could not be so unmannerly. I stood outside the cabin door in the cold wind. Outside, a group of Special Forces soldiers in white ghillie suits looked at each other, and I don't know what they were communicating on the radio. At this time, a person took off the mask on his mouth, and it turned out to be a woman with big blue eyes, white skin, red lips, and eyelashes that were just the right length. Who are you? Flying any further is a restricted area. The female Special Forces soldier walked towards Zhou Fan while shouting. That's my territory. I'm sure you've all heard the pilot say it. Zhou Fan had just finished speaking when the female Special Forces soldier walked in front of him. The female Special Forces soldier's face was not so delicate, but slightly weathered. Her eyes were as blue as the sea but full of murderous intent. Zhou Fan couldn't help but sigh that she was such a dangerous toy. Ever since I was recruited here, I've never heard of there being a boss there. Now you know. Jenny. Stop wasting time with this jerk. Just kill him right here. A blizzard is coming soon, so we can disguise it as a natural disaster. That way we can leave him with an intact body. A big white man with a long beard shouted loudly from the back, and his voice even drowned out the whistling wind. It seems that this person is not simple. Just as Jenny raised the white-painted standard M4, Zhou Fan spoke again. Who recruited you? I don't think I recruited a guard for the institute. You know that's the research institute? Jenny put down her gun again. Everything here was confidential. Even the guards only knew that it was a research institute, but they had no idea what was being researched. Didn't I tell you I'm the boss? How many times do you want me to say it? Zhou Fan finally lost his patience. He was almost pointed at with a gun. No one would be so polite if they were in his place. Jenny was talking on the radio again in another language. Fuck, Jenny, you're crazy. Didn't Dr. Sean Crick say that no one should get close to the institute? And you still want to bring him in? You want to interfere with my decision? How long has that brat not paid us? You're just being affectionate. A few people chattered for a long time, and finally stopped arguing as if they had reached a written agreement. Then Zhou Fan was pushed into a jeep. Jenny was among them. You'd better be responsible for what you said. If you're not the head of the research institute and can't even open the base gate, I'll shoot you in the head. No, were you invited by a doctor there? We're the Falcon team. 3 months ago, we agreed to a monthly salary of 30 million for 3 years. But we only received 1 month's salary, and then there was no news from the research institute. Now you better pray you can open that door, otherwise you might end up staying here forever. Zhou Fan analyzed from Jenny's words that he had just been invited here 3 months ago, and there had been no news from the entire base since then. There is probably only one result, that is, some scientific research results have reached a critical moment, or some scientific research reagents have leaked and caused everyone to die. If Zhou Fan buys a lifeless research institute, he will be at a loss. He can't let him do the research himself, right? Now we can only pray that he is busy researching something and forgets to communicate with the guards. About half an hour later, the jeep Zhou Fan was riding in finally entered a research institute surrounded by high walls, and the entire jeep was tilting downward, obviously going downhill. When the car stopped, it was pitch black outside. Zhou Fan was now in a very deep pit. There was only a little light in the distance, and it was obvious that he was very far underground. Jenny and her group snapped handfuls of glow sticks and scattered them on the ground. Only then could Zhou Fan see the situation inside the pit clearly. A titanium alloy door blocked his way, with a weathered letter N and some warning characters on it. Open it. We swear we only want money and won't hurt anyone. Zhou Fan frowned slightly. Everyone here was considered his own. Even if she said so, the hot weapons and murderous look on their faces made it hard to believe. Ms. Jenny, how about this? I'll pay you and you work for me now. Do you think our Falcon group can be bought off with money? So what were the orders you received? Protect this institute. So what task do you think I, the head of the research institute, will give you? Jenny was stunned for a moment. Chapter 66, Dangerous Research Institute. If this guy is really the boss of the research institute, isn't it reasonable to accept his job? Have you thought about it, Captain Jenny? Of course you can, but you must pay off all the debts owed to this institute now. Zhou Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had only seen these mysterious mercenaries in some movies before, and he felt a little nervous when communicating with them face to face for the first time. When it comes to money, everything is easy. He pretended to rummage in his pocket, but actually took out a checkbook and a pen from the system space. He blew the warm air from his mouth onto his frozen right hand, and with a stroke of his brush, he wrote the word 3 in front of the word billion. Captain Jenny, are you satisfied now? Jenny's face was full of surprise. She took out 300 million without blinking an eye. Instead, she felt relieved. The whole team couldn't help but wonder if this man was really the boss of this land? So young? Zhou Fan took out the blue patterned experimental card again and swiped it on the sensing area next to the titanium alloy door. Beep. Warning. Warning. The hidden light sources on the entire underground rock wall lit up, illuminating the entire underground like daylight. Now everyone realized how sci-fi this underground road was, just like a trip inside the rifling of a railgun in Star Wars, full of sci-fi feeling. A red alert has been issued in the Institute. Please get away from the Institute as soon as possible. Get away from the Institute as soon as possible. The mechanically synthesized female voice that followed made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. Red alert? This can't be a biochemical research base, there must be some biochemical virus inside. Even the fearless members of the Falcon team couldn't help but take a step back. What are you doing? Can't you see it's a red alert? A member saw Zhou Fan come forward again and press something on the screen. But it was too late, the alarm had stopped, the dazzling red alarm had stopped and turned into a deep blue. Then the heavy titanium alloy door made a loud rumbling sound. The door is about to open. Fuck. Damn madman. Quiet. V formation, protect the main target. Compared to some of the panicked team members, Jenny was very calm and it was obvious that she had seen big scenes before. When the other team members heard the target, they didn't dare to say anything. They all gathered around Zhou Fan, forming a V shape and protecting him inside. Jenny stood at the front, and all the team members held their guns tightly, aiming closely at the gradually opening door of the research institute, fearing that some horrible monster would suddenly rush out. But there seemed to be nothing inside except the dazzling red alert all the way. Let's go. There are nano-level masks ahead. Everyone, put them on. I just checked the cause of the alarm. It's ultra-micro nanomachines going berserk. Wear a mask just in case. Zhou Fan has already opened this door, and now he has become everyone's boss. Even if they are reluctant to follow the rules, they have to do what he says. Jenny made a forward gesture, and the whole team was moving forward slowly, calling other team members as they walked, but it seemed that the underground could block the signal, and there was no response after calling several times. This made Jenny so angry that she threw the communication device in her ear to the ground and cursed inwardly. Circular defensive formation. Advance. The team surrounded Zhou Fan and advanced towards another big door in front. Zhou Fan looked normal, but the effect of the hot pack was almost gone, making him feel a little cold. I just looked at the control panel and saw that there were still life activities inside, and what was being carried out there was nanotechnology research. It was not life-threatening but biochemical technology, so there was really nothing to be afraid of. Finally, they arrived at the second door, and everyone put on the protective masks and protective clothing hanging on the wall. The second hydraulic door opened quickly, revealing a laboratory full of flashing red alarms. There were documents scattered all over the floor, but the other equipment was still as clean as new, with no obvious signs of a fight. Just follow me inside, upstairs. To that office. Zhou Fan stretched out his hand and pointed, and all the team members saw the blue office hanging on the second floor. Team A, follow me up to the second floor. Team B, on the first floor, will guard the gate and wait for the rest of the team. The 12-person team then split into two, with 6 people staying in place and the others escorting Zhou Fan to the office on the second floor. Ding! The highest authority authentication has been activated. The door has been opened. Pay attention to the people behind you. The team behind him was also very tactful and just stood guard at the door and did not go in. Zhou Fan was a little disappointed when he entered. He had expected a cool-looking computer to be inside, but all he found was a card slot and a pair of gloves. Apart from these two items, the entire office was empty. With a try-it attitude, I inserted the blue striped card in the tag into the card slot. In an instant, light projections came from all around, and in just a moment, a 3-dimensional projection appeared in front of Zhou Fan. Put on white gloves, open your hands, and the entire map will expand rapidly, even the words on the papers scattered on the ground can be seen clearly. With a quick glance, Zhou Fan discovered that he was only in the office area at the front of the entire institute. There was a large experimental area behind it, and there was life activity in the dormant area next to the experimental area. However, Zhou Fan showed many dormant chambers. Li Qingwei, nanomachine infection serious, forced awakening is not recommended. But there is still the option of forced awakening, which makes Zhou Fan sigh that it is worthy of being the highest authority. The life and death of these people are in his hands. After another round of searching, I finally saw a familiar name, Sean Creek. Sean Crick, nanomechanical infection minor. Finally, there is a minor one. It 1T died just because I opened it carelessly. Wake. He then turned off the alarms along the way, noted the location of Sean Creek's hibernation chamber, and led the 6 members of the Falcon team to the hibernation chamber in the Institute's experimental area. With his blue-striped card, Joe Fan could open almost any door with a swipe, but once a door was opened, it would close quickly, so he was very cautious. I had just opened the dormancy room number 91 and saw a white-haired old man lying on the ground, retching and mumbling something in pain. Jenny, I don't speak his language very well. Please communicate with him about what happened here. When Sean Creek saw the blue-striped laboratory card in Joe Fan's hand, he was stunned at first, and then he realized why he was forcibly awakened. Jenny and Sean were chattering a lot, and Jenny's face became uglier and uglier. When she stood up, her face was ashen. They started the nanomachine project 3 months ago. A month later, the nanomachines in the test area suddenly went berserk, breaking through the observation area. Now the entire test area is filled with runaway nanomachines. Joe Fan knew that Jenny was blaming herself. She was too reckless. Who would be a good person in a research institute built in a dangerous place? Chapter 67 Harvest Super Research Institute. Nanomechanical infection is when some nanoscale mechanical bio-imitations enter the body. At first, nothing will happen, it will only make your senses become more acute. However, once the body finds that there is a foreign object in its body and begins to resist, the nanomechanical bio-imitations will also resist. During the first 24 hours, your entire body will become extremely sensitive, and every sensor will be twice as sensitive as usual. What follows is fever and pain caused by the confrontation between the body and the nanomechanical biomimetic. The pain is doubled, and the pain will increase day by day. The infected person will die within 3 to 7 days due to painful spasms and disordered blood supply in the heart arteries, and hemorrhage throughout the body. The death is very miserable. Listening to Sean's explanation relayed by Jenny, Joe Fan became more and more frightened. Could this thing really kill people, or would it just be painful? Ask him what kind of machinery is needed to treat him. Ultra-micro nanoscale protein analyzer. Sean Creek stood up tremblingly. It turned out that he could speak Chinese. We need this to remove the nanomachines from the blood. Do you think you can come up with something like this? Joe Fan really wanted to take out the small machine in the system space in front of everyone, but this was not a tag or check. You couldn't take out such a big machine from your arms, right? By the way, I just went to the main office, and there seemed to be a small machine there. I wonder if it is. Make it up. Make it up as much as you want. Joe Fan actually didn't believe what he said, but Sean was more familiar with this place than he was, and that office was the only place Sean had definitely never been to. As expected, the name of the main office scared Sean. He had studied that place before. Even the walls of the room were beyond his comprehension. They were extremely hard. He even used a molecular rangefinder to try to measure the molecular structure of the wall, but he was stunned by the result. Afterwards, no one dared to go to that place to ask about it. Anyway, they just studied their own things and were not too curious. If there was a machine in the world that could save everyone present, it could only be in that mysterious place. Seeing Sean's face full of doubt and surprise, Joe Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he had fooled him. In fact, many smart people are often frightened by what they don't know. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more you don't know. Joe Fan ordered the Falcon team to stay where they were, and reminded everyone present who had entered the test area not to leave. If the nanomachine infection spread to China, and there were no hibernation chambers from the Institute on the market, everyone who was infected would die. Joe Fan shuddered at the thought that the world might be in danger because of his recklessness. But I think I am also a hero who saves the world. If the Falcon squad can't wait for me and breaks in, they won't know anything and will just wander around there and bring nanomachines to all parts of the world. It's scary to think about it. He came to the main office, took out the ultra-micro nanoscale protein analyzer from the system space, and then ran back. Sean Creek looked at the instruction manual in disbelief, then looked at the small machine. So small? The theoretical size in our research is about the size of an adult. It actually exists. If we really follow what is said in the instruction manual, our research team will be alive. Joe Fan nodded and said, as long as he's alive. Hurry up and save him. Jenny, go comfort your brothers. They probably won't believe what I just said, so you should go. Everyone around had left, leaving only Joe Fan and Sean. Sean knelt down in front of Joe Fan with a thud. Sir, this is all my fault. I was the one who insisted on conducting the experiment. I was blinded by my desire for fame and my desire to control the entire institute. Please punish me, sir. Sean did all this not for anything but fame. He had been working silently in this research institute for more than 10 years. Nanoceramics, nanofibers, each technology was painstakingly researched by himself and his subordinates, but in the end they were sold to profitable enterprises. Although Sean can get the money, no one in the world knows his name, Sean Creek. No one. This annoyed him a lot, until another major breakthrough in scientific research was made and the feasibility of nanomechanical biomimicry was discovered. Sean then hired the entire Falcon team in his personal capacity, wanting to mobilize the efforts of everyone in the laboratory to quickly complete this epoch-making work. He wanted to spread his name around the world. But the opposite happened. The nanomachines went out of control and invaded the bodies of all the participants. 2 days of rescue efforts were still fruitless, and in the end they had no choice but to order everyone to enter the hibernation chamber to stabilize the body's overreaction, hoping that the higher-ups would notice the abnormality and send someone over. Everything was blamed on Sean's radicalism and arrogance. 2 lines of tears rolled down the old man's face. He had made such a big mistake, and he didn't know whether the young man could forgive him. All right, you're just a researcher, not a saint. Just take your time from now on. Joe Fan's sincere smile made Sean feel warm in his heart. He didn't expect that the owner of the entire research institute was such a generous young man. He couldn't help but feel sorry for complaining about him before. Oh, my name is Joe Fan. From now on, you can just call me Mr. Joe. I prefer to be the boss, the hands-off type. Don't worry, Mr. Joe. Everyone in this research institute will work hard for you and create more benefits for you. Sean was also very perceptive. Others who called themselves big bosses were businessmen, and naturally they liked profit. Joe Fan couldn't help but be delighted when he heard Sean's words. What products in the world are the most profitable? Of course, new products. With this research institute, we will have an endless supply of innovative products in the future. This is more profitable than a money printing machine. This research institute is like an inexhaustible gold mine. Then I'll wait for good news. After that, the entire institute fell into intensive examination, awakening, and blood transfusion treatment. It was a long process, so Joe Fan had no choice but to live in the institute. Every day he could only talk to John Tan in the main office about the situation there. Another corner of the world. I heard that your North Ice research was transferred to someone else. Shut the fuck up. It's just a money-losing thing, so what if I give it to someone else? The angry old man tapped a bank card in his hand. It was an international finance black card, but unlike Joe Fan's yellow lines, it had blue lines. That is a symbol of a net worth of at least 3 trillion, and the 6 old men sitting with him at this moment all have international financial black cards with green patterns in their hands. Chapter 68 bought on the black market. Joe Fan has been at the North Ice Research Institute for 4 days. At first, he not only had to treat the members of the research team but also had to intensify the protection work for everyone. As more and more team members were awakened and cured, the Research Institute gradually resumed operations, and members of the entire institute gradually gathered in the office area. After checking that everyone was present and had not been infected by the nanomachines again, Joe Fan pressed the restart button for the entire experimental area in the main office. All your experimental data has been wasted. What are you going to do next? Joe Fan saw a hint of affection in Sean's eyes and said something caringly, saying that a decent boss should always care about his subordinates. Sean pondered for a while. In fact, Sean had been preparing for the nanomechanical biomimetic project for several years. Now everything has returned to the starting point, making this energetic old man a little confused. Honestly, Mr. Zhou, after this incident, my passion for scientific research has been dampened quite a bit. I'm planning on going home to tend to my flowers and plants. It seems that this failure was a huge blow to Dr. Sean, and he even thought about retiring. Want to retire? How is that possible? You are my personal cash cow. How could I let you go so easily? Ahem, Dr. Sean. Actually, I have some nano research data I bought on the black market, as well as a mechanical manufacturing blueprint. I don't understand this either, could you help me take a look? Just make it up, But he is the boss, so as a worker, I have no choice but to lower my head and take a look, even though I don't have much hope in my heart. You should know that the North Ice Research Institute is already considered to be the world's top nanomaterial research institute, but its research progress is still very slow. Even if this research material existed in the world, would anyone sell it? And how could it just happen that my boss bought it? The more Sean thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. He felt that Joe Fan must be trying to produce some information that he had researched 10 years ago. He had already prepared a set of excuses in his mind, but after all, the boss was the boss, and he couldn't just say that the things the boss bought were useless. Wouldn't that embarrass the boss? Okay, let me see then. Joe Fan nodded. Let's go to the data processing room. The computers here may not be enough. As expected. Sean thought, only the older the research, the more data there is. Many theories are based on the complex foundations of the past and find simpler verification methods. It's like the computer. When it was first developed, it couldn't even fit in a room. Now you can carry a laptop with you. This is the result of technological advancement. If a piece of data requires a computer in the data room, it means that the content is lengthy. It is probably the research experience of some second-rate scientific researchers who just went there to do a perfunctory job. Anyway, the boss doesn't understand it very well. The blue-striped experimental card clicked open the door of the data room, and a chill came over. This was a dust-free and controlled room. Such a precious large computer needed to be protected in such a room. Joe Fan found the control panel in the data room. The 5 terabytes external hard drive was connected. Sure enough, after changing the computer, the opening speed was much faster. In less than a minute, the huge screen projected a series of complicated data and argumentation methods. Mr. Zhou, you don't know this, but I'm a researcher on this. The theories on this page are from more than 10 years ago. No, this one is from 8 years ago, and this one is from 3 years ago. Sean chuckled when he saw some conclusions that had already been proven. As expected, this young boss was still young and bought fakes. But the further you read, the longer the time span of the entire article becomes. ISNT, the last line of small words on this page, the theoretical basis for my nanomechanical biomimetic work 3 months ago? Hurry, Mr. Zhou, turn the page. You're driving me crazy. Sean is so anxious. If what is written above is true, then the experimental steps should be written below. Dr. Sean himself still has no idea which step he went wrong. Technological progress always happens after countless mistakes accumulate. Sean has only failed for the first time, and he still has a long way to go if he wants to succeed. But now the real answer is just a matter of turning the page. How can he not be anxious? Seeing Sean's anxious look, Joe Fan knew that it was worth buying this article on the synthesis method of ultra-micro-nanomolecular structures. You can do it yourself. I don't understand these things either. Sean was waiting for Joe Fan to say this, and quickly stepped forward to push Joe Fan down, just like children fighting over toys, which made Joe Fan feel helpless. This doctor is indeed a scientific research maniac. It turns out the behavioral chips code lacks a termination signal. How could I have made such a low-level mistake? There's even a biomimetic liquefied form? This. Sean's mustache was almost sticking up to the sky. He was obviously shocked by the idea that followed. Mr. Zhou, no. Mr. Zhou, I used to think you were short-sighted, but I never thought you could actually buy such groundbreaking information. On behalf of the entire institute, I thank you. Joe Fan actually did nothing, but he received so much respect from others for nothing. But it felt really good. Since there's no problem, let's take another look at this blueprint. Only then did Sean reluctantly turn his gaze away from the information he had read, which was less than 1/10,000th of it. Mechanical blueprints? I don't have any tools in this lab. What do I need blueprints for? Sean was so immersed in the joy he had just felt that he couldn't extricate himself and didn't pay much attention to the mechanical blueprint. Damn! Is this the blueprint for the ultra-micro-nano-resonance research device? Mr. Zhou, where did you get this? There's not even a theoretical model of this anywhere in the world, and you actually already have the finished product schematics? Current science and technology can only arrange and combine molecules of a few specific materials at the nanoscale, but if this theoretical model is created, molecular structure will no longer be a huge obstacle to nano research, but a nutrient. Oh my god, which genius invented this? Why would they sell it? This is simply an insult to their own talent. Sean was very angry. All his life's energy could not even reach 1/10,000th of what this person had, and yet the other party actually took such an important thing to the black market to sell. This is simply an insult to him. No. To all scientific researchers around the world. It's like saying, the garbage I don't want is something you can never complete in your lifetime, or even dozens of lifetimes. How arrogant! How arrogant! I must use my limited lifespan to thoroughly digest these two documents. Looking at the passionate fighting spirit in Sean's eyes, Zhou Fan knew that he was not far from making real money. Although the research institute is resuming normal operations, Zhou Fan is not very happy because he received news from Jiang Tan this morning that not only the hotel and amusement park under his name, but also the company are starting to cause trouble with more and more people. Even Shinjun's restaurant was ordered to close due to hygiene issues. These two incidents were just coincidences, but now that they have broken out at the same time, there must be someone behind the scenes manipulating them. After bidding farewell to everyone in the laboratory, Zhou Fan boarded his private plane again and returned to the Magic City. Chapter 69 Return to the Magic City. The plane had just landed at another private airport when Yi Xiaoyuan drove a Bugatti Veyron to Zhou Fan. Mr. Zhou, there have been a lot of rumors lately saying your business is shady. Luckily, Secretary Jiang, whom you recently hired, is really resourceful. He's managed everything so neatly, and even had the higher-ups come to investigate, and they didn't even find a single penny of missed payments. In the past 4 or 5 days, Zhou Fan asked Uncle He to pick up and drop off Jiang Tan. It seems that these two have chatted a lot in private. Of course not. After all, he has 2 doctorates and has worked for a Fortune 100 company. By the way, let's not go to the company, let's go to Shinjun's hotel first. Seeing that the direction was towards his own company, Zhou Fan immediately ordered Uncle He to rush to Shinjun first. After seeing the Beibing Research Institute, his small industry was nothing. On the other hand, if Shinjun is dragged into this trouble by himself and even his only business is closed, that would be bad. Of course, helping his brother comes first. The Bugatti did a tailspin, turned around, and headed in another direction. Brother Zhou Fan is such a busy man. Why did you think of calling me today? Shinjun's voice on the other end of the phone sounded very tired and a little hoarse. Obviously he didn't get enough rest. The only business he relied on for a living was ordered to close, and the hotel was in disarray. It was up to him alone to move between various departments and submit various relevant reports, hoping that the hotel could resume business as soon as possible. What's going on? Tell me. I don't know either. We just opened early in the morning, and the food purchasing team hadn't arrived yet. Then a group of food inspectors came and rushed straight to the kitchen without saying a word. They found a pile of zombie meat and rotten vegetables. But I clear out this kitchen every weekend night, and the dishes from that day haven't even been replenished yet. Someone must be behind this. I'll go to your hotel and talk to you face to face. Yeah, okay. In just over 10 minutes, the two met at the entrance of Shinjun's hotel. As expected, the hotel door had been sealed and the furnishings inside were turned upside down. Is the back door sealed? There's an employee passage that's not sealed. I'll take you in to have a look. Shinjun took out a key, took out a smaller one and put it in his hand, then led Zhou Fan to the back of the hotel. As soon as you open the door you can smell a strong smell of disinfectant. Are you sure you cleared out all the ingredients the night before? How could I not remember this? Every weekend night I personally supervised them clearing out the kitchen. Besides, we only have fresh meat and vegetables. If we leave them alone, they will just rot. I'm not stupid enough to ruin the hotel's reputation for a small amount of money. What about the driver who delivered the food that day? Can you contact him? Zhou Fan followed Shinjun into the kitchen and asked as he walked. That's what I find most bizarre. The driver, Shelley, is from the same hometown as me and has been with me for 5 or 6 years. He wouldn't have betrayed me, right? But ever since that day, he's been like a nobody. I can't get in touch with him at all. Zhou Fan stroked his chin, looked at the kitchen floor which was still covered in some foul-smelling blood, and looked up again. Where's the camera? It didn't even capture my sleep the night before last? It broke. It broke the day before the incident. I didn't take any pictures. Shinjun kept shaking his head. It seemed that he had really offended someone. He did things very cleanly and there was no trace of anything left. All right, leave it to me now. I'll definitely give you justice, but this restaurant is a bit old, don't you want to open another one? Shinjun was stunned. No, as long as it turns out to be nothing serious, we can still open the store. There's no need to spend money to open another one. I owe you a favor, you don't want me to repay you, do you? Shinjun's eyes were slightly moist. He had asked everyone for help in the past few days, but almost no one helped him. Only Zhou Fan was willing to help him now, and he wanted to help him open another hotel. That's settled. After all, even if this hotel reopens, its reputation will be ruined. We might as well open another one. Zhou Fan's tone was firm, leaving no room for Shinjun to negotiate. Zhou Fan drove directly to the International Finance Black Card service point. This time, because Zhou Fan already has a yellow striped black card, the person he serves is already a team leader. Hello, Mr. Zhou. What service can I provide for you? The tall girl asked with a smile on her face. Black market intelligence. Okay, this way please. Zhou Fan was taken to a small dark room, which contained only an old-fashioned desktop computer and a card slot. It has intelligent voice recognition to ensure your privacy throughout the process. Insert the card slot to pay and you will get all the information. After saying that, the beautiful woman closed the door and stood guard at the door. Zhou Fan stroked the top of the computer inside, thinking, how old is this thing? Can it still be used? Please take a seat. A mechanical sound came from inside the computer, and Zhou Fan was startled. He then sat down obediently on the chair in front of the computer. Please describe the scope of the information you wish to obtain. The computer screen is always blue and nothing happens. List of frozen zombie pork flowing into the Magic City. Zhou Fan said tentatively that as long as they could find out where this batch of zombie meat came from, it would be easy to find out who was behind it. Authorization satisfied. Information fee required, 2 million renminbi. Depend on. Just one question and you want 2 million from me. Fortunately, the thing Zhou Fan has the most right now is money. Insert the International Finance Black Card. In an instant, a table appeared on the old screen. Sure enough, the flow of a batch of 200 kilograms of frozen meat caught Zhou Fan's attention, because the final buyer was Lu Er, Shinjun's truck driver. Can you check the source of Lu Er's money? Authorization satisfied. Information fee required, 8 million renminbi. Damn it, they really just robbed me without saying anything? Even if this money came from the wind, Zhou Fan would still feel a little pain. Just because I asked a few questions casually, 10 million was gone? However, the following data made Zhou Fan's face turn cold. A bank card in the name of the Wang Group? The signature is Wang Chushi. Wang Chushi? Would a representative of such a large consortium target a small restaurant? Impossible. Even if Wang Chushi was given 10 chances to face, he might not be able to bring himself to do something that would damage his reputation. This is just like a child playing house. All of Wang Chushi's immediate family members. Insufficient authority. Yellow-marked authority can only view Wang Chushi's direct descendants. Zhou Fan scratched his head. Could it be that there was someone in the Wang Group with a higher authority than him? Check. Information fee required, 500,000 renminbi. In fact, Zhou Fan had already guessed a candidate. There were not many people with the surname Wang that he had offended, but even though he had guessed it, he still wanted to verify it with this machine. Son, Wang Bin. Sure enough. I guessed it was this bastard. But there is another line below. Illegitimate child, Wang Yuan. This big consortium is so ridiculous that they even have illegitimate children. However, the names are not complete, and no matter how Zhou Fan asks, it shows that he does not have enough authority. Chapter 70 Looking for witnesses. Since he couldn't get the answer, Zhou Fan's curiosity faded. He didn't want to bother with the messy affairs of those big conglomerates. The main thing now was how to teach Wang Bin, the bastard, a lesson. After asking some recent information about Lu Er and Wang Bin, he left the small dark room. Zhou Fan was suddenly awakened while sitting in the car on the way home. I can find a lot of information about Wang Chushi, so will anyone be able to find information about my parents? Zhou Fan felt a pang of pain at the thought. He remembered how his parents had risked everything to allow him to study in the Magic City, and he still hadn't repaid them. Call. Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go see his parents after he had dealt with Wang Bin's matter. Thinking of his parents whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Zhou Fan's eyes became slightly moist. Go to North Alley. Catch someone. The Bugatti had already stopped at Nongbei Lane, a relatively remote area in Shanghai, with exhaust fumes lingering all the way. This area was full of low-income households living in dilapidated buildings, and it was a place where all kinds of people mixed together. Excuse me, sir, does Lu Er live in this building? What Liu Zi? Lu. Air. There's no one called Lu San here. Joe Fan, who had only imagined the plot of a comedy movie, suddenly realized that it happened to him. He could no longer laugh but was speechless instead. If you can't ask, then you can only look for it yourself. I just saw in the newspaper that Lu Air lives in Building 16, Room 521. This piece of land didn't even have a house number, let alone a building number. However, after a lot of effort, I finally found a dilapidated wooden door. There's a quarrel inside. Lu Air, you're still a human being. Mr. Shin has been very kind to you, and you actually stabbed him in the back. I'm doing this for my child's tuition. What the hell do you know, you bitch? You're talking nonsense. Mr. Joe gives you 6,000 yuan a month, which is more than enough to pay for the children's tuition. Don't think I don't know you're gambling again. I'm calling the police and turning myself in. How dare you? Then there was a sound of scuffling. Before Joe Fan could react, Uncle He, who followed behind him, kicked the door open. Sure enough, I saw a shirtless man grabbing a woman wearing an apron by the hair and punching her. Who the hell are you? I've already paid off my gambling debts, and you're still coming to my house? Lu Air's face was full of anger, and he thought Joe Fan was someone who came to collect gambling debts. Uncle He was a gentleman who was particularly caring towards ladies. When he saw Lu Air beating a woman, he became furious and punched Lu Air in the eye. Lu Air felt pain and let go of the woman's hair. He covered his eyes and stepped back repeatedly, and in his hand he actually held a rusty fruit knife. When Joe Fan saw this, he immediately protected the woman and quickly called the police. Joe Fan's phone number is also linked to the International Financial Black Card, so he has priority in many complicated police matters. Lu Air covered his eyes with one hand and waved the fruit knife around with the other. Probably because he was missing an eye, none of the knife touched Uncle He's clothes. Uncle He used to drive a rally car and participated in many underground competitions. He had some fighting experience. He fought and retreated, and did not confront Lu Air, who was armed with a weapon, head-on. Damn it! Come on, let me show you how powerful I, Lu Air, am. Come on. Lu Air aimed his only eye at Uncle He, but his foot hit the corner of the table and he fell forward, with the tip of the knife pointing upwards, about to pierce his throat. Uncle He took a step forward and hugged the fallen Lu Air with his right hand. But there was another puff sound, and drops of blood flowed from Uncle He's arm, and half of the fruit knife was inserted into Uncle He's arm. As soon as Lu Air saw the red blood, he immediately wilted, kept shouting that it was none of his business, and shrank into the corner. When Joe Fan saw that Uncle He was injured, he quickly took out a pill from his arms and gave it to Uncle He. There was still rust on the fruit knife just now. If it was inserted into Uncle He's arm, he would inevitably get tetanus. The pill was the medicine he had bought from the flash sale app system before. It was said to be able to cure all injuries. 12 pills cost Joe Fan 50 million. But even if it was 50 million, he still gave it to Uncle He without blinking an eye. If Uncle He got infected, it would be his fault. It was his rashness that caused Uncle He to get hurt. After taking it, Uncle He obviously felt that the pain had subsided a lot, and the amount of blood that overflowed also decreased. He gave Joe Fan a kind smile. International Financial Black Card's efficiency in handling emergency calls was very high. The shrill sound of sirens could be heard outside, and the people in this area locked their doors as soon as they saw the police coming. Joe Fan's description was quite accurate, and several police officers and medical staff quickly rushed over. After the woman's statement, they understood what had happened. A group of people took away Lu Air, who was huddled in a corner with his pants smelling of urine, and another group of people supported the injured Uncle He. Joe Fan also drove his car and followed the police to the police station to take a statement. Brother, please, I beg you. My child is at a critical juncture in the college entrance exam. If he knew his father was in jail, he would inevitably be a little emotional. Lu Air deserved it, but for the sake of my child's future, I beg you, let this matter go. No matter how much, I will sell myself to compensate you. I just beg you not to affect my child's future. When they arrived at the police station, the woman knelt down in front of Joe Fan. Now her husband had injured someone with a knife. If the matter was investigated, he would be sent to the police station. If my children knew about this, it would affect their future studies and their future. Auntie, don't be like this, get up quickly, get up quickly. Let's talk slowly. Joe Fan smiled bitterly. This mother was indeed the greatest. No matter how many things happened, the first thing she considered was always her children. I don't need compensation. I just need you and your lover to come forward and testify against Wang Bin for framing Shinjun's restaurant, and this matter will be over." A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of Luer, who was being held nearby. As soon as Luer sat on the regret chair, he regretted it to death. It was the first time in his life that he was sent to the police station. Luer was trembling with fear. The thought of going to jail almost frightened him to death. In the end, the two of them made a brief statement, and the police officer worked overtime for a while and accepted Wang Bin's case. Wang Bin, who was in a bar, was giving money to these thugs. "You've been doing great these past few days. Keep it up. If another company closes, each person will be fined $500,000. Young Master Wang is so generous." Wang Bin held a heavily made-up girl in one arm, and his other hand was restlessly moving up and down, making the woman in his arms moan and complain. Wang Bin had no idea that he would be sentenced by the law. Although Uncle He's arm healed quickly after the fruit knife was removed, Zhou Fan still gave him a few days off. He said that he wanted to drive a luxury car, but in fact, Uncle He was also quite frightened. Zhou Fan planned to let him spend some time with his family to recover. Chapter 71 Go home and take a look. What? Wang Bin is in court? What happened? When Wang Chusher heard the news brought by his accompanying secretary, his face almost twisted with anger. He had always doted on Wang Bin, and although Wang Bin had always been a mess, he had only committed minor offenses, so it would be fine if he gave him some money privately. But when it comes to the country, Wang Chusher feels a little powerless. Even if he has enormous financial resources, he cannot bribe people in law enforcement agencies. That would mean he is really tired of living. What did he do? Young Master Wang Bin said that he originally wanted to help your father share the burden by targeting Zhou Fan and his friends' companies, but one of his subordinates turned against him and betrayed him. Get him a good lawyer. What's the worst that could happen? I don't think it's very optimistic. What the secretary meant by this was that he would have a criminal record. As a representative of a large conglomerate, and his son having a criminal record would make him looked down upon and even laughed at by other people in the industry. Wang Chusher punched the sandalwood desk in front of him, causing documents to fly everywhere. Zhou Fan again. I, Wang Chusher, will never coexist with you. Call old Lu over. Yes. When the secretary saw Wang Chusher was so angry, she wanted to slip away quickly. If she stayed here, who knew what would happen? Zhou Fan asked Su Chian if she wanted to go back to his hometown with him, but she seemed to be really working hard to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination and politely refused. But Zhou Fan couldn't just go back like this. If he didn't bring a beautiful girl back, he would be scolded by his relatives again. Zhou Fan is one of the few college students in Murakami, so many people in Murakami care about him very much. When he was admitted to the Magic City University, everyone in Murakami held a graduation banquet for him. So the difficult task of being his girlfriend fell on Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan's face turned red and he wanted to refuse. But who could do anything about it? Zhou Fan gave her so much that it was hard for her to refuse. What's more, Zhou Fan is really handsome. The first close contact on the private plane made Zhang Tan's heart flutter. The people Zhang Tan came into contact with were generally rich old men, so it was natural that he was very interested when he met such an interesting and handsome boss for the first time. You know, once a woman becomes curious about a boy, she is not far from falling in love with him. Zhou Fan called home in advance and told them that he was going back. The peace in Zhou Fan's hometown, Sifu Village, Jilian County, was broken by this phone call. The college students in the village are coming back. The attention of a group of old men and women finally shifted from which family's pig was about to give birth to the Zhou family. I watched Zhou Fan grow up. He's a brilliant student. Look, he even got into Magic City University. It's a great university. His future is limitless. A group of old men and women nodded in agreement. That's all I see. I think he can't make it in the big city anymore, so he wants to come here to boost his confidence. What are you talking about, third aunt? Zhou Fan is such a smart kid, how could he not make it there? Look, of the college graduates from our village, how many of them, once they've made a name for themselves, have ever returned home? And look at that college graduate from Sun Guoqiang's family. Ever since he failed at his job and came back, he's done nothing but play computer games at home all day. Yeah. If you ask me, you're doing well out there. It's not a holiday now. If you have work to do, there's no way you'd come back. However, Zhou Fan's third aunt Zhou Gulan led the discussion, and the whole discussion changed from how good Zhou Fan was to all kinds of groundless associations. That's right, I think he was fired from the company and wants to come back to live off his parents. The Zhou Chiang family is so unlucky. They finally raised a college student, but in the end they can't make any money. You don't necessarily earn money while studying. Look at that guy in Cheng Dainio's family. Chang Guoyu. Yeah, Cheng Guoyu, that guy, I heard he's a foreman. He can easily make $1 million or $800,000 a year, and he drives an Audi. Zhou Gulan's praise and criticism instantly brought the expectations of the entire village towards Zhou Fan to freezing point. Zhou Chiang and his wife, who were carrying fresh fruits and vegetables, were also stunned and returned to the house in disappointment. Mother, tell me, what's the reason for this child to come back during holidays? Could it really be? Zhou Fan's mother, LV Homely, patted Zhou Chang's arm. What are you thinking about? Can't you just think about the child? Even if he can't find a job, he's a college graduate and can probably find a job as a boss in any factory in the village. Zhou Chiang still looked worried after hearing this. He sighed and went to work in the fields in his backyard. Lu Hongli also wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. As a mother, she felt very uncomfortable seeing her precious son being talked about so much by others. The villagers spent the past half-day digging up all the embarrassing things that happened to Zhou Fan during his childhood. Even the nickname of the bedwetter fan when he was 5 or 6 years old was revealed. I remember that Zhou Fan was competing with his friends to see who could drink more water, so he drank 3 cups of well water in one breath. At night, he felt uncomfortable and wet the bed. His friends spread the news from 1 to 10, and then to 100, and the whole village knew that there was a 5 or 6-year-old kid who wet the bed. He was called the bedwetter for several years. It was only after Zhou Fan's test scores were always among the best that people stopped calling him that. Zhou Fan talked and laughed with Zhang Tan along the way. Zhang Tan, the serious beauty, was amused by Zhou Fan and laughed out loud. Her smile was the kind that could make all the flowers pale in comparison. Zhou Fan wanted to see it more, so he tried his best to make Zhang Tan laugh. Oh my! Why is the road in the village still muddy? I'm sorry to embarrass you. This is Zhang Tan's first time to a small village, and he looks around curiously. Finally, the Bugatti stopped on the small road. There were 2 big stone pillars in front of it and the car couldn't drive through. Zhou Fan had no choice but to let Zhang Tan sit in the car first, and he went to the village to call for people to lift the stone pillar. Why are you carrying stone pillars? Why not let Zhou Fan drive this Bugatti Veyron convertible home? To show off. After all, he has returned home in glory. If he doesn't show off the car, how will the villagers know how awesome he is? Hey! Look, that young man walking there looks like bedwetter. It seems to be true. Sure enough, this little guy came back empty-handed. Zhou Chang's family is going to be embarrassed now. Let's go over there. A group of idle people in the village surrounded Zhou Fan, leaving him confused. Did they know that he wanted them to carry stone piles? Hey, you're the kid from Zhou Chang's family, the one who wets the bed. Zhou Fan scratched his head. He hated this nickname at first, but gradually got used to it. Now that someone suddenly called him that, Zhou Fan felt a sense of familiarity. Yeah, go home and have a look. Chapter 72, The Joy of Showing Off Wealth. Seeing Zhou Fan agreed, the villagers also sneered. Zhou Fan was completely confused. At this time, Zhou Gulan squeezed through the crowd to the front with a playful look on her face. Isn't this my good nephew? Why doesn't he go to the countryside during festivals? Zhou Fan's third aunt is a well-known nagging woman. Ever since Zhou Fan wet the bed when he was a child and stained her best flowery dress with a yellow stain, she has been annoying him everywhere, and Zhou Fan has gotten used to it. I don't miss home anymore, come back and take a look. Zhou Gulan curled her lips, her face full of disbelief. Hee, if you want to be proud, you can be proud for a while. The higher you fly now, the more miserable you will die later. Could it be that he was fired by some company? Third sister. How can you talk to Fanzi like that? Zhou Chiang rushed over at this time and stopped Zhou Gulan from speaking. This shout really made everyone in the audience stop talking. The son came back from far away to see his parents, and it was really not good for a large group of people to gossip here. Dad. It's okay. I was indeed fired by my internship company. It happened a few months ago. Hey. These days, young people really don't know what it means to step down when given a chance. The people around were already silent and were ready to let Zhou Fan go back with his father about this. They were discussing it behind his back, but now they are confronting him in person. Isn't this asking for trouble? I told you, as a college student, if you don't run home on a special day, you must be unable to make it out there. Zhou Gulan pressed on with her victory, as if humiliating her nephew was something that would make her look good. Third sister, stop talking. Fanzi, let's go home. Zhou Chiang took Zhou Fan and headed home. Dad. Why are you so anxious? I still have a car that hasn't arrived yet. Hey, what car can you have if you don't have a job? Why did you buy your dad an electric tricycle? You are really filial. Xiaolan, stop talking too much. Didn't you see that Xianzi's face is not looking good? There were also some people around who looked down on Zhou Gulan's face and spoke up for Zhou Chiang and his son. What's so important about a car? Let's go back and have a meal first. Zhou Chiang was determined to get his son out of this place of trouble. If he was scolded, he could just go out more often and let his son stay at home more. After 2 or 3 months, when everyone's opinions changed, everything would be fine. He was the only one who could scold his own son, and others could scold him, Zhou Chiang, if they wanted to. Dad. Seriously, my car was blocked by 2 stone pillars at the entrance of the village. I came here to ask someone to lift it. Why are you dragging me back home all the time? Seeing that his child refused to leave, Zhou Chiang repeatedly said that his car was still at the entrance of the village. Just then 3 children ran over from the village entrance. Huzi, where have you been running off to again? You've got yourself covered in weeds. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. The mother of one of the children was in the crowd and was about to scold them. Mom! No! There's a line of cars at the entrance of the village. The road is completely blocked. Gangzi and I climbed up from the bottom of the slope. What? A row of cars? Could it be that Sun Chang and his gang are here to claim our land again? Everyone, grab your weapons and head to the village entrance. Zhou Fan was speechless. Actually, all the cars in that row belonged to him. It would be too embarrassing to go back with only one car. He was now a wealthy man with a net worth of hundreds of millions. He would have to have a fleet of cars when he went back to his hometown. Besides, he couldn't bring back many things with just one Bugatti. Zhou Fan also wanted to bring back some home appliances to improve the lives of the people in his hometown. Although he didn't call people over, at least they went there. Zhou Fan also followed the crowd to the village entrance. Oh my goodness! That bastard Sun Chang is driving such a weird car. Zhou Gulan was full of disbelief. Sun Chang was actually a gangster leader sent by the chemical factory. He wanted to force the villagers to give up the land along the river. Although the villagers were not very knowledgeable, they all knew the nature of the chemical factory and did not agree. So Sun Chang drove to the village to cause trouble every now and then, and the villagers blocked the intersection with large stone piers. That's a Bugatti Veyron convertible. It'll fetch 100 million after all the paperwork is done. Zhou Fan patiently explained to Zhou Gulan. What? 100 million? That's how much money a job at a chemical factory makes? This sentence shocked everyone in the field. 100 million? Even if you sold the entire village, including the people and the land, it's still unclear whether you can get 100 million. Now this car alone costs 100 million, and there is a car fleet behind it. The villagers also lowered their hoes and shovels. If they get hit by it, who can afford the compensation? Instead, Zhou Fan walked leisurely to the front of the crowd and stood directly in front of the flashy luxury car. Fanzi, don't scratch yourself. Come back quickly. Look at him, he's so naive. As soon as he sees a luxury car, he wants to touch it. I wonder how he's going to compensate me for the damage he's done. Zhou Fan's action made everyone on the field break out in cold sweats. Zhou Fan sat down on the hood of the luxury car worth 100 million yuan and clapped his hands twice. Each clapping seemed to hit everyone's heart. Dad! What are you afraid of? It's mine. Zhou Fan had a silly smile on his face, just like the stupid son of a landlord showing off his wealth. Although he was stupid, he was rich. If this happened to Zhou Fan, I would have thrown myself into the ditch right now. Zhou Gulan shouted, pointing to the sky. Zhou Fan was waiting for her to say this. He turned around, got into the driver's seat, and honked the horn. Ding! A distinctive horn sounded, followed by the roar of the Bugatti engine, which was so deafening that it made everyone in the venue's scalp tingle. It's really this guy. Why didn't you tell me earlier? But it seemed that people in the village had said that the car was stuck at the village gate, but it was just ignored. I knew our Fancy would have a bright future. Look at this. He can drive away a car worth 100 million yuan just by saying so. And you guys were just talking about our Fancy. Su Chian, who has always been honest, also mocked the people around him who had just laughed at Zhou Fan. Many people felt their faces burning, especially Zhou Gulan. Auntie Lan, didn't you say you wanted to jump into the stinky ditch? Hurry up and jump. Hu Zi, the kid who came to watch the show, was very brave. He started to make things difficult for Zhou Gulan, who usually had a sharp tongue. Zhou Gulan was defeated this time and ran back to the village in shame under the gaze of everyone. In the end, everyone worked together to help move the stone pier away, and the convoy finally drove into the village in a mighty manner. Hu Zi was the only one who noticed something was wrong. With so many drivers, why didn't they ask them to come out and move the stone pillars? Instead, they asked the villagers to do it. Is it because the people in the city are less strong? Small head, big question mark. Zhou Fan had a smug smile on his face. Why, making others feel disappointed can satisfy your vanity? Hey, let me tell you, if you become rich, you'll find that everything else becomes boring and tedious except showing off your wealth. Zhang Tan pouted and said that he was not as rich as her, so whatever you said was what it was. After all, you were a super rich man. Chapter 73, Bringing Home the Girlfriend. The entire convoy drove to the open space in the center of the village. The cars behind were all large luxury cars, which were filled with new electrical appliances, including LCD TVs, refrigerators, and several new laptops. As soon as the trunks of these cars were opened, the people who gathered around in the village were all stunned. What was going on? Zhou Dachuan's house could accommodate so many things. Showing off wealth is not about quantity. Everyone, it's the same for every household. Don't take more than you need. Just take what you need. Should we go get it? The villagers are all going crazy, it's free. Mom, I want that computer. All we need at home is a refrigerator. The crowd was about to rush forward to grab the goods, but they were blocked by a row of burly drivers. Hey! Everyone, stop rushing. Line up. We need to be civilized people, do civilized things, and speak civilized words. Zhou Fan's words had a different meaning, and everyone's faces were burning with anger again. They had just been mocking Zhou Fan for being a loser, but the home appliances before them were so tempting that they were unwilling to leave like Zhou Gulan, so they had no choice but to shamelessly line up and go forward to receive them. The three children of Hu Zi nearby also took on the responsibility of publicity. Now only a small part of the people are in the village center. Many others are working in the fields or busy playing cards. What's more important is that most of the people in the field are women. They can't move these large household appliances back, so they have to call the men in their families over. Hu Zi, run. Kick your bastard uncle off the bed. If he doesn't want it, give it to our family. We're still short of a big TV. Zhou Fan gave a few instructions to the drivers and took Zhang Tan and his father home. Even though I haven't been home for a long time, I still remember the way home so clearly. Dad, why don't you tear down this pig pen? It's in such a mess. Whose house is this? That's so-and-so. The past events came into view bit by bit, making Zhou Fan feel as if he was in another world. Fancy, this is you haven't introduced him to your father yet. Zhou Fan was so absorbed in his own memories that he forgot to introduce this beautiful lady. If the home appliances hadn't been so attractive, Zhang Tan would have been surrounded and questioned by everyone. Uncle, I'm Zhou Fan's girlfriend. Zhang Tan spoke before Zhou Fan could say it, and then made a face at Zhou Fan, looking very proud. What it means is, but you invited me here yourself. Zhou Fan laughed. She's my girlfriend, the one I love the most. Zhou Fan put his arm around Zhang Tan's slender waist, and the two of them pressed together, so close that they almost kissed. Zhang Tan is a top student who spends most of his time either working or studying. This was the first time she was attacked on the waist by a boy. Her whole body felt numb and her face flushed red. Zhou Fan's father also understood, so he slipped back into the house to tell the childless mother the good news. Zhou Fan's mother, Lu Hongli, was overjoyed. We're going to have a daughter-in-law. She'll be so beautiful. Look at how ignorant you are. Our Fancy is so handsome, it won't be difficult for him to find a beautiful daughter-in-law. Look how excited you are. You are so beautiful, even more beautiful than you were back then. You're just a chatterbox. Lu Hongli kicked Zhou Dachuan on the butt, but was also amused and laughed. Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her beauty? Lu Hongli was originally the most beautiful person in the village. The hard farm work did not destroy this delicate flower. You can imagine how beautiful she was when she was young. This also aroused Lu Hongli's curiosity. How beautiful must this daughter-in-law be to make the honest Zhou Dachuan so excited? Just as he thought of this, Zhou Fan led Jiang Tan into the cabin. As soon as Jiang Tan came in, the whole shabby little house became full of charm. It was true that this beauty was a beautiful landscape painting wherever she stood. Wow, I thought Zhou Dachuan was exaggerating. She is really beautiful, even more beautiful than Lu Hongli when she was young. With some modern light makeup and a black dress, she looks like a big star from TV. Hurry up, sit down, what are you all standing there for? Zhou Dachuan pulled out a few stools for Zhou Fan and Jiang Tan to sit on, and the interrogation began as soon as they sat down. What's your name? Hello, Auntie. My name is Jiang Tan. As she said this, she smiled, so beautiful that it could captivate the whole country. What do you do? I am your son's secretary. Jiang Tan's eyes were charming, and she glanced at Zhou Fan from time to time. Zhou Fan looked at me and said, "It's none of my business. I'm just drinking water. As long as I keep drinking water, you can't let me speak. So when are you two going to have a baby?" Puff. Zhou Fan spat out the water in his throat, and the wealthy man almost choked to death. Wasn't my mother's conversation progressing a little too fast? Why was she already talking about having children? Jiang Tan was also very embarrassed. He was just here to pretend. Who would want to have a baby with this eccentric rich man? But if he insisted. Mom, look at what you're asking. I'm a top student who studied abroad, and you're making me embarrassed. Jiang Tan, let's go inside first and stop chatting with them. Jiang Tan nodded silently, his face reddening to the point of bleeding. Okay, come sit inside first, your dad and I will make you two a delicious meal. The two of them also hurried to the small room. Ha! You said you were just pretending to be your girlfriend, so why are your parents asking about having children? I didn't know the older generation's conversations were so off-kilter. I won't listen. Such an intellectual big sister actually showed such a little girl side in front of Zhou Fan, which made Zhou Fan want to bully her. You don't want to listen, right? Now you don't want to listen. Do you want to listen or not? Don't tickle me there, it's so itchy, Mr. Zhou, I was wrong. Zhou Fan originally attacked Jiang Tan's waist with only one hand, but when he heard the word Mr. Zhou, he attacked with both hands. What did you call me? Mr. Zhou? What's that called? Zhou Fan. Ha, oh my husband. Zhou Fan was stunned for a moment. Wow, he was completely dumbfounded. That loud voice of husband could be heard within a mile radius. Jiang Tan also realized that he had lost his composure and covered his face with his hands in shame. A few hot tears squeezed out from the corners of my eyes. Jiang Tan, we're just joking, why are you crying? Zhou Fan reached out to hug Jiang Tan, but Jiang Tan broke free like an angry little girl. Dad, did you hear that? This kid said our generation is out of tune, but he just came back and did this, he's even more out of tune than us. Alright, let's just stay calm and cook and pretend we didn't hear anything. The two of them also reached a tacit understanding and didn't hear anything. Let's focus on our own things. Chapter 74, Ancestral Bracelet. Zhou Fan was so anxious when he saw Jiang Tan crying because he bullied her. I only have money. Can money solve the problem of this woman crying? Waiting online, it's urgent. Zhou Fan didn't know what was wrong with him. He ignored Jiang Tan's struggle and hugged her tightly in his arms. Let the beauty struggle in your arms. However, when Jiang Tan felt Zhou Fan's warm and strong chest, he felt at ease, and the shame he had just felt also disappeared a lot. Why aren't you crying? Humph. It's all your fault. This is so embarrassing. If your parents heard this, I don't know what they would think we were doing. Two gentle little pink fists hit Zhou Fan's chest continuously. Ouch, it hurts. It really hurts, Zhou Fan fell backwards with a look of pain on his face. Jiang Tan fell into Zhou Fan's trap without a second thought, and climbed up to check with concern whether Zhou Fan was really injured by him. Ha ha! You little fool are so easy to fool. Zhou Fan turned over and pressed Jiang Tan onto the old bed. Come on, my little girlfriend, give brother Zhou a kiss. Zhou Fan pouted and was about to attack. Jiang Tan was so scared that he closed his eyes, his heart pounding, not knowing whether he was afraid or looking forward to it. But just then, the door opened. Zhou Dachuan stood at the door with an embarrassed look on his face, holding dishes and chopsticks in his hands. Zhou Fan and the other man were so embarrassed. Why don't you knock on the door before coming in? This joke had just reached the most embarrassing part when you came in. Zhou Dachuan was embarrassed too. He had thought that the couple had quieted down a lot and that it was time for them to be done. He and his wife had lived here for a long time and had no habit of knocking, so he just barged in. Well, it's just a joke and I can't explain it in front of my parents. A few of them stood up awkwardly and walked towards the small dining room. Ahem, Jiang Tan, do you like this food? Jiang Tan's face flushed, he nodded and hummed softly. As long as it suits your appetite, it's fine. I'm afraid if it doesn't suit your appetite, you'll have to hire a confinement nanny to replenish your body during the confinement period. That would be such a waste of money. Mom, cough cough. Zhou Fan's mother talks about her grandson every other sentence. This cannot be blamed on them. The old rural thinking is that nothing can make them feel at ease until there is a solution. Zhou Fan is their only son, and the issue of incense is a big deal. Naturally, the old couple is very concerned about it. That's right. Dad. Go get that bracelet for Jiang Tan. Zhou Fan felt something was wrong. What bracelet? He seemed to have never heard of it before. Zhou Dachuan quickly took 2 big mouthfuls of rice before running into the house. Not long after, Zhou Dachuan came trotting over with a silk handkerchief package in his arms, his face full of pride. Lu Hongli took the package with a smile. Jiang Tan, we 2 elders don't have much talent. We only have this bracelet. It was my dowry back then. It's a valuable item. I'm telling you, this thing was passed down to me by my great-grandmother. You must keep it well. If that brat Zhou Fan bullies you again, tell us. We'll take care of him. Jiang Tan accepted it with a smile on his face and nodded repeatedly. But after a while, her little face turned red again. Again? As expected, she was invited to see him. She glared at Zhou Fan with a reproachful look, and even took out the bracelet from the handkerchief in a fit of anger. Even though Zhou Fan didn't know much about jade, he could tell at first glance that this bracelet was a good one. It was translucent, with a smooth texture and a dazzling luster. Jiang Tan's heart moved, and he even used his hands to compete twice, which made Zhou Fan anxious. Don't really wear it on. Didn't we agree to pretend to be your girlfriend? If you put it on, it will be real. Jiang Tan hadn't originally planned to put it on, but Zhou Fan shuddered, and with the aftereffect of Zhou Fan's bullying just now, she slipped her hand in with a shudder. Really slid in. Zhou Fan's throat was dry and he didn't know what to say. He couldn't say in front of the 2 elders that this was just his secretary, not his girlfriend. This will not only make the 2 elders feel uncomfortable, but how can Jiang Tan, a girl, put her face? It fits my hand really well. It just slides in. Hurry up and thank Mom. Jiang Tan's body trembled as Zhou Fan attacked his waist again. Thank you, Mom. I will definitely protect this bracelet well. If someone else wants to snatch it away, I won't give it to them. Okay, as long as you 2 don't mind, eat quickly, or this glutton will eat it all. It turned out that Zhou Dachuan, who had been silent, was eating quietly. Half of the more than 10 dishes on the table went into his stomach. After all, Zhou Dachuan could not usually eat so many delicious foods. Most of the time, he would just eat dried radish and porridge to get by for the day. At best, he would have 1 or 2 dishes and a salted duck egg. The whole family ate happily, and after the meal they talked about all sorts of things, and talked about 7 or 8 points. The countryside was already silent at around 7 or 8 in the evening, with the barking of dogs in the distance being the only sound. It's getting late, it's time for you 2 to go to bed. Come on, Fancy, show me a room so I can wash up and get some sleep. Mom, please clean up another room. The one I lived in before was too small. There's no room for me to sleep in it. It's just that there are too many things to do, but our Jiang Tan doesn't mind. If you find it annoying that your family is small, then you can sleep outside. Don't you agree, Jiang Tan? Jiang Tan finally saw Zhou Fan's frustrated look and nodded repeatedly, smiling happily. Laugh. I want you to laugh, and I want to see if you can still laugh at night. Zhou Fan clenched his fists and looked at Jiang Tan's smug face, wishing he could attack her waist right now. Back on the tight little bed, Jiang Tan finally realized how irrational his choice was. Wasn't he just walking into the wolf's mouth? You realize you're in trouble now? It's too late. Zhou Fan showed a ferocious smile, like a cruel wolf pouncing on the docile little lamb. Jiang Tan was finally unable to beg for mercy, and Zhou Fan let her go. Okay, I'll just sleep on the floor. Don't let my precious bed collapse. I got top marks in my grade in elementary school, so my dad had the best carpenter in the village make it for me. Jiang Tan made a face and was about to take off his clothes, but he saw the jade bracelet on his hand. Dad! Hey! It's time to go to bed, why don't you go and listen to what's going on in their room? You have to pry into the affairs of this young couple. What kind of hobby do you have? Are you going or not? If not, then sleep outside. Zhou Daxuan felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a rotten egg for 7 days. Why did all these bad things have to happen to him? Zhou Daxuan was eavesdropping outside Zhou Fan's wall. Ouch, go slower, it hurts. It's okay, I'll hold your hand and take it slow. It still doesn't work. Don't worry. Zhou Daxuan was shocked and his head was full of question marks. He thought he was too dirty. No way. Zhou Daxuan showed his manliness and immediately grabbed a bed and quilt and slept in the barn. I can't do such a shameful thing as eavesdropping. I can sleep outside the house. In the house. Forget it, just wear it. You can't run away. This bracelet is really strange. It's easy to put on, but why is it so hard to take off? Zhou Fan rubbed his chin, puzzled. Chapter 75, Village Tyrant Sun Chang. The two grown men in the family were very particular about this sleep. They slept on the floor all night and their backs were sore. Dad, why are you covered in rice husks? Did you go into the barn last night? Ah. Well, last night I heard a lot of rat noises in the barn, so I decided to go check it out. To my surprise, there were actually 2 big black rats. I was so exhausted. Hey, why are you still covered in mud? Ah. Well, the bed was too small last night. I slept outside and I rolled over and fell to the ground. I'm still covered in mud. Make up. Keep making up stories. The 2 men are making up stories to save their own face. Only the women who knew the situation secretly laughed in their hearts, but Jiang Tan also felt that Zhou Fan was more interesting than all the people she had met combined. Dad. I went for a drive after dinner and came back for a walk around the village. In fact, Zhou Fan just wanted to drive his Bugatti Veyron on the way to the village for some fun. Okay, drive slowly. Even though there aren't many cars in the village these days, you still have to drive slowly. Okay, got it. Zhou Fan ran back to where he parked his Bugatti, holding a meat bun in his mouth. When I got there a while later, I found that the place was in a mess, with all kinds of packaging and plastic foam scattered all over the ground, and only 2 old men were cleaning it. Sir, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. No trouble, no trouble. I even used your microwave. Now I can finally have a hot meal after working in the fields. But Zhou Fan still gave 2 red envelopes of 1,000 each, and took 2 packs of good cigarettes from the car and stuffed them into the arms of the 2 old men. He thought, you can't just stand by and watch them help you. He had to show some appreciation. Uncle, I'm going to go out for a walk first. You guys better take care of yourselves. Okay. Zhou Fan was driving the Bugatti Veyron convertible on a country road at a moderate speed when suddenly 2 vans came from the opposite direction at high speed. When the van saw the Bugatti, it didn't slow down at all and drove straight towards it. Just when they were about to collide, they heard a few sharp brake sounds, and left several deep brake marks on the only cement road in the village. In the van. Ha, brother son, the rich second generation in this car must be scared to death. But who would come to this shabby place to show off their wealth? Ha, now that he's on my territory, even if he's a dragon, he has to coil around me. Come on you guys, let's teach this rich second generation kid a lesson and see if we can get some benefits out of it. Sitting in the driver's seat was a fat man with a scar on his face. His upper body was exposed, his seatbelt was not fastened, and he was wearing a pair of slippers. He dared to drive a van. It was really a case of one man daring to drive and a group of people daring to sit in it. Sun Chang opened the car door and gave a command. More than 20 street urchins of all shapes and sizes got out of the two vans instantly, with a self-righteous and wretched look on their faces. Come down. You're blocking our brother Sun's way, and why don't you come down and apologize? Zhou Fan put down the phone in his hand, opened the car door, and looked like he was looking at a barking dog. What the hell is that expression on your face? You're such a cool guy. Hey, hey, hey. Liuzi, we are civilized people too. Stop using foul language all the time. How about this? You pay us a few $100,000, and we'll just treat this as shit and let you go. What do you think? Zhou Fan was still leaning against the car door with a sneer on his face, as if he didn't take the 20 or so people in front of him seriously at all. Damn it, don't you take me seriously? Damn it, guys, come at me. Sun Chang was so angry when he saw Zhou Fan's face that looked like he deserved a beating. With a command, his strange-looking subordinates rushed towards Zhou Fan's Bugatti like crazy from behind him. Zhou Fan got into the car in a casual manner, closed and locked the door, silently raised his middle finger, lowered the seat, and lay down to rest. A happy day cannot be ruined by a few such unruly hooligans. You have to calm down. A mature rich man cannot get angry because of one or two shouting clowns. It's not worth it. Several thugs nearby, holding various tools in their hands, ran over aggressively, but none of them dared to take action. Why? Because it's obvious that the car has a paint chip that they can't afford to pay for in their lifetime. Sun Chang almost gritted his teeth at the sight of his disappointing subordinates. They were such a bunch of trash. Sun Chang snatched the steel pipe from someone's hand and kicked away the two thin men who were blocking him. Get lost, useless things. You don't even dare to smash a turtle shell. Watch me. Sun Chang's face was ferocious, and he swung the steel pipe in his hand with all his strength. The sound of breaking wind. Then there was a dull sound. Sun Chang, I hit the side window of the Bugatti hard with the steel pipe. But when the steel pipe was removed, there was not even a scratch? Sun Chang grinned and hugged his big fat hands. My hands were numb from the recoil of the steel pipe. Are you still standing there? Smash it for me. This person took the lead, and with Sun Chang's shrill roar, everyone raised their weapons and prepared to attack the Bugatti. Drop! A few shrill honks broke the silence on the field, and a fleet of luxury cars of different models were seen parked behind. Sun Chang was still fuming because he had been humiliated by his younger brother, so he walked towards the rear convoy, steel pipe in hand. Damn it! Can't you see I'm busy? Stay here, I'll collect protection money from you later. However, the more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, and Sun Chang even took a few steps back. No reason, just because a 2-meter-tall burly man wearing sunglasses and a smart shirt got out of the car. His muscles bulged, and his biceps alone were as thick as the two steel pipes in Sun Chang's hands. The strong man walked slowly to Sun Chang, took the steel pipe from his hand, and with a strong effort, the steel pipe was bent completely. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a piece of scrap metal. Hey, this, big brother. Let's talk it out nicely. We'll give way right now. If it weren't for this car blocking the way, we wouldn't be standing in the way. Sun Chang wanted to attract the strong man's attention to the Bugatti next to him, but this made the strong man smile instead. The strong man spoke in broken Chinese. Car owner, the boss. Even if Sun Chang is uneducated, he can definitely make a sentence with these 4 words. In an instant, Sun Chang's legs began to tremble as if they were equipped with engines. All the people behind the burly man walked into the crowd, each holding one kid in one hand, like they were carrying a chick. No matter how hard the kid struggled, he couldn't escape the iron claws on his neck. Okay, 2 of you drive the car back, tie up these people, and take them to the center of my village later. Yes, boss. The team was well trained. They took out the plastic cable ties they carried with them, tied their hands, and threw them behind the car. Fortunately, there were many cars following the convoy, so 2 people per car was enough. All the cars turned around, the forwards became defenders, the defenders became forwards, and they headed home. Chapter 76, Wang Chushi's Ruthless Move. Cars in front and behind surrounded Zhou Fan's stylish Bugatti and headed towards the city center. The rows of cars looked like well-trained soldiers, escorting their owner. The scene was so spectacular that passers-by were all envious. Several children playing at the village entrance stopped fighting and looked at the huge lineup. One of the chubby kids in thick clothes had his eyes shining. The little fat boy turned around and looked at his playmates, and said majestically, "See? The owner of that car is my neighbor and Wang's cousin's sister, Aunt Zhou's son, Brother Zhou Fan. Brother Zhou Fan and I have always been close. He even held me in his arms when I was a child. The demeanor and tone of voice seem like he is competing with his father. I obviously don't know you, and I live so far away from your house, how dare you say that? A thin figure standing behind the little fat boy whispered softly. The fat boy is the strongest one in their group. Whenever they play together, they are inevitably bullied by him and he always takes all the benefits. But since he has big fists, they dare not resist and can only say bad things about him in a low voice. What did you say? Say it again? The little fat boy with sharp ears heard this and immediately turned around and threatened fiercely. No. Nothing, boss. I told you that you will be as powerful as Brother Joe in the future. Hey, that's pretty good. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me from now on, we will definitely be able to be this cool in the future. Big Brother is mighty, Big Brother is domineering. The people who were already frightened by the little fat boy habitually flattered him. The little fat boy was already imagining that he would be like Zhou Fan in the future, driving a row of luxury cars to show off in the village, and his saliva was dripping all over the floor without him realizing it. Time goes back to when Zhou Fan just returned home, in the wine group. Wang Chusher was now furious. Not only had Zhou Fan gone against him time and time again, but this time he had even caused his beloved son to be sued. How could he tolerate this? You are such a good fellow, Zhou Fan. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will really think you are such a big shot. Wang Chusher picked up the phone and decided to take action against Zhou Fan's parents. Since Zhou Fan didn't give him face, he shouldn't blame Wang Chusher for being ruthless. Old Lu, who was standing aside trembling with fear, felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Director Wang's cold tone on the phone still made him feel scared when he thought about it now. Chairman Dong. How are Zhou Fan's parents, whom I asked you to monitor? Chairman, I've already arranged for someone to closely monitor them. Everything is under control. Very good, get someone to kidnap Zhou Fan's parents for me. Chairman, but... Snap. When Wang Chusher heard what Lao Lu said, he was so angry that he slapped the table. But what? If you can't even handle such a small matter, what use do I have for you? Dong. Chairman, it's not that we don't want to tie her up, it's that we can't tie her up now. Why not? If you can't come up with a reason today, take this month's salary and get out. Old Lu fell to his knees with a thud. Chairman, according to my subordinates, Zhou Fan went to the countryside to visit his parents today, and the whole family is at home right now. It's not that I don't listen to you, but now is really not the right time. Old Lu knelt on the ground and spoke to Wang Chusher with tears and snot. When Wang Chusher heard this, he realized that he had been impulsive for a moment. Get up, Lao Lu. Notify your men. I'll give you 24 hours to find an opportunity to capture his parents. Don't let anyone know about this for now. Do it beautifully for me. Hearing this, old Lu could only groan inwardly. What if Zhou Fan didn't leave the house for a whole day? But now that Wang Chusher was in such a bad mood, he didn't dare to say anything and had to agree. Okay, get out now. Old Lu felt as if he had been pardoned and ran out of the house in shame. Wang Chusher looked out the window, narrowed his eyes slightly, and slammed his clenched right fist on the table. Zhou Fan, you're trying to play these dirty tricks on me? When I started my business, you didn't even know where to play in the mud. I'm just going to play with you, a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Wang Chusher had been in charge of the Wang Group for many years and was very proud of himself. He simply disdained to use such despicable means as kidnapping. Unfortunately, Zhou Fan had done something to his son. His purpose was very clear. He would first kidnap Zhou Fan's parents, then force them to give up suing his son Wang Bin, and then force them to transfer all their shares in Dongying Company to him free of charge. In this way, he could still become the second largest shareholder of Dongying Company, and save himself a lot of money and trouble. It's time to teach this ignorant Zhou Fan a lesson and let him know that he is not someone to be trifled with. This deal is a win-win no matter how you look at it. Thinking of this, Wang Chushi's frown relaxed again. As soon as old Lu came out of Wang Chushi's office, he took out his cell phone and called the subordinate who was monitoring Zhou Fan's parents. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, as his job was almost in jeopardy today. Hey, Mr. Lu, don't worry, we have good surveillance here. Zhou Fan is also under our surveillance. He won't find us. The gangster thought that Lao Lu called to inquire about their situation and told them to be careful, so he immediately took credit for it and talked about how good his surveillance was. Don't talk nonsense to me. The plan has changed now, so there's no need for surveillance. Not monitoring anymore? Mr. Liu, please don't. The brothers are waiting to make a living. When the gang leader heard that they would no longer be monitoring him, he immediately became anxious and interrupted Lao Lu before he could finish speaking. Can you please listen to what I have to say? Old Lu was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. First, Wang Chusher interrupted him and almost lost his job, and now this little gangster was trying to irritate him again. The gang leader was stunned by the yelling on the other end of the phone, but he didn't dare to get angry. There was nothing he could do because the other party was paying him. It's my fault, Mr. Liu, please tell me. The gangster immediately said with a smile. Listen, next you find a chance to kidnap Zhou Fan's parents. This. The gangster was in a dilemma. If they were asked to fight or make verbal threats, they would be professionals, but kidnapping would result in jail time. Boss Liu, this could lead to jail time. We usually just have minor fights, but this. Why are you panicking? After this is done, I'll increase your salary tenfold. This money will be more than enough for you. Old Liu dropped a bombshell on the gangster, making him dizzy. Chapter 77, The Conspiracy is Underway. 10 times the amount, what a concept. Their reward instantly went from 300,000 to 3 million. So what if it's illegal? The worst that can happen is I can just take the money and run away, and quit doing this forever. The gangster was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, while old Liu was not in a hurry either, waiting for his answer. Done. Mr. Liu, we'll take this ticket. Now all he had in his mind was the cry of the 3 million, and all he had in his eyes was the sack of money, so he didn't care whether it was illegal or not. Remember, you only have 20 hours. If you can't finish it, forget it. Also, don't let anyone know about this, understand? Especially Zhou Fan, you have to act when he's not home. My goodness, Wang Chusher gave him 24 hours, and he only cut it for 4 hours. Mr. Liu, isn't this too short a time? And we need to avoid being discovered. Can you give us a little more time? If you can't finish it, tell me sooner rather than later so I can replace you. Okay, Mr. Liu, you have the final say. 20 hours is 20 hours. When Lao Lu heard the other party's agreement, he immediately hung up the phone. The gangster hung up the phone and immediately sent someone to notify others and find an opportunity to take action. Zhou Fan's parents had no idea that a storm was coming towards them while they were talking with their future daughter-in-law at home. Xiaojiang, how old are you? How did you and my son meet? Where is your home? Zhang Tan's head suddenly became confused when he heard Zhou's mother's questions. But he had to smile and respond one by one. She felt that pursuing a PhD in finance was not such a headache. Now she would rather face those daunting blank pages every day than face Zhou's mother's questions. It was really not right not to answer, and answering would require making up a bunch of lies. It was too difficult. She could only hope that Zhou Fan would come back soon. Zhou Dachuan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Why are you asking so many questions? Isn't it enough for the young couple to live a good life? You keep worrying about them all the time. It's okay, uncle. Auntie is doing this for both of our own good. Look how sensible Xiaojiang is. Mother Zhou blared at Zhou Dachuan. You're the only one who doesn't talk much. You're busy all day and don't even care about your son's affairs. You're such a rough guy. Daughter, let's ignore him. What does a grown man know? Let's just talk about our own affairs. Still coming? Zhang Tan said he really couldn't stand it anymore and could only smile bitterly in his heart. Faced with Zhou's mother's enthusiasm, Zhang Tan didn't want to spoil her fun, so he answered them one by one. Fortunately, Zhang Tan had been around all kinds of people in recent years and had already developed a clever tongue. He made Zhou's mother happy during the conversation. Just as Zhang Tan was having a pleasant conversation with Zhou's father and mother, there was suddenly a rapid and strong knock on the door. It must be that kid Zhou Fan who came back. Really, he's such a grown-up, but he's still so impatient to knock on the door. I'll go open the door. Zhou's mother thought it was Zhou Fan who came back, so she quickly got up to open the door. Wait a minute, Auntie. Zhang Tan, realizing something was wrong, immediately stood up and stopped Zhou's mother from opening the door. Zhang Tan, who used to work for big employers, was much more experienced than Zhou's father and mother. When she heard the rapid and loud knocks on the door, she knew that it was the sound of a sharp weapon like a stick. How could Zhou Fan come home and knock on the door with a stick? Zhou's mother, who was completely unaware of the situation, cast a questioning look at him, but Jiang Tan was at a loss to explain. Then she walked forward and asked, "Who is it?" After a moment of silence outside the door, the sound of knocking was heard again. The three of them panicked. Jiang Tan quickly went into the house with Zhou's father and mother and locked the door, ignoring the knocks on the front door. What a sin! How did we get into this kind of trouble? Mother Zhou had never seen such a situation before, and her face turned pale with fright. I'm afraid that Zhou Fan's enemies outside have come to find us. This kid has never been quiet. Zhou's father was more rational. Looking at the situation, he thought that Zhou Fan had gotten into trouble outside and came back to hide, but ended up being found by his enemies. Uncle and aunt, things are not what you think. Zhou Fan didn't get into trouble. He's probably just jealous of your son's wealth and kidnapped someone. Ah? What should I do? Don't panic, auntie. Let's call the police right now. Yes, Xiao Jiang is right. Jiang Tan took out his cell phone and was about to call the police, but the signal on his cell phone was zero. This is a long-planned conspiracy, and the person who came here is very generous. Bang! Just when Jiang Tan was thinking about what to do, there was a loud bang from the door and the gangster broke in. A dozen people appeared in the yard with sticks and looked at the locked door. Come out quickly if you know what's good for you, and save yourself some suffering. You can't escape today. The leading thug shouted loudly towards the house. Do you still respect the law? You actually broke into a private house in broad daylight. Jiang Tan tried to shout as loudly as possible, wanting to ask for help in this way. Haha, stop yelling, little girl. We've already dispersed the people nearby. No one will come back to save you even if you scream your throat out. Oh, by the way, let me remind you, don't even think about calling the police, because there's no signal here, hee. After hearing this, Jiang Tan already knew that they were probably in great danger this time. Brothers, come on, open the door for me. The impatient gangster directly called his subordinates to force the fight. He didn't want to waste time. The door of Zhou Fan's house was made of wood and was pried open after a short while. 11 people rushed in aggressively. When Zhou's mother saw a dozen hooligans dressed in shabby clothes and with hair dyed in various colors breaking into the house, she was so scared that she hid behind Zhou's father. Jiang Tan remained calm and stared at the newcomers. Oh, the young lady is pretty. Who are you? Who sent you here? Hey, we are here to rescue you. Brothers, go. Boss, I'll do it all. It's just that one old guy who's a little tricky, but the others are easy to take down. Why bother asking all the brothers to come along? The gangster who was speaking saw that Zhou's father was the only male left in the room, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, and posed no threat at all, so he quickly took credit. Okay, be quick, you'll definitely get some benefits after this is done. Okay, boss. Then the gangster walked towards Zhou's father with an arrogant step, showing no regard for his relatives. If he could deal with this old guy who was the only one with some force, wouldn't the two women have to surrender? But he was wrong. Just as he stretched out his hand to punch Zhou's father kicked the gangster in the stomach with a quick kick. The gangster lay on the ground in pain and couldn't speak for a long time. Although Zhou's father has never practiced martial arts, he has had to do some heavy work at home over the years. Compared to these little guys who are idle all day long, he is still capable of fighting. Chapter 78 Zhou Fan's Reverse Scale. Old man, you really think you have some skills? I will come and meet you in person. Just when the gang leader wanted to take action himself, a younger brother suddenly ran in from outside. Boss, Zhou Fan will be back soon. Fuck, so fast? Jiang Tan also heard it and took it into consideration. I advise you to stop and run away immediately. We will pretend that we didn't see what happened today. Otherwise, when Zhou Fan comes, you will spend the rest of your lives in prison. You little bitch, you're so sharp-tongued. Then he asked the younger brother to come over and whispered a few words in his ear. The younger brother who came over ran out with a few people. Brothers, come together, don't waste time. After he finished speaking, more than a dozen people rushed towards Zhou's father and his two companions with sticks. Zhou Fan was completely unaware of what was happening with Zhou's father and the other two here. At this moment, he was taking Sun Chang and his group, who were sealed, into the hands of the village chief. Why is he sealed? We can only blame Sun Chian and his gang for not stopping on the road, so we had no choice but to seal their mouths. Xiao Zhou, this time we are so grateful to you. Sun Chian and his men have done a lot of bad things in our village. We have been unable to do anything and can only swallow our anger. When we called the police, Sun Chian and his men were like rats and could not be found. Now you have eliminated a pest for everyone. Uncle Li, you are exaggerating. It's just a small matter. This is no small matter. Leave it to Uncle Li from now on. They're going to suffer. I'll call the police later. Okay, Uncle Li, we'll be leaving first. Oh, okay. After a while, Zhou Fan left with his men. Uncle Li looked at Zhou Fan's departing figure and felt deeply moved. Hey, it would be great if Tianxi could achieve something like this. I'll leave him here with you guys for now. I'll notify the police at 3 p.m. Now you can do whatever you want. But remember, don't let him get away. Be gentle and don't hurt any vital parts. The burly man who was escorting Sun Chian and his group had a gleam in his eyes when he heard this. Don't worry, village chief. No one can escape. We know what to do. Uncle Li then turned around and walked away without looking back. He could still vaguely hear groans of pain on the road. After Zhou Fan handed the person over, he called his men to go home. Somehow, Zhou Fan felt uneasy on the way, as if something was going to happen. Then he increased his speed, not caring whether the road was flat or not. Suddenly, a few ruffians with sticks appeared on the road and blocked their way. Oh, what a coincidence today, so many people want to come here and try to scam me. Everyone in the car, get out, we have something to worry about. Suddenly, several people who were blocking the road ahead spoke hesitantly. Zhou Fan wondered if these people were stupid. How could they dare to cause trouble? He got off the car immediately, wanting to see what these people were going to do. What? Want to rob? The people on the opposite side were stunned for a moment, and the gangster leader stood up. Yes, we are going to rob. What silly kids! Lao Wu, go take care of it. When the gangsters saw that Zhou Fan only sent one person, they felt emboldened and picked up their weapons to start fighting. But Wu Ziyu went up and knocked several people to the ground with just a few slaps. We surrender, we surrender. Just when Wu Ziyu was about to go up and hit them a few more times, several people surrendered one after another, leaving Wu Ziyu confused. How dare such a cowardly robber come to rob us? Didn't he see how many of us there were? The more Zhou Fan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Suddenly I thought of my premonition and shuddered. Lao Wu, detain them, let's go home first. Then the group rushed home with a few thugs. When the group parked the car and arrived at Zhou Fan's house, they were all shocked. This doesn't look like a home at all. The front door was kicked aside and a big hole was pried open in the house. It looked exactly like the filming location for a police and gangster movie. Zhou Fan suddenly felt as if a huge stone had fallen into his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He quickly ran into the house and shouted, Dad? Mom? Jiang Tan? No one responded to him for a long time. Zhou Fan sat down on the ground, his eyes blank. Since he got the system, when had he ever felt so hopeless? Suddenly Zhou Fan started beating himself like crazy. It's all my fault, why did I go out? Tears slowly slid down from the corners of his eyes, and he looked so pitiful. When his brother Wu Ziyu saw him like this, he immediately ran over and stopped him. Brother, calm down. How can you ask me to calm down? My parents met with an accident and it's all my fault. He said this and was about to hit himself again. Wu Ziyu grabbed his hand and held him down hard. Where is the Zhou Fan who used to be so capable of planning things? Think about it, if your uncle and aunt really met with an accident, why can't we see their bodies? This means they've been kidnapped. This means they're still okay. After hearing Wu Ziyu say this, Zhou Fan came back to his senses, and there was a glimmer in his eyes. Yes, you're right. I was too anxious and lost my composure for a moment. Thank you, Lao Wu. We are all brothers, you are being too formal. Wu Ziyu said this and punched Zhou Fan in the chest. The most urgent thing now is to quickly track down who took my uncle and aunt away so we can rescue them. Seeing Zhou Fan calm down, Wu Ziyu quickly spoke. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. Zhou Fan clenched his fists as he spoke, his eyes reddening. His parents were his Achilles heel, and this time he was truly irritated by the person behind the scenes. Think about who you have offended recently, kid. Zhou Fan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He stood up and looked at Wu Ziyu intently. You kid, can't you be normal? Wu Ziyu was startled by his sudden spirit and glared at him. Lao Wu, don't you think our trip this time is a little strange? What's strange? Think about it, we were blocked time and again on our way back. Especially the last time, those thugs surrendered before we could even do anything. It's a bit strange what you said. But what does it mean? Wu Ziyu is not interested in conspiracies or tricks. He only likes to speak with his fists. Don't you think these people are just wasting my time? They just want to delay our return so that they can take action. Lao Wu, quickly bring the detained people here. When Wu Ziyu heard this, he immediately brought the people who had caused trouble to Zhou Fan. I won't waste time talking to you. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Tell me the truth and I will let you go now. Otherwise, Zhou Fan looked at them fiercely. The people who were tied up had something to hide, and when they heard Zhou Fan's threats, they didn't dare to look him in the eye. What? Who ordered this? I don't know what you are talking about. The leading thugs among them tried to quibble, but if they really said it, they would not dare to face Wang Chushi's wrath. Lao Wu, teach them a lesson. Chapter 79 Rescue Plan. Zhou Fan, who had no patience to deal with them, planned to use tough measures directly. These people would not cry until they saw the coffin. Wu Ziyu went up and beat them again. Miserable wails were heard, but few people told the truth. Zhou Fan became even more anxious, but suddenly the system's voice sounded in Zhou Fan's mind. Ding, it has been detected that the host's relatives have met with an accident. The system provides the following products for the host's reference. Truth Pill, answers any question, valid for 10 minutes, original price, limited time flash sale price 1 million renminbi, limited to 1 hour. The indestructible shield can resist all physical attacks. It lasts for 1 hour. The original price is. The flash sale price is 10 million renminbi. The flash sale lasts for 1 hour. Invisibility particles. The invisible person cannot be touched by water, otherwise it will lose its effect immediately. The effect lasts for 10 hours. Original price is, but the flash sale price is now 5 million renminbi. The flash sale lasts only 1 hour. Oh my goodness, this time the system directly gave me 3 things that the market cannot value, and I have only seen these in those fantasy movies. But the system is really like a pillow when you feel sleepy. This is simply a magical tool for Zhou Fan to rescue his parents. Without saying anything, Zhou Fan clicked to buy. Zhou Fan stopped talking nonsense and immediately fed the gangsters a truth pill. The few people who took the pills immediately told Zhou Fan and others everything they knew. But the information they said was useless. These people only knew that a man named Lu had instructed them to do it, and they were not qualified to know the rest. This made it difficult for Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan had no choice but to ask Wu Ziyu to knock the men unconscious, and then immediately called the knowledgeable Shinjun to ask if he knew any famous person with the surname Lu and Modu. Brother Zhou Fan, what brings you here? Brother Shinjun, do you know that there's a big shot named Lu in Demon City? Zhou Fan was extremely anxious at this time and asked directly. A big shot with the surname Lu? Wait for me to think about it. There are quite a few big names with the surname Lu, like Lu Ziki, Lu Boyu. After hearing Shinjun's answer, Zhou Fan became even more anxious. He didn't even know these people, so how could they have kidnapped his parents? Brother Shin, please think about it again. He then told Shinjun one by one about the people he had offended during this period in order to narrow down the search scope. There was silence on the other end of the phone. In that case, there really is a person named Lu, but he's not a big shot, just a small manager. Zhou Fan immediately became alert after hearing Shinjun's words. Brother Shin, whose manager is this? This Lu is manager Lu of Wang Chushi's wine group. He's usually called Old Lu. Zhou Fan hung up the phone without waiting for Shinjun to finish speaking, because he already knew who did it. Wang Chusher. What a great man Wang Chusher is. After he beat the younger one, the older one came looking for him. He really has a deep love between father and son. Zhou Fan, now that we know, why don't we just go and ask Wang Chusher for the person? If he refuses, we'll beat him into submission. Old Wu, we can't be impulsive. Even if we go now, we have no evidence. What can we use to get him back? We might even be targeted by the police. We have to find out where my parents are first before we go and rescue them. Just as Zhou Fan was thinking about sending Lao Wu to Wang's group to inquire about the news, his cell phone rang. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? I'm Jenny. When Zhou Fan heard that it was Jenny, he immediately became interested. Isn't this the Falcon squad that he recruited last time at the North Ice Research Institute? Jenny, what's going on? It's nothing serious. I just called to thank Mr. Zhou for helping me last time. It's a small matter. Besides, you are working for me now, so this is what I should do. Jenny, I need you guys for something now. Can you come to the Magic City? But here at the Research Institute. It's okay, the Institute shouldn't be in trouble for the time being. I believe you can handle this matter quickly. Okay then, Mr. Zhou, let's get ready to go immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to see the Falcon squad as quickly as possible. Rescuing his parents was urgent. Lao Wu, turn around, we're heading to the Magic City airport right away. The airport? Aren't we going to rescue my uncle and aunt? There's no time to explain. I'll tell you in detail on the way. Upon hearing this, the group drove quickly to the Magic City airport. On the way, Wu Ziyu, who knew the situation, stared at Zhou Fan with wide eyes. He felt that this old classmate was becoming more and more mysterious. Zhou Fan, what have you done? The North Ice Research Institute? The Mercenary Falcon Squad? Old Wu, this is really hard to explain. If I don't tell you, just treat it as my adventure. Okay, but I'm quite interested in the Falcon Squad. Soon, the group arrived at the airport and waited quietly for the arrival of the Falcon Squad. About an hour and a half later, a plane slowly landed and everyone became excited. Are they here? Mercenaries. Wu Ziyu clenched his fists and stared at the landing plane. Zhou Fan looked at Wu Ziyu's excited expression and didn't know what he was going to do. Old Wu, now is not the time to compete. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hearing this, Wu Ziyu nodded and unclenched his fists, but the fanaticism in his eyes remained. Soon, the group saw a dozen strong men in plain clothes approaching. The leader was a woman about 1.7 meters tall. Although she was much shorter than the men, her aura was superior to theirs. Wu Ziyu saw that the man's eyes were becoming more and more determined to fight, but thinking about what was going to happen next, he had to suppress his restlessness. Soon, more than a dozen people walked up to Zhou Fan. Mr. Zhou. Jenny spoke first. Zhou Fan nodded, then asked curiously, Jenny, where are your equipment? Zhou Fan remembered that the last time he saw them, they were all wearing camouflage uniforms. Now they were all wearing casual clothes, and the guns in their hands had disappeared. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, the equipment will be here soon. Our team cannot be known to others, so these things cannot be brought on the plane. I didn't think it through. Anxious Zhou Fan immediately told Jenny the whole story. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. Give us 1 day and we will complete the task. 1 day? So fast? Zhou Fan was stunned. He originally thought that it would take some time to rescue his parents, but he didn't expect Jenny to be so confident. Yes, we have taken on many such tasks before. We are a professional team. Chapter 80, The Mark Left by Zhang Tan. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Then Zhou Fan pretended to take something out of his pocket, but actually took out the invisibility particles from the system space. This is the invisibility potion I bought from the black market. It lasts for 10 hours. Invisibility potion? Jenny stared at Zhou Fan with wide eyes. She had never heard of such a thing as an invisibility potion in this world. With these invisible particles, can they do whatever they want? Jenny's eyes were red with envy. Yes, but you can't touch water after eating it, otherwise it will lose its effect immediately. Then Zhou Fan's warning was heard. She thought about it again and realized that it would be great if such a miraculous medicine had no shortcomings. Mr. Zhou, but we don't need it at all. Hiding ourselves is our specialty. Although Jenny really wanted the invisibility particles, she had her own principles. Listen to me. In addition to investigating and rescuing my parents, I also want you to sneak into Wang Chushi's home and find out some information that can bring down the Wang group. Jenny didn't say anything more after hearing this. She immediately took the invisibility particle and put it close to her body. I'll send you Wang Chushi's information later. Let's go to the hotel and have dinner first. No, Mr. Zhou, the mission is important. You just need to arrange a place for us to stay. Once our equipment arrives, we can start. Jenny and the others had mailed their equipment long before they came, and are now on their way quickly. Mercenaries are great. Zhou Fan realized that he had really found a treasure. Zhou Fan then immediately contacted Shinjun and asked him to book several luxury suites for the group at the Grand Hotel. Zhou Fan was very busy here, and Wang Bin was also very worried. Useless things, you were caught so quickly, how did you do it? Wang Bin's men trembled beside him, not daring to speak. Wang Bin has received news that Lu Er, who transported the zombie pork, has been arrested and has given himself away. Master, we didn't know Lu Er was arrested so quickly, and he even dared to give you up. Huh, you don't know? You promised me there would be no problem when you selected me. Why is there a problem now? Huh? The person who spoke was so frightened by Wang Bin's roar that he sat on the ground. Damn it, if I don't fix this I'm going to go to jail. Wang Bin panicked. He was the future heir to the Wang Group. If he got sued at this time, he would not be able to keep his position as heir. Wang Bin grew angrier and angrier, and he attacked his men, who dared not resist. The sounds of punches and kicks spread throughout the room. Master, beating them like this won't help. I won't be able to calm down until I kill these useless bastards. Master, the most urgent thing is to find a way to solve this matter. Wang Bin's military advisor standing by couldn't bear to watch the people being beaten and quickly rescued them. What can we do now? We have to wait to go to court. Wang Bin became depressed for a moment. Master, don't we still have Director Wang behind us? Let's ask Director Wang for help. I believe that with Director Wang's power, he will definitely find a way. But, this is all my fault. If I go to my dad again, I'm afraid. Wang Bin knew that he had gotten into trouble this time, and Wang Chusher would definitely give him a good beating if he found out. He didn't know that Wang Chusher already knew everything and had a countermeasure. Master, this is a critical moment. Director Wang will definitely help you. This is better than going to court. Wang Bin was silent for a while, and finally nodded. Wang Chusher had just received the news that the 3 people had been kidnapped. He was making plans in his office when the phone rang. You idiot, are you still my son, Wang Chusher? How could you do such a stupid thing? As soon as Wang Chusher saw that it was Wang Bin calling, he picked up the phone and started to curse. Although he felt sorry for his son, what Wang Bin did this time made him very angry. Dad! Dad, you know everything? How could I not know what a good thing you've done? You only bring me trouble. Can't you let me live for 2 more years? Dad, I know I was wrong. It would be terrible if I went to court now. Dad, please think of a solution. Now you know you're wrong? Why didn't you do it earlier? I've figured out a solution. From today on, you don't have to venture out into the world anymore. Come back and reflect on your actions. Then Wang Chusher hung up the phone with a snap. Wang Bin on the other end of the phone sat down on the sofa and became even more depressed. Old Lu, have those 3 been placed? Director Wang has hidden himself in an abandoned industrial building, and no one knows where he is. Well done. Remember to keep an eye on it. Yes, Mr. Wang. In a deserted and uninhabited suburb of Shanghai, there are several abandoned and dilapidated industrial buildings. Today we welcomed a dozen or so gangster thugs. I saw a dozen or so thugs carrying 3 black bags the size of adults walking in. But what the gangsters didn't notice was that while they were lifting it, a few drops of water spilled out of one of the pockets and fell to the ground. Brothers, let's put it here. The gang leader pointed to a small house on an abandoned floor far inside and said to the others. Upon hearing this, the gangsters carried 3 large black bags in and revealed the people inside. Boss, I didn't expect this old guy to be so good at fighting. So what if you can fight? Haven't you heard it before? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, young man. Yes. Boss, I'm right. The gangster who spoke nodded and bowed in response. Then boss, how about we have some fun? This girl's figure is really attractive. The gangster looked at Jiang Tan's graceful figure with greedy eyes, and his mouth was watering. Bang! The gang leader slapped him in the face. What a shame. Damn it. Do you think I don't want to? But Mr. Lu has given orders that these people can't move, and they have to be treated to good food and drinks. So just behave yourself. The beaten gangster was trembling with fear and dared not have any improper thoughts again. The gang leader turned his head to look at Zhang Tan, greed flashing in his eyes, but when he thought of Lao Lu's instructions and the 3 million, he had to hold back. Then the gang leader walked out, and only the unconscious Zhou's father and 2 others were left in the small room. After a while, when he felt that there was no movement in the room, Zhang Tan, who was leaning against the wall, suddenly opened his eyes. Zhang Tan had already woken up when he was being carried here by the gangsters, and he had already marked the way along the way with the perfume he carried with him. Chapter 81, Lost Suya. She felt heartbroken just thinking about it. That was the limited edition Chanel perfume she spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on, and she was reluctant to use it herself, but she spent it all on this. Turning his head to look at Zhou's father and mother who were still unconscious, Zhang Tan slowly moved his bound body, wanting to go over and wake them up. "Uncle, aunt?" After shouting for a long time and seeing that it was useless, Zhang Tan used his body to hit Zhou's father. However, the firepower of more than a dozen people was aimed at Zhou's father. Zhou's father was the most seriously injured among the 3 people and did not respond at this moment. After a while, Zhou's father slowly opened his eyes. "Here it is? Uncle, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" "No, I'm fine. I just feel sore all over." "How could it not hurt?" More than a dozen people rushed forward, and although Zhou Dachuan was stronger, he couldn't withstand it. Zhang Tan was relieved to see that Zhou's father was not seriously injured. "I don't know where this is, but I can be sure that it's far away from the Magic City." Upon hearing this, Zhou's father stopped talking and looked at Zhou's mother worriedly. "Don't worry, uncle. Auntie is fine. She's just a little frightened. She should wake up soon. Their main target is Zhou Fan. They won't do anything to us for the time being. Xiao Jiang, tell me the truth. Did Zhou Fan offend someone outside? Why did he come back home?" "Uncle, I can't explain this clearly for the time being. Anyway, Zhou Fan didn't do anything harmful or immoral, let alone evade debts." As the 2 of them talked, Zhou's mother slowly woke up. "Okawa. Mother, wake up. Dachuan, where is this? How are you? Are you okay?" "Don't worry, mother. I'm fine. We were kidnapped and brought here." "Hey." When Zhou's mother heard this, her face turned pale with fright. "What the hell is this? What are you arguing about? Be quiet." The gang leader heard Zhou's mother's voice and started yelling after opening the door of the small room. "What on earth do you want to do? What are you doing? Don't waste your time, you little bitch." "I don't know anything, hee." Looking at the gangster's expression that looked like he wanted to get beaten, Zhang Tan really wanted to go up and slap him twice. "I advise you to save your energy and not waste your time. There are more than a dozen of us guarding here. If it weren't for the instructions from the higher-ups, you would have been in my bed by now, ha ha ha." Seeing that her trick didn't work, Zhang Tan immediately turned her head away. She felt disgusted just looking at the gangster's face. After Zhou Fan had explained everything, he followed Wu Ziyu's advice and returned home to wait for news. However, these were his parents, and the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. At this moment, the doorbell of Zhou Fan's house rang. Suya came with a lot of vegetables. "Miss Su, why are you here?" Zhou Fan was very surprised. "Why, I can't come." Suya rarely teased the big boss Zhou Fan, and of course she would not miss this opportunity. "Of course not, but you don't need to bring so many things. Come in." Zhou Fan helped carry the things she brought and put them in the kitchen. "I came here today mainly to thank you for your timely help. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid." "What are you talking about? We are friends." "It's too formal to say that." Zhou Fan interrupted her without waiting for her to finish. "Aunt Zhang, please prepare 2 small dishes for me to entertain my friends." "Okay, Mr. Zhou." "Zhou Fan, why do you look so distracted? What happened?" "Oh, don't mention it. If you don't mind, you can tell me about it. Maybe I can help." "You can't help me. This is a kidnapping case," he said with a deep sigh. "Kidnapped? Who was kidnapped?" Then Zhou Fan told Suya what had happened. "Don't be sad. If that's the case, they just want to threaten you. They definitely won't do anything to your uncle and aunt." "Yeah, I know that, but when I think about my parents being held captive, I don't think like that." "Are they trying to threaten you into taking good care of your parents? Maybe they're doing better than we are now. By the way, when you went back to see your parents this time, weren't you forced to get married? Seeing that Joe Fan was still unhappy, Suya wanted to find a light-hearted topic. Why not force me? They wish I could just give them their grandchildren. Poochie. Suya couldn't help laughing when she heard that. So you still don't have a girlfriend, right? Suya looked at Joe Fan cunningly. Hey, who said I don't have a girlfriend? It's just that my girlfriend is still studying and it's not easy to bring her back home. Hearing this, Suya's eyes dimmed instantly. So he has a girlfriend. That's right, how could such an outstanding person not have a girlfriend? Suya laughed at herself in her heart. How could Joe Fan, who was worried about his parents' affairs at the time, notice Suya's abnormality? Seeing Suya fall silent, he thought she was worried about him. Forget it, let's not do that. I'll let you taste Aunt Zhang's cooking later. No, now that I see you're okay, I'm relieved. It's time for me to go. Joe Fan was confused by Suya's change in attitude. They were chatting happily just now, why did she change so suddenly? Maybe she really has something wrong. Joe Fan thought that Suya really had something wrong. Okay then. If you need anything, remember to ask me for help. Don't be so formal with me. I'll give you a ride. No. Suya tried hard to keep smiling and walked out quickly. As soon as she went out, Suya's eyes turned red and she quickly moved away from Joe Fan's house. Ever since Joe Fan gave Suya the 1 million crystal chandelier, Suya became interested in him. Later, Joe Fan helped Suya again and again, and Suya was deeply involved in it. She had fallen in love with Joe Fan. Joe Fan looked at Suya's hurriedly leaving figure, and always felt as if something in his heart was getting farther and farther away from him, and his mood became more and more depressed. What's going on lately? Why am I always so anxious? Joe Fan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Aunt Zhang, please make 2 fewer dishes. My friend has already left. Oh, okay. Joe Fan sat down on the sofa and took out his cell phone. Let's see if there are any flash sales in the system. Then he opened the app on his phone and started browsing. Fortunately, I arrived in time and the system's flash sale products have been updated again. 1 copy of nano chip technology, original price, limited time flash sale price 20 million renminbi, limited time for 1 hour. A blueprint for the manufacturing of nanoscale high polymer titanium plates, original price, limited time flash sale price 50 million renminbi, limited to 1 hour. Unique video anti-counterfeiting code production method, original price 10000000000, limited time flash sale price 3000000 RMB, limited time 1 hour. Villa number 2, Building A, Thompson 1, original price 380 million, limited time flash sale price 2 million renminbi, limited time 1 hour. Chapter 82 Anti-Piracy. Wow, these priceless products are appearing more and more frequently, and they are all related to nanotechnology. But looking at these refreshed products, Joe Fan, who was wealthy, clicked to buy without thinking. He believed that the products produced by the system were absolutely high-quality products, and that he could use them or would soon use them. Suddenly Joe Fan's cell phone rang. It was Chu Yan calling. Hello, Mr. Zhou? Chu Yan, what's the matter? Mr. Zhou, something happened in our company. Joe Fan immediately stood up from the sofa when he heard this. What happened? Chu Yan stammered on the phone about the current situation of Fifan Company. The more Joe Fan listened, the uglier his expression became. It turned out that while he was busy with his parents' affairs, the Wang Group took action against their company's live broadcast industry. Now, there are many videos exactly like theirs on major video platforms, and they are also labeled with the Wang Group. There was nothing on their original videos, but they were made into villains who stole the videos. Now all major online platforms are promoting the video of Fifan Industrial Company plagiarizing the Wang Group, and it has become a hot topic. What a shameless conspiracy! This will not only cause Joe Fan's company to lose its reputation, but they can also make a lot of money effortlessly, and their own popularity will also increase. It is really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Although Joe Fan was very nervous, he quickly calmed down. As for videos, it seems we can only come up with new creative ideas. Joe Fan thought of Lin Yan, whom he had met not long ago, who seemed to have a lot of opinions on videos and live broadcasts, so he wanted to ask Lin Yan for her opinion first. Lin Yan was sitting in the dormitory watching TV series. Modern college students are really free except for classes. Suddenly she received a message on her phone. It was the interesting man from last time. It says, "Do you know which category of original videos is the most popular right now?" Lin Yan lay on the bed, swinging her two straight and long white legs. She tilted her head back and thought for a while, then replied, "Generally speaking, the majority of videos are nonsensical and funny. Most people watch videos just for fun." Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan's reply, clapped his hands, and immediately replied with the word "thank you." Lin Yan smiled faintly and quickly typed out a reply, "You're welcome. If this helps, please treat me to a meal." She added a playful emoticon at the end. Lin Yan didn't really want Zhou Fan to treat her to a meal, she was just joking, but her phone immediately vibrated. "Okay, time and place are up to you." Lin Yan became excited and felt uneasy. This idiot really invite me? But thinking of Zhou Fan's handsome face, I felt a little bit of anticipation in my heart. Which girl doesn't have spring in her heart? Then he replied, "I'll tell you when I think about it." This time he added a cute pig head emoticon at the end. Zhou Fan smiled as he looked at the message Lin Yan replied. What an interesting little girl. Then he remembered that he had just purchased a method for making a video anti-counterfeiting code. He instantly came up with an idea and immediately called Su Chian. "Hey, Su Chian, tell them to refute the rumors immediately, and from now on, our videos will start to move towards nonsensical and funny content. Tell Lu Yu and the others to hold a lucky draw in the live broadcast room. The first, second, and third prizes that no one won last time are now included." Su Chian was stunned for a moment on the phone. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to be so decisive. It seems like he can quickly find a solution to any problem. Before she knew it, her little face turned red. "Su Chian?" Zhou Fan called again without hearing any voice on the other end of the phone. "Ah, okay, Mr. Zhou. Also, I'll send you a file later with instructions for creating a security code for the video. Have someone start creating one immediately. From now on, every video we make will have this security code. And tell them to promote it on online platforms. Remember, the production method cannot be disclosed." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Su Chian patted his majestic figure, then covered his red face and secretly thanked God that Zhou Fan didn't see it. Then immediately implement what Zhou Fan said. In an instant, Thief & Company took quick action and everyone in the company was busy. After nearly 3 hours of hard work, everyone finally completed the task in testing and applied the anti-counterfeiting code to each video. They also advertise on online platforms that their videos have anti-counterfeiting codes, which can be scanned to reveal the Thief & Company's logo. The video was quickly uploaded to major video apps. It didn't have much popularity for nearly 2 hours at first. Just when everyone in the company thought it was not feasible, the click rate of their video suddenly skyrocketed. The average number of likes and views exceeded 500,000, and the number was still growing. This made people in the company once again regard Zhou Fan as a savior, like a god sent down from heaven. "I told you, Jay Chou will definitely find a way." That's right, I didn't expect Jay Chou to be not only handsome but also so smart. A female employee said infatuatedly. "Don't even think about it. Jay Chou is a man you'll never get," a male employee nearby joked. The whole company was celebrating, and the negative news about them on the internet was quickly covered up. Not only did Thief & Company not become sluggish because of this incident, but it became even more prosperous. This made Wang Chushi, the man behind the incident, very angry. Wang Chushi's voice spread within the Wang group. "You're all a bunch of losers. You can't even handle something as simple as this? Can't you even crack a security code? Director Wang, we really don't know how to use this anti-counterfeiting code production technology. This technology is at least decades ahead of current anti-counterfeiting technology. Don't give me any excuses, the food is the original sin. Pack up your things, you can leave." Poor technician, he had mastered very advanced technology, but unfortunately he encountered something produced by Zhou Fan's buggy system. Could he crack it? "Zhou Fan, good, you have completely pissed me off." Wang Chushi, whose plan was once again ruined by Zhou Fan, hated Zhou Fan to the core. The Falcon team and Wu Ziyu rested for 2 days at the Grand Hotel. They finally received their equipment, and they were ready to start the rescue mission immediately. Using their advanced equipment, they left one person in the hotel to monitor the situation in the Magic City, while the rest searched the outskirts of the Magic City. Each person was equipped with a mini Bluetooth headset for calls. Wu Ziyu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sophisticated equipment. "It's really professional. I haven't seen these devices in the army. Then he followed Jenny and the others and started a carpet search of the outskirts of the Magic City. After searching for 3 hours without success, the group began to explore outside the Magic City. Suddenly, a mercenary came to Jenny's ear and spoke a lot of foreign languages that Wu Ziyu could not understand. Wu Ziyu looked at Jenny in confusion. There was nothing he could do because Jenny was the only one among them who could speak their Mandarin. Chapter 83 Successfully rescued. Charlie told me that his instrument detected the chemical components of Chanel perfume on the road in the woods ahead. Huh? Chanel? Big sister, we're not looking for perfume anymore, we're looking for someone. Jenny looked at him like he was an idiot. How did you carry out your mission before? Jenny's ruthless attack on Wu Ziyu made Wu Ziyu's old face turn red and he stopped talking. Jenny didn't care about the embarrassed Wu Ziyu and immediately ran to the place where the perfume was detected to check. Wu Ziyu also ran over immediately. Jenny glanced at him and thought it best to explain. There are usually very few people in this kind of place, let alone a woman who owns Chanel. So someone must have kidnapped the girl, woke up on the road, and left a mark with her own perfume to call for help, hoping someone would notice, or send a signal to others. Even though he might not be the one we're looking for, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Oh my god, what a strong woman. Wu Ziyu suddenly felt that this woman really should not be messed with. Don't think about it, just go up and follow it and see. After saying that, Jenny didn't wait for him and took her men to check other places nearby for this kind of perfume. After 2 hours of searching, they finally arrived at an abandoned industrial building outside the suburbs of Magic City. The scent of the perfume they found finally disappeared here. Jenny and her men began to hide, and seeing this, the dull-witted Wu Ziyu also hid. She looked at the situation on the floor, and then spoke to her subordinates in words that Wu Ziyu could not understand. Our comrade Wu felt very sad. He regretted not learning foreign languages well when he was in school, and now he could only watch. Soon, except for one man carrying a computer, all of Jenny's men took cover and slowly approached the dilapidated building. Wu Ziyu turned around and saw that the computer showed a satellite positioning image, which clearly showed how many people were on the floor and where they were. That's awesome. I'll ask Zhou Fan to prepare a set for me someday. Wu Ziyu rubbed his hands, eyes full of envy. Now there are only 2 of us left. Suddenly, Jenny's voice came from behind her, and Wu Ziyu was so scared that she fell to the ground. Promising. Wu Ziyu's face turned red again. We'll act together later. My team members will be responsible for flanking on the left and right to deal with the others, and the 2 of us will head directly to where the people are being held and rescue them. There are 2 people in the holding cell. Is it okay for us to take one each? Wu Ziyu was unhappy when he heard this. Wasn't this looking down on him? Who are you looking down on? Leave both of them to me, he said, puffing out his chest proudly. Okay, then I'll just be responsible for saving people and not disturb you from showing off your power. Then you watch carefully. Wu Ziyu seemed to have regained his confidence and was about to walk forward with a swagger, but Jenny grabbed him. What are you doing? Wouldn't it be a big deal to go in now? What if the people inside see us and threaten us with hostages? Forehead. He was so embarrassed. He had already made 3 mistakes from the beginning to now. Now he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Then he ran behind Jenny in shame. Jenny looked at the embarrassed man and suddenly found that he was a little silly and cute, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Wait a moment while my subordinates take care of the people watching outside. We'll go in slowly. There's no rush now. If it were someone else, Jenny would have already scolded Wu Ziyu for his mistake. She would not allow such a mistake to happen among her own people. But for some reason, she found Wu Ziyu very interesting and didn't care about his mistakes at all. Okay. Wu Ziyu on the side didn't dare to speak or move anymore. The less you say, the less mistakes you will make. We still have some time, so tell me about your past. Turn off the headset. Huh? Oh. Then Wu Ziyu started talking about his past life. Jenny listened beside him, and the number of times she smiled on her face gradually increased. The mercenaries at the computer were stunned. Since they had been on this mission, when had they ever seen Jenny smile? It was truly unbelievable. The power of love. Nearly 10 minutes later, Wu Ziyu finished speaking and the 2 turned on their headsets. Immediately, a sound came from Jenny's headset. Action. Jenny suddenly became serious. The two quickly rushed into the dilapidated industrial building. There was no obstruction on the way. Under the instructions of the investigator, the two men quickly arrived outside the small room where Zhou's father and two other men were imprisoned. "Don't be impulsive, watch me." Jenny was afraid that Wu Ziyu would do something stupid again, so she quickly said to him. Then she picked up an abandoned steel pipe from the building and threw it outside. The sound echoed throughout the building. Jenny pulled Wu Ziyu over, and the two of them hid behind the door tightly together. Wu Ziyu's old face turned red again. In the small room, the gang leader who heard the noise immediately called another person to come out to check, but the person did not come back for a long time. "What the hell is this bastard doing?" The gangster went out to check out the situation out of curiosity. But as soon as he showed his head, he was knocked unconscious by Wu Ziyu's punch. "Nice strength," Jenny praised. Wu Ziyu scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled at Jenny. "Hey, it's okay." The two immediately rushed into the room and saw Zhou's father, mother and Zhang Tan, who were unconscious. Knowing that Zhang Tan was a bit clever, the gang leader was afraid that Zhang Tan would do something tricky, so except for waking up the three people at mealtimes, he kept them unconscious at other times, just in case. "They are the ones we want to save. Why are they unconscious?" Wu Ziyu became anxious when he saw that the three of them were unconscious, and immediately ran to check on them. Fortunately, he just passed out. Wu Ziyu was happy when he saw that the people he rescued were Zhou's father, Zhou's mother, and Zhang Tan. "Let me call and inform my brother." Zhou Fan sat at home, feeling anxious, but he had no choice but to wait. Suddenly his phone rang. "It's Wu Ziyu calling." Zhou Fan immediately picked up the phone. "Hey, Lao Wu, how's it going? Any news?" Zhou Fan asked immediately, anxiously. "Brother, we found them, and we've rescued them. Uncle, Auntie, and Zhang Tan are all fine, you can rest assured." Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and the heavy stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. "Well done, Lao Wu. Just send me the address and I'll be right there." Wu Ziyu immediately sent the address to Zhou Fan. After receiving the message, Zhou Fan immediately walked out of the house, drove his Bugatti, and rushed to where Wu Ziyu and others were. Chapter 84, Arrangement of Family. In the abandoned industrial building, the Falcon Squad members completed their mission and were now guarding the defeated thugs in batches. In the small room, Zhou's father and the other two have woken up. Looking at Wu Ziyu and Jenny, Zhou's father and mother were frightened again. After Zhang Tan's explanation, they learned that the two were Zhou Fan's brothers and subordinates. Wu Ziyu stepped forward to explain, and Zhou's father and mother recognized him as a friend Zhou Fan brought home when he was in high school, and they felt relieved. "Uncle and aunt, don't be afraid. We are safe now. Brother Zhou Fan will be here soon." "Oh, well, Zhou Fan is lucky to have a friend like you, Shou Wu." "Uncle, you're too kind." Wu Ziyu was embarrassed by the compliment and smiled. As they were talking, Zhou Fan arrived. Under the guidance of the Falcon team members, Zhou Fan quickly came to the outside of the small room and immediately saw the three kidnapped people. "Dad, Mom." Excited Zhou Fan immediately ran to his father and mother and knelt down. "It's my unfilial son who has made you suffer." Zhou Fan's voice was hoarse with excitement. "You kid, your mother and I are fine, get up quickly." "Yes, son, your father and I are fine, right? Hurry up, there are so many people watching us." Having said that, the two elders hurried forward to help Zhou Fan up. "If it weren't for my negligence, you wouldn't." "It's okay, I'm glad you're okay. Luckily, Xiao Jiang was there to comfort your mother this time, otherwise she would have been terrified." "What are you talking about?" Zhou's mother rolled her eyes at Zhou's father. Zhou Fan looked at Zhang Tan with gratitude, and Zhang Tan smiled back. "You should thank your friends. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been rescued so quickly." Zhou Fan nodded when he heard that. "Dad, Mom, let's go home. Lao Wu, take my parents to my villa instead of going back home." "Son, your father and I have all our savings in our hometown." Mother Zhou became anxious when she heard Zhou Fan say he would not go back to his hometown. "Mom, I'll have someone move the things from my hometown here. It's too dangerous to go back home now. I can't let you go back." After this kidnapping incident, Zhou Fan was scared. How could he put his parents in danger again? "Uncle and aunt, now that Zhou Fan is rich, it's time for you to enjoy your retirement. Don't refuse." Zhang Tan also advised. "Mother, let's just listen to our son. After hearing what Zhang Tan and Zhou's father said, Zhou's mother had no choice but to nod and agree, even though she was reluctant to leave her hometown. Then the two elders followed Wu Ziyu and Jenny out, leaving Zhang Tan and Zhou Fan alone in the room. "I didn't realize you were such a filial son." Zhang Tan couldn't help but tease Zhou Fan. "What? Are you moved? Want to marry me?" Zhou Fan, in a good mood, immediately teased back. Zhang Tan's pretty face turned red when Zhou Fan said that. "Pa, you're so beautiful." Hey, after all, I saved your life, why are you talking to me in this tone? My uncle asked you to thank me properly, and I haven't even asked you for compensation yet, but you're blaming me." Zhang Tan looked at Zhou Fan arrogantly. "Thank you so much this time, Zhang Tan." Zhou Fan suddenly became serious and said solemnly. Zhang Tan was stunned by Zhou Fan's sudden seriousness. "It's a small matter. I'll leave first." After saying that, Zhang Tan turned around and walked out of the small room. Zhou Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. This chick is not at a loss. After saying that, he quickly followed. After rescuing the three people, Zhou Fan drove Zhou's father, Zhou's mother and Zhang Tan back to the Thompson Iping villa. Jenny drove Wu Ziyu and the Falcon squad towards the Grand Hotel. After returning home, Zhou Fan asked Aunt Zhang, who was hired from the headhunting company, to cook some home-cooked dishes to entertain the three of them. "Xiao Fan, why do you hire a nanny? What a waste of money." Zhou's mother was used to being frugal in the countryside. When she saw that Zhou Fan had hired a nanny, she couldn't help but nagging in his ear. "Mom, such a big family needs someone to look after it. I, your son, am busy all day long, how can I have the time?" Zhou Fan said in a panic without blushing or beating his heart, as if he had forgotten how idle he was as a hands-off boss. Zhang Tan gave Zhou Fan a teasing look, and Zhou Fan's face turned red. Zhou Fan seemed to have remembered something and said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, I have another house over here at Thompson Iping Villa. You two can live there from now on. It's not a big deal if it's empty. I'll ask Aunt Zhang to come over and help you clean it up." "No need, your dad and I are not as busy as you, we still have hands and feet." "That's right, don't waste money on us." After hearing what the two elders said, Zhou Fan had no choice but to give up. As they were talking, Aunt Zhang had already prepared the dishes and brought them over. The four of them gathered around the table to eat. Zhou's father and mother praised Aunt Zhang's dishes highly and ate much more than usual. After dinner, Zhou's mother and Aunt Zhang chatted together. After a while, the two started to call each other sisters, which made Zhou Fan exclaim 666. Afterwards, Zhou Fan brought Zhang Tan to his new villa. The house looked similar to Zhou Fan's original appearance, except that it lacked daily necessities such as furniture. "This house is quite grand, almost as grand as the one you live in." Zhang Tan looked at the luxurious villa and said enviously. When you are registered in my family, won't you be the mistress of this house?" Zhou Fan looked at Zhang Tan ambiguously. Zhang Tan turned his head away to hide his blush. "Tisk, you're talking like who cares? When I have money, I'm going to buy a better one than this." Zhou Fan looked at her with a half smile when he heard that, but said nothing. Looking at the house without furniture, Zhou Fan immediately thought of Suya and wanted to ask her to accompany him to buy furniture. "Zhang Tan, go to my house and take care of my parents while I go buy furniture. As a big boss, you still like to do these rough jobs yourself?" Zhang Tan looked at Zhou Fan in surprise. "This is my pleasure." After saying this, Zhou Fan didn't even look at Zhang Tan's reaction. He smiled mysteriously and walked out. Zhou Fan went outside and called Suya. At this time, Suya was introducing the house of Tangchen Villa to a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a big fat belly. In fact, this greasy uncle doesn't have enough money to buy a house in Tangchen Villa. His total net worth is only tens of millions, while any house in Tangchen Villa costs tens of millions. The greasy uncle just accidentally saw the graceful figure of sales manager Suya and wanted to support Suya, so he made an excuse to buy a house in Tangchen Villa and pestered Suya. Suya was also helpless. Facing this middle-aged man with greed in his eyes, she knew very well that this man was here to harass her, but she really needed money. If this person really wants to buy a villa, she can take a commission of hundreds of thousands of yuan and speed up the repayment of the money she owes Zhou Fan. Ever since she found out that Zhou Fan had a girlfriend, Suya no longer had any thoughts about him. She was a principled person and would never destroy someone else's relationship even if she died. So she decided to work hard to make money, selling hard during the day and doing temporary work at night, so as to pay Zhou Fan back as soon as possible and draw a clear line with him. Now that she had finally gotten a big order, she had to endure it no matter how much she hated this person. Miss Su, let me tell you, I'm attracted to you. As long as you agree to be my lover, I will buy you a villa here, how about that? The middle-aged man stared at Suya lustfully, wishing he could get Suya into bed right now. Chapter 85 Suya is entangled. After a long struggle, he became a little anxious. Suya always kept a certain distance from him. No matter how she tried to show off her wealth, it was useless. He no longer had much patience. He was just trying to trick Suya into agreeing first, and then run away after getting her body. He had done this more than once or twice, and he was very skilled at it. Besides, the house prices here were almost more expensive than his net worth, so how could he buy it to give to someone else? Suya was very hesitant. If it were before, she would definitely have sneered at the middle-aged man, but now her father was still bedridden, and she owed Zhou Fan so much money. Now, as long as she became the middle-aged man's lover, maybe she could pay Zhou Fan back immediately. Just when Suya was struggling, the phone rang. It was Zhou Fan. Suya hesitated for a long time before finally picking up the phone. Hey, Suya, I want to buy another set of furniture. Can you go with me to look at it? Zhou Fan's voice came from the phone. Ha, it turns out he only remembers me when he needs me. Suya laughed at herself. Zhou Fan, I'm talking about business now, I don't have time. Zhou Fan was stunned on the other end of the phone. Why would Suya speak to him so coldly? He hadn't done anything wrong. Miss Su, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. I've seen many young people like this who have empty ambitions. What's the point? Just come with me, you can choose any villa in Tangshan. Wealth and glory are beckoning you. When the middle-aged man heard a young voice on the other end of the phone, he thought it was Suya's boyfriend, and immediately said earnestly. Suya never expected that the middle-aged man would speak at this time, so she quickly hung up the phone. But Zhou Fan heard clearly what the middle-aged man said. This woman is crazy about making money. Zhou Fan immediately rushed downstairs. When he heard the word Tangshan, he deduced that the two people should be downstairs. Miss Su, what's there to hesitate about? This is just the reality of society, isn't it? Seeing Suya hesitate, the middle-aged man began to exaggerate. I can give you everything your little man can't give you. The opportunity is right in front of you. Who said I can't give her happiness? At this moment, a handsome young man of 1.8 meters in height came over. It was Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan felt very uncomfortable when he heard the conversation between Suya and the old man. He didn't know why he had such thoughts, but he just couldn't bear Suya to fall into the arms of another man. You are Miss Su's boyfriend, right? Mr. Sun, he is not my boyfriend. Suya saw Zhou Fan coming again. She didn't want to owe Zhou Fan anything anymore, so she hurriedly explained. No? That's even easier, kid, I advise you not to make mistakes. But Zhou Fan ignored him and walked straight to Suya, hugged Suya and held her in his arms, ignoring her struggle. The old man was stunned. You? What do you mean by you? Do you think you can touch my woman? Suya, who was in Zhou Fan's arms, trembled when she heard what he said. She felt sweet in her heart and her tough attitude softened immediately. Even if Zhou Fan was lying to her at this time, she accepted it. Then she stopped struggling and snuggled in Zhou Fan's arms. The middle-aged man became even angrier when he saw the two of them being so affectionate with each other. Boy, do you know who I am? Do you know about Fifan Industrial Company? Our Chingy company just completed a big order with them. I'm a good friend of Director Zhou of Fifan Company. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. I'll let bygones be bygones. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, Zhou Fan and Suya had very rich expressions on their faces. He also said that he knew Zhou Fan, but he couldn't even recognize him in front of him. Suya in Zhou Fan's arms couldn't help laughing. You actually know Jay Zhou? Zhou Fan pretended to be surprised, and Suya began to tremble with laughter. The middle-aged man saw Zhou Fan's surprise and Suya's trembling and thought they were scared. Of course, we often drink together, said the middle-aged man proudly. Really? Then how come I didn't know that you and I had a drink together and we had a good relationship? Zhou Fan looked at the middle-aged man teasingly. Ha 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 ha, kid, are you deaf? I'm talking about Director Zhou Fan of Fifan Company. Who the hell do you think you are? The middle-aged man sneered at Zhou Fan's words. My name is Zhou Fan, the same Mr. Zhou from the Fifan Company you mentioned drinking with. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Humph, you're asking for trouble. Would I, Zhao Qing, be afraid of you? Zhao Qing, right? Okay, since you don't believe me, I'll give you a surprise. Zhou Fan took out his phone. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Hello, Chu Yan? Mr. Zhou? What's going on? Can you help me check if our company has recently cooperated with a Qingyi company? Boy, you're pretending pretty well. Zhao Cheng saw Zhou Fan making a phone call and thought Zhou Fan was playing tricks, so he sneered with disdain. Zhou Fan ignored the middle-aged man. Mr. Zhou, yesterday Qingyi company collaborated with us on a video project. Do you need the details? No need for that. Tell the directors of Qingyi company that I'm very dissatisfied with their general manager, Zhao Cheng. If he still wants to cooperate with us, I don't want to see this person again. Chu Yan was stunned and silently mourned for Zhao Qing in his heart. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Oh, I'm so scared. Ha, keep pretending, why don't you continue? Zhao Qing laughed even harder when he saw Zhou Fan hang up the phone. Some people don't even realize they are facing a disaster. Zhou Fan looked at Zhao Qing as if he were mentally retarded. This was the first time he had seen such an ignorant person. Zhao Qing was displeased with Zhou Fan's look and started cursing. Suya and Zhou Fan beside him completely ignored him and started talking. Why do you have to do this? Didn't I tell you to come to me if you have any difficulties? Why do you have to put yourself in such a difficult situation? Zhou Fan looked at Suya reproachfully, his tone full of concern and worry. Suya felt warm in her heart and listened to Zhou Fan scolding her with a smile. Still grinning like an idiot, I really don't know what you're thinking. Why do you care about me so much? Suddenly Suya looked at Zhou Fan seriously and asked. Zhou Fan was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, anyway, I just can't stand you being bullied. Suya felt a sweet feeling in her heart when she heard this, but then her eyes dimmed again. But you already have a girlfriend. Suya said this softly, but Zhou Fan only saw her lips move but could not hear clearly what she said. Just as Zhou Fan was silent, Zhao Cheng, who was cursing beside him, received a phone call. The good show is about to begin, hee hee. Zhou Fan looked at Suya and smiled. Chapter 86 Watching the Sea. Zhao Qing looked at the phone and saw that it was the chairman of their company calling. His heart tightened and then he shook his head. That's impossible. It must be a coincidence. Then the call was connected quickly. Hey, Zhao Qing, what are you doing? Do you still want to do this? Cousin-in-law, what's wrong? Of course I want to do it. Zhao Qing's calves began to tremble when he heard the roar of their company's chairman. Don't call me cousin-in-law. You always cause trouble for me. If it weren't for your cousin, I would have kicked you out long ago. I won't pursue what you did before, but this time you're so reckless as to provoke Zhou Fan. What on earth do you want to do? Cousin-in-law, I didn't provoke him. Still trying to make excuses? They've already called. Don't blame me, your cousin-in-law, for not warning you. If you don't try to earn their forgiveness, you don't have to come to work from today on. When Zhao Qing heard this, his eyes went dark and he almost slipped off the chair. He was filled with regret. If he had known that Suya was Zhou Fan's woman, he wouldn't have dared to do it even if he had 10 times the courage. Now he was pestering someone else's girlfriend in front of him and mocking Zhou Fan. Oh my god, what sin have I committed? Hey, why isn't General Manager Zhao so arrogant anymore? Wasn't he so impressive just now? Zhou Fan looked at Zhao Qing's embarrassed look with a half smile. Mr. Zhou, I am blind and look down on others. It's my fault. Please let me go. Zhao Cheng didn't dare to be arrogant at this time. He quickly ran over and grabbed Zhou Fan, begging humbly. Looking at your behavior, you must have harmed quite a few girls in the past. This is what you deserve. After saying that, Zhou Fan ignored the pitiful Zhao Qing and pulled Suya out. Come on, Suya, accompany me to buy furniture. But No, hurry up. Without waiting for Suya to say anything, he pulled her into his car. Suya thought about it and agreed. Just treat it as the last time I'm with him. Suya didn't know that she had already boarded Zhou Fan's pirate ship, and soon she would be deeply trapped in it. Zhou Fan took Suya to revisit the old place and brought her to the place where he bought furniture for him last time. Coming to this place again, Suya felt complicated. This must be where my interest in this man started. This time I'm buying furniture for my parents. Do you have any low-key yet elegant furniture? The more expensive the better. Suya gave Zhou Fan a blank look, then began to search for him seriously. I have to say that men are very handsome when they are serious, but women are also particularly charming when they are serious. Zhou Fan looked at Suya, who was seriously helping him look at furniture. Her every smile and frown was as sweet as a clear mountain spring. For a moment, Zhou Fan was stunned and didn't hear what was said clearly. After some selection, Zhou Fan bought all the furniture chosen by Suya without hesitation. Aren't you afraid that I've arranged this with the merchants to make a profit from the price difference? Suya couldn't help but ask when she saw Zhou Fan was so straightforward. We are all family, it's worth it. Zhou Fan looked at Suya and replied with a grin. Suya's pretty face turned red again. After purchasing the furniture, Suya was about to leave. In fact, she also wanted to stay like this forever, as long as she could be with this man. But all good things must come to an end, and flowers will eventually fall after they bloom. But Zhou Fan suddenly pulled her into his car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away in an instant. Suya was frightened in the car, while Zhou Fan had a mysterious smile on his face. Soon, Zhou Fan brought Suya to the beach. Wow! It's the ocean. Suya looked at the deep blue sea. Her excitement was beyond words, and she felt that all the unhappiness in her heart seemed to have disappeared without a trace. She hadn't had the chance to see the sea since she came here once with her parents when she was a child, so she felt extremely comfortable coming to the beach at this time. Zhou Fan smiled and said, "It seems you like the sea very much." "I'm lucky. You're so beautiful." Suya rolled her eyes at Zhou Fan, then whispered, "You know what, Zhou Fan? Although this is only my second time at the beach, the sea seems to have a fatal attraction for me. I feel very relaxed at the beach, like a free fish in the ocean." Yes, and a mermaid. A smooth-talking man. Although she said this, Suya was actually very happy in her heart. Even if she couldn't be his girlfriend, being able to be with him was already her little happiness. Zhou Fan also closed his eyes and enjoyed this moment of tranquility. There have been too many things happening recently. His parents were kidnapped, and he was attacked by the Wang group. He has been depressed for a long time, and it is rare for him to come to the seaside to relax. As he thought about it, Zhou Fan frowned and kept his eyes locked. Seeing this, Suya, who was standing by, gently smoothed Zhou Fan's brow with her hand out of concern. Don't think about so many unhappy things. Come to the seaside and let us forget all the unhappiness. The two walked hand in hand along the beach. No one spoke, unwilling to disrupt the peaceful atmosphere. A gust of sea breeze blew, and Suya shrank her body. Zhou Fan then took off his coat and gently put it on Suya. Suya felt a warm current flowing through her heart again. This man always managed to touch her heart inadvertently. It's getting late, let's go back. Seeing that Suya was feeling a little cold, Zhou Fan felt that it was about time. You, idiot, huh? Suya looked at Zhou Fan angrily and stepped hard on Zhou Fan's foot. Ouch, what's going on? Zhou Fan looked at Suya in confusion. Suya walked forward in a huff. Suddenly, she stopped, turned around, walked towards Zhou Fan, and quickly kissed him on the face. Don't get me wrong, this is just to thank you for your help today. After saying that, he ran towards the shore without looking back, leaving Zhou Fan alone swaying in the wind. Zhou Fan, who was confused, felt the cold wind at the beach and then drove to the company. On the way, he suddenly heard the system prompt that the product had been refreshed, so he immediately stopped the car on the side of the road. Zhou Fan stopped the car, opened the app on his phone, and saw the refreshed products. The powerful pills can give you the strength of 10 adults in 10 minutes. The original price is 3 billion renminbi, and the limited time price is 100,000 renminbi, limited to 1 hour. Huh? Why is there a new product? And some powerful pills? Is it going to be used again? Zhou Fan was puzzled as he looked at this inexplicable thing. He hadn't been busy recently, so why would the system refresh something like this? However, he didn't hesitate and bought it immediately. What are you going to do? At this time, Zhou Fan suddenly heard a terrified female voice coming from the alley. Curious, Zhou Fan immediately walked into the alley. My goodness, a group of thugs are surrounding a girl dressed like a student about 17 or 18 years old. He. What are you doing? Little sister, don't you know what we want to do? Come and have some fun with us. Don't force us to do anything. We won't hold back when we hit you. It would be terrible if we hurt your delicate little face. The gangster spoke lewdly as he approached the pale and terrified little girl. Sure enough. No wonder the system wants him to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Let go of that girl and let me do it. Chapter 87, An Unexpected Surprise. Joe Fan, who had read too many online jokes, started yelling in the alley without thinking. The gangsters turned their heads and looked at Joe Fan in unison. Ahem, sorry, that was the wrong thing to say. How dare you tease a decent woman in broad daylight? You're so brave. Joe Fan realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately changed his words. Where did this idiot come from? Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The gangster looked at Joe Fan fiercely. Sorry, I'll take care of this matter today. Thinking of the powerful pills he had just bought, Joe Fan felt confident. Otherwise, he would feel a little weak looking at these dozen gangsters. He did not have Wu Ziyu's skills. Brothers, teach this kid a lesson. A dozen people rolled up their sleeves, took out knives from their pockets, and walked towards Joe Fan. What the hell, he even carries a knife with him? Joe Fan was speechless, but he still had confidence in the things produced by the system and immediately planned to take the powerful pill. Suddenly, a yellow motorcycle rushed into the alley, sprinted at high speed, and knocked 7 or 8 people to the ground with a dragon tail swing. The remaining few people looked at the newcomer warily. Colorful takeout. Damn it, was it intercepted by a takeaway? The delivery guy stopped his motorcycle, got off without saying a word, and quickly dealt with the remaining people. His skills were no less than Wu Ziyu's. Joe Fan's eyes lit up when he saw this. He was worried about not being able to find someone with good skills, so he immediately became interested in the delivery boy and wanted to recruit him. When the gangsters saw how skilled the delivery guy was, they knew they had met a master. More than a dozen of them got up and ran away in an instant. Are you okay? The delivery guy looked at the little girl and asked. No. It's okay, thank you. I helped too. Joe Fan said he was very hurt. The security here is not good, and things like this happen all the time. Try not to go this way next time. Let's go. The little girl, who was still frightened by the gangster, nodded and walked out quickly. Then the delivery guy looked at Joe Fan, nodded politely, got on his motorcycle, and was about to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Is there something wrong, sir? The delivery guy had a good impression of Joe Fan for his unsuccessful act of bravery. Hey, you're pretty good, bro. Are you interested in working at my Fiefin company? How about a salary 3 times what you have now? The delivery guy was stunned. What was going on? Was this guy frightened out of his wits? He didn't think he was so lucky that he could meet a noble person so easily. Moreover, Joe Fan looked about the same age as him. How could he be from the Fiefin company that was so popular recently, and even the CEO? He was about to leave without caring about what Joe Fan said. What I said is true. I am Joe Fan, the director of Fiefin Industrial. Joe Fan looked at the delivery boy who didn't believe him and explained anxiously, taking out his business card and handing it over. The delivery guy took it and looked at it, and he was really a nobleman. He was moved. He had just retired from the army. Because he had a low level of education and his family was in dire straits, he found this job delivering food. He was considered lucky as he found his current job not long after being released. However, his group of fellow sufferers were still vagrants. Having just left the army, they had no special skills or diplomas, so how could they find a good job? Moreover, they were all poor. Listening to Joe Fan's recruitment at this time, he was moved. However, out of morality, he asked cautiously, "What do you want to recruit me for?" "I will not do anything to help the evil. After all, there are some rich people who specifically recruit people like them who are good at fighting to be thugs and bully the poor." When Joe Fan heard this, he was happy. He was a good man, a very good man. Don't worry, brother. I'm just planning to recruit some skilled people as bodyguards. The delivery guy felt relieved when he heard this. Do you still need someone with skills like me? He saw that Joe Fan seemed to need someone with good skills, so he planned to recommend his comrade in arms. Any more? Are they all as powerful as you? Joe Fan was overjoyed when he heard him say this, knowing that he knew some powerful people. Well, we've all been in the army for a while, so our skills are pretty much the same. Okay, I'll take as many as you can, brother. The more the better. Joe Fan was happy. What he lacked most now was experts. The company needs it, he needs it, and his parents need someone to protect them, so that he can feel at ease and bold to do it. Brother, how many people are there on your side? Besides me, there are 4 other people. Okay, contact them right away. Once you're ready, you can report to Thief & Company anytime. When you get there, just say it was me, Joe Fan, who invited you. Okay, Mr. J, I'll notify the others right away. The excited delivery guy immediately picked up his phone and was about to make a call. Don't be so polite, just call me Mr. Zhou. Yes, Mr. Zhou. By the way, what's your name? So I can let them know. Mr. Zhou, my name is Wang Li. Okay, Brother Wang Li, Thief & Industrial Company welcomes you to join us. Joe Fan, who had recruited 5 masters, felt better and drove to his company. He had already thought of arrangements for several people on the way. Wang Li took his 2 comrades with him to protect himself and Zhou's father and mother at the Tangshan villa, and the remaining 2 families were incorporated into the security department that was about to be established by the Thief & Company. He has already thought about it. Safety is important. The wanton destruction caused by the company's visitors a few times before made him realize the importance of security. If their security system was reliable, they would not have been easily broken into so many times. So he decided to establish a complete security department in Thief & Company to be responsible for the safety of all employees in the company. His old classmate Wu Ziyu will be the minister, Wang Li will be the deputy minister, and other positions are to be determined. The salary and benefits of the security department staff will be increased. He believed that with such generous treatment, he would definitely find more masters, and with Wu Ziyu and Wang Li's skills, no one would be dissatisfied. When Zhou Fan drove to the company, he didn't see people working hard, but people gathered together and having extremely heated discussions. Hey, have you seen those revelations online? I didn't expect Lu Yu to be such a person. Yeah, he usually seems quite self-disciplined, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless. Stop talking. Sister Lu might have her own difficulties. This must be a frame-up. You all know what kind of person Sister Lu is. Hearing everyone talking about Lu Yu, a person who had a good relationship with Lu Yu stood up to speak for her. Chapter 88, The Painful Intelligence Fee. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. The online news isn't groundless. If it truly wasn't done, how could it have been exposed? You have a good relationship with Lu Yu, so naturally you favor her. But we are different. A girl dressed up in a flashy way started arguing with her in a sarcastic tone. This girl is the one who tried to seduce Joe Fan during the previous interview. Because she is pretty, Joe Fan kept her as a model. But after Lu Yu came, she was gradually overshadowed. Everyone surrounded Lu Yu all day long, while no one paid any attention to her. Being narrow-minded, she blamed everything on Lu Yu, believing that it was Lu Yu who took away everything from her. In addition, Joe Fan had inexplicably placed her in the company through the back door, which made her even more dissatisfied. That's right, Xiao, I think you shouldn't make excuses for her. If she doesn't stink, why are there so many flies staring at her? Another girl joined the crusade. You. Xiao, who tried to defend Lu Yu, was so angry that she couldn't speak. She turned around and stopped talking to them. You guys are pretty idle, aren't you? Just then, Joe Fan's voice rang out. Jay. The 2 girls who had slandered Lu Yu turned around and saw that it was Joe Fan. They were so scared that they quickly lowered their heads. Joe Fan slowly walked up to the 2 girls. From today on, you 2 don't need to come to work. Our company doesn't accept gossipmongers. Without giving them any chance, Joe Fan directly issued the order to fire them. Are you kidding? Lu Yu was recruited by him. How could Joe Fan tolerate her? Mr. J, please listen to my explanation. It's not what you heard. Yes, Mr. Zhou, please give us a chance. The 2 became anxious and regretted their decision. Security, kick these 2 outsiders out. Joe Fan didn't want to pay any attention to such people. Then, amid the 2 shrew-like women's cursing, the security guards of Thief & Company threw them out. Listen carefully, if you want to stay in the company, work hard and stop gossiping all day long. Everyone go to work, don't gather here. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried back to their jobs and started working seriously. Joe Fan shook his head and walked towards his office. He wanted to ask Xu Yan why such a situation had occurred in the company. Xu Yan, as usual, had a high ponytail and wore black framed glasses. She stood quietly in front of Joe Fan's desk holding documents. Xu Yan, why are they discussing Lu Yu outside? Mr. Zhou, I was just about to report this to you, but I didn't expect you to come. Oh? What on earth is going on? It's like this. A few days ago, a bunch of negative news about Lu Yu suddenly broke out online, and they were all well-founded and plausible. Lu Yu's popularity has plummeted, and our videos have been boycotted by many people. Zhou Fan took a deep breath after hearing this. Have you found out the source of the rumor? We've been tracking it down, but these things are all posted on major online platforms by people with ulterior motives using fake accounts in various places. We have no idea where to start. I understand. Go down. I will take care of this matter. Yes. Zhou Fan rubbed his head vigorously. What a turbulent time. Then he immediately called to ask about Lu Yu's situation. The phone rang for a long time before he slowly picked it up. Hey, Mr. Zhou, I will personally submit my resignation to you tomorrow. When Lu Yu saw that it was Zhou Fan calling, she thought Zhou Fan was here to call her back, so she spoke first. After all, what live streaming company isn't in business to make money? But when those money-making tools are exposed for some shameful things, they're fired, regardless of whether they're true or not. No one can resist these rumors. Zhou Fan was stunned for a while on the other end of the phone. Lu Yu, others don't believe you, so how can I not believe you? I personally found you. If I doubt you, I'm doubting myself. Don't tell me you're resigning anymore. Zhou Fan started the fight directly and domineeringly, leaving no room for Lu Yu at all. Mr. Zhou, are you willing to believe me? Lu Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhou Fan was not here to accuse her. He even believed her before she explained. What else? If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have come to you in the first place. Wow, thank you, Jay. Lu Yu was so moved by Zhou Fan's words that she burst into tears. Okay, stop crying. I will take care of this matter myself. Just stay home and recuperate for 2 days. Hurry up and adjust your state. I'm still counting on you to make money for me. Zhou Fan said jokingly at the end. Of course Lu Yu knew that Zhou Fan was just trying to make her happy. She was touched and secretly vowed to work harder for the future of Zhou Fan's company. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will adjust myself as soon as possible and come back to work. Lu Yu said seriously. After comforting Lu Yu, Zhou Fan had already figured out how to resolve the matter. He planned to use the information from the headhunting company to find out who was behind this. Before he could even sit down, Zhou Fan drove his Bugatti to the Yucatan International Headhunting Company. It has been a week since the last time I came here. The cost of the information made Zhou Fan feel painful. It was not as cheap and cost-effective as the system. But there was no other way. For the normal operation and development of the company, he had to spend money to avoid disaster. Sitting in front of the machine, Zhou Fan operated it skillfully and then began to ask questions. I want to know who was behind the recent spread of negative news about Fifan Company anchor Lu Yu on major websites. Insufficient authority. Fuck. Even Zhou Fan, who had a good temper, couldn't help but blurt out. The yellow stripe permission cannot directly find out who is operating it. Looks like I'll have to work hard to earn money and upgrade. The revolution isn't over yet, so comrades, we still need to work hard. Who spread the news? Zhou Fan tried to change the message and asked. Authorization satisfied. You need to pay an intelligence fee of 5 million renminbi. Damn, why did the price go up again? Wasn't it only 2 million last time? The cost of intelligence inquiries increases with the number of inquiries you make and the value of the information. So if I upgrade to a yellow striped card, will there be any discounts? Zhou Fan didn't want to be a sucker. The information was getting more and more expensive, and he couldn't afford it no matter how rich he was. Authorization satisfied. You need to pay an intelligence fee of 1 million renminbi. This also costs money? And it's so expensive? Helplessly, Zhou Fan, who wanted to know the discounts after the upgrade, had to continue swiping his card. With every upgrade of the black card level, the intelligence fee is reduced by 10%. After the upgrade, the first intelligence fee is reduced by 50%. When you upgrade to the highest level purple card, you can obtain intelligence for free once. Oh my goodness, the richer you are, the more you save. Chapter 89, Strange Talent. Listening to the information given by the mechanical voice, Zhou Fan sighed. This was something only rich people could afford. After coming out of the headhunting company, Zhou Fan immediately called Su Chian. Su Chian, use the company's resources to help me check this person and send the information directly to my phone. Okay, Jay. About 5 minutes later, Zhou Fan received the message and reunited with Wu Ziyu. He has found the person who spread the rumors. The two came to a dark alley on Yunhai Street in Modu. In front of the two of them was a dark little house that seemed to be built in the last century. The wooden house was covered with water dripping from the eaves, and the door edge and surrounding areas were corroded and dilapidated. The little house looked very dark and damp. The two were speechless. How could such a great person who could spread the news to major online platforms in batches in such a short period of time live in a place like this? Zhou Fan, did you find the wrong place? Can people live here? No mistake, I came here according to the address. So this place? I'd believe you if you said it was a haunted house. Stop joking and go in and take a look first. After saying that, Zhou Fan walked over without waiting for Wu Ziyu to speak. I really don't know what you're thinking. Wu Ziyu complained for a while and then followed him up. The two came to the small wooden door and Zhou Fan knocked on it. Is no one here? Zhou Fan knocked for a long time but no one responded. He thought that the person was not at home, so he planned to come again tomorrow. Are you looking for someone in the house? Suddenly, an old lady's voice came from behind them, and the two of them shuddered with fright. This environment and this atmosphere are perfect for shooting a horror movie. Auntie, do you know where the people in this little house have gone? You have something to do with him? When Zhou Fan heard the tone of the auntie's voice, he knew that she must know this person. Auntie, do you know him? He moved here 2 years ago. He didn't live here before, but he was kicked out because he couldn't pay the rent. Later, the landlord took pity on him and gave him the warehouse where he kept his belongings. When the two heard this, they suddenly realized something. Zhou Fan's eyes lit up. He had thought of something. Auntie, do you know this person? Who can understand him? He locks himself in the room all day long and I never see him come out. Hiss, wow, he is definitely a god-level otaku. But it's better this way. I like staying at home and don't have to look for it. Thank you, Zhou Fan was about to turn around to thank the old lady, but the old lady disappeared as soon as she turned around. Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing all over their bodies, and they shivered with cold. Zhou Fan, this lady seems to come and go without a trace. Let's do our job quickly and get out of here. According to what the aunt said, this person should be at home, but now he won't open the door. I also want to leave early. That's easy, right? Just break in. Why are you still dithering? You're not here to invite him, you're here to accuse him. Zhou Fan had already explained everything to Wu Ziyu on the way here, so he didn't bother to be polite now. Okay, then be gentle. Wu Ziyu just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. He didn't care what Zhou Fan said. He just walked forward and kicked the door open. That was a bit heavy-handed. Then the two of them walked into the house, and were hit by a musty smell that made them fan themselves. You guys are so rude. Hearing the sound, the two looked into the house and their eyes widened instantly. The man's hair was a mess like a chicken coop, long and greasy, and he was covered with a yellow quilt. He was sitting hunched in front of a desktop computer. Since his back was facing the two of them, their appearance could not be seen clearly. The ground was littered with takeout and snack garbage. There was almost no place without garbage except where the computer was placed. Is this a garbage dump? Wu Ziyu couldn't believe his eyes. How could a person be so sloppy? Zhou Fan looked at it and shook his head in disgust. So Zhou Fan, the famous CEO of the extraordinary company, is only this magnanimous. The man turned around and stared at Zhou Fan. Wu Ziyu looked as if he had seen a ghost. Unfortunately, this man looked decent, but his face was pale. Combined with his clothes and the messy and dark room, he looked exactly like a female ghost looking back in a horror movie. It was really creepy. Zhou Fan swallowed and pretended to be calm. You know me? In just 2 weeks, he changed the name of Qi, one of the top 10 companies in Magic City, to Fifan. Overnight, he spent a huge amount of money and a lot of money to acquire 16% of Dongyin's shares. He holds an international finance black card with a yellow stripe. He is the behind-the-scenes boss of the North Ice Research Institute. Mr. Zhou, with your skill, it's hard for me not to recognize you. Zhou Fan was shocked. He didn't think much of the news that Qi's Industrial was changing its name. After all, the matter could be easily found out by searching on the internet. However, the acquisition of 16% of Dynamic Audio's shares has never been announced. What shocked him the most was that this person actually knew that he held the yellow striped card of the International Financial Black Card and the North Ice Research Institute. What are you talking about? Wu Ziyu on the side was confused. Lao Wu, please wait for me outside. Zhou Fan felt that it would be better for Wu Ziyu not to know some things, so he wanted to call him outside. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Just call me if anything happens. Okay, I understand. Mr. Zhou Fan is really a cautious person. He doesn't even trust his high school classmate and good friend. As soon as Wu Ziyu left, this person looked at Zhou Fan teasingly. I just don't want my brother to get into any misfortune. But you, knowing so much, aren't you afraid of the disaster that's about to happen? If I were scared, I wouldn't be sitting here. You mean, you're waiting for me? It's refreshing to talk to smart people. I've been waiting for you here for a long time, Mr. Zhou Fan. Why are you waiting for me? Do you know me? Or are you plotting against me? Zhou Fan looked at the man dangerously. So far, he had never felt such strong oppression from anyone, as if everything was under this person's control. He always acted like a smart guy in front of others, but today he was acted like a smart guy and it made him very unhappy. You could say I'm plotting against you, but more so for myself. You can help me rise to the top of society, and I can help you clear the obstacles in your way. The man stared at Zhou Fan with burning eyes, as if Zhou Fan was a naked woman. Zhou Fan got goosebumps when he was stared at by him. Then why are you so sure I will use you? Why did you choose me? There are many people who are better than me. Chapter 90 Recruitment. Although Zhou Fan has been able to get whatever he wants recently, he still knows that there is always someone better than you. First of all, if Mr. Zhou Fan didn't want to reuse me, he wouldn't ask me so many questions, right? This guy is really smart. Zhou Fan admitted that he had wanted to recruit this person since he knew of his existence. Spreading news on major online platforms at the same time is a technical job, and Zhou Fan lacks such talent. Secondly, Mr. Zhou Fan is a well-deserved dark horse. Your future achievements will not be limited to the Magic City. In the end, it's because you're more to my taste. Is it to your taste? Zhou Fan looked at the room full of garbage and didn't dare to compliment the big brother's appetite. You are also a smart person. I admire the way you treat your subordinates. Pa. Zhou Fan clapped his hands heavily. You really are a talented person. Give me a reason to trust you and hand the company over to you. You and I are the same kind of people. The man looked at Zhou Fan with a smile. Zhou Fan stared at the man's eyes, trying to see something. Okay, the door of Fifeng Company is always open to you. Zhou Fan accepted this reason. Since he dared to recruit this person into the company, he must be sure that he can use this gun well. Mr. Zhou Fan, don't you ask me what I want? Zhou Fan smiled when he heard that. Is there a time when you ask me questions? He was very upset by the man's pretentiousness just now, but now he had finally won back. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhou Fan was sure that people like him would not make any excessive demands. At least that was the case now. Don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. Zhou Fan turned and looked at him meaningfully. By the way, could you please clear up the negative news online about our company's anchor Lu Yu? I saw him typing quickly on the keyboard of that old computer with a screen full of data. Okay, and I sent a clarifying video and message. Is it okay now? Zhou Fan felt embarrassed. He then took out his cell phone to look for negative news about Lu Yu, and it had completely disappeared. There is only a clarification video with only audio, and a text explanation below. I really found a treasure. Oh, no, the treasure came to me. Then Mr. Zhou, could you please settle the money I owe the landlord and give them 10,000 yuan? I thought you were so noble. Zhou Fan nodded and walked out. My name is Li Han. Just as Zhou Fan walked to the door, Li Han's voice came from a distance. Li Han? I'll remember you. After saying that, he walked out. Brother, how are you? Why are you out alone? Wu Ziyu was puzzled when he saw Zhou Fan coming out alone. Wasn't he here to cause trouble? Old Wu, he will be a member of our company from now on. Zhou Fan smiled mysteriously at Wu Ziyu. Ha! You dare to use such a person? What on earth is going on here? I'll talk to you in detail on the way. Let's go back to the company first. Wu Ziyu returned to the company with a depressed look on his face. The reason was simple. Zhou Fan told him what happened on the way. Zhou Fan valued this person very much and said that he was very smart. The key point was that they might meet each other every day in the future. Wu Ziyu felt uncomfortable all over when he thought of the scene when he first met Li Han. However, no matter how he tried to stop him, Zhou Fan did not waver at all. Poor comrade Xiao Wu had no choice but to accept the reality painfully. After returning to the office, Zhou Fan had just sat down when Lu Yu called him. "Hello, Jay Cho? It's Lu Yu, have you seen the news?" "Yes, Mr. Zhou, this time it's really thanks to you." At this moment, Lu Yu was truly grateful to Zhou Fan to the point of being unable to express herself in words. Originally, Zhou Fan promised to help her solve the problem, and she thought she would have to wait for a long time. However, he had just made a phone call not long ago, and only a few hours had passed, and the problem was solved. Moreover, when she logged into her live broadcast account, she saw 99 plus private messages and 99 plus likes on her videos. The fans who had unfollowed her immediately followed back, and there was a small increase in the number of likes. The private messages are full of consolation from fans and apologies from those fans and black fans who unfollowed her. Her popularity has not decreased but increased. The big anchor Lu Yu is back. This man is still so fast. Lu Yu found that she admired Zhou Fan more and more. "It's okay, we're all family, it's what we should do." "One of our own?" Lu Yu's face flushed red, and she fell into fantasy. Now she had imagined a plot in which a domineering president fell in love with her. He is indeed worthy of being a big anchor. Zhou Fan, a careless man, didn't know that his words "we are one of them" had brought Lu Yu into a deep fantasy. Now he just wanted to work hard to make money and improve his card pattern. "Lu Yu? Are you listening?" Zhou Fan asked curiously when he heard no sound on the phone. Mr. Zhou, is there anything else?" Lu Yu, who was pulled back to reality by Zhou Fan, responded hurriedly. It's okay. I just want to tell you not to feel stressed about this. I believe in you no matter what." It was another sweet blow, and Lu Yu felt that she could no longer bear it. "It's okay, Mr. J, I can come to work tomorrow." "Good." After saying that, Zhou Fan hung up the phone. Lu Yu became restless. How embarrassing. "Lu Yu, how could you think that?" But Jay Cho is so gentle and considerate. She is destined to have no sleep tonight. As soon as Zhou Fan hung up the phone, he received a message on his mobile phone. "Lin Yan, do you have time now?" This girl. Zhou Fan couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the message. After a while of typing on the phone, he replied, "Yes, Miss Lin, have you decided on the time and place?" On the other side, Lin Yan's heart started beating fast again when she saw the word beautiful that Zhou Fan sent. She quickly typed on her phone, "A man who speaks sweet words is obviously not a good person." She added a little angry expression at the end, which was very cute. Zhou Fan looked at the message, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. "Lin Yan, stop joking. Let us meet at the tea garden Yash, 500 meters away from the back door of our school at 5 o'clock this afternoon." Zhou Fan, "Okay, see you there." Lin Yan stared at her phone blankly, and after a while she replied, "See you later." This guy, doesn't he know that you can't just say "see you later" casually? Lin Yan stared blankly at Zhou Fan's last message, "See you later," and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Then Lin Yan began to dress up carefully in the dormitory. Lin Yan, who had always gone out without makeup before, borrowed cosmetics from her roommates for the first time and started to dress herself up. "Hey, Yan, are you going on a date?" Lin Yan's roommate looked at her in shock, his face full of disbelief. Lin Yan has always been the beauty of their dormitory, and is one of the two most beautiful girls in their school. She never dressed like this when she went out before. Lin Yan's face turned even redder when she heard this. Chapter 91, Tea House. Zhou Fan was sitting in the office, bored, so he took out his phone and opened the app to see if there were any flash sales. 20% of the Wang Group's shares, originally priced at 200 million, now available at a limited-time flash sale price of 500,000 renminbi. A unit in Building A, Room 106, Tengchen Urban Apartment, originally priced at 10 million renminbi, now available at a flash sale price of 30,000 renminbi. 20 shares of the Wang Consortium? Humph, I was just wondering how to take action against the Wang Consortium, and the system is so timely. And this Thompson second-floor apartment is perfect for accommodating Wang Li and the others. Zhou Fan bought all the items without hesitation. Now he was rich and powerful, unlike before when he had to borrow from others. Currently, the liquid assets he can mobilize are close to 8 billion. Now he is a real Krypton Gold player, and he is no longer restricted in purchasing things on the system app. Before they knew it, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the time Zhou Fan and Lin Yan had agreed upon was getting closer and closer. Zhou Fan looked at the time and drove towards the tea garden without changing his clothes, wearing a comfortable sportswear. Although he is rich now, Zhou Fan always feels awkward when wearing formal clothes. They are not as comfortable as those sports casual wears that cost a few hundred yuan on the market. After parking the car, Zhou Fan walked leisurely into the tea garden. Xiaoli felt that he was really frustrated. He was a senior student at Shanghai University. Because his family was poor, after completing his academic requirements, he took advantage of the holidays to work and earn tuition fees. Xiaoli, who had never seen the real world in school, ran into a wall on his first day of working. Because of the recommendation of his rich second-generation roommate, he came to Chaiyuanyash to make money, but he didn't expect that he was pulled out by the manager and scolded for a long time just because he gave some leftovers to an old man outside the door of Chaiyuanyash. He was very depressed. How could this place be so devoid of humanity? This was completely inconsistent with his ideal society. So the manager transferred him from his position of indoor reception to doorman, with a young man about his age standing next to him. Humph, a poor guy is trying to imitate others to do good deeds, how funny. Faced with this man's ridicule, Xiaoli turned away angrily, not wanting to have anything to do with him. People with different ideas cannot work together. Soon, Zhou Fan arrived at the main entrance of the tea garden and was about to go in. Xiaoli, who was greeting guests at the door, saw him and hurried over. "Sir, would you like to have a meal or tea?" he asked respectfully with a smile on his face. Where did you come from, poor boy? Do you think you can enter a place like this?" Just when Zhou Fan was about to say that he was looking for someone, the man who was welcoming guests with Xiaoli saw him and immediately mocked him. He had observed Zhou Fan when he came just now. This person was wearing cheap street stall goods and looked like a poor guy. How dare he come to a place like this where rich people come? So when he saw Zhou Fan about to go in, he immediately spoke up to stop him. Zhou Fan frowned and looked at the man who looked down on others. "Zhao Yu, you. What do you mean by you? You have no sense at all, yet you dare to bring anyone in." Then Zhao Yu looked at Zhou Fan with disgust again. "You have no money but still try to imitate others to show off your knowledge. You are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers." Zhou Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Yu. "Oh, I want to see what kind of amazing place this is. Even a guard dog can bark like that. You really want to die?" When Zhao Yu heard Zhou Fan call him a watchdog, he couldn't stand it and started cursing immediately. "What are you making so much noise for? Can you two handle disturbing the guests inside?" Just as Zhao Yu was talking sweetly, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out. "Manager Shan." When Zhao Yu saw that it was the vicious manager coming out, he immediately retreated timidly and stood behind Manager Shan. "What's going on? Didn't you see there were guests inside? Do you two still want to continue?" Zhao Yu immediately stepped forward and told Manager Dan what had happened, inevitably adding some exaggeration, and then looked at Zhou Fan and Xiaoli with a gloating look. Manager Shan turned to look at Xiaoli, a flash of contempt in his eyes. "Xiaoli, you're fired." Xiaoli smiled bitterly when he heard this, but there was nothing to be reluctant about. He had long wanted to stop staying in this cold place. Then he walked up to Zhou Fan and bowed. "Sir, I'm sorry." He felt quite guilty towards Zhou Fan, and after saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait a moment." At this time Zhou Fan called him. Xiaoli turned to look at him in confusion. "It's not you who should leave, but them." Manager Dan was confused, Zhao Yu was confused, and Xiaoli was even more bewildered. "Ha ha ha, where did this idiot come from? How dare you come here to cause trouble?" Manager Dan came to his senses and looked at Zhou Fan with disdain. In his eyes, Zhou Fan was just a poor boy, and all the stuff he had on him was not as expensive as his pair of shoes. Zhou Fan ignored him and picked up his phone. "Xu Yan, help me by the tea garden yash near the back gate of Modi University in my personal name. Also, have the owner of the tea garden yash call me." On the other end of the phone, Xu Yan was stunned by what Zhou Fan said. "Is Mr. J going to enter the catering industry? Okay, J. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You're even acquiring the tea garden? Boy, you must have drunk some fake wine." Manager Dan laughed when he heard that Zhou Fan was going to acquire tea garden yash. What kind of place was this Yayuan yash? It was a leading restaurant in Shanghai, a place that was considered one of the best in the world. Just wait and see, some people don't even know when they're going to die. I don't know whether I will die or not, but you will be thrown out soon. Security. Get this idiot out. Don't disturb our guest's dinner. Manager Dan didn't have time to waste talking to the man in front of him. He just saw a super hot female college student in the private room and couldn't wait to flirt with her. Zhou Fan. Lin Yan, who was sitting in a private room in the tea garden yash, heard a commotion outside the door and looked over here. Unexpectedly, she saw Zhou Fan outside and ran out immediately. Manager Sean was stunned when he saw the newcomer. Is this girl already taken? Then he looked at Zhou Fan fiercely. Why did you come just now? Zhou Fan pinched his nose embarrassedly and smiled at Lin Yan. I just encountered 2 mad dogs biting people at the door, which delayed me for a while. Manager Sean and Jia Yu were upset when they heard this. Mad dog? How are you? Are you hurt? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan quickly asked with concern. It's okay, don't worry, but those 2 mad dogs will be in trouble soon. Lin Yan was completely confused. Let's go in now. Don't worry, I'll show you a good show later. As Zhou Fan was speaking, the phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. I am, you are? Oh, I'm the former owner of Tea Garden Yash. Tea Garden Yash is yours now, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, I heard you have something to ask me? He was extremely respectful to Zhou Fan, the big boss who spent 100 million to buy his Tea Garden Yash. He definitely couldn't afford to offend such a big boss. Chapter 92, Date with Lin Yan. Then is it okay for me to fire 1 or 2 people now? Of course, no problem. You are the boss of Tea Garden Yash now. Okay, then talk to Manager Sean, he's right next to me. Okay, Mr. Zhou, please give him the phone number. Here, your phone. Manager Sean looked at what Zhou Fan said as if it were true, and became even more disdainful. How could someone like you contact our boss? What the hell? Manager Sean, don't you want to do this anymore? Suddenly, a familiar roar came from the phone. It was his boss. Manager Sean took the phone tremblingly. Hello, boss? Manager Sean, from now on, Tea Garden Yash belongs to Mr. Zhou. You'd better be polite. Boss, this. What the hell? If you still want to work here, I advise you to apologize to Mr. Zhou. Give the phone to Mr. Zhou. When Manager Dan heard the boss's confirmation, his face turned pale. It's over. Then he respectfully handed the phone to Zhou Fan. Mr. Zhou, I've already talked to him. Do you have time? Let's have a meal together. Well, let's do it another day. I have something to do today. Okay, Mr. Zhou, then I won't disturb Mr. Zhou's precious time. Zhou Fan hung up the phone and looked at Manager Sean teasingly. Manager Sean, do you want to leave now or should I? Manager Sean felt hopeless, he knew that he was finished, but then he seemed to have thought of something and quickly walked towards Zhao Yu. Manager Sean grabbed Zhao Yu by the collar and walked straight towards Zhou Fan without paying any attention to his pleas. Mr. Zhou, I was instigated by this villain before and did such a ridiculous thing. I beg you to be kind and let me go. From now on, I will follow your lead. Manager Dan can now only pin all his hopes on Zhao Yu and want Zhao Yu to take the blame. Mr. Zhou, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just said that the way you dress doesn't look like a rich person. As he was speaking, Manager Sean glared at him fiercely. Okay, stop biting each other and get out of here. Zhou Fan turned and looked at Xiao Li. From now on, you will be the manager of Tea Garden Yash, brother, do a good job. Zhou Fan patted the stunned Xiao Li. After saying that, Lin Yan walked into the tea garden with a look of shock on her face. Manager Sean and Jia Yu wanted to step forward and plead for mercy, but the sharp-eyed security guard nearby saw the situation clearly and realized that this young man surnamed Zhou was the boss. He immediately stopped the 2 men from approaching and kicked them out. This is really a case of you reap what you sow. Is there something on my face? After coming in and sitting down, Lin Yan looked at Zhou Fan like a curious baby, making Zhou Fan feel embarrassed. No flowers, but this is much more interesting than having flowers on your face. It's my honor to receive praise from the campus beauty of Lin University. Lin Yan rolled her eyes at him. You really can't handle praise, second man. How do you know if I'm a quick acting guy? Have you tried it? Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan with a smile. She had no idea that the seemingly gentle and refined Zhou Fan could actually be so eloquent, and her face immediately turned red. By the way, Zhou Fan, who exactly are you? You bought this tea house just like that. Although her family is wealthy, otherwise she wouldn't be able to come to this place, but in her impression, Zhou Fan should be just a small employee in a company. Do you believe me when I tell you that I'm the president of Philippe Company? Zhou Fan looked at her and said with a smile. Don't be ridiculous. Philippe Company is booming right now. Their stock price is almost over 100 million. How is that possible? I believed you when you said you had the same name as the president of Philippe Company. Zhou Fan pinched his nose helplessly. Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? Do I really not look like a rich person? He didn't think about it. He wore casual clothes from cheap stalls most of the time. How could anyone mistake him for a rich man? And he was so young. Well, you guessed it right, I really do have the same name as the president of Philippe Company. That's what I told you, he said, looking at Zhou Fan smugly. Having successfully diverted Lin Yan's attention, the two talked about other topics. Then the dishes came and the two finished their meal in a pleasant atmosphere. Zhou Fan took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was already 6:30. Why, you don't have time to thank me, your benefactor? How could that be? I was just checking the time. Zhou Fan was embarrassed. This woman's sixth sense was really accurate. He looked at his phone just because he wanted to leave. His parents had just arrived at his villa, and he wanted to show his filial piety. Forget it, let's do it another day. We have plenty of time now anyway. So what else does the Lin University beauty want to play? Lin Yan raised her hand and touched her chin, thinking for a while. Then go shopping with me. There's a new clothing store behind the school. They're really cheap and great deals. Originally, she wanted to go shopping in a big supermarket, but then she thought that it would be embarrassing if she went there in front of Zhou Fan, so she changed her mind and went to the clothing store near the school. Good. Zhou Fan paid the money and the two of them got up and walked out. Lin Yan pulled Zhou Fan and walked towards the back street of the school. Wait a moment. Huh? What's wrong? Lin Yan looked at him in confusion. I'll drive the car over. Zhou Fan suddenly remembered that he still had the Bugatti that had been with him for a long time. After accompanying Lin Yan shopping, he would drive the car directly home. Yeah, okay. After a long time, Zhou Fan drove over in his cool Bugatti. He met a girl in revealing clothes on the street who insisted on adding him on WeChat. He had no choice but to circle around a few times to get rid of it before coming back. The car stopped right in front of Lin Yan, but Lin Yan took a look and turned around to look around. Zhou Fan smiled bitterly upon seeing this. I'm afraid I've been too low-key. Then he honked twice, opened the car door and got out. Lin University's campus beauty, Lin University's beautiful lady, I'm right in front of you, and you don't even look at me. Lin Yan couldn't believe it and rubbed her eyes. Is this your car? What else? So you really are a rich man? I underestimated you. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes helplessly. Tell the truth now. Are you the brother or elder brother of the president of Philippe Company? She knew that the president of Philippe Company was indeed surnamed Zhou, and that Zhou Fan was also surnamed Zhou. From the fact that he bought the tea garden yacht today and drove a luxury car worth tens of millions, it was clear that he was not an ordinary person. But she didn't think that he was the president of Philippe Company. In her opinion, people like the president should be very busy. How could they have as much time as Zhou Fan? Zhou Fan was really shocked by Lin Yan's bizarre train of thought. Yes, whatever you say is what it is. Let's get in the car quickly, or we'll block other people's way. Wait a moment. What's the matter, Miss Lin? Since you're so rich, why don't we go shopping in the mall downtown, Boss Zhou? Chapter 93 This idiot. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Fan cunningly. Zhou Fan actually told her such an important thing just now. She decided to give Zhou Fan a good beating. Okay, whatever you say. The two got in the car and sped towards the Magic City Center Mall. When she arrived at the mall, Lin Yan's shopping instinct was instantly released. He took Zhou Fan for a walk here and there, and he didn't look tired at all. On the other hand, Zhou Fan's calves were shaking and he felt like his legs were about to break, but Lin Yan was still enjoying it. Sure enough, women are born shopaholics. Zhou Fan swore that he would never go shopping with girls again. Soon, Zhou Fan's hands were filled with big and small bags of things, but most of these things were bought by Lin Yan herself. Although she said that she wanted to rip Zhou Fan off, she still couldn't bring herself to do it when it came to buying things, not to mention that she herself was not short of money. Just when Zhou Fan felt like he had lost all hope in life, Lin Yan finally finished her shopping. Zhou Fan was so happy, he was finally free. Zhou Fan immediately recovered with full health and quickly pulled Lin Yan out, as if he was afraid that she would regret it. But Zhou Fan suddenly saw that Lin Yan was staring blankly at the jewelry counter in the supermarket. Zhou Fan, let's go take a look at that necklace. Lin Yan suddenly turned her head and looked at Zhou Fan with anticipation in her eyes. Zhou Fan couldn't bear to refuse and nodded. Lin Yan quickly pulled Zhou Fan, who was covered in things, over. When she came to the counter, Lin Yan kept staring at a sparkling heart-shaped sapphire necklace on the counter, with little stars in her eyes. Zhou Fan took a closer look and saw that the price was 5.2 million. Miss, you have such a good eye. You chose our treasure at first sight. The salesperson at the counter saw Lin Yan's look and quickly boasted about the necklace that Lin Yan liked. The store's most valuable asset? Lin Yan turned and looked at the salesperson. Yes, this true love forever piece is from the world-renowned jewelry designer Phyllis. It's one of a kind. It represents the pure and beautiful love between lovers. Miss, you are so naturally beautiful, and you will look really good wearing this true love forever bracelet. I believe that after you wear it, your boyfriend will like you even more. The salesperson saw that Zhou Fan came with Lin Yan, so they must be a couple. She thought it was normal, but Lin Yan and Zhou Fan became embarrassed. You misunderstood me, I'm not her boyfriend. Zhou Fan quickly explained. Lin Yan is one of his few close friends, and it would be troublesome if he made her angry. When Lin Yan heard Zhou Fan's explanation, she felt a sense of loss. Does he dislike me so much? The salesperson knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject. Miss, look at this price. It's very fair and very meaningful. Zhou Fan was speechless after hearing this. How could it be meaningless if it was so expensive? Lin Yan came back to her senses and looked at the necklace. From the first moment she saw it, she was deeply attracted to it. Can you take it out and have a look? I'm sorry, miss, this necklace is very valuable and I need you to buy it before I can give it to you. Lin Yan's eyes revealed deep disappointment. She really liked this necklace, but she also saw the price, 5.2 million. Although her family is quite wealthy, her net worth is only tens of millions. Zhou Fan saw Lin Yan's disappointed look, thought about it, and decided to buy it for her. Lin Yan's advice had made him a tidy sum, so he had to give something back, right? Besides, he and Lin Yan got along quite well, and Zhou Fan admired her very much. Lin Yan pulled Zhou Fan and wanted to leave. She thought that the price of the necklace was beyond her means. Please pack it up. I'll buy it. At this time Zhou Fan spoke. Lin Yan stared at Zhou Fan in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. Zhou Fan, you're stupid. This necklace is so expensive. Wouldn't it be better to save the money and buy a few meals? Lin Yan didn't think Zhou Fan couldn't afford it, but she felt embarrassed that Zhou Fan gave her such an expensive thing. We don't want to buy this necklace. He was just joking. Lin Yan quickly explained to the salesperson. The salesperson looked at Zhou Fan awkwardly. Listen to me and pack it up. Why don't you listen? Lin Yan turned away angrily and ignored Zhou Fan. After a while, Zhou Fan came and shook the exquisite packaging in front of Lin Yan. Hey, Miss Lin, is she really angry? Snort. That little bit of money is really nothing to me. Don't be angry. Besides, that's the reward for your advice. Don't let me throw it away. After saying that, he took the package and walked towards the trash can, pretending to throw it away. The salesperson on the side said that if you don't want it, you can give it to me. It's worth more than 5 million yuan. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Fan as if he was really about to get lost, so she quickly ran over and pulled him back. Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan with a smile on his face. Why do you want it now? Weren't you so determined just now? Humph, who do you think is as stupid as you? You throw away something worth more than 5 million yuan just like that. Lin Yan was harsh in her words, but she was still moved by Zhou Fan in her heart. She was secretly happy, but she would not let Zhou Fan see it. Okay, now that we've finished shopping, let's go. Aha! The two of them threw the things they bought into the trunk, and the trunk was almost full. Zhou Fan, please take me directly to the small apartment I rented across from the school. Help me carry my things up there later. I have too many. As Lin Yan spoke, she blushed out of embarrassment. Good. Not long after, the two arrived downstairs of Lin Yan's small apartment. Zhou Fan handed the things to Lin Yan one by one and prepared to leave. Zhou Fan, that. What's the matter? Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan curiously. Why don't you come in and sit down and have a glass of water before leaving? You've been moving for a long time. Lin Yan's little face turned red as she said this. This is her private apartment. She has never brought anyone of the opposite sex here before, but for some reason she brought Zhou Fan here today. Forget it. Maybe next time. I have to go back to be with my parents. They just came to my apartment. Lin Yan felt a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself. Zhou Fan. Suddenly Lin Yan called Zhou Fan again. Today is the most enjoyable day I've ever had. Thank you for the gift. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Fan with shining eyes, then quickly ran into the small apartment. Zhou Fan was confused outside. What's going on? Why are you so polite all of a sudden? Not knowing what was going on, he drove his Bugatti towards Thompson Epine Villa. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Fan leaving outside the window, pouting and looking dissatisfied. This idiot. Then he punched and kicked the stuffed animal on her pink bed. Beat you to death, you fool, you bad guy. This is like mistaking the stuffed toy for Zhou Fan. Chapter 94, Wang Chusher's Call. When he got home, it was already 11 o'clock. Zhang Tan had already gone home, and Zhou's father and mother had gone to bed. Zhou Fan tiptoed to his room, fearing that the noise would wake them up. What have you been doing, kid? Why are you back now? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zhou's father's voice sounded behind Zhou Fan. It turned out that he had not fallen asleep and was waiting for Zhou Fan. Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? You kid, treat Zhang Tan well and don't let him down, okay? Father Zhou said this to Zhou Fan inexplicably and then turned back to his room. Treat Zhang Tan nicely? What the hell? Zhou Fan was confused and couldn't figure it out, so he had to go back to the bedroom to sleep. The next morning, Zhou Fan received a call saying that the furniture for his parents had been prepared. Because the last time I went to pick something with Suya, those displayed outside were all exhibits, and if I wanted to buy them, I had to wait for them to be made to order. After half a morning of fussing, the furniture in the parents' room was ready to move in, except for Wang Li's. At this time, Zhou Fan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Director Zhou is so capable. Hearing this malicious voice, Zhou Fan suddenly became alert. Who are you? I am Wang Chusher, the chief executive officer of the Wang Group. Are you Wang Chusher? Zhou Fan couldn't believe what he said. He and Wang Chusher were like water and fire now, so why did he call him? Boy, you are so resourceful. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wang. Compared to Mr. Wang's methods, what I did was just a small fuss. What a sharp-tongued Zhou Fan. You acquired 20% of my Wang Group's shares. Are you planning to use it against me in the same way you did when you took over Cheese Industry? Do you think I'm like those two idiots from Cheese Industrial? To be honest, Wang Chusher was a little afraid of Zhou Fan's strength. He was not sure about Zhou Fan now. After all, the market share of his Wang Group was close to 100 million in percentage points. Zhou Fan didn't say anything and acquired all the strategically sold shares of their company in one afternoon, just like he did when he acquired Dongyin Company. It was really incredible. It's too late for Wang Chusher to regret now. He originally wanted to make some huge profits and buy them back at a low price, but he didn't expect that it would be gone forever. Let me tell you, this kind of thing will never happen to me again. I advise you not to waste your energy. The purpose of his call now was to test Zhou Fan's true strength. Mr. Wang, how do you know it won't work if you don't try it? Zhou Fan's joking voice sounded on Wang Chushi's phone, and Wang Chusher hated him so much that his teeth were itching. Why would I be afraid of you? You're just a brat who can only play dirty tricks behind my back, huh? Don't worry about what tricks the kid is playing. If you have time, you should worry about the development prospects of your own company. After Zhou Fan finished speaking, he only heard the sound of something landing on the ground, and then there was no sound at all. Wang Chusher looked fiercely at the phone on the ground that had been smashed to pieces by him. You little brat, you dare to say such things to me. Ever since he founded the Wang Group, who in Shanghai would not respectfully call him Boss Wang when seeing him? He just happened to meet Zhou Fan, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and always opposed him secretly, and now he has been bullied to the point of being to blame. Damn Zhou Fan, he acted so quickly. Before they had time to recover those scattered shares, they didn't expect to give Zhou Fan such a big gap. The secretary standing by looked at the furious Wang Chusher and stood quietly behind him, not daring to speak. But Wang Chusher guessed wrong. In the past, Zhou Fan might have really been able to remove the Wang group from the group just like he had destroyed the Qi group. But this time, Zhou Fan wanted to use his true abilities to make Wang Chusher completely despair. He has already planned to move into the field of scientific research products. After all, the system has given him so many high-tech things, but they are still useless in the system space. Old man, this time I'll make sure you accept your defeat with conviction. Wang Chushi's repeated disruptions had already made Zhou Fan very angry, not to mention that he had touched Zhou Fan's sore spot. Looking at the remaining nanochip technology and nanopolymer titanium plate manufacturing blueprints in the system space, Zhou Fan was confident that any one of them would be enough to quickly capture the market. As long as the two things killed by the system are given to Dr. Sean, he will be able to develop it in a short time as he is extremely passionate about new technology. Zhou Fan opened his address book, found the number Dr. Sean had given him last time, and called it. The phone rang for a long time but no one answered. In a secret laboratory on the permafrost in the far north, Dr. Sean is studying the ultra-nano resonance research instrument and ultra-nano protein analyzer that Zhou Fan gave him last time. They are currently in the testing stage. He had put a lot of effort into this research, and although he could hear his phone ringing at this moment, how could he miss such an important part of the testing phase? No matter who called, he decisively turned the phone to silent mode and stared at the reaction of the instrument he had studied according to the blueprint. On the experimental operating table, a small machine was moving around on the table. Dr. Sean stared at it intently without blinking. Pa! The little machine that was lively and jumping just now suddenly fell down and there was no sign of any activity. The experiment failed. Dr. Sean sat down on the ground dejectedly. He couldn't remember how many times he had tried this. Every time he was almost successful, but it seemed like something was missing. At this time, his phone rang again, and Dr. Sean was brought back to his senses by the call. Hello, who is this? Can't you see I'm busy? Dr. Sean, are you still studying those two instruments? Mr. Zhou? Why are you calling? When Dr. Sean heard that it was Zhou Fan calling, his attitude immediately became respectful. Yes, but I've studied it many times and never succeeded. Mr. Zhou, could you lend me the protein analyzer in that lab you used last time? I'll be unable to sleep or eat until I figure it out. Okay, then I'll bring the Falcon Squad over later. Really? Mr. Zhou, you are a good person. Zhou Fan then contacted the Falcon Squad who were still at the Grand Hotel in Shanghai, and asked Zhang Tan to prepare the private plane so that they would depart soon. But at this time, Wu Ziyu called. Hey, Lao Wu, what's going on? Zhou Fan, I heard that you're going to take Jenny and the others back to that research lab? Huh? Who told you that? Zhou Fan was shocked. He hadn't told Wu Ziyu about this yet. How come this guy knew it so quickly? Ahem, well, Jenny told me. Chapter 95, Wu Ziyu at the beginning of spring. Damn, are you two getting together? He really didn't expect that when Wu Ziyu met Jenny and the others. It's not as bad as you say. Now we just admire each other. Zhou Fan was speechless. They admired each other, but he told you such important news? Okay, so what do you want to do? Well, I want to go too, hee hee. Can't bear to part with that chick Jenny? What? I'm worried something might happen to you. Wu Ziyu spoke so righteously that if Zhou Fan didn't know him well, he would have almost believed it. Come on. You should prepare your winter clothes. It's very cold there. Don't worry, I'm ready, Jenny, ahem, I've already researched the frozen plateau in the far north. Wu Ziyu realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly changed his words. Wu Ziyu also sprinkled him with invisible dog food. Everything was ready. Zhou Fan took everyone on the plane and flew to the North Ice Research Institute. As soon as we got off the plane, Dr. Sean was already greeting us outside the laboratory. This urgent feeling is like waiting for children who have been away from home for a long time to return. Mr. Zhou, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. Come in. Zhou Fan wanted to say that you are not waiting for anyone, you are obviously thinking about the little machine. Old Wu, you and Jenny watch outside, Dr. Sean and I will go in. But Wu Ziyu and Jenny were talking about this together and ignored him. The power of love. Zhou Fan sighed and went into the laboratory with Dr. Sean. Just like last time, Zhou Fan swiped his card, walked into the laboratory room, and took out the protein analyzer. Because he told everyone last time that he was in the laboratory, Zhou Fan simply put the small machine inside. He wouldn't need it anyway, and everyone here was his own. Dr. Sean looked at the small machine in Zhou Fan's hand with burning eyes, as if he was admiring a peerless beauty. Mr. Zhou, be gentle, be gentle. This machine is probably more important to Dr. Sean than I am to him. After Dr. Sean got the small machine, he began to study it. Dr. Sean, I have 2 more documents on nanotechnology here. Would you like to take a look? Sean was about to immerse himself in research when he heard, wow, there are 2 more. He immediately grabbed Zhou Fan's arms, his eyes shining as he looked at him. Is this true? Where is it? Zhou Fan got goosebumps all over his body because of his action. Ahem, Dr. Sean, calm down first. Upon hearing this, Dr. Sean realized his impoliteness and immediately let go of Zhou Fan and took a few steps back. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. The surprise you gave me was so big that I couldn't help myself. Dr. Sean looked at Zhou Fan embarrassedly, but he couldn't hide his inner excitement. Once Zhou Fan's nanotechnology research is successfully published, he believes that his name will be known to the world and everyone will know it. How can he not be excited? Zhou Fan was speechless. Can you call this a surprise? If you knew I had a flash sale system, you'd be so excited. Then he reached into his pocket and took out 2 USB flash drives from the system space, pretending that he was carrying them with him. Inside this is the technical data for the nanochip and the blueprint for manufacturing nanoscale high-polymer titanium plates. Dr. Sean was dumbfounded. He had dabbled in the 2 nanotechnologies that Zhou Fan mentioned before, but due to insufficient theoretical knowledge, he stopped making progress and gave up. Now these 2 technologies were in front of him. He stretched out his trembling hands and caught the 2 USB flash drives containing data. Until now he still couldn't believe that he had obtained all the theoretical knowledge he needed for the experiment he was unwilling to give up before. Dr. Sean, I've given you these 2 pieces of important information. Please speed up your research and development. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely not let you down. Okay, then continue with your research. I won't bother you anymore. When Zhou Fan walked outside, he shuddered suddenly. He was afraid of this frozen plateau every time he came. When they arrived outside the institute, Wu Ziyu and Jenny were flirting with each other. What is this kid doing here? A black line appeared on Zhou Fan's forehead. What a guy, he came over here to fall in love. Ahem. Why did you come out so soon? Wu Ziyu saw Zhou Fan coming out, ran to him, and looked at Zhou Fan with resentment. If I don't come out, you're not planning to leave, right? Zhou Fan rolled his eyes at him. Well, it's not easy for me to meet someone like that. Wu Ziyu's words became increasingly unclear as he spoke. Alright, stop nagging me. It's not like I'm not letting you 2 meet. You talk as if I won't let you 2 be together. If you behave better next time, I can transfer Jenny back. Real? We were classmates in high school and brothers. How could I lie to you? Upon hearing this, Wu Ziyu hurried forward, hugged Zhou Fan's neck and shook him. Brother, I knew you were loyal. Ahem, you want to strangle me? Hey, mistake. Go and say goodbye to your little lover, we are ready to leave. Upon hearing this, Wu Ziyu immediately ran to Jenny, and the 2 of them started arguing again. In the end, Zhou Fan dragged Wu Ziyu onto the plane. People in love. Soon the 2 returned to the Magic City again, and Wu Ziyu went to the company to continue training the company's people. In his words, without a strong body, how can one serve the motherland? The motherland here naturally refers to Zhou Fan's company. Then those who had been happy in the company for a few days started wailing again. Zhou Fan went straight home and became a hands-off boss. When Li Han comes tomorrow, he can rest assured. Just when he was about to log into the mobile app to buy some products at a flash sale, Wan Li called. Brother Wan Li? Mr. Zhou, we are already downstairs at Fifan Company. Okay, Brother Wan Li, go find a man named Wu Ziyu first. He's the head of the security department. Tell him you're my guests. He'll entertain you and I'll be right there. Okay, Mr. Zhou. The expert that Zhou Fan had been looking forward to for several days was finally here. Excited, he drove to Fifan Company without even eating. In the reception hall, Zhou Fan sat opposite Wang Li and 4 other people of his age. The 4 of them didn't look particularly outstanding, but their eyes were bright and they stood straight in front of the table. Four brothers, welcome to Thief and Company. Zhou Fan thought about shaking hands with them one by one and trying his best to appear quite friendly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for taking us in. Suddenly, the four of them bowed to Zhou Fan and said in unison, You're too kind. It's my great fortune to have found 5 brothers with extraordinary skills at the same time. After Zhou Fan exchanged some pleasantries with a few people, he took them to the tea garden to welcome them. Then Zhou Fan followed the original plan, and Wang Lighting was appointed as the deputy minister, and he stayed in the Thompson villa with a brother who was also surnamed Zhou, living in the second-class villa that Zhou Fan had bought in seconds. The remaining 3 people stayed in the company to continue to protect the company's security and help Wu Ziyu conduct physical training for the company's employees. He is indeed a good boss who cares about his employees. When his employees know this, they will definitely greet him warmly. Chapter 96, The Magic Bracelet. Zhou Fan drove straight back home. As the saying goes, no matter how good the place is, it's not as good as your own doghouse. After returning home, Zhou Fan chatted with his parents about family matters. Since entering university, Zhou Fan has returned home only a few times. After getting the system, he has not been home at all. He has been working outside all the time, and he owes more and more to his parents. Xiao Fan, where is Xiao Jiang? Why didn't he come back with you? Zhou's mother asked curiously when she saw Zhou Fan coming back alone. Mom, she has her own job too. She's at work now. Learn from Xiao Jiang and work hard on your career. Look at you, you're just sitting around doing nothing all day. Mom, I'm the big boss now, why do I need her to be so busy? Okay, you're the boss. By the way, Mom, is there anything special about the bracelet you gave Jiang Tan? Mother Zhou was startled when she heard this, and Father Zhou's attention was also diverted. Dad, Mom, I'm just asking about this bracelet. What's with that expression on your face? Mother Zhou was silent for a while. You kid, you always like to ask questions. Mom, just tell me. Zhou Fan rarely acted coquettishly towards his mother. Actually, there's nothing special about it. If there's anything special about it, it's that there's another story behind it. Zhou Fan's curiosity was piqued. My great-grandmother in her generation said that this bracelet would help the Zhou family choose the most suitable spouse. Once the choice was made, it could not be taken off until after the child was born. Ah! Zhou Fan was shocked when he heard this bizarre legend. No wonder I couldn't get it off that night. Zhou Fan already believed it in his heart. Wouldn't that mean Jiang Tan couldn't take it off? Wouldn't Su Chian beat me to death if she knew? Zhou Fan felt so sad that he couldn't even cry. Is it possible that Xiao Jian can't take it off? How do you know? Your father and I have both been through this, and you still want to lie to us? Mother Zhou looked at Zhou Fan, her eyes seemed to say, Young man, you are still young. Be nice to me from now on, you hear me? Try to give us a grandchild soon. Your father and I only have this one wish. Mom, you're really just talking about something else. This is just the beginning. Then try your best. Zhou Fan. You must not tell Jiang Tan about this. It's unclear. He only admires Jiang Tan now. If you say he likes her a little, it's not the level of a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet. If Jiang Tan really knew about this, the two of them would be so embarrassed that they would never see each other again. Mom, don't tell Jiang Tan about this for now. Don't put any psychological pressure on him. Okay, Mom knows. What about you? Isn't it time to explain to us how you suddenly became rich? Zhou Fan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect this day to come so soon. He really wanted to tell his parents the truth that he had a system, but this matter was too unbelievable, and knowing too much would be bad for the two elders. So Zhou Fan, knowing that he was doomed, began his eloquence. All the tricks were so bizarre that they almost stumped the perceptive Zhou's mother. Fortunately, Zhou Fan had already thought of the general storyline, so he was able to get away with it. After spending a wonderful day at home with his parents and communicating with them, Zhou Fan felt much more relaxed and no longer felt that sense of urgency and pressure. The next morning, Zhou Fan got up and called Xu Yan. Zhou Don, what's going on? Xu Yan, please help me investigate the main marketing materials of the Wang Group. The more detailed the better. Okay, Jay. In less than half an hour, a string of data was transmitted to Zhou Fan's mobile phone. As expected of the Wang Group, their annual marketing revenue exceeds 1 billion. Mobile phone CPU chip industry? Ha, wait until my nanochips come out, and your era will be over, Wang Chushi. Zhou Fan has already figured out how to deal with the Wang Group. As soon as Dr. Sean develops the nanochip, he will immediately start to impact the mobile phone CPU chip market. No matter how high-tech Wang Chushi's mobile phone CPU chip is, it cannot compare with his epic-making nanochip. Zhou Fan, who was waiting for news from Dr. Sean at home, had 3 days of leisure. He would go out for a walk when he had nothing to do, and then go home to eat the home-cooked meals made by Aunt Zhang. Zhou's father and mother have already lived in his flash sale products, and Zhou Fan would often run over to taste the flavors of his childhood. During this period, Zhou Fan received a call from Li Han, the talent he was recruiting. Li Han asked for leave from him, saying that he was going home to take care of some things, and Zhou Fan readily agreed. The little girl Lin Yan would occasionally send messages to Zhou Fan, and their relationship remained ambiguous. The company was developing in an orderly manner, and Wu Ziyu would fly back and forth between the North Ice Research Institute and Fifen Company whenever he had time. The meaning of this was obvious. It has been more than 3 weeks since Suya left, and there is still no news from her. Zhou Fan misses her from time to time. His official girlfriend, Su Chian, continued to complete her studies, and the two would call each other from time to time to ease their longing for each other. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Fan was playing a small game on his mobile phone out of boredom that day when the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The host is currently in a leisure and entertainment state. The system has opened the leisure and entertainment game product flash sale interface. Please check it yourself. Tip: this interface will only be opened automatically when the system deems it appropriate, and the time is limited. Oh my god, there is such a function? System, I love you to death, ha 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 ha. All alone, Zhou Fan thought that the system was to help him become the richest man in Magic City and even the whole world, so it could only buy some practical things instantly. Unexpectedly, the system also had a leisure and entertainment game product interface, which was simply too cool. Excited Zhou Fan immediately opened the mobile app and found that there was an additional next page button that was not on the usual flash sale interface. He immediately clicked it and was stunned when he saw the page. It was filled with the hottest game skins, points, diamonds, gold coins, etc. In short, it had everything. Hero Honor includes all heroes, the market price is 50,000 renminbi, and the limited time flash sale price is 1 renminbi. Hero Honor includes all heroes and all skins, the market price is 100,000,000 RMB, and the limited time flash sale price is 10 RMB. This is just dirt cheap. You bastard, don't take advantage of an opportunity. Zhou Fan clicked buy all without hesitation and entered his game account. After the purchase, Zhou Fan became a comfortable gaming nerd at home. Zhou Fan spent 3 days comfortably, but Wang Chushi lived in fear. After the last lesson, Wang Chushi no longer dared to seek huge profits by selling shares at high prices and then buying them back at low prices. He was afraid that the Wang Group, which he had worked so hard to build, would change its name like the Qi Group. Wang Chushi was very depressed about losing this economic income, which was close to 1/3 of the annual income of Wang Group, but he had no choice but to endure it. He thought that Zhou Fan would use the 20% of shares in his hands to launch a crazy attack on the Wang Group in the next few days, but 3 days passed and there was no movement from the Fifen Company, which was still operating according to the original model. This was simply unbelievable to him. What a Zhou Fan! He's playing psychological warfare with me. If Zhou Fan knew this, he would definitely laugh like crazy. He had never thought of playing psychological tactics with Wang Chushi. He was just waiting for Dr. Sean's research results. On this day, Zhou Fan, who was leisurely playing mobile games at home as usual, received a call from Dr. Sean. Mr. Zhou? Dr. Sean, have you figured it out yet? Yes, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 97, The Advent of Nanochips. Just this morning, I developed the nanochip. Dr. Sean's tone was filled with excitement. But suddenly Dr. Sean began to stutter. But what? Can't mass produce? When Zhou Fan heard the word but after that, he thought that it would take a lot of time to research one of these things and it couldn't be mass-produced. No, it can be mass-produced, and it doesn't take too much time. But I still don't understand the nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate you gave me. That's it? It's okay, as long as a nanochip is developed. What I need most right now is the nanochip. I'll slowly research the nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate. I don't need it for now. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely develop it as soon as possible. Although Zhou Fan didn't say anything, Dr. Sean was very sad. He had been given such detailed theoretical knowledge, but it still hadn't been developed yet. Dr. Sean, don't be too hard on yourself. Relax a little. Your health is the foundation of the revolution. I'll pay attention, Mr. Zhou. Then I'll trouble you, Dr. Sean, to mass produce a batch as soon as possible. I want to put it on the market. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan immediately called Su Chian. Su Chian, go investigate the market situation of mobile phone CPU chips immediately. Mr. Zhou, are you planning to enter the technology field? Well, yes. But we don't have any advantages in this area. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. In Su Chian's opinion, Philippe Company will continue to move deeper into the currently popular internet entertainment fields such as live streaming and short videos. Why did Zhou Fan suddenly want to expand into other fields? Although Philippe Company has developed very well recently, it had no foundation in this area before and no unique advantages of its own, which made her very worried. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. We do have advantages. A batch of high-tech nanochips will be delivered to our company in a few days. If you promote them well, they will be on the market soon. Nanochip? Su Chian was shocked. This was something that those working in the mobile phone industry had always dreamed of. They had had this idea a long time ago, but had always suffered from technical and theoretical limitations. Unexpectedly, their president has already obtained this chip and is about to put it into mass production. Su Chian's eyes also began to become hot. Once this chip was on the market, it would definitely cause quite a stir. Their company would surely rise to another level, no, even several levels. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll go down and get ready right away. Zhou Fan hung up the phone and his eyes became sharp as he sat on the sofa. Wang Chusher, Zhou Fan, am here. Prepare to face my wrath. In the Wang group, Wang Chusher saw that Zhou Fan did not make any moves and thought that he was afraid of him, so he began to make big moves in the company again, increasing the market sales volume and quota of other industries, hoping to make up for the lost one-third of the economy. Another 3 days passed, and Philippe Company received the mass-produced nanochips from the Beijing Research Institute. During these 3 days, Su Chian followed Zhou Fan's instructions and vigorously promoted the nanochips they were about to sell in live broadcasts and videos. They described this nanochip as mysterious and powerful. Now their nanochip has become a hot topic and the attention it receives is only increasing. However, there are still many voices of doubt. After all, for something so epoch-making, those old companies specializing in the mobile phone CPU chip industry have not yet had a clear research direction. Suddenly, a company that has become popular in the live broadcast industry emerges and says that nanochips will soon be sold on the market. This is hard for most people to believe, as they tend to trust authority. Wang Chusher, who monopolized the mobile phone CPU chip market, was even more disdainful. In his opinion, their company had the latest technology and the most advanced equipment, but had no research direction in nanochips. How could Zhou Fan have it? The mobile phone manufacturers cooperating with their company also don't believe it. They are in the same boat with Wang Chusher. If they want to develop now, they can only find the big tree of Wang Group. Facing the interview with the reporter, Wang Chusher was also extremely confident. Hello everyone, this is Duobalio TV. I'm the reporter for this interview, Xiaowen. Now let's interview Mr. Wang from the Wang Group. Mr. Wang, what do you think of the nanochip that Philippe Company has been promoting recently? Regarding the recent rumors about the nanochips at Philippe, I just want to say that our company has the most advanced equipment and technology, as well as the best talent, but we still don't have a clue how to research them. Don't even think about those other messed up companies. What this means is that the nanochip can only be developed by them, and other companies can forget about it. Various doubts and ridicules followed, and of course, there were also those crazy and obsessed fans. Because of this news, Philippe Company has once again experienced a surge in popularity, which is really surprising. As the instigator of all this, Zhou Fan smiled knowingly as he watched the news. The publicity for the nanochip was secondary. He could have waited until it went on sale to announce the news, and it would have sold out in no time. However, Zhou Fan still wanted to capitalize on the hype surrounding the nanochip to once again boost the company's popularity. Su Chian is already full of admiration for Zhou Fan. Even if he is not in the company, he can still provide advice and suggestions for the company and drive its vigorous development. This man really makes people feel reliable. Whenever Su Chian thinks of Zhou Fan, he reveals an expression of admiration and respect. The extraordinary company that received the products immediately got to work quickly. Su Chian immediately held a press conference with the company's people and the mobile phone chip. At the meeting, the functions and effects of the nanochip were introduced in detail to everyone, and it was randomly paired with a generic mobile phone. However, the powerful chip brought the performance of the generic mobile phone to the same level as those high-end mobile phones. The scene was shocking and shocked the whole audience. Su Chian then announced that the nanochips would officially enter the market for sale tomorrow. The news spread quickly. Everyone who heard it had a look of shock in their eyes, and then their eyes were filled with fanaticism. The established companies in the major mobile phone industries are almost crowding into Thief & Company, saying they want to cooperate with them. Thief & Company will provide chips and they will take care of everything else. Su Chian asked Zhou Fan for his opinion several times, but Zhou Fan insisted on it. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to create invisible pressure and oppression on the Wang Group. They have heard the news before seeing the shape, which whets the appetites of major mobile phone manufacturers and maximizes their own interests. The result was just as he expected. Those who did not receive a positive response from Thief & Company became increasingly anxious. They all witnessed the powerful functions of the nanochips that Su Chian demonstrated at the press conference. If they could cooperate, even if they could only get a share of the profits, it would allow their company to move to a higher level. Chapter 98 The most important thing. What does it mean now that Thief & Company gives them an answer of neither cooperation nor rejection? But I had no choice but to be humble since I came here to ask for help. Even though several companies promised a 28-20 profit split, Zhou Fan refused to budge and kept fighting a protracted battle with everyone. Just as Zhou Fan planned to wait for me, the Wang Group felt unprecedented pressure. Their mobile phone CPU chips have always been the main focus of the high-end mobile phone market, with huge profits. They have always formed a monopoly in the high-end mobile phone market marketing. But just after Su Chian and his team held a press conference and let everyone see the powerful functions of the nanochip, all the old mobile phone industry companies withdrew their investments from the Wang Group. Some were even willing to pay liquidated damages and break the contract and no longer cooperate with the Wang Group. For a while, the Wang Group was surrounded by enemies and isolated by major mobile phone manufacturers. All the companies that withdrew their investments from the Wang Group went to Thief & Company to seek investment. The major mobile phone manufacturers that defaulted on the Wang Group also came to Thief & Company and expressed their desire to cooperate. Wang Chusher was so angry that he was almost sent to the hospital. Fortunately, they have their own foundation and have been operating in the mobile phone CPU chip market for so long. They also have several reliable allies and can barely stabilize the situation so that their losses are not too heavy. In fact, his allies were also tempted and wanted to terminate the contract with the Wang Group, but they were afraid. The Wang Group has been around for so many years, it's definitely not that easy to bring it down. On the other hand, although Thief & Company has been developing rapidly recently, who can guarantee that they can continue like this? What if they defaulted and Thief & Company collapsed? They would then face Wang Chushi's crazy revenge, and they didn't dare to take the risk. Damn it, that kid actually figured it out. You're a bunch of idiots. Why can others figure this out, but you can't? Wang Chusher looked angrily at the high-tech talent in front of him that he had spent a lot of money to recruit. Mr. Wang, this nanochip technology is definitely not something that can be independently developed by current technology. He was about to cry. He had dabbled in nanochips before, but the latest research data now only had a small part, and it was incomplete. How could he possibly make it? Fuck it, what's the point of me digging you up here? Just mess around with me. Boss Wang, please don't do that. If you kick me out, no one will take me in. Job hopping is a taboo in their industry, so when changing jobs, one usually has to find a way out for oneself, because once you are fired from the place you hop to, there is no chance of being hired by other companies in this life. Wang Chusher turned his face away and stopped looking at him. Mr. Wang, I've also been developing a new product recently, and it's almost successful. I'm confident it can catch up with nanochips. This high-tech talent became ruthless and spoke to Wang Chusher anxiously. Are you sure? Wang Chusher looked at him in disbelief. Mr. Wang, I'm sure my new product has entered the experimental stage. As long as the testing is completed in a few days, it can be put on the market immediately. Wang Chusher walked around the office with his hands behind his back. If we don't conduct experimental testing, will the phone's operating system crash? That's not the case. We just haven't tested the chip's heat and oxidation resistance yet. If the phone gets too hot, it might explode. The high-tech talent spoke softly until his voice was almost inaudible. Okay, I'll give you another chance. But I have to mass produce it tomorrow. I want to see it tomorrow. But Mr. Wang, that would be. Am I the boss or are you? If you still want to do this, start mass production. Hearing this, the man could only nod helplessly. After responding, it was immediately put into experimental mass production. Joe Fan, I just don't believe it. My huge Wang Group is not as good as your small live broadcast company. Just wait and see. This time, Wang Chusher intends to go all out to deal with Joe Fan. He must suppress the nanochip, otherwise he will no longer have a place in the mobile phone CPU chip industry in the future, and Joe Fan will definitely not let him go easily. Boss, if we want to mass produce and launch the product tomorrow, we might not have enough assets. This is what the secretary next to him said to him. Huh? How can it not be enough? Because you increased investment in other industries a few days ago, more than half of the company's working capital has been used up. I'm afraid it's not enough now. Wang Chusher. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wang Chusher looked at the secretary angrily, staring her so much that her face turned pale. Just now, you were talking, and I didn't dare interrupt. Wang Chusher instantly aged a dozen years and began to sigh. Forget it, you go down first. I'll find a way to deal with this matter. Mass production can't be delayed. Yes, Mr. Wang. Wang Chusher then used his connections to borrow money from friends in major companies, but in the end he was still short of more than 10 billion and had to borrow money from the bank. If you don't succeed, you will die. Mr. Zhou, I've already demonstrated the capabilities of our nanochip to the media, and everything is just as you expected. Xu Yan was calling Zhou Fan at this time to tell him about the company's situation. Well done. You've done a great service to the company this time. Xu Yan's tone suddenly became flustered when he heard this. Mr. Zhou, this is all thanks to you. I was just going through the motions. That also requires you to manage my company well, right? Don't be so modest. You have made a lot of progress compared to when I first met you. Xu Yan, congratulations. Zhou Fan was sincerely happy for this simple little girl. When he recruited Xu Yan, he was simply attracted by Xu Yan's ability to remember everything he saw. Unexpectedly, at this point, Xu Yan could already manage the company on his behalf. Fatally, he saw the shadow of the female president on Xu Yan. Fortunately, I was sharp-eyed and didn't eliminate Xu Yan. I can have the change I have today, all thanks to Mr. Zhou's promotion and guidance. Xu Yan will never forget it. I was right about you. You've stayed true to your original aspirations, which is great. But Xu Yan, you need to work on your self-confidence. Your confidence is still a little lacking. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely work harder. By the way, what about those investors? And those mobile phone manufacturers? Those investors come to the company every day to meet you, but I turn them down, as do the mobile phone manufacturers. Mr. Zhou, I'm a little confused. Oh? What are you confused about? Mr. Zhou, those investors and mobile phone manufacturers are looking for cooperation with us. Why don't you refuse or agree? If we supply those nanochips to more people, won't we have more sales channels? Not bad, I've thought of all this. Xu Yan, do you know what we businessmen value most? Xu Yan thought for a moment and replied, is it about benefits? Yes, it's profit. This is what every businessman values most, but in my opinion there is another most important thing to abide by. That is integrity. Chapter 99, Tai. If a businessman wants to become bigger and stronger and create brilliance, he must have a bottom line. Look at those mobile phone manufacturers. They used to work with the Wang Group, but now they see companies with more potential than the Wang Group, and they're willing to break the contract to work with us. Their lack of integrity is intolerable. If he cooperates with us in the future, he might stab you in the back. When Xu Yan heard this, he suddenly understood. Mr. Zhou is wise. As for those who want to invest, just let them be anxious for a while. If they agree too early, they won't invest much. By the time they realize how good our product is, the amount they invest will be much larger than it was at the beginning. Xu Yan listened with admiration, and she felt more and more glad that she followed Zhou Fan. Then Mr. Zhou, when do we start selecting mobile phone manufacturers and investments? There's no rush now, let's wait until tomorrow. Remember to choose from emerging mobile phone manufacturers that have no connection with the Wang Group. As for those who invested, we will accept all of them tomorrow. We will take whatever we can get. Okay, Mr. Zhou. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan continued to play his game, waiting for the official launch tomorrow to give the Wang Group a head-on blow. The next morning, at the Wang Group, thanks to the unremitting efforts of scientific researchers, the new type of mobile phone CPU chip was finally mass-produced. Wang Chushi now has a trump card to compete with Zhou Fan. Afterwards, a press conference was held with everyone, and the researchers demonstrated their new chip, the new Shark Generation 2, on the stage. I saw that the functions and performance displayed by the new Shark 2 mobile phone were close to the functions and performance scores displayed by Zhou Fan's company's nanochip. This was a big deal and once again caused an uproar at the press conference. The mobile phone manufacturers who breached the contract with the Wang Group regretted it very much. They left Thief & Company one after another and came to Wang Group for cooperation, promising to take a 10% smaller share. Wang Chushi, who only cared about interests, smiled from ear to ear when he heard this and naturally agreed happily. As for Thief & Company, only a small part of the mobile phone manufacturers are left, and they are all unknown brands of mobile phones. In fact, there are many generic mobile phones that are of much better quality than so-called branded mobile phones, but the mobile phone CPU chips they are equipped with are not good enough, and the high-end mobile phone CPU chips are monopolized by Wang Chushi. They can't stand Wang Chushi's conditions, so they have to settle for second best. Su Chian followed what Zhou Fan said and signed contracts and cooperated with these small manufacturers, and the distribution of profits was also very reasonable. Small manufacturers never dreamed that this famous nanochip could be installed in their mobile phones, and they were all ecstatic. They had come here originally to broaden their horizons, and it felt like pie had fallen from the sky for them. The number of investors also decreased by about half, and Su Chian accepted them one by one. In the end, Thief & Company and Wang Group formed an antagonistic situation and engaged in an invisible battle for resources in the market. Zhou Fan did not expect this result. I underestimated Wang Chushi's strength. You're lucky, old man. But he did not regret his strategy of shutting out those investors. In his words, only smart people know how to make money. Su Chian and all the company employees cried out, what a pity. If they can defeat the Wang Group this time, their company will truly usher in a golden period of development. She also felt deeply regretful, it was just a little bit short. She now felt inexplicable admiration and respect for Zhou Fan, and this miscalculation did not affect Zhou Fan's position in her heart at all. Unlike the regretful Thief & Company, the employees of Wang Group were jubilant. Their professional company was almost outshined by an amateur company. How embarrassing was that? Wang Chushi's face didn't look very good. What he hoped for was not to draw with Thief & Company, but to completely defeat Thief & Company and suppress them. He looked at the high-tech talent in front of him angrily, which gave people an invisible sense of pressure. I need an explanation. Suddenly Wang Chushi spoke, and the high-tech talents trembled with fear. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, I didn't expect this nanochip to be so powerful. This time, since you've developed the new Shark 2 for the company, you must immediately start researching and make a mobile phone CPU chip that's better than a nanochip. The high-tech talent smiled bitterly when he heard this. This new Shark Generation 2 took him nearly 3 years to research, and it's still a semi-finished product that hasn't been tested. It wouldn't be easy to develop something better than this now. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known earlier, he should have stayed in his previous company. At least the boss was polite to him. Wang Chushi's attitude towards him now is completely different from when he first recruited him. In fact, Wang Chushi also felt fortunate. If it weren't for the new Shark second generation chip this time, how much bonds would he have to face? At that time, the Wang Group will have to declare bankruptcy directly. But while he felt satisfied, he also felt deeply ashamed. It was really embarrassing that an expert was almost outdone by a layman, but he had to admit that Thief & Company's nanochips made him jealous. He saw huge business opportunities in them, but unfortunately they were not theirs. No, we must break this situation. Wang Chushi, unwilling to give up, called his secretary and asked her to notify everyone that the newly launched new Shark second generation would have a first-week discount promotion, with a 20% discount on sale, on a first-come, first-served basis. She did as Wang Chushi said, and before long, more and more mobile phone manufacturers came to their Wang Group to discuss cooperation, and many manufacturers who were planning to cooperate with Thief & Company also turned around. The Wang Group defeated Thief & Company in the competition for the mobile phone CPU market and took the lead. Su Chian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and quickly called Zhou Fan. Mr. Zhou, the Wang Group's new product violates market rules and has suddenly reduced its price. Many of our partners have been snatched away. His tone was full of urgency and indignation. Let it rain, let my mother marry, let them be. Mr. Zhou, if this continues, fewer and fewer people will cooperate with our company. It's okay, they'll regret it later. Then why don't we also have a promotion? Xu Yan was very unwilling to accept this. She was already very regretful about the draw, and now the Wang Group had defeated them in this way, which made her unable to swallow this humiliation. No, let them be, we still offer the same price. Believe me, they will regret it soon. Why is Zhou Fan so confident that they will regret it? Because when Dr. Sean handed the nanochip to Zhou Fan, he said that this chip can be recycled and reused without any processing. Chapter 100, the Wang Consortium is completely over. Zhou Fan believed that with this news, he would be able to make a comeback soon. Zhou Fan then told Xu Yan the news, and Xu Yan was so shocked that he was speechless. Spread the news later, the sooner the better. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Excited Xu Yan quickly ran to notify the company's publicity and planning department. In a short time, the news that Philippe Company's nanochips can be recycled spread again, and mobile phone manufacturers who heard the news turned around and flocked to Philippe Company. Although Philippe's nanochips have not been reduced in price, the recyclable and reusable nature of their chips is like buying one, so there is no need to replace the chip for the customer. This saves a lot of money in their mobile phone after sales service, and it is a sure profit. So another one-sided scene occurred. In the end, the two companies were balanced again, each accounting for half. After Wang Chusher heard the news, his face turned blue and red, and he breathed out through his nostrils in anger. Damn Zhou Fan, damn nanochip. Bang! Wang Chusher slammed the table in anger, and everyone in the company stood by trembling. This time, he added all the income from those new Shark second generation to the price reduction. He wanted to catch them off guard and make a fortune at the same time, but he didn't expect that his money would be taken back. His investment is now like a drop in the ocean. How can he not be angry? Boss Wang, we have already occupied half of the market, so we will make back the money we paid for it. At this time, a senior executive said to Wang Chusher. Shut up. I don't want to get my money back, I want to make a profit. A bunch of trash. Wang Chusher looked at the senior executives with disdain and left. The senior executives dared not speak out and held back their anger. The next day, a major news item hit the headlines. The Wang Group was completely finished, and all the employees looked desperate because in a few hours, they would lose their jobs and the company would be shut down. Wang Chusher sat in his office with a dazed look on his face pale. Impossible, impossible. I saw the news playing on the laptop in his office and the host was reporting it. The Wang Group's new product, the new Shark 2, was launched on the market and most people bought it. No one expected it to cause such an accident. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Let's ask our reporters to follow up further. What is going on? It turned out that just this morning, there was a problem with their new product that was launched on the market. A customer bought a mobile phone equipped with the new Shark second generation mobile phone chip, took it home to play with the phone and charge it, but unexpectedly, the phone suddenly exploded. The unfortunate customer is still receiving emergency treatment in the hospital. The incident was quickly reported by the unfortunate victim's family, and the news media immediately went to the scene to conduct follow-up interviews. The incident immediately became a hot topic. Wang Chusher, who was sitting in the office in a daze, was full of regret. The developer of this new Shark Generation 2 told him that antioxidant and heat resistance tests had not yet been conducted, but he did not listen at the time, which led to the current accident. Many customers who bought mobile phones equipped with the new Shark second generation asked the merchants for refunds at the places of purchase, and under the pressure of public opinion, they had no choice but to give customers a full refund. These manufacturers are regretting their decision now. If they had known earlier, they would not have been tempted by such small profits. Then they turned their attention to the Wang Group. All of a sudden, the phones of the Wang Group rang continuously, and there was a large group of reporters blocking the way outside. It was really like internal and external troubles erupted together and were going to kill them. Some female employees in the company couldn't bear the pressure and started crying. Wang Chusher sat there blankly, ignoring the incessant ringing of the phone in the office, like an old man with dementia. Then the reporters all moved away and moved far away. Just when everyone thought the reporters were about to leave, sirens sounded. Several armed policemen walked into the Wang Group with real guns and ammunition, and everyone was so scared that they quickly retreated. After finding out where Wang Chusher was, a group of people rushed to Wang Chushi's office. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking for a long time and no one opened the door, the armed police broke in directly. When I walked in, I saw Wang Chusher looking dazed. "Mr. Wang, we now suspect you of illegally selling dangerous goods and endangering others. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation." "Mr. Wang?" After shouting a few times, Wang Chusher still looked the same, so they wanted to go up and take him away. Puff. Suddenly, Wang Chusher spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on the desk. The police officer in charge of the case was stunned. They quickly called the 120 emergency center. Suddenly, the sirens of Wang Group's police cars and ambulances rang out one after another, making it very lively. On the news, the host continued to report. Dear viewers, according to the latest report, Wang Chusher of the Wang Group was arrested by the police for illegally selling dangerous goods and intentionally endangering the lives and health of others, but he has now been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The suspect, director Wang Chusher, was furious because his conspiracy was exposed. The Wang Group has been plagued by negative news and has been mercilessly targeted by all kinds of speculation. The trolls on the internet showed their heroic qualities and ruthlessly exposed the Wang Group as a wolf in sheep's clothing. At this point, the Wang Group is completely over, with no possibility of recovery. In Thief & Company, everyone sighed. It is really unbelievable that a leading company that once controlled half of the Shanghai market has fallen to such a state. This is karma, huh? You're trying to use tricks to win over our company. It's simply karma. That's right, we've been putting up with them for so long. They keep coming back to bully our company. Do they really think we're easy to bully? Yes, Jay Cho is truly a man of great talent and vision. Jay is so handsome. If my boyfriend was like this, I would slap myself every time we have a fight. Ha, Ching Ching, just think about it, how could someone like Jay Cho even think highly of you? I hate you so much. Everyone hated the Wang Group with a vengeance, but when they heard the news about the Wang Group, they were extremely excited and started gossiping. Xu Yan stood in front of Zhou Fan's desk, staring blankly at the chair where Zhou Fan usually sat. There really is such a perfect man in the world. As he thought about it, Xu Yan blushed. Zhou Fan was not as happy as everyone else. He was still playing games at home as usual, having a lot of fun. Hey, Wang Chusher, Wang Chusher, even God won't let you go. I have no choice. I was planning to deal with you slowly. Before, Zhou Fan wanted to bring down the Wang Group through nanochips, but after their new products competed with his, he no longer planned to wait for the next wave. Unexpectedly, even God helped him and caused problems with their products. It's really his own fault. He deserves to die. Chapter 101, Li Han returns. But Zhou Fan suddenly felt a little empty, a kind of emptiness that came from having no opponent. With the system, I can kill any god I meet, and any Buddha that stands in my way. But this is really boring. No, from now on, unless it is necessary, I have to do it myself. The system's arrangement allowed him to win so easily, leaving Zhou Fan with no achievements at all. He decided to find ways to solve problems on his own in the future and not always rely on the system. He also wanted to exercise his abilities, because what the system arranged was not his real ability. Zhou Fan's goal now is not only to dominate the Magic City, but also to have his own influence in China and even the world. It is imperative to improve his own abilities. As he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was Jiang Tan calling. Mr. Zhou is really capable. You even brought down the Wang Group. Now your company is the only one in the market. Okay, you're talking to your boss in a sarcastic way. Do you want to get fired? Jiang Tan stuck out his tongue, Lai Lo Lu. Then respected Mr. Zhou, what are you going to do next? What to do? Jiang Tan asked a question that left Zhou Fan confused. It's the Wang Group. Such a good opportunity, why don't you buy it? I have this plan, but now is not the time. Isn't it time? The Wang Group's stock price has plummeted, and all the major shareholders are selling their shares at low prices. Isn't this the right time? Jiang Tan was puzzled. Wasn't now the perfect time to take advantage of the situation? What was Zhou Fan thinking? Right now, the Wang Group's stock price hasn't dropped to a level that satisfies me. Let's wait a little longer. I, the CEO, haven't even gotten anxious yet, but you, the assistant, are getting anxious first? It's true that the eunuchs get anxious when the emperor doesn't, ha ha ha. You, Humph, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Okay, I know you're just reminding me, but I've already made plans. Right now, the shareholders are still waiting for a good price to sell their shares, so they're not in a rush. They'll really get anxious when the Wang consortium is truly at the center of controversy in a couple of days. The price will definitely be much better than it is now. I didn't expect you to be so stingy even though you're so rich. How could Jiang Tan miss such a good opportunity to tease him? What do you know? This is called business acumen. Come on. Okay, since you have plans, I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Zhou. Jiang Tan said the last 3 words word by word. Then he quickly hung up the phone. This girl is getting more and more arrogant. Within the Wang Group, a number of employees began to submit their resignations one after another. With the company in such a mess, everyone was in a state of panic, fearing that if they stayed there for one more second, they would get into trouble. Their families also heard about it and urged them to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. The company was facing bankruptcy crisis, and the boss was in the hospital again. The whole company was like a headless fly. The senior executives were also panicked and began to sell their shares at low prices, but these old foxes were still unwilling to lower the price. Wang Group's shares are now their biggest support. The company is now facing bankruptcy, and there will definitely be someone to acquire it. When the price is a little higher than the market price, I believe the acquirer will accept it. With this mentality, they hold on to their shares tightly and will not let go until the critical moment. Everyone has their own ulterior motives. Some want to secretly acquire the stock at a low price so as to plan for the future, while others want to take advantage of the public sentiment and sell it out before the price falls to the worst. Jiang Tan also checked and found that just as Zhou Fan expected, the prices of most shares were much higher than the market price. He secretly admired Zhou Fan in his heart. Zhou Fan stayed at home as usual that morning, waiting for the Wang Group stock price to fall to the lowest point before taking action. That day, Li Han, who had taken a leave of absence, contacted him. Mr. Zhou Fan? Is everything settled? Yes, I'm planning to rush to the company now. I didn't expect that after only a few days back, the Wang Group is already in your hands. Mr. Zhou Fan is indeed a potential stock. You're still so well informed. Zhou Fan was no longer surprised by the accuracy and speed of Li Han's information. Mr. Zhou's reluctance to purchase the Wang Group's shares, which have fallen in value, seems to have a deeper purpose. Mr. Zhou wants to wait until the lowest point before taking action, right? As expected of you. So, Mr. Zhou, do you want to take control of the Wang Group and merge it, or do you plan to develop other areas? Zhou Fan was silent for a while. Tell me what you think. I think, Mr. Zhou, you can definitely expand into other areas. What's the reason? The first reason is that FIFA's specialized areas have now stabilized, and Mr. Zhou now has enough time, energy, and money to expand them. The second reason is, Mr. Zhou, you definitely don't want to be limited to the Magic City, right? You want to have a place in China, or even in the world, but the field that FIFA Company is currently engaged in is not enough to support it. The third reason is that the righteous will have many supporters, while the unrighteous will have few. The more fields and industries you engage in, the more resources you can obtain, and the more stable your position will be. Zhou Fan was a little surprised. It's not that he hadn't thought about entering other fields, but he didn't think about it as carefully as Li Han. His analysis was quite thorough, he knew Zhou Fan's thoughts very well, and he also made comprehensive considerations from 3 aspects. Your analysis is quite accurate. I regret not meeting you earlier. Mr. Zhou is too modest. I believe you can figure it out without me. It's just a matter of time. So what do you think of the Wang Group? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Zhou Fan did not urge him and waited for his next words. The Wang consortium itself is primarily focused on the technology sector. Mr. Zhou can make the Wang consortium a branch of FIFA Company, focusing on the technology sector as its primary development direction. Very good, that's exactly what I thought. Go to the company first and ask my secretary Chu Yan for help. She will meet all your requirements. Okay, Mr. Zhou. This Li Han is no ordinary person. He's not just an ordinary person. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan was impressed by Li Han's cleverness. Then he immediately called Chu Yan. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Chu Yan, a new member of our company, will be reporting back soon, please entertain him well. His requests are met as much as possible. Also, arrange a place for him to live. Chu Yan was stunned. It was the first time she saw Zhou Fan care so much about someone. Chu Yan? Ha? Oh, okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 102 Li Han's plan. In fact, when Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu first saw Li Han was at his lowest point. He ran away from home because of a quarrel with his parents and went out to work on his own. He thought that he could make a name for himself with his clever mind and computer skills and then go home to show his parents that he was right. But when he went to apply for the job, he found that things were not that simple. Many companies rejected him directly after seeing his bachelor's degree. Poor Li Han had a lot of skills but nowhere to display them, and he had a lot of ambitions but no one appreciated them. After several consecutive setbacks, Li Han became discouraged and hid in a small rented room, helping others write comments and reply to posts online, earning a meager income that was only enough for 3 meals a day. Fortunately, he met a pretty good landlord. He owed the landlord half a year's rent, but the landlord did not evict him. In the end, the landlord had no choice but to let him live in the warehouse for free out of pity for him. By chance, he saw the sudden rise of Zhou Fan on the internet and became interested in him, so he began to investigate and got to know Zhou Fan more and more, which led to Zhou Fan's recruitment. I took leave a few days ago because my mother suddenly fell seriously ill and I had to go home to visit her. At this moment, Li Han, who had come back and sorted himself out, decided to follow Zhou Fan wholeheartedly. Soon, Li Han saw a girl downstairs in the company building. She was wearing a professional suit, a high ponytail, black framed glasses, and looking around with a phone in her hand. He walked up to her quickly. Xu Yan saw the young man walking towards him. He looked somewhat similar to the one Zhou Fan described, and looked at him curiously. "Hello, Mississippi, may I ask if you know Miss Xu Yan, the secretary of Philippe Company? Are you Mr. Li Han that Mr. Zhou mentioned?" "Yes, I am Li Han, and you are Miss Xu Yan?" "Yes, Mr. Li, I will arrange a hotel reception for you right away." No, Miss Xu Yan, please take me to learn about the company first. Mr. Zhou's vision in selecting people is still so unique. Xu Yan had a good first impression of Li Han and silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Then Li Han visited Philippe Company under the guidance of Zhou Fan. Every time he arrived at a department, Xu Yan would explain in detail what each department did and what each department was responsible for. Li Han would give comments or suggestions from time to time, which would make Xu Yan's eyes light up. Time passed quickly and it was almost time for dinner. "Mr. Li, let me take you to dinner first." After walking around and talking for so long, Xu Yan felt a little thirsty and very hungry. The two went to a hotel near the company and ordered a table of food. "Mr. Li, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask." "I don't have any requirements. As long as I have a place to eat and a place to stay, I'm not picky." Xu Yan was stunned. So easy to raise? She thought Li Han would make some high demands. After dinner, Xu Yan took Li Han to find an apartment nearby and let him live there. After Li Han settled down, he officially joined Philippe Company, and Zhou Fan directly gave him the position of vice president. This decision caused great dissatisfaction among employees throughout the company, but it was quickly calmed down under Zhou Fan's pressure. That day, Li Han was sitting at his desk, looking at a string of data on his computer, and then he picked up the phone and called Zhou Fan. "Li Han? You're already back to work so soon? Can't you get used to it in 2 days?" "Mr. Zhou, I think you should know my ability to adapt." Zhou Fan shuddered when he heard this. He didn't want to think about that horrible little house anymore. It was simply not a place for human beings to live. All right, stop annoying me. Is there something you want to talk to me about this time?" He didn't believe that someone as smart as Li Han would call him for no reason. "Mr. Zhou, I've noticed someone is interested in buying shares from the top executives of the wine group." "What?" When Zhou Fan heard this, he cursed himself for being so stupid. How could he have forgotten this? Not everyone could think of it and reduce it like him. Some people had already been fooled. So what can you do? My idea is... Okay, that's it. Just go ahead and do it. If you need anything, just tell them. Well, okay, Mr. Zhou. Another 2 days passed, and the top management of Wang Group was very angry and anxious. Just within 2 days, they finally found someone who was willing to buy the hot potato in their hands, which made them very excited, so they proposed an immediate transaction. But on the second day of the transaction, no one showed up, they all ran away. No matter what they did, they couldn't get in touch with the customer, so they lowered the price again and tried to trade again, but no one wanted to trade with them. Seeing that the 2-day seizure day was approaching, the senior executives were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They felt so regretful that if they had sold according to the initial stock price, they could have made at least a small profit. but now, the price was at least half of what it was before. But there was no other way, I had to sell it quickly at the lowest price. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure it out. All of this was a conspiracy between Zhou Fan and Li Han. No, to be more precise, it was all under Li Han's control. Someone wanted to buy their shares that day. After Li Han and Zhou Fan colluded, he increased the influence of the negative news about the Wang Group, added fuel to the fire, and used various means to send it to the hands of those who wanted to buy shares overnight. Seeing the string of negative news about the Wang Group and the vague threats, these people immediately retreated. They could not clean up this mess. As a result, even though the top management of the Wang Group kept lowering the price of their shares, no one dared to buy. Seeing that the stock price had reached its lowest point, Zhou Fan immediately called Su Chian. Su Chian quickly purchased the shares held by the senior executives of the Wang Group. Mr. Zhou, do you want to buy all of them at once? No, divide it into several accounts, and each account can only buy 6% at most. Leave the account opening and negotiation to Li Han. He knows how to do it, and everything will be done in secret. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Su Chian immediately took action as Zhou Fan said. In less than an hour, all the shares held by the top management of Wang Group were sold out. The unaware senior executives were very excited that they could finally get rid of this mess. Now the Wang Group owes a lot of debts to those mobile phone manufacturers. Whoever buys them will have to bear the pressure from them. They thought that the shares of Wang Group were a hot potato, but Zhou Fan here didn't think so. He was in a good mood after listening to Su Chian's report. Mr. Zhou, I have bought them all as you instructed. Well done. Mr. Zhou, may I ask you a question that I shouldn't ask? You say. The Wang Group is already swamped with debt and facing imminent seizure. Why would you still want to buy it? She really couldn't understand. The Wang Group had obviously become a mess now, so why would Zhou Fan still be interested in it? It seems that the Wang Group is indeed terminally ill now, but with our nanochips, won't it be able to recover quickly? And I've already planned to turn the Wang Group into our branch. From now on, the Wang Group will be solely responsible for scientific research, specializing in electronic products and scientific research products. But once we accept it, we'll have to pay back a lot of debt. Look at the bigger picture, my little secretary. These are only temporary. Compared to our future profits, they are nothing. Chapter 103, Su Chian's Heart. Su Chian didn't hear what Zhou Fan said next. Her attention had been diverted. She kept thinking about those 5 words in her mind, my little secretary. Before she knew it, her face had turned red all the way to her ears. So, don't worry too much. The most important thing for us right now is to slowly gain control of all the shares of the Wang Consortium. By the way, how many shares does the Wang Consortium hold in our hands now? There was silence on the other end of the phone, no response. Su Chian? What happened to Jay Cho? What's wrong with you lately? Why are you always absent-minded? He had never seen Su Chian like this before. In the past, Su Chian always did things seriously and carefully. How could he be distracted? It's nothing, Mr. Zhou. I just feel a little unwell. I'll be fine in a few days. Then you should take better care of yourself and stop working so hard. I've already found Li Han to help ease your burden, so you don't have to work so hard anymore. It's okay, Mr. Zhou. We now hold 52% of the Wang Group's shares. So many? Already halfway through? You've worked hard. You can rest now. It's not hard. It's my honor to work for you, and Fifan Company. Su Chian, realizing that what he said was a bit ambiguous, immediately added a sentence. Zhou Fan felt helpless again. His secretary worked harder than anyone else and didn't care about her health at all. Okay. Then Mr. Zhou, I'll hang up first. He said and hung up the phone in a hurry. Zhou Fan was stunned when he heard the beeping sound on the phone. He was always the one who hung up Su Chian's calls, so why was it the other way around today? This girl has been becoming more and more abnormal recently. Does she have a boyfriend? Thinking of this, he shook his head like a rattle. How is that possible? This silly girl is probably obsessed with her career. She's obviously a complete novice when it comes to relationships. As for Su Chian, as soon as she hung up the phone, her face turned red like a ripe peach, just like a young girl with amorous feelings. After hearing Zhou Fan's words twice in a row, she became stunned and put Zhou Fan aside. This was something she had never dared to think about before. Poor Wang Chusher didn't know that the real power of the Wang Group, which he had worked so hard to build, had fallen into the hands of his opponents. In the Magic City Hospital, Wang Chusher lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He has been awake for 3 days, having woken up on the second day after being sent to the hospital. However, he has been unwilling to believe the truth. After waking up, he has been dazed and stupid, and the nurses spoke to him as if he were deaf. It must be said that he was really miserable. His son was sued by Zhou Fan, and now he was bankrupt. He couldn't bear the blow and was sent to the hospital. He almost ended up in a mental hospital. It is so sad and lamentable that such a great hero ended up like this. His phone kept ringing as usual, and the nurse next to him was tired of it. Whenever she answered the phone, it was almost always someone calling to collect a debt. There were people from the mobile phone manufacturers that had signed contracts with the Wang Group, there were people from the banks, and there were people from his friends. The simple little nurse felt sorry for the silly-looking old man in his 60s with white hair on his temples. Despite the shrill ringing of the phone, she still picked it up. "Director Wang? Mr. Wang, are you here? I'm Lao Lu." A middle-aged man's voice sounded on the phone. At this time, Wang Chusher, who usually had no reaction to these calls, finally showed some reaction. "Old Lu? Director Wang, I finally got in touch with you. Where have you been these days?" Wang Chushy's phone had been ringing with debt collectors before. Every time he called, the call kept saying he was on the line. Today, he decided to give it a try, and to his surprise, the call went through. Wang Chushy's scattered eyes gathered together, and there was a hint of life in them. "Hey. I'm at the Magic City Hospital. What's going on? How's the company doing lately? Director Wang, you don't know yet? Our company has been shut down. The senior executives have sold their shares at low prices. The Wang Group has already." "Okay, I want to be quiet, that's all." Wang Chusher was already exhausted. Faced with such a situation, it was not easy for him, a middle-aged man in his 50s with one foot in the ground, to hold on. Even though he had already thought of the various outcomes of his company, listening to Lao Lu's report was still too much for him to face. Director Wang, please don't hang up yet. I have something more important to tell you." Anything else?" "Mr. Wang, the debt collectors are here to collect debts. They're blocking your house outside your villa, demanding repayment. It's been several days, and no one in your family dares to go out. What do you think we should do now?" After hearing this, Wang Chushy's breathing became rapid, his chest heaved more and more, his eyes widened like a cow, almost rolling his eyes, and his heart rate became faster and faster. Suddenly his eyes rolled back, his legs kicked, and he fainted. "Director Wang?" Old Lu called several times on the phone but no one responded, and then he heard the screams of the hospital nurse. Wang Chusher fainted from anger again. The young nurse beside was frightened and ran to call the doctor. On Old Lu's side, when he heard the emergency call from the hospital machine, he quickly called Wang Bin. "Hey, Master Wang, I'm afraid the master is dying." On the other end of the phone, when Wang Bin heard this, he stood up from the sofa in the apartment. "What? What happened?" "Master, I'll tell you the details later. Now hurry to the hospital to see Director Wang." "Which hospital is my dad in?" "The master is in the Magic City Hospital right now." "Young master, hurry over there." "I'll be there soon." Upon hearing the news that Wang Chusher was in the Magic City Hospital, Wang Bin immediately hung up the phone and rushed to the Magic City Hospital. Although he felt a little resentful towards Wang Chusher this time, Wang Chusher usually doted on him and gave him whatever he wanted. Now that Wang Chusher was in the hospital and was told that he was critically ill, he became anxious. Old Lu also quickly took a taxi and rushed to the hospital. Wang Bin arrived at the hospital gate, rushed in quickly, asked and found out Wang Chushy's ward and went to look for him quickly. When I arrived at his ward, I saw that it was empty. Where was Wang Chusher? The young nurse saw it and told him that Wang Chusher was carried into the emergency room. Wang Bin's heart suddenly sank. 2 lines of tears appeared on his cheeks. He regretted not staying at home, as now he might not be able to see his only relative again. Wang Chusher has been with him since he was a child, and he would always make time to accompany him no matter how busy he was. Thinking of the past, Wang Bin felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and for a moment he even had difficulty breathing. Later, Lao Lu arrived, found Wang Bin, and learned that Wang Chusher was in the emergency room. Chapter 104, The Last Straw. Seeing Wang Bin's painful expression, Lao Lu couldn't bear it and tried to comfort him. Master, Mr. Wang is a lucky man, and everything will be fine. But no matter what he said, Wang Bin kept mumbling with tears in his eyes. It's all my fault. I made my father so angry. Master, please don't be like this. This is not your fault. The only one to blame is Zhou Fan, who interfered with us. Zhou Fan? When Wang Bin heard Zhou Fan, his eyes became angry. Old Lu, tell me quickly, what exactly is going on? He had been kept under house arrest in the apartment by Wang Chushi, and seemed to be isolated from the world, having no idea what had happened recently. Hey, Director Wang also wanted to avenge you, so he kidnapped Zhou Fan's parents. Later, Zhou Fan pushed us into a corner and we used the unfinished new Shark 2. Everything went smoothly at first, but no one expected something to go wrong the very next day. So our company was shut down, and Mr. Wang's loan was never returned. As soon as those borrowers heard that our company had closed down, they immediately came to collect their debts. They've been blocking Director Wang's villa for several days. I only just contacted him. Bang! An angry Wang Bin punched the door of the ward, making a loud noise. Zhou Fan, it's Zhou Fan again. I swear, Zhou Fan and I will never coexist. Keep your voice down. Can't you see first aid is being administered? Can you afford it if something happens? The nurse who heard the noise came out and accused the two of them. Old Lu quickly pulled the angry Wang Bin to the bench and apologized to the nurse. Sorry, nurse, we are too excited. Only after hearing this did the nurse give up and turn away. Which of you is the patient's family member? Suddenly, a doctor wearing a surgical suit and a mask came out of the emergency room and asked. I am the patient's son. The doctor glanced at him. The patient is currently suffering from cerebral ischemia, myocardial infarction, and sudden pneumonia. His condition is extremely critical and requires immediate surgery. Please sign this. Then he handed Wang Bin a critical illness notice. Doctor, please save my dad. He's the only relative I have left. I'll give you whatever money you want. Wang Bin grabbed the doctor's hand and knelt down to beg the doctor. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of crisis, and even bad people can show their true feelings. The doctor was also moved by Wang Bin's filial piety and his tone softened a little. Don't worry, we will do our best. Wang Bin took the notice slowly with trembling hands, feeling very uncomfortable. The doctor turned and walked into the emergency room to begin the operation. Wang Bin and Lao Lu began a long wait outside the door. During this period, the police also came to visit and asked about Wang Chushi's situation. Wang Chushi is still a criminal, so they have to care about him. After 5 or 6 hours, the emergency room opened and Wang Bin rushed over excitedly. Doctor, what's going on? The operation was successful, but we still need to wait for the patient to stabilize, so please don't make him too emotional. Okay, doctor, we'll keep that in mind. In the following hours, Wang Chushi's condition stabilized and he was transferred to the general ward. Wang Bin and Lao Lu stayed by his side to take care of him. The next day, Wang Chushi slowly woke up from his coma. Dad, I'm Xiaobin. How are you feeling? Wang Chushi was excited again when he saw Wang Bin and his eyes opened wide. Dad, don't get excited. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. Don't get angry. Looking at the excited Wang Chushi, Wang Bin immediately admitted his mistake. Wang Chushi calmed down after hearing this. Director Wang, please don't get too excited. It's not good for your health. The young master cried when he was trying to save you. Old Lu on the side quickly provided cover for Wang Bin. Humph, this rebellious son, if he didn't get angry with me, he could live 2 more years. Wang Bin didn't dare to respond after hearing this and just lowered his head to bear it. Director Wang, our most urgent task now is to figure out what to do. Oh, what should I do? The foundation I've worked so hard for most of my life is gone. Dad, I'm glad that we are okay. You are my only relative. Wang Bin looked at Wang Chushi with tears in his eyes. It was not until yesterday when Wang Chushi was critically ill that he realized that everything is empty. As long as the person is still there, everything is still there. Wang Chushi looked at Wang Bin with complicated eyes. Why didn't you realize this earlier, Xiaobin? Wang Bin lowered his head in shame. We have nothing now, so don't even think about doing anything. Suddenly he looked at Lao Lu. Old Lu, Binner and I still hold a combined 48% of the shares. If you sell them, even at a low price, you should pay off the loan first. Mr. Wang, those are the only remaining shares of the Wang Group. If we really sell them, we will. The Wang Group was already finished, and I didn't expect it to make a comeback. I'm tired. Upon hearing this, old Lu had no choice but to do as he was told. As soon as there was any movement from Wang Chusher, Zhou Fan received the news. Very good. As long as we can get the shares from that old man Wang Chusher and Wang Bin, the Wang Group will be completely in our hands. Why do I feel like I'm a bit of a villain? Zhou Fan sometimes felt that he had gone too far, but then he suddenly thought of a truth: being kind to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. If you want to achieve great things, you have to be ruthless. Then his eyes immediately became firm. If he wanted to have a place in this country and even in the world, he couldn't be soft-hearted. He then immediately called Su Chian and asked her to cooperate with Li Han and follow the same routine as last time. In less than half an hour, the remaining 48% was in Zhou Fan's hands. Soon, Lao Lu came to report the news. Boss Wang, I've already sold them as you instructed, but because our shares have shrunk so dramatically, I only sold them for over 200 million, which is only enough to pay back the bank. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Chusher widened his eyes in disbelief. Their stock price used to increase by more than 100 million per percentage point, but now it has shrunk to less than 10 million. This huge gap is really too much for his dying heart to bear. Forget it, let's pay the bank back first. I'll mortgage the remaining money in the villa, mansion, and cars under my name to those villains later. The villains Wang Chusher mentioned are the mobile phone manufacturers they cooperated with and the friends who borrowed money from them. Director Wang, where will you and the young master live from now on? We'll figure this out later, let's get this done first. As Wang Chusher had said, old Lu mortgaged all of Wang Chushi's properties. Finally, I found that it was still not enough, so I came back to report to Wang Chusher. Now Wang Chusher was at a loss. All his property had been squandered, and Wang Bin had not saved a penny yet. This made Wang Chusher very excited again. Suddenly Wang Chusher remembered that he was a branch consortium of a research institute and could ask the institute for help, so he quickly looked for contact information. Chapter 105, Wang Chushi's Blue Striped Card. After some anxious searching, Wang Chusher finally found the contact information and called it immediately. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. Wang Chusher, who was at his wits' end, had no choice but to continue fighting patiently. Finally, the call was picked up. Who are you? Don't you know I'm busy? If you have something to fart, do it now. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. An old man's irritable voice came from the other end of the phone. If Zhou Fan was present, he would be shocked. The voice actually belonged to Dr. Sean. Dr. Sean, calm down. I'm here to see you because I have something to ask. Wang Chusher, who was asking for help, was very unhappy when he heard Dr. Sean's angry tone, but he needed help now. Who are you? I'm Wang Chusher, don't you recognize me? Wang Chusher? Never heard of him. Don't try to be related to me. If you can't explain it clearly, I'll die. I'm busy with experiments. Wang Chusher was anxious, this was his last straw. Dr. Sean, our Wang Group was once a branch of the North Ice Research Institute. How come you can't remember it? Dr. Sean was silent and thought for a while. It seemed that there was a branch consortium, and he suddenly thought of Wang Chusher. Oh, now I remember, you are the Wang Chusher who abandoned the research institute? Wang Chusher felt embarrassed when he heard this. In the past, as a branch of the Arctic Research Institute's financial resources, their purpose has always been to provide financial support to the Arctic Research Institute. But later, when Wang Chusher became powerful, he was unwilling to be controlled by the North Ice Research Institute and its master behind the scenes, so he became independent. Ahem, Dr. Sean, I was forced to do so. I had no choice. Alright, if you have to fart, just let it out. I don't want to hear your explanation anymore. Dr. Sean, who had long been disillusioned with Wang Chushi's behavior, didn't want to listen to him at all. What kind of difficulties could such a person have? Dr. Sean, my company is a bit tight lately, and I'd like to borrow some money from you. Don't worry, as soon as my company is running smoothly, I will immediately give you double the amount, or even more. He didn't dare say that it was for paying off debts. If Dr. Sean knew about it, he would definitely not lend him the money. As soon as Dr. Sean lent him the money, he would run away immediately. Even if they investigated, they would only find a bankrupt Wang Group. Dr. Sean was silent for a while. Wait for me to think about it and give you an answer later. When Wang Chusher heard that he was not rejected immediately, he thought there was a chance. Okay, Dr. Sean. His smile turned gloomy as soon as he hung up the phone. Director Wang, what's going on? Did that person agree to lend it to you? Humph, this old guy is very tight-lipped. He neither agrees nor refuses. When old Lu heard this, a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. Dr. Sean thought about it after hanging up the phone. Why did Wang Chusher come here all of a sudden? Doesn't he know that the North Ice Research Institute has a new owner? Forget it, let me report to Mr. Zhou first. Then he picked up the phone and called Zhou Fan. Hello, Mr. Zhou? Dr. Sean, what's going on? Mr. Zhou, the director of a branch consortium that our institute had many years ago called. Oh? A branch consortium? How do you mean? Dr. Sean then explained to Zhou Fan the relationship between the Wang Group and the North Ice Research Institute. I didn't expect it to be Wang Chusher. Then why did he suddenly come to you? He said he wanted to borrow some money from me. The company was in financial difficulty, so he thought it was an investment. After the situation eased, he said he would give us double the amount or even more. Invest? Ah, this old guy is really shameless. This old guy can barely save himself now, yet he's still returning the money. I think he wants to borrow money and run away. When you investigate, all you'll find is a bankrupt Wang Group. Mr. Zhou, do you know him? How could I not know him? Zhou Fan then told Dr. Sean about the situation of the Wang Group and the competition between him and Wang Chusher. What a sinister and cunning villain. I was almost deceived by him. It's a shame our previous employer gave him a blue-striped card. What a waste of resources. Wait, what did you say? A blue-striped card? Zhou Fan suddenly heard that Wang Chusher had a blue-striped card in his hand and couldn't sit still anymore. Yes, it's that kind of international financial black card. Mr. Zhou should know about it, right? I know. I have one too, but it was only upgraded to a green card a while ago. Mr. Zhou is indeed a young and successful man. Even if it's a green card, that kind of card is a top-tier one in the Magic City. Few people possess it. You're joking, Dr. Sean. I'm still a long way from that. Mr. Zhou, then I will directly reject Wang Chusher. Dr. Sean already hated Wang Chusher, a villain. Now he was trying to deceive him, and he was the enemy of his benefactor and boss. How could he possibly like Wang Chusher again? Wait a minute, Dr. Sean. Then Wang Chusher shouldn't know that the Beibing Research Institute has changed its owner, right? He probably doesn't know yet, otherwise he wouldn't have called. Well, that's good. Wait a minute, you should reject him first and say that the lab is out of money. But you have to tell him that the owner of the laboratory is rich and can give him 1 billion as long as he returns the blue card. Remember, you have to receive the blue card first before paying. Mr. Zhou, you want to? That's right, I want the blue-striped card in Wang Chusher's hand. How could Zhou Fan, who had tasted the sweetness of the international finance black card, ignore the blue-striped card? The moment he heard that Wang Chusher had a blue-striped card, he had already figured out what to do. While he still doesn't know that the North Ice Research Institute has changed its owner, he should quickly trick him. Wang Chusher, who is in urgent need of paying off his debts, will definitely agree to the exchange of the blue-striped card in the end. Because this blue-striped card was originally given to him by the previous owner of the North Ice Research Institute, it was reasonable to take it back now. He would also make a small profit. Zhou Fan was excited just thinking about getting a blue-striped card. But he was so excited that he obviously forgot why Wang Chusher didn't use the blue-striped card. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll call him now. After the two hung up the phone, Dr. Sean immediately called Wang Chusher. Wang Chusher saw a glimmer of hope flashing in the incoming call, and he decided that if Dr. Sean still didn't agree, he would just increase the money tenfold. He didn't believe that there was no cat that didn't like fishy smells. Dr. Sean, what have you thought about this? Wang Chusher, I just asked, our institute is short of money right now. All the spare money has been invested in experiments. Wang Chusher despaired after hearing this. It seemed like God was going to kill him. But the owner of our institute said he can lend it to you. Just when Wang Chusher was in despair, Dr. Sean's voice, like the sound of nature, rang out. Really? Dr. Sean? That guy is really willing to lend it to me? He couldn't quite believe it. He had broken his oath and gone out on his own, having long since cut off contact with that person. Now that he was suddenly willing to lend him the money, Wang Chusher found it somewhat unbelievable. Yes, our boss said that not only can we lend it to you, but we can also give you 1 billion. Hiss. So what are his conditions? Wang Chusher was not carried away by the excitement. Since that person was so generous, he must have something to ask for. Chapter 106, The Generosity of the Boss Behind the Scenes. Tell me about his conditions, Dr. Sean. There's no such thing as a free lunch, let alone a free lunch. You're very smart, but unfortunately you're not a good person. The boss said that as long as you return the blue card, he can give you 1 billion. Wang Chusher trembled when he heard this. It was not because he was afraid of the boss behind the North Ice Research Institute, but because he felt palpitations when he heard the 3 words blue striped card. After so long, he almost forgot that he had a blue striped card because he couldn't use it at all. In the past, among all the branch consortiums of the North Ice Research Institute, Wang Chusher's was the fastest growing and had the strongest financial resources. In order to enable Wang Chusher to play a greater role and provide more support, that person gave him the card, but he never expected that Wang Chusher would use the card to become independent. Wang Chusher, blinded by greed, took the blue striped card for himself, thinking that he was strong enough to fight against the person behind the scenes. But later, the person who gave him the blue striped card did not come to take it back, and let him hold it in his hand. Wang Chusher felt very strange, and thought that his strength was so strong that the person was afraid of him. But until he could no longer use it, he found out that the card had been frozen by that person. In other words, this card has basically become a useless card unless the person behind the scenes unfreezes it. What does he mean? I can't use this card even if I have it in my hand. Wang Chusher was very confused. How could the person behind the scenes who froze the card personally not know that the card in his hand was already useless? Why would you give him such a large sum of money? How could he have imagined that all this was just Zhou Fan's conspiracy? But Wang Chusher would not miss such an opportunity. Okay, I agree to this deal. I can give you the card in my hand. Old Lu, who was standing by, trembled slightly when he heard Wang Chusher's words. Neither Wang Chusher nor Wang Bin noticed his abnormality, so he found an excuse to go out. Don't worry, we have one more condition. Just then, Dr. Sean spoke again. Tell me, what else do you want me to do? This is easy for you, Wang Chusher, don't worry. Our boss wants to see the goods first, and then pay for them before we get them. Is that okay? Wang Chusher thought for a while. Can. Okay, then we'll meet tomorrow at. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Sean immediately called Zhou Fan to inform him. Wang Chusher secretly cursed the old fox behind the scenes. Not long after, old Lu, who had just found an excuse to go out, came back. Director Wang, what's going on? Have the people over there agreed? I did agree, and he even gave me 1 billion. When Wang Bin heard this, he thought it was a sign of a rise. Dad, now we can. Before Wang Bin could finish his words, Wang Chusher glared at him and made him swallow them back. That guy is not an easy person to deal with. Director Wang, who is that person? How could he be so powerful? Upon hearing this, Wang Chusher looked up and stared at him closely, while old Lu lowered his head guiltily. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. Then Wang Chusher sent Lao Lu away and asked Wang Bin to go to the place where he hid the card and get the blue striped card. Lao Lu is not his relative after all. Although Wang Chusher is somewhat touched by Lao Lu's unwavering following, he cannot completely trust him as a family member. Wang Bin was a little confused. Isn't it just a card? Why did he send Lao Lu away? Dad, Lao Lu is one of us, why should we send him away? Madness. Don't you know that we should always be on guard against others? You've been out there for so long. Although Lao Lu seems to be loyal to us, there are some things that he still cannot know. Lao Lu had worked under Wang Chusher for so long that he could roughly guess Wang Chusher's every move. At this time, he already knew the purpose of Wang Chusher sending him away. After going outside and finding a place with few people, Lao Lu made a phone call. Master, Wang Chusher can't help it anymore. The blue-veined card should be delivered today. Then he told the mysterious man all of Wang Chusher's reactions and tone when he called. Well, continue monitoring. I'll bring people over shortly. Remember, you must always pay attention to the movements of the blue stripe card. A young male voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Okay, Master, I will definitely keep a close eye on those 2 people. No matter how hard Wang Chusher tried to think, he could never imagine that old Lu, who followed him wholeheartedly, was actually plotting something. After finishing the call, old Lu slowly returned to the ward. At this time, Wang Bin had already gone out to get the card. "Director Wang, where is the young master? I asked him to go out and do something." "Old Lu, I'm sorry you've suffered so much following me around all these years." Wang Chusher suddenly looked at old Lu with a guilty look on his face. Old Lu was completely stunned by what he did. "Whenever I get angry, I use you as a punching bag. Over the years, you've been scolded a lot by me and suffered a lot. Mr. Wang, please don't say that. I did all this voluntarily. Don't try to excuse me. Don't you understand my bad temper? Over the years, I remember clearly how many people quit their jobs the next day after being scolded by me. Only you, Lao Lu, have always stayed by my side, acting according to my mood without a single complaint. After this ordeal, I've realized that you're the only one who's loyal to me. Now, you and Xiaobin are the only ones I can trust." A complicated look flashed across old Lu's eyes when he heard this. Just as Wang Chusher said, his temper was really hard to predict, and he would get scolded if he wasn't careful. He had endured it for so many years, and had already cursed Wang Chusher in his heart, but he had to endure it because of the man's mission. After following Wang Chusher for many years, he also developed some feelings for Wang Chusher. When he heard Wang Chushi's words, his heart was also touched a little. But when he thought of that man's mission, his eyes became firm again. "In fact, you have been by my side all these years, and I have gradually treated you as one of my own. I never had the heart to fire you because you could tolerate my bad temper. Now it seems that I was right about you, Lao Lu. Why would Wang Chusher say such things to a subordinate? Could it really be as he said? However, this is just planning for himself. Now there are only Wang Bin and him by his side. Wang Bin has no ability and is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. How can Wang Chusher dare to let Wang Bin do something?" So he could only rely on Lao Lu, who was still by his side. Although Lao Lu had not done anything outstanding over the years, at least he could complete the tasks he was asked to do very well. He was afraid that one day old Lu would also leave him, and since he couldn't rely on this spoiled son, he could only feed old Lu poisonous chicken soup. "Director Wang, you have been kind enough to promote me. This is nothing." Crunch. While the two were talking, the door of the ward opened. Wang Bin came with a blue-striped card. Chapter 107, Li Han's Thoughts. "Lao Lu? You're back?" "Yes, master." "Dad, I." Wang Chusher on the side quickly winked at Wang Bin, telling him not to take it out. "Ahem, I already called." Seeing Wang Chusher winking at him madly, Wang Bin immediately changed his words. "Well, it's good to have fought. Let's wait until tomorrow. Lao Lu, you can pay back all the remaining money. As long as we get 1 billion tomorrow, we can still make it. Maybe I can find a chance to come back and take revenge." He looked towards the thief and company with hatred. Until now, Wang Chusher still refuses to give up. He believes that as long as he has the capital to start a business, everything will be possible in time. Little did he know that his plan would soon fail. Zhou Fan became excited after receiving a call from Dr. Sean. In order: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. His original card was a cyan card, belonging to the 3rd level. It was only after he spent lavishly and made money crazily that he slowly upgraded to the 3rd level. If he follows the normal procedure, then if he wants to upgrade his assets, it will cost hundreds of billions and more than tens of billions. How can he achieve this within this period of time? Now you can get one for 10 billion, which is such a good deal. Just when he was excited, a phone call came in. It was Li Han. "Li Han? What's wrong?" Zhou Fan dared not neglect or underestimate this genius. "Mr. Zhou, regarding our discussion last time about expanding into other fields, what direction do you have?" "Direction?" Zhou Fan has been thinking about this issue, but he has not yet decided which industry to enter. It seems that no matter which industry they enter, they have no advantage, and they have the same starting point. So from this perspective, they can try any field, which makes it a bit difficult to choose. "I haven't thought about it yet." "What do you think?" "I think we could get something for mechanical stuff." "Oh? Mechanically? Why?" "We can now expand into other areas, but these are limited to small domestic expansions. If we expand abroad, it will inevitably attract the attention and attacks of other countries. Zhou Fan's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped something. Continue. If we do this, not only will we be in danger of being beaten back to our original form, we might even lose our original capital. So we need to find a way to maintain some connections with the country. That way, we can rely on the protection provided by the country and boldly expand outward. If other countries want to sanction us, they have to consider China's strength. So you want us to start with the mechanical aspects of the military industry? Mr. Zhou really understood everything immediately. My idea is that as long as we can manufacture machinery for the military industry that we have a monopoly on, we can provide it at a low price. On the surface, we may lose money, but we will gain friendly relations with the country. It's not a loss no matter how you calculate it. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Zhou Fan suddenly understood. Li Han's words helped him determine the direction of development, and his thoughts became clear all of a sudden. Li Han, it's a good thing that I recruited you. Otherwise, if you went to other companies, our fiefing company would be in trouble. Mr. Zhou is too modest. Li Han was still as calm as ever, without any fluctuations. How come you're so smart? How come you see things so clearly? Li Han. I won't tease you anymore. You're good in every way except that you can't stand being teased. Mr. Zhou sounds like he's in a good mood today. It seems that you are not only smart, but also very good at understanding people's thoughts. Then Zhou Fan told Li Han about his plan to get the blue striped card. Blue striped card? That's something to be happy about. An international financial black card issued by the internationally renowned Yudeton International Headhunting Company. The colors are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Mr. Zhou, if you need anything, I can help you find the people who own these 7 color cards. Can this be found? Indeed, since you even know that I have the yellow stripe card, nothing can stump you. There's no need to check the other 4. If possible, just help me find out who the holders of the last 3 cards are. Okay, Mr. Zhou. After they hung up the phone, Zhou Fan fell into deep thought. Li Han can actually find out this kind of information. What a scary person. The Magic City is still so bright and prosperous late at night. As a first-tier developing city in China, it has a good geographical location and convenient transportation. Everything looks so beautiful and peaceful. However, tonight, a group of 7 or 8 men in black quickly sneaked into the Magic City Hospital. In the Magic City Hospital, Wang Chushi was already asleep, Wang Bin was sleeping on a bed next to him, and old Lu was nowhere to be found. Squeak! At this time, the door of the ward opened, and a man stuck his head in and looked around. After making sure that Wang Chushi and Wang Bin were asleep, he gently opened the door and walked in. It was Lao Lu. But soon, 2 men in black tiptoed in behind Lao Lu. 2 men in black quickly ran to the bed, put knives to the necks of Wang Chushi and Wang Bin, and then woke them up. Ah, bang! When Wang Bin woke up and saw the man in black, he screamed in fright, but before his news could spread, the man in black knocked him unconscious. Wang Chushi on the side looked at the man in black with shock. After all, he was an experienced person and behaved much better than Wang Bin. Who are you? Chairman Wang, you don't need to worry about who we are. Now you'd better stay still and don't scream, or I'll kill you with my knife. The man holding the knife to Wang Chushi's neck threatened. Okay, I won't shout. What on earth do you want to do? Our employer wants to see you and is on his way. Chairman Wang, just wait a little longer. You'll know soon. Oh, by the way, it's not a good idea for me to point a knife at you like this. After all, I admire you very much, Chairman Wang. As he said that, he put the knife back. Wang Chushi was delighted. After all, it was not easy for anyone to be threatened with a knife. Maybe he could find a chance to ask for help. Bang! But just as he was thinking, the man in black raised his knife and chopped him on the back of the head. Wang Chushi suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes and passed out. After the man in black knocked both men unconscious, he found 2 chairs and tied them to the chairs, waiting for their mysterious employer to appear. When Wang Chushi woke up again, he was woken up by the man in black who poured a glass of cold water on him. That feeling made him very unhappy. At this time, a young man with a handsome face and dressed in black was sitting in front of him, looking at him carefully. If you look closely, you will find that this person's eyebrows and eyes are actually 50% similar to Wang Chushi's. Chapter 108, A Mysterious Person Visits. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Chushi looked at the young man angrily. When had he ever been treated like this? When had he ever been humiliated like this? Long time no see, Wang Chushi. Wang Chushi was stunned when he heard the young man say this. You know me? Who are you? He looked at the young man warily, thinking he was his enemy. Humph, Wang Chushi, you're still as clueless as ever. Now that you are a prisoner, is it your turn to ask me questions? The young man looked at Wang Chushi with anger in his eyes, which made Wang Chushi at a loss. He remembered that he had no deep hatred with anyone, so why did this man's reaction seem like he was the murderer of his father? In fact, Wang Chushi had already guessed half of it. This person was indeed his enemy, an enemy he didn't know about. Now just be good and obey me, maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Humph, I, Wang Chushi, have lived half my life. How could I be afraid of threats from a brat like you? Kill me if you want. He said this, but he was actually very scared in his heart. How can an old man not be afraid of death? However, this person has only arrested him so far and has not taken any further action. As an experienced man, he knows that this person must want to get something from him. That's why he dares to be fearless. Sure enough, the young man's mouth twitched when he heard this. Old fellow, your calculations are very loud. You think I won't dare to do that to you? Number 2, wake that guy up. The young man pointed at Wang Bin, who was still unconscious on the bench. Upon hearing this, the taller man in black immediately took a glass of cold water and poured it at Wang Bin. Ah! Wang Bin, who was awakened by the cold water, screamed immediately. Number 2, calm him down. The man in black walked up to Wang Bin indifferently. Bang! There was a hollow sound, and the man in black punched Wang Bin in the abdomen. Wang Bin stopped screaming immediately, bent his head and groaned dully, his expression almost wrinkled like a piece of paper. Assholes, what are you doing? Wang Chushi, who was standing by, couldn't sit still when he saw Wang Bin being treated like this. This was his only son, his only bloodline. Wang Chushi, keep your voice down. This is a hospital. It would be bad if you disturb others. If you shout any louder, I will immediately make your son speechless forever. Upon hearing this, Wang Chushi could only stare at the young man hatefully. Don't look at me like that. Who told you not to cooperate? The young man felt very comfortable seeing Wang Chushi's unhappy expression, and looked at Wang Chushi jokingly. What do you want? Huh, you're giving in now? Weren't you so tough just now? Uncle Lu, come in and tell him what we want. Uncle Lu? A bad premonition flashed through Wang Chushi's mind. Suddenly, a figure that looked very familiar to him came in from outside the door. It was Lao Lu. Old Lu turned around and looked at Wang Chushi, who was shocked and couldn't believe it. Someone who had followed him for over a decade actually betrayed him? Wang Chushi was driven to question his life. It's you. Why did you betray me? Wang Chushi looked at Lao Lu with bloodshot eyes and growled at him. Director Wang, I have never been loyal to you, so how can I say I betrayed you? More than a decade ago, I just came here and lurked by your side. Old Lu looked at Wang Chushi expressionlessly, as if he was talking about something ordinary. I've treated you well, why are you doing this to me? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being so. Uncle Lu. Just as old Lu was about to say something, he was immediately stopped by the young man. He doesn't deserve it. The young man's eyes suddenly turned red and he looked at Wang Chushi viciously. Yes, master. Mr. Wang, hand over your blue striped card. Wang Chushi's eyes widened upon hearing this. He suddenly remembered that when he was on the phone with Dr. Sean, old Lu had been paying unusual attention to his borrowing situation. At the time, he had thought it was for his own good, but he hadn't expected. So you've been plotting against me and my blue stripe card for a long time. Humph, plotting against you? Wang Chushi, you really think of yourself as a character. If it weren't for the blue striped card in your hand, you would have died countless times. Now you have only one way out. Hand over the blue card. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe that after dominating the Magic City for half my life, I, Wang Chushi, would end up like this. As he laughed, 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. What if I don't give it to you? Suddenly Wang Chushi turned and looked at the young man. Dad, don't give it to us. This is our only confidence. At this time, Wang Bin on the side said in a low voice that he had not recovered yet and could not speak with strength. Shut up. Wang Chushi yelled at Wang Bin angrily. His son couldn't understand what he meant at all. Pa, the young people clapped their hands. What a deep love between father and son. Since you won't give it to me, then let me see how deep your father-son love is. The young man turned and winked at number 2. Number 2 walked towards Wang Bin, who had not yet recovered from the shock. He pulled out a knife and stabbed Wang Bin's thigh through it, then quickly covered Wang Bin's mouth. Yeah. Wang Bin let out a dull cry like a pig being slaughtered, and looked so miserable. That's enough, I'll give it to you, don't hurt my son. More than 10 minutes later, 2 men in black, each holding a black bag, jumped out of the third-floor window, and the young man took Lao Lu away from the hospital. The next morning, Zhou Fan arranged several people to come and inspect the goods and conduct transactions with Wang Chusher, but they came back empty-handed, with only an empty ward in front of them. Several people immediately reported to Zhou Fan. Damn it, could it be that Wang Chusher discovered my plan? Impossible, what's going on? Zhou Fan was confused and his mood was up and down. He saw the fat meat that was about to be in his hands disappear inexplicably. This feeling was very complicated. Suddenly, Zhou Fan's phone rang. It was Li Han calling. Li Han, what's the matter? Mr. Zhou, Wang Chusher hasn't given you the blue vein card yet, right? Li Han asked anxiously. Well, he must have been discovered by Wang Chusher and ran away. Just one step away, I really am. Mr. Zhou, please be patient, this is a good thing. Good news? Where's the good news? That's a level 6 card. I'm so pissed. Mr. Zhou, listen to me. You can't use this card even if you take it. It doesn't work? What's going on? According to the information I just learned, the blue striped card belonged to the person behind the Beibing Research Institute. He lent it to Wang Chusher and then kept it for himself. However, it was already frozen at that time. That's simply a useless card. Mr. Zhou, you've been fooled. Did you take the news you received seriously? Absolutely true. Oh my goodness, I acted too late. Li Han, thanks to you this time. Without me, Mr. Zhou won't be able to buy it either. He'll just be sad for a while. Chapter 109, Prince Yuan's Revenge. I have some news about Wang Chushi's personal affairs. Is Mr. Zhou interested? Oh? What's the news? Tell me about it. It's about Wang Chushi's illegitimate son, Wang Ziyuan. So his name is Wang Ziyuan? Mr. Zhou has seen him? How is that possible? I just found out when I went to a headhunting company to gather intelligence. My card wasn't high enough at the time, so I only found out it was called Wang Yuan. Then how did you get this information? Zhou Fan was shocked. Even his yellow striped card didn't have enough authority to handle such a secret matter. Do you also have a card with a higher level than mine? Li Han. Mr. Zhou, I am a poor man. His sudden voice appeared in Zhou Fan's ears. Oh, yes, sorry, I thought you were rich. Li Han. Mr. Zhou, this is my own channel. It's absolutely legitimate. You can rest assured. As for what it is, I'm not in a position to reveal it. Okay, I won't ask anymore. What happened to Wang Chushi's illegitimate son, Wang Ziyuan, whom you mentioned? Just yesterday, Prince Yuan came to the Magic City. What's he doing here? Could it be? As if he thought of something, Zhou Fan suddenly stood up from the sofa. That's right, he was responsible for Wang Chushi's sudden disappearance. Then we're in trouble. Wang Chusher is really unlucky. Actually, there is no need to worry about this problem at all. I heard that Wang Ziyuan didn't come to save his father, but to seek revenge. Revenge? Rumor has it that Wang Chusher abandoned his wife and children after having an affair with her. So it's this old guy's romantic debt. He'll have to bear the consequences. Yes. Any more news? No more. Okay, then keep a close eye on this Wang Ziyuan. Report anything to me immediately. Good. In a hotel in Shanghai, Wang Ziyuan and Lao Lu, who kidnapped Wang Chusher last night, sat at the table and listened to their subordinates' reports. Master, I have arranged for Wang Chusher to stay in a small village in the United States overnight. The villagers will treat him well. Well, where's Wang Bin? We also knocked Wang Bin unconscious and sent him to join the U.S. Vanguard Combat Unit. Thank you for your hard work. Go down now. Yes. Why? Old Lu standing by side helplessly. Uncle Lu, this is already extremely merciful to them. Both of them were given a chance to survive. Uncle Lu wanted to ask, could this be considered an opportunity? If Wang Chusher were left in that horrific little mountain village in the United States, could a 50-year-old man like him survive? There are also the U.S. Vanguard Combat Forces. To put it nicely, they are called Vanguard Combat Forces, but to put it bluntly, they are just a group of cannon fodder. This group of people are composed of death row prisoners employed by the United States. They are promised that as long as they go to the battlefield, their families will be given a large amount of pension. Those who come back alive will not only be exempted from all crimes, but also be promoted to a higher rank. But it is impossible for anyone to survive every time. It can be said that there is no chance of survival. Uncle Lu couldn't say anything about this decision, he just felt a little sorry for the father and son. The father and son who should have died in the hospital last night were saved by Uncle Lu's persuasion. Now Wang Ziyuan has already given Uncle Lu a great deal of face. We are people who want to do great things, so we must not be soft-hearted. Master, I understand. Well, you can go out. Old Lu walked towards the door, his back looking a little lonely. Wang Ziyuan looked at Lao Lu's departing figure, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. Young master, do you want a subordinate? As he said this, the man made a gesture to silence the witness. There was something complicated in Wang Ziyuan's eyes. Forget it. Even if I haven't achieved any credit in the past 10 years, I have worked hard. Then he looked at the person behind him with sharp eyes. If anything happens to Uncle Lu, there will be no need for you to exist. The man in black shuddered when he heard this. I understand. You should step down too. Yes. Then the man in black quickly disappeared in the room. Mom, this old guy will come down soon to apologize to you. Wang Ziyuan couldn't help but think of the days when he and his mother depended on each other. As fate would have it, Wang Chusher, who was a poor boy at the time, met the simple Lu Cheng. After some sweet talk, he won over this girl who was full of fantasies about love. Not long after they were together, Lu Cheng became pregnant. Wang Chusher was quite happy at first when he heard the news, and they both planned to get a marriage certificate. But one day, Wang Chusher suddenly forced Lu Cheng to abort the child. Lu Cheng refused, so Wang Chusher threatened to commit suicide. Wang Chusher did not dare to cause a death, so he pretended to agree, and then became increasingly cold towards Lu Cheng. Until one day, Lu Cheng, who was pregnant, saw Wang Chusher and another woman being affectionate on the street. Angry, Lu Cheng went up to question them, but was cruelly pushed to the ground by Wang Chusher. Lu Cheng was bleeding profusely. Seeing that something was wrong, Wang Chusher pulled the woman away. A kind-hearted person called and sent Lu Cheng and his mother to the hospital. They survived, but his mother Lu Cheng became increasingly weak because of the accident. The mother and son depended on each other for survival and lived a very difficult life. When Wang Ziyuan was 16 years old, his mother Lu Cheng took her last breath. I told Wang Ziyuan everything. She also told him that she was actually the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and was kicked out of the family because she had a child with Wang Chusher. She gave Wang Ziyuan a piece of jade and asked him to find the head of the Lu family. Wang Ziyuan did as Lu Cheng said and was driven out, but was taken in by Lu Cheng's eldest brother Lu Jiang. After hearing about what happened to Wang Ziyuan's mother, he was extremely angry and went to find Wang Chusher. At this time, Wang Chusher had already attached himself to the behind-the-scenes boss of the North Ice Research Institute, and Lu Jiang was helpless. He then sponsored Wang Ziyuan to study abroad. The ambitious Wang Ziyuan achieved success in studying abroad. After returning to China, the head of the Lu family noticed his talent and gave him important positions, which led to his current status. Thinking about all the bitterness of the past, Wang Ziyuan couldn't help but shed tears. That day, Zhou Fan was playing the recently popular mobile game Heroes of Honor. Since that day when the system temporarily opened the flash sale store for casual entertainment games, he bought everything he could. Now, his game account has countless hero skins. Finally, today he had some free time, and he picked up his phone and had a lot of fun playing with it. Suddenly the screen went black and Dr. Sean called. Damn, this Lao Xiao is really asking for trouble, he's playing ranked right now. But he still picked up the phone. Business was important, and he could still distinguish the primary from the secondary. Hello, Dr. Sean? Mr. Zhou, I hope I didn't disturb you? Zhou Fan's mouth twitched when he heard that. I really want to slap you twice, if it weren't for your old age. No, what's up, Dr. Sean? Although he was very angry, as a qualified boss, he had to be patient and try to be considerate of his subordinates. Mr. Zhou, I have something to tell you. Dr. Sean suddenly became a little shy, like a little girl. Chapter 110, The Funding That Pains Zhou Fan. Dr. Sean, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be polite with me. Mr. Zhou, our research institute is lacking motivation. Motivation? What motivation? Zhou Fan was confused. Didn't he have everything he needed? What else was missing? The economic impetus is weak. Zhou Fan was speechless. Dr. Sean, if you need money, why don't you just tell me directly? Why are you being so roundabout? Zhou Fan was speechless. If you need money, just ask. He is not the kind of person who is particularly stingy. Besides, he may not have anything else on hand right now. As for money, his current assets are already 50 to 60 billion. That's because I'm afraid of bothering Mr. Zhou. Actually, the funding you gave us last time was sufficient, but this time, the research on the nanoscale high polymer titanium plate you gave me is really expensive. But we have entered the final stage and should be able to see results in the next 2 or 3 days. Zhou Fan also became happy when he heard Dr. Sean say that success was imminent. Really? How much more do you need? Just ask. Don't worry, I'm quite wealthy now. Mr. Zhou, we are still 500 short. 5 million? Is it that little? I'll just give you 100 million. No, Mr. Zhou, listen to me, this money. You don't have to return this money. I have plenty of it. No, I mean we're still short of 50 billion. Dr. Sean was so shocked that he asked for almost all of Zhou Fan's liquid assets at a single price. Tell me again, how much? 50 billion. Dr. Sean was also a little intimidated. He felt that the price was a bit exaggerated, but after estimation, it would take about 50 billion to be enough. Otherwise, Zhou Fan gave them several billion in funding last time, which would definitely be enough. Hiss. Can you pretend I'm not here? Zhou Fan felt distressed. Asking for 50 billion at once was like taking him back to the pre-liberation era overnight. Dr. Sean hurriedly explained, Mr. Zhou, the value created by this nanoscale high polymer titanium plate is far greater than this. We've preliminarily determined that this thing could be used in firearms and the military industry. I think you can imagine the profits. As soon as we develop it, we can make you back your money instantly, or even several times over. Real? Zhou Fan was a little tempted. If what Dr. Sean said was true, then as soon as the product was developed, he could become a multi-billionaire, or even a trillionaire. And it coincided with Li Han's idea. By then, if the international financial black card is upgraded and he has a relationship with the Chinese government, what can the world and people do to him? It would be so cool. Okay, let's do it. I'll transfer it to you later. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll wait for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan immediately called Chu Yan and asked her to mobilize all the company's liquid assets to raise 50 billion. Chu Yan had no doubts about Zhou Fan's order and started raising funds immediately. During this period, Li Han found out and called to inquire. Mr. Zhou, are you going to? Li Han, the plan you mentioned to establish contact with the government is not far away from us, What are Mr. Zhou's plans? Then Zhou Fan patiently told Li Han the news from Dr. Sean. Congratulations, Mr. Zhou. Your day of entering the world is not far away. After discussing the specific matters with Li Han, Zhou Fan received a transfer of 50 billion from Chu Yan into his bank card. Then it was passed to Dr. Sean. Zhou Fan was cheering excitedly, but Wang Ziyuan was feeling uncomfortable. Damn old man, how dare you lie to me? What happened? It turned out that after Wang Ziyuan got the blue card, he went to an international headhunting company to buy intelligence, but he was kicked out as soon as he entered, saying that his card was invalid and had been frozen. Wang Ziyuan made a fool of himself on the spot, feeling extremely ashamed, and ran out in shame. Old man, I was planning to let you live a few more years, but you insisted on courting death. Number 2, go to the United States and kill that old man Wang Chusher for me. Make it clean and don't leave any traces. Yes, master. But suddenly number 2 retreated. Number 2, is there anything else? Wang Ziyuan said to number 2 without raising his head. Master, someone is coming. Hearing number 2's hesitant voice, Wang Ziyuan quickly turned around. a man was already pointing a gun at his head. There were 5 more people in the room, 4 burly bodyguards and a middle-aged man. Number 2 was held at gunpoint by a bodyguard. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man said nothing. He slowly walked up to Wang Ziyuan and looked at him with disdain. Then he walked to the coffee table, picked up the glass and poured himself a glass of red wine. "Your father used to be my subordinate and ran away with my card. Who do you think I am? My father? I don't have a father." A hint of cruelty flashed in Wang Ziyuan's eyes. "Isn't Wang Chushi your father? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, you are his illegitimate child." Wang Ziyuan looked at the middle-aged man with gritted teeth, as if his scars were being exposed. "I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. I can give you this blue striped card and even unfreeze it for you." But what? Wang Ziyuan was moved. He knew what a blue striped card represented. It was a symbol of status, a sign that could prove that you were rich enough to rival a country. "Young man, you are far worse than your cruel father. But this is also what makes me feel most at ease." He was attracted by Wang Ziyuan's loyalty and hatred of evil. This kind of person is much easier to control than Wang Chushi, who may bite back at any time. As long as you give him a little sweetness, he will be loyal to you. "What is there in me that you value?" Suddenly, Wang Ziyuan's eyes widened. "It's the Liu family. Not too stupid. Just give up on this idea. I won't help you." Although the head of the Liu family humiliated him in every way, his uncle loved him very much. If he helped this man deal with the Liu family, what would his uncle think of him? He was not afraid of being cursed by everyone, but he was afraid that his uncle would be disappointed in him. "You are indeed loyal and righteous. Then think carefully about what that old man from the Liu family did to you. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to show off your strength to your uncle?" The expression on Wang Ziyuan's face became complicated, showing excitement, anger and guilt. Snort. But he still has his bottom line. Seeing that he still didn't buy it, the middle-aged man became a little annoyed. "Boy, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that your cruel father has been taken away by me, as well as your brother. I've put them in a safe place. TSK, I have to say you're really cruel to them, actually putting them in that kind of place." Chapter 111, Xu Yan's fellow villager. "My men nearly died when they found the 2. Wang Chushi's retribution is truly terrible." The middle-aged man looked at Wang Ziyuan jokingly. "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do? I suddenly feel that Wang Chushi owes me so much, I can't let him die like this. As long as I give him a little more support, I believe he'll be on the rise again. I wonder what he'll do if he finds out you're his son. I'm afraid, TSK, it's exciting just thinking about it." "Shut up." Bang. "Watch your words." The man in black next to them saw that Wang Ziyuan dared to speak to their boss like that, so he slapped him in the face, and the sound echoed throughout the room. "Seventh brother, don't worry about it. Impulsiveness is the youthful vigor. If you are willing to cooperate with me, then I will unfreeze the blue card for you, and I will also hand over Wang Chushi and his son to you. How about it? Wang Ziyuan, this is your last chance to choose, don't stand on the wrong side." Ever since Zhou Fan mobilized 50 billion yuan in assets from the company to provide research funding for Dr. Sean, Fifan Company's working capital has been reduced to less than 5 billion yuan, and the company has become even busier. Xu Yan's work also became more and more arduous. He had to run out every day to discuss cooperation and work on projects, and he had almost no free time. That day, Xu Yan had just finished talking to the general manager of a company when she noticed a sneaky person staring at her, and she felt a little panicked. Zhang Dainio came to Shanghai that day and made a fortune after negotiating the terms for his own business in the Shanghai market. Feeling very happy, he sent his family and recruiting staff back as usual and decided to go to Shanghai for a good trip and have fun before going back. Every time his family comes to Shanghai to discuss cooperation, he will take the lead and take the power into his own hands. After coming here, he can go back and brag about it to his friends. Every time he sees the envious eyes of his friends, he feels extremely comfortable. He finished work early today, so he took the money and went to a more upscale hotel in Shanghai to have a meal. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came in, he saw a familiar-looking figure. Zhang Dainio was curious and found a place to sit where he could see the person's face. When he came to the front, he saw that the person was wearing an OL uniform, with a slim figure and a pretty face. Although she wore black framed glasses that did not quite match her temperament, they could not hide the woman's exquisite face. The more I looked at him, the more satisfied I felt, and in the end he even looked familiar. So Zhang Dania used his perspective to observe carefully. During this period, he was discovered by the man several times. He quickly turned his face to the other side and pretended to be looking at the scenery. Little did he know that his timid look had been discovered by Chu Yan, and the person he was observing was Chu Yan, who had come out to negotiate terms. Chu Yan was very scared when he saw himself being stared at by such a person, but he had no choice but to endure it because he was talking to the other person. As Zhang Dania looked at it, he suddenly remembered that this was Chu Yan from their village. I was bullied by him a lot when I was a kid. Because his family started a breeding business and raised sheep, he lived a relatively affluent life since childhood and did well among his peers. He was the only child in the family, so his family doted on him even more. Therefore, Zhang Daniu was particularly arrogant and domineering when he was a child. Relying on his family's wealth, he often bullied children from the same village. Even if they told the parents, they would stop when they found out it was Zhang Daniu. They didn't dare to mess with the richest family in the village. So Zhang Daniu became more and more arrogant. When Chu Yan was a child, he had an ordinary appearance and very dark skin, so he was often ridiculed and bullied by Zhang Daniu. After telling her parents, she found that her mother did not seek justice for her. Instead, she asked her to play more with Zhang Daniu. This made Chu Yan desperate. She spent the entire elementary and junior high school years in fear and anxiety. It was not until she moved out of there and lived in the school when she went to high school that Chu Yan slowly recovered. Zhang Daniu had seen Chu Yan once when he graduated from university and returned home. Although he was not as dark as before, he still had an ordinary figure and average looks, so he was not sure. When the man finished talking to the other person, he decided to ask. After finally finishing the hurried conversation with the company manager, Chu Yan packed up her things and wanted to leave quickly, but the person who was watching him furtively suddenly stood up and walked towards her. Chu Yan was so scared that he wanted to run out quickly, but when he saw so many people in the hotel, Chu Yan calmed down. In broad daylight, he would not dare to do anything. So Chu Yan adjusted his attitude, began to calm down, and waited for the man to arrive. She wanted to see what this person was going to do. Before Zhang Daniu approached Chu Yan's position, he looked at this woman with excellent temperament, who was one of the best in both figure and face. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and his eyes became more and more passionate. Chu Yan looked at the man who was looking at him unscrupulously with such an intense look in his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel scared again. "Sir, what can I do for you?" In panic, she decided to take action first. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Zhang Daniu, who was observing, liked Chu Yan even more when he heard Chu Yan's clear and sweet voice like a yellow oriole. Hello, young lady." Awakened by Chu Yan's words, Zhang Daniu immediately replied. "Miss, you look very familiar to me." Old-fashioned pickup lines, old-fashioned routines. Chu Yan is no longer the innocent little girl she used to be. After seeing all these pickup lines, she felt that the man who was picking up the girl was too old and felt disdainful. "Sir, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Chu Yan stood up and was about to leave. She didn't want to waste time on such things. Miss, wait a moment. Are you Chu Yan?" Seeing Chu Yan was about to leave, Zhang Daniu became anxious and asked quickly. Hearing this, Chu Yan turned around and looked at him in confusion. "Do you know me? Don't you remember me? We are from the same village." The arrogant Zhang Dania thought that Chu Yan had a deep impression of him. In fact, Chu Yan had already walked out of the shadow of her childhood, and that person had long been forgotten by her. "Oh, so we are from the same village. Hello. But I'm sorry, sir, it's been several years since I left the village, and I don't remember much about the people there." It's okay. This is normal." Zhang Daniu pretended to be generous and tried to win Chu Yan's favor. "I am Zhang Daniu, the little fat boy from before." Zhang Daniu looked at Chu Yan and said embarrassedly. He used to bully others, but now that he likes her, he feels a little embarrassed. "Zhang Daniu?" Chu Yan opened his eyes wide and looked at the person in front of him. This name seemed to bring her back to that dark childhood again. "Hey, yes, I was ignorant before, I hope you don't mind." Chu Yan was speechless after hearing his words. "Don't mind it? Why weren't you so polite when you chased me and beat me before?" The corners of her mouth twitched, and her expression was unnatural. Chapter 112, Chu Yan's Past. It's okay, it's all in the past. We're all adults now, so just avoid the embarrassment. What she meant was that they were all adults, and since there had been some embarrassing things in the past, they should try not to meet in person to avoid embarrassment and mutual concern. But how could Zhang Daniel, who has no cultural background at all, understand it? It would be strange if he could understand it. He only knew that Chu Yan said it was okay, which meant she didn't mind. That's great, Chu Yan, I knew you wouldn't mind. Zhang Dania danced with joy, not noticing the disgusted look on Chu Yan's face at all. Then he asked Chu Yan to sit down and said that he would treat Chu Yan to a meal as an apology. Chu Yan didn't want to refuse. After all, there was nothing to worry about in the past, so he agreed. However, as soon as she agreed, her nightmare began. At first, Zhang Daniu behaved quite gentlemanly, showing her the menu and letting her order whatever she wanted. Chu Yan didn't want to order something too expensive, so he just ordered a few items and gave them to him. Then, the nightmare really began. I saw Zhang Dania sitting at the dinner table, talking incessantly about his experiences over the years and what happened after graduation, with saliva flying all over the place. Chu Yan put on a fake smile and tried to please him. After all, the other person invited her to dinner, and it would be unreasonable for her to ignore him. She was just too kind. Although she has received a lot of training from Zhou Fan and Fief and Company these days, which has changed some of her cowardly and timid character, she still cannot overcome the fact that she doesn't know how to refuse others in a short period of time. Zhang Daniu, who was talking with great interest at the dinner table, looked like a pervert when he saw Chu Yan smile, and almost drooled. So he spoke even harder, but he didn't know that Chu Yan couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Daniu didn't stop until the dishes were served, and Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that dealing with the most cunning bosses and managers was much easier than this. Zhang Daniu was just like a fly, no, it should be said that it was like a group of flies, buzzing around her silently. During the meal, Zhang Dania would talk to her for a few words after every bite of food, so she didn't eat much of the food, but still had to respond with a smile. It was so uncomfortable that she felt desperate. Chu Yan just wanted to finish eating and leave quickly. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Chu Yan, it will be hard for you to stay in this demon city after graduation, right? Zhang Dania held a chicken leg in his hand, chewing it while asking, oil flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Chu Yan's scalp tingled as he watched. Fine. You must have suffered, otherwise how could you feel so wronged? Chu Yan. What a weird person. He didn't even think about the fact that if Chu Yan was having a hard life, how could he have met her here? If I had to say I was being wronged, it was because I was being subjected to his inhuman torture at this moment. By the way, Chu Yan, don't you plan to go home and take a look? Zhang Dania thought that as long as he could coax Chu Yan back home, given Chu Yan's mother's love for money, wouldn't that be easy to get? As long as they can deal with her mother, everything will be fine. Chu Yan's mother is well known in their village for being greedy for money. When she sees money, this woman can't walk. Not for now. Let's settle down here before going back. Chu Yan, who has been living freely outside these years, couldn't help but feel scared when he thought of the fear of being dominated by his mother in the past. To be honest, she really didn't want to go back. When she was a child, she was often beaten by her mother, and all the housework was left to her when she was young. The reason why she was dark, thin, and small when she was a child was because she had this excellent mother who never gave her much money except for tuition and book fees. I still remember when she was in high school as a child, she was admitted to Shanghai Middle School. She was very happy, but her mother was extremely dissatisfied because this school was boarding school and the tuition was very high. Her family was not unable to afford it, but her stingy mother was unwilling to waste the money. Because of this, she almost couldn't go to school. Fortunately, she had a sensible father, but he couldn't get over her stingy and mean mother. That time, her father had a big fight with her mother to get the opportunity. For the previous year's tuition, Chu Yan's father gave her the private money he had earned with great difficulty and the money he borrowed from everywhere without telling her mother. Chu Yan paid for the tuition fees later by living frugally and working part-time in his spare time. He earned money while studying and went through high school in hardship and was admitted to university. Since going to college, she has never returned to that home except for contacting her father from time to time. Now when it comes to going back, she is 100% unwilling to do so. Zhang Daniu became a little anxious when he heard this. How long would it take for things to stabilize? Chu Yan, think about it. It's been so many years, your parents are old, don't you want to go back and see them and help them? And I often hear your mother talking about you. There was a complex look in Chu Yan's eyes, and he remained silent. Seeing Chu Yan hesitate, Zhang Dania spoke even harder. Auntie also said that she was too much in the past and didn't take good care of you. Now you are alone outside and I don't know how you are doing. Okay, stop talking. Su Chian needed time to think at this moment. Zhang Daniu was like a fly, and she really couldn't stand it anymore. I will decide whether to go back or not, and you don't need to interfere. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll be leaving now. With that, Su Chian walked out. If Zhou Fan saw Su Chian like this, he would be very happy. Su Chian finally developed his own temper and learned to refuse people. Su Chian is so handsome at this moment. Zhang Daniu widened his eyes, staring at Su Chian's departing back in disbelief, and couldn't recover for a long time. Where did the well-behaved Su Chian go? He remembered that when he bullied Su Chian in the past, this little girl didn't dare to resist. Today, her temperament was completely different from the one he remembered. However, strangely enough, the heat in Zhang Daniu's eyes was even greater. Su Chian, I will definitely marry you. He then walked out of the hotel. As soon as Su Chian left the hotel, he took a taxi back to the company. In the car, Su Chian stared blankly at the scenery flashing by outside the window, and her memories were brought back to her childhood. I remember it was a hot summer day, and a wealthy family in the village suddenly came to visit Su Chian's home. Also brought along was his stupid son, who had been a fool since birth. Young Su Chian heard the man talking to his family about child brides, and then the family stuffed a full envelope into her mother's hand, and his mother took it with a happy smile. At this time, his father came back and saw what had happened. After knowing what had happened, he had a big quarrel with her, returned the bag to the family, and drove them away. Now that I think about it, if it weren't for her father, she wouldn't be where she is today. As he thought about it, Su Chian, who was leaning against the car window, had tears slowly rolling down his cheeks. She missed her father. From childhood to adulthood, the person who had given her the most care was the one she respected the most. Chapter 113 Parents return home. Before I knew it, the taxi had arrived downstairs of the company. Miss? Miss? Su Chian's thoughts were brought back to reality by the driver. Oh. Miss, we're here. Seeing Su Chian, who was dazed and had red eyes, the old driver reminded him again. Sorry, master, I was distracted. Here, no need to look for it. Su Chian felt very sorry for his loss of composure and directly gave the driver a red ticket. The experienced driver immediately drove away happily. Su Chian wiped his red eyes with a mirror outside, adjusted his mood, and then walked into the company. However, what she didn't realize was that just as she stepped into the company, a young man got off the car downstairs of Thief & Company. If she was there, she would definitely recognize that it was Zhang Daniu. After watching Su Chian leave, Zhang Daniu still felt very unwilling. He was so sincere, but Su Chian just left like that. So Zhang Daniu planned to follow Su Chian to see how she was doing. Maybe she was having a hard time, and he would show up in time. Was he afraid that Su Chian would not be moved? Maybe she will agree directly at that time. You never know, her train of thought. So he chased after him and saw Su Chian took a taxi. He quickly called a taxi to catch up with him. However, the further he followed, the more frightened he became. This was the road to the center of Demon City. That's a place for rich people. But he was unwilling to give up and didn't believe it, so he followed firmly. Looking at the skyscraper in front of him, Zhang Daniu was jealous. He also wanted to work in such a place. Looking at Su Chian's back as he walked in, Zhang Daniu seemed to be thinking about something. Then he estimated that Su Chian had been gone for a while, so he walked into Thief & Company. Sir, what can I do for you? At this time, the receptionist at the front desk saw him and asked him. Oh, that's right. I'd like to ask, is there someone named Su Chian in your company from time to time? The receptionist looked at Zhang Daniu curiously. Do you know Miss Su Chian, our company's secretary? Company secretary? Zhang Daniu widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief. Yes, Secretary Chu is the CEO's secretary of our company. Do you have anything to do with her? No, just asking, thank you. You're welcome, sir. Zhang Daniu didn't hesitate and quickly walked out of the hospital. He didn't want Su Chian to know that he was following her. If she knew, she might call him a pervert. He looked at the extraordinary company building that soared into the sky for a while, then took a taxi and left. Su Chian didn't know that Zhang Daniu had actually found out where she worked. She had just returned to the company, her eyes were a little red and swollen, and she felt like she had lost her soul, and was numb and stammering. Seeing her in this state, her colleagues rushed over to ask what was going on, but Su Chian evaded them one by one. She returned to the office that Zhou Fan had personally assigned to her and sat in the chair in a daze. Zhou Fan was still happily playing the hero's honor at home. The company's general decisions in business were all handled by Chu Yan and Li Han. Ever since Li Han came back, Zhou Fan has really become a hands-off boss. He is currently killing time with mobile games, waiting for good news from Dr. Sean. The $50 billion in Research Institute funding he lost last time was really painful for him, and he can't help but pay attention now. Suddenly one day, the doorbell rang. Aunt Zhang welcomed the visitors in. They were Zhou Fan's parents. As soon as Zhou's mother entered the room, she saw Zhou Fan doing nothing, with his feet put on the table and playing with his mobile phone in his hand. Zhou's mother came over quickly, grabbed Zhou Fan's ear and lifted him up. Ouch, Mom, it hurts. You still feel pain? Look at you, you've been so idle all day that you almost put your feet up in the air, right? Mom, please let go first. Aunt Zhang is here. Please give me some face. Humph, you still care about your face. Having said that, Zhou's mother still let him go and released his ear. Mom, why do you always like to pull my ears? It was like this when I was a kid, and it's still like this now that I'm grown up. Zhou Fan rubbed his ears and looked at his mother resentfully. Hee, who made you so naughty when you were a kid? I can't punish you without pulling your ears. Okay, stop talking. Hearing what Zhou's father said, Zhou's mother glared at him. You spoiled him when he was a kid. Zhou's father was also helpless. He was an accomplice in the crime of shielding someone. Hurry up and tell us the purpose of our visit, so that we don't have to spend too much time searching for it later. Yeah, look at my brain. Dad, Mom, what do you want to say? You're so mysterious. Son, your father and I miss our hometown and our neighbors. Mother Zhou looked at Zhou Fan and said seriously. Zhou Fan felt relieved when he thought about it. In this new environment, except Aunt Zhang, they really had no one to talk to. No wonder they were bored. Dad, Mom, I understand how you feel, but I'm afraid it will happen again. Okay, stop worrying about it. What happened last time was just an accident. It won't happen again. Zhou's father interrupted Zhou Fan directly. Every time he mentioned this matter, he knew that Zhou Fan would feel guilty. Besides, your dad and I aren't going to be back this time. We're just going to stay for 2 days and then come back. If I don't go, I'll miss you so much. Since his parents had said this, Zhou Fan didn't know what to say. Okay, but I have a condition. You little bastard, I'm going home with your dad and you still want to negotiate terms with us? Zhou's mother stood up and was about to pull his ears again. Mom, this is all for your own good. Please listen to me first. I want Lao Wu and I to drive you there. Isn't this too much? Why are you going to go home when we can? Isn't the company busy? It's been a busy time lately, Mom. Mother, just listen to your son. Well, you have to listen to us when you cross the road. Yes, I'll do as you say. Shall we go tomorrow, then, Mom? Okay, then tomorrow, that's a good time for your dad and me to pack up. Mother Zhou nodded, then turned and left with Father Zhou. After Zhou's father and mother left, Zhou Fan immediately called Wan Li, who was protecting the two elders. Mr. Zhou, do you have any instructions? Brother Wang Li, my parents and I are going back to our hometown tomorrow. Please keep an eye out for suspicious people on the way. Don't worry about Lao Wu and me. Just keep an eye on my parents' safety at all times. Okay, Mr. Zhou. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan immediately called Wu Ziyu. Lao Wu? Why is it so noisy over there? What are you doing? What's up, kid? I'm busy. Zhou Fan didn't know that Wu Ziyu was walking on the street with Jenny at that moment. This has been going on for several weeks. Wu Ziyu frequently went to the North Ice Research Institute to find Jenny, but each time he would not stay long and was sent back by Jenny, saying it was too cold. So this time Wu Ziyu directly tricked Jenny out and took her to stroll around the pedestrian street in Shanghai. Chapter 114, Chu Yan asks for leave. From then on, the two of them would make appointments to hang out in the city whenever they had time. Just today, not long after he came out, he was caught by Zhou Fan. Busy? Company matters? I heard that the company is doing fine recently. Is there anything wrong? Ahem, well, this is my own lifelong event. Hey, kid, you can't wait even a moment. I gave you a job, and this is how you repay me? Brother, this is someone I met. Alright, I won't tell you about that anymore. I'm looking for you this time because I want you to accompany me, my parents and me back to our hometown. Go back home? Then you and the two elders can just go back. It's not like you can't drive. Hey, I'd love to have a bodyguard, okay? Are you going or not? Brother, I just arranged for someone else. I can't leave here. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. I'll tell Jenny to go back and guard the lab. She's not allowed to leave the institute again. Don't, brother, can't I go? Humph, you really want me to use my ultimate move. You've changed. I'm really busy now, but you still have to force me to come, you idiot. Fuck, it's not like I want you to come now. Real? What else? Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? When are we leaving? You should be ready. It will probably be early tomorrow morning. Okay, I'm hanging up then. Beep. This kid has no humanity towards the opposite sex. Joe Fan complained unhappily. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Chu Yen calling. Hey, Chu Yen, what's going on? There was silence on the phone for a while, no one spoke. Hello? Chu Yen, are you there? Showdown, I'm here. At this time, Chu Yen's voice sounded. Why aren't you talking? Is something wrong? Every time Chu Yen behaved strangely, something must have happened. This was a routine Joe Fan had figured out. Showdown, I think. What do you want? I want to take a leave. It seemed as if it took a lot of effort to say this, and Chu Yen on the other end of the phone gasped for breath after he finished speaking. Ask for leave? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Yen was touched when he heard that Joe Fan was asking about his health. No, Mr. J, there's something going on at home that I might need to go home to take care of. Okay, sure. If you need any help, feel free to call me. Hearing this, she felt touched again. Okay, J Cho, I'll be back in a few days. It's okay. Go there and get everything done before you come back. Our company is developing quite steadily now. With Li Han here, there's no problem. Okay, Jay. Well, be careful along the way. Aha! After hanging up the phone, Chu Yen felt a warm current flowing through his heart. The instructions Joe Fan gave her just now might sound normal to others, but they were extremely precious to her. Joe Fan was the one who made her change and regain her confidence. In her heart, Joe Fan was like her father, and she respected him immensely. Her mood suddenly improved a lot. Next, she would go back to visit her mother. It turned out that after Chu Yen returned to the company, he thought of what Zhang Dania said, and his heart softened a little. He also planned to find time to go back and take a look. But just when she was about to go out, her phone rang. It was her respected father calling. Chu Yen picked up the phone with trembling hands. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. Hello, Dad? My daughter, I am your mother. Bang! Chu Yen felt as if a huge stone had fallen into her heart, pressing down on her, making her speechless. Hello? Shouyan? Mom, I'm here. Shouyan, how have you been doing out there these years? Are you okay? Chu Yen trembled when he heard this belated concern. Mom, I'm fine. How are you and Dad? Where's Dad? Your dad is busy. Over the years, your dad and I, hey. When Chu Yen heard his mother sighing, he became anxious. Mom, what's wrong? Oh, I have colon cancer, it's already in the late stage. How could this happen? How could this happen, Mom? You used to be in good health, how come? She was already crying as she spoke. Shouyan, it's nothing. I've accepted it. I just feel so sorry that I won't be able to see you again. Mom, wait, I'll be back to see you soon. Really? Shouyan? Well, I'll be back tomorrow. Okay, I'll be satisfied if I can just see you once before I die. Mom, you will live a long life. Mom, just wait for me at home, everything will be fine. Okay, Shouyan, Mom is waiting for you at home. After the two of them finished talking and hung up the phone, Chu Yen began to feel worried again. Although this mother was very mean to her and used to beat and scold her all day long, Chu Yen hated this mother to death when she was a child. But as her experience grew, this hatred was diluted by time. She was not a person who held grudges, so over time, the hatred faded a lot. Seeing her mother become so gentle and kind, she no longer cared. But when he heard that she had intestinal cancer and her time was running out, Su Chian felt reluctant and distressed again. After all, she was her biological mother, the one who gave birth to her and raised her. Su Chian was feeling sad, but Su Chian's mother was in a bit of trouble. As soon as Su Chian's mother hung up the phone, her expression changed from amiable to sour and harsh. "Little girl, you're fighting with me. I gave birth to you, so you have to make money for me." That day, after visiting Su Chian's workplace, Zhang Dania returned home and told his parents that he wanted to marry Su Chian. When the parents heard it was the little girl with average looks, average figure and dark skin, they refused to agree no matter what they said. The two old people's impression of Su Chian remained in elementary and junior high school, so how could they agree to Zhang Daniu? They wanted their son to marry a beautiful girl from a good family, not a girl like Su Chian who was mediocre in every way. No matter how hard Zhang Dania tried to persuade them, the two elders just refused to agree. So Zhang Dania told his parents about this. They added fuel to the fire, first talking about how good-looking and pretty Su Chian was, and then saying that Su Chian worked in a big company and was the secretary of the big boss. This made the old couple very happy. Without saying anything more, they immediately agreed with Zhang Dania to propose marriage, and the two old people wanted to go with him, so that it would appear more prestigious. In their opinion, as long as they curry favor with Su Chian, Zhang Daniu and Su Chian will become richer and richer. Then their Zhang family will become richer and richer, and the Zhang family will prosper. Chapter 115, Crying Su Chian. So the three of them bought a lot of nutritional supplements and fruits in the supermarket and went to Su Chian's house. When they arrived at Su Chian's house, Zhang Dania's family made up a story to Su Chian's mother that Su Chian was having a hard time living in the big city, but Zhang Dania sympathized with Su Chian very much and decided to come and propose marriage. Su Chian's mother, who was extremely snobbish and had all kinds of prejudices against Su Chian, naturally agreed. But after seeing Zhang Daniu and his family off, she fell into deep thought. Normally, she would either beat or scold Su Chian, so Su Chian would definitely not answer her calls, but if I have it, I'll use that damn one. Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu put a lot of skin care products in the car. His parents were going back to their hometown to continue their rural life, so they had to prepare all the good things for the elderly. You don't need to carry so many things. They're quite heavy. There's everything in the countryside. Look at you. You've carried so many things. Zhou's mother watched Zhou Fan and a few young men constantly putting things into the car. Although there was a hint of blame in her tone, how could she not be happy to see that her son was so filial? Mom, feel free to use these things. When you get home, call me if you need anything and I'll send it directly to you. Zhou Fan took a breath after putting the last item in the car. He was quite tired even though there weren't many things. You kid just know how to waste money. But Zhou's mother's face was full of joy. Who doesn't want her son to be a filial son? Mother, please stop talking. Just let the child take whatever he wants. After all, it's a gift from the child. Zhou's father interrupted from the side, not realizing at all that Zhou's mother said that just to help Zhou Fan save some money. Mother Zhou glared at Father Zhou, as if to say, you are everywhere. All right. Mom. Dad. Let's get in the car. We should be there by this afternoon. Zhou Fan looked at the time and didn't want to drive on the road at night. After all, it was not very safe at this time. Okay, get in the car. After Zhou's mother and father got in the car, Zhou Fan took Wu Ziyu in the same car, while Wang Li took the rest of the bodyguards in another car. Mother Zhou felt a little embarrassed when she saw another car coming. It was really not right for so many people to send off the two old people. But it's not a good idea to have so many people squeeze into one car, so I could only purse my lips and say nothing. Although it was a country road, it was paved with straight asphalt. The car drove steadily all the way and finally arrived at Zhou Fan's hometown much earlier than Zhou Fan expected. Zhou Fan naturally wanted to stay at home for a while. After all, he hadn't been back to his hometown for a long time, and it felt somewhat familiar to be back now. Since you're not leaving, why don't you stay and have dinner? Zhou's mother grabbed Zhou Fan, who wanted to go out for a run. Since he was a child, he would run out as soon as he put down his school bag after school. Why did he still have this habit now? Oh, no need, Mom. We'll be leaving soon. I have some things to take care of at the company. There was no matter what the company was doing waiting for him to deal with, he just didn't want his mother to work too hard. After hearing this, Zhou's mother no longer insisted. After all, her son's matter was the most important. If you still have things to do at the company, hurry back. There's nothing good to walk around in this village. It's all just the old mountains and rivers, nothing much to see. Joe's mother really thought that there was something important at the company waiting for Joe Fan to deal with, and if he went back late, things would be delayed. Joe Fan was helpless. His mother was really whimsical. She wanted to keep him for dinner just now, but now she almost kicked him out. Mom! It's okay, I'm just going to take a walk. I haven't seen you for so many years and I miss you. It won't delay anything if I deal with the company's affairs a little earlier. Joe Fan spoke as he walked out in small steps. Okay, Mom. I'm going out for a walk first. Joe's mother patted her thigh helplessly behind her, watched her son walk out the door, waved his hand and went back into the house. As soon as Joe Fan went out, he saw Wu Ziyu, Wang Li and others moving things into their home warehouse. Wait a moment, I'm going to take a walk outside the village. After you finish moving your things, just go inside and rest up. My mom will definitely give you a warm welcome. Got it. Boss. Let's finish moving the stuff. Wang Li spoke very fluently. Joe Fan looked among the crowd of people who had not brought many people with him, but he still couldn't find Wu Ziyu. By the way, where is Lao Wu? How come this guy disappeared as soon as he got out of the car? Ah, boss. Brother Wu went upstairs with his phone. He said he wanted to video call someone, so let us do our work here first. Wang Li pointed to a willow tree not far away. Even though it was quite far away, Joe Fan could still see Wu Ziyu's shyly smiling face. This kid, even though they were dozens of miles apart, he still didn't forget to video call Jenny. If he had half the passion for work as he did for love, he might have reached another new height today. Okay, then you guys carry it. It'll be hard work. Wang Li nodded firmly. Joe Fan took out a cigarette from his pocket and walked out of the village. Not long after I walked out of the village and was halfway through smoking a cigarette, I saw a familiar figure sitting on a stone bench. The figure from behind really resembled Su Chian, except that Su Chian should be in the Magic City at this time. Adhering to the attitude of not caring about anything, Joe Fan walked past the woman with a cigarette in his mouth. The sound of sobbing and crying came from beside him, and the sound was exactly the same as Su Chian's. Joe Fan lowered his head to look at the person sitting on the stone bench. He had a nice figure and a slim body, and with the standard pair of black glasses. Joe Fan thought that the person on the stone bench had already stood up and was about to leave, so he hurriedly chased after him and said in astonishment, Su Chian? Why are you here? Joe Fan really couldn't have imagined that he would meet Su Chian by chance when he returned to his hometown. Ah? Mr. Zhou? Why is it you? Su Chian quickly wiped the tears from his face. He felt that people passing by seemed to be looking at him. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but then he heard Joe Fan's voice. Is it really you? Why are you sitting there crying? Su Chian was crying so pitifully that Joe Fan naturally couldn't ignore it. After all, his secretary was one of his own. Why was she crying so miserably? Su Chian calmed down after calming down. I live in the village next door. My mother called me a few days ago and said she was seriously ill, so I took leave and came back. Su Chian explained the reason in detail. Joe Fan threw the cigarette butt into the trash can beside him. Su Chian was crying here, so? If Auntie is sick, there will definitely be hope if we work hard to treat her. Joe Fan originally wanted to comfort Su Chian, and was a little surprised that the two people were from neighboring villages. Su Chian quickly shook his head, his face full of helplessness. No, my mother is not seriously ill at all. When Su Chian talked about this matter, she felt extremely angry. She was obviously her mother's biological daughter, so how could she do such a thing? Isn't it better without it? What? Joe Fan was a little confused. Even if he wasn't sick, he still wasn't feeling well? What kind of mentality was that? My mother claimed to be seriously ill and tricked me back home. Her sole purpose was to get me to marry Jean Dania from the same village. She even took the betrothal money. This isn't marrying off a daughter, it's clearly selling her. As Su Chian spoke, an indignant look appeared on his face. He had to rely on himself to make money. Wouldn't she be angry just thinking about it? Maybe Auntie just wants you to find a good home. Joe Fan still thought about it based on his relationship with his parents. After all, parents and children are connected by blood, so how could they treat their children like this? Chapter 116 Pretending to be a boyfriend. But Zhou Fan's words undoubtedly stimulated Su Chian. Everyone knew that their mother was doing it for their own good, but why would his mother be like this? My mother lied about being sick and asked me to come back and marry Zhang Dania, a wealthy man in the village. I told her that I was living well in the city and didn't need to find a rich man to make myself happy. But I don't know what Zhang Dania said to my mom. She just didn't believe it and insisted that I marry him. She didn't care whether I would be happy or not. So I was so angry that I ran away. Su Chian told these things one by one, and the grievances he had felt since returning came to his mind again. After he finished speaking, he burst into tears. After listening to this, Zhou Fan thought deeply about it. He was afraid that Su Chian's mother was not really trying to make Su Chian happy, but was just after the money of Zhang Dania whom Su Chian mentioned. As an outsider, I was very angry, let alone Su Chian, the person involved. He felt really wronged. It was really uncomfortable to have such a mother. Don't cry anymore. Your parents won't know if you're crying here, so they won't change their minds. It won't look good if your eyes get swollen from crying. Su Chian was used to listening to Zhou Fan's words, so when Zhou Fan said that, she subconsciously stopped crying. Since you've been wronged at home, as your boss, I naturally can't just stand by and watch. Come on. I'll vent your anger for you. I, as a secretary, have contributed a lot to the company and have been very diligent. Although I have some minor shortcomings, they are harmless and quite cute, okay? Su Chian was a little slow to react. She wiped the tears from her face and looked at Zhou Fan helplessly. I'll be your boyfriend today. When you go home, tell your parents that I'm your boyfriend. That way, they won't let you marry Zhang Daniu anymore. Zhou Fan thought that Su Chian's mother was undoubtedly attracted by Zhang Daniu's family's money. He had much more money than Zhang Dania, so Su Chian's mother should know who was the best choice. That's not good. Su Chian was a little hesitant. He wondered if it would be inappropriate to let his boss act as his boyfriend. Don't worry, I'm just pretending to be your boyfriend and trying to save your face. This opportunity is too good to be true. As Zhou Fan spoke, he became even more eager to vent his anger for Su Chian. How could his secretary be bullied by others? Seeing Zhou Fan leaving after saying that, Su Chian could only run up to him in small steps. Boss, it's not this way, it's that way. Su Chian pointed in the opposite direction of Zhou Fan and said somewhat embarrassedly. Go back and drive, and take a few friends with you. Zhou Fan said this and walked towards home. Su Chian naturally followed behind Zhou Fan, not knowing whether this idea was right or not. When Zhou Fan returned, Wang Lizhen was standing with Wu Ziyu and others. Wu Ziyu seemed to be reluctant to leave and rubbed his cell phone before putting it into his pocket. After seeing Zhou Fan, everyone hurriedly greeted him. Wu Ziyu was stunned when he saw Su Chian. How could Secretary Su Chian appear here and come back with Zhou Fan? Zhou Fan? What's going on? Why is Secretary Su Chian here? You're not doing your job, but you're exploiting her? Wu Ziyu couldn't think of anything else. The only thing he could think of was that Zhou Fan took this as a job and brought his secretary with him. No, it's just a coincidence. Secretary Chu's hometown is in the next village, and I just ran into him when I went out for a smoke. Zhou Fan hurriedly explained, and Su Chian nodded behind him. Then it's fate. But, what's with Secretary Chu's red eyes? Wu Ziyu immediately noticed Su Chian's eyes. Even though he was wearing black glasses, they were still very obvious. It's like this. Secretary Su Chian has some problems. She's being forced to get married by her family, so I'll go over there and act as her boyfriend to dissuade her parents from this idea. You guys should follow me. Zhou Fan explained and told them about the upcoming itinerary. Forced marriage, okay. Then we'll follow. Wu Ziyu said that there was naturally no problem with the other bodyguards. After Zhou Fan said hello to his mother, he drove towards Chuyan village with his bodyguards. Zhou Fan and Su Chian sat in the Bugatti Veyron, while Wu Ziyu and other bodyguards sat in another car. The Bugatti Veyron flashed through the village, becoming the most beautiful scenery in the village. At this time, Su Chian's mother was lying happily on the sofa in her home, thinking that when Su Chian got married, her future life would definitely be very good. Su Chian's father came in from outside. When he came back, he heard from the villagers that Zhang Dania was going to see Su Chian from their house. Su Chian is back? How come he doesn't know? Su Chian's father thought about it, and quickly quickened his pace, and finally stepped into the house. Su Chian is back? Shu Yan's mother looked at the man who had rushed back from outside, his face full of disdain. If this man wasn't so useless, would she still need to sell her daughter? Yeah, I'm back. Shu Yan's mother just replied casually, lying on the sofa and cracking melon seeds, feeling very comfortable. When Shu Yan's father heard that Shu Yan had returned, a happy expression immediately appeared on his face. He hadn't seen his daughter for several years and was afraid that she had forgotten his face. Where is the daughter? Shu Yan's father asked hurriedly, searching every room in the house but couldn't find Shu Yan at all. Don't look for that little girl anymore. She ran away after I said a few words to her. She's not home. Shu Yan's mother said this with a look of disgust on her face. What's wrong with her daughter saying a few words? She ran out. When Shu Yan's father heard this, he also remembered what he had heard in the village. Our girl is really going to marry Zhang Dainiu? My daughter has been in Shanghai since she graduated from university. How could she possibly get in touch with Zhang Dainiu? You brought them together? This is the only possibility I can think of. Shu Yan's mother was very proud. Isn't it me? If I hadn't called her with your phone, would she have come back and had such a good thing happen to her? You must be dreaming. After saying this, she cracked melon seeds even more sweetly. She was the only one in the family as smart as her. Otherwise, it would have been over long ago. How could she find such a good in-law? You're so obsessed with money that you don't even care about your own daughter's happiness. Shu Yan's father was so angry at Shu Yan's mother's expression that his liver hurt. How could she look so indifferent to her daughter's happiness? Hearing the man's extreme tone, Shu Yan's mother immediately became unhappy and threw the melon seeds in her hand into the melon seed plate. Happy. How much is her happiness worth? She might as well find a rich man to marry. She should show her filial piety to me for raising her. Chapter 117 Running into the gunpoint. Shu Yan's father was almost mad at this woman. He asked why she was so attentive to him yesterday, and treated him with good food and wine. It turned out that she was waiting for him here. You woman, for that little bit of money you don't even care about your own daughter's happiness. You are simply crazy. The man's voice rose several degrees. Although he had always tolerated her on weekdays, the woman in front of him now wanted to sell his daughter to Zhang Dainiu. Zhang Dainiu's family is arrogant and looks down on others. It is not an exaggeration to say that they look down on others. How can Shu Yan have an easy life if she marries into their family? Daughter. You only care about your daughter. Why don't you think about me? This family depends on your little money from working, and you think we can live a good life? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless. Shu Yan's mother was also angry and kept hitting Shu Yan's father where it hurt. Shu Yan's father had already raised his hands. As a man, he was insulted by his wife like this. He had no dignity at all. But she was his wife after all. A man beating his wife was still. What? You've become successful now? You still want to beat me up? You want to beat me up? You want to beat me up? I'll beat you up. Shu Yan's mother leaned towards the man as she spoke, looking like a tough guy. Shu Yan's father was so angry that his teeth were itching. He raised his hands high above his head, but he didn't let them fall. Dad! Mom! What are you doing? Shu Yan took Zhou Fan out of the car, and as soon as they entered the house, they saw their father about to beat their mother. When Shu Yan's father saw his daughter whom he hadn't seen for a long time, he immediately put down his hand, his face full of longing. You're back. Shu Yan's mother sneered at the side. You still remembered to come back, thought it through, and decided to marry Zhang Dainiu? Shu Yan's father glared at the woman and asked, how can you be so speechless? However, the two of them soon noticed the several strange men behind Shu Yan. They all had unfamiliar faces, were tall and strong, and should not be from the same village. Shu Yan's mother took a step back. Shu Yan couldn't be so angry as to call over the gangsters. Where did you get to know so many thugs? In her eyes, young men who gathered together were just idle hooligans, let alone in the countryside. However, just as Shu Yan was about to explain, Zhou Fan walked forward. Aunt, I'm not a gangster, I'm Shu Yan's boyfriend. Boyfriend? Shu Yan has a boyfriend. What about Zhang Dainiu? What about the high bride price? Shu Yan. Is this really your boyfriend? Shu Yan's father was also shocked. How could he not be shocked when she came back after not seeing him for many years and brought him a boyfriend? Xu Yan just nodded, confirming this statement. No. I don't agree. I've already promised to marry you to Zhang Daniu's family, how can I go back on my word? You two should break up right now. Thinking that the betrothal money that was about to be received would be wasted, how could Xu Yan's mother agree to what was going on between them? Mom! This is the person I really like. Why do you still want me to marry Zhang Daniu? Xu Yan was completely disappointed. In her mother's eyes, her happiness was only worth the betrothal money Zhang Daniu gave to their family. Zhou Fan saw this scene and smiled calmly. Aunt, you can't just break up the couple. I have a car and a house, and I'm sure I can make Xu Yan happy. Zhou Fan said this while shaking the car keys in his hand. When Xu Yan's mother saw the car keys, her eyes lit up. Although she was from the country, her love of money made her have some knowledge of luxury cars. Isn't the Bugatti Veyron a luxury car? This is the key to the Bugatti Veyron. Could it be that Xu Yan is really dating a rich man? Xu Yan's mother took the car keys directly. It was indeed a car key, not a lighter. Xu Yan's father was so embarrassed watching this, it was simply too embarrassing. Xu Yan was even more hurt by this scene. So what do you do for a living? Xu Yan's mother's tone immediately softened, but she was still not sure who was richer, the man in front of her or Zhang Daniu. I just opened a few companies in Shanghai, and Xu Yan worked with me as my secretary. Zhou Fan answered directly and truthfully. Although it sounded like bragging to outsiders, it was indeed the case. When Xu Yan's mother heard Zhou Fan say this, her eyes darted around. Isn't this a rich man? He sounded much richer than Zhang Daniu. Looking at the group of people standing upright behind the man, they were tall and strong, and indeed looked like the bodyguards of important people on TV. So he laughed and said, how about this? Since you like our Xu Yan, then I won't marry you for now. It depends on your feelings. Hearing this, Xu Yan was extremely happy. No matter what, she didn't have to marry Zhang Daniu for the time being. The look in her eyes when she looked at Zhou Fan was full of admiration. Unlike her previous wise business judgment, this time it was out of personal gratitude. At this time, Zhang Daniu also received news from his neighbors that a luxury car drove into Xu Yan's house. How could this be tolerated? Upon learning that Xu Yan's mother had changed her mind and Xu Yan was not going to get married again, Zhang Daniu was naturally dissatisfied and went directly to Xu Yan's house with his parents and the betrothal gifts. Uncle and aunt. I'm here to give you the betrothal gift. What's this? This is Xu Yan's friend. Xu Yan's mother immediately stepped forward with a smile and explained, but she only said that Zhou Fan was Xu Yan's friend. After all, she couldn't offend him. Xu Yan naturally would not cooperate with her mother to deceive Zhang Daniu. Her purpose today was to make Zhang Daniu give up. Moreover, even if it meant deceiving herself, she wanted to maintain a lover relationship with Zhou Fan for a period of time. So she spoke with the most certainty in her life, Zhang Daniu, this is my boyfriend. I advise you to put your mind at ease. There's no way I'm going to marry you. But Zhang Daniu was clearly still confident in his abilities. He waved his hand and said, oh no. What boyfriend or no boyfriend? I didn't know you had a boyfriend. You must have just found one to trick us. Let's not talk about anything else. It's already afternoon. I'm taking you to the Grand Hotel for dinner. You said this is your boyfriend, so let's all go together. Although I don't know where Xu Yan found the people and where he hired the car. But the Grand Hotel is a big hotel, and this man probably has never eaten there. Xu Yan wanted to refuse, but his mother agreed directly and even took Zhang Daniu's mother's hand. Okay. Let's go eat something. It's a good opportunity to see who is worthy of our Xu Yan. She had heard of the Grand Hotel, a famous hotel in Shanghai, but she had never eaten there before. It would be worth a visit. Xu Yan looked at Zhou Fan, and Zhou Fan nodded. If they had to rush into the muzzle of the gun, then that would be their wish. Several people drove to the Lihao Hotel. Xu Yan's mother wanted to ride in a Bugatti Veyron, and Zhou Fan naturally had no objection. Wu Ziyu looked at such a hateful person and gritted his teeth in anger. No wonder Xu Yan was so angry that he cried. When they arrived at the Grand Hotel, Zhang Daniu generously ordered a large table of dishes and joined his parents in mocking Zhou Fan. Your car costs a lot of money every day, right? How many days do you plan to borrow it? Zhang Daniu knew about the Bugatti Veyron, but only a very awesome person could afford to drive one. Naturally, he didn't believe that Chu Yan knew about it. Zhou Fan smacked his lips nonchalantly and said casually, "It doesn't cost much to maintain this car. It's just a few months' salary for you." Zhang Dania choked up. The maintenance of the Bugatti Veyron was indeed several months' salary for him. "By the way, let me make a call. I happen to have a friend here." Zhou Fan said this very easily, took out his cell phone and called Shinjun. "TSK, who is your friend here? Could it be the waiter? We have already ordered the dishes." Zhang Dania's mother said sarcastically. "Waiter, you could say that. The service industry serves the public." Zhang Dania's father also added a sentence, showing that he already knew that Zhou Fan was making things up. Chu Yan's mother was naturally waiting to see who Chu Yan would marry to gain more benefits. 2 minutes later, the door opened and Shinjun appeared in the box in a hurry. Seeing Zhou Fan's seat, he walked over and stretched out his right hand. "Brother! So many people? You should have called earlier and I would have arranged it for you directly." Zhou Fan laughed and extended his right hand to shake hands. "Brother! Don't be so polite, I'm just saying hello." As he spoke, he twitched the corners of his mouth. Shinjun immediately understood and laughed, scratching his head and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself to everyone. I am Shinjun, the owner of this store." He's actually on good terms with the owner of the Grand Hotel. Zhang Daniu and his family opened their mouths in surprise. Chu Yan's mother's eyes immediately lit up. "Oh, I told you Zhou Fan is such a handsome guy, it's only natural that he has a friend like you, huh?" Chapter 118, Urging Marriage? Let's put it this way. Since Brother Fan is my friend, I have to show some respect. Eat whatever you want today. I'll give you a 30% discount. Drinks are free. Shinjun waved his hand generously. Looking at the situation, the two elderly couples plus Zhou Fan and others felt like they were meeting their parents. He had to give his brothers some face. Zhou Fan hadn't spoken yet. Chu Yan's mother spoke first, her face full of smiles. "Oh my! We're almost a family now, that's too polite. Our Chu Yan is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like this." Chu Yan's mother laughed as she spoke, her eyes almost squeezed together. Chu Yan had indeed found a wealthy sponsor. "That's right. My brother is very outstanding, so you can rest assured when I marry my daughter to you." When Shinjun heard this, he found that it was exactly what he had guessed, so he naturally had to speak well of his brother. Zhou Fan couldn't help but feel very satisfied when he heard Shinjun saying this beside him. It seemed that calling Shinjun over with a phone call had a very satisfying effect of showing off. As for Chu Yan, although she was touched that boss Zhou Fan was trying to help her get rid of Zhang Dania's marriage proposal, her mother was so snobbish and her face-changing speed was comparable to lightning. The three people from Zhang Dania's family all had ashen faces. They thought that Chu Yan had just picked someone to deal with them, but they didn't expect that this person was actually a big boss. Chu Yan's mother really lived up to the title of the most money-loving woman in the village. When she saw a rich person, she would simply abandon their family in a corner. "All right. Just handle this kind of thing yourselves. I have some other things waiting for me to take care of, Brother Fan. If you have anything to say, just give me a call and I'll be there right away." Shinjun patted Zhou Fan on the shoulder, and his mellow voice sounded particularly heroic. Zhou Fan stood up, raised his thick, dark eyebrows, and then raised the corners of his eyes. "Brother Shin, go and do your work. There's nothing to do here. Let's have dinner together later." "Okay. I'll get busy then. Enjoy yourselves." Shinjun raised his hand and greeted everyone, then left the box in a hurry. The two pairs of old people had somewhat different attitudes. Chu Yan's parents smiled so much that their faces were full of wrinkles and they almost went out to see them off, while Zhang Dania's parents hummed monosyllables through their noses. Zhang Dania's expression was obviously even uglier than his parents'. All the little calculations he had carefully thought of were shattered to pieces by Zhou Fan. Now there is probably no need to even think about Chu Yan's affairs. Zhou Fan sat back on the chair. Although his show-off was over, he couldn't forget the purpose of today, which was to restore Chu Yan's face. We must make Zhang Dania doubt his life from now on and completely give up the idea of marrying Secretary Chu Yan. "Oh, Zhang Daniu, right? I'll just call him Mr. Zhang. You said you're treating me to a meal, and the boss gave me a discount for my sake. You shouldn't mind, right?" Zhou Fan spoke easily and directly throughout this sentence, which was not very harmful but extremely insulting. Zhang Daniu was very angry. He originally wanted Zhou Fan to understand the gap between them, but he didn't expect Zhou Fan to directly bring up the owner of the Grand Hotel. This was clearly shooting himself in the foot. You've already done your job, what's there to worry about? Zhang Dania said this without any good mood. It was obvious that Zhou Fan wanted to insult him. Hey, Xiao Zhou, just leave him alone. It would be bad if so many dishes got cold. Eat quickly. Xu Yan's mother now looks down on Zhang Dania's family. People who have opened several companies are interested in her daughter. Now she thinks that Zhang Dania was no longer worthy of their daughter. To be more precise, Zhang Dania's family's money is not worthy of their daughter. This feeling of being ignored by others made Zhang Dania's family feel cold from the soles of their feet. They didn't expect that inviting others to dinner would lead to such suffering. Then you guys eat. We have things to do at home and need to go back. Zhang Dania's parents were the first to stand up. They had never experienced such a shameful thing in their lives. They were too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Zhang Dania watched his parents leave. Although he was thick-skinned, he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. Ah. Then take care. Zhou Fan waved his hand, the smug look on his face caught Zhang Dania's eyes. He bit his lips until they bled. What was there to be proud of? With a mother-in-law like Xu Yan's mother, she would definitely squeeze him dry. Zhang Dania and his family left in disgrace, without even eating a few bites of food. For a moment, only Zhou Fan and others in Xu Yan's family were left at the dinner table. Facing the departure of Zhang Dania's family, Xu Yan's mother didn't feel much regret at all. It was better for them to leave. If they didn't leave, she would have missed chatting with her future son-in-law. The happiest person here is undoubtedly Xu Yan. She finally got rid of the obscene look in Zhang Dania's eyes when he looked at her. She doesn't have to marry Zhang Dania in the future. She is so happy. Come on, Xiao Zhou, this dish is delicious. Come and try it. Xu Yan's mother wanted to pick up some food for Zhou Fan directly. Mom! Are the chopsticks you used hygienic? Xu Yan said this in a bad mood, picked up the serving chopsticks, and picked up a piece of food for Zhou Fan. Humph. You're so hypocritical. Aren't all chopsticks the same? Xiao Zhou, right? What kind of company have you started? When are you planning to marry our Xu Yan? Xu Yan's mother cursed Xu Yan for a few words, and then immediately asked about Zhou Fan's family affairs. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Zhou Fan decided to be more restrained and not give Xu Yan's mother the illusion that he would definitely marry Xu Yan. They're just small companies. They haven't developed yet. I want to wait until the companies are developed before talking about marriage. Xu Yan also hurriedly spoke up for Zhou Fan. Since her boss was standing up for her, she naturally had to help her boss get away with it. Mom, I'm still young, it's too early to get married, there's no rush for us. When Xu Yan's mother heard Zhou Fan say that he would not get married for the time being, she was already very dissatisfied. When she heard her daughter agreeing with her, she became even more dissatisfied. What do you have to butt in? You're already 25. Still young? I'll raise you until you're old, and you won't feel young anymore. You don't even realize that your thoughts are being wasted by others. After Xu Yan's mother finished speaking, Zhou Fan naturally heard that she was implying something about him. He just smiled bitterly and shook his head. When Xu Yan's father heard her say such harsh words in front of their future son-in-law, his face immediately darkened. You countrywoman! How could you say that about your daughter? Xiao Zhou seems like a good person. How could that happen? Saying these things in front of others is so ungrateful. Xu Yan's mother didn't care. Now that so many people were chasing her daughter, she had the most direct bargaining chip in her hand. What was there that she dared not say? Who knows, maybe Zhou Fan has no intention of marrying her daughter at all. Who knows, maybe Xu Yan just let him play with her for nothing. Chapter 119, Bottleneck of Extraordinary Video. Zhou Fan naturally knew what Xu Yan's mother was thinking. There was nothing wrong with her thinking. He just couldn't possibly marry Xu Yan. In order to prevent Xu Yan from being forced to marry by Xu Yan's mother after he left, he planned to use a method that would solve the problem once and for all. Zhou Fan took out a card from his pocket. The golden edge of the card blinded Xu Yan's mother. She began to imagine the scene where she could call the wind and rain after getting this card in her hands. Xu Yan didn't understand his boss's behavior and his face was full of confusion. I'm giving you this money as a way to buy something for your parents. There's 200,000 yuan in here. Give it to your mother as an apology to my aunt, Zhou Fan said as he stuffed the gold card into Chu Yan's hand. Chu Yan was shocked to hear that there was 200,000 yuan in the card. Of course he couldn't take it. He hadn't discussed this kind of operation before coming here. How could he let his boss spend money when he came to help him? Boss, you don't need so much money. You should keep it for yourself. I will use my own money to support my parents. Chu Yan hurriedly tried to hand it over, but before he could do so, he found that the card in his hand had been taken away. Chu Yan's mother held the card in her hand, a mercenary gleam in her eyes, and said to Zhou Fan with a smile, "Xiao Zhou, you are so thoughtful. This money." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Chu Yan. "Mom, Zhou Fan has nothing to do with us, how can we ask him for 200,000 yuan for nothing?" Chu Yan himself absolutely could not tolerate such shameless behavior. Zhou Fan quickly stepped in to intervene, to avoid angering Chu Yan's mother again, which would have made all his efforts today go to waste. "Chu Yan, stop talking. Just consider this 200,000 as what you deserve. You've worked for me for so long, just consider it a bonus from me. Give it to your parents to show your filial piety." Chu Yan listened to this with a look of disbelief on his face. Who would have believed that the bonus could be 200,000, and it was given casually? It's really possible that their boss didn't follow the rules. When Chu Yan's mother heard this, she felt that it was only natural for her to have the money. "Consider this Xiao Zhou's betrothal gift to our family. I agree to let you work hard in Shanghai for a few more years. Naturally, Mom wants to follow your opinion. The main thing is that these 200,000 are enough for her to buy a lot of good things." After hearing what his mother said, Chu Yan realized that it was absolutely impossible for her to do so for his own good. She had just said that she would not let anyone play with her, but now she ignored him for the sake of 200,000 yuan. However, thinking of his old father who had worked hard for him for half his life, Chu Yan had no choice but to agree to Zhou Fan's bonus proposal. "Okay. I'll leave the 200,000 to you. Buy something useful and spend it sparingly. Do you even need to remind us of this? Don't worry, I know you're the most filial, and we'll definitely take good care of ourselves." What a scene of loving mother and filial son, but Chu Yan knew that all this was based on the 200,000 yuan given by Zhou Fan. After getting the money, Chu Yan's mother didn't want to waste time on the two of them, so she spoke with a smile after she had almost finished eating. "We two old people don't eat much, and it's getting late. You should go to bed early. Your father and I will go back directly." She needs to think carefully about what to buy with the 200,000 yuan. "Mom, let me take you home. I'll take a taxi." When Chu Yan heard that his parents were going back, he naturally felt reluctant. "How can Chu Yan use you to take a taxi?" Zhou Fan spoke quickly and then looked at Wang Li. "Wang Li, you will drive your uncle and aunt back home later. Make sure they get there safely, okay?" "Of course." Wang Li nodded quickly and spoke with full energy. Chu Yan did not refuse. She didn't need to question the boss's actions. After finally sending his parents away, Chu Yan, who was standing next to Zhou Fan, immediately became weak again. "Boss, I will definitely return your 200,000 yuan. Thank you for helping me today." Chu Yan knew that Zhou Fan had helped him so much as a boss, and he was naturally sincerely grateful in his heart. "If I say that's your bonus, then it's truly your bonus. You've worked hard for me, and that's your reward. Just work harder in the future." 200,000 is nothing to Zhou Fan, but it is worth it to use 200,000 to buy an employee's dedicated work. "Thank you, boss." Chu Yan bowed directly to Zhou Fan. "You don't have to thank me. I helped you solve the problem. Just come to work as usual tomorrow." Chu Yan nodded hurriedly. She now had an indescribable passion for her work. "Then I'll take you home." "No need, boss. This is very close to my home. I can get there in a taxi. I won't bother you." Chu Yan pushed the black frame of her glasses. She really felt guilty for bothering her boss. "Okay, go to work on time tomorrow." Zhou Fan got into his Bugatti Veyron, while Wu Ziyu, the trader who wanted to escape from being single, naturally went to see if he could ask Jenny out for dinner. The rest of the people also went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. The next day, as soon as Zhou Fan arrived at the company, he saw Chu Yan working hard to organize documents. When he saw Zhou Fan coming, he quickly stood up and greeted him. "Hello, boss." Zhou Fan nodded and was about to push the door open when he seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Chu Yan. "Come in with me, I have something to tell you." Chu Yan naturally would not delay and quickly followed Zhou Fan into the office. Zhou Fan sat on the sofa, and Chu Yan quickly poured him a cup of tea. "What's the situation with Fifan Video? Give me the big data and tell me more." "Okay, boss." Chu Yan, wearing only 1 centimeter high heels, quickly went out to get the data she had prepared, handed it to Zhou Fan, and then began her explanation. Although Fifan Video has a constant stream of original videos, and the quality is generally high after all, we have dedicated staff to review them. I think they haven't done a very good job in terms of promotion, which is why the number of app downloads is still growing very slowly. Chu Yan pushed the black frame and told the story of the current situation of the extraordinary video. "Bottleneck period?" "Yes, boss. It might be because there are too many video platforms. Although we have received advertising support through cooperation with Dynamite, the effect is limited and we still cannot achieve the expected results." After a series of actions such as organizing the data on Fifan Video, Chu Yan came to this conclusion. "Well, it's indeed a download issue. There are so many video platforms these days that it's difficult to increase traffic." "Okay, go ahead and do your thing. I understand this matter and I'll handle it." Zhou Fan looked at the information compiled by Chu Yan. It was very detailed. In his opinion, he indeed had the same idea as Chu Yan. Chu Yan nodded, and before he opened the door to leave, he heard Zhou Fan say behind him, "Call Peng Xiafeng to me." Zhou Fan looked at the information in his hand and already had an idea in his mind. Chapter 120 Inviting Lin Yan. After Peng Xiafeng got the news from Chu Yan, he soon showed up in Zhou Fan's office. His enthusiasm for work always made him available whenever he was called upon. "Director Zhou, you're looking for me." He closed the office door and stood obediently in front of Zhou Fan's desk. "Sit down, take a look at this information, and let's discuss the current problems of Fifan Video." Zhou Fan then threw the information compiled by Chu Yan to Peng Xiafeng. Peng Xiafeng naturally did as he was told. He sat on the chair and began to carefully look at the information Zhou Fan gave him. It didn't take long to see the crux of the problem. Fifan Video is currently facing a bottleneck period, which is probably closely related to its promotion and download volume. This is what he concluded after reading the information. After all, he has been working for so long, and if he can't even see this problem, then his position as the head of the programming team is in vain. "Yes, this is completely different from what I thought. So what methods do you think can be used to deal with it?" Zhou Fan crossed his fingers and looked at Peng Xiafeng. Peng Xiafeng considered it for a long time before calmly expressing his thoughts. "Our videos are all original, which is indeed a big advantage. If we want to improve it, I think we still have to rely on the software to improve it." After Peng Xiafeng finished saying this, he finally realized the purpose of Jay Chou calling him here. It turned out that Jay Chou had already thought of a way to deal with the problem and was just testing him now. "Mr. J, just tell me directly. As someone working in the technical department, I will definitely do as you say." After hearing that Peng Xiafeng had thought of the most basic problem, Zhou Fan didn't keep him in suspense. He nodded and began to express his thoughts. "Here's what I thought. I called you here to update Fifan Video. The updated version will naturally be enhanced. We'll launch some video watching activities and tasks. After completing the tasks, you can get cash red envelopes or physical rewards, and other software activities like that. With the previous experience of potato chip lottery card marketing, this time we tried a different approach and tried the effect of video application promotion." Peng Xiafeng suddenly realized that this was undoubtedly the best way to solve the download volume problem. The boss was indeed the boss and could directly point out the crux of the problem. Zhou Fan continued, "We can hold a big lucky draw every week to reward some special users, such as the user who watched the most videos, or the 1000th user who watched our recommended videos." Zhou Fan has fully explained his point of view at this point. As long as there is a reward for anything and money is used as bait, it will definitely stimulate the interest of netizens. After hearing what Zhou Fan said, Peng Xiafeng almost applauded. "Mr. J, this is a really good idea. I'll have a meeting with the team as soon as I get back. We'll make a new version with the video watching activity as quickly as possible, so don't worry." Peng Xiafeng spoke very confidently, not only confident in himself, but also confident in his team. Zhou Fan nodded. He was very pleased to have such a motivated employee. "But boss, what should the mysterious grand prize be?" Setting up awards naturally requires the boss's approval. Don't worry about that. The mystery grand prize is meant to be mysterious. We'll hold draws on different cycles, and the prizes vary. Of course, the common denominator is that the rewards are guaranteed to be substantial. That's how we keep users anticipating the prize. After Zhou Fan finished speaking with a smile, he quickly asked Peng Xiefeng to deal with the software upgrade. It just so happened that I had accumulated quite a few low-level products from the flash sale system recently, which I could use as the grand prize for promoting extraordinary videos. Peng Xiefeng naturally lived up to everyone's expectations and quickly discussed and developed an upgraded version of the Fifan video app. Not only did it achieve significant improvements in picture quality, sound playback, video comments, and other aspects compared to the previous version, but more importantly, there was an activity where you could win big prizes by watching videos. Sure enough, after this wave of marketing, all the video professionals in the industry were stunned. Originally, when they were promoting themselves, they thought that sending red envelopes of a few cents to new users was a very high cost. Unexpectedly, the boss of this extraordinary video was so generous that he could even give out things like Thompson epine, BMW cars, and pure diamond necklaces as rewards, and there were also lucky draws every week. This is not the way to play even if you have money. This wave of marketing with generous rewards has caused the download volume of Fifan video to soar rapidly. Although most new users came because of the lottery, after watching the original videos on the platform, they were immediately attracted by the content, and it has since become one of their must-check applications every day. The rest of the video companies can only watch with envy. Fifan Video performed so well that Lin Yan, who had been quietly following the developments of Fifan Video, was also very happy. After all, he had made many suggestions for the growth of Fifan Video, and he and Zhou Fan were friends with whom he could talk about anything. After learning that Fifan Video had been upgraded, she naturally and decisively chose to update. After seeing the updated software, she nodded repeatedly. This operation was indeed a wise move. I dialed Zhou Fan's number and called him with a congratulatory attitude. "Hey, why did you think of calling me today? TSK, can't I just call you if nothing's wrong? I just called you this time to congratulate you." This gesture was really well done. Lin Yan had to admire Zhou Fan for having a strong business acumen. Just like the name of the company, it was indeed extraordinary. Of course. Don't you see who I am? This kind of operation is nothing to me. I will definitely do something more exciting in the future. Just wait and see. Zhou Fan has extreme confidence in himself, not to mention that he has the support of the flash sale app behind him. These are all small scenes. I complimented you and you started showing off. Lin Yan was smiling at Zhou Fan. Based on her understanding of Zhou Fan, this was not just some boasting, but Zhou Fan really had the ability. Zhou Fan suddenly thought of something and chuckled. Come to think of it, you've contributed a lot to Fifan Video's development to this point. Do you want to win a prize? I can definitely provide inside information. After hearing what Zhou Fan said, Lin Yan burst out laughing. Zhou Fan's way of thanking her was really peculiar, but she also had her own pride. So he replied calmly, "Although I am tempted, forget it. It is meaningless to win the prize without relying on my own luck, not to mention it is not fair to others." After hearing this, Zhou Fan had a much higher opinion of Lin Yan. What a good girl with principles. Then, an idea struck me. Why don't you come to Fifan Video and be a part-time consultant? That way, I won't be embarrassed when I ask you for your opinion. I can use it openly. Zhou Fan said seriously. Chapter 121 Esports Competition. Lin Yan didn't get angry when Zhou Fan said such shameless words about employing someone so directly. After all, she knew Zhou Fan. He was probably just pretending to employ her, and that he really wanted her to be a consultant. So he said it in a joking tone. Based on our relationship, I can definitely use it for free. This is the tacit understanding between the two of them. It is not easy to meet such an intimate friend. Even if Zhou Fan always comes to ask for his opinion, it is meaningless. After hearing Lin Yan say this, Zhou Fan knew that Lin Yan could definitely do this kind of thing, and he knew her personality well. Am I the kind of person who would take advantage of you? I'm sincerely inviting you to be a part-time consultant. The salary will naturally be generous. If you have the ability to join, Fifan Video will definitely reach new heights. Zhou Fan talked freely on the other end of the phone. He was very much looking forward to the development of the company after Lin Yan joined, and he was sure that Lin Yan would not disappoint him. Seeing Zhou Fan's high expectations for her to be a part-time consultant at Fifan Video, she changed her mind. Since it was a part-time job that didn't take up her time and could also help Zhou Fan, it was naturally a good choice. In that case, since such a kind offer is hard to refuse, I'll just have to agree. Let me give you my opinion. From the moment she agreed to Zhou Fan, Lin Yan had made up her mind to help Zhou Fan develop his career in the future. With her help, Zhou Fan's career became more successful and she felt a sense of accomplishment. Hearing Lin Yan's agreement, Zhou Fan was happy for a while. From now on, we'll be colleagues. Since you've been following FIFA video, can you come up with any ideas to boost its popularity? The relationship between Zhou Fan and Lin Yan is that of good friends who can talk about anything. Even if there is no request in return, it will not make either of them feel embarrassed. Lin Yan naturally thought that Zhou Fan was just testing her, and she immediately fell silent on the other end of the phone, thinking about what Zhou Fan had said. Faced with the silence on the other end of the phone, Zhou Fan was not anxious at all. He poured himself a cup of coffee slowly. Just as he finished the cup of coffee, Lin Yan finally came up with a solution. Lin Yan was obviously very excited when she came up with this idea, and her voice involuntarily rose several decibels. Zhou Fan, I know how to make FIFA videos' popularity skyrocket. Although Zhou Fan knew that Lin Yan would definitely come up with a good idea, he didn't expect Lin Yan to be so excited, so this idea must be a good one. Tell me slowly, I will definitely listen to you patiently and carefully. Zhou Fan spoke calmly, in stark contrast to Lin Yan's extremely excited state. That's right. I was thinking, since we're making original videos, and I've seen some of the game commentary videos by our bloggers are really popular, why not just launch an esports competition? With the current youthful demographic, I believe this will definitely boost the popularity of FIFA video. Lin Yan blurted out all the ideas she had just thought of, and then waited quietly for Zhou Fan's reaction. Zhou Fan kept repeating Lin Yan's words in his mind. Lin Yan's suggestion was simply brilliant. He really deserves to be their company's part-time consultant. Every suggestion is a golden idea. That's great. Now I realize that it was a wise move to have you become a part-time consultant for FIFA video. Lin Yan felt a little embarrassed. Although she had heard a lot of such blatant praise from Zhou Fan, she felt very proud every time she heard Zhou Fan praise her. Of course. I absolutely cannot let you lose money. Lin Yan was on the other end of the phone, her eyes sparkling with a special light. I know what to do. Thank you, Lin Yan. You know me well. Now that I have a plan, I will definitely implement it quickly. Zhou Fan thought about the batch of esports equipment he had bought in the computer city before. At that time, he wanted to provide entertainment and relaxation for employees, so he placed them in the company's entertainment area. But later, because everyone in the company was too busy, they were never used. When Lin Yan heard Zhou Fan's words, how could she not know what Zhou Fan was going to do? I get it. You're going to take action now, right? Go ahead. Work is the most important thing. I wish you good results. The reason why Lin Yan came up with such an idea was because she was a veteran player of Honor of Kings, and she came up with such an idea with a young person's perspective. Okay. I know you're good at games. When we're looking for team members, I'd appreciate it if you could join us. Zhou Fan knew Lin Yan's ability in playing games. There were very few female players who were so good at it. Okay. Then go get busy. If I could really participate in the competition, I would be very happy to win back some glory for FIFA video. After Zhou Fan hung up the phone, a good plan gradually emerged in his mind, and he immediately called Su Chian's secretary. Boss. Su Chian shouted respectfully, and then followed Zhou Fan's instructions to do things. Go get Jiang Tan over here. Also get some of the company's gaming experts. I think there are Wei Sun, Ji Ming, and Tan Mingyang. Get them all over here. Zhou Fan naturally understood that hosting an esports event required permission from the game developer, and Jiang Tan, as an elite in business negotiations, took her with him to discuss the matter, and the matter was almost settled. The reason why he called the other 3 people over was that he naturally wanted to know whether the company could form a team before the competition. The 3 of them are recognized as the company's top talents. Who else can we look for if not them? After a while, Jiang Tan brought the other 3 people to Zhou Fan's office. Zhou Fan raised his chin and let the 3 people sit on the sofa wherever they wanted. Then he told the 4 people all his opinions without reservation. I just don't know if you have this confidence. Wei Sun was the first to agree, giving it his all. He could finally use his work time to play games openly, which was so cool. The other 2 people naturally agreed happily. People who love games are naturally very happy to have such a display platform, so how could they say discouraging words? Since you all agree, the three of you should go back and prepare well. Once I have prepared other projects, our team will be ready. Wei Xin and the other three left the office excitedly, leaving Jiang Tan alone with Zhou Fan. Your task is simple. Just help me secure the naming rights and the right to participate in the performance competition at the opening ceremony. They are naturally no match for professional players. Although the opening ceremony was a performance competition, it still attracted a lot of attention, making his goal even better achieved. Chapter 122: Obtaining the Naming Rights. After listening to Zhou Fan, Jiang Tan felt very confident. Compared with the contracts worth hundreds of millions of yuan that he had negotiated in the past, this time it was just the naming rights and the qualification to participate in the competition. It was simply too simple. Don't worry, Mr. J. I will definitely complete this mission beautifully and will definitely not let you down. Jiang Tan smiled slightly and said confidently. Well, I'm relieved when you say that. Pack your things and prepare to go on a business trip with me this afternoon. Zhou Fan waved his hand and told Jiang Tan to go back and pack his things and prepare to go with him to find the developer of Heroes of Glory. Mr. J, where are we going on this business trip? This is so sudden. Zhou Fan spoke too fast, leaving Jiang Tan no time to think. She was stunned for a moment. If you think of it, just do it. Now we naturally have to go find the developer of Heroes of Glory, Tengyou Company's Ma Dugwang. What else can we do? Mr. Zhou, why don't you explain it more clearly? Our Magic City and Nanshan City seem to be not far away. We should be able to return tonight, so I don't need to pack my luggage. Let's just go. When Zhou Fan heard Jiang Tan say this, he scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed. I was so anxious that I forgot about this. On that day, Zhou Fan and Jiang Tan drove directly to Nanshan City in a Bugatti Veyron. With the speed of the Bugatti, they could definitely go there and return on the same day. On the way there, Zhou Fan had already informed Xu Yan to contact Ma Dogwang's secretary to say hello in advance, otherwise it would be impolite to go there abruptly and negotiate directly. Xu Yan called Zhou Fan again and told him that Ma Dogwang had set aside the whole day today to entertain Zhou Fan, and he was probably looking forward to working with Zhou Fan. This made Zhou Fan more confident about the purpose of this trip. It only took about 2 hours' drive for Zhou Fan to bring Jiang Tan to Tengyou Company's Nanshan City headquarters. Direct access to the head office. Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you? Please register with me. When the receptionist saw Zhou Fan and Jiang Tan, she stopped them immediately. This was her job at the front desk. Not everyone could enter the company building. Zhou Fan stood with his hands behind his back, while Jiang Tan stepped forward and said to the receptionist, "We're here to see Mr. Ma from your company. Please go and tell him. We've already made an appointment." Our boss? The receptionist looked incredulous. The two people were not dressed too well, and they didn't look like the glamorous elites who often came and went in office buildings. After all, their company is so famous in the online gaming industry, and many young people who feel that their talents are not appreciated want to talk to their boss about their ideals. The receptionist couldn't rule out the possibility that the two people in front of her had the same idea. After all the young people who came to see Mr. Ma said so. Yes, just call them directly. We already contacted each other before we came here. Jiang Tan nodded, as if he could see the receptionist's disbelief, and while speaking he kept emphasizing that he had already contacted Ma Dogwang. The receptionist was still reluctant to believe it, mainly because these two people didn't look like important people. She could remember the important people who often met with the boss. Just call Zhou Fan from FIFA Video and ask him to come look for him. Zhou Fan naturally knew what the receptionist was thinking, so he spoke directly. Although he really didn't like the idea of judging people by their appearance, this was not his company's receptionist after all. If his company's receptionist looked down on people like this, he would have to fire him completely. When the receptionist heard that it was FIFA Video, a video platform that had recently become popular thanks to a huge prize, she picked up the phone skeptically and called the chairman's secretary. "Secretary Liu, there's someone here called Zhou Fan from FIFA Video who wants to see our chairman." As soon as the call was connected, the receptionist spoke directly. Zhou Fan is here? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring him up. There was no hesitation at the other end of the phone, and the voice was so loud that Zhou Fan and Jiang Tan, who were standing nearby, could hear it clearly. They did talk on the phone just now, but she didn't expect Zhou Fan to be so efficient. He actually came that day and she didn't have time to notify anyone. Hearing this, the receptionist nodded quickly, hung up the phone in a hurry, walked out of the front desk, and put on a respectful expression. Please follow me, I'm so sorry for any offense I caused you earlier. Joe Fan came here to discuss work today, so naturally he wouldn't bother with such a small matter. It's okay, just bring it to me quickly. Joe Fan didn't want to waste his time on nonsense. He just wanted to get things done quickly and live up to Lin Yan's expectations. The receptionist didn't say anything and took the VIP elevator directly to the 55th floor of the headquarters building. Okay, this is the office. I'll leave first. After the receptionist finished speaking, she quickly left and took another elevator back to the lobby. Joe Fan knocked on the door, and a person who looked like a female secretary opened the door directly, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Joe Fan, please come in. Secretary Lu opened the door and made a gesture to invite someone in. In the office stood a middle-aged man who was not strong but not fat either, and had a relatively suitable body shape. But working in the online gaming industry is probably really hair-wrenching. Ma Dugwang was sitting on a chair drinking coffee with a newspaper in his hand. When he saw Joe Fan coming in, he quickly stood up to greet him. Mr. Joe Fan. Come on, please take a seat. After asking his secretary to make tea, he enthusiastically began to discuss cooperation with Joe Fan. Before coming, Joe Fan had discussed with Jiang Tan that she would be responsible for the negotiations, and would only ask for his opinion when it came to important decisions. Mr. Ma, our purpose for coming here this time is simple. We want to host an esports competition, so we would like to get your permission as a game developer. Ma Dugwang wore gold-rimmed glasses, with a cunning gleam in his eyes. Thiefen Video does have the potential to grow into a large platform as a video platform. If he could seize the opportunity and cooperate with Joe Fan, both companies would benefit greatly. However, I heard that the other party was able to invest hundreds of millions of prizes in promoting the video platform, so he must be a wealthy person, and he can just make some extra copyright licensing fees. Alright. I've long heard of Thiefen Video's reputation, but our company's games also have huge traffic and popularity, so the cost of collaborating with us is not low, at least this amount. Ma Dugwang didn't waste any time and just stretched out 2 fingers. Asking for 20 million to obtain the naming rights is already a sky-high price, not to mention that Joe Fan is a sponsor, so the cost will be more than 20 million. Jiang Tan and Joe Fan exchanged a glance, and Jiang Tan understood Joe Fan's intention of splitting the deal in half. Then he turned around and said to Ma Dugwang, "This is our company's first esports tournament sponsorship. The 20 million yuan request is a bit too high. As a sponsor, we can sponsor all the items used in the tournament, but we think the copyright fee should be around 10 million yuan. Jiang Tan was not polite to Ma Dugwang at all. After following Joe Fan for a long time, his style of doing things became somewhat overbearing. Ma Dugwang touched his chin. As a businessman with a long history in the business world, he had only asked for a high price and then paid back the money. After all, he had heard of Joe Fan's deeds. He was someone who could defeat the Wang Group and was not something his small game company could contend with. Besides, if this cooperation is successful, their company's profit will be far greater than 10 million. So Ma Dugwang laughed. Okay. 10 million is 10 million. It's settled. I'll have my secretary draw up the contract. Joe Fan nodded and said with a smile, Mr. Ma, don't worry too much. I have one more thing to do. I need to give our company the qualification to participate in the opening ceremony performance event. Chapter 123 Joe Fan's Strange Operation. When Ma Dugwang heard this, he naturally shook his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. He is still too young. Although the opening ceremony is a show match, as a game developer, he will definitely let his company's team perform in the show match and earn enough money from the opening ceremony. You don't think that performing a competition is easy, do you? But after all, Joe Fan is the sponsor, so how can I not agree? Of course. It's just a spot in an exhibition match, of course. Ma Dugwang agreed with a smile on his face, but he had his own plans in mind. Joe Fan is now a celebrity on the internet and has a certain amount of traffic. When the time comes for his team to play with them in the exhibition match, it will be a good way to increase his popularity. The two parties quickly reached an agreement. Secretary Lu quickly printed out the contract. After Jiang Tan checked and found no problems, Joe Fan and Ma Dugwang signed it neatly. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. I will send you the relevant information and location of the competition via email later. If there are any shortcomings, you can naturally give us your suggestions. Joe Fan and Jiang Tan stood up and prepared to leave. Ma Dogwang nodded and personally saw them out the door. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Ma Dogwang looked at his secretary. Go get Team Starlight. After Zhou Fan returned to the company, he called Lin Yan directly. He had already booked the competition for a week later. The five of them didn't need to train their abilities anymore, and this week was naturally for practicing tacit understanding. Call Chu Yan out and ask her to rent the largest stadium in Shanghai. This is the first esports competition they sponsored, so the scene must be luxurious. The money for renting a stadium was nothing in Zhou Fan's eyes, so he rented the stadium very smoothly. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. The key to this is naturally the tacit understanding among the five of them. Wei Sun, Ji Ming, and Tan Mingyang are already great gods. They are completely hidden people who are comparable to professional players among the people, and they often play games together when they are in the company. So the level of tacit understanding is not low. Now it is the tacit understanding between Zhou Fan and Lin Yan and them. The company also quickly promoted the Extraordinary Glory Grand Prix. Anyone who wants to stand out in Heroes of Glory, whether professional or non-professional players, can participate. When this news was released, countless young gamers were excited. Although they had to register as a team, online registration was still very popular. The appointed time soon arrived. Although it wasn't a national sports event, the stadium in Shanghai was practically packed. It seemed everyone had a lot of interest in the game. Through publicity, the most popular team on the exhibition match now is the Extraordinary Team, because their opponent is the Starlight Team, the champion of last year's Heroes of Glory S tournament. Although everyone knows that when professionals compete with non-professionals, the winner will naturally be the Starlight Team. But everyone likes to see a reversal. After all, a crushing victory is not very entertaining. After Zhou Fan and his friends entered the venue, he saw that there were still many people in the entire Magic City Sports Center holding their team's flashing signs. Zhou Fan asked Wei Sun, who was standing nearby, Secretary Chu, how many people did you buy? I don't believe you have so many fans. Wei Sun also looked unconvinced, but the facts were already in front of them. Boss, I don't think these are the water army hired by Secretary Chu. You know, someone like Secretary Chu wouldn't make such a wise move. Maybe our support is really very high. After listening to this, Lin Yan said something jokingly and relaxedly. You never know, they might think we can't win, so some people are betting on us to win. Although Lin Yan said this, she was not afraid of her opponent, the Starlight Team. After all, they couldn't be afraid of their professional player titles. Not to mention the other four people, they didn't feel nervous at all. This is what Tan Mingyang said. The company's rules are so strict that clocking in and out is already very stressful. How can this little incident really matter? Lin Yan was naturally speechless when she heard such words. How could they speak so easily about such a cruel system? When they passed by the Starlight Team, the team's captain Qian Xiaoyuan and others nodded to them respectfully. Zhou Fan, the captain of the Extraordinary Team, is the sponsor of this competition. The boss said that they should not lose too badly, but the final victory must belong to their Starlight Team. After both sides took their seats, the Magic City Stadium was filled with the screams of boys and girls. Let's just let them win in the first two games and don't target them too much. If we win the last 3 games, we can turn the tables and they won't lose too badly. Qian Xiaoyuan gave instructions to his teammates, showing extreme contempt for the Fiefan team. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan encouraged his teammates, let's just play normally. Winning or losing is not important. What matters most is being happy. After all, win or lose, his extraordinary videos can achieve a certain effect. The game started quickly. The Extraordinary Team played with great coordination, while the Starlight Team naturally adhered to what they said at the beginning. Qian Xiaoyuan's jungle position was directly taken away by a set of skills from the hero controlled by Zhou Fan. He didn't even have a chance to resist and was sent back to the fountain directly. That's right, Chief. Your performance was so realistic, and it was so convincing. The other teammates praised him one after another, but he didn't seem to be very interested in the whole game. Only Qian Xiaoyuan knew that he just wanted to fight with the hero Zhou Fan had, but he didn't expect Zhou Fan to be so powerful and take him away directly. Okay, good fight. Qian Xiaoyuan could only pretend that he was letting the opponent win on purpose. He had definitely underestimated the enemy just now. The Extraordinary Team naturally won the first game, but the 5 people on Zhou Fan's side clearly felt that the Starlight Team seemed to be letting the game go. Otherwise, how could they play so poorly? Even Zhou Fan wanted to vomit after seeing their captain's performance. Let's fight more aggressively and show them how powerful we are. Zhou Fan gave the order. The second game begins. The extraordinary team played very aggressively, directly attacking the tower in almost every lane, and providing support back and forth from the jungle, which gave the Starlight team a lot of headaches. They had originally let them win this time, but after such a fight, they have already seen the strength of the extraordinary team, which should not be underestimated. But by the time they reacted, all the roads they wanted to fill had collapsed. Even if Qian Shaoyuan wanted to steal the tower and carry the team alone, no matter what method he used, it would be useless. In the final second game, the Starlight team lost even faster than the first. Holy crap! What's up with this Starlight team? Is the championship fake? I could have beat them with my feet. The criticism from the surrounding fans grew louder and louder, and the Starlight team knew they couldn't let it go any longer. The 5 people stretched out their hands and shook hands, and Qian Shaoyuan gave a death order. We have to win the next 3 games and fight for the honor of our championship team. In the third and fourth games, the Starlight team played at full strength and won directly. Even if Wei Xin and Ji Ming tried their best to turn the tables, they were still just a step away. At this time, the competition finally reached its climax. In the last game, the 2 teams naturally fought against each other with all their strength. Zhou Fan was using a half-tank, half-DPS hero, while Lin Yan roamed around to assist and protect throughout the game. However, after the 2 sides fought for more than 40 minutes, the extraordinary team was still in the dilemma of defending their home base. Fortunately, Tan Mingyang has always been known as the Highland security guard, and it is still difficult for the Starlight team to attack the base. At this time, Zhou Fan took advantage of the time when the Starlight team was pushing the center and quickly led the soldiers on the side lane to attack the opponent's base. Captain! The base is being stolen. Let's go back 1. No need to go back, just attack. He's a pure tank and can't do much damage. The Highland soldiers are enough for him to handle. Let's just push the base. We win. Qian Shaoyuan didn't care about Zhou Fan's behavior of stealing the base at all. They had already attacked the base, and the remaining members of the Fiefan team obviously had poor output. As long as they could resist and destroy the tower, victory would definitely be theirs. Just when the Starlight team held the tower and killed the 4 defenders of the extraordinary team, and the blue team's base had only 200 health left. The game screen flew directly across the entire map and arrived at the red team's base. Bang! The red team's base exploded. The 9 people just stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to react. Ha ha ha! I changed my tank gear into pure attack speed gear. Didn't expect that? Zhou Fan stood up from his seat and laughed. Zhou Fan! You're amazing! I love you so much. Lin Yan also reacted. When she thought she was about to lose, Zhou Fan actually succeeded in stealing the home point. Boo! Lin Yan was so excited that she hugged Zhou Fan and kissed him. Then she immediately reacted and her cheeks blushed. Zhou Fan was also stunned and stood there. Damn, millions of viewers are watching. But it feels so good. Chapter 124, Employees' Little Thoughts. This kiss made Zhou Fan, who was secretly proud of himself a second ago, stunned. He was still immersed in joy and didn't react at all. After Lin Yan subconsciously did this action out of happiness, she also realized that she seemed a little too bold. She actually kissed Zhou Fan in front of so many people. What if the relationship between the two became awkward in the future? She even wanted to knock her head. She usually thought twice before doing anything, so why did she do this without thinking today? At this moment, everyone's thoughts may be different. Everyone was so shocked when they saw the scene that they could fit a big egg in their mouths. Zhou Fan came to participate in the competition as a sponsor, and everyone watching knew this. What's the story behind this kiss from a female teammate right on the court? Could it be some hidden secret relationship? Even the staff of Fiefan Video in the background were stunned when they saw this scene. No wonder the boss asked Lin Yan to be a part-time consultant. Could it be that she can do anything conveniently? Wei Sun, Ji Ming, and Tan Mingyang were undoubtedly the ones who suffered the most. Although they all looked good, they were all single since birth. In their eyes, such a large-scale scene made them so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet, their faces turned red, and they died on the spot. Oh my god! How can this consultant Lin be so hypocritical? If it weren't for me turning the tide in the first round, how could we have won? Why didn't I get a kiss? Ji Ming felt so heartbroken. He had never even touched a girl's hand during his work. That's nothing. In the second match, I was 1 against 5. What did I say? Wei Sun didn't even dare to look to the side. If he was guilty, please let the law punish him instead of torturing him with such a picture. Tisk, why can't you two judge the situation and speak accordingly? Is this a problem with your operation? It's clearly a problem with the wrong characters. Tan Mingyang felt at first glance that there seemed to be something unusual between the two of them. Looking at Lin Yan's little hands that were placed somewhere unknown, and her blushing cheeks, he became even more certain. Xu Yan was watching this scene from the audience. He should have been happy for winning the competition, but he just couldn't be happy at all. Zhou Fan has helped me so many times, but I have never kissed him excitedly. She didn't know why, but she felt a bit uncomfortable. Before she even saw the extraordinary team's victory announced, she had already left the stage alone, feeling dejected and sad. Just when Lin Yan didn't know what to do, the host had already found a way for her to back down. It seems the extraordinary team was quite excited to defeat the S-League champion team in their debut tournament. They even gave their hero a kiss. We are so envious. Now please come to the center of the podium to receive your exhibition match championship award. Although the exhibition match was considered an entertainment competition, it was so formal that Zhou Fan also sponsored the trophy in advance. Soon the little episode was replaced by the excitement of receiving the award. After a friendly hug with the Starlight team, the 5 of them raised the trophy high together. The Starlight team was in an extremely embarrassing situation. The championship team actually lost to non-professional players. Not only would the boss be angry, even they couldn't forgive themselves. This was undoubtedly a Waterloo on their road to professional competitions. Who would dare to sponsor them then? Captain. It's all your fault. You even asked us to give them some face. I don't think they need to let us off the hook at all. Some team members are already unhappy. A match that is clearly a sure win, even if it is an exhibition match, cannot bring a tarnish on their career path. Stop talking, just assume we've been letting the game go smoothly. Sponsors are sponsors, and they're thieves at heart. Chen Xiaoyuan naturally couldn't forget that Zhou Fan had directly changed his blood and equipment. Businessmen are businessmen, they are still too naive. But on Zhou Fan's side, the atmosphere was completely different. Because we won the championship, and everyone has put a lot of thought into this matter over the past week, getting the trophy was also the result of everyone's joint efforts. They undoubtedly gave the teams that came after them a lot of enthusiasm. An exhibition match was so intense, so they naturally wanted to perform miracles in their normal matches. Zhou Fan and others did not watch the following games, so Zhou Fan did not know that in the following games, people kept imitating his cool moves of changing blood and clothes. Zhou Fan was so happy that he invited all the employees of the company to hold a celebration party. However, when he arrived at the Celebration Banquet Hotel, Zhou Fan looked around and found that everyone was there, except his secretary Xu Yan. Xu Yan has done a lot of things for herself and has also put a lot of thought into this esports competition. How can she not be a hero? He took out his phone and called Xu Yan directly. As usual, the call was picked up quickly. Where have you been? The company is celebrating the success of all employees, and you, the great hero, are nowhere to be seen? After Zhou Fan got through on the phone, he spoke directly. I'm really too tired and can't hold on any longer. So I'm going home first. Seeing our company win, I'm already very happy. I won't go to the celebration party. The main reason was that she wasn't in a good mood. Even if she went to the celebration party, it would be difficult for her to put on a happy face. She might even ruin everyone's good mood. Zhou Fan was surprised to hear Xu Yan say he was tired. After all, Xu Yan was a very dedicated person and the word tired was never mentioned to him. In that case, then you should have a good rest. If you really are not feeling well, I can give you a day off as a reward. Zhou Fan said to his subordinates with great consideration that Xu Yan was his right-hand man and his body must not be allowed to get sick from overwork. No, I just need to rest for one night. I'll be back to work tomorrow. Let's have a good dinner together, Mr. J. After saying that, Xu Yan politely hung up the phone. He really didn't understand why he was in such a bad mood. As for Zhou Fan, because he had delayed for too long, Wei Sun was already calling him loudly. He ignored the fact that Xu Yan had hung up the phone on his own initiative and returned to the dining table. When I returned to the dining table, the food had naturally been laid out. Zhou Fan had already said that the company would pay for it, so there was all sorts of expensive wine, beer, and liquor available, so I could just drink up. Jay Cho. Let me toast you. If it weren't for your final amazing move, our company's chances of winning this competition wouldn't be great. Tan Mingyang raised his glass and said to Zhou Fan, who hadn't even sat down yet. Zhou Fan also raised his glass with a smile. But the next sentence made him quite embarrassed. If there's really something going on between you and Consultant Lin, don't hide it from us. After saying this, Tan Mingyang drank the wine in one gulp. What are you talking about? That's not true. Zhou Fan finished the wine in the glass in one gulp, and naturally thought of the kiss Lin Yan gave him. It must be that Lin Yan was too excited. Chapter 125. Lin Yan is angry. Lin Yan's face turned red when she heard this. She thought the matter was over, but she didn't expect that it would be brought up again. Zhou Fan's explanation was also reasonable. She would have explained it the same way. Although Zhou Fan explained, the employees obviously didn't buy it. If the boss wanted to have a secret relationship, they really didn't know what to do. The only way was to let these two people reveal their true colors. Wei Sun and the other two exchanged glances, and then colluded with Peng Xiafeng and Jiang Sheng next to them, and several team leaders worked together. Naturally, the small employees on the side also became angry. If I get the boss drunk now, I might be able to get some information about his relationship with Consultant Lin from him. Mr. J. Let me toast you. If it weren't for you, I might not even be able to support my girlfriend. I have to toast you. Jiang Sheng is an active person by nature. When encountering such things, he naturally wants to be the first to do it. He must be at the front row when it comes to exciting things. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. What kind of excuse was this to force him to drink? It was really too unsatisfactory, wasn't it? It's just that he was so happy, and with the employees around him cheering him on, he could only fill his glass and drink it in one gulp. However, as soon as he put down his wine glass, Peng Xiafeng stood up. Mr. J. Thank you for always trusting me. It's only then that I can make a name for myself and earn money to support my parents. Please let me toast you a glass. Peng Xiafeng even toasted in a professional manner. You guys, why are you all here to thank me? You're usually so stubborn, but it's great that you're respecting your parents. I like it. Zhou Fan poured himself another glass of wine and drank it with Peng Xiafeng, not leaving a drop. Lin Yan was sitting next to Zhou Fan and was a little worried. It was said that drinking on an empty stomach was not good. There was such a big table of food, and Zhou Fan hadn't even taken a few bites when they forced him to drink. She was really worried. The next person to stand up was Tan Mingyang next to him. She grabbed Tan Mingyang's sleeve and pushed him back into the chair, raising a clean and neat smile. On the contrary, Tan Mingyang on the side was a little confused. Before he understood what was going on, he heard Lin Yan say, "Your boss hasn't even taken a few bites of food, and you've already made him drink 2 glasses of wine. If he keeps drinking like this, he might end up in the hospital soon." "Oh, Consultant Lin, you're too concerned about our boss. I usually drink like this, so don't worry, Boss Joe is definitely fine." After hearing Lin Yan's words, Tan Mingyang felt that his guess that the two of them were up to something was completely confirmed. Lin Yan wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhou Fan. "Just ignore them. They're having fun too. Just have a drink with them. No need to take it too seriously." Zhou Fan said this and directly picked up the wine glass and pointed it at Tan Mingyang, motioning him to continue. There are many banquets between men where men drink without eating, so Zhou Fan doesn't care at all. Lin Yan shook her head helplessly. These men were too excited. No matter what she said now, it would be useless. She could only pray that they drank less. Nothing else to say. Just thank you, boss. After saying that, Tan Mingyang drank it all in one gulp, and Zhou Fan naturally followed suit. By the end of the drinking, Lin Yan was too lazy to care about it anymore, and Zhou Fan seemed to be still sober. Instead, the person who was forcing the drink was exhausted, and in the end he was too lazy to even find a reason to toast. "Boss. Cheers to you. Boss. Cheers to you." Zhou Fan could only eat during his free time. He secretly thought that these young people were so energetic. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to be about the same age as them. Suddenly, the power of drinking came back. They originally thought that the boss was a wine bottle that had become a spirit, otherwise how could he not get drunk even after so many people kept pouring him wine? It was not until they were about to give up that they discovered that their boss was actually a rebel. In the end, he was so drunk that he fell asleep on the dining table. After confirming that he had fallen asleep, the The person who had been trying to get him drunk was so happy. He finally achieved his goal. But seeing that the boss is so drunk, it is unlikely to make him tell the truth after drinking. Everyone had almost finished eating and it was time to go home. Zhou Fan was afraid that such a situation would occur, so he paid the bill before eating. Now he was being escorted to the hotel entrance by Peng Xiefeng and Zhang Shang. The boss is so drunk, he probably can't go back on his own. Otherwise, this Bugatti will probably be smashed to pieces. Wei Sin looked at the drunk Zhou Fan and shook his head secretly. The question of who would send the boss home suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. But the next second, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yan. No, it's too late. My girlfriend will be worried. I have to go now. It's really late. My mom called me home for dinner. I slipped away too. It's too late, too late. My dog is probably about to give birth. Let's go. Just like that, these employees went home with an even more ridiculous excuse than forcing Zhou Fan to drink, leaving Zhou Fan directly to Lin Yan. Lin Yan seriously suspected that they did it on purpose. There was no other way, so Lin Yan took out the Bugatti key from Zhou Fan's pocket and asked the hotel staff to drive the Bugatti out of the parking lot. He helped Zhou Fan sit on the side of the road. Zhou Fan, where is your home? Lin Yan still doesn't know where Zhou Fan is. If she wants to drive him home, where should she take him? Still want to drink? I don't want to drink anymore. Zhou Fan would never reply to Lin Yan, he was just talking drunkenly. When the hotel staff drove out, they stuffed Zhou Fan into the car. Lin Yan sat in the driver's seat. It was her first time driving such a luxury car. But Zhou Fan still didn't tell her his address. There was no other way. She couldn't take him home, so she could only find a hotel for Zhou Fan to stay in. Throwing it on the side of the road was not something she could do. Looking back at the hotel, Lin Yan took Zhou Fan directly to a room. After throwing Zhou Fan on the bed, she looked at Zhou Fan's collar and seemed a little uncomfortable. Just be a good person to the end. Zhou Fan's coat and shoes were taken off. One button of his shirt was unbuttoned, and the white muscles underneath seemed to be visible. After putting Zhou Fan away safely, Lin Yan unconsciously squatted beside the bed and looked at Zhou Fan like a fangirl. Even when he was drunk, he was still so handsome. Su Chian, Su Chian. What? Hearing Zhou Fan talking nonsense, Lin Yan naturally leaned over to listen to what Zhou Fan said, but she didn't expect to be hugged by Zhou Fan. Her heart beat rapidly, and her surprise was beyond words. However, Lin Yan did not struggle, and seemed to enjoy it a little. Su Chian. Zhou Fan started talking again. This time, Lin Yan heard it clearly and her eyes instantly turned red. But she was a girl with self-respect after all, so she broke free from Zhou Fan and left the room in anger. Chapter 126 Extraordinary Miracle. It was a really comfortable sleep. Zhou Fan opened his eyes, stretched and yawned. Hey, where is this? When I looked around carefully, I found that I was lying on a big white bed. The room was empty and there was no one else. I had a celebration party yesterday, and then drank with them, and then. Zhou Fan held his head and found that he really couldn't remember what happened afterwards. So he simply gave up thinking about it, got out of bed, put on his clothes, and left the hotel. When he arrived at the company and was on his way to his office, although he was greeted with respectful gazes from the employees as usual, Zhou Fan always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It felt like someone had seen me doing something bad. Hey, did Chairman Zhou and Consultant Lin do that yesterday? Wow. You said it so directly. But I think there should be one. Are you so sure? Shoo. Keep your voice down. Do you want the chairman to hear you? Amidst this vague atmosphere of gossip, Zhou Fan walked into his office. Hi. Good morning. Zhou Fan never acted like a chairman in his company. He greeted the secretary Chu Yan as soon as he opened the door. But this time, unlike the previous scenes of warm welcome, Chu Yan was sitting in his secretary position, his beautiful eyes wearing black-framed glasses constantly scanning the documents in front of him, without any fluctuation at all because of Zhou Fan's arrival. Well. Zhou Fan felt awkward when he saw Chu Yan working so hard. He put his hand on the back of his head and said, it seems like you're very busy at work today. He smiled awkwardly and walked to his seat and sat down. I secretly glanced at Chu Yan. He was sitting upright, his eyes scanning the documents rapidly, looking like a complete workaholic. There's no problem, but it seems like there's a problem. No, there's no problem. There's still a problem. Zhou Fan touched his chin and felt that it would be better to ask directly. That. Chairman, yesterday's financial statements haven't been reconciled because of the celebration banquet. Would you like to see them? Zhou Fan had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Chu Yan's voice. Unlike her previous pauses after each sentence, this time she spoke very decisively, giving off the feeling of a strong career woman. No, it's okay, just check it. I trust you. Chu Yan only answered with a single word and then continued with the work at hand. At this time, Zhou Fan was sitting in his luxurious leather chair, feeling uncomfortable all over, as if there was a big ice cube under his butt. Zhou Fan thought of something and slapped his thigh. I'll go ask Lin Yan if she has any good suggestions today. Having said that, he stood up happily, hummed a little tune, opened the door, and left the office. As soon as Zhou Fan left, Chu Yan's originally focused look could no longer be maintained, and a deep loneliness was revealed in his eyes. Zhou Don, actually, I feel for you. Zhou Fan left his chairman's office, walked a few steps to the left, and came to the consultant's office. He had specifically ordered this so that Lin Yan could contact him at any time if she had any good ideas. Hi. Lin Yan, good morning. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadruple kill. Pentakill. Beyond God. As soon as Zhou Fan entered the room, he heard a notification tone of Hero's Glory. He saw Lin Yan sitting in her seat, holding her mobile phone in both hands, laughing in an unladylike manner. Zhou Fan was not angry that Lin Yan played games during work. To him, an inspiration was far more important than working hard and punching in at work every day. So he walked gently to her side and pretended to be shocked. Wow. Lin Yan, you're so amazing. Is this the king's game? Lin Yan noticed Zhou Fan coming, and her happy expression changed instantly. She snorted coldly and said, No, this is a bronze game, nothing special. Zhou Fan's mouth twitched as he smiled awkwardly. By the way, pentakill. Pentakill isn't something you get easily. Lin Yan, you're amazing. He. Lin Yan said him lightly and turned her attention back to the game. After 5 minutes, Lin Yan, with 30 kills and 0 deaths, single-handedly wiped out 5 opponents and easily pushed down the base. Zhou Fan saw Lin Yan playing for a long time and was already itching to join in, so he took out his phone and said, Come on, add me. After Lin Yan clicked the settlement button for this round, she turned to look at Zhou Fan, smiled faintly, and spoke in an indescribably humble tone. Oh, sorry, I'm only at bronze rank, so I can't play King of Glory with you. Zhou Fan. But? Lin Yan tilted her head and showed a mysterious smile. Zhou Fan immediately recovered from his disappointment and asked excitedly, But what about it? Lin Yan's big eyes rolled around, and her beautiful red lips opened slightly. If you kiss me, I'll reluctantly play a game with you. This. Zhou Fan showed an extremely embarrassed expression on his face. He scratched his head and was unable to continue. Lin Yan seemed to have anticipated Zhou Fan's reaction. She smiled lightly and then pressed a single key. Zhou Fan felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he laughed it off, scratched his head, and said, I remembered I still have to go inspect the programming team. I'll be leaving now. As he spoke, he retreated step by step to the door, walked out of Lin Yan's office backwards, and then closed the door. After seeing Zhou Fan leave, Lin Yan slowly raised her head and stared blankly at the direction of the gate. After a long while, the bright red lips opened slightly and uttered a few words. Coward. After Zhou Fan came out of Lin Yan's office, he breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with these two people today? Why are they so scary? Forget it, I should go to the programming team to see if those guys have made any new breakthroughs recently. The Heroes of Glory Extraordinary Grand Prix is in full swing. Because the teams auditioned this time are game enthusiasts from all over the country, it has set off a lot of enthusiasm. FIFA Video also saw an increase in software downloads due to its exclusive broadcasting and recording rights for the competition, and also generated a huge amount of discussion under the video replays of the competition. The most discussed match was naturally the BO5 between the Extraordinary team and the Starlight team at the opening ceremony. Both teams had their own strengths and fought for 5 rounds. The whole process was full of ups and downs, especially Zhou Fan's tower stealing operation at the end, which was even regarded as a meme by game players. Whenever someone goes alone to push the line and steal the tower, teammates will joke about it. Do you also want to become an extraordinary miracle? Chapter 127, Entering the Entertainment Industry. After the esports competition a few days ago, FIFA Video, as a sponsor, naturally gained popularity and its fame increased greatly. The latest data from the technical department showed that the number of downloads and views of the app had increased by dozens of percentage points compared to before. Overall, Zhou Fan was quite satisfied. The investment of more than 10 million yuan is well worth it. In the program group's office, Zhou Fan was huddled together with a group of company programmers for a meeting. Although FIFA Video's popularity has greatly increased, it is still not enough to carve out a niche in the short video market. At this time, it is necessary to improve the functions of the app at the technical level to form its own unique advantages. The company computer was replaying the video of yesterday's esports game. Team Extraordinary succeeded in stealing the tower. ADC single-handedly killed Centaur. The crystal has been pushed down, and Team Starlight has nowhere to defend. Pentakill. Pentakill. Team Starlight is wiped out. The host of the commentary was even more excited than Lin Yan at the time, and he wanted to rush up and give a thumbs up to the Extraordinary team. The Extraordinary Miracle seems to have really become a legend in the esports world. We at FIFA Video have obtained the exclusive broadcasting rights for this esports match, which means that if anyone wants to watch the replay, they must download our app. Secretary Chu Yan reported. This is a huge selling point for the new short video app FIFA Video, which can attract many esports enthusiasts to join. In addition, the quality of FIFA videos is not bad, and they have also launched some videos with unique styles that can quickly attract traffic. The excitement of this kind of competition can only last for a while, and it will soon fade away. Jiang Tan said calmly. As a business elite, she is very familiar with how the internet operates. Jiang Tan has a point. Zhou Fan nodded and said, now is not the time for everyone to relax. The programming team and the technical department must be able to come up with new things in order to firmly control young users. The short video market can be said to be one of the most promising markets in China at present, which is why Zhou Fan wants to invest so much money in promotion. But technological development takes time, and we currently don't have the ability to make new functional changes immediately. A company employee raised his own questions. Zhou Fan glanced at the dazed Chu Yan and saw that she was staring out the window in a daze. There was a blush on her fair oval face and no one knew what she was thinking. Chu Yan, what are you thinking about? Chu Yan quickly came back to his senses and smiled a little embarrassedly. For some reason, there was a hint of tenderness and shyness in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Fan. Chu Yan said hesitantly. That's right. Looking at the charming Chu Yan, Jiang Tan suddenly had an inspiration and slapped his head. We can consider inviting celebrities to live broadcast on the app. What? What's harvesting the most young people right now? The entertainment industry. That's the circle with the widest audience. Jiang Tan began to talk incessantly. Chu Yan, with her pure and beautiful face, gave him a lot of inspiration. If he could invite a few top female stars to join the app, the promotion effect would definitely be amazing. It's a great idea indeed. Although the esports circle is quite popular, it is definitely not comparable to the entertainment circle, where a star can easily have tens of millions of fans. Zhou Fan nodded and added, if it's just live streaming, that's not enough. We can consider inviting celebrities to shoot some short videos, which can continue to increase our exposure. It's time to do it, but where can we invite these stars? Fortunately, Jiang Tan has close connections with some entertainment companies and said he could help make the contact. A phone call said that we could go to the Shanghai Film and Television City to discuss it, and maybe we could recruit a few young stars. Zhou Fan quickly asked someone to arrange the itinerary. But there is something I need to deal with. I don't know what happened to Lin Yan today. She quietly left the company without telling me. She has been acting a little strange since this morning. Some of the things she said really made Zhou Fan at a loss as to how to respond. Now, no one knows where she has gone. Magic City Film and Television City. The Shanghai Film and Television City, covering an area of 1,000 acres, is the center of Shanghai's film and television industry. A large number of popular idol dramas in the country are filmed here, so a large number of actors also gather here. Because the competition is so fierce, it is called the Coliseum for handsome men and beautiful women. Even if you graduate from a well-known art college, it is difficult to get a place here. You can imagine how difficult it is for ordinary actors to make a name for themselves here. The person Zhou Fan and his friends wanted to meet was Yao Chen, a relatively well-known actress in the entertainment industry. She had acted in several web dramas and was also somewhat well known in the fan circle. But the other party was obviously very arrogant and made Zhou Fan and the others wait at the agreed location for more than an hour. Finally, they sent an assistant to tell them that the other party would not come. Our Yao Chen is not feeling well, please come back another day. I just saw her Weibo update, saying she was eating seafood on the East Coast. Is that called feeling unwell? Zhang Tan was also a little displeased. He was not someone who could be easily fooled. The assistant snorted in annoyance, don't you see what kind of people you are? A small company wants to meet with our Yao Chen. Do you think you can meet celebrities whenever you want? You. Zhang Tan was so angry that her face turned blue, but she saw Zhou Fan gently patting her shoulder. Don't be angry. Zhou Fan smiled slightly and gave his assistant a loud slap in the face. Bang! When you encounter an unreasonable dog, it's not necessary to reason with it, just hit it. You. The assistant suddenly covered his face with his hands. I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of your Yao Chen. Zhou Fan continued to keep a smile on his face. A mere assistant to a small star dared to speak so rudely in front of him. It seems that Yao Chen is not a good person either. Relying on her fame, she even dares to be so arrogant to her assistant. You hit me, you bastards. The assistant was so angry that he rushed forward, but was easily avoided by Zhou Fan. It's your Yao Chen who broke her promise. She even sent her assistant over here to lash out at us. When will it be our turn to be called assholes? Zhang Tan deliberately raised his voice so that many actors around him could hear what he said. Yao Chen relies on several wealthy sponsors to act recklessly in the circle. Not only does she steal roles from other actors, she even curses people from time to time. When people saw her assistant being taught a lesson, many of them secretly applauded. Okay, just wait for me. The assistant cursed with gritted teeth. Dog barking? Zhou Fan smacked his lips and said, Get lost, I won't serve you. Chapter 128, Movie Queen You Man. Zhou Fan's commotion made the assistant seem unpopular both inside and outside. It was his fault in the first place, and now it was exposed to everyone. How could he possibly swallow this? By the way, let me tell your Yao Chen that if an artist doesn't have artistic ethics, he shouldn't act in TV dramas or movies, lest he corrupt the young people. Zhou Fan said with a sneer. He watched as the other person glared at him and quickly disappeared from his sight. Zhang Tan sighed. This was a complete falling out with Yao Chen. Cooperation was probably impossible. It was good enough that the other party didn't try to set a trap for him. Zhou Fan looked relaxed and didn't seem to care. I would rather not cooperate than put myself in a difficult position. This is his bottom line as a human being. If anyone dares to step in, he will never back down. This is how the world is. Victory can be achieved without giving in. One good punch saves 100. It's okay. Without Yao Chen, we can look for other artists. Zhang Tan spoke to Zhou Fan, as if to comfort him. Just as the two were about to leave, a voice suddenly appeared behind them. Please stay, both of you. A man in a suit and tie called them over. How? Zhang Tan turned around and asked in confusion. The man who appeared out of nowhere smiled slightly. My miss, you just witnessed what you two did and felt deeply relieved. That's why I came here to invite you two to meet. Zhou Fan found this quite interesting. It seemed that Yao Chen was not very popular. When her assistant was beaten, there were actually people who shared the same hatred with her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, especially for women. Zhang Tan glanced at Zhou Fan calmly, as if asking for his opinion. Judging from Zhang Tan's meaningful look, this Miss Yu should be no ordinary person. Since Miss Yu has invited me so kindly, I am naturally extremely honored. Zhou Fan did not resist either. Miss Yu is a kind person. It might be beneficial for me to make friends with her. I can get to know some celebrities in the entertainment industry through her. The two followed the man into a cafe in the film and television city. The decoration of this cafe was quite elegant, with European medieval pianos, knight armor, swords, etc. Many actors in costumes were sitting in the cafe to rest. Unexpectedly, the man took them to the top floor of the cafe. Compared with the hustle and bustle downstairs, it seemed very secluded. A young woman in a mink coat was sitting by the window, with delicate features and light makeup on her delicate features. At first glance, she was quite stunning. A pair of slender, snow-white legs were lazily folded, rising and falling in line with the plump figure. Even Zhou Fan was a little shocked. So beautiful, this woman. Who are you? Jiang Tan suddenly said with some surprise, the movie queen Yu Man? Film queen Yu Man, a legend in the entertainment industry, was spotted by an internationally renowned director while she was still studying at an art college. She was cast as the leading actress in a major movie and became an instant hit. Yu Man, now 24 years old, has been in the entertainment industry for 6 years. Not only has she won a series of international film and television awards, she also has a very large fan base. She is a top star in the entertainment industry and is not comparable to a small-time star like Yao Chen. She has been in the industry for 6 years and has been plagued by scandals. It is said that her suitors can be lined up for several blocks, but she has never officially announced any relationship with anyone. She has always appeared in front of the public as single. Jiang Tan didn't expect that it was Yu Man who invited them. Hello. Although she is a movie queen, Yu Man did not act superior at all. Instead, she greeted Zhou Fan and the others very cordially. Zhou Fan was a little surprised to see that it was Yu Man. After all, she was so famous that even he, who usually didn't pay much attention to the film and television industry, had heard of her. Miss Yu, you're welcome. Zhou Fan responded with a smile. The three of them sat together and started drinking coffee. Seeing how you treated Yao Chen's assistant, I felt so relieved. Yu Man couldn't help but laugh. This Yao Chen relies on her fiancé being the young master of Wanhua Group. She's offended quite a few people in the industry. I've wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time, but unfortunately I can't because of my image. It's really refreshing to see you two being so efficient today. Yu Man's voice was very pleasant, like the sound of water hitting rocks. Unexpectedly, the other party invited them here to thank them for teaching Yao Chen's assistant a lesson. Zhou Fan sighed in his heart that your circle is really messy. Ms. Yu. Jiang Tan was also a shrewd man, and he lost no time in saying, it's rare to meet Miss Yu today. We are representatives of Fifan Video Company, and we are currently searching for suitable artists to participate in our company's short video shoot at the Film and Television City. I wonder if Miss Yu is interested in joining us. Short video shooting? I should be available soon. Yu Man thought for a moment, then replied, no problem. Really? Jiang Tan's eyes lit up, and he quickly introduced Zhou Fan. This is our company's chairman, Zhou Fan. Oh? Yu Man glanced at Zhou Fan with interest. I remember you slapped Yao Chen's assistant. I didn't expect you to be the chairman of a company at such a young age. Didn't Miss Yu also become a movie queen at such a young age? Zhou Fan responded humorously. Yu Man burst out laughing. She felt that the handsome man in front of her was really interesting. Miss, do you want to consult the company first about this short video? An assistant beside him hesitated. Don't pay attention to them. I can still decide this. Yu Man raised her head slightly, her smile blooming like a flower, and a faint body fragrance emanated from her body. I wonder what you guys want me to film. The two sides talked for about an hour. Yu Man was attracted by Zhou Fan's talkativeness and felt more and more that the man in front of her was very charming. When he was about to leave, Zhou Fan suddenly received a message from Lin Yan on WeChat. Zhou Fan. I can't bear to leave you. Message after message came from Lin Yan's window. I like you so much, Zhou Fan. Do you know that from the first day I saw you, Zhou Fan was a little surprised. The Lin Yan he knew didn't seem like someone who would talk to him like that, but when he thought about what happened in the morning, he always felt an inexplicable guilt in his heart. Have you been drinking? Zhou Fan asked. I've drunk a lot of alcohol. There are so many people here. They made me drink so much. I'm almost dying. The information ends here. Zhou Fan suddenly became a little worried. He stood up and said to Yu Man, Miss Yu, I have something urgent to do. I'll leave first. I hope nothing happens to Lin Yan. Chapter 129, Lin Yan is in trouble. Without bothering to explain much to Yu Man, Zhou Fan hurriedly drove his car out of the Film and Television City. According to Lin Yanfa's location, she should have gone to a bar in the city. Zhou Fan didn't expect that with Lin Yan's personality, she would actually go to that kind of place to drink. If she was targeted by a man with bad intentions, it would be very bad. Speaking of Lin Yan, Zhou Fan didn't dislike her. She was a top beauty, and it would be a great thing to be able to pursue such a beauty. But because Su Chian was his legitimate girlfriend after all, he couldn't give a direct promise when Lin Yan asked him if she could kiss her in the morning. But his concern for Lin Yan was real. The Bugatti sports car was running on the road at the highest speed, getting closer and closer to where Lin Yan was. Lolo Bar. It's a famous specialty bar in Shanghai. I heard that many rich people's children like to hang out here. All kinds of dirty things happen here, which is why Zhou Fan is so worried about Lin Yan. The car stopped. Zhou Fan rushed into the bar without saying a word. Lively background music was playing in the bar, and men and women were partying inside. He took a look around. I saw Lin Yan lying drunkenly on the table not far away, looking listless, completely different from her lively and innocent appearance before. There were a few fashionably dressed men around her, staring at Lin Yan with malicious smiles and toasting her vigorously. Have one more drink, beautiful lady. I can't, cough cough. Why not? Just give me, Master Shi, some face today, and you have to drink even if you don't want to. Seeing that Lin Yan was already resisting, the man named Shi Shao directly ordered his men to hold Lin Yan down, and then stuffed another glass of wine into her hand. This is to get Lin Yan drunk directly. This is a trick that rich guys often play in bars, getting girls drunk and then doing whatever they want. Seeing this, Zhou Fan couldn't help but get furious. You shameless bastard. You tried to pick up girls but ended up picking up my woman. Zhou Fan forced himself to suppress the urge to punch him, moved closer, and looked at Shi Shao with a wry smile. What's this brother's name? Is this your first time here? Young Master Shi doesn't even know him, but he's a big shot in the Magic City. He even owns shares in this bar. A man with sharp teeth and a gag beside him replied. Who are you? Stop bothering me picking up girls. Shi Shao said impatiently. Zhou Fan smiled slightly, ignored him, pushed aside a few men, and walked in front of Lin Yan. Zhou Fan. The unconscious Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. How much did you drink? Zhou Fan sighed silently in his heart. Lin Yan's alcohol tolerance is not bad. It seems that she has drunk quite a lot, otherwise she wouldn't be so drunk. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. As she spoke, Lin Yan actually hugged Zhou Fan, and her soft body instantly pressed against Zhou Fan's skin. Lin Yan's face was already red, and she fell sideways in Zhou Fan's arms. Zhou Fan, whom she had been thinking about all the time, now appeared in front of her, and she would never let him go no matter what she said. Yesterday, when Lin Yan was jealous because Zhou Fan talked in his sleep, she realized that she was really in love with this man. For women, instinctively they don't want to share the same man with others, but if they really love a man, what does it matter even if they have to put themselves in a difficult position? She has made up her mind. She doesn't seek to be the only one. As long as she can be with Zhou Fan, she will be satisfied. Seeing this, Zhou Fan patted Lin Yan with some heartache, picked her up and was about to leave. Suddenly, several men blocked his way. Who is this fool who dares to snatch Master Shi's woman? You're tired of living, you even dare to touch my woman, are you going to die? Seeing that Lin Yan was about to be taken away by Zhou Fan, Shi Shao felt like the cooked duck had flown away. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here, or you'll suffer the consequences. Zhou Fan said coldly. A chilling cold light appeared in his eyes. He didn't want to talk nonsense with this garbage anymore. Everyone in front of him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shi Shao said with a wry smile, Who the hell do you think you are? You're the king of heaven, why should I give in? 3. Oh, you're even counting. 2. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think that all of us would be afraid of you? There was a hint of timidity in Shi Shao's eyes, but he still spoke without giving in. 1. A chill came over them, making them shudder. Zhou Fan glanced at everyone coldly and said the last word. 0. There was a loud bang, and the sound of a wine bottle breaking was heard instantly, and Shi Shao's huge head was suddenly broken and bleeding. Suddenly, bursts of screams were heard in the bar. No one expected Zhou Fan to act so quickly, decisively, and efficiently. Either don't do it, or do it ruthlessly and thoroughly. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Shi Shao fell to the ground, howling in pain, his face distorted. Zhou Fan raised his leg again and kicked one of Shi Shao's brothers away. Zhou Fan held a broken wine bottle in his hand, and his sharp eyes suddenly frightened several grown men. You guys, try to move me? Zhou Fan looked at them with a stern expression, shocking everyone present. Seeing that everyone was frightened, Zhou Fan pretended to be calm and carried Lin Yan out. His cold eyes seemed to want to kill someone, and no one dared to approach him. After leaving the bar, Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! Isn't this too pretentious? That group of people were just timid. After what I did, they really didn't dare to come up. Looking at the sleeping Lin Yan, Zhou Fan sent her to the car. It was already time to get off work, and she probably couldn't go back to the company, so he could only send her home temporarily. After watching Lin Yan vomit all the way, we finally got home. Zhou Fan carried Lin Yan to the bed and helped her take off her coat, immediately revealing her fair skin and her slim and well-proportioned figure. Zhou Fan's breathing became a little rapid unconsciously. He was still having a difficult ideological struggle, but his heart was already burning with desire. Zhou Fan, a beautiful woman is placed in front of you and you are indifferent. I even doubt whether you are a man. Suddenly, Lin Yan turned over and a piece of clothing fell off by itself. It's so hot. She opened her blurry eyes and looked at Zhou Fan lovingly. Holy shit! How can I stand this? Zhou Fan suddenly felt his mouth dry. Chapter 130, Expressing One's Feelings. Soon, Lin Yan was left with only her underwear on her upper body. Looking at her graceful figure on the bed, Zhou Fan's breathing became more rapid, his eyes widened, and his face flushed. Call. Zhou Fan tried his best to restrain himself. Although he and Su Chian had confirmed their relationship, they had not yet broken through that level. As a normal man, it would be strange if he could tolerate it. Just when Zhou Fan couldn't help it, Su Chian's figure and face flashed through his mind. No, I can't let Su Chian down. Zhou Fan kept reminding himself in his mind. After covering Lin Yan, whose upper body was almost naked, with a quilt, he quickly ran to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, letting the cold water wash over his face continuously. Wow! With the stimulation of cold water, Zhou Fan's face, which was as red as blood, slowly returned to normal, and the bloodshot in his eyes gradually disappeared. Zhou Fan calmed down and slowly sat down against the bathroom wall, breathing heavily. Ha! This little girl almost turned me into a beast. Vomit. Zhou Fan, who was muttering to himself, suddenly heard the sound of vomiting coming from the bedroom. My sister, please don't spit it out. As he said that, Zhou Fan quickly rushed to the bedroom, and in an instant, blood started flowing from his nose. Lin Yan on the bed had kicked the quilt that Zhou Fan had covered her with aside at some point, and was lying on the head of the bed with her head drooping, her fair skin faintly visible. After wiping the blood from his nose, Zhou Fan once again resisted Lin Yan's temptation and wrapped her tightly in the quilt. During this process, he inevitably touched some soft parts of Lin Yan clumsily, which frightened him. Lin Yan also screamed out in pleasure from his touch, and Zhou Fan was very excited. By the time things quieted down, it was already late at night. Looking at the sleeping Lin Yan, Zhou Fan shook his head and prepared to spend the night on the sofa in the living room. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly vomited again, and Zhou Fan immediately took the trash can over. After finally cleaning it, Zhou Fan didn't want to spend time cleaning it again. But when Zhou Fan just sat down at the head of Lin Yan's bed, Lin Yan wrapped her arms around him tightly. Zhou Fan finally calmed down, but his blood surged again in an instant, his face seemed to be congested, and his body was shaking. On one side is Su Chian, and on the other side is this intolerable temptation. Zhou Fan feels extremely uncomfortable. He is truly in pain and happy. Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan, do you know? Do you know how much I like you? Zhou Fan was fighting a psychological battle when Lin Yan's murmur reached his ears, making him confused. I can't lose you, I can't. Zhou Fan felt conflicted as he listened to Lin Yan's confession. It's not that he doesn't like Lin Yan, but they're not yet at the level of boyfriend and girlfriend. Just as Zhou Fan was struggling, Lin Yan's two soft lips had unknowingly been imprinted on his lips. Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan in amazement and wanted to push her away, but Lin Yan hugged him tightly and he didn't dare to use force. If he pushed her to the head of the bed and hurt her, Zhou Fan would regret it. Gradually, Zhou Fan was also moved by Lin Yan's kiss. The two of them embraced and kissed passionately. This night was filled with springtime. The next morning, the warm sunshine shines on the earth. In a room in Building A of Thompson Epine Villa, the two were hugging each other tightly and sleeping soundly. The woman's face was filled with a happy smile, which was very charming. Suddenly, the man's tightly closed eyelids moved and he slowly opened his eyes. These two people are Zhou Fan and Lin Yan, who went crazy last night. Looking at Lin Yan, who was sleeping beside him with a smile on her face, Zhou Fan felt filled with guilt. Why can't I help myself? Oh. In his opinion, his behavior last night was no different from that of those playboys. They were both taking advantage of others' misfortune. Then he thought of Su Chian again, and felt very sad again. Now he didn't know how to explain to Su Chian. At this moment, a pair of white, tender hands embraced him from behind, and Zhou Fan's body shook. Don't blame yourself, I like you anyway, I don't regret it. Hearing this, Zhou Fan felt a chill on his back. Lin Yan was crying. Although she did not regret it, but seeing Zhou Fan like this, she thought that Zhou Fan had no love for her at all and it was completely her wishful thinking. Zhou Fan reacted, turned around and gently wiped the tears from Lin Yan's face, looking at her tenderly. Lin Yan, it's not that I don't like you. On the contrary, I admire you and like you very much. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Fan with tears in her eyes. Real? When have I ever lied to you? He then tapped her head lightly. Lin Yan immediately turned from sadness to joy and hugged Zhou Fan tightly again. Zhou Fan also wanted to reach out and hug Lin Yan, but after thinking about it, he hesitated. But what? But I already have a girlfriend, Su Chian, so I usually keep a certain distance from everyone. Lin Yan's eyes dimmed, but when she thought of what happened last night, she immediately tightened her arms around Zhou Fan. I don't care if you have a girlfriend or not, as long as you have me in your heart. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan with guilt, who had a determined face. You. From the moment you came to see me last night, I knew I couldn't live without you for the rest of my life. I don't expect to be your girlfriend, and I won't break you up. I just want to stay by your side and watch over you. Listening to Lin Yan's sweet words, even Zhou Fan, with a heart of stone, would be moved, not to mention that he is a flesh and blood person. Without hesitation, he also hugged Lin Yan tightly. Just lie down on the bed and I'll make you breakfast. Yeah. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Fan obediently and nodded slightly. Zhou Fan got up, put on his clothes, and went to the kitchen to get busy. Soon, Zhou Fan had prepared a bowl of porridge and 2 poached eggs on the dining table in the living room. Lin Yan also got dressed and watched Zhou Fan busy in the living room, feeling sweet in her heart. Why don't you lie down for a while? I heard it's very uncomfortable for you girls the first time. Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan standing in the living room and blamed her. Lin Yan rolled her eyes at him. I'm not as delicate as you think. Yes, my Miss Lin. Then he came over and pulled Lin Yan to the dining table, and the two of them started to have breakfast. The pleasant atmosphere was broken by a phone call from Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan apologetically. I'm going to take a call, don't worry about me, you eat first. Yeah, go pick it up. Zhou Fan walked to the balcony and answered the call from Dr. Sean. Dr. Sean? Was the research and development successful? There was tension and excitement in his words. Zhou Fan has been researching nanoscale high-polymer titanium plates for some time, so it would be a lie to say that he is not in a hurry. After all, he had spent a huge sum of 50 billion on this thing. As soon as it was developed, he could immediately implement the next plan and connect with the military industry. Dr. Sean wouldn't call him for no reason. There must be new progress in the research. Chapter 131, Research and Development Success. Mr. Zhou, sorry to have kept you waiting. Fortunately, we have succeeded in our mission. Just now, we have successfully developed the nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate, and it has passed the inspection. Dr. Sean's words were also full of excitement. This was a cross-century research, and it was done by himself. He still couldn't believe it. It's okay. Compared to the waiting time, its value is more worth waiting for. Mr. Zhou, this is just the first good news I want to tell you. I have another good news. Any more good news? Zhou Fan was confused. Isn't this the only research? Yes, Mr. Zhou. After our testing and experiments, this nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate has many functions that ordinary polymer titanium plates do not have. It has a high hardness, several times that of alloys, and can be used to manufacture the outer walls of various military weapons and instruments. It is also extremely lightweight, 1.5 times lighter than ordinary polymer titanium plates, and can be used to manufacture the outer walls of medical equipment. Zhou Fan was shocked when he heard this. He thought that this nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate should be used in military weapons at most. He didn't expect that it can now be used in medicine, and the scope has been broadened a lot. That's great, Dr. Sean. Thank you for your hard work during this period. It's not hard at all. Mr. Zhou is willing to entrust such an important thing to me. I am very grateful for Mr. Zhou's trust. These are just small matters. There will be better things waiting for you in the future, Dr. Sean. Now, start preparing a batch immediately. Make as many as you can. Okay, Mr. Zhou, let's start right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan ran to the dining table in the living room with an excited look on his face. You look so excited, what's the good news? It was the first time that Lin Yan saw Zhou Fan so excited. Hey, this time our company is going to start integrating with the international standards. Huh? What do you mean by international standards? Lin Yan had no idea about Zhou Fan's plan, and was listening to Zhou Fan's words with a confused look on her face. Zhou Fan then told Lin Yan about Li Han and his plan. So that call just now was about the successful development of the high polymer titanium plate? Clever. Lin Yan looked at the excited Zhou Fan and was sincerely happy for him. The man I chose is indeed not an ordinary person. She also felt more and more wise about her choice. Who doesn't want their partner to be ambitious? After the two finished their meal, Zhou Fan watched TV with Lin Yan on the sofa for a while. As if he remembered something, he ran to the balcony and made a phone call. Director Zhou, you're so laid back. You just set up a stall and threw it to me without caring whether I'm prepared or not. You are really brave and careful. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Tan's blaming voice reached his ears. I had no choice yesterday. I had something important to do. Besides, aren't you here? I believe this will be a piece of cake with your abilities. Humph, it's useless even if you compliment me. Zhou Fan smiled bitterly when he heard that. Well, I've offended another girl. By the way, how did your conversation go after I left yesterday? Is you man angry? They were very angry and said they would never work with such a company again. Okay, come back and I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Listening to Zhang Tan's sarcastic voice, Zhou Fan knew that Zhang Tan was speaking in a sarcastic way. Really? I can choose the location. Really, you can choose the location. Can you tell me now? Ms. Yu Man agreed, and she was very straightforward. I just don't understand. If she can tolerate this, then I'm probably going to fail. Hearing this, Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This was an important part of their company. What would happen if it failed because of his own reasons? Little girl, do you think everyone looks like you? The two of them argued with each other on the phone again. Zhou Fan hung up and called Li Han again. Is there anything wrong, Mr. Zhou? Li Han, I just received a message from Dr. Li Xiaowen. Has the nanoscale high polymer titanium plate been successfully developed? Yes, our plan can start at any time. You should discuss it with Chu Yan and start preparing immediately. Good. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Zhou Fan hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Yan asked and then got up to open the door. When she opened the door, Lin Yan was stunned. 4 policemen were standing at the door with serious expressions. What are you doing? The leader looked at Lin Yan, who had a delicate face and a graceful figure. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and he swallowed. Hello, miss, let's look for Zhou Fan. Lin Yan looked at the person who came with caution. What do you want from Zhou Fan? We are here. Lin Yan, who is this? Someone from the company? The police officer was interrupted by Zhou Fan, who was asking questions before he could finish his words. Then, a handsome man about 1.8 meters tall appeared in the eyes of the 4 policemen. It was Zhou Fan. The 4 policemen confirmed it as soon as they saw that Zhou Fan was the same person described by Shi Shao. Mr. Zhou, someone has charged you with intentional homicide. Please come with us and assist with the investigation. The leading police officer spoke coldly. Intentional homicide? Did that young master sure say that? Zhou Fan was confused at first, but then he immediately remembered that he had caused trouble in Luoluo Bar last night, and he was sure that it was the so-called Master Shi who was behind it. Yes, Mr. Zhou, please come with us. As he said that, he took out handcuffs to handcuff Zhou Fan. Lin Yan remembered that it was her fault last night and she felt extremely regretful. Seeing the police officer taking out handcuffs and trying to attack, he immediately stood in front of Zhou Fan. What evidence do you have? The police won't arrest people indiscriminately like you do. Miss, we have all the witnesses and evidence from that night. The young master of the Shi family is currently receiving treatment at the Magic City Hospital. Isn't this the most powerful evidence? Nonsense. They were trying to do something bad to me. My boyfriend was just acting in self-defense. Miss, please don't block our work. We can arrest you for obstructing public service at any time. The leading policeman saw that Lin Yan was still unwilling to give in, so he spoke out directly. If it weren't for the fact that the woman was pretty, he would have taken action long ago. But Lin Yan still stood in front of Zhou Fan, not allowing them to move forward at all. At this time, Zhou Fan gently pulled Lin Yan behind him. Xiaoyan, they won't let me go easily. After all, I'm just following orders. As soon as the words following orders came out, the four policemen's faces turned ugly. They came to arrest people under the order of the chief, and the chief had already colluded with the father of Mr. Shi. Zhou Fan's suggestion at this moment made them feel a little embarrassed. Don't worry, I'll be fine, trust me. But. Okay, go back quickly, I have my own way. After hearing what Zhou Fan said, Lin Yan had no choice but to retreat behind him. Chapter 132, Zhou Fan was caught. The four of them understood. Zhou Fan looked at the little movements of these people and knew that his words just now had aroused their suspicion. They were probably going to use force. Now that Lin Yan is still here, he is not afraid, but he is afraid that these fake policemen will attack him. Can you let me comfort my wife? I will cooperate with your investigation. The four of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Although they were confident that they could capture the two without leaving any traces, they were also afraid of causing trouble and leaking the news if they took action in this place. At this moment, this person obviously didn't see anything. Okay, I hope you'll cooperate with us after you finish speaking and not make things difficult for us. After saying that, he took the other three people and retreated outside the door to wait. Zhou Fan turned and walked towards Lin Yan. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to that Lolo bar last night, you wouldn't have, woo-woo. As she spoke, Lin Yan couldn't stop crying. Look at what you said, I'm fine, right? Besides, if it weren't for what happened last night, we would still. As he said this, he looked at Lin Yan with an expression that said, you know what I mean. Lin Yan blushed when she heard this. You're still in the mood to joke at this hour. Zhou Fan glanced at the door inconspicuously, and saw four people staring at him. Don't worry, I'm just going to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. I believe everything will be fine soon. I'll send you the client's phone number. Just help me entertain him later. Clients? Entertainment? Lin Yan was confused. Zhou Fan quickly winked at her, and Lin Yan calmed down. Then Zhou Fan took out his cell phone and sent her a text message. The rest is up to you. Just as the four people were about to walk in, Zhou Fan immediately gave her a look. Lin Yan understood, took a look at the message and deleted it. The visitor was relieved when he saw that there was indeed only one number on Lin Yan's phone. It's time to go. Zhou Fan kissed Lin Yan on the forehead and then followed the four people away. Lin Yan watched Zhou Fan and the others walk away, and remembered what Zhou Fan had sent her, call Wu Ziyu to follow me. She immediately ran to the window and saw four people taking Zhou Fan towards a black car. She then wrote down the license plate number and immediately called Chu Yan. She didn't have Wu Ziyu's phone number, so she had to call Chu Yan first. Chu Yan quickly let Wu Ziyu answer the phone. Chu Yan heard the anxiety in Lin Yan's words. Wu Ziyu. He's not in the company. At this moment, Wu Ziyu and Jenny are in their own world. How could he, who is in the passionate period of love, stay in the company in his spare time? When Lin Yan heard that Wu Ziyu was not there, she immediately became more anxious. Ms. Lin, don't worry. Wait for me. I'll call him and ask him to call you back. Okay, Zhou Fan's hopes all rest on you. When Chu Yan heard the name Zhou Fan, his heart, which was as calm as water, suddenly became like the sea, with turbulent waves. Mr. Zhou? What happened to Mr. Zhou? Chu Yan asked Lin Yan anxiously. I'll tell you the details later. Let's contact Wu Ziyu first. When Chu Yan realized what was happening, her pretty face turned red and she felt embarrassed. Okay, I'll contact him right away. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yan immediately called Wu Ziyu, but no one answered after ringing for a long time. Chu Yan kept calling Wu Ziyu, but Wu Ziyu seemed determined and refused to answer. Chu Yan was so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes. Finally, her phone rang. Hello? Secretary Chu? Is there anything going on at the company? Chu Yan was very annoyed with Wu Ziyu, but given the urgency of the situation, he didn't bother to say anything else. Minister Wu, Mr. Zhou seems to have been in trouble. Call Lin Yan immediately. Good. When Wu Ziyu heard that Zhou Fan was in trouble, he didn't bother to continue swimming with Jenny. Jenny saw Wu Ziyu's face become serious after he answered the phone. What's wrong? Is there something wrong at the company? Jenny, Mr. Zhou seems to have had an accident. After saying that, he immediately called the number Chu Yan sent him. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan paced around the living room anxiously. Zhou Fan, nothing must happen to you. Then, an unfamiliar number rang on Lin Yan's phone. In contrast to Lin Yan's anxiety, Zhou Fan was walking among the four people with a relaxed look on his face. He had already realized that these fake policemen just wanted to capture him to a secret place and kill him quietly. But now he has no worries and is not afraid of these people. Although he cannot win, he has already prepared a backup plan. Boss, that chick. Bang! If you don't want to die, just be still. The younger man on the side suddenly spoke into the leader's ear. The leader slapped him directly. He was also envious of Lin Yan, but now he was doing serious business, so he still knew what was important and what was not. The man who was beaten ran to the back timidly, not daring to speak again. Looking at the performance of these people, Zhou Fan became more certain of his guess. Zhou Fan remained expressionless. He actually wanted to see what these people were trying to do. When they reached a car, the man who had been beaten used his good skills to push Zhou Fan into the car. It was as if he had taken out all the anger he had suffered before on Zhou Fan. This amount of force was nothing to Zhou Fan, who worked various part-time jobs in Shanghai, so he didn't take it seriously, but he had already taken note of it in his mind. Once his people arrive, I will repay you double. On Lin Yan's side, just when she was anxious, Wu Ziyu called. Ms. Lin? I heard from Chu Yan that something happened to Mr. Zhou? What exactly is going on? Mr. Wu, please save Zhou Fan. Lin Yan's voice was already filled with tears. Wu Ziyu was shocked when he heard this. Ms. Lin, what happened to Zhou Fan? Where is he? Mr. Wu, Zhou Fan was arrested by 4 policemen. Then Lin Yan briefly told him what had happened. Mr. Wu, I'll send you the license plate number of that car. Zhou Fan told you to follow that car closely. I'll leave Zhou Fan to you. Don't worry, Miss Lin. He will be fine. Wu Ziyu hung up the phone and immediately called Chu Yan again. Minister Wu, what did you say? There's no time to explain. Let Li Han answer the phone. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan immediately ran to Li Han's office. Minister Wu. Mr. Li, I'm sending you a license plate number. Can you help me track down the car's whereabouts? This concerns Zhou Fan's safety. Mr. Zhou? Okay, send me the license plate number and wait a few minutes. Wu Ziyu immediately sent the license plate number to Li Han. After receiving the message, Li Han started typing frantically in front of his iPhone, which was many times better than his previous one. Then a map of the Magic City appeared on the computer, and there was a small red dot moving slowly on the map. At this time, Zhou Fan was grabbed by the hands of 2 people in the car behind and sat in the back seat, with one of them holding a knife to his neck. Chapter 133, Fierce Fight. After several people stuffed Zhou Fan into the car, 2 of them sat side by side with Zhou Fan. The car moved slowly and soon rushed to the outskirts of the Magic City. Officer, this doesn't look like the way to the police station, does it? Upon hearing this, the 2 people in the back row immediately took out their jumping knives and put them on Zhou Fan's neck. Boy, I advise you to be smart and not act rashly. My knife has no eyes. Heh, the fox's tail is finally revealed. The 4 were shocked when they heard this. So you've already seen it. You acted so professionally that I almost believed you. Then I can't let you stay. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Okay, stop talking, you're the only one who talks too much. At this time, the person in the co-pilot seat turned around and said to the person who threatened Zhou Fan. The person who threatened him immediately backed down, glared at Zhou Fan fiercely and stopped talking. A suburb of Magic City. The weeds here are overgrown, reaching the height of an adult's waist, and at the end is a sparse bush. A black car drove quickly by the weeds, raising a cloud of dust. 4 people got out of the car, and then 2 of them dragged the person with his hands tied down. In order to facilitate movement, the 2 people in the back row had tied Zhou Fan's hands before he came. I have to say, this environment is quite suitable for killing people and silencing them. Don't worry, we will spare your life. I'm just worried that after today you won't be able to move anymore. We'll take care of your delicate girlfriend for you, he. As he said this, the man who threatened Zhou Fan in the car picked up a stick and was about to come over. Wait a moment. Are you scared now? It's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, the man swung the stick towards Zhou Fan's left leg. When the stick was about to hit his legs, Zhou Fan quickly rolled to the side in the direction of the stick. Bang! The stick missed and hit the ground, causing the person holding the stick to feel numb in the palm of his hand. Zhou Fan on the ground exerted force with both hands, and the rope was broken with a snap. He stood up with a somersault and stared at the person in front of him. In fact, on the way, Zhou Fanbian had used the small blade on his body to cut the rope almost completely, so he was able to break the rope so easily. But in the eyes of others, Zhou Fan is extremely powerful. Gurgle. The man holding the stick swallowed with some fear. I didn't expect to underestimate you. Hee hee, the best is yet to come. The man holding the stick looked at the stick in his hand, plucked up his courage, and swung the stick towards Zhou Fan's head. Zhou Fan bent down to avoid it, and then took advantage of the opportunity to kick the man in the crotch. Ouch! Being hit so hard in a weak spot, the man immediately let out a pig slaughtering scream, his face turning red and purple, like pig liver. With a clang, the stick fell to the ground, and the man covered his lower body and rolled on the ground in pain. The other three people felt a chill in their lower body when they saw this scene. What a skillful technique, what a cruel heart! Spend the rest of your life eating vegetarian food and chanting Buddhist scriptures. Zhou Fan said as he looked at the man curled up on the ground like a lobster. He immediately picked up the stick again and looked at the three people warily. What a cruel boy! It's your turn. If you're a man, come out and fight. Zhou Fan was still somewhat confident when facing one person, but if there were three people at the same time, Zhou Fan would be at a loss. So he had to provoke the three opponents at this time, trying to delay time and wait for Wu Ziyu to arrive. Then a younger gangster wanted to attack after hearing this, but the leader next to him glared at him fiercely, and the young gangster immediately retreated. You're quite good at speaking. Brothers, grab your weapons and attack together. The other two obeyed, picked up the iron rods in their hands, and rushed towards Zhou Fan. The leader also followed closely with a machete. Zhou Fan looked at the three people who were coming at him aggressively and smiled bitterly in his heart, but then his eyes became fierce. He clenched the wooden stick in his hand and rushed towards the three people. At Thief & Company, Li Han got Zhou Fan's position and immediately told Wu Ziyu. Wu Ziyu didn't hesitate, hung up the phone, and prepared to leave. Old Wu, what's going on? What happened to Mr. Zhou? Zhou Fan offended someone and was taken away by hired thugs. I have to rescue him immediately. Then I'll go with you. One more person means more strength. When Wu Ziyu heard that Jenny was also going, he immediately shook his head like a rattle. No, it's too dangerous. Go back to the old place and wait for me. I'll be back as soon as I save the people. Upon hearing this, Jenny grabbed Wu Ziyu's ear and twisted it hard. I was wrong, my wife, I was wrong. Can't I take you there? Humph, lead the way. Wu Ziyu looked at Jenny with resentment, and had no choice but to take Jenny with him and quickly rush to the outskirts of the Magic City. As soon as Li Han hung up the phone, Xu Yan stared at him. What happened to Mr. Zhou? Li Han shook his head. What does shaking your head mean? Tell me now. I'm just lamenting the power of love. Li Han looked at Xu Yan jokingly, and Xu Yan's face turned red and he looked embarrassed. I'm just worried about Mr. Zhou, nothing else. I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already confessed. Don't worry, Wu Ziyu is already on his way. Mr. Zhou is so smart, he will be fine. After hearing Li Han's words, Xu Yan felt relieved, and then stared at Li Han closely again. What are you going to do? Li Han looked at Xu Yan with some fear. Then send me Mr. Zhou's location. I'm his personal secretary and I have the right to know. Upon hearing this, Li Han had no choice but to send the location to Xu Yan. After Xu Yan gave a few instructions at the company, he immediately left. Then his phone rang again. It was Lin Yan calling. Li Han followed suit and told Lin Yan about the situation and sent her the location. He felt sad. Not long after the rest, Zhang Tan came back. She saw that Xu Yan was not in the company, so she ran to ask Li Han. I guess he went to see Mr. Zhou. Looking for Zhou Fan? Then he patiently told it again, but Zhang Tan also asked him for Zhou Fan's location. Li Han's breakdown was sent to Zhang Tan again. Zhang Tan left the company in a hurry, leaving Li Han numb. The battle on Zhou Fan's side has reached a white-hot stage, and both sides have suffered casualties. There was no intact part of Zhou Fan's body except his face. His suit was ripped to shreds by the machete. There was a deep wound on his thigh that was bleeding, and his snow-white shirt was stained red with blood. He was breathing heavily and looking at the three people fiercely. Looking at the three men again, they were also breathing heavily, and their hands holding weapons were shaking constantly. Two of them had bruised faces and noses, with marks from sticks. One had his hand hanging down, as if a bone was broken. Another person was lying unconscious on the ground. This kid is a tough cookie. Thinking back to when the three of them were still rushing forward with full of confidence, Zhou Fan came back at them with a wooden stick as if he didn't care about his life. The three of them were really scared by his action. A fierce melee ensued. This guy is already dying. Let's try harder and take him down. Chapter 134, The Blessings of a Man of Qi. The two men nodded when they heard this, then they clenched their weapons and rushed towards Zhou Fan. Puff, puff. Just as the three were about to capture Zhou Fan in one fell swoop, a military green Land Rover rushed towards them at high speed. The three of them looked at the Mercedes-Benz big guy in fear, watching it rush towards them in shock. Two of them used all their strength to get away as quickly as possible, leaving only the one who was more seriously injured to face it alone. Ah! Bang! Two sounds were heard, and the man was rushed into the weeds, his life or death unknown. Zhou Fan looked at the two cars, smiled knowingly, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Wu Ziyu and Jenny quickly got out of the car. Seeing Zhou Fan covered in wounds, Wu Ziyu's eyes turned red and he immediately glared at the other two fiercely. Seeing Zhou Fan like this, Jenny wanted to come over and help him. Ahem, I'm fine for now. You and Lao Wu take down these two first. Upon hearing this, Jenny and Wu Ziyu walked towards the two of them. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two men tried to hide in the weeds. Wu Ziyu chased one of them, and Jenny chased the other one. Soon, the two men threw the two people who were beaten beyond recognition in front of Zhou Fan. Wu Ziyu quickly helped Zhou Fan up. Brother, how are you? I'm fine, don't worry. They will both be handed over to the police later. After saying that, Wu Ziyu helped Zhou Fan up and was about to get into the car. At this moment, a taxi stopped in front of everyone and a slender figure quickly got out of the car. It was Chu Yan. Mr. Zhou. At this moment, Chu Yan covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes, and looked at Zhou Fan with heartache. You are so lucky. Wu Ziyu teased Zhou Fan. What nonsense are you talking about? This is me waiting for my secretary. Wu Ziyu gave Zhou Fan a look of extreme disgust. Secretary Chu, please come and help Zhou Fan. I've been fighting for a long time and my waist is sore. Ouch. As he said this, he used his hand to support his waist. Zhou Fan. Seeing this, Chu Yan immediately ran over and held Zhou Fan's right arm. Mr. Zhou, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? It's okay, it's nothing. Chu Yan listened to Zhou Fan's weak consolation and tears fell uncontrollably. Why are you crying? I'm fine, aren't I? Chu Yan wiped away her tears upon hearing this and helped Zhou Fan walk towards the taxi. Woo woo. Another car is coming. Zhou Fan. Lin Yan quickly ran out of the car. Seeing Zhou Fan covered in scars, she burst into tears and ran quickly towards Zhou Fan. What happened today? Can I go back and heal my wounds? Ouch. Zhou Fan felt aggrieved. Lin Yan didn't care about Chu Yan and ran over to hold Zhou Fan's left arm. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Wu Ziyu watched this scene with a strange expression, totally unable to understand it. Zhou Fan chuckled at Lin Yan. Okay, let's go back and talk about it later. Puff puff. The taxi is here again. Oh my god. This time, not only Wu Ziyu, but Jenny also looked incredulous. This time it's Jiang Tan. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Oh my god, please let this kid be struck to death by lightning. Wu Ziyu, who was standing by, beat his chest and stamped his feet, feeling unwilling to give in. Jenny grabbed his ear. I see you want that too, don't you? How could that be, wife? I'm loyal. Jenny let go of his ear after hearing this. I'm fine, don't worry. Hiss. At this moment, Zhou Fan only felt a piercing pain in his left hand. When he turned around, he saw Lin Yan staring at him. I say, there's no need for you three to make such a big fuss. It's just a small matter. Wu Ziyu's dying voice was heard from behind. The three girls blushed when they heard this. It's none of your business, take your wife home. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Wife, let's go. The two men took 4 thugs away with them, leaving only 4 people. The scene was awkward for a while. Then Zhou Fan took the lead in breaking the awkwardness and got into one of the cars with the help of the 2 girls. Zhang Tan looked at the 3 people's backs with resentment, stomped his feet on the spot, and got into the car. Soon, the 3 of them sent Zhou Fan to the Magic City Hospital. After Wu Ziyu and Jenny sent the 4 gangsters to the police station, they immediately continued their sweet trip. In a ward downstairs from Zhou Fan, Shi Xiaoyun had a gloomy expression. None of these idiots are good for anything. Young master, do you want me to go and get those people? As he said this, he made a gesture to silence them. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s next to Shi Xiaoyun said, Never mind. If my dad knew about this, he would never forgive me. Uncle Fu, send someone to the police station to tell those people, if they dare to leak it out, they will be in trouble. Yes, master. After the middle-aged man left, Shi Xiaoyun looked out the window with a sinister look. Zhou Fan, Shi Xiaoyun, will definitely let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. At this moment, in Zhou Fan's ward, he looked at Ling Yin peeling an apple, Xu Yan arranging flowers, and Jiang Tan standing aside and stealing glances at him, and suddenly he felt a headache. It seems that the saying that beautiful women bring disaster is not without reason. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but the 3 women were competing secretly, and none of them would admit defeat. I said, what are you doing here? The doctor said it was just a superficial wound, but it makes me feel like I just had surgery. Just go do what you need to do. Upon hearing this, the 3 women all looked at Zhou Fan without saying a word, their aura full of power. Gurgle. Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. After hearing this, the 3 of them turned around and went back to their own business. 5 days didn't seem long at all, and they were gone in the blink of an eye. Zhou Fan, dressed in formal attire, looked at the hospital. It wasn't easy, I was finally discharged from the hospital. During these 5 days, the 3 women took turns to take care of his daily life, and they were so attentive. Even the shy Chu Yan became bolder and would give Zhou Fan a full body massage and feed him. There were several times when the 2 of them became very embarrassed. Jiang Tan was fine, he didn't do anything so intimate, but the 2 of them would inevitably quarrel in the hospital. However, this also added a lot of fun to Zhou Fan's boring hospital life. As for Lin Yan, she is even more meticulous. When Jiang Tan and Chu Yan were not around, she would take the opportunity to hug and kiss Zhou Fan, wipe Zhou Fan's body, feed him soup, etc. Ever since the last breakthrough in their relationship, Lin Yan no longer had any reservations and would become intimate with Zhou Fan directly when there was no one around. Although Zhou Fan felt good about her behavior, the better Lin Yan treated him, the more sorry he felt for Lin Yan, and even more sorry for his official girlfriend Su Chian, who was still struggling in college. After taking another look at the hospital gate, Zhou Fan turned around and shook his head. Then, a black Cadillac stopped in front of him. Lin Yan took light steps and led Zhou Fan into the car. Chapter 135, The Hero Fails to Save the Beauty. Zhou Fan returned to his own Thompson restaurant and comfortably ate the home-cooked meal made by Aunt Zhang. While eating, he called Li Han. Li Han, check the biggest source of funding for those thugs recently. Okay. Zhou Fan finished the delicious meal quickly, with familiar homely dishes. Li Han had just finished his search and sent over a name. It was a man named Shi Kai. After looking at the photo, Zhou Fan clenched his fists and said, "It was this brat who tore my clothes and left scars on my body." Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door 3 times and Aunt Zhang went to open it. Lin Yan carried bags of supplements, placed them on the sofa, and looked at Zhou Fan with sparkling eyes. Zhou Fan felt uneasy. I have something to deal with now. Lin Yan walked towards Zhou Fan softly, and Aunt Zhang went upstairs to mop the floor sensibly. Zhou Fan had no choice but to hug and kiss her, then scratched her waist, making Lin Yan smile, and then let go. The two smiled at each other. Zhou Fan looked at Lin Yan and said, "I'm sorry, I really have something to do right now and can't accompany you. Also, you have to go to work, otherwise your salary will be deducted." I got in the Bugatti Veyron and had a smooth journey to the company. Xu Yan asked with concern, "Mr. Zhou, are you healed?" Zhou Fan replied, "Okay, it's really okay. Check Shi Kai's company and his father's company to see what industries they are in." Materials related to the military industry, such as polymer titanium plates, are sold to the militaries of many countries. He has a strong background and a large network of connections. That's really good. Zhou Fan smiled. The nano-level high-polymer titanium plate could be put to use so soon. I immediately called Sean and asked, can that nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate be mass-produced quickly? Sean now answers Zhou Fan's calls immediately. After all, he has given him so many surprises, so many scientific research drawings that are ahead of their time, and sufficient funding. Mr. Zhou, isn't this certain? You gave me 50 billion last time, how could I not be confident? It's already in production and will be profitable soon. And this is the favorite material of China, or even all countries, which means a lot of changes. In short, it can be profitable, and it is the best military material on the market. When can it be shipped? It depends on your mood, Mr. Zhou. Then wait a minute, start producing first. The 50 billion should be enough for you to produce for a while. Enough. Good. After finding a way to deal with Shi Kai, Zhou Fan thought about the next thing, cooperation with you man. Looking at Chu Yan, he asked, by the way, does you man have time to shoot a short video with us? She said she had time last time, when was that? She didn't reply accurately, but she did post her work on our video app. We hadn't even discussed collaboration yet, but she. That's great. They've already released their work before we even discussed it. They're sincere. It seems this actress is really kind. But it seems that after she released the video, she couldn't be contacted. Maybe he went to film a movie. It seems someone named Shi Kai is blocking her every day. Someone has posted it on our short video section of the video app. Jay Cho, it seems she's in trouble. Can you help her? Zhou Fan frowned and said, check the location in the video. Good. Building B of Thompson 1. Having informed Wu Ziyu in advance, Zhou Fan is now fearless. Sure enough, after getting off the car, she saw Shi Kai blocking you man and said arrogantly, if you don't marry me, you should not be able to stay in the circle. I guarantee that you will not be able to complete your work. Zhou Fan, dressed in casual clothes, walked over and asked the onlookers why this guy was so arrogant and dared to treat even the queen of the screen like this. One of the residents said to Zhou Fan, it's because his dad is called Shi Ba. He's rich and has a strong background. He likes a certain female celebrity and disrupts their filming. When they're filming, he hires someone to disrupt the scene. The key is that he can afford to pay for the damage. But filming requires regular completion. If he does this, others won't be able to complete it on time. Even if he pays for the money he lost, the production company will still lose money. Over time, those actresses will be afraid of not having any work. Oh, thank you for your guidance, boss. This is my postcard. Let's talk more when we have time. Zhou Fan politely thanked the passerby. Zhou Fan? You are Zhou Fan? How come you are so young and promising? Amazing, really amazing. Zhou Fan nodded and walked toward Shi Kai, looking at the thugs around Shi Kai who had fought bloody battles with him. He gritted his teeth, called Wu Ziyu, knocked these people down, and threw them aside. Shi Kai, is it fun? Shi Kai laughed and said, of course, this is very interesting. Zhou Fan clenched his fists and couldn't help wanting to beat Shi Kai up. It seemed that the two sides were about to fight. Yuman's housekeeper approached and said, excuse me, both of you. Actually, Yuman has gone to work and is not in this room. Shi Kai's expression turned amused. Zhou Fan is a little confused now. It seems that my heroic rescue has failed. Returning to the company in frustration, Chu Yan looked at Zhou Fan, who was looking disappointed, and chuckled. Her eyebrows raised and her crescent eyes curved. Zhou Fan was stunned and couldn't help but go forward and scratch Chu Yan's waist. Chu Yan refused, it's not good to be seen by others. Also, Yuman just called and said she's waiting for you at the newest SPA Experience Center in the city center. She also said it needs to be a bit secretive. Jay Cho, I hope nothing will happen. Nothing serious. Just take care of the company. I'll be there by myself. Zhou Fan went downstairs and told Wu Ziyu that he would follow him by car. After all, he was taken away by a few gangsters last time, and Zhou Fan realized that it is better to have trusted brothers around him. Arrived at the SPA Experience Hall and went in. Zhou Fan saw Yuman sitting gracefully. Yuman looked at Zhou Fan with a smile. Thank you for this morning. Oh, it's just a small matter. You're welcome. So let's talk about cooperation now? Zhou Fan waited for the sentence and immediately agreed, okay. Both parties had a common view on price and video release. The main reason was that Zhou Fan's video platform already had a large amount of traffic, and Yuman also had a large amount of traffic herself, which was very convenient and mutually beneficial. The price Zhou Fan offered was also outrageous, and Yuman agreed almost immediately without hesitation. Zhou Fan felt a great sense of accomplishment after discussing the cooperation. After discussing the cooperation, Yuman invited Zhou Fan to have a massage together. Zhou Fan was a little confused, then joked, "I only follow the serious ones." "You're overthinking it." Yuman's cheeks flushed. During the happy massage time, Zhou Fan lay there like a salted fish. As he pressed the button, Zhou Fan remembered something important. "Look at Yuman. I have something to ask, it might be a little troublesome." Yuman looked at Zhou Fan, who had a serious expression on his face. That pretty face was very lethal. His face flushed slightly. "Ask." "I want to enter the military materials industry, the same industry that Shur Kai's family is in. Do you have any channels that can introduce me to it?" Yuman thought about it and hesitated whether to help, because Shur Kai was not someone to be trifled with. Zhou Fan understood her hesitation. "Help me, and I'll help you solve Shur Kai's trouble." Chapter 136 Qualification Ticket. Sean looked at the stopped factory anxiously. Helplessly, he called Zhou Fan. When can you send me the funds? I need money for the nano-hormone research. Also, there's a problem with the nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate you asked me to produce, so production has been halted." Zhou Fan was confused. Doctor, didn't you tell me that we can mass-produce it without any problems? And the 50 billion we agreed on last time is still enough." Sean was also confused. "You asked me to produce the nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate. I spent hundreds of millions to build a factory here, and then used the money to produce it, but the production efficiency is too high. It's too fast." Zhou Fan is in big trouble because he has no sales channels yet. Xiaoan heard Zhou Fan's silence and felt that he was a bit too much. After all, he had asked for 50 billion once in such a short period of time, and now he wanted. He comforted Zhou Fan, "Mr. Zhou, don't worry. The research institute still has hundreds of millions of dollars, but the nano-hormone really can't be delayed. There are many people who need it." Zhou Fan's phone screen lit up again, and there were new products on the Super Flash Sale app. And 225 transport aircraft 2.1 billion renminbi, limited time flash sale 210,000 renminbi. Limited time limit of 5 hours, purchase quantity limited to 2. Military materials competition qualifying tickets 2.2 billion renminbi, limited time flash sale price 200,000 renminbi. Limited time valid for 3 hours. Zhou Fan looked at his bank balance. A little floating. But as always, I bought it without hesitation. The agreement appeared on the table in front of him. I looked at the admission ticket. Competition time, March 2nd. Competition location, Mingzuding, Dandu. Competition method, submit materials on site. Competition results, no notification method. Zhou Fan was a little confused. What the hell was this no notification method? Zhou Fan called Chu Yen over and asked, "What's the general situation for a competition without any notification?" The competition is handled internally, and there is no ranking. It all depends on what the judges like. If the judges like the work, they can contact the creator and purchase it. This avoids all kinds of trouble. To put it simply, whoever sells the best entry will be ranked higher. Zhou Fan nodded. The cell phone rang. "Zhou Fan, I'm Yuman's agent. She asked me to tell you that she knows how to enter the military materials industry. I can't help you get in, but I can tell you this method, which is the military competition qualification ticket. We can't get it either. Sorry, this is all I can help you with." Zhou Fan was deeply moved. Said to Chu Yen, "In our video app, increase the traffic for Yuman's videos, and ask Li Han to help Yuman remember to tell Li Han understands." Afterwards, Zhou Fan called the CEO of Dongyin and said, "Yuman, you should give this actress some traffic on your platform, you know." In just a few hours, the stock price of Yuman's entertainment and film company skyrocketed, and Yuman's appearance fee also skyrocketed online, and her popularity value soared to the first place online. Zhou Fan, the mastermind behind the scenes, calmly made another phone call. "It's great to enjoy the busyness of successful people. Old Xiao, please send me a sample of a nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate. After thinking about it, tomorrow is March 2nd. I had to call again, but the phone bill was actually in arrears. Yeah, I haven't tried it since I graduated. Zhou Fan connected to the Wi-Fi and directly topped up 10 million yuan in phone credits on his mobile phone card. Then came countless caring text messages from the business hall. Zhou Fan didn't want to make the call anymore, so he said to Chu Yan, "Tell the private jet pilot to get ready to go to Dandu tonight." Chu Yan nodded in response and went out to get busy. Zhou Fan felt something was wrong. Why did he seem a little grumpy? Yuman couldn't help but laugh as she scrolled through her phone. It felt like the news had suddenly turned positive. All the gossip and strange reports had vanished. There seemed to be only good news about her. Her release date had suddenly opened up, and her net worth had inexplicably risen. This project hadn't even finished filming yet, so why was it all? Since that night, Lin Yan has been wholeheartedly working for Zhou Fan's company and has been thinking of ideas. Now he had another inspiration, so he immediately walked to Zhou Fan's office and told Zhou Fan happily. After listening to this, Zhou Fan agreed very much and said that Lin Yan could implement it without worry. At the same time, he changed the subject and asked a question. "You said that when I enter the military materials industry, should I build my own company and rely on my own excellent products, or should I acquire other companies and rely on my own excellent products?" Of course, we should acquire other companies. Think about the beginning of Thiefen Industrial and how difficult it was to recruit employees. Other material companies also have their own management systems, but building one ourselves, starting from scratch, is a waste of time. That's why I suggest acquiring them. As you say. After exchanging ideas, Lin Yan couldn't help but want to get intimate with Zhou Fan. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Until Jiang Tan called. The two of them parted reluctantly. "Mr. Zhou, you have a competition to participate in tomorrow." "I have been notified. Also, there is a super expedited express delivery that sent me a light piece of iron." "Also, Mr. Zhou, do you need me to accompany you to the competition?" Jiang Tan asked. Zhou Fan thought for a moment and replied, "No, but you need to understand the procedures for acquiring a military material company. Be familiar with them. They will be needed soon." Jiang Tan hummed in disappointment and hung up the phone. Night falls. Zhou Fan thought about tonight's activities and found himself a little bored without any worries. The private jet pilot sent a message to relieve Zhou Fan's boredom. "When do we leave, boss?" Zhou Fan thought of something fun and replied, "Tonight." Bringing bodyguards, he happily separated Wu Ziyu and asked him to accompany him to have fun tonight. On the private plane, Zhou Fan accompanied his brother, drinking and chatting happily, talking about interesting things in high school. They soon got drunk and the two had a dreamless night. Zhou Fan thought that since he was entering the military industry, he should do it with more fanfare. The convoy arrived at the Mingzhu building. But he only brought Wu Ziyu upstairs. The receptionist saw Zhou Fan and came over to greet him. "Mr. Zhou, please come this way, but you are not allowed to bring any attendants." Wu Ziyu stopped sensibly. The front desk took Zhou Fan to the elevator and went in. There was a keyhole next to the elevator button. The front desk clerk took out a key and turned it. The elevator speed increased immediately. Zhou Fan almost lost his balance. When he reached the top floor, he held onto the stair door, steadied the chassis, walked out of the elevator, and saw Shi Kai. Shi Kai's eyes flashed with ferocity and he looked at Zhou Fan sternly. Zhou Fan ignored his gaze and walked towards the conference room and sat down. Shi Kai was very angry. He turned around and said a few words to a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Fan with a frown. A handsome American man with blonde hair and black frames came out and said in a calm tone, "Everyone, the delivery is ready." It's actually standard Chinese language. Zhou Fan stepped forward and handed Sean his own sample. Shi Kai also stepped forward to hand in his own material samples. After handing them in, he looked at Zhou Fan and said sarcastically, "Are you worthy enough to join this industry?" Zhou Fan glanced at Shi Kai with disdain, then continued to sit down and wait for the next step of the meeting. "Now everyone can leave your contact information and the price of your materials." Zhou Fan provided contact information but did not give a price. The American man didn't care. He collected the contact information and said it was okay, and it was up to him to stay or leave. Chapter 137, Large Order. Sherba felt guilty that his son was beaten by a young man who hadn't even grown all his hair. "But years of experience tell me that if I can participate in this competition, how can I do it without some background?" Ba quickly came up with a plan and planned to use his connections to solve this troublesome future. Lao Zhang, I'm Ba. Could you please check Zhou Fan's background? Xiao Tai, the cooperation will continue, but please lower the score for Zhou Fan's material. Bite. Zhou Fan's phone rang again, and the call came from the United States. I answered the phone in confusion. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Is your product ready for mass production, or is it already in mass production? We're willing to purchase all of your materials. Please ship them to the U.S. Commercial Capital Military Materials Headquarters. We can provide a transport aircraft. I also have an offer you won't refuse. You name the price, but we need at least 1,000 tons. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhou, it seems we need a lot of transport planes to carry everything. Oh, it would be great if we had an An-225 transport plane. Let's find a way to get a transport plane, and you take care of the cargo, okay? Zhou Fan was very surprised. Was the review finished so quickly? Okay, I'll give you the price later, but you need to think about it now. As a token of sincerity, I'll also help with the shipping. The other party didn't care. How could a transport plane be privately owned by an individual? But the American man also politely replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhou. I've thought about it and will call this number later." Sure's Military Industry Group's 25% share price is 900 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price is 60,000 renminbi. Large transport aircraft 5 billion renminbi, limited time flash sale price 50,000 renminbi. Zhou Fan was happily playing the game, but a pop-up window caused him to hang up. I just bought these things. After a game, I looked at these things. God helps me too. How should I put it about this wave? The Sure Group, haha. Zhou Fan looked at the super app. I couldn't help but kiss the phone. Chairman, the supply from the US has inexplicably decreased recently. We rely on this for our main profit. What should we do? It's a small matter. We can make a fortune from this. Ba said calmly. Ba was also very happy. The shares sold now were all sold at high prices, but when the market knew about their goods and the United States reduced its purchases, the stock price would fall, and then he could buy them back at a low price. Moreover, Ba believed that with his own ability, it would be easy to find buyers from other countries. But the opposite happened. A man named Zhou bought 25% of the shares of Sure's Military Industry Group in one afternoon. Soon this shocking information appeared in the Economic Times. Ba frowned, feeling that this was not a good idea. Buying everything by himself would be a bit troublesome. This was very troublesome. What if Zhou had some ideas that might harm him? Old Zhang, check who this man surnamed Zhou is. His name is Zhou Fan. Ba couldn't help but sweat a few drops on his forehead, feeling that things were really bad. It's Zhou Fan again. He beat my son and bought so many shares of my Sure Group. Don't hang up, Lao Zhang. Can you find out why the US has reduced its purchases from our group? You can check this, but it might cost you a bit, huh? Check quickly, the money will be in your account soon. Well, wait a minute. It's still Zhou Fan. Ba hung up the phone and angrily pounded the mahogany desk. After calming down, Ba asked his secretary to call Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan, what do you want to do, kid? Zhou Fan was stunned. He had never heard of this voice before. How did they find him? It must be a harassing call. Zhou Fan didn't think much about it and hung up. Ba was immediately furious. It was the first time in all these years that a junior had hung up on him, so he smashed the phone. Just wait. Zhou Fan was still playing games happily, thinking that the leisure life was really great, but the good times didn't last long. The office door opened. Zhou Fan, let's have dinner together tonight. Lin Yan skipped into the office, put her arms around Zhou Fan's neck, and looked at him lovingly. At this time, Zhang Tan came in and asked, Mr. Zhou, I may need to report to you on finances tonight. Our company is very profitable. Seeing Lin Yan's actions, she stomped her feet a little angrily and went out. Zhou Fan knew something was wrong and broke free from Lin Yan's embrace. Sorry, business is more important. After saying that, Zhou Fan ran out to chase Zhang Tan. Lin Yan raised the corners of her mouth in satisfaction, little rascal. Zhou Fan caught up with Zhang Tan and said hurriedly, it's not what you think. I really don't know what to do with her like this. No, you don't even understand. If you do this, I'll tell my uncle and aunt. Zhou Fan shrank his neck in fear. Zhang Tan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhou Fan's cowardly look. Since you're so busy, I'll just say this: the company has recently made billions in profits, but there's a problem. With so many companies and accounts, which account should the money ultimately be remitted to? Zhou Fan believes that money is safest in his own account. It is convenient to buy those amazing products in the super app. Su Chian, let's have dinner together tonight. But I need to review. Just tonight, relax. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhou Fan thought to himself, I can't owe Su Chian too much, so from today on, I have to treat Su Chian better. In the most conspicuous position in the Sunset Cafe, sat a handsome and beautiful couple. You look so beautiful today. You too, still so attractive. Zhou Fan looked at Su Chian infatuatedly. The two held hands and looked at each other. The drinks were served, and a heart-shaped cappuccino was brought to Su Chian. At the same time, a plate that was not a drink was brought in, a cake with diamonds arranged in the shape of 100 on it. A multi-tiered cake, with 100 on each tier. At least 1 pound of diamonds. Everyone who was drinking coffee in the cafe stood up together and took a photo. This thing is something you only see a few times in your life, a whole pound of diamonds. We have known each other for 100 days. I love you, Su Chian. Su Chian shed crystal tears and said with emotion, I love you too, Zhou Fan. The two embraced and kissed each other. Zhou Fan was tired of playing and thought of a sentence, beautiful woman and red wine are a perfect match. So he took Su Chian to the Grand Hotel, ordered a bottle of 1982 Lafite, and went to a luxurious suite to experience the wonderful environment. Su Chian also knew that Zhou Fan was enjoying himself, so she snuggled in Zhou Fan's arms. Zhou Fan tickled Su Chian's waist from time to time, and Su Chian did not resist. It was late at night, and Su Chian went to bed after washing. After Zhou Fan finished washing, he was drunk and fell headfirst onto Su Chian's bed. Su Chian pulled him into bed. The two looked into each other's eyes and then kissed passionately. A night of spring, the scenery is so beautiful. Chapter 138, Successfully Sold. The next day, extraordinary company. You know what? The materials industry is the one that values connections the most, but it's also the one that values connections the least. Oh, why? Lin Yan explained, the materials industry requires excellent products, and these products are generally monopolized. Of course, monopolists have good connections, but this also means high sunk costs, which can deter competitors. But if a better product comes along, then the monopoly can no longer be called a monopoly. And as competitors, we naturally have good connections too. Zhou Fan suddenly understood. But where do we get good products? Zhou Fan smiled slightly at Lin Yan's question and replied, yes, there will be. At this time, Zhou Fan's phone rang again. Mr. Zhou, I'm very interested in your materials. Could we meet privately to discuss this in detail? An old man's voice floated out. Zhou Fan was a little confused. Why are the people who come to me lately all old guys? They are weird. Who is this? Which company wants to purchase my materials? Chinese materials. Zhou Fan immediately said that there was absolutely no problem in cooperation. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Fan's expressions, first impatience, then excitement, and found it funny. Zhou Fan ignored her and asked respectfully, how is the Grand Hotel? Can. This Saturday. Can. At the entrance of the Grand Hotel, Shen Jun had already received the news that Zhou Fan was coming. Meet Zhou Fan. Shen Jun hurried forward and stretched out his right hand. Zhou Fan also extended his right hand in response. Shen Jun said to Zhou Fan meaningfully, thank you. What the hell, thank you for what? This big shot came to me to discuss business. I'm worried about people causing trouble in the future. Only then did Zhou Fan see an old man in white behind Shen Jun. He looked very strong, standing straight with eagle-like eyes. Isn't this the big guy who often appears on TV? The person who must be mentioned every time? The two of them arrived at the presidential suite, which had the best privacy. Zhou Fan said respectfully, hello, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. The other party also said to Zhou Fan politely, it will definitely be a pleasure to work with you. You can call me Mr. Zhang. Okay, where do we start? I heard that you have already shipped some of the goods to the United States. Why? Zhou Fan frowned, feeling that his privacy had been leaked, but he still answered truthfully. They contacted me first and offered a reasonable price. I was short of money, and they wanted to inspect the goods, so I sent them some samples. Mr. Zhang said seriously, I hope you'll tell the truth. You're definitely lying about being short of money. Anyone who knows you a little bit will know that. Zhou Fan had no choice but to say, I really need research funding or something like that. It's often tens of billions, and my few billion is not enough to spend it. Old Zhang's face twitched. You mean you're running a research institute all by yourself? Yes. Or I can help you raise it. No. Can we cut off our business with the Americans? A man must be trustworthy. Okay, let's try another approach. Zhou Fan was confused. What did changing the method mean? The transaction method you use to sell to the United States will be changed to us selling. At the same time, we will pay you a fee. This way we can earn some reputation and you can continue to make money from the United States. Okay. Zhou Fan accepted it happily. And can you sell us the In-225 transport plane you have in transit? Mr. Zhang's tone suddenly changed at this moment, and he seemed to care very much. Zhou Fan realized that negotiation was possible. But I need it. We can stop importing goods from the Sure Group, or we can help you acquire them in disguise, so that you can trade with the United States in a formal way. The way you are doing now is actually problematic. Okay, that's it. I'll give you the transport plane for free, and you help me acquire the Sure Group. It's easy. Then you can give most of your materials to us, and we can provide tax breaks to support your company. The US goods will be less, understand? I understand. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Why? What did our group do wrong? Why are they suddenly stopping purchasing our materials? Give me an explanation. Ba was furious and wanted to explain to the person on the other end of the phone. You'd better be polite when you speak, otherwise, humph. Sorry. Ba looked like a turtle. Your material is outdated. How is that possible? Mr. Zhang said seriously, why not? You haven't made any progress. You've always used the same material, no innovation. Now nanoscale high polymer titanium plates have appeared. Your material is worthless. Mr. Zhang, please help me find a solution. It's really too difficult. Times have changed. Can you give me the contact information of the material manufacturer? I want to learn from them. Don't think about it. Your son has a grudge against him. Zhou Fan? Ba thought about it and sent someone to check on Zhou Fan. He realized that he had met a tough opponent, but he still thought of a way. Zhou Fan was lying at home leisurely, watching TV happily. At this time, there were 4 knocks on the door, quickly and frequently. Aunt Zhang opened the door and Zhou Fan said, "Come in." The man came in with his son. "You are young and promising, Shitzi, you should learn more." Zhou Fan was bewildered when he heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice of an elderly person. Looking back at the old man, I found that it was the old man standing next to Shi Kai. Zhou Fan asked politely, "What's the matter?" Ba sat down without hesitation and said to Aunt Zhang, "Give me a glass of oolong." Then he said directly to Zhou Fan, 50 billion, quit this industry, okay? Zhou Fan wanted to laugh. 50 billion was just the right amount, enough to research this nanoscale high polymer titanium plate. This old man actually wanted him to quit this industry just like that. Zhou Fan suppressed his laughter and said, 600 billion, transfer your Sure Group to me. The old man laughed heartily and said, my life's work, and you actually want to buy it for 60 billion. What are you thinking? Zhou Fan said calmly, my product is better than yours. I've been in this business for so many years, do you think I can't use some method to make your products unsaleable? My product is better than yours. I can also trip you up. My product is better than yours, you will definitely go bankrupt. Ba was annoyed at this time, tell me, what do you want? Shi Kai couldn't help it either. You're nothing. My family has been in this industry for decades. You can't compare to them. Zhou Fan crossed his arms and said calmly, let's wait and see. The Shi father and son slammed the door and left. Zhou Fan was confident enough. After all, he owned 25% of the Shi Group's shares, so he wouldn't lose anything. At the same time, the nanoscale high polymer titanium plates were indeed excellent, lightweight, high in hardness, and had various excellent metal properties. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. At this time, Zhou Fan remembered that he could give Sean some good news. Sean, that nanoscale high polymer titanium plate already has a sales channel. If you ship it to China first, they will buy it. Mr. Zhou, please hurry up. These factories and machines will cause losses if they are not used. Besides, our nanoscale high polymer titanium plates have such great advantages, it is normal to sell them. So, boss, when can we get the funds for these nanoscale hormones? Soon, once they pay you, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, Sean, you should be able to start your research. Sean responded excitedly, Mr. Zhou is still stable. After reporting the good news, Zhou Fan shook his head and yawned, wondering who was thinking about him. After thinking about it, he felt a lot. Coincidentally, the one who missed Zhou Fan was not Lin Yan, nor Jiang Tan, nor Su Chian, but Old Chen and that American man. Chapter 139, Creating the First. What was even more coincidental was that the two of them called Zhou Fan at the same time, and the American man successfully occupied Zhou Fan's line, so Mr. Chen had to wait patiently. Mr. Zhou, I can give you a price, but can you give me more goods? The demand for this material is quite large. You name the price. As for the price, I checked. Is this 1 million per ton? Yes, that's absolutely fine, but can you ship it faster? And send more. You guys should pay 30 billion first. Here we pay first and then ship. Give me an account, Mr. Zhou. We'll give you 60 billion, as long as you deliver the full 60 billion worth of goods quickly. Well, but actually the goods here are shipped through Chinese materials, and I can't control the speed. The American man was a little disappointed. So the US isn't the first-hand material. That's fine, remember to ship the goods quickly. Okay, I'll ask my secretary to send you the account number later. Just after hanging up the phone with the American man, Zhou Fan thought that a leisurely day could begin again, and someone came to discuss business with him again. Zhou Fan, we're willing to accept a price of 1.2 million per ton, you know. At the same time, I have good news for you. We can help you acquire the Sure Group very quickly, so don't worry. But I hope you can also keep your promise and give us most of the materials. Mr. Chen, the Americans just gave me 60 billion and asked me to deliver the goods quickly. You asked me to give you most of the goods, this 120 billion will be deposited into your account tomorrow, and I'll tell you how to acquire the Sure's Materials Group, as long as you ship most of the goods first. Let's talk about the method first, and then the product will be easy to talk about. Zhou Fan replied expectantly. First of all, the Sure Group's main industry is the production of mechanical outer shells. Now we can raise the requirements and require that the material of the mechanical outer shell must be your nanoscale high polymer titanium plate. This will force them to cooperate with you. If you don't cooperate with them, their company will inevitably go bankrupt. How can they produce without materials? Clear. Soon, the news headlines reported a new reform that most people were not interested in. The domestic special materials industry, especially the outer walls of machinery, must use nano-level high polymer titanium plates. Upon seeing this news, Sherba frantically called his secretary and the company's technical staff, asking, have you heard of this nano-polymer titanium plate? Or, why are they suddenly switching to this material for the outer wall of the machine? No, this reform is unreasonable. I want to complain. Sure Kai saw his anxious father pacing back and forth and advised, Dad, don't we still have supplies? What are you afraid of? Hey, you know, we originally produced our own materials and built the outer walls of the machines ourselves. Aside from those few giants in the country, we had no competitors, and our industry posed no threat to them, so we could be considered a monopoly. Furthermore, our family has good connections, and life has usually been smooth. But why did they change everything today? Even the raw materials have to be changed. Isn't this going to kill us? Then wouldn't it be better to buy the patent for the manufacturing of that nanoscale high polymer titanium plate? It's all because of you, Shitsi, Zhou Fan. Remember, that kid, it's that kid's patent. He's the one who supplied it. I don't know what his background is, but he's actually able to create new materials. Sure Kai's eyes flashed with anger. He shook his head angrily, gritted his teeth, and said, Dad, how about threatening him and then getting the manufacturing method? No, Sure Kai, with a criminal record, you won't be able to take over your father's decades-long business. Our foundation is about to be destroyed. If we can't get that nanoscale high polymer titanium plate, the factory may have to stop production. Dad, you know that if the factory stops production, our losses will continue. It won't be long before we go bankrupt. Okay, go and arrange it. Okay. At this time, Zhou Fan was preparing to change to a cooler sports car. He searched on Baidu for cars that were more expensive than the Bugatti Veyron. In Zhou Fan's eyes, expensive did not only mean showing off, but also because it was better, more expensive, and better. This concept was deeply rooted in the minds of the Chinese people. Koenigsegg CCR sports car 47 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 4,700 renminbi. Limited time limit 20 hours. The price of the Hennessy Viper GT sports car is unknown, but it's a limited time flash sale of 5 million renminbi. Limited to 20 hours. Zhou Fan habitually wanted to take a look at the appearance first, but after thinking about it, he bought it immediately since it was so cheap. Looking at the Bugatti Veyron key in his hand, he couldn't throw it away. This car had accompanied him from poverty to success. Just stay with yourself for the rest of your life. Zhou Fan played with the key to the Bugatti Veyron and looked at the balance of over 100 billion in his mobile banking account, feeling a little melancholy. Such an invincible life is really boring and tasteless. Zhou Fan was confused and realized that he had never won first place in anything from childhood to now, whether in academic performance or ability. No, I am so successful now, I should do something to become the best. Yes, I should show my enthusiasm. After getting excited, Zhou Fan made a phone call and called Chu Yan to his office. Chu Yan, how are the potato chips sold at Fifan Industrial? Mr. Zhou, I was just about to tell you this. Fifan Industrial's profits no longer account for the lion's share of our business. The nano chips for mobile phones are the most profitable. Finally, there's a big piece of good news. Oh, there's something else going on? Our company was rated as a special contribution enterprise and received tax cuts. Oh, I know all this. Zhou Fan replied shamelessly. What I want to ask is, do you think it's possible for Fifan Industrial to become #1 in potato chips? Or is there any way to become the most famous potato chips in the world and the best-selling potato chips? Mr. Zhou, as far as I know, for potato chips to be well known, they simply need to be in the public eye. Simply put, it's advertising. But if we want the whole world to know about our Fifan Industrial potato chips, the advertising costs would probably exceed tens of billions. Moreover, to achieve the highest sales, we also need to renovate our production line, which may be a major change and a huge expense. Although the company has recently made billions in profits, there's no need to think so much about a potato chip company. I understand, Chu Yan. I'll transfer 30 billion to the company account later. You do as you said just now. Chu Yan nodded excitedly, turned around and left the office. Zhou Fan was happy. He guessed that this girl didn't know what the concept of super rich was. After feeling happy, she wanted to take a look at her own company, so she stood up, went downstairs, and made a private visit. The company's employees are in good order and everyone is busy with their own things. Since Zhou Fan has participated in military training, most people know him. They see that Zhou Fan also understands that his temporary performance will not get him a promotion or a raise, so he continues in his original state. Zhou Fan does not mind. If the company's employees have to rely on the boss himself to supervise them in order to be self-disciplined, then the company will be on the verge of bankruptcy. Zhou Fan walked to the company door with satisfaction, ready to go home and lie down, happily playing his Heroes of Glory. The VIP 10 privileges made Zhou Fan particularly satisfied. Since it was a secret visit, the security guard did not help to drive the Bugatti Veyron out in advance, so Zhou Fan went to the underground parking lot by himself. A few sneaky people gathered in the underground parking lot and attached a tracker to the chassis of Zhou Fan's car. When they saw that it was not the security guard who came down but Zhou Fan, several people couldn't help but cheer in their hearts. God is helping us, you can't escape today, huh? Chapter 140, Too much bullying? In the underground parking lot, Zhou Fan slowly approached the Bugatti Veyron, thinking about the hero he was going to play in Glory of Heroes tonight. Soon, the sneaky people surrounded Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan looked at them, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "How dare you mess with me in my company?" The underground parking lot was quickly surrounded by security guards, and Wu Ziyu quickly ran towards Zhou Fan from the entrance of the underground parking lot. Zhou Fan looked at those people with a smile and asked, "Tell me, I sent you here." The leader of the group looked very wretched. This wretched man immediately wanted to run away with his companions, but was soon surrounded by the security team. Several people were taken to the security room. Let me think, it's sure Kai. No, we were just hanging out there, and you let us go without any evidence. Interesting, you were waiting for me there with a black sack? What makes you think I'm waiting for you? You stood next to my car and put a tracker under it. What's there to say? Keep explaining. Whatever, catch us. We were just bored and posted something there. Joe Fan was a little annoyed. It seemed like these brothers were just boring. Then he thought, no, how could he be so bored, so he asked, how much is it? Tell me how much he gave you, and I will give you 10 times as much. That's it. Joe Fan frowned. It seemed that these people still had some backbone. Joe Fan felt something was wrong. How could these cannon fodders have backbone? Did Sure Kai have no other tricks? Joe Fan said to Wu Ziyu. You guys handle it yourselves. I'm going home first. This little thing is such a waste of time. Joe Fan enjoys the spare tire Bugatti Veyron. What does it mean to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.5 seconds and from 0 to 200 km/h in 7.3 seconds? With a light tap on the accelerator, a huge push on the back was felt. There was no traffic jam today and the road was very smooth. Joe Fan's heart was excited and he used the unethical map. He drove at the highest speed allowed on the road section, feeling the roar of the supercar and the extremely tempting push on the back. Soon we arrived at Thompson. Joe Fan walked to the door of his house and saw Sure Kai. What's the matter? If you have to fart, let it out. Joe Fan said this angrily, because he wanted to eat Aunt Zhang's home cooking as soon as possible, and then go galloping in the canyon after eating. Sure Kai was very dissatisfied with Joe Fan's attitude, but then he thought about the purpose of his coming here. He gritted his teeth and said, Joe Fan, let's resolve our conflict peacefully. I won't use my connections to harass you and your friends. In the meantime, you hand over that nanoscale high polymer titanium plate. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Joe Fan was a little annoyed when he heard Sure Kai threatening him and his friends. But then he raised the corner of his mouth and said with amusement, why don't we pick a place and call some people to practice and see whose people are more powerful? If I lose, I will listen to you. Sure Kai agreed immediately, thinking that he was the local boss, and you were just making fun of me and playing dirty with me. Then it'll be this Sunday. The format is to see who can catch the other person first. Good. Sure Kai agreed and left with satisfaction. Joe Fan looked at his departing back, feeling that this poor child was about to be taught a lesson again, so he raised his cell phone and made a call. Jenny, this Sunday, lead your team to capture a man named Sure Kai and bring him to my house at Tangshanipin. Act quickly and teach Sure Kai a lesson. Also, you can send him here in the early morning of Sunday. I want to see how arrogant he is. A few days later. In the early hours of Sunday morning, Joe Fan stayed up late playing Heroes of Glory, rushing to the national rankings, but he found that there were some actors who were only interested in money, and rushing to the national rankings would inevitably encounter these obstacles. For the sake of the national server, Joe Fan had no choice but to urge Ma Deguang to take charge of it. Joe Fan angrily threw his phone onto the sofa. Damn, he met an actor again. Suddenly, a sack was thrown in through the window, and a humming sound came from the mouth of the sack. Then a woman with a graceful figure climbed in through the window, followed by a group of people. Joe Fan saw this situation and asked, what happened, so late at night? Mr. Zhou, as you requested, Sure Kai came over and gave him a lecture. Joe Fan walked towards the black sack, opened the bag, looked at Sure Kai, tore off the bandage on Sure Kai's mouth, touched Sure Kai's face, and chuckled. You seem to have lost. Oh, hey, tell me, figure out what to do. These guys are mercenaries. They want to kill people, and there's nothing I can do about it. I was wrong, Brother Zhou, I really don't dare to do it again. Sure Kai shed tears, and his bound legs couldn't help but tremble. Then your family's property should be. It's as it should be. It's all as it should be. Since I won, you understand. Clear. Joe Fan ordered Jenny to send this man back to his original place, and then continued his heroic glory. Invincible is so boring and tasteless. After playing a game, Joe Fan did not forget to send a message to Chu Yan, saying that the contract to acquire Sure Group would be almost ready tomorrow. A night passed. Joe Fan thought that Sure Ba and the others should also understand the difference in strength, so they would probably come here to sell the company today. After washing up in anticipation, he arrived at the company and the office early to be his own leisure manager. Joe Fan was playing games while waiting. Although he was confident, he still had to find something to pass the time. After all, it was boring. The pace of the king's game is very fast. After Joe Fan finished another game, he saw a magical advertisement pop up on the top of the screen. It was about potato chips and seemed to have an advertising slogan. Extraordinary potato chips, all flavors are the same price, the same weight, the lowest price, or tied for the lowest price, just to create extraordinary. Joe Fan felt good, clicked on the ad, bought 500 packs and sent them to the company as snacks for the employees to relax today. At this time, Joe Fan realized that something was wrong. Why hadn't Sher and his son called him yet? He thought, no, I have to stay calm and wait for them to find me. Joe Fan, who was impatient, couldn't help but take action and explained the situation to Li Han. Soon, the Sher Group's stock price plummeted due to the news that its supply had become unstable and it had lost its monopoly position. Joe Fan, this is not good for everyone. Please stop talking nonsense, okay? Sher boss said to Joe Fan anxiously on the phone. Dragging it out like this is bad for everyone. Don't you have any idea of your company's situation? Transfer it to me immediately. You don't have the materials anyway. If you continue to stop production, I'm afraid you and your company will be on the verge of bankruptcy. Joe Fan, don't go too far. Joe Fan found it a little ridiculous after hearing this. It seems like your son was bullying someone in a bar, but he didn't succeed. Then he tried underhanded tactics, and finally tried openly, but he lost. You, as a father, are unhappy and are threatening me. Interesting. Forget it, I'll buy you out after you go bankrupt. You. Joe Fan hung up the phone before Sher Ba finished speaking. Chapter 141, Jiang Tan forced into marriage. Joe Fan was waiting for the bankruptcy of Shiba Industry, but he felt that it was boring to wait like this without any hope, so he left the company building and drove his Bugatti Veyron to the international headhunting company. The receptionist looked at the card in Joe Fan's hand, checked it in the system, and looked at Joe Fan in surprise. Mr. Zhou, your balance is over 100 billion, and your card has been upgraded to a blue vein card. Please bring your current card over so we can help you upgrade it. Joe Fan sat down in the rest area, looked at the Fiefan potato chips placed there, picked up a bag, tore it open and started eating. After finishing a pack and upgrading the card, Joe Fan took the blue-veined card handed over by the waiter and walked to the host skillfully. How long will it take for Sher's Materials Group to go bankrupt? Information 5 million renminbi. Joe Fan compared the price of intelligence with the previous ones and couldn't help feeling disgusted. The difference was too big. It was true that the richer you are, the more money you save. After paying, I saw the time of 1 year and was completely stunned. How could they last so long? They are indeed a monopoly enterprise that has been operating for many years. Joe Fan felt a little challenged. At this time, Sher Ba sent a message, wanting to transfer the remaining 30% of shares to Joe Fan. Joe Fan was very surprised when he saw the message. So I also sent a message asking, when will you give the position of chairman to me? Actually, we're transferring this share because we hope that Mr. Zhou can show some mercy and allow our family to continue managing the business. We don't want you to ruin our decades-long foundation. Joe Fan was amused and thought it was fun, so he called. You can continue to manage the company, but Sher Kai must apologize to Lin Yan, and the position of chairman must be given to me. You can continue to be the vice chairman, and I can take less responsibility. After hearing this, Sher Ba gritted his teeth and responded. Good. In this way, Joe Fan easily acquired Sher's Materials Group. After acquiring Sher's Materials Group, Joe Fan became a hands-off boss again, leaning back on his gaming chair and looking at the cityscape of Shanghai. Knock knock knock, there's a knock on the door. Come in. Joe Fan, I want to ask for leave. Something happened at home. Joe Fan felt very sad when he saw Jiang Tan's aggrieved look. What's wrong, Jiang Tan? Just rest if you're tired. What's the problem? It's nothing. My family arranged a marriage for me. I'm going to get married this week. My parents also said that if I don't go back, they won't have me anymore. Someone in my hometown must have put pressure on my parents. My parents love me so much, how could they do this? Joe Fan stepped forward and held Jiang Tan's hand, saying, have you forgotten? Last time, you helped me escape the pressure of marriage from the gossip girls. This time, I'll help you. Jiang Tan looked at Joe Fan infatuatedly and said with emotion, thank you. We don't even need to say thank you to each other. Joe Fan waved his hand and said with high spirits, then when will we set off? I'm ready. I'm going back today, but I have to take a plane. I only bought my own ticket. Have you forgotten? I have a private jet. Soon, Joe Fan drove the newly arrived sports car, the Venom GT, to the company gate. The intoxicating pushback feeling and cool appearance made the reserved Zhang Tan eager to get in the car and experience the ultimate riding experience. The private jet pilot who had been contacted long ago had been waiting in the plane for a long time. One afternoon, Zhou Fan and Zhang Tan arrived in Zhengzhou. At this time, Zhou Fan discovered that there was another product on the flash sale app. Supporting pill 500 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 500 renminbi. Limited time limit of 5 hours. Zhou Fan bought it without thinking and looked at the effects. He found that it could enhance the user's physique, improve the user's tolerance to spicy food, and increase the user's excitement. Zhou Fan felt that it was useless. After all, he had been in a relationship in college and seldom ate spicy food for the sake of his handsome face. Now he seemed to be unable to eat spicy food at all. Zhou Fan, Zhengzhou, do you know what it's most famous for? Zhang Tan opened his big eyes and looked at Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan remembered something. In his university elective course on tourism geography, he learned that Zhengzhou was most famous for its spicy food. All kinds of dishes were spicy. It's spicy. Yes, be prepared. It seems that there is no food here that is not spicy. Zhou Fan looked at the pill and suddenly understood its effect. Or the system understands me, hee hee. Since they were not in Shanghai, Zhou Fan had no choice but to take a taxi with Zhang Tan to her hometown. During the taxi ride, the sports car company asked Zhou Fan where in China the Koenigsegg CCR should be shipped to. Zhou Fan smiled, asked for the home address of Zhang Tan's parents, and then sent it to the sports car company. Zhang Tan looked at Zhou Fan and smiled secretly, tilting his head curiously, with his ponytail slightly fluttering. His pure college style made Zhou Fan feel a chill in his heart, like a spring rain. Soon, the driver took Zhou Fan and Zhang Tan to her parents' home. Zhang Tan's parents were also intellectuals, and they understood when they saw their daughter coming back with a man. Zhou Fan was standing at the doorway, about to greet Zhang Tan's parents when Zhang Tan's father extended his right hand to shake Zhou Fan's hand and said, "How much does my daughter pay you per day?" "Pretend to be her boyfriend." Zhou Fan smiled awkwardly and replied, "Uncle, it's not what you think. You look pretty good, so you're definitely suitable for being a fake boyfriend." "What a pity." Zhou Fan explained, "Uncle, look at the jade bracelet on Zhang Tan's hand. My parents gave it to me. It's a family heirloom. Uncle, take a look." "Heh, hum." Zhang Tan's father laughed and walked closer to look at the jade bracelet on Zhang Tan's hand. Then his eyes rolled and he turned back to talk to Zhou Fan. "Come in." Zhang Tan saw his usually amiable father become so abnormal and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. After entering the house, Zhang Tan's father's serious face relaxed and he seemed to have aged a lot. He spoke to Zhou Fan. "We're not forcing the couple apart. Zhang Tan was once a suitor. He's very talented. Zhang Tan isn't young anymore, so it's time to talk about marriage." At this time, someone came in at the door. Zhou Fan looked at this man who was almost as handsome as himself and found it amusing. The car key in the man's hand was also a Bugatti Veyron. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I recently bought some cherries and I'm giving them to you and aunt." "Hey, Li Jun, just come, why bring any gifts?" Zhang Tan's mother greeted politely. Li Jun looked at Zhou Fan and asked curiously, "Who is this?" Zhou Fan put his arm around Zhang Tan's waist and said, "I'm Zhang Tan's current boyfriend." Zhang Tan smiled shyly, feeling only satisfaction at this moment. Li Jun flicked the key to the Bugatti Veyron between his fingers and frowned. "Are you worthy?" Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. "Tell me, what does it mean to be worthy? I want your advice." Chapter 142 Spicy Eating Competition. Li Jun slammed the key to the Bugatti Veyron on the table. "If you can offer me a car key worth about the same price today, you should be able to talk to me." Zhou Fan took out the key to the Bugatti Veyron from his casual pants pocket and placed it on the table. Then he took out the key to the Venom GT and placed it on the table. Looking at Li Jun quietly. Li Jun's veins popped out, he clenched his fists and questioned. "What's a car key?" "It's not a car. Unless you can prove you also have a Bugatti Veyron." Zhou Fan replied calmly, "Okay, how about we set up a location and have a competition? I'll show you what it means to be well matched." Li Jun thought for a moment and said, "Zhengzhou Hotel, as the saying goes, Zhengzhou people, Zhengzhou soul, spicy food is our soul. When the time comes, you can drive to Zhengzhou Hotel and we can have a spicy food eating contest." Zhang Tan was the spicy food eating champion in school back then. If you can't handle spicy food, How can you live with her for a long time? And how can you continue to live your life? Joe Fan thought to himself, this kid was really born at the wrong time, so pitiful. I'll set the time and send it to you tonight. Just don't talk about 100 years later. Li Jun said sarcastically. Joe Fan asked the sports car company when the Koenigsegg CCR would arrive, and the reply was the day after tomorrow. So Joe Fan gave Li Jun a positive reply, the day after tomorrow. During these 3 days, Zhang Tan took Joe Fan to travel all over his hometown and made Joe Fan understand that the spiciness of this place was so terrifying. The day of the competition soon arrived, and a trailer carrying the Koenigsegg CCR arrived downstairs at Zhang Tan's parents' house. Joe Fan drove the Koenigsegg CCR and took Zhang Tan to the Zhengzhou Hotel. As expected, Li Jun called many local celebrities, and he himself sat in the Bugatti Veyron, waiting for Joe Fan. After all, today will decide who Zhang Tan is nominally worthy of. When Joe Fan was about to reach Zhengzhou Hotel, he immediately swallowed the body-supporting pill, but after swallowing it, he felt a little excited, inexplicably excited. In the lobby of Zhengzhou Hotel, Li Jun was annoyed because his car was outdone by others. Many people here knew about high-end cars, and this Koenigsegg CCR, which almost beat the Bugatti Veyron, made many people jealous. Li Jun looked at Joe Fan with shining eyes. Very good, you are quite rich. But having money doesn't guarantee happiness. For us in Zhengzhou, the most important thing is whether you can handle spicy food. Zhang Tan is famous for being able to handle spicy food. He was the spicy food eating champion back then. If you, Joe Fan, can't handle spicy food, wouldn't you be unworthy? Joe Fan frowned, thinking that he had originally wanted to give some face to this pretty boy who was always thinking about Zhang Tan, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Li Jun continued, today, I'm sponsoring a spicy food eating competition myself. There is a large table in the middle of the hotel lobby, with 7 iron plates on it. Each iron plate has different peppers on it. From left to right, the size of the peppers is getting smaller and smaller. Zhang Tan had seen Joe Fan's awkward expressions when eating spicy food many times in the past few days, and knew that Joe Fan might not be able to handle spicy food, so he tried to persuade him. There's no need to compare. If I don't compare, I don't have to get married. My parents asked me to come back because they missed me. Joe Fan shook his head and said confidently. It's okay, I can actually eat spicy food. Zhang Tan dialed the cell phone number and was ready to call for emergency medical help at any time. After all, every year people were admitted to the hospital because of this spicy food competition. Joe Fan's mouth twitched as he patted Zhang Tan's head. I'm really fine. Watch my performance, hee hee. After saying that, he walked towards the competition venue with Li Jun. A lot of people gathered in front of the 7 basins. After Li Jun arrived, he picked up the second smallest pepper and swallowed it in one gulp. The whole audience cheered. We will win. Finally, someone is the first to try this spicy devil food. The score is that the spicier the food is, the higher the score is, because there is no buffer time. Joe Fan looked at Li Jun, whose face was flushed, and looked at him provocatively. I was about to eat the smallest pepper, but my hand was held back. Zhang Tan advised, no, eat this first. If you don't have some milk or something to fill your stomach first, you might get a perforated stomach. This is too spicy. Joe Fan smiled and said, don't worry, everything will be fine. He broke free from Zhang Tan's hand and finished the smallest chili in one gulp. Li Jun took a big gulp of milk, looked at Joe Fan, and prepared to call the emergency number for Joe Fan. The scene was very lively at this time, and everyone was looking at this stranger with gloating eyes. This person must be sent to the hospital. The young man doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation. He is still too young. The mocking voices gradually calmed down as Joe Fan looked calm. It was eerily quiet. Joe Fan grabbed another one and started eating it, agreeing as he ate, it tastes really good. Joe Fan looked at the shocked eyes around him and laughed. As for me, I don't have any advantages, except that I'm rich and can eat spicy food with Zhang Tan. You all understand, right? Today, all expenses for the Zhengzhou Hotel will be covered by me, Master Zhou. Zhang Tan looked at Joe Fan in admiration. In high school, Zhang Tan was admitted to the hospital after eating the last one. Now her man could actually eat so much spicy food, and Zhang Tan was very satisfied. Afterwards, Joe Fan drank with Zhang Tan's fellow villagers and talked about the future. Li Jun's face turned green. He angrily ate the smallest chili pepper and went to the hospital. As he wished, he was admitted to the hospital, but unfortunately he was not hurt. In the evening, Zhou Fan said goodbye to Zhang Tan's parents and prepared to go back to work at the company. Zhang Tan thought that he was also needed for work, especially since the Sure Group had recently been successfully acquired and most of the shares were handed over to Zhou Fan in his name, so he needed to manage them himself, so he followed Zhou Fan. Zhang Tan's father patted Zhou Fan on the back meaningfully and said, "Take good care of my daughter." On the plane, Zhou Fan felt something was wrong, especially his body. He felt too excited, extremely excited, and he felt that Zhang Tan was particularly attractive today. The fragrance on Zhang Tan's body today made it very difficult for him to resist. Zhou Fan barely restrained himself, opened the system page to look at the effect of the body-supporting pill, and found a line of small words at the bottom. If you take this pill, it is best not to drink alcohol within 3 days, otherwise it may have the effect of an aphrodisiac. Zhou Fan could no longer bear the hot blood gushing out of his body and turned to look at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was just about to take a break when he suddenly noticed Zhou Fan looking at him strangely, his eyes full of desire. Thinking of Zhou Fan's performance in the spicy food eating competition today, that confident look on his face. Zhang Tan couldn't help but look dazed, staring intently at Zhou Fan's handsome face that was full of desire and temptation. Seeing Zhang Tan also looking at his face seriously, Zhou Fan couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed forward and kissed her mouth, hugging her charming body tightly with his hands. A touch of spring is added to the calm night sky. Chapter 143 Comparing Wealth? Zhou Fan looked at the beauty beside his arm, touched his beard, and looked at the sky outside the plane with melancholy. Private planes are still fast. I arrived in Shanghai in just one night. After getting off the plane, I looked at the Venom GT in the parking lot and felt troubled. Driving a supercar is cool, but it's a bit tiring. After all, I was very tired last night. I didn't expect the gentle and elegant Zhang Tan to be so clingy. Zhou Fan, who was exhausted both physically and mentally, called a designated driver to take the two of them back to the company. The phone vibrates. The super app has new products. Helicopter 5 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 50,000 renminbi. Limited time limit 50 hours. Zhou Fan bought it casually after seeing it, and then thought about it. The system is indeed human-friendly. In this way, he can hire a helicopter pilot and ask a helicopter to pick me up when I am tired. This is no less grand than a sports car. When the car arrived at the company, Zhou Fan realized that Zhang Tan needed to change his clothes, as something was wrong with arriving at the company. "Master, let's go somewhere else." "I just said the wrong thing. Let's go to Thompson first class." Zhou Fan and Zhang Tan entered the house. Zhou Fan looked at Zhang Tan, feeling a little embarrassed because he didn't have any women's clothes. What would Zhang Tan do after he changed his clothes? Zhang Tan said in sync, "I can wear some of your clothes now, as long as they are loose. Then I'll get you some clothes. You can take a shower first." Okay. Zhou Fan returned to his room and found that the loose clothes were all casual clothes, especially loose. He didn't pay much attention to them and just took them to the bathroom door. He gently opened the bathroom door and said, "Your clothes have arrived. Zhou Fan, in order not to waste water, let's wash together." Looking at Zhang Tan's blushing face, he said this tremblingly. Zhou Fan touched his stomach, gritted his teeth, took firm steps, and went in to start another round of free fighting. Happy times always pass so quickly. Zhou Fan held onto the mahogany chair, slowly walked to the sofa, and lay down. Zhou Fan, who was in sage mode, looked at Zhang Tan who was approaching his bedroom to rest, and he had no idea what was going on. Sage mode was truly worthy of its name. At this time, Zhou Fan closed his eyes and rested for a while, then continued to open his mobile phone to look at the super app, wondering where to put his helicopter? After thinking about it, I decided to put it on the roof of the Fifan Industrial Building. After some renovation, that building can also become the most famous building in Shanghai. At this time, another message popped up on the phone. It was from the International Headhunting Group, inviting Zhou Fan to a national treasure-level shareholder auction. VIP seats were only available to owners of blue vein cards and above. Zhou Fan thought about it and realized that since he became rich, he had not participated in any particularly high-class parties or activities. Zhou Fan looked carefully at the venue of the event, the Magic City Holy Auction House. It was interesting. He heard that none of the items auctioned there were serious. They were basically antiques worth tens of millions. Look at the time again. Oh, it's tonight. Zhou Fan relaxed his body and mind, closed his eyes, and prepared to have fun at the auction house in the evening. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Zhou Fan asked Aunt Zhang to buy some clothes for Zhang Tan, saying that he had something to go out for. After that, he gave Aunt Zhang a flashcard worth 1 million. Zhou Fan drove his Venom GT through the community of Thompson and soon arrived in the city and the auction house. He skillfully threw the keys to the security guard, steadied his steps, and walked into the auction house. A huge crystal chandelier hangs high above the ceiling, emitting soft light. The corridors of the auction house were bustling with people. Everyone was dressed in suits and ties, chatting in groups of 3 or 4, and waiters were moving among the crowd, holding bottles of champagne or red wine in their hands. Zhou Fan walked to the auction room alone and looked around the auction venue. I don't know anyone. While Zhou Fan was looking around, someone also noticed him. There was no way. While everyone was dressed in suits to attend the auction, Zhou Fan was still wearing casual clothes. The gatekeeper originally wanted to stop him, but after Zhou Fan took out the blue vein card, the gatekeeper didn't even bother to check his identity. But everyone just looked at him and classified Zhou Fan as a rich second-generation person in their minds. They thought he was ignorant and came here to have fun, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Zhou Fan picked up a glass of champagne and silently observed the behavior of the guests coming and going at the party. Zhou Fan? Just as Zhou Fan was observing, a greeting with a somewhat uncertain tone suddenly came from the side. Zhou Fan looked over subconsciously and saw that the person standing not far away was Shinjun, the owner of the Grand Hotel. When Shinjun saw Zhou Fan's face, he immediately came over enthusiastically and extended his right hand. "Brother, you are here too." Shinjun warmly invited Zhou Fan to his private auction room, which had a large screen and a commentator explaining the auction. During the auction, he only needed to let the commentator type in his bidding price and then bid slowly. At this time, a young man about the same age as Zhou Fan approached and heard Shinjun say that he invited Zhou Fan to go to the private auction room together. He taunted, "I guess this brother has never seen a private auction room. He'll probably just go there for fun. You can't afford to buy anything tonight anyway." Zhou Fan turned to look at the young man and asked, "What's your name, brother?" "Wang Ziyuan." The young man responded. Zhou Fan ignored him and turned around to call a waiter. "Please take me to the VIP seats." Then he made a face at Wang Ziyuan and invited him. Together? Seeing this, Shinjun realized that the two were people who could not be offended, so he made an excuse to run away and said, "Zhou Fan, brother, I'm going to go to the bathroom. You two can chat slowly." Zhou Fan nodded, and without caring whether Wang Ziyuan followed him or not, he followed the waiter directly to the VIP seat. Wang Ziyuan was also walking behind Zhou Fan at this time. The two were waiting for the auction to begin in the VIP seats. Wang Ziyuan observed Zhou Fan and discovered a very important point. Zhou Fan didn't have a single brand name item on him. He looked like a rich second generation who didn't know how to enjoy life. He might even be a rich second generation who was very restricted by his family. Wang Ziyuan understood at this time. It turned out that this host was just being arrogant. He would show this rich second generation what real luxury meant. Wang Ziyuan couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. Zhou Fan was completely confused. How could this young man just laugh while sitting there? He must be sick. Zhou Fan shrank his neck and leaned to the left. Soon, the auction began. Zhou Fan felt a little uncomfortable looking at the service staff standing next to him. Wang Ziyuan saw Zhou Fan like this and mocked him. "Bumpkin." Zhou Fan ignored it. The waiter looked at the large tripod placed in the exhibition hall and introduced it. This large tripod has the function of suppressing evil spirits and stabilizing wealth. "Don't tell me all that. Tell me the price and whether it looks good," Zhou Fan said without interest. "Okay, boss, the price of this is estimated to be 2 million, but the final transaction price will probably be hyped up to 10 million. Hearing this, Zhou Fan lazily replied, "Just give me a quote of 10 million right at the beginning." "Sir, this could potentially fetch 10 million. The transaction price may not necessarily be 10 million, so there's no need to be so anxious." The waiter actually wanted Zhou Fan to buy it just like that, so that he could get a lot of commission. However, his professional ethics told him that making friends with this boss was more important than the commission of several 100,000. Wang Ziyuan, who was watching from the side, couldn't stand it any longer. You don't have any good eyesight. You can't tell that this guy is a rich second generation. How can he come up with 10 million? If you do, your family will probably put you in solitary confinement." Zhou Fan ignored him. Soon the bidding for the first item began. The waiter helped Zhou Fan call out a price of 10 million. The whole place was silent. The bidding for a large tripod with a starting price of 2 million was directly raised to 8 million. Wang Ziyuan stood up and bid 20 million. Zhou Fan stopped closing his eyes and said to Wang Ziyuan, "Are you sure you want to snatch this tripod from me? Or rather, are you sure you want to compete with me for wealth? Are you qualified to compete with me for wealth?" Chapter 144, The Invincible Tycoon at the Auction House. Zhou Fan looked at Wang Ziyuan and smiled. "Speak to the waiter. Please continue to tell me my price, 20 million. After saying that, Zhou Fan played with his phone nonchalantly. To him now, 20 million was indeed like drinking water. Ding, limited time mission. After purchasing all the items auctioned today at the Magic City Holy Auction House, your spent money will be immediately refunded twice the amount. Limited to 1 day. Zhou Fan suddenly became excited, looked at Wang Ziyuan, smiled slightly and said, "Please watch my next performance." Wang Ziyuan thought he was playing tricks, snorted coldly, and continued bidding. 21 million. Zhou Fan stood up happily. 30 million. Wang Ziyuan was dumbfounded. There were people bidding like this, with bids increasing by tens of millions. The young Wang Ziyuan was filled with passion and felt that he could not be outdone by the young man next to him, so he continued bidding. 35 million. At this time, the old man behind Wang Ziyuan stepped forward to persuade him. "Master, this is not our goal today. There is no need to waste money on this. It's okay, it's only tens of millions. It won't affect the item we want to shoot." Zhou Fan didn't care whether tens of millions was a lot for Wang Ziyuan, and continued to speak happily. 40 million. Zhou Fan and Wang Ziyuan, two wealthy men, raised the price enthusiastically, directly raising the price of a large tripod worth 2 million to 100 million. The bid of 100 million was made by Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan thought it was fun. The higher the price, the greater the cashback. It was such a good thing that he could not ask for anywhere else. Wang Ziyuan smiled slightly and said to Zhou Fan, "You won. I believe you came here for that item. I hope you'll have enough funds to wait." Zhou Fan ignored it, thinking that it was just a 100 million profit, so easy. Zhou Fan looked forward to Wang Ziyuan's competition. Afterwards, Wang Ziyuan stopped arguing with Zhou Fan and instead watched Zhou Fan mindlessly buying things. Zhou Fan's performance was indeed very mindless. He just bought things, and as long as someone bid against him, he would directly raise the price by 10 million. Finally, after buying dozens of large antiques, the auction house suspended the auction and asked Zhou Fan to pay first, or prove that he had the corresponding capital to purchase so many large antiques. Otherwise, it would be regarded as malicious bidding and he would be kicked out of the venue. Zhou Fan was at a loss for words. He took out the blue vein card with tens of billions of yuan in it and gave it to the waiter. He contacted the bank on the spot and confirmed that the money had been paid before the auction could continue. The owner of the auction house also came out in person to apologize to Zhou Fan and said that he could compensate him. Zhou Fan waved his hand impatiently. "Don't stop me from shopping. Didn't I just spend hundreds of millions?" Wang Ziyuan's face twitched. What kind of background does this rich second generation have? How come he has so much pocket money? What the hell is this? Zhou Fan looked at Wang Ziyuan's expression and knew that he was wondering why he was so rich, so he explained casually. "I earned it myself, please understand. I haven't squandered it in a long time." Wang Ziyuan searched his mind for all the big families related to Zhou, but after thinking about it, he couldn't find anyone that could give such an outrageous pocket money. Rubbing his head, Wang Ziyuan continued to wait for the task item given to him by his family, the qualification coupon for purchasing nano-level high-polymer titanium plates. Finally, it's time for the grand finale. The waiter also spoke to Zhou Fan excitedly. "Now it's time for the grand prize, boss. This is definitely worth the money. Today's final auction item is the qualification ticket to purchase the nanoscale high-polymer titanium plate." Zhou Fan looked at the host with a forced smile, feeling both amused and helpless. "I have no idea why you have to buy a qualification ticket to buy this thing." Zhou Fan didn't care much and asked, "Tell me, how much does this volume cost?" The waiter responded, "So far, the finale auction item has only had higher prices, not the highest price." Zhou Fan nodded with satisfaction. Wang Ziyuan knew that the real competition in the auction had just begun. Zhou Fan was the first to speak. 100 million. Soon others followed suit and the prices were mostly in the range of 50 million or more. It was soon sold at a price of 1.1 billion. Zhou Fan felt quite bored at this time, so he didn't follow. He wanted to give a crushing bid in the end. Otherwise, when would it end like this? Wang Ziyuan excitedly raised the price with the group of China's top wealthy people. The atmosphere of the whole venue was also lifted. Everyone stood up to see which top billionaire made the next bid. 1.5 billion. 16 billion. Everyone went crazy killing. Finally, Wang Ziyuan shouted out the price with red eyes, 10 billion, thinking that as long as he could add another industry in the materials industry, he would make back the 10 billion sooner or later. 10 billion, and finally the whole place fell silent. Zhou Fan lazily raised the bidding card and said, 15 billion, I don't think anyone can compete with me. I'm not saying, why are you so slow? It took you so long, and you only raised 10 billion. Is that okay? Wang Ziyuan was stunned and sat down on the chair. How could this idiot have so much pocket money? No, it must be the same as me. The family behind him must have ordered him to buy this thing. On second thought, he decided to give it his all and use all the money he had accumulated over the years, so he gritted his teeth and shouted. 20 billion, this brother is still young. How come you think no one can compete with you when you have more than 10 billion? Zhou Fan smiled and proudly announced his price, 30 billion. The prince was extremely exhausted. I request that this bidder's bid be withdrawn. He might be a disgusting competitor. The owner of the auction house stepped forward to stabilize the situation and said, I can vouch for this brother. He can definitely come up with the 30 billion. The auction continues. After saying that, the owner of the auction house went backstage, grinning from ear to ear. He had originally planned to find a helper to bid for him, but seeing Zhou Fan's determination to buy everything in the auction today, he realized that the profit from the purchase was not as much as the commission the auction house would get after Zhou Fan's purchase, so he let the helper go home and rest. Wang Ziyuan's eyes turned red with anxiety, and he thought, if I could come up with the money for that blue striped card right now, you would be nothing. Zhou Fan found that no one was bidding with him and felt bored, so he said, no one is raising the price? If not, please pack my goods and send them to Fifan Industrial. The whole audience was silent, and suddenly, everyone applauded Zhou Fan. The owner of the auction house couldn't help but walk to Zhou Fan's side, stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Zhou Fan. When Zhou Fan shook hands with the owner of the auction house, he felt like he was the center of the world. So cool. Zhou Fan looked at the big antiques in the grocery room and thought they were useless, but when he looked at the extra 60 billion in his Qingwen card, he felt bored. When he became too rich, he felt that money was just a number. Zhang Tan called Zhou Fan at this time and said, Zhou Fan, the Sure Group seems to have had some problems recently. There seems to be a problem with our product shipments. We produced 500 tons, but only shipped 300 tons. It seems that 200 tons of it disappeared out of thin air. However, we still have a profit of 500 tons. I don't know where the 200 tons of materials went. Chapter 145, No Piracy. Zhou Fan thought about the purchase voucher for the nano-grade high-polymer titanium plate he had bought, looked at the negotiation address, and felt speechless. The negotiation address was the headquarters of the Sure Group that he had acquired. It's okay, I'll take care of it, you go do something else first. Zhou Fan walked out of the grocery room, went to the underground parking lot, drove out his Venom GT, and drove angrily to the headquarters of the Sure Group. He walked upstairs angrily, kicked open the door of Sure Ba's office and said, Did you secretly sell that material to someone other than Chinese materials in the United States? Sure Ba replied, looking confused. No, everything is sent according to the delivery address of Chinese materials. Zhou Fan was naturally dissatisfied with the result of his angry questioning. After some inquiries, I learned that sometimes Chinese materials are received directly from the inventory location, so some shipments are not marked. Zhou Fan looked at Sure Ba apologetically, nothing, I'm leaving now. Boss, take care. Sure Ba said tactfully. After Zhou Fan finished investigating the matter, he prepared to go downstairs, go home and start surfing the internet happily. Just as he was going downstairs, Sure Ba anxiously caught up with Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan, it seems our truck drivers are inexplicably unwilling to deliver goods. Also, some materials have been stolen from our inventory locations. This is definitely an internal issue, but these are all long-time employees who have been with me for decades. I pay them their full wages, so there's no way they go back on their word. Mr. Zhou, do you think we should call the police? Zhou Fan thought about it and said calmly, "No need, there will be nothing to find out even if I report it. Don't worry, I will handle it myself." After Zhou Fan gave Sherba a tranquilizer, he calmly went downstairs. I secretly complained in my heart, "I have to go to the international headhunting group again, what a hassle." At this time, Zhou Fan remembered an important thing. He had to renovate the roof of Fifan Industrial Company, otherwise the helicopter could only be placed at that airport. Zhou Fan sent a text message to Chu Yan and directly transferred 100 million yuan to her, asking him to renovate the Fifan Industrial Building and preferably turn it into a landmark building. If the money was not enough, he could add more. After arranging these things, Zhou Fan drove the Venom GT to the international headhunting group. Ask skillfully, pay skillfully, and give authentic answers. Who caused the loss of materials in the Sher Group? Chen Xiong. Check Chen Xiong's latest financial information. When Zhou Fan saw one unfamiliar name after another, he knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was hiding very deeply. It seemed that he had to investigate it personally. He drove the Venom GT to the inventory location. Zhou Fan himself felt excited when the company boss personally caught the thief. This was also the first time Zhou Fan did this. After thinking about it, he felt it was unsafe, so he called Wu Ziyu, and soon night fell. Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu were squatting at the door of the material storage warehouse. Soon it was late at night. Zhou Fan saw a large number of people dressed like mercenaries, all holding guns and pointing them at the company employees. Each of them held a laser gun and cut the materials one after another. Then the group of people took the materials away. Zhou Fan understood that these people were just stealing materials to take back for research. So I called Sean and asked, "Sean, do you think our nanoscale high polymer titanium plate could be stolen? In other words, someone could learn it and make a pirated version." "Impossible. Our nanotechnology is ahead of its time. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, there's no chance our material has been pirated. Mr. Zhou, you can rest assured." Zhou Fan didn't think it was a big deal. These looked like American Special Forces soldiers, so he just let them do whatever they wanted. Zhou Fan finally had some free time, so he went home with Wu Ziyu and started playing Heroes of Glory all night long to gain points. Wang Ziyuan said to the technician angrily, "You bunch of idiots, how can you be so useless? How come others can research it, but you can't even scratch the surface? Can't you even pirate it? Mr. Wang, the technology in this thing doesn't seem to belong to this era. It's too exaggerated. It's really not our fault. Look, our researchers have the highest IQs in the country. It's definitely not our fault." Wang Ziyuan looked at this group of technicians angrily, feeling that he had raised a bunch of good-for-nothings, but these people had indeed won awards in material manufacturing competitions in the country recently. Wang Ziyuan could only rub his head and press his philtrum to calm himself down. "Zhou Fan, you forced me to do this." Wang Ziyuan called the United States. After hearing Wang Ziyuan's words, the United States nodded in agreement and said, "It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you." Wang Ziyuan responded with a smile. The next morning, Zhou Fan had just finished playing games and felt tired, so he went to wash up and prepare to take a rest. Suddenly, the door of Building A of Thompson 1 was knocked open by a blasting hammer. "Open the door, warning." Zhou Fan was confused. "Open, you guys are already open." Afterwards, Zhou Fan was arrested by the FBI, and Wu Ziyu saw several American policemen with guns and observed them secretly. Soon Zhou Fan's head was covered, he was pulled into a car, and he heard American-style Mandarin. In the car, Zhou Fan wondered what was going on. "I haven't offended anyone lately. I just bought some antiques in a high-profile manner. What was going on?" This guy was caught by bandits. Bang, bang, bang. The front of the car was shaking rapidly. Zhou Fan was confused. Why was the car shaking so much? It must be a car accident. How come the kidnapper couldn't even drive a car? What should he do? Zhou Fan was very anxious, but his cell phone was useless because his head was covered. He regretted and felt that he should not have been so high profile. Duong. The car slowed down rapidly, and Zhou Fan bumped into the seat in front of him. He complained a little annoyedly, "Fuck. Hurry up and save them." Zhou Fan heard the familiar Mandarin, that standard Mandarin, which made him feel at home. Several people supported Zhou Fan and spoke as they helped him take off his hood. "Mr. Zhou, we're sorry to have frightened you. We, the police, weren't quick enough to handle the situation and disturbed your rest. Do you need us to take you home? No, let me ask, are those people really the FBI? Joe Fan calmed down and asked. Yes. The police answered somewhat embarrassedly. The group of people who looked like bandits walked towards Joe Fan as if it was a matter of course and said, "You have violated U.S. law, monopolized the industry, and interfered with market regulation." Joe Fan was completely confused. I'm a monopoly? I'm interfering with market coordination. The Shur Group, in which you hold shares, will be subject to high-level sanctions from the United States. The other party issued his judgment with a righteous look on his face. Joe Fan felt very wronged, but there was nothing he could do. This is the United States, the world's most developed country, but I am in China. Why should I follow the laws of the United States? Yes, I am in China. Why should I follow your laws of the United States? Chapter 146, Medical Industry. I am a Chinese and need to follow your American laws. Explain yourself. Because of your monopoly and your materials, the American materials industry has been severely damaged. Your tariffs are also extremely high, which makes us very dissatisfied. We need you to hand over your technology, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Joe Fan looked at the FBI's domineering answer, feeling extremely angry. He turned around helplessly and spoke to the Chinese police. Send me back. As soon as Joe Fan got home, he drove the Venom GT, stepped on the accelerator, and drove quickly to the International Headhunting Group. He rushed inside and couldn't wait to check. Why did the FBI take action so quickly? What was the motivation? The price is $8 billion. Joe Fan ignored him and paid directly. Some people have suggested that the United States intervene in the investigation. Who? Insufficient authority. Why don't you have enough authority? The other party's card level is higher than yours. Joe Fan thought about it over and over but couldn't figure out how he had offended someone with a higher card level than him, so he walked out of the door of the International Headhunting Group in depression. Call Li Han and ask. You should know about that matter, right? Is there a solution? Yes, what the FBI did is in violation of our laws, but the sanctions they mentioned are really threatening, so Mr. Joe, I suggest you just give in, Li Han advised. Joe Fan was a little angry. Since he had the system, he had never been intimidated by anyone. Joe Fan opened the super app on his mobile phone in annoyance, and looked at the empty product column, feeling a little uncomfortable. Joe Fan hung up Li Han's call angrily, but his cell phone rang immediately afterwards. Joe Fan, if you have any trouble, you can look for materials from China. Joe Fan felt comforted by Mr. Chen's voice. Joe Fan asked happily. Mr. Chen, is there any way for me to continue making money without having to endure the US's wrath? How about we discuss this privately? The venue is still the Grand Hotel. Right now. Okay. Seeing that Mr. Chen agreed readily, Joe Fan immediately drove and sped to the Grand Hotel. When he saw Mr. Chen, Joe Fan quickly stepped forward to shake his hand, and Mr. Chen didn't say much nonsense. The two came to the presidential suite. Two people were sitting on either side of a mahogany table. Old Chen brewed tea slowly, and Joe Fan waited patiently. The tea is ready, and Mr. Chen has also figured out what to say. Joe Fan, what do you think about merging the Shur Group into a state-owned enterprise? We will let you continue to hold the original shares, and you will earn the same as before. Joe Fan thought for a moment, touched his chin, and looked at Mr. Chen. Go on. At the same time, we can tell who is behind this. Joe Fan agreed immediately. No problem, Shur Group can become a state-owned enterprise. Mr. Chen also said with satisfaction at this time. But I can only tell you the name. The rest is up to you. Because this person also has connections at China Materials, we at China Materials won't tell this person all the information directly. No problem. Joe Fan agreed immediately because he knew that this person's card was higher than his, so as long as he knew the name, he could check the rest himself. Wang Ziyuan. Old Chen calmly said the name, thinking that there were at least hundreds of people with the same name in China, so it didn't matter if he just said a name. Joe Fan gritted his teeth and said thank you. Mr. Chen, I won't disturb you from drinking tea. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After going downstairs, Joe Fan drove angrily to Li Han's workplace. This was Joe Fan's first time driving in the city. No one dared to stop the angry Venom GT, and the traffic police had also received arrangements in advance and arranged the road conditions for Joe Fan. Zhou Fan arrived at Li Han's workplace, got out of the car, walked quickly to Li Han's side, and spoke to Li Han. Look for all the people whose card levels are higher than mine that I asked you to find last time. Look for a person named Wang Ziyuan. Check all his information. This guy embarrassed me today. When Li Han heard the order, he immediately started working on the computer with his fingers flying, but as he checked, sweat began to drip down his forehead. Zhou Fan was shocked when he saw the photo. It's this guy. Do you know the boss? Zhou Fan ignored him and continued giving orders. Send his information to my phone later, it's quite interesting. Li Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the screen, hoping that everything was okay. Zhou Fan felt unhappy when he found out that it was Wang Ziyuan who was plotting against him, but he found that he seemed to have no power to target him now. All he could do now was to wait and see. Zhou Fan still couldn't stop thinking about Sure Group. It was his first enterprise worth over 100 billion yuan. Now that it has been turned into a state-owned enterprise, he still felt a little sad. However, at this time, the system's flash sale products were refreshed very promptly. Medical machinery production patent 50 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 50,000 renminbi. Limited time only 24 hours. Hiring Li Ling, a leading physiotherapy expert, for 4 million renminbi a year. Limited time offer, 4,000 renminbi. Valid for 24 hours only. At this time, Zhou Fan really felt that the system really understood human nature. It provided what was needed. Now that Zhou Fan was heartbroken about losing an industry worth over 100 billion yuan, the system immediately provided Zhou Fan with another way to enter the 100 billion yuan industry. After all, medical care has been a highly profitable industry since ancient times. Zhou Fan happily clicked on the flash sale. In fact, there was another reason why Zhou Fan was so unhappy. When Sure Group was first acquired, it was upgraded to a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. However, Zhou Fan was soon arrested by the FBI and had no chance to go to an international headhunting company to upgrade his Qingwen card. To upgrade the Qingwen card, one had to privately own a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Now Zhou Fan is about to get it, but he still seriously checked online to see who this Li Ling is, and it actually cost so much money to hire her for a year. Li Ling is a high-end talent in the medical industry. She is proficient in many types of medicine and is almost a jack of all trades. All the surgeries she has performed have been successful without exception. Both her theoretical and practical abilities are at the forefront of the world. She can be said to be a prodigy that appears once in a century in the medical industry. It seems worth it. This way, I have an all-round doctor. In the future, I don't have to worry about the hospital's attitude when I see a doctor. I have to keep registering and waiting for so long, and the doctor will only take a look at me twice. When the time comes, I can let this doctor give me a comprehensive examination and carefully check what's wrong with me. This way, I will feel more at ease. Zhou Fan thought to himself. At this time, Jiang Tan called and asked. Zhou Fan, our company recently made an expense to hire a medical prodigy, the internet celebrity Li Ling. Our company doesn't seem to have any medical industry. What's going on? Isn't it now? I bought a patent for medical equipment production, and now we are officially entering the medical industry. Zhou Fan answered proudly. Jiang Tan was also very happy to hear this. Zhou Fan, you are indeed not an ordinary person. Of course. My current ambition isn't just to achieve success domestically. I want to expand and strengthen my business, create even greater success, and establish a private enterprise in the medical industry like the Sure Group. Okay, keep going. Chapter 147 Li Ling. Immediately, the medical patent was successfully transferred. Zhou Fan now has several patents for the production of medical equipment. At the same time, Li Ling also arrived at the door of Fifan Industrial Group and called Zhou Fan, asking him to come out to pick her up. While going downstairs, Zhou Fan realized a problem. After all, I am the boss of a company. Why should I care so much about the work of an employee of the company and even go to greet him in person? However, when Zhou Fan went downstairs and saw Li Ling, he was stunned. Li Ling is even more beautiful than in the photos. Just as Jiang Tan said, she is like an internet celebrity, with a slender waist, a pointed chin, and a perfect oval face. Although she is nearly 30 years old, her skin is maintained by someone who knows what medicine she uses, and it is as tender as a 15 or 16-year-old child, so tender that you can squeeze water out of it. Zhou Fan found that there seemed to be no problem in going down to greet her. Yes, no problem. It would be dangerous if he didn't go down to greet such a beautiful woman himself and let her go upstairs by herself. You know why you are here, right? Zhou Fan asked. I know. Thiefen Industrial is a very generous company. Since they hired me, they must be hoping to make a difference in the medical industry and invite me to help build a new industry. Furthermore, with my authority, it will facilitate development, and it will be easier for others to trust your emerging medical enterprise. Li Ling answered confidently. Zhou Fan was stunned and thought to himself, as expected of a top student, she thinks so much. Before I even figured out how to use it, she's already figured out what to do. What a smart person. But Mr. Zhou, you're so young. Do you really own this company all by yourself? Can you let me meet the person behind it? I can help you with some ideas. I'm worried you can't make the decision. After all, entering the medical industry is not a small investment. The initial investment is huge, especially buying medical patents. Those are priceless. Do you know why hiring me is so expensive? Because I'm not only talented, I'm also very innovative. Each of my patents has sold for billions of yuan. I'm not really short of money right now. I just want to work and continue to contribute to the medical industry. Zhou Fan felt a little dizzy after listening to Li Ling say so much in one breath. Actually, you could speak more slowly. I don't react that quickly. And Li Ling, have you noticed that besides your charm in the medical field, you are also very charming in other areas? When Li Ling heard Zhou Fan's words, she automatically classified this somewhat handsome man as a rich second generation. Li Ling, who was a little angry, walked into Thiefen Industrial Group with her bag, asked the chairman's office at the front desk, and took out her labor contract. The front desk took this important employee directly to Zhou Fan's office. Zhou Fan was a little amused, because he just wanted to praise Li Ling for being very beautiful. Why is he so impatient to get to my office? I'm afraid he is another workaholic like Chu Yan. Zhou Fan also quickly followed and returned to his office. When Zhou Fan was about to arrive at the office, he saw Li Ling standing at the door of his office, waiting for him to open the door, so he said, "Now you believe that I am the boss of the company. You'd better ask your dad to talk to me, because purchasing the relevant resources is really expensive. If you play too much, your parents will be angry, brat." Li Ling spoke to Zhou Fan seriously. "Let's talk inside." Zhou Fan stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. The two walked into the office. Li Ling was not polite either. She sat down directly at a window seat and looked at the scenery of Shanghai. However, she still believed that Zhou Fan, a young man in his 20s, had no right to make the decision. Zhou Fan was not angry. After Li Ling sat down, he sat down too. "If I could immediately produce the patent for medical equipment production, would you believe that I have the capital to make the decision?" Zhou Fan asked half-jokingly. "You think patents in the medical industry are cabbages? Normally, you wouldn't sell them. I sold them because of special circumstances. My family urgently needed money to treat my parents' illness. Otherwise, I wouldn't be working now." Zhou Fan lowered his head, opened the drawer, took out the patent transfer contract, handed it to Li Ling, and said at the same time, "How about we work together?" Li Ling saw Zhou Fan's contract, took it with half belief and half doubt, checked it carefully, and there was some shock in her eyes. But Li Ling, who has extensive experience in the medical industry, remained calm. "We are almost halfway through the initial preparations, as we already have the patent for the machine production. Now we just need to build the factory and start production. I don't have to worry about sales afterwards, but I need to research what types of hospitals this medical machine can be supplied to." Zhou Fan nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask, "You still haven't answered me. Do you believe I can make the decision now?" "I believe you, okay, Mr. Zhou." Li Ling also had a little respect in her eyes at this time, because the patent for the production of medical equipment was not something that the father and son could give to each other at will. After all, the interest chain involved was so big that it was possible for the father and son to turn against each other. Moreover, no older generation would be willing to give young people the courage to enter this industry, which has led to the industry being dominated by the older generation. Li Ling looked at Zhou Fan with curiosity. What kind of man was this? He could actually buy a medical patent with his name on it. Hearing Li Ling's answer, Zhou Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Then you can go back and study carefully what type of hospital this machine can be used in." "Beauty, I've finished my research," Li Ling answered directly. Zhou Fan was about to take a sip of tea and almost spit it out. He looked at Li Ling in surprise. She finished the research in just a few minutes? After adjusting himself, he asked, "Okay, what should we do now?" Li Ling thought for a moment and replied, "We should actually produce a batch first to see how this machine works and how to train doctors on its use. Furthermore, this machine, which is suitable for beauty treatments, can also be used in beauty salons. So, we should build a factory and start production now." Zhou Fan understood that he should first make the product, then see if it can be used and whether it is good or not. "Let's go find a piece of land and build a farm now." Li Ling looked confused and asked, "Don't you need to go to the finance department to prepare the expenses?" "No, I have enough money in my bank account. It's definitely enough to buy a piece of land to build a factory." Zhou Fan replied indifferently. "But you can't just buy it if you want to. Land requires bidding," Li Ling explained. Zhou Fan agreed, bidding is a good idea. Li Ling was confused. Everyone thought that bidding was an activity that relied on connections and relationships and was a troublesome thing. Why did it seem so easy in Zhou Fan's eyes? Zhou Fan laughed and asked, "Can you understand the existence of the system?" Chapter 148. You bid, I pay. Afterwards, he did not hesitate and called Shinjun directly. "Brother, you said I want to build a factory. Is there any land available for bidding recently?" "Yes, this afternoon, the land in East City, 20,000 square meters, should be enough, but we don't have enough time to prepare it now." "What are you preparing? Money?" "I've already prepared that." Shinjun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's not about money. I need to contact the insiders and ask for the price. Otherwise, it will ruin the relationship." Zhou Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked, "What if the money I give can force them to be harmonious?" Shinjun was speechless. "Did you listen to what others said?" Okay, this afternoon, we'll go to the East City Huagua bidding venue." Zhou Fan laughed, "Let's have tea later, now it's time to work." "Okay, I won't bother you anymore." Shinjun hung up the phone tactfully. "There's a bidding for a 10,000 square meter plot of land this afternoon. Would you like to go take a look?" Zhou Fan looked at Li Ling and invited her. Li Ling was so shocked that her mouth could fit more fruit, but she nodded immediately. Good. Li Ling wanted to see Zhou Fan's look when he failed in the bid. Did he really think that it would be so easy to buy 10,000 square meters of land? Such a large piece of land, the people involved behind it must be very powerful. "It's almost time. How about we have a meal together? It will also allow me, the boss, to get to know you, an important employee." Li Ling thought that this somewhat unruly boss just wanted to flirt with her, but since he was the boss, he couldn't just sit there doing nothing, so she agreed. Okay. Zhou Fan took Li Ling to the Grand Hotel. When getting out of the car, Zhou Fan considerately walked quickly to Li Ling's car door and opened it. "Please." Li Ling thought that this rich second generation who was a bit of a gigolo was definitely using his father's power to seduce her, and she was a little angry. The two walked into the Grand Hotel. At that time, Shinjun was standing at the front desk of the Grand Hotel, asking the waiter a question. He turned around and saw Zhou Fan. He felt a little embarrassed. He thought that Zhou Fan might have some problems. He said he was free to have tea, but he came here in less than 2 hours. Why was he so impatient? But when Shinjun saw Li Ling, he suddenly realized that he had misunderstood and looked at Zhou Fan with an apologetic look. "It's still the same old rules. Free drinks, 30% off on food and beverages. I didn't expect you to be so impressive." Li Ling looked at Zhou Fan in surprise. This kind of hotel owner also has a certain social status. Unless the person is as successful as herself, he will specially remember that person and provide help. "No way, personal charm." Zhou Fan responded casually. The two entered the hotel restaurant, and Zhou Fan took Li Ling to a table against the wall for some unknown reason, so the two could only sit side by side. Li Ling didn't care. When she was doing scientific research in the past, her beauty made many science and engineering men do strange things. Now Zhou Fan's behavior was just child's play. "Is there anything you can't eat? Tell me and I'll help you order. I'm quite familiar with the dishes here. You can't eat ice, you know." Zhou Fan also understood, so he ordered some light dishes and also asked for a chicken hot pot. When Shinjun saw the ordered dishes, he laughed in his heart and thought, "You kid, now you have come to this day." But Zhou Fan didn't think so much. During the meal, Zhou Fan and Li Ling talked about bags and luxury goods. Li Ling marveled at Zhou Fan's taste and breadth of knowledge, while Zhou Fan could only smile bitterly. When he was in college, in order to pursue that girl, he learned about a lot of cosmetics and luxury goods, but the key point was that he bought them all for her, and didn't buy any for himself. Time flies quickly during the happy conversation. Li Ling was full and asked Zhou Fan seriously. Before I came here, I looked up your company and your experience, and found that it has been nothing but smooth sailing. So this afternoon's auction may make you feel like you're starting from scratch. Zhou Fan laughed. Let's wait and see. A group of people in suits gathered at the entrance of the auction venue. Zhou Fan walked in with high spirits and firm steps, but Li Ling felt a little embarrassed, looking at Zhou Fan's casual outfit. At this time, Zhou Fan was stopped by a waiter. Where's your invitation, sir? Zhou Fan looked at the waiter in confusion, but at this moment a familiar voice sounded behind him. Brother Zhou Fan, I'm sorry, I saw you were busy at noon and didn't give you an invitation. Zhou Fan looked back and saw that it was Shinjun. Thanks, brother. We still say thank you to each other. Shinjun patted Zhou Fan's shoulder vigorously, then turned and left. The waiter looked at Li Ling ignorantly and asked. And yours? Zhou Fan said a little annoyed. This is my girlfriend, can't we come in together? The waiter finally nodded understandingly. Can. Li Ling was a little embarrassed, her face flushed, and she hit Zhou Fan on the back with her little hand. Compared to Zhou Fan, Li Ling was dressed very formally, and her impressive figure made people around her unable to help but take a second look. Zhou Fan took Li Ling's hand without any hesitation. I can't let the waiter know I'm lying. Li Ling half struggled to break free, but her face flushed for a while before she calmed down. Mr. Zhou, please respect yourself. She still didn't try to break free from Zhou Fan's hand, and the two of them walked hand in hand into the auction hall. Zhou Fan casually grabbed the champagne held by a waiter and asked. Li Ling, do you want to drink? No, ha ha ha, you can't drink today. Li Ling looked at Zhou Fan, who was like a child, and felt helpless. She held Zhou Fan's little hand, squeezed it hard, and then tickled Zhou Fan with her nails. Zhou Fan didn't feel any pain and continued to hold Li Ling's hand. The two of them walked into the auction venue like a couple. Zhou Fan sat down calmly, and Li Ling followed. At this time, several old men saw Zhou Fan in casual clothes and started to talk. Another rich second generation. Oh, and he brought a female companion with him. It's no big deal. We'll show this guy the world and see what a top-tier billionaire is. I bet the girl will be so impatient she'll break up with him. Ha 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 ha. A group of older people mocked. Zhou Fan ignored them and thought these people were a joke. Soon, the bidding began. As usual, the host introduced how good this piece of land was, and how everyone present was determined to get it. He also gave an internal price they were willing to sell it for, which was at least 5 billion. Zhou Fan's eyebrows twitched and he couldn't help but want to laugh. That's it? Then he closed his eyes and rested. This kid is still pretending to be calm, but he's right, he's probably just sent by his family to see the world, that's normal. The older generation continued to taunt. Zhou Fan responded a little impatiently. You will never win today. Son, watch. The bidding started soon. But this time the system did not give any tasks, which means that the money spent in this auction is spent. Zhou Fan thought that he should not blindly compare himself with others this time, as he might not be able to make back his investment, so he had to buy the land at a suitable price. So Zhou Fan said to Li Ling, my budget this time is 6 billion. You help me raise the bid and I'll pay. Chapter 149, Propaganda Methods. Li Ling looked at Zhou Fan with her mouth wide open. Is your pocket money so exaggerated? What the hell? I earned all this money, how come you all think it's my pocket money? Have you ever seen a rich second generation with 6 billion in pocket money? I'm speechless. Unexpectedly, Li Ling said calmly, I have really seen such a rich second generation. Zhou Fan was a little speechless. Don't worry about whether it's pocket money or not. I can afford it anyway. Just bid boldly. Li Ling didn't care. After all, she had seen such rich second generations before, and it was the first time for her to have so much money to participate in the auction. Although it was not her own, she could at least show off and let so many upper-class people here know that she had achieved something more than just in the medical industry. 4 billion. The first person made a bid like this. Li Ling was a little confused, but she also understood that it was probably digested internally again. Li Ling lowered her head and leaned in front of Zhou Fan and said, Mr. Zhou, I think we will fail in this auction. Why? Because they might bid tens of billions, but in the end they won't pay that much. This way, they can absorb the money internally. Joe Fan understood. It's a small matter. Watch me bid. Soon, someone called out a price of 7 billion. Joe Fan looked at the silent audience as the host was about to typeface the final decision. Joe Fan called out his price. 10 billion. The whole audience was silent. The person who shouted out 7 billion applied for a money verification, which was to verify whether Joe Fan's personal assets were actually 10 billion. Joe Fan didn't explain too much and took out his blue-veined card. Someone here should know about this card. Joe Fan was actually not sure if anyone here knew about this card. But soon the host said, "This is Mr. Zhou. My cousin is the CEO of Dongyin. Thank you for giving up your shares to my family last time. I guarantee with my personal integrity that Mr. Zhou definitely has over 10 billion in assets. You can tell from the fact that he doesn't care about those few billion. If you say so, then so be it. Check the card." There was a commotion in the venue. Joe Fan had no choice but to go on stage to check the card himself and project the screen. When everyone saw that there were more than 9 zeros, they all shut up. At this time, the man who bid 7 billion roared, "I'll give you 11 billion. Joe Fan was stunned. He wanted to compare himself with this person. There must be something wrong with this person. So Joe Fan also asked to verify the money, but the total valuation of the bank and his own company of the person who bid 7 billion was no more than 10 billion. The host looked at the older generation. The scene was very embarrassing. Joe Fan looked at the host. "Remember to send the contract to Philippe Industrial Group, sign the contract with one hand, and pay the money with the other." At the same time, he whispered to the older generation present. "It's so relaxing. It is a bit annoying to enter an industry from scratch. Joe Fan prefers to directly acquire other industries and then become a giant in them, just like mobile phone CPUs." While Joe Fan was sighing, he heard a knock on the door. "Come in." The person who came in was Li Ling. "Mr. Zhou, I need your signature here. I want to tell you about the money for building the factory. It goes without saying where to sign." "There's nothing much to say about this small amount of money," Joe Fan replied domineeringly. With Joe Fan's huge assets, Philippe Medical was established in an orderly manner, and Joe Fan's industry became more and more like an ecosystem. Joe Fan is very satisfied with the establishment of his medical industry. At this time Li Ling came in again. "Mr. Zhou, I forgot to mention one thing. In this era, thanks to the internet, our products are actually afraid of being sold too quickly because there are so many of them. If there are so many products, people will be confused about the differences between ours and others, which may result in our products not being able to sell. So we need to do some publicity in the early stages. I heard that Philippe Industrial has some internet businesses. Don't worry, Li Ling. As long as you provide the main features of our product, our company also has female anchors to help promote it." Li Ling felt relieved after hearing the complete publicity methods. "That's great. I'll give you the product features in a few days." Everything was moving in an orderly direction, and Joe Fan nodded with satisfaction. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The factory has been built and some products have been produced in batches. Joe Fan was a little confused at this time. Why didn't Li Ling tell me the product features yet? So I called Li Ling. "Why haven't the product features been sent yet?" "Ah, about this, I'll just give it to the publicity department. Since you seem quite free, I won't disturb you from playing games." Joe Fan smiled embarrassedly. "Oh, you should at least give the boss some information." "Forget it, I'm not interested anyway." "Oh, Mr. Zhou, I've noticed that our company lacks some phenomenal publicity methods." "What do you mean by that?" Li Ling felt a little embarrassed when she heard this question. "Actually, I'm not entirely sure. After all, my major is in the medical industry. So, I'll just give the information directly to the publicity department. They'll probably give you an answer." Joe Fan didn't care much about it. After all, he had money, so how could he not promote it well? Alas, having money really makes you feel willful. Joe Fan had some bad intentions at this time, and said without hanging up Li Ling's phone, "Li Ling, are you free tonight? Let's talk about how we should continue to develop Philippe Medical." "Sorry, boss, I still need to go over the mechanical review tonight." Joe Fan was sitting in the office feeling bored. He remembered what Li Ling had just said, that his company lacked some phenomenal publicity methods, so he went to the publicity department. Noticing Li Han was there, he asked, "Li Han, what do you think is a phenomenal publicity method?" "It's the advertisements that keep appearing in front of the public, and they are very brainwashing, and they remain in the public's consciousness for a long time." Li Han gave an accurate answer. Zhou Fan was a little confused. "Isn't this a problem that can be solved with money? I thought it was a big deal. What if we promote our medical industry? When have you ever seen a medical product advertised on TV all the time? The public can't possibly like seeing a doctor every day, okay?" Zhou Fan understood at this time that there was demand in the medical industry, but it was not particularly popular. So Zhou Fan continued to ask, "Is there any way?" "Of course we do. We can develop our own promotional methods, or cultivate some well-known influencers and have them help us promote our products. As long as they become phenomenal influencers, won't our promotional methods also be phenomenal?" Zhou Fan nodded in agreement and did what he said. After thinking about what it takes to become an influential anchor, Zhou Fan began to search for information online. Chapter 150, Cooperation on Site. The most commonly used e-commerce marketing models in modern society are live streaming and short videos. Zhou Fan's extraordinary company has relevant resources. The most impressive one is the film queen Yuman's influence in the fan circle and her popularity among passers-by are overwhelming. If she were to do live streaming to sell goods, it would be of great help in opening up sales channels for medical products. It's not enough for celebrities to promote products. Li Ling said calmly, "What we're selling now aren't gadgets, but medical products. High-tech biological products require a public authority to authenticate them. So, these are the public intellectuals in these professional fields mentioned online?" "Yes." Li Ling nodded. As expected of an expert in this field, his analysis is very logical and logical. The combination of celebrity effect and public authority is the best marketing. The cost of this publicity is not cheap, after all, the profits in our industry are quite high. "Don't worry, I understand this. Just spend as much as you need. Don't skimp on it," Zhou Fan said generously. Li Ling had already seen Zhou Fan's generosity before, and she didn't show much surprise. "Now that we're done talking about work, we should talk about other things." Zhou Fan suddenly looked at Li Ling with a smile. Li Ling, who was meticulous, felt a slight stir in her heart, and asked calmly, "What are you talking about?" "Talk about life." Zhou Fan smiled slightly and took out a VIP room card of the Grand Hotel. This was said without any shamelessness, which made Li Ling roll her eyes. Zhou Fan was quite thick-skinned in this regard. But who can blame this guy for being good-looking? If he hadn't started his own business, he might have been a gigolo kept by a rich woman. "Next time." Li Ling smiled shrewdly. "If I were so proactive, you men would lose interest in me. If you want a man to cherish you, some tricks are necessary." Zhou Fan suddenly felt excited and inexplicably excited. Wasn't Li Ling indirectly condoning his behavior? Thinking of this, Zhou Fan nodded with a smile and said, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold." Li Ling's ears turned red instantly. She glared at Zhou Fan and then walked out. Li Ling's suggestions were very useful. After Yuman's promotion, coupled with the huge traffic on her own FIFA video platform, the popularity of medical products continued to rise, and the market was opened up all of a sudden. In just a few days, the company's customer service phone was flooded with calls from those merchants. "Dozens of major hospitals have called me to order hundreds of medical devices," Li Ling said with a faint smile. At this time, she was wearing a black skirt and a one-shoulder vest on the upper body, revealing her fair and delicate back. Zhou Fan was a little fascinated by what he saw. "Hey, are you listening to me?" Li Ling talked for a long time and found that Zhou Fan was staring at her and wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth from time to time. "Ahem." Zhou Fan coughed dryly and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. The success of our medical product this time is inseparable from you, the great contributor." The two were chatting animatedly when someone suddenly called and said that a representative from a company was coming to visit them in person. Wanfei Biological Company? There was some surprise on Li Ling's face. "What's wrong?" Seeing Li Ling so surprised, Zhou Fan was confused. "This is one of the biggest companies in the medical industry. I heard it even has foreign investment," Li Ling said seriously. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. It was really surprising that such a large company actually sent a representative to visit him. A middle-aged man in a suit came in. He looked quite arrogant and condescending. "Who among you is the chairman of this company?" he asked with a look of disdain as he entered the room. This look made Zhou Fan a little unhappy. "You come to my territory and act like a big shot. Aren't you asking for a fight?" Zhou Fan looked directly at the other person and said lightly, "You?" Seeing that the CEO of Fifan Company was such a young man, this person was a little surprised, and then he sneered. "I didn't expect that the chairman of a prestigious company is still a young man. Who is this?" Seeing the other party's rude attitude, Li Ling felt a little unhappy. "I'm Wang Hai, the department manager of Wanfei Biological Company. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you, at the request of the company's board of directors." The visitor introduced himself. "What kind of cooperation?" Zhou Fan sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs and asked. "Your company's medical products are selling well. We would like to cooperate with you and sell us the technology patents." When Wang Hai saw Zhou Fan like this, his face turned a little ugly, but he still held it back. "Sell it to you? How much?" $1 million. "You are robbing me by force." Li Ling was a little angry. They wanted to buy the technical patents of these products for 1 million yuan. It was no different from robbery. "This is how our company does things. Either you let us buy your products or you exit the market. Otherwise, we guarantee that your company's medical products will not be sold." Wang Hai smiled coldly, as if he didn't care at all. Li Ling was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She didn't expect the other party to be so shameless as to use such means to suppress her competitors. Compared to Wanfei Biological Company, which has a large scale and deep roots, they have just entered this market and have an unstable foundation, making it difficult for them to compete with the other party. But I didn't expect Zhou Fan to be picking his ears. "Are you done?" Zhou Fan snapped his fingers and said, "Do you want to leave by yourself or should I ask the security to ask you to leave?" "No matter what, you must give me an answer today." Seeing that Zhou Fan didn't take the bait, Wang Hai simply acted unreasonable. "Are you leaving or not?" Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. "No." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, loud applause was heard. Zhou Fan stood up and slapped Wang Hai without saying a word. "I'm giving you face, how dare you complain to me here?" Another slap, and Wang Hai's nostrils started bleeding. You. When Wang Hai saw Zhou Fan taking action, he was instantly frightened. Zhou Fan. When Li Ling saw Zhou Fan taking action, she was immediately stunned. "I didn't expect Zhou Fan to be so bold. What I hate most is pretense." Zhou Fan threw a hook punch, which knocked out Wang Hai's front teeth. Wang Hai, who was so domineering just now, suddenly became weak, and his whole face was bruised and swollen. "Just wait. Our company will never let you go."